a cultivator of the supreme realm, the saint emperor who commands the entire saint realm. Yet he takes an ordinary wife and whiles away his days in tranquil comfort. Who could have known that she is the demon venerable of the northern frontier, whose very name strikes terror into the hearts of tens of thousands? Yet at this moment, she knows nothing of my identity, and I am even more ignorant of hers. Should anyone offend either party, none would remain breathing long enough to beg forgiveness. Enough preamble, let us begin. The story is complete and the work is done. Wishing you all an enjoyable read. Legend has it that in this world, there exists a place called the Fusheng continent, western regions, the central plains, the eastern lands, the southern wilds, and the northern frontier, all separated and distinct. The continent is divided into 5 great territories. Cultivators mingle with mortals. Demons coexist with evil spirits. They dwell together in an uneasy harmony. Each of the 5 territories boasts its own sovereign. The central plains revere the Saint Emperor as supreme. The northern frontier is led by the Demon Venerable. The western regions honor the Buddha sovereign, an enigmatic figure, whose face no one has ever seen, with a string of massive prayer beads draped around his neck. The southern wild's demon sovereign named Concealed, a pair of pointed ears standing tall. The northern frontier's Demon Venerable, her white hair stark against her skin. The eastern earth's immortal sovereign, the very name alone, conjures images of ethereal grace. And lastly, the central plains Saint Emperor. None among them harbors any ambition for unification, and it is this very balance that has allowed the Fusheng continent to enjoy nearly 100 years of precious, hard-won peace. But beneath this fragile peace, a sinister power quietly festers and breeds. It merely waits for the opportune moment to unleash slaughter upon all living beings and plunge this land into cataclysmic upheaval. What makes it truly dangerous is that, to this day, no one seems to have detected it. But today, our story concerns an ordinary household on the Fusheng continent, a tale revolving around a mystical sphere wreathed in verdant flames of vitality. Within a courtyard in the heart of Cloud City, a pavilion overlooks a grand pond. From along a distant path, the silhouette of a young woman plucking the strings of a zither comes into view. Mengya's graceful features are entirely absorbed in each note, while Fan Chen watches with eyes brimming with tenderness. Suddenly he speaks softly. My wife's painting comes together as naturally as nature itself. It is impossible to look away. Such honeyed words. Mengya turns to face him, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Is my husband teasing me again? I am merely a merchant's daughter. When it comes to painting and calligraphy, how could I ever compare to a scholar like my husband? Fan Chen clasps her hand, leaning close as he replies, I speak no lies. In my eyes, whatever my wife does is always the finest. Hearing those words, Mengya contentedly nestles into his embrace. Your wife is getting rather hungry. If I may ask, when will my husband serve dinner? Fan Chen closes his eyes, his voice dripping with adoration. Worry not, my wife. Just paint a little longer, it won't be long now. Mengya rests against his chest. Very well, whatever my husband says. Witnessing this scene, onlookers would surely shake their heads and sigh. Moments later, Fan Chen gently pushes open a door, stepping into a room with an expression as cold as ice. Yu Sheng sees him and immediately raises a sheet of paper, blurting out, Eldest senior brother, urgent news. Something terrible has happened. Fan Chen steps forward and lightly flicks his forehead, whispering, Don't you fear your mother overhearing. Yu Sheng immediately winces in pain. After a moment, his tone turns grim as he speaks of the skeletal horrors. You're telling me the illegitimate daughter of the northern frontier's Buyu Demon Venerable led a band of ghost soldiers. Their leader, wielding a staff of bone and skeletal remains, slaughtered more than half the Xianling sect's disciples. Yu Sheng furrows his brow, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, I hear they attempted to recruit the Xianling sect but failed. That illegitimate daughter then urged the Buyu Demon Venerable to simply slaughter them all. Enough. Fan Chen hears this and his gaze darkens. Good, what a venomous girl. She truly takes after her serpent-hearted mother. At this moment, Yu Sheng places his hands on his hips, his voice tinged with bewilderment. They're both mother and daughter. Why are they so utterly different from our own? Look how wonderful mother and little sister are. Fan Chen replies coolly, That goes without saying. Then he adds, Your mother is gentle and kind. Your sister is sweet and lovable. How could those two fiendish women of the northern frontier ever compare? Yu Sheng hears this and turns to ask, Then father, when exactly do you plan to tell them the truth? The truth as I was never merely a scholar. He begins to reveal his true identity. A cultivator of the supreme realm, the pinnacle of cultivation, the 9th grade spirit awakening. The Saint Emperor who commands the central plains, Saint Realm, dwelling within a magnificent estate. He then slowly lowers the window and says, "Wait a while longer. Your mother is timid. I fear it would frighten her." Yu Sheng innocently blurts out what everyone already knows. "Father, aren't you simply afraid mother will be furious when she learns the Truth Hand won't want you anymore?" Struck right where it hurts, Fan Chen snaps with a guilty conscience, "Shut your mouth." Their voices continue to echo from inside. Yu Sheng asks, "So was I wrong?" Fan Chen replies irritably, "So what if I am? I didn't dare tell the truth back then. There were other reasons." Yu Sheng presses, "What reasons?" Fan Chen turns his gaze toward Meng Yi and Zhan Zhan. The Saint Realm is crawling with jackals, and tigers impossible to guard against at every turn. Your mother is far too kind-hearted and fragile. I fear someone would set their sights upon her, would weave schemes against her. As his words carry across, Meng Yi lovingly holds Zhan Zhan close. "If any misfortune were to befall her because of this, I would regret it for the rest of my life." At this moment, Zhan Zhan buries her face in her sleeve. "Mother." "I'm sorry." Meng Yi asks in surprise, "What happened?" The girl gazes toward the small house in the distance. Meng Yi notices and smiles gently. "What's the matter? Tell me." Zhan Zhan answers with a crestfallen expression. "Your daughter's mission did not go as planned. I failed to eliminate all the Xianling sect members. Quite a few escaped." Meng Yi hears this and smiles gently. "I thought it was something serious." "It's nothing. We've already managed to rescue some of our people. Those evil devotees won't be hard to deal with at leisure." In the next instant, her eyes blaze with chilling, killing intent. "If someone is truly shielding the Xianling sect, then I shall settle this debt together with the old scores." Zhan Zhan hears this and looks up at her, eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that mother suspects the one backing the Xianling sect is none other than the Saint Emperor of the Central Plains? Meng Yi turns her face away, her voice cold as frost. "Besides that shameless, heartless, despicable scoundrel, who else could it be? New grudges and old hatred sooner or later. I will settle the score with him once and for all." Hearing this, Zhan Zhan gleefully hatches a plan. "Wonderful. When the time comes, Mother and I will beat that Saint Emperor until he kneels and begs for mercy. From then on, he'll do nothing but serve tea, fetch water, wash clothes, and cook for our household." Meng Yi nods with satisfaction. "Not a bad idea. Mother likes it." Suddenly, over on the other side, Fan Chen lets out a sneeze. Yu Sheng, chicken in hand, stifles a smirk. "Father, someone is cursing you." Fan Chen frowns and retorts, "What nonsense are you babbling? Go dress that chicken already. I'm making fish soup." His voice carries from within the kitchen. "Your mother's constitution has always been frail, and she's caught a chill of late. I fear she may fall ill. She needs proper nourishment." On the other side, Meng Yi and Zhan Zhan exchange a knowing look. At this moment, Zhan Zhan suddenly speaks up. "I heard that several years ago. That Saint Emperor even brought an illegitimate child back to the Saint Realm, a child born of a mortal woman. His innate spiritual talent is truly unparalleled, yet he is as shameless and despicable as his father." Hearing this, Meng Yi's eyes brim with sympathy. That poor mortal woman was likely nothing more than a cultivation cauldron that Fan Chen valued. Once she bore a successor worthy of the title, the child was kept and the mother was cast aside. Zhan Zhan clasps her hand and continues, "If not for the existence of genuine love like father and big brother share, I would have nearly believed that all men under heaven are nothing but fickle-hearted wolves." Meng Yi gazes at the girl, her eyes full of warmth. "Your brother is upright and forthright. Naturally, that treacherous little wretch in the Saint Realm cannot begin to compare." No sooner had she finished speaking than Yu Sheng stifles a sneeze on the other side. Fan Chen smirks beside him. "Seems your karmic luck isn't much better either." "Son," Zhan Zhan's eyes light up with glee. "By the way, Mother, when do you plan to tell Father the truth?" Meng Yi gazes at her hands and says softly, "Wait a while longer. I'm afraid it would frighten him." Zhan Zhan grins from ear to ear. "Don't worry, Mother. Father loves Yao won't care about your identity." Meng Yi's brows gently furrow, but the northern frontier's demon sect is hardly a welcoming place for most mortals. "I dare not take that gamble." Her voice drifts through the garden. "Moreover, there is yet another reason why I have gone to such great lengths all these years, to conceal his whereabouts and identity." She continues, speaking of Fan Chen. "At present, the 6 great demon sects are far from united. The moment your father's identity is exposed, he will surely face assassination and abduction from countless demon cultivators." As she speaks, she glances toward the kitchen. "But your father is merely a frail scholar, too weak to even truss a chicken. How could I ever allow him to take such a risk?" Inside, Fan Chen and Yu Sheng work tirelessly, their hands ablur. Zhan Zhan bursts out with excitement. "Mother, rest assured. I will protect Father and Big Brother alongside you." Meanwhile, the true scene unfolds in the back kitchen. Yu Sheng stands at Fan Chen's side, cheering him on. Come on, father. One lethal strike show this fish your true power. The poor fish's time has come. Shortly after, the family of 4 gathers around the table, laden with a dazzling spread of dishes. Fan Chen peels shrimp with nimble hands, his voice dripping with sweetness. Wife open wide. He feeds her the shrimp, a scene straight out of a Korean drama. Mengya shyly reaches up to dab a smudge from her cheek. How many times have I told you? I can do it myself. You don't need to help me every single time. Fan Chen gazes at her, eyes brimming with tenderness. But I love feeding you. Besides, my wife always eats so happily every time. Mengya bumps her forehead against his. That's because I like being fed by you. Fan Chen speaks in an impossibly saccharine voice. Then I must feed you for a lifetime, feed you through every lifetime, every incarnation, until the end of all worlds. Across from them, the 2 children sit with utterly glazed expressions. I feel so superfluous. Yu Sheng frowns. It's not just you. Zhan Zhan smiles gently. But isn't it wonderful? Mother and father are so deeply in love. Yu Sheng lifts his rice bowl and speaks between bites. So what? Jealous? Hearing this, the other looks up. Aren't you envious too? Yu Sheng speaks without looking up from his rice bowl. Oh, dear little sister, not every man in this world is worth entrusting your heart to. Whatever you do, don't let some smooth-talking rogue sweep you off your feet. He snorts coldly. As if I need you to tell me that. Shouldn't you be more worried about your big brother being deceived by some wicked woman? The girl suddenly sets down her bowl, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. No, I'm still worried. I'll personally introduce someone to you. The boy then brings up a handsome young man, his father's eldest disciple. Character and temperament both exemplary. Maidens chase after him in droves, yet he remains untainted by romance. His work is known for being steady and thorough. Zhan Zhan looks thoroughly unimpressed. No need. Not interested. Then, as if remembering something, she snaps her fingers. Hey, big brother, why don't I introduce someone to you instead? One must always give as good as one gets. Zhan Zhan eagerly launches into a recommendation, her closest friend. A girl cold on the outside, yet warm within. Though her family's status doesn't quite match mother's noble standing, she and Zhan Zhan are as close as sisters who have exchanged handkerchiefs. If you marry her, we'll all be one big family. Yu Sheng stirs his spoon with a cold expression. No need, not interested. The 2 begin bickering. You clueless fool, you have no idea what you're missing. You're the clueless one, little sister. You have no idea what you're missing. Their argument erupts into a full-blown war. I have no interest in bookish scholars. Our ambitions simply don't align. And I have no interest in merchants' daughters. Their temperaments leave much to be desired. Across the table, Fan Chen, currently disguised as a scholar, and Mengya, currently disguised as a merchant's daughter, both swallow their guilt and seal their lips shut. Yu Sheng nearly blurts out he's no mere scholar, he's the Saint Emperor. Zhan Zhan isn't far behind, she's no merchant's daughter, she's the Demon Venerable. Before either can finish, a thunderous crack rings out. Fan Chen and Meng, ye clamp their hands over the children's mouths in an instant. Yu Sheng clutches his head, trembling. I'm a humble follower of the path of saints. Beside him, Zhan Zhan whispers, she's an unfathomably mysterious beauty. Then the girl turns to him, big brother, aren't you being a bit too dramatic? It was just a little tap from father. Yu Sheng sprawls across the table. I'm quite sensitive to pain. But inside, his thoughts scream, what do you understand? That was a fist from the Saint Emperor of Central Plains. I must have been picked up off the street. Inside the dim room, only a single candle flickers. Cold corpses litter the ground, chains groan under tension. A woman, her face twisted with hatred, hangs bound in their iron embrace. The woman's voice is hoarse with rage. Kill them. She thrusts her hands forward, screaming, I want them all dead. The corpses lie motionless. A man materializes like a specter. Sect Master, he says, if this continues, the Saint Emperor and the Demon Venerable will find us soon. The youth before him replies with icy calm, then let them come. I very much look forward to the day we meet. Scene change back at Fan Chen's dinner table. Mengya chuckles softly behind her hand. Our children are still so young. Why the rush? She holds up a peeled shrimp toward him. As for the future, our daughter may fancy whomever she pleases. She gazes at Zhan Zhan with adoration. So long as she herself is happy. Zhan Zhan accepts the shrimp with delight. I knew it, mother is the best. Mengya gently peels another shrimp. Naturally. Fan Chen holds up a shrimp and speaks without even glancing at which child. Yu Sheng's eyes light up as he calls out excitedly, Father. But alas, Fan Chen deposits the shrimp into Zhan Zhan's mouth. In the future, I fear suitors will be lining up from our doorstep, all the way to the main street. The girl beams innocently. Father is right. Yu Sheng watches this unfold, his heart aching. Indeed, I was just picked up off the street. I was definitely just picked up. Yan Dai materializes out of thin air. Looks like I made it back just in time for lunch. Kong Jun also appears, stepping through the door. Been away for several days, I've truly missed Mister's cooking. The two of them collide right at the threshold. Yan Dai furrows her brow. Zhu Kongjun, I am a woman, can you not yield just a little? The other doesn't back down, oh my. What kind of ordinary woman has strength like yours? Hearing this, Yan Dai seizes his collar in fury. What exactly are you implying? Kong Jun averts his gaze, replying flatly, oh, exactly what you think it means. The next second, they lunge at each other. I'll have your life. Feel free to try. Yu Sheng and Zhan Zhan watch helplessly. Here we go again. Suddenly, both Fan Chen and Meng Yi clear their throats in unison, a silent warning. Yan Dai and Kong Jun freeze on the spot for several seconds. Then they rise, their faces carved from ice, and calmly dust off their clothes. Meng Yi speaks with a composed expression. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Kong Jun, stubborn as ever, retorts, that's my line. Meng Yi glances at him coolly. Senior Zhu, please sit. Kong Jun clasps his hands and bows. Madam is too kind. Fan Chen chimes in on his side. Senior me, please sit. Yan Dai responds graciously. Mr. is too kind. Fan Chen tilts his head slightly, speaking with hidden meaning. Senior me possesses great ambitions, yet she willingly chose to remain at my wife's side as an ordinary handmaiden, safeguarding her well-being. This one is truly grateful. Yan Dai replies with a radiant smile. Madam saved my life in the first place. A life debt no amount of repayment is excessive. Besides, it is merely 30 years of service as a handmaiden. Hearing this, Meng Yi turns to Fan Chen. Husband, didn't you yourself save Senior Kong? He willingly stayed by your side as a retainer for 30 years, even delaying his own cultivation for our sake. I hold him in the deepest respect and gratitude. Kong Jun waves his hand with a humble sniff. Madam jests. I am merely an ordinary spirit cultivator never destined for greatness. There is nothing being delayed. Meng Yi nearly spits out her food. She picks up a napkin to dab her lips, recalling Kong Jun's earlier words. Me Yangxing, if you dare tell Madam that I am one of the 4 divine generals of the Saint Realm, I will truly have to take drastic measures. Yan Dai glances at him, a silent, razor-sharp exchange. Likewise, if you dare tell Mister that I am one of the 4 demon generals of Tianmen, I'll kill you right here. Zhan Zhan turns to Yu Sheng. What is Yan Dai whispering about with Uncle Kong? Yu Sheng ignores it. The chicken today tastes a bit bland. Fan Chen suddenly speaks up to diffuse the tension. I must confess something rather embarrassing I always assumed. That demonic cultivators from the northern frontier were fierce and cruel. But after spending time with Senior me, I've realized just how narrow-minded I was. Meng Yi coughs lightly to signal a warning. Yan Dai turns, is Madam feeling unwell? Meng Yi closes her eyes. It's nothing, just a slight tickle in my throat. Yan Dai suddenly gets an idea, her face lighting up. Mr. jests. The rumors out there can hardly be taken as truth. Among us demonic cultivators, most are actually decent folk. Meng Yi calmly lifts her teacup. Yan Dai continues with fervor, especially the Buyu Demon Venerable. She is truly a rare woman of our era. Beautiful, courageous, brilliant, she is the idol of every female demonic cultivator. Hearing this, Fan Chen's expression freezes. Really? I don't feel that way at all. Fan Chen turns to gaze at Meng Yi with tender eyes. In my heart, there is no woman greater than my wife. Meng Yi gives him a teasing look. Silver-tongued flatterer. He firmly stomps on Kong Jun's foot under the table, a silent command. Kong Jun takes the hint without hesitation. That demon venerable, however admirable, how could she possibly compare to our Central Plains Saint Emperor? He looks at Fan Chen and heaps praise without restraint. Of imposing stature, standing tall between heaven and earth. A heart that embraces all under heaven, untouched by fame or fortune. In this world, one would be hard-pressed to find a finer man. Meng Yi lets out a soft sigh. Fan Chen immediately notices. Wife, don't you care for the Saint Emperor? Meng Yi answers without hesitation. Of course not. That Saint Emperor, however great he may be, what does he have to do with me? Her next words leave him wide-eyed. In my eyes, there is only my husband. Fan Chen carefully presses his lips to the back of her hand. To have won your heart, my wife, it truly must be the accumulated fortune of several lifetimes of cultivation. Meng Yi shyly reminds him, everyone is right here, you know. Yan Dai suddenly speaks up, I haven't seen a single thing. Kong Jun echoes coolly, neither have I. Now hurry up and eat. Kong Jun clears his throat awkwardly a few times. The fish today is rather good, isn't it? Yan Dai lets out a long, drawn-out sigh. Kong Jun, no better off, turns away with an expression of utter exasperation. Zhan Zhan watches Yan Dai and thinks Yan Dai failed again. Looks like that move of praising the Demon Venerable didn't work either. Yu Sheng grips his rice cake, anxiety burning in his chest. Uncle Kong failed again? Are those the only phrases you know? Next time, please try switching up the idioms. Scene change, the private chambers of the Buyu Demon Venerable. Yan Dai slumps onto the ground. Sect Master Sis, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. Mengya looks at her coldly and asks, wrong about what? Yan Dai pouts in reply. I still haven't managed to make Sir form a good impression of the Buyu Demon Venerable identity. Next time I'll definitely pull it off. Jan Jan chimes in from outside, sounding utterly exasperated. Forget it, Yan Dai. I've heard that line 999 times already. Seeing this, Yan Dai scrambles for an excuse. Little Zhan, you can't pin this on me. Sir is a man of Zhangzhou, naturally has no fondness for demon cultivators from Beijiang. I think this one really needs to be handled by the sect master herself, winning him over completely with her heart and her body. Before she could finish, Mengya raps her on the head. Shut up and get to the point. Did you manage to capture anyone from Xianling sect? In the next instant, Yan Dai snaps to attention and focuses on the critical intelligence. The sect master of Xianling sect, Zai Liuaji, has fled straight into Demon Lotus sect's territory. The strange thing is, our people lost track of him the moment he entered the city. Mengya furrows her brow slightly. You mean the Demon Lotus sect is sheltering him, or do they not know either? Mengya speaks with deadly seriousness, bringing up a mysterious man who cannot yet be identified. The Demon Lotus sect has never been close to any faction, yet recently they've been secretly contacting numerous partisans among them. The Blood Slaughter Purgatory, who have always been at odds with us. I fear a grand conspiracy is at play. Suddenly, Mengya's expression shifts. It seems certain people truly believe I've gone soft and can't wait to take my place. Tomorrow, we set out for the northern frontier. The following morning, the sun climbs high overhead. Several footsteps appear below. Fan Chen walks ahead and speaks. You said the matter with Xianling sect has hidden truths. Kongjun follows close behind and answers, yes, I originally assumed the demon cultivators were seizing the opportunity to cause trouble for our Zhangzhou. But on this outing, I happened to learn something unexpected. As their voices echo through the morning air, Xianling sect has been secretly slaughtering countless citizens of the northern frontier. The vast majority are young women, and the manner of their deaths is unspeakably horrific. One can only imagine the torment they endured while alive. Kongjun's face is grim. It seems the Buyu Demon Venerable was truly carrying out heaven's justice this time. After hearing this, Fan Chen hesitates slightly. It's not that simple. Xianling sect has always been close to the Saint Realm. Do you truly think this matter has no connection to us? Kongjun's face freezes behind him. You mean we set out for the Saint Realm tomorrow? Kongjun says with alarm, Sect Master, haven't you perhaps forgotten something? Fan Chen turns back, bewildered. Forgotten what? In the next instant, Kongjun rattles off every single thing. At noon today, you promised Madam that tomorrow you'd make her braised pork. The day after you'd paint her portrait. And the day after that, you'd take her up the mountain to bathe in the hot springs. Fan Chen's face goes blank. He panics. What do I do? What excuse could I possibly come up with that's actually convincing? Kongjun replies helplessly. I wouldn't know. Please don't burden an aging bachelor with such troubles. Fan Chen's face crumbles. Do you think she'll be so furious she ignores me for days and nights on end, maybe even bar me from the bedroom? Kongjun pats his shoulder knowingly. Guaranteed. The night sky brims with stars. Mengya lets her hair cascade down before the mirror. A voice sounds from behind. Wife. Fan Chen wraps his arms around her. I have something to tell you, wife. They press their cheeks together. Mengya speaks softly, perfect timing. I also have something to tell you, husband. Fan Chen glances at her quickly. A heartbeat later, he speaks. I know what you want to say, wife. He kneels and continues. Do you still remember what Senior Me said during the day? Did you secretly compare yourself to that Demon Venerable? Mengya falls silent, her thoughts racing. This is yet another opportunity. It wouldn't hurt to use this chance to understand his true feelings. Mengya props her head on her hand and tilts to the side. I hear that Demon Venerable is extraordinarily beautiful. Every man who has ever met her has been utterly captivated. Fan Chen gives her a look. Wife, do you have any idea how many men steal glances at you every time we step outside? It leaves me on edge, terrified that one day you'll tire of me and be swept away by someone else. He consoles her with utmost care. That is why you should have more confidence in yourself. My wife loses to no one. Mengya probes him further. You haven't even seen that Demon Venerable. How can you be so certain? Fan Chen answers without missing a beat. No need to meet her. even if she were the most beautiful woman under heaven. In my heart, she would forever fall a measure short of my wife. Mengya's voice turns cold as steel. What if I were the Buyu Demon Venerable of the northern frontier? She gazes at him and continues. If that were the case, would you perhaps be even happier? Fan Chen chuckles softly. Wife, you've really learned to joke lately, but I believe that's impossible. Mengyi asks in surprise, why would you say that? He proceeds to explain. The world knows the Buyu Demon Venerable wears crimson robes and snow-white hair, hiding and enduring for 400 years, bearing suffering beyond what mortals can fathom. Only when she cultivates to the pinnacle of power does she return to the northern frontier to exact her vengeance, seizing the title of Heavenly Gate Demon Venerable. He continues speaking, oblivious to the shift in her expression. A woman like that, in my eyes, is far too ruthless. In her daily life, she must surely have a fierce temper. But my wife is gentle, tender, and beloved by all. How could she possibly be the same person? Mengya rises and walks away in frigid silence. Fan Chen calls after her, wife. Mengya's demeanor shifts dramatically. So what you're telling me is that you despise fierce women. If one day I turn fierce on you, you'd divorce me on the spot. Fan Chen breaks into a cold sweat, guilt gnawing at him. He blurts out, wife, you misunderstand. If it's you, naturally you can be as fierce as you please. Mengya remains cold as ice. Then why would you say such things? As a fellow woman, even I'm moved by her story. If she weren't like that, how could she have survived surrounded by wolves? Fan Chen still doesn't grasp what he said wrong, but appeasing his wife is pure instinct. I was wrong. Actually, I lied just now. He pulls her tightly into his arms. It's just that I feel a figure of that magnitudeth Buyu Demon Venerable would absolutely never be willing to marry an utterly unremarkable ordinary scholar like me. Mengya's expression softens slightly. She pushes him away with a frown. I won't allow my husband to speak of himself that way. In my eyes, you are the finest man in the world. Fan Chen replies tenderly, I know you love me, wife. His arms slip around her waist. He scoops her up lightly. For those words alone, tonight I shall spare no effort to satisfy my wife. His voice drops, husky with suggestion. The spring night is precious, wife. Let us not waste a single moment. Their eyes meet. I've always said certain parts of you are nothing like an ordinary scholar at all. Mengya looks at him with an expression full of surprise. For all you know, I am that very Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou, hiding my identity solely to remain by my wife's side. Hearing this, she furrows her brows. Fan Chen leans in close. Well, wife, don't you like the idea? Mengyi answers coolly, not particularly. She begins to recount. I hear that back then, the Saint Emperor gravely wounded a great demon lord and grew arrogant from his achievements. Moreover, blessed with dashing good looks, he had countless beauties doting on him. The next words slash at his heart like a blade. Blessed with dashing looks, and surrounded by countless romantic companionship, could he possibly compare to my husband? Fan Chen asks hastily, where did you hear all this, wife? These rumors are completely false. Mengya reaches up to his neck and pulls him down. So what? You want to discuss another man with your own wife at a time like this? Fan Chen is caught completely off guard and stammers. Mengya leans in close and whispers, if you still don't know your place, tonight you can go sleep with our son. Fan Chen surrenders at once. This husband admits his fault. Wife, you absolutely must not cast me out. Mengya replies lightly, then promise me you'll never pull this again. In the darkness of night, Fan Chen's voice rings out in full surrender. Very well, I promise you. The night deepens, yet the dining table remains as it was. Kongjun and Yan Dai sit at opposite ends of the table in silence, neither daring to look at the other. The master has already told his wife. My guess is he'll be thrown out before long. The sect master has already spoken with Sir. I reckon right now she's fretting over how to spin an even more perfect lie. Both finish their thoughts and shake their heads in shared exasperation. Master, you poor soul. As if operating on the same wavelength, the two turn to look at each other. Kongjun opens his mouth. That's right. 20 years ago, your demon venerable secretly married a mortal husband. How's that working out now? Yan Dai silently brings a morsel of food to her lips. Don't think you can sway me. When your saint emperor was gravely wounded, didn't he also secretly marry a mortal wife? How's that going? Kongjun turns away, unable to answer. Yan Dai's no different. Same goes for me. Kongjun mumbles under his breath. But when you think about it, the other halves of both our masters are mere mortals. Yan Dai is the same in that regard. They are remarkably in sync on this. Is it a supreme realm thing? She reaches for another bite and says, a cultivator pairing with a mortal is fraught with layer upon layer of obstacles. Apart from our saint emperor, ordinary people can rarely make it last. If you ever get the chance, You should remind that demon venerable of yours. Kongjun extends his chopsticks for another piece. In a flash, only a single morsel remains on the plate. Rest assured, sect master's husband is a spitting image of Mr. An absolutely wonderful man. You have no idea how blissful they must be. He eats as he talks. A spitting image of Mr. Absolutely impossible. Then he thinks to himself, in all of heaven and earth, there's only one Zhangzhou Saint Emperor. How could any mortal man compare? Yan Dai lets out a cold snort. You should worry about your own Saint Emperor first. That he'd lower himself to a mortal woman who knows, if it's merely a passing fancy. Hearing this, Kongjun springs to his feet and slams his chopsticks down on the table. What do you know? That mortal woman is a spitting image of Madame herself. You have no idea how loving they are. The other side is no less fierce, instantly firing back, a spitting image of Madame. What a beautiful dream, I don't buy it for a second. Then she thinks to herself, in all of heaven and earth, there's only one northern frontier demon venerable like that. How could any mortal woman compare? The very next second, the two are locked in a battle over the last piece. Four eyes meet in a deadlock. Yan Dai hisses through gritted teeth, let go. This dumpling is mine. Kongjun, you're being unreasonable. We should it matter who reached first? He frowns at his opponent. Yan Dai stares back with razor-sharp eyes. Neither yields. In the end, they unleash their most shameless chopstick-grabbing techniques. They squabble like children fighting over the last morsel. The food flies into the air. Yan Dai lunges for it. Suddenly, it changes trajectory, plummeting straight toward the rolling peaks of Yan Dai's figure. The two freeze, silently watching the piece descend. Kongjun's hand flashes out and snatches it from that precarious position. He says with utter nonchalance, letting out a cold snort, I win. Yan Dai's fury erupts. Zhu Kongjun, she roars like a tigress. This old lady wants your life. Kongjun hastily backpedals. It wasn't me. The chopsticks struck first. Over on his side, Fan Chen hears the whole thing and nearly chokes. How in the world does our Saint Realm have such a brainless divine general? When we get back, I'm sending him to sweep the corners of the palace. Mengya can't help but curse inwardly. How does our heavenly gate have such a brainless demon general? When we get back, I'm sending her to scrub laundry. Then the two of them sigh in unison and pull the blankets up over themselves. The scene shifts to the next morning. Everyone gathers around the dining table. Kongjun and Yu Sheng both stare at Fan Chen with strange, knowing looks. He holds his chopsticks midair and realizes. He clears his throat and calls out, wife. Mengya sets her bowl down. She speaks in a gentle voice. Husband, some prominent figures in the business world are organizing a gathering. I'd like to bring Zhan along to see a bit of the world. I'll probably have to leave this afternoon. She leans close and continues softly. Those things I promised you before, can we do them when I come back? Fan Chen breaks into a cold sweat. Really? What a coincidence. I was just about to take our son to pay respects to several elder masters who rarely descend from their mountains. We're also leaving this afternoon. Mengya gazes at him tenderly. Then don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I can. This way, by the time you and our son return home, we'll be right there waiting for you. I don't want to be apart from you for too long either. I'll definitely make every effort to come back even sooner. Her eyes brim with guilt. She thinks, husband, I'm sorry. Once again, I'm deceiving you. Fan Chen looks at her and thinks, wife, when the time is right, I will tell you everything without hiding a single thing. On the other side, Yan Dai holds her spoon in her mouth, a strange unease welling up inside her. What is this bizarre feeling? Why is it that every time the sect master cooks up a random excuse, Mr. just happens to match it perfectly? Do they have to flaunt their affection like this? Kongjun watches them in silence. This really is a coincidence. Though he's heard that merchant gatherings are indeed quite common this time, the sect master truly dodged a tribulation. The two children exchange a glance. Yu Sheng speaks up, little sister. You must follow mother diligently and learn the ways of trade and commerce. Zhan chimes in, big brother. You must also follow father and study poetry and prose earnestly. Yu Sheng glances away. Poor little sister, you'd never dream in a million years that I have to return to the Saint Realm to serve as the Saint's son. Zhan's face is full of hidden meaning. Poor big brother, you'd never dream in a million years that I have to return to the heavenly gate to serve as the Saint daughter. The scene shifts to an unknown location. A slender hand lifts a medicine bottle into view. Mengya stands silently on the steps, her gaze fixed on the bottle in her hand. Suddenly, Zhan speaks up. What is mother looking at? Yan Dai replies. It's the purple crane immortal pill mister specifically sought it out for the sect master herself. Zhan approaches with innocent eyes and asks, this kind of ordinary second-grade pill surely has no effect on mother, right? Yan Dai closes her eyes proudly. You don't understand. Mister's devoted heart compared to any miraculous elixir is far more precious. It's the sect master's most treasured possession. Menya suddenly speaks up, one more word and I'll seal your mouth shut. Since raising her voice doesn't work, she switches to a whisper. The moment Mister is gone, the sect master turns fierce. Jan replies, of course. Mother can only be gentle with me and father. Menya continues with gravity. When we return, continue investigating the Zionling sect matter. If there truly are connections between the Saint Realm and the blood slaughter purgatory, I won't let a single one go. Yandai sighs, I've suddenly started pitying certain people, especially that Zhangzhou Saint Emperor. Jan nods in agreement, indeed. He must be cursed with terrible luck. Suddenly a sneeze echoes from somewhere far away. The scene shifts to Fan Chen's group. Standing atop the clouds, he lightly wipes his nose after the sneeze. Yu Sheng speaks up, Father, someone's cursing you again. Kongjun beside him interjects, daring to curse the sect master. What brazen nerve! He rubs his forehead helplessly and sighs. Why are the two people beside me such fools? If only Madame were Harris surely couldn't bear it and would comfort me. In Fengqi City, atop a massive towering fortress, a person vigorously strikes a great bell. A foot quietly appears. The assembled crowd bows low. Mengye appears, cold and imperious. Immortals fly toward the city in droves. Mengye sweeps them with an indifferent glance. Everyone drops to their knees, lining both sides of the road in perfect deference. Jan speaks, Yandai, I still can't quite get used to mother like this. Yandai replies, from head to toe, there isn't a single trace of warmth, as if she'll never know how to smile. Nothing in this world is worth smiling about. She furrows her brow and continues, the throne of Demon Venerable is not easy to sit upon. Today, with the four directions paying tribute, how many pairs of eyes are watching? If your mother didn't carry this kind of imposing majesty, how could she suppress all those filthy, furtive schemers lurking in the shadows? Jan's heart sinks a little. If father knew, his heart would surely ache. A man in green robes appears, trembling as he speaks. We welcome the Demon Venerable back to the heavenly gate. The Demon Venerable has endured great hardship on this journey. Mengye's ice-cold gaze lands on him. His words trigger a memory of Fan Chen's voice. A woman like the Buyu Demon Venerable is far too fierce in my eyes. On ordinary days, she must be hot-tempered and violent. Her face darkens. Suddenly, she extends her hand toward the green-robed man. He's so terrified, he can only dare to peek at her face fierce enough to freeze blood. How long have you been waiting here? Are your legs tired from standing? The man goes completely numb. Yandai and Jan watch from the side, jaws practically on the floor. The crowd witnesses it all, yet not a single person dares make a sound. The green-robed man drops to his knees in haste. He trembles like a leaf in a storm. Demon Venerable, please quell your anger. I am not tired. Waiting here for the Demon Venerable is both my duty and my greatest blessing. I could never tire of it. Mengye stares at him in silence. She lowers her voice, disappear at once. The man bolts without looking back. Yes, Demon Venerable, you are truly benevolent. The crowd breathes a collective sigh of relief. Jan asks blankly, Yandai, what was that just now? Yandai replies, I'd wager it's some new method of managing subordinates. Two voices ring out simultaneously. I don't think that's right. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Mengye's expression is far from pleased. She furrows her brow, her thoughts churning how embarrassing. Why on earth am I remembering that man's ridiculous words? Elsewhere at the desk, Mengye sits with her chin propped on her hand, picking up a report. Speak. The search for Onla has yet to yield results. The Demon Lotus sect is actively cooperating, but there's been nothing to show for it. She turns to the other person. What does your excellency make of this? The head of the heavenly gate, General Simak Ka, sits in a chair draped in bare fur. He replies coldly, whether it's incompetence or secret collusion, once we find the person in question, the truth will reveal itself. Her emotionless gaze shifts to the report. The Zionling sect was recently found to have ties to the Saint Realm. Do you believe all of this could have been deliberately orchestrated by that Saint Emperor? Maka cradles his sword and replies flatly, Your Excellency overthinks it. That one is leagues beyond your strength. There's no need for him to scheme against you in such a manner. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. That Saint Emperor certainly wouldn't stoop to playing such petty games in the shadows. But what if he's calculating everything right out in the open? The surrounding people whip their heads around. Maka's eyes narrow with instant alertness. Mengye turns toward the voice. You, who are you? By what right do you speak without leave? The young man standing before her cups his fists and declares, This humble one is an envoy of the blood slaughter purgatory. He bows with clasped hands. Having learned that the Demon Venerable has returned, we have come specially to welcome you. There is a matter of great import to discuss. Mengye hears this and furrows her brow slightly. So they are from the blood slaughter purgatory. Speak, what did your earlier words mean? The envoy speaks with veiled intent. 1,000 years ago, because of the previous Demon Venerable's unforgivable blunders, our northern frontier became the mortal enemy of the southern domain. She gazes down at him from the high seat and says, even though this seat has now passed to you, the karma remains. The grudges of old will not simply vanish. He suddenly drops to his knees and declares loudly, the Saint Emperor of Jiangsu merely bides his time. Sooner or later, he will unite the other domain lords to wage war upon our northern frontier. His voice, brimming with killing intent, echoes through the hall. Therefore, the current peace and prosperity is nothing but a facade. In truth, our northern frontier has long been beset on all sides. We are in mortal peril. Mengye hears this and pays it no mind. Then let me strike at Jiangsu first. I've been itching for war anyway. Do they really think I fear that Saint Emperor? Ma Qi interjects, urging caution. I beg your excellency to remain calm. He could kill you within 10 moves. Pitting an egg against a rock is not the way of the wise. The Purgatory Envoy's words are deliberately designed to sow discord. Originally, your excellency and the Saint Emperor were a match made in heaven. Had you joined in marriage, these grudges would have naturally dissolved into nothing. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, you secretly wed another. That mysterious husband of yours and this little saint daughter of yours have become the very weaknesses you've laid bare before the Saint Emperor. Jan speaks up. Yan Dai, the way this person talks it makes me deeply uncomfortable. Yan Dai snorts coldly. Not a single soul in the blood slaughter purgatory is any good. Who knows what they're scheming this time? Mengye is at a loss for words. She frowns. Are you changing the subject? Fan Chen, seated beside Mengye, suddenly speaks up. What has my wife staring so intently? She props her chin on her hand, looks at him, and replies, there's a popular story going around lately. It tells of an emperor provoked by an outsider's words, who, in his uncontrollable rage, wanted to punish his empress. Fan Chen replies gently, then this emperor is truly unworthy of his throne. How would you explain it, my dear? He glances at her and speaks with all the knowledge at his disposal. Any sovereign, no matter how lofty, can never escape the conjectures and calculations of those beneath them. If one reveals their true emotions every time they are provoked, they will ultimately be led around by the nose. Mengye immediately poses the question, then, in my husband's view, what should such a ruler do? Under the dim candlelight, Fan Chen's voice rings out, carrying an effortless composure and an air of nonchalance. If the other party harbors ill intentions, they will inevitably reveal their own foxtails. This is the true Tao of kingship. As if she has found a weakness to exploit, Mengye leans forward and asks, the Tao of kingship, how is it that my husband speaks of it as though he has such extensive experience? Hearing this, he quickly deflects. Has my wife forgotten? I am but a humble scholar. After reading so many books over the years, I naturally know a thing or two about statecraft. Mengye's expression remains unchanged. Fair enough, but what my husband says does make sense. I will take it to heart. Fan Chen presses further. Why does my wife need to remember such things? Surely trade and commerce have no need for the Tao of kingship. She replies with hidden meaning, better to prepare for danger before it arrives. Back to reality, Mengye stares at the envoy. The face of the blood slaughter purgatory envoy stiffens. Only then does Mengye speak. Your reminder is quite right. So, in your opinion, what should I do? The envoy cups his fists and offers counsel. This humble one believes you should immediately bring your husband into the northern frontier. Only then can his safety be guaranteed. Mengye lowers her gaze. And if I do not agree, the envoy beams. Then you should immediately unite and expand the forces of our northern frontier. Only then will we possess the standing to wage war against Jiangsu. Mengye deliberately probes. It seems you already have a plan. Hearing this, the man replies, I dare not conceal it. Those present exchange opinions. Over the past few years, the Demon Lotus sect has always maintained neutrality. Yet not long ago, they agreed to pledge allegiance to our blood slaughter purgatory. In the past, the Demon Venerable had invited them numerous times, but the Demon Lotus sect never responded. How did they end up submitting to the blood slaughter purgatory now? How is this called expanding the northern frontier's forces? It is clearly the blood slaughter purgatory, expanding its own influence. Upon hearing this, Mengye furrows her brow. Is this true? The man enthusiastically answers, of course. A woman's silhouette appears. The envoy offers counsel. As for the sect master of the Xianling sect, Ying Liuji, who is currently in hiding, since we have our eyes on her. She can be captured very soon. Mengya responds coolly, that would be excellent. Hearing the answer, the envoy smiles with satisfaction. This is merely a matter of duty. I dare not claim credit. However, recruiting the Demon Lotus sect was for the sake of expansion. What is more important is forming a true alliance. A voice suddenly interjects. Yan Yu, bearing the title Beyond the Mortal Shore, arrives. Mengya speaks up. Zhan, the hall is rather dull. Go to Yunshui Pavilion and chat with Yu Yu. Zhan obediently complies, then the girl departs. Her eyes are full of vigilance. Zhan turns back, thinking how strange. Why does it feel like someone was watching me just now? Forget it, it must have been my imagination. Scene change. Yunshui Pavilion. Zhan slumps across the table and heaves a sigh. At least she's gotten out. Don't you know how suffocating the atmosphere in the ancestral soul hall was? Yu Yu, holding a pastry, replies, what were they discussing in there? That is the little saint, daughter beyond the mortal shore. Yu Yu. Zhan sprawls out and recounts, our northern frontier has made enemies on every side. It's utterly dire, and yet they had the nerve to say that if Mother had married the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou, everything would have been easily resolved. What a load of nonsense. Yu Yu narrows her eyes and replies, marrying the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou? What kind of absurd notion is that? Absolutely impossible. Zhan lifts her head. Because of the enmity between our northern frontier and Zhangzhou? At this, Yu Yu says it's not just that. The next words seize the girl's full attention. Meng Yi and that Saint Emperor have a personal grudge. 400 years ago, the Saint Realm. Mengya stands before a massive gate, her face streaked with grime. She holds out a blood-stained book and says, help me deliver this to the Saint Emperor. Tell him that Buyu of Menghai Pavilion willingly submits and begs for his protection. The pink-haired youth lowers his head and replies, Miss Meng, please wait a moment. Then he departs, leaving only her solitary figure standing there. Mengya stands there until nightfall, her face full of disappointment. A group of people appears ahead, shouting war cries, flanking her from both sides. Don't let her escape. Mengya quickly glances behind her. Armed men with blades and swords rush toward her. The gates of the Saint Realm slowly open. Mengya is on full alert. A figure emerges, trailed by a host of followers. They encircle her in a dishonorable, overwhelming mob. Mengya narrows her eyes at the figure. What is the meaning of this? The man simply stands there in silence. After a moment, Tang Linfu regards her with contempt. Why, to see Miss Meng off on her final journey, of course. Mengya's brows knot in fury. I have already made clear my wish to seek refuge with the Saint Realm. Why do you still want to kill me? He immediately drops all pretense. Menghai Pavilion now has only you, yet the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable still holds all of northern frontier in his grip. For the greater good, where our true allegiance lies should be crystal clear, shouldn't it? Hearing this, she lunges forward in fury. Where is the Saint Emperor? I want to see him. I want to hear it from his own mouth. Tang Linfu viciously hurls the book to the ground. The Saint Emperor is burdened with 1,000 affairs a day. Trivial matters like this are for me to handle, but he did personally issue one decreto, leave your corpse whole. The moment his words end, the book strikes the ground. Miss Meng, Zyro Zynian sees you off, on your way. Zhan slams her hand on the table upon hearing this. The girl shouts furiously, how despicable, that Saint Emperor is truly no good. Yu Yu says with a weary expression, indeed. If not for that, Mengya truly could have married the Saint Emperor. After all, judging by outward conditions alone, the two of them were a once-in-a-million perfect match. The girl continues, then you'd be absolutely incredible with a Demon Venerable for a mother and the Saint Emperor for a father. You could swagger through all 5 domains every day. Zhan closes her eyes and declares confidently, no need. I can already swagger through them now. Then she asks, also, can you even imagine that bastard Saint Emperor turning into a henpecked husband? The girl pictures a strange man, wielding a cleaver over 1 meter long. I want to make fish soup for my wife. Don't move, let me smoothly destroy your divine soul first, then I'll butcher you. After imagining this, the girl shudders, feeling truly nauseated. Then a suspicion rises in her mind, what if father became the Saint Emperor? Then she thinks of Fan Chen's stern-faced today's punishment is to copy Tang Dynasty poems 300 times. The thought alone makes her hug herself and shake her head. No, absolutely not. The girl falls into deep thought. But if father is the Saint Emperor, then could I marry Bu Zudao after all? A faint smile graces her lips. After all, he is different from the Ristat true knight and a genuine hero. Yu stares at her blankly. Zhan, why are you still standing there? Hearing this, she hastily scrambles for an excuse. And nothing at all. I was just thinking that no one in this world suits mother better than father. That Saint Emperor isn't worthy. Yu Yu closes her eyes and says flatly, perhaps so. Jan Jan studies her strange expression. What's with that look? Yu Yu hugs the book to her chest. I just feel that a woman as fine as Meng Yui would she even seek out a man. The girl goes on to explain that, although people of different genders can be forced together, in the end they can never experience the sweetest and most stirring love this world has to offer. What a pity, what a pity. Jan Jan is helpless once again. Suddenly a hand lands on the girl's shoulder. I disagree with those words. Guha leans close to her ear and continues. The pleasures between a man and a woman, once you've tasted them, you'll know just how exquisite they are. The girl reacts instantly. She raises her hand to strike, but he catches her wrist. Jan Jan screams, let go of me. Guha grins lecherously. For the little saint daughter to take the initiative and get close, I'm delighted. Why would I let go? Suddenly, a pillar of light erupts. Guha's eyes dart toward Ith is blasted backward in an instant, fan in hand, sneering wickedly. The next second he dodges another strike as Yu Yu lunges at him. Jan Jan demands, who the hell is this pervert? The man gracefully retreats a step. Yu Yu eyes him coldly. Guha, the little bastard of blood slaughter purgatory. He takes pleasure in imprisoning and tormenting women, and openly declares them all to be his playthings. Guha sneers. You still dare utter those 3 words? He raises his hand, ready to reveal his true form. I'll lock you inside my blood pagoda to make you part of my collection. He conjures forth countless, horrifying skeletal figures that charge straight at the 2 children. Yu Yu roars furiously, dream on. She launches a counterattack. Her strike slams squarely into Guha's chest. The blow forces him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yu Yu speaks up. Lion Guha, how did you become so weak? He clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony. Guha shifts his gaze toward Jan Jan. My dear wife, are you just going to watch your husband get beaten like this? Jan Jan furrows her brow, her expression unchanged. Who are you calling that? Guha steps back. You, of course. He closes his eyes with utter confidence. This time, Blood Slaughter Purgatory has come to Tianmen specifically for a marriage proposal. Jan Jan shouts, in your dreams, Mother will never agree. Guha lets out a curious oh. Then why do you think I'm standing here? Jan Jan freezes at those words. With that, he strides toward her. Your mother may be the northern frontier's Demon Venerable now, but her foundation is far too shallow. She has held power for several centuries, yet 4 of the 6 great demon sects still haven't fully submitted. He speaks as he walks. Now that Blood Slaughter Purgatory extends its hand in goodwill, how could she possibly refuse such a golden opportunity? Guha continues mechanically. If she doesn't rally more forces now, what will she rely on in the future to resist the other 5 realms when they come knocking? He flicks his fan toward Jan Jan. Surely not that good-for-nothing mortal father of yours. On one hand, the safety of the northern frontier. On the other, a daughter's marriage. In the end, which ways Heversh will think it through clearly. Yu stands to the side, seething with rage. Shut your mouth. Bastard. Guha, take one more step, and I'll sever both your legs right now. Guha's voice drips with hidden meaning. Is that so? Very well then. I'll have to trouble my future wife after all. He blazes past Yu Yu. Here I come. He surges forward, seizing Jan Jan's body. Jan Jan screams in fury. You were faking. You were never injured. Guha grins like a true pervert. Rest assured, my dear wife, your husband's body is in perfect health. Once you're wed to me, I'll clear out all the toys in my blood pagoda and play with you alone, every single day. Jan Jan screams, you damn pervert. The ring on her finger blazes with light. She clenches her fist tight. You brought this on yourself. The next instant, the entire sky erupts in blinding radiance. Guha is blasted far away, but his face is full of mockery. He trembles as he speaks. I was careless. I didn't expect that though your cultivation base isn't high, you carry no few formidable spirit tools on your person. But I'm not Angrib cause you, and everything on you will belong to me soon enough. Jan Jan warns him with lethal calm. Say one more word, and I'll rip out your tongue and throw you to the fish. Guha silently wipes the blood from his lips. The next second he coughs up several mouthfuls of blood. Miss Meng, please don't be angry. I know my wrongs. Seeing him like this, the girl narrows her eyes. What are you pretending to be now? Suddenly Yanyi appears. Jan Jan, what do you think you're doing? She glances at Guha lying on the ground. Young Master Lion is our honored guest. How could you treat him this way? Jan Jan stares at her with bewilderment. Yanyi. Guha's lips curl into a sinister smile. Jan Jan stands dumbfounded. Yanyi replies with a hint of irritation. Stand right there, don't you move. Hearing this, the girl lowers her head. Yanyi approaches Guha. and asks if he is injured anywhere. Gu-ha feigns a cough. No, just a minor scratch, nothing more. He covers his face with false modesty. Jan is still young, please don't blame her. Once she crosses the threshold, I as her husband will do my best to educate her. Jan's heart is weighed down with 1,000 thoughts. Yanya beams after hearing Gu-ha's words. How could we dare trouble young Master Lion? Today I shall personally teach her the proper way of treating guests. This is truly. He hears this and laughs. Indeed, the Tianmen sect is as fair and upright as the legends say. He continues, truly worthy of respect. Suddenly, Yanya materializes behind him. The next second her fist crashes into him with devastating force. His face goes blank. Jan's eyes light up. With a mere flick of her hand, Yanya sends Gu-ha tumbling down several flights of stairs, where he lies sprawled and flattened. She says with effortless cool, got it yet. Jan, when dealing with scum like this, never hesitate. Skip the threats, just strike. Jan grins, got it. Noted. The girl lifts her chin and looks him dead in the eye, then delivers a profoundly earnest speech. The truth is, I never wanted to marry you. Your vile character is only the secondary reason. The most important reason I've held back until now. Gu-ha asks, bewildered, what is it? Jan says with undisguised contempt, you're too ugly. Hearing this, Gu-ha's true nature erupts. You little wretch. Jan furrows her brow. Yanya reminds the group. Come on, stop wasting words on that insolent brat. Once his servants notice, they can drag him back themselves. Jan suddenly speaks up. Yanya, he might not be able to go back. You, stick in hand, chimes in. That's not quite right. The corpse can still be transported back. Yanya deliberately asks, corpse? What corpse? She hurries over and exclaims, this brat is dead. Yu responds flatly, correct. Dead beyond saving. No one can bring him back. Yanya hears this and slaps her forehead. I was planning to find a quiet chance to deal with him. How could he be so fragile? Jan chimes in. By all accounts, isn't Lion Gu-ha supposed to be among the top fighters of the younger generation? Why did he die so easily? She then asks, Yanya, how much of your strength did you use just now? Yanya replies, 10/10. The girl nods. Well, that does explain it. Yanya grows flustered. It's my fault for not holding back. Yu cuts in. Is now really the time to discuss this? The girl narrows her eyes. If Lion Gu-ha dies at Tianmen, could blood slaughter purgatory use this as a pretext to revolt against us? Hearing this, Yanya and Jan fall into a heavy silence. Yanya reaches out, then clutches her head with a groan. Yes, blood slaughter purgatory was probably looking for an excuse to cause trouble. And now, I've handed it to them on a silver platter. Big Sister Sect Master is going to be furious. Mengya suddenly appears. Furious about what? The entire group freezes, then instinctively covers their foreheads. Yanya blurts out, it's nothing. Big Sister Sect Master must have misheard. Jan adds, that's right, Mother. Yu, standing below with a grin, says, Yanya was just telling us about the most popular opera lately. Mengyi, would you like to hear it? Why don't we all listen together? Mengyi shoves the group aside and strides forward with icy composure. Move. The group stands petrified, staring at Gu-ha. He remains motionless on the ground. She furrows her brow slightly. The next second she says, he's not dead. Everyone is stunned. Mengyi gazes at Gu-ha. It's merely a yin corpse avatar. To explain a yin corpse avatar is a proxy body created using a wisp of divine soul, fused with another person's bone and flesh. Even if the true body is 1,000 miles away, it can still be controlled remotely. Yanya clutches her chest in relief. Thank heavens. Mengyi turns to her. Don't tell me you didn't notice until just now. Yanya blurts out, of course not. In truth, I noticed long ago. I was merely using the opportunity to test Jan and Yu a little. Mengyi assigns her punishment. Copy the history of demonic cultivation 3 times. Yanya says helplessly, why has Big Sister Sect Master picked up the teacher's habit of punishing people with copying? After hearing this, she falls into deep contemplation. Mengyi turns to comfort Jan. Are you worried about Blood Slaughter Purgatory's marriage proposal? The girl shakes her head. No. Then she says, I know Mother will never let me marry such scum. But if we truly clash head-on with Blood Slaughter Purgatory, won't it breed resentment among the other demon cultivators? And it could tarnish the reputation of our heavenly gate as well. Hearing this, Mengyi ruffles the girl's head. Silly girl, what do you think Mother relied on to rise to the position of Demon Venerable? Nearby, Mi Yan speaks with absolute confidence. The Venerable couldn't care less about her infamous reputation. Her current standing in the northern frontier was carved out through her own strength, earned by blood and slaughter. Remember the great bloodbath of those years. Before she can finish, Manhua whips around with a killing glare. Try spouting one more word of nonsense in front of my daughter and see what happens. Unjust. She crease when normally, the Venerable herself says such things without a care. Then she turns back to face the girl. Jan, remember this well if mother needed to curry favor with others, just to hold the northern frontier. She would have been killed 100,000 times over already. Jan's face is filled with bewilderment. Manhua gazes into the distance. In truth, blood slaughter purgatory may not truly be seeking marriage this time. She reaches into the water and speaks. Rather, they saw that mother survived what should have killed Herthy don't believe it, and they refuse to accept it, so they're testing mother. She lifts a glob of water into her palm. Truthfully, mother has long grown accustomed to such provocations. It's nothing worth worrying over. Manhua twirls the water upon her fingertip, gazing at the lotus blooming within the droplet. But their fatal mistake is this: thee should never have used your father, and you to threaten me. A thunderclap erupts. The lake's surface trembles violently. The scene shifts to blood slaughter purgatory blood soul domain. Lion Zuhai walks coldly along the red carpet. That year, the Buyu Demon Venerable was gravely wounded while seizing the Demon Venerable's throne. That body of hers can hold out for a few hundred years at most. He smiles with hidden meaning. 20 years ago, everyone thought she had died out there. Who could have expected she'd return with a daughter in tow? He is none other than the sect master of blood slaughter purgatory, Lion Zuhai. Xiang Shen stands behind a pillar and speaks. So that is why you couldn't wait to send men out to provoke and die. Hearing this, Zuhai wheels around furiously. Indeed, unless Meng Buyu can find a cultivator of the supreme realm to perform yin-yang harmonization, her life is forfeit. Right now, she's merely clinging to the last threads of her life. So why should I fear? His voice booms across the hall. The northern frontier will ultimately belong to blood slaughter purgatory. Mengya's lotus within the water manifests, and the lotus descends upon the darkness below. Below, the crowd erupts into panic. What's happening? Wasn't the sect protecting Grand Formation activated? Even the Grand Formation can't withstand it. Demon Venerable is the power of the Buyu Demon Venerable. A bolt of lightning tears across the sky, toppling an entire hall. Over here, Guhi suddenly collapses. What happened? He clutches his throat, his face twisted in agony. Zuhai rushes in, calling his name. His eyes widen in horror. My son! The next second, he unleashes a helpless, anguished roar. Xiang Shen steps forward and speaks. It seems this Buyu Demon Venerable isn't as fragile as you claim it, not by a long shot. Her cultivation base has advanced beyond what it was hundreds of years ago. Zuhai trembles. Xiang Shen, the young master, sent you here to simply watch my son be slaughtered, didn't he? A hand silently reaches out and seizes him by the throat. Xiang Shen replies coldly. The young master only sent me to observe progress. He has no obligation to care whether your foolish son lives or dies. His gaze turns razor-sharp. You are nothing more than the young master's dog. What right do you have to question me? Zuhai grits his teeth. I apologize, I was presumptuous. As the figure vanishes, his voice lingers. A word of advice, don't think yourself clever again. Next time, the one who dies will be you. He lies on the ground in agony, hatred burning in his eyes. Meng Buyu. Then he sneers coldly. You truly think I have no way to deal with you? He staggers toward the wreckage. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for marrying that mortal scholar. He speaks like a cornered beast. Meng Buyu, I may not be able to touch you directly, but I'll turn your most precious beloved into a blood cauldron. Torture and humiliate him every single day, until he can neither live nor die. When that time comes, you'll crawl to me like a dog, begging for his release. The scene shifts to the Saint Realm Fan Chen's residence. Curses and mutterings ring out ceaselessly. Yu Sheng stands holding a stack of papers. Father, why are people cursing you every single day? Shouldn't father perhaps examine his own karmic relationships? Fan Chen furrows his brow. You don't understand. This time it's not just someone cursing mate's the kind that wants to hack me into 10,000 pieces. Yu Sheng turns and says, can't you tell the difference just by how much your nose itches? Father, you are far too talented at making enemies. Fan Chen picks up a painting of Mengye. Wife, someone wants to bully me. What should I do? I miss you. I want you to comfort me. The portrait materializes from seemingly nowhere. Yu Sheng lets out an "oh" upon seeing this. So he just wanted an excuse to gaze at mother's portrait. Then he slips out quietly. Father, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to find senior brother for a chat. He replies flatly, close the door behind you. Then he gazes at the painting and speaks softly. Wife, these past few days I've had a lingering sense of unease. I can only hope I'm overthinking things. Outside, beneath a clear sky, a voice echoes through the air. Fan Chen, I truly wish I could return to your side soon. Being the Saint Emperor is far too troublesome. The scene shifts to the void Pavilion Tang Linfu's residence. He sits in silence. He holds a glowing box in his hands. A shadowy figure appears soundlessly. The figure speaks. I hear Lion Zuhai has sent you a message, wants you to incite all of Zhangzhou against the northern frontier. Linfu snorts coldly. Fool, blood slaughter purgatory itself operates under the northern frontier's jurisdiction. Does he not fear being dragged down with it? The figure's eyes gleam. His only son was killed by Meng Buyu. That man's mind is probably consumed by nothing but vengeance. Linfu replies, indeed a fool of little use. The figure counters, so you intend to refuse? Linfu looks at him and speaks at length. Of course not. If Fan Chen and that Meng Buyu clash until both are left crippled, wouldn't the Saint Realm simply fall into my lap? Since our interests align, I wouldn't mind lending Lion Zuhai a helping hand. Consider it a favor. The figure offers a counterpoint. Attacking the northern frontier is no small matter. Fan Chen won't be so easily manipulated. Linfu replies, rest assured I have my own plan. He then smiles. This time he's brought his son back. Tell Muho, do you think is the most frightened? The figure speaks. You don't mean to say you plan to? Linfu answers, precisely. His voice carries a sinister edge. I've chosen the most suitable ally for myself. The scene shifts to the Ink Pavilion Bu Xiudao's residence. Xiudao sits atop a tree. Yu Sheng appears, raising both hands. Senior brother, I've come to keep you company, but since I'm wary of traps, I didn't dare get too close. Fan Chen's first direct disciple. Bu Xiudao adjusts his glasses slightly. Step 1, confirm no enemy traps in the vicinity. He lifts his glasses and remains silent for a long while. Step 2, confirm no enemies lying in ambush nearby. Step 3, confirm that jumping down from the rock won't result in injury. All checks complete safe. Only then does he leap down. Yu Sheng approaches. Senior brother, being this cautious every single time, isn't it a bit excessive? Xiudao replies coldly, better safe than sorry. Yu Sheng looks at him. Would someone really be discontented enough with the Saint Realm to want to harm us? It's not like we've ever done anything bad. Xiudao's chiseled face turns toward the boy. In the eyes of some, mere strength is a threat. The reason for harm isn't always hatred, it can just as easily be envy. Yu Sheng says something that floors him. Then why doesn't anyone cause trouble for father? Every day is calm and peaceful, I don't even get a chance to prove myself. Xiudao furrows his brow. I doubt there's anyone in the 5 realms foolish enough. Yu Sheng brings up Fan Chen. Though everyone knows supreme strength invites jealousy, strength so terrifying it defies comprehension is the greatest deterrent of all. Fan Chen not only shattered the boundaries of that realm, joined forces with 2 other grandmasters to slay the evil emperor and survived. Such power, such deeds in tens of millions of years, no one else has achieved them. Then Xiudao speaks. That said, it seems the Demon Venerable in the northern frontier has always been looking for trouble with the Saint Emperor. Oh right, there's also the little Saintess. 2 terrifying female demon lords, those 2. Yu Sheng says innocently. Senior brother didn't know just now I spotted a secret report in father's room. Yesterday, the northern frontier's Demon Venerable actually went and killed the young sect master of blood slaughter purgatory. Xiudao glances at him. That kind of scum should have been put down long ago. If blood slaughter purgatory were in our Zhangzhou, master would never have allowed them to flourish to this extent. Then, as if reciting mechanically, he continues. That said, the political landscape of the northern frontier is complex. The fact that the Demon Venerable has managed to stabilize things until now is already remarkable. Her reluctance to move against blood slaughter purgatory is understandable. Xiudao's expression is ice cold. If the one the Saint Emperor married were that Demon Venerable, it would be ideal. We could directly resolve more than half the friction between the 2 realms. Yu Sheng quickly objects. Absolutely not. How could those 2 female demon lords ever compare to my mother and my sister? Do you despise that Demon Venerable and the little saint daughter that much? The boy lowers his head and murmurs softly. Not really. I just don't care for them much. But I won't go out of my way to cause trouble either. Suddenly Yu Sheng raises his voice. But if they ever dare lay a hand on father, I will. Bu Xiudao hears this and asks, what will you do? Yu Sheng declares with fervor, show them what true despair feels like. Bu Xiudao shakes his head at him. Don't be ridiculous. With your meager cultivation base right now, you can't even defeat that little saint daughter. Yu Sheng retorts, says who? Master Ma even said I've improved. That was just to comfort you. Bu Xiudao pats Yu Sheng's shoulder. Junior brother, you need to work harder. Otherwise, how can Master entrust the Saint Realm to you in the future? Yu Sheng glances at him and thinks, senior brother, isn't this just another one of his tricks to dump work on me? What a great chance to offload the Saint Realm's burdens onto me. Then the boy says cheerfully, senior brother, I think father values you more. After all, you're far more capable than I am. Bu Zudao gently reminds him, don't talk nonsense. Master has already appointed you as Saint's son. Can you truly not see the deeper meaning behind it? Yu Sheng stretches lazily and responds, but whenever father is away from the Saint Realm, he entrusts you with full authority to manage everything. What do you think that means? Don't you understand? Suddenly, Bu Zudao's expression changes. Yu Sheng hurriedly speaks up. He laments, he treats me as free labor to boss around all for the sake of helping Master manage Zhangzhou and run the Saint Realm properly. He continues, every day, I sleep later than a dog and wake earlier than a rooster. Bu Zudao presses a hand to his forehead, watching the crowd bicker. I eat less than a bird, work harder than an ox. I sleep clutching my sword tight, dodging undeserved calamities raining from the sky each day, fretting over the storms of the court, guarding against assassination. He weeps as he pours out his grievances to Yu Sheng. Junior brother, as you now know, I have endured this for 100 years. 100 years? Yu Sheng forces an awkward laugh. Senior brother, you've truly suffered. Then he thinks to himself, the Saint Emperor really is inhuman. No wonder father chose to hide away and wash his hands of worldly affairs. Senior brother is trying to trick me into taking over. No, I absolutely cannot fall for this. The boy then gets an idea. Senior brother, please calm down. Father intends to marry my little sister to you. She's lovely and generous. Consider it for her sake, even you shouldn't refuse. Senior brother, I won't marry. I've decided to remain single for life. Then he falls into deep thought. Wait, if I marry Master's daughter, then for the rest of my life I'll never escape this fate of labor. But what if I act first and settle the matter by marrying someone else? His eyes suddenly light up. Oh, I'll simply find a demonic cultivator woman from the northern frontier like the daughter of the Buyu Demon Venerable. The enmity between the Saint Realm and the Heavenly Gate has festered for ages. If I marry the Demon Venerable's daughter, Master will be utterly disappointed in me, disgusted beyond measure, and might even expel me from the sect. Then I'll be truly free, no longer burdened by the Saint Realm's affairs. Yu Sheng watches his strange behavior. Senior brother? Suddenly, Bu Zudao turns and strides away. Junior brother, I have a very urgent matter to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Yu Sheng stands frozen. He calls out helplessly, Senior brother, wait. The boy watches him leave and calls out, my sister is wonderful. Once you meet her, you'll definitely like her. Bu Zudao strides away with a cold expression. But his mind races with excitement. I need to devise a careful plan. Find an opportunity to secretly make contact with that little saint daughter. Build a rapport first. And then suddenly, a voice rings out. What matter has our dear nephew so delighted? Bu Zudao looks at the speaker. Uncle Tang. Tang Linfu says, nephew, no need for such formality this time. I've come to speak a few heartfelt words with you. Bu Zudao replies, please speak, uncle. He bows his head and listens attentively. You are the personal disciple of the Saint Emperor. For 200 years, you have always been the clear and rightful heir of the Saint Realm in our eyes. Tang Lin. Fu gazes at him meaningfully. But 20 years ago, senior brother suddenly brought back a son and appointed him Saint's son. The implication could not be more obvious. He pats the young man's shoulder. Nephew, I find this deeply unjust for you. Tang Linfu says, nephew. He looks at him and continues, I find this deeply unjust for you. Bu Zudao replies, thank you, uncle. But I harbor no resentment whatsoever. Yu Sheng is master's son. The Saint Realm passing to him is perfectly right and proper. Hearing this, Tang Linfu presses his hand down harder. He speaks, before me, nephew. There is no need to keep up this facade. I could go on at length if we speak of the two people in this Saint Realm who understand each other best. It is none other than you and I. Bu Zudao's face fills with helplessness. Uncle, I don't understand. Tang Linfu says with exasperation, you are resentful, you harbor hatred. Clearly you possess boundless ambition. Yet from beginning to end, you have suffered in obscurity, never truly valued. Tang Linfu explains, I can see all of this because your uncle was once the same way. Bu Zudao replies, no, in truth I. Tang Linfu says helplessly, and you are 100 times more outstanding than I was in those days. Born with the mandate of the saint, your cultivation of the Hao Ran righteous Qi is nearly invincible among all peers at the same realm. Your cultivation talent is extraordinary, rivaled only by Fan Chen in all of Zhangzhou's history, and far surpassing the Saint Emperors of ages past. This position of Saint Emperor should rightfully have been yours. Bu Zudao says with a pained expression, Uncle, Do you have any idea how difficult it is to be the Saint Emperor? Bu Zhudao thinks just the endless stacks of documents are enough to drive a man to madness. Tang Linfu glances at him. Of course, you also know how many people covet this position, but in the end, only one person can ever succeed. You have completely misunderstood. Then he speaks with heavy implication, but, fortunately, heaven favors our side. At this moment, Bu Zhudao's gaze turns sharp as a blade. He bows and asks his uncle for guidance. Tang Linfu grows even more emboldened, puffing up with pride. Nephew, surely you remember the great battle years ago. Fan Chen's divine soul suffered severe damage. By all rights, he should have perished long ago. Bu Zhudao replies, I don't know what secret art he discovered out there that delayed his injuries and allowed him to survive until now. His voice rings clear across the azure sky. But unless a miracle appears, his fate origin cannot be reversed. Fan Chen has at most 100 years left before his great calamity arrives. Bu Zhudao then murmurs to himself, Master has already fully recovered. Should I speak of this or not? No, Master must have his own plans. He closes his eyes and speaks, Uncle, I understand. Surely most people across the 5 regions of the world think as you do. Tang Linfu glances behind him. Indeed, because it is not only Fan Chen, there are also 2 others in the eastern lands and the western domain. When they perish, an entire era will come to an end. When that happens, the 5 regions will lack figures to suppress the situation and will inevitably descend into chaos once more. That will be our greatest opportunity. Bu Zhudao draws closer. You mean, Tang Linfu, his face creased like a monkey's, replies, once Fan Chen's fate origin is exhausted and he perishes, you and I will join forces to dispose of that little saint's son and seize control of the saint realm together. Bu Zhudao crosses his arms. But if the 5 regions have already descended into chaos by then, and we 2 vie for power, can just the 2 of us truly prevail? Tang Linfu laughs heartily. Nephew, you are far too cautious. With just the 2 of us, we can already crush the vast majority of cultivators. He raises his voice. When the time comes, we first annihilate the northern frontier, then subjugate the rest. Our saint realm shall unify all under heaven and become the true sovereign of Fusheng. Bu Zhudao's face turns cold. Then why don't you start right now? Tang Linfu blinks in bewilderment. What did you just say? Bu Zhudao states his mind. You possess such grand ambition and confidence, you bother waiting 100 years. Why bother involving me or the saint realm at all? Tang Linfu says slowly, by one's own strength to shield the myriad living beings of Fushengis, that not the quickest path to establishing an unparalleled merit. Tang Linfu shouts, Bu Zhudao, do you even know what you're saying? Bu Zhudao replies calmly to Tang Linfu, of course. Uncle, you speak of crushing the northern frontier. Perhaps this nephew should first proclaim to the world your scheme to break away from the saint realm. Tang Linfu roars. When did I ever say I wanted to leave the saint realm? Bu Zhudao says with a deadpan expression, if you don't leave the saint realm, how do you plan to unify the Fusheng continent all by yourself? Tang Linfu gnashes his teeth in fury. Bu Zhudao, very good indeed. Tang Linfu thunders, when Fan Chen's child becomes the saint emperor, I hope you can still be as carefree as you are today. Bu Zhudao says nothing. A moment later, he lets out a long sigh and produces a large pouch. Bu Zhudao reaches in and retrieves something. He brings out a small cauldron, Wansheng Mountains and Rivers Cauldron, the seal of authority over the Saint Realm, the command of Zhangzhu. A sacred relic passed down through 10,000 years. He stares at it and murmurs, if not for the fear of this artifact, Uncle would have struck at me just now, wouldn't he? But since Master has returned, why hasn't he reclaimed it yet? Then realization dawns. Could it be that Master foresaw this situation all along? Only now does the full picture click into place. So Master let me carry it not merely for self-defense, but hoping I would keep watch over Uncle, warn Uncle, and even be responsible for stopping Uncle at critical moments. Bu Zhudao buries his face against the wall and groans, I've been played again. Why can't this sort of thing be given to junior brother instead? Meanwhile, Fan Chen sits reading a book and speaks. In Tang Linfu's heart, there has always been resentment. But at least from beginning to end, it has always been in the interest of the Saint Realm. Of that, there is no doubt. He leans back in his chair and says leisurely, as long as there is no harm to the people, he will forever remain the left guardian of the Saint Realm. Bu Zhudao sighs, thinking, Uncle, I hope you do not betray the tolerance and trust Master has placed in you. Suddenly, Yu Sheng appears behind him. Senior brother, the boy pants out of breath. They're coming, so many of them. Father has arrived at Fuzhou Hall. Bu Zhudao curses helplessly in his mind. What do I do now? If junior brother finds out about this, he'll be furious. Hurry up and grow up already so you can inherit the Saint Emperor's throne. Who all is coming? Yu Sheng scratches his head. Let me think. Wenkai Lu sends Nabilu. The Heavenly Dao Fu sect sends Jai Sanren. Bu Zudao pats the boy's shoulder. Not Wenkai Lu, it's Wenkilu. Not the Heavenly Dao Fu sect, it's the Heavenly Dao Talisman sect. He continues, let me go over these factions with you one more time. Junior brother, this time you absolutely must remember. A moment later, he begins to speak. As for the lay of the land, Su Dao continues his explanation. The northern frontier has the 6 great demon sects with Heavenly Gate at the helm. Our Zhangzhou likewise has the 8 great houses, with the Saint Realm leading the charge. They all possess ancient inheritances and profound foundations. Apart from our Saint Realm, the rest, in order, are Wenzai Lu, Tiandao Talisman Sect, Riaozhai, Xingzhou Palace, 1000-Mile Painting Pavilion, and Little Wine Lodge. Yu Sheng grows bewildered and quickly interjects. Senior brother, hold on a moment, it looks like those 6 from earlier have arrived. Su Dao thinks in bewilderment. 6 houses actually showed up. What are they planning? Could they be trying to force an abdication? Scene Shifto, the front of the city. Fan Chen sits leisurely on high, surveying the crowd below. The atmosphere is dead silent. Wu Jing has his eyes closed, saying nothing. Wu Niu silently lowers his head. Han Shu wears an oversized hat that covers more than half his face. Tang Linfu casts sidelong glances at the young man in green robes, but says nothing. A woman with skin pale as porcelain merely observes her surroundings, while a gaunt, skeletal-faced figure beside her heaves a deep sigh. An immortal with eyes barely cracked surveys everything. Fan Chen continues to leisurely enjoy the book in his hands. Outside, Su Dao and Yu Sheng peek in. Yu Sheng speaks up, bewildered. Is going on in there? The meeting is in session, Su Dao responds coolly. Now, let me continue with your debating whether to launch an offensive against the northern frontier. Wu Jing, fan in hand, begins of the 5 regions under heaven. 4 are now settled. Only the northern frontier remains unstable. He smiles and continues. Naturally, we should seize the opportunity to take it. Palace Master of Xingzhou Palace Wen Wu Jing. A figure stands with arms folded, exuding an air of effortless cool. When the evil emperor descended upon the world, the living beings of the northern frontier suffered unspeakable horrors. To this day, the region only barely clings to survival. And you still want to seize the chance to attack them. That is utterly meaningless. This is none other than the swordsman of Wenzai Lu Guan Han Shu. Wu Jing responds with elegant composure. How the people of the northern frontier fare. What does that have to do with our Zhangzhou? The strong prevail, the weak perish. Only the fittest surviveth, that is the eternal law of our cultivation world. Han Shu snorts coldly, the law of the cultivation world. In my eyes, you merely wish to plunder their resources and expand your Xingzhou palace. Wu Jing flicks his fan lightly. And so what if I do? In this current era of peace and prosperity, one can naturally live out their days in tranquility. But what if, 100 years from now, the mighty fall and chaos descends upon the land once more? Outside, Yu Sheng looks ready to charge in. I heard that man wishing for my father's death. I'm going in there to have a word with him. Su Dao hastily blocks his path. Calm yourself. Don't you know the depths of our master's cunning? He will never let himself come out on the losing end. Besides, that man is the palace master of Xingzhou Palace. You simply can't beat him. He then asks, sober now. Yu Sheng lowers his gaze and replies, yes, senior brother is right, I must trust father. On Fan Chen's side, he lets out a thoughtful "oh." You're saying that 100 years from now, I might very well be done for. Hearing this, Wu Jing's face flushes red. He hastily explains, you misunderstand, your excellency. He reverses course in an instant. That is not what I meant at all. Tang Linfu suddenly steps forward. Do not blame him, senior brother. Palace Master Wen is merely overly concerned about the future of Xingzhou Palace. In truth, this junior brother also believes now is the optimal time to strike at the northern frontier. Fan Chen's gaze turns sharp and icy as he demands the reason. Tang Linfu begins his explanation. Years ago, Meng Buyu was hunted by enemies, and when she came to our Saint Realm seeking aid, she was refused. Hatred still festers deep in her heart. Now, with the northern frontier's 100 devastated sectors barely beginning to recover, the region is at its most vulnerable. She naturally has no leisure to concern herself with other matters. But once she secures her footing, she will surely lead the 6 great demon sects of the northern frontier to exact her vengeance. And then it is the common people of our Zhangzhou who will suffer. Outside, Yu Sheng asks, senior brother, Was it truly father who refused the Buyu Demon Venerable's plea for aid back then? Su Dao replies, of course not. Our master is hardly the sort to stand idly by while someone faces mortal peril. It simply happened that he was not in the saint realm at the time. He speaks with the weight of truth in his voice. It was martial Uncle Tang who took it upon himself to drive Meng Buyu away. He furrows his brow, not having expected Tang Linfu to use this very reason to persuade their master to attack the northern frontier. Yu Sheng presses further, then will father agree? Attacking the northern frontier at a time like this is far too ruthless and heartless. Su Dao glances inside and replies, I don't know. Though our master has never had any interest in invasion and plunder, in fact, he loathes it. Tang Linfu's face is the picture of utmost hypocrisy. Outside, Su Dao's voice continues, but the safety of Zhangzhou and the Saint Realm will forever hold the highest place in his heart. Fan Chen ponders for a long while. Tang Linfu, standing below, speaks up. The left deputy makes a compelling case. Why not strike while the iron is hot and formulate our plans now? Wu Jing chimes in. Xingzhou Palace cannot leave this matter to others. We will commit our full strength to seizing the north. Fan Chen speaks with icy detachment. When did I ever agree to let you attack the northern frontier? Tang Linfu's heart lurches. Wu Jing also startles, his heart pounding. Wu Jing suddenly bows his head. But the left deputy just laid out the stakes quite clearly. If we don't strike the northern frontier now, it is our Zhangzhou that will be in danger later. Fan Chen raises the book in his hand. That may well be the case, but I have still decided not to attack. Tang Linfu immediately reacts, why not? Fan Chen responds with icy indifference, because I don't wish to. Even if Meng Buyu were to completely consolidate her hold over the northern frontier, she would not necessarily have the audacity to make a move against our Zhangzhou. She cannot defeat me. Wu Jing breaks into a cold sweat, his brow deeply furrowed. Fan Chen continues, but as for your feelings, Wu Jing, I couldn't care less. What you think is of no great consequence. Outside, Su Dao chimes in, truly worthy of our Masterno. One can match his skill at silencing people. Yu Sheng beams with joy, father is truly formidable. Indeed, when dealing with scoundrels, one must fight fire with fire. Inside, Wu Jing speaks up, are you not being far too overbearing? Zhangzhou belongs to the 8 great housesto thousands of spirit sects, to millions upon millions of its people. It does not belong to you alone. A glimmer, Fan Chen's eyes suddenly blaze with killing intent. In an instant, the air turns deathly cold. Tang Linfu's face goes ghastly pale, his hand clutching at his chest. Wu Jing is no better off. The next second he bows low, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Fan Chen remains cold as frost. If I so desire, Zhangzhou can belong to me and me alone. Wu Jing's voice cracks. Yes, please, quell your anger. Saint Emperor, I have overstepped my bounds. Outside, Yu Sheng wonders, senior brother, why don't I feel anything at all? Su Dao explains, a cultivator of the highest realm can precisely control the range of his spiritual pressure. The stronger the ability, the more exact the suppression. That is why we feel nothing. He continues, Master is telling them that the only reason he hasn't dissolved the great sects is because he finds it too troublesome. If he so desired, the only power left standing in all of Zhangzhou would be our saint realm. Yu Sheng's eyes light up with excitement, brimming with excitement truly worthy of his father. Just look at that momentum and resolve. How could that northern frontier demon venerable ever compare? In the end, doesn't she still need to rely on father's mercy to spare her? Outwardly, Fan Chen is cold as ice. But at this very moment, what he is truly thinking is a silent inner wail, wife. Look, the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou is neither arrogant nor deceitful in the slightest. He is a genuinely good man, magnanimous and upright. He then heaves a sigh. In everyone else's eyes, the Saint Emperor appears to still be simmering with rage. In reality, Fan Chen's inner self is screaming without end. If only my wife knew I was the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou, then I could freely boast about it. Tang Linfu rubs his temples and steps out. Su Dao speaks up. You've had a rough time, martial uncle. He snorts coldly. Yu Sheng watches him leave and remarks, Martial Uncle Tang's face is awfully dark. Su Dao replies, failing twice in a single day who wouldn't be gloomy. One can only hope that after this, he'll gradually come to see reason. Yu Sheng is thoroughly puzzled. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? Suddenly a voice rings out, so you are the saint's son whose great name I have long admired. Yu Sheng looks up. Palace Master Wen knows of me. The man replies, the only son of the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou, of course. There is no one who does not know, no one who has not heard. He continues, should you ever find spare time in the future, You are most welcome to visit Xingzhu Palace as my guest. I shall ensure you receive the warmest hospitality. Yu Sheng lets out an "oh" and watches the man's retreating figure. Su Dao gazes after the departing figure and warns, "Junior brother, that man Wen Wu Jing, if you ever cross paths with him outside, you must be on your guard." His voice trails after Wu Jing's silhouette. He is capable of enduring 500 years in seclusion without emerging, all for the sake of waiting for one perfect opportunity. The arrogance on Wu Jing's face soars to the heavens. Once an opportunity presents itself, he would not hesitate to imprison his own father and slay his own elder brother, shattering the original power structure of Xingzhu Palace in the blink of an eye. Such cunning and ruthlessness must never be underestimated. Yu Sheng looks at him and says, "Senior brother, what you say makes perfect sense. But why haven't you told father any of this?" Su Dao furrows his brow. "You think I haven't?" Fan Chen approaches and leans in close. "I already know about the matter of Xingzhu Palace." He then places a hand on the other's shoulder. He gives a thumbs up. "So from now on, you must be even more vigilant. The safety and future of the Saint Realm shall rest on your shoulders." Su Dao frantically grabs Yu Sheng's arm. "Since Master clearly doesn't wish to involve himself, I can only entrust all of this to you. Junior brother, the peace of the Saint Realm and, indeed, all of Zhangzhou will henceforth be your responsibility." Yu Sheng cries out in alarm, "I don't believe it. Father clearly entrusted it to you. Senior brother, don't even think about shirking this off." Su Dao holds him in a tight embrace, refusing to let go. "Junior brother, you are the future Saint Emperor. You must not shirk your responsibility." Yu Sheng wails, "No, you are the Saint Realm's hope for the future. I can't do it." Fan Chen sits silently in the hall, murmuring to himself, "The grand divine art. Sweet bamboo shoot tofu. Wife doesn't like spicy food. She might actually enjoy this dish. I should head to the kitchen and give it a test run first." Suddenly a hand tugs at his robe. Yu Sheng's face is pale. "Don't even think about running, father." Fan Chen gives a light cough. "Who's running?" Father was pondering important matters of state. Yu Sheng replies, "Father, behind your back is a menu." Fan Chen looks at the boy and says, "Indeed, it is a menu. Daddy wants to make the most of the remaining time to research a new recipe. After all, we'll be setting off for Mo City tomorrow." Hearing this, Yu Sheng shoots him a sideways glance. Mo City father intends to personally investigate the Xianling sect and the Onla pool. Su Dao appears from seemingly nowhere. Those young women slaughtered by the Xianling sect. The manner of their deaths is both tragic and bizarre. Master suspects it may be connected to the evil corpse Dao. Fan Chen's expression grows solemn as he speaks. Back then, to cultivate through corpses and forge his demonic body, Tai Chuan Ming slaughtered nearly 10 million people, turning all 5 realms into a living purgatory. Yu Sheng replies, "Father, you're worried a second Tai Chuan Ming emperor will appear. Surely our luck can't be that bad. This one is truly worried, but if it proves to be real, then it will be yet another apocalyptic calamity, one that shatters the heavens and annihilates the earth." Fan Chen turns to leave. "Which is why Mo City cannot go unvisited this time. I can only pray my suspicions are wrong." At Vong Trai Tang Linfu's residence, a series of sinister laughs echoes through the halls. Tang Linfu lies slumped over the table, coughing uncontrollably, his hands trembling. He reaches for a box. A single luminous green pearl emerges. He places it in his mouth. Moments later, a shadowy figure materializes. The mysterious figure speaks, "See for yourself. Whether it's Bu Zhudao or Fan Chen, neither of them gives a damn about you. Your life essence grows weaker. By the day I fear you won't hold on for much longer." Tang Linfu stares at the figure. "If I help the young master seize the Saint Realm and gain control of Zhangzhou, can he truly grant me 10 more years of life? Submit to the young master. Through corpse-soul fusion, you shall attain immortality." Terror fills Tang Linfu's eyes. "I know what needs to be done next. My trusted men have already traced the rough whereabouts of that mortal woman. While Fan Chen is entirely focused on investigating the Xianling sect, we seize her. The next morning, 3 figures stand outside the city gates. A woman among them shields her face with her shoulder. When the time comes, we'll torture him savagely. Fan Chen will naturally be devastated. He'll lose his reason and become a chess piece for us to manipulate as we please. When that happens, the Saint Realm will naturally fall into the palm of our hands." The shadowy figure vanishes. "Very well, the young master shall await your good news." Lind. Fu stares at the green pearl with worry. The next second he collapses to the ground, gasping desperately. A cunning grin spreads across his face. "Fan Chen, oh Fan Chen, you've been brilliant your whole life. Yet you went and married a mortal woman as your fatal weakness. He dotes on her like a lovesick fool, utterly ridiculous, a fool beyond measure. In a desolate, remote village many years ago, When Mo City was not yet called Mo City, there was no Demon Lotus sect here. There was only the Ghost Banner sect. The Ghost Banner sect slaughtered without mercy, treating human lives as worthless as weeds. They cultivated their heretical Tao through refining the souls of mortals, extracting their life essence to nourish their own cultivation. The people could not resist. 7 or 8 out of 10 families had already fled. The elderly had no one to care for them, the young had nowhere to turn. Those who could not escape could only wait here alive, yet awaiting death. Then one day, a young man appeared bearing a great saber on his back. He held nothing but a sword and boundless courage. Tianzio charged forward with cold resolve, blood soaking his body. Alone, Tianzio challenged the entire Ghost Banner sect. He fights with everything he has, losing more than half his life, all to save people who had no connection to him whatsoever. He reaches up and wipes the blood still staining his face. Tianzio stands amidst the mountain of Ghost Banner sect corpses and says, "Live well, everyone. I'm heading off." The young man kowtows before him. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. But once you leave, this place will surely attract other evil men." Tianzio scratches his head sheepishly and replies, "Then I'll stay and protect you all." From that day forth, a city lord who answers to no one emerges in the border city of the northern frontier. Through dozens of brutal battles where he nearly loses his life, he still vows to protect his people. Yanya speaks up excitedly, but it is Zhan who happily interjects. "I know the horizontal saber's single thought. Mo Tianxiao." Yanya tilts her head, biting her chopsticks, and stares at her blankly. "So the Xianling sect's crimes have nothing to do with Mo Tianxiao, right? He was just unlucky that Yan Luoji managed to infiltrate Mo City. That's all." Zhan looks at her and replies, "Then why did he submit to the blood slaughter purgatory? Those people aren't anything good either." She answers while eating, "He must have his reasons. Perhaps he's being coerced. There must be hidden bitterness behind it." Zhan hears this and says, "Perhaps sitting in the city lord's seat for so long has corroded his mind with power." Mengya speaks up upon hearing this. "We cannot rashly jump to conclusions." Zhan asks her mischievously, "Mother, aren't you hungry?" Yanya props her chin up high and looks down at the little girl. "Little Zhan, you've forgotten that sect master big sister reached the Anedia realm ages ago. She doesn't need to eat anything." Zhan answers awkwardly, "But Mo City's sesame sauce is famous throughout the world. It really smells incredible." Not wanting to embarrass the girl, Mengya says, "A small taste won't hurt." With that, she picks up a piece with her chopsticks and places it in her mouth. Under the expectant gazes of Zhan and Yan Yi, she sets down her chopsticks and simply says, "It's not as good as what your father makes. In all of the northern frontier, there isn't a single person who knows how to cook. Every day there feels like an entire year." Yanya laughs awkwardly. "Sect Master Big Sister, are you really going to abandon the northern frontier?" Mengya speaks with solemnity. "Not yet. Once these troubles are dealt with completely, once everything is clearly settled, I will retire." The man in purple recounts everything he has witnessed. Within the territory of the Xianling sect, many young women were found dead in horrific states. Venerable, the sect master of the Xianling sect, remains in hiding. Mengya says with fury, "Therefore, anyone who dares cause trouble at a time like this, I will not spare a single one." Yanya leaps to her feet. "With Venerable Big Sister taking action, we'll definitely capture Yan Luoji." Zhan calls out while eating, "I wonder what father and elder brother are doing right now. Maybe we'll run into them in Mo City." Yanya crosses her arms and says smugly, "How could that happen? Master and the others went south. Mo City is in the completely opposite direction." Zhan, still eating, shoots her a contemptuous glance. "Didn't you say 1,000-mile fate connected by a single thread? 1,000-mile fate connected by a single thread. Meaning if two souls are destined, even 1,000 miles apart, a single thread binds them together." Yanya pinches the girl's cheek and says, "Besides, Mo City has been full of trouble lately. They have mortal bodies. Why would they deliberately rush to such a dangerous place?" Kongjun laughs heartily, gazing ahead. "Even a playwright wouldn't dare write something so absurd. Mo City is teeming with danger on all sides right now. You're truly not afraid." Yu Sheng says proudly, "Of course not. Besides, isn't father right here? If we really run into any danger, he just needs to wave his hand and deal with it." Yu Sheng falls silent. Their eyes meet, but not a single word passes between them. Inside the restaurant, little Zhan is equally stunned. In the midst of her shock, Yan Yi and Kongjun simultaneously shout each other's names at the top of their lungs. "Mi Yangxing, Zhu Kongjun." Fan Chen descends from the horse carriage with an elegant bearing. "What's with all the yelling? Mind your image on the public streets. Don't embarrass us." Seeing the faces outside, he suddenly freezes. Mengyi also turns to look. Fan Chen is utterly stunned upon seeing Mengyi. His body tenses so violently that he loses his footing and tumbles right off the carriage. Seeing this, Yu Sheng and Kongjun rush to catch him, but it's too late. "Whoa, father, steady yourself." Sir, watch out." Even reaching for him is already too late. He falls face first into the ground. Inside the restaurant, a deathly silence descends. Mengyi is the first to break the silence. "Did that fall hurt?" Fan Chen replies. "It's just a few scrapes, nothing more. My dear wife need not worry." Mengyi smiles softly and reaches out to tend to his wound. "You can't even dismount a carriage without falling, and you still plan to go teach those criminals a lesson." Kongjun and Yu Sheng widen their eyes in alarm. Oh no, mother actually heard everything. Fan Chen holds his head in exasperation. The reason villains become villains is perhaps simply that they strayed onto the wrong path. If I were to encounter them and teach them a thing or two about proper conduct, perhaps I could steer them back onto the righteous path. Mengyi interjects. "My husband is always so kind-hearted." At this, Yu Sheng and Kongjun break into a cold sweat. Who would believe that? Father is clearly the least patient person when it comes to explanations. Every single time, he just knocks people flat. If violence can solve it, he never wastes a breath. Just as he opens his mouth to protest, "Wrong, this is our Saint Emperor after all." Fan Chen lifts his head and asks, "And what about you, my wife?" "I brought Zhan back from her travels. Remembering that Mo City has an old acquaintance, I didn't head straight home." "And what about her husband? Didn't he say he was taking their son to study abroad? How did they end up detouring to Mo City?" "I missed you. Deep down, I always knew you would come to Mo City. As it happens, there's an old friend here I haven't seen in years, so I came along." Yu Sheng eyes them with undisguised contempt, thinking, "So fake. What kind of crude sweet talk is this?" Father seriously underestimates mother. He can't even be bothered to hide it, claiming he's meeting an old friend during such dangerous times. "Not a soul would buy that." "Husband," Mengyi replies bashfully, "it must be fate that guided you back to my side. Since guilt weighs on my heart, I don't doubt you in the slightest." The waiter clears the table while trembling in fear. To him, this is a couple married in name, only affection completely shattered to dust. His face darkens. Could this really be one of those husband and wife on the surface, but strangers at heart, their feelings ground to nothing? Yanyi asks in confusion, "Little sister, don't you find the way that waiter keeps staring at us rather strange?" Zhan replies without a flicker of emotion, "I notice too." The waiter whispers to the shopkeeper, "Boss, send a complimentary plate of pickled cucumbers to the table by the entrance." Amidst the bustling crowd at the marketplace, a wave of sympathy surges forth. Those siblings are truly pitiful. Behind them, Fan Chen and Mengyi lock in a tender embrace, their affection deep and devoted. Ahead, the four children each walk in a different direction, refusing to so much as glance at one another. While walking, Zhan and Yan, you're suddenly blocked by a bandit. Those two young ladies are absolute stunners. Hard to tell whether this one's the madam's little sister or her daughter. Yanya's group is surrounded by 5 bandits. One of them shouts, "It's all the same, either way everyone gets a turn. We'll all share the same blanket. Who cares whether she's the elder or the younger?" Another bandit chimes in, "We can all be served together later." In the end, it's all just a title. The last bandit bursts into laughter, completely blind to the razor-sharp killing intent flickering in Fan Chen and Mengyi's eyes. A shadow lurks in the darkness. It grins with malice. Excellent, the plan proceeds without a hitch. 2 figures lurk in the shadows of a dark alley, observing everything. One speaks, with the Buyu Demon Venerable at her side. "Our intelligence is still lacking. Best not to act rashly. Just leak the information and use others to probe the true strength of her mortal husband." The other replies, "Brilliant plan, we truly are clever." Fan Chen's fury ignites you. Mengyi seizes his arm and says, "Husband, why must you lower yourself to the level of people like them?" He turns to her and declares, "They have designs on my wife. Naturally, I will fight them to the death." Mengyi replies with tender emotion, "But I'm afraid my husband will get hurt. You are the person I care about most in this world. Everything else is trivial." Kongjun also answers with a bright smile, "I feel the same. In the entire southern region, the one I care about most is and always will be you alone, me wife." 2 eavesdroppers hidden in the alley whisper to each other. The tall one mutters, "His own wife is being harassed like this, and he doesn't even dare resist." The fat one sneers with contempt. "Just as the rumors say, Demon Venerable's husband is nothing but a weak, useless mortal. A good-for-nothing." A bandit saunters toward Zhan. "Don't be scared, little beauty. Stick with me from now on. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself every single day." Yu Sheng charges forward. "You bastards, I'll kill every last one of you." Before he can finish, he freezes mid-sentence in shock. At that very instant, a kick sends the bandit flying. He crashes silently to the ground. The bandit is terrified. Before his words even die, Zhan marches toward him, her entire body radiating murderous intent. "How can you?" The girl hurls an icy glare at the bandit. He clutches his eye and screams, "You insolent little wretch who doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth." The fat one bellows, "You refuse the toast, no, drink the forfeit. Today we'll teach you a proper lesson." The next instant, a thunderous boom erupts. To Yu Sheng and the bandits' utter shock, Zhan obliterates them all in a single sweep. Every single one of those loud-mouthed brutes, collapses before the girl's onslaught. The eavesdroppers tremble with fear. The SS Saint daughter is absolutely terrifying. No wonder truly worthy of being the Demon Venerable's own flesh and blood. The fat one is equally shaken. It doesn't matter. At least this proves her mortal husband really is a worthless good-for-nothing. Once they're separated, we strike immediately. Kongjun watches and wonders, when did Zhan become this formidable? Yanya crosses her arms with contempt. The combined cultivation of those 5 idiots doesn't even surpass Zhan's. And besides, she's carrying quite a few powerful spirit tools on her person. Yu Sheng scrambles over to Zhan. "Sis." Yu Sheng shouts, "How did you wipe them all out at once?" Zhan answers calmly, "Big bro, your cultivation has improved a lot lately. I was worried I'd have no sparring partner left. Sorry, I was just too angry and couldn't hold back." Yu Sheng tells her, "Next time there are idiots like this, remember to save some for me." Zhan answers lazily, "Fine, fine. Next time you get to go first." Yu Sheng huffs, "Now that's more like it." Though he says that, his mind, Raish, never imagined his little sister's strength would surge so rapidly. It seems Mi Yangxing has fully embraced her as one of their own. If a day comes when Zhangzhou turns against the northern frontier, one can only imagine the looks on those Celestial Gate people's faces when they learn she is the Saint Emperor's daughter. Zhan harbors the same thought as her brother. His strength has grown once more. It seems Kongjun has been grooming him as a true inner disciple. If a day comes when the northern frontier must go to war with Zhangzhou, one can only imagine the reactions of those scholars in the Saint realm when they learn he is the Demon Venerable's son. Though the two walk different paths, they share a bond unlike any other. Truly something worth anticipating. Fan Chen calls out with concern, "Wife, don't you think Wang Kai and Zhan have been staying with those two for too long?" Wang Kai's pet name Fan Chen gave his son. Simple and easy to remember. Utterly bewildered, Kongjun and Yanya spot a steamed bun shop and are instantly unable to resist. Mengya sighs helplessly, "I feel husband has a point." One of the bandits regains consciousness. "You people." He coughs up blood yet doesn't forget to threaten. "You've got some nerve. How dare you provoke members of the Demon Lotus sect?" He then reveals the emblem emblazoned on his robes. Fan Chen and Mengya turn to listen. He sneers, "Our sect master has connections with both the Saint Emperor and the Demon Venerable. No matter where you flee to the ends of the earth will make you regret it." Mengya's expression turns stern. "Really? Everyone in the northern frontier knows the blood slaughter purgatory defies the Demon Venerable. Why would you submit to them?" Fan Chen's eyes widen. He thinks, wife is this furious. She must truly hold that northern frontier Demon Venerable in high regard to defend her so fiercely. The bandit grows even more brazen in the face of their composure. "Submit what submit? It's the blood slaughter purgatory who came crawling to us. They feared the strength of our Demon Lotus sect, so they used every trick in the book to win us over. Utterly tiresome." Fan Chen and Mengya stand watching in silence, their gazes dripping with contempt. Is this man an imbecile? Everyone knows Demon Lotus sect master Mo Tianxiao's strength is merely above average and bestits his virtue and character that earn people's respect. The bandit jabs his finger and shouts, "When the time comes, our sect master." Before he can finish, a sword streaks through the air and nearly impales him. The blade pins itself into the earth. His voice trembles. "SS sect master." Fan Chen and Mengya glance over. A figure strides forward, eyes blazing with fury. "Bullying the weak and dishonoring women. Why does our Demon Lotus sect harbor scum like you?" The Demon Lotus sect master Mo Tianxiao. Tianxiao marches forward and slams a fist into the bandit's face. The wretch crumples to his knees, begging for mercy. "Sect master, spare me. Sect master, please spare my life." Tianxiao says coldly, "Killing you would be far too merciful." The bandit wails in panic, "Don't throw me in the dungeons, I won't go." Tianxiao bows his head in apology to the group. "This is the Demon Lotus sect's failure in discipline. Would you honor me by visiting the manor? Allow me to personally make amends." Fan Chen turns to Meng Yi. What does wife think? Meng Yi answers lazily, we might as well give it a try. Fan Chen nods in agreement. Fan Chen glances at her with a smile. As expected of my wife, her hearts are truly in tune. I was thinking of using this chance to thoroughly investigate Mo Tianxiao, then return to discuss matters further. Meng Yi's expression turns grave. If it's proven he has ties to the Xianling sect, I will kill him tonight. Amidst the chorus of voices from the townspeople around them. Sect Master, have a pair to quench your thirst. Sect Master, here are freshly laid eggs, please take them. Sect Master, I just acquired some bolts of fabric, let me make you new clothes. Tianxiao simply smiles gently and declines them all. No need. As long as all of you live well, that is enough for me. Yanya sees this and speaks up. Mo Tianxiao is truly beloved by the people. Kongjun muses. It seems the rumors aren't false. Genuinely is a good man. Could the matter between the Xianling sect and the evil corpse Dao truly have nothing to do with him? Scene transition to Mo Tianxiao's estate guest hall. Tianxiao speaks helplessly. The sect master of the Xianling sect, Ying Liuaji, has fled to Mo City. I've searched bitterly for days, yet cannot capture him. For the safety of the common folk, I had no choice but to seek the blood slaughter purgatory's aid. Gong Dian responds. I'm afraid the people of the blood slaughter purgatory won't simply help you out of the goodness of their hearts. Tianxiao replies slowly, true, but they agreed to help me capture Ying Liuaji. The prerequisite is that afterward, we must jointly overthrow the Buyu Demon Venerable and make her kneel on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. Meng Yi's expression turns solemn the moment she hears this. Right at that instant, Zhan breaks into a fit of coughing. Yu Sheng asks with concern, sis, are you all right? But the little girl promptly says, I'm fine. Kongjun speaks up, forgive my boldness, but why didn't you seek help from the Saint Realm? If something like this has happened, the Saint Emperor would surely not stand idly by. Tianxiao can only bow his head and reply, I did think the same. But before I could act, the blood slaughter purgatory came knocking at my door. Meng Yi wonders aloud, much to Fan Chen's trepidation, would the great Saint Emperor deign to lower himself and involve himself in the affairs of demons? He likely wouldn't even show his face. Fan Chen grows flustered. Why is his wife getting agitated over that man? Doesn't that mean a husband like me should be eating vinegar out of sheer jealousy? Meng Yi responds flatly, you'd even get jealous over that. Do you really think you resemble that kind of cold-blooded, deceitful man? Fan Chen can only shrink back, utterly bashful. He waves his hand and replies with an embarrassed smile, my lady jests. How could I possibly resemble the Saint Emperor? We are truly two entirely different people, not the slightest connection between us. Meng Yi smiles in return, of course. In my eyes, he isn't worth a 10,000th of my husband. Hearing this, Tianxiao rests his chin in thought. A voice suddenly rings out in the room, thank you, Sect Master Mo, for your gracious hospitality. We shall take our leave. Should you ever need any assistance in Mo City, you may come find us at any time. Scene transition to Mo Tianxiao's estate flower garden. Zhan and Yan Dai are thrilled by the blossoms in Tianxiao's garden, while Yu Sheng and Kongjun gaze around in wonder. Fan Chen glances at Meng Yi and thinks, why does it feel like my wife misunderstands me even more since we came back? I'll have to work harder to change her impression. Fortunately, I've never met Mo Tianxiao before, otherwise I would have surely been exposed just now. A green-haired man asks Tianxiao, Sect Master, that impoverished, pedantic, wife-fearing Scholaris, he really the great Saint Emperor of the Zhangzhou Saint Realm? Tianxiao simply replies, yes. Many years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet him once. The saber techniques he imparted to me have benefited me to this day. That said, at the time, I was merely an insignificant junior demon cultivator. It's only natural he wouldn't remember me. The green-haired man says, the Saint Emperor is here. Then the Demon Venerable, not wanting to be outdone, will soon appear as well. Can we handle this? Tianxiao signals for him to withdraw. I made this choice knowing full well it could lead to exactly this. Continue following the plan. He instructs the green-haired man with meticulous care. We absolutely cannot fail. Fan Chen and Meng Yi are being affectionate with each other. Meng Yi looks up and notices a vase of beautiful flowers by the window of a certain room. She unconsciously asks, what place is that? A maid nearby answers, that is the Sect Master's study. Gong Dian remarks, Sect Master Mo is truly refined and elegant. Those begonia flowers are lovely. The maid says bashfully, it's a habit of the Sect Masters. Every year at the end of spring, he selects the finest blossoms from the garden and places them in his study, so that reading and sipping tea never feels monotonous. Fan Chen chimes in, precisely so. He turns around only to find Meng Yi lost in deep contemplation. My wife. What's wrong? She merely smiles, it's nothing. The sky grows late, let's hurry and find an inn to stay. Fan Chen nods in agreement. When I arrived earlier, I happened to notice an inn called Yaojianth. Conditions aren't bad at all. I think you'll like it, my lady. She doesn't object and replies simply, yes, whatever my husband decides is fine. A shop signboard comes into view. Upon arrival, Zhan is utterly speechless. It really is called the Yaojian Inn. A young man wearing spectacles comes out to greet them. Are you guests looking for lodging? Our establishment is elegant, our prices are fair, and our cuisine is diverse. Once you arrive, you won't want to leave. Mengye asks gently, do you have any vacant rooms? We need 5 rooms. He replies eagerly, yes, yes, plenty available. He instructs his staff, escort our 6 honored guests upstairs. Second floor, left side 3 standard rooms. Third floor, right side 3 premium suites. Zhan asks in confusion, proprietor, we only asked for 5 rooms. He grins cheerfully, book 5 at a big discount, get 1 free. Please, honored guests, head on up. Mengye teases Fan Chen upon hearing this. An extra room works out nicely. Husband can sleep all by himself, that way he'll have even more freedom. Fan Chen replies with a pout. After being apart for so long, my wife is truly heartless to leave me sleeping alone on an empty pillow. Fan Chen ignores her words entirely and declares he will share the same room. Even if every room in this entire inn were empty, I would still insist on squeezing onto the same bed as my wife. He adds hotly, I never agreed to separate rooms. Zhan and Yu Sheng simultaneously think, here we go again. Yu Sheng says shyly to the innkeeper, proprietor, just give us 5 rooms. You can keep the extra one for other guests. He bursts out furiously, I run my business on principle. Book 5, get 1 free, that's an ironclad rule. If I break it, how can I ever show my face in the innkeeping trade again? Now then, Zhan and Yu Sheng shrink back in fright. We understand. Yan Dai throws her arms around the two mischievously. We can use the extra room entirely for storing snacks. Wait for me then, let's go explore the streets. Kongjun snorts with disdain. How much food would you need to fill an entire room? Are you a pig? Kongjun screams in pain. Why did you step on my foot? Ah, you vicious woman. He descends the stairs, clutching his face, recalling the moment Kongjun handed him that slip of paper. He recalls its contents and feels his heart sink. This is a genuine premium Sudeth, real deal. How much money am I going to lose on this? 2 shadows appear outside. The taller one speaks up. Proprietor, do you do a buy 1 get 1 free deal on rooms? The shorter one chimes in, or how about a 50% discount? Of course, 10% works too. The 2 of them grin with hidden intent. He roars with fury, if you're here to haggle, get out. What do you take this in for? The next second he hurls them out the door. The tall one stumbles and cries, didn't you yourself say there's a big discount for groups of 5? Why do you have to hit us? The shorter one protests, is wanting to save money a crime? Do you have any idea how miserable it is to travel on business with no reimbursement? The sky gradually darkens into night. Yu Sheng rests his chin on his hand and glares. Fan Chen slowly uses his chopsticks to feed Mengye. Open wide, my wife. You haven't touched your chopsticks, aren't you waiting for me to feed you? My wife, your face is turning red. Mengye gently pushes Fan Chen's hand away. I'm not a child, you know. Yu Sheng asks Fan Chen with a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Father, how did you manage to court mother back then? Could you pass on some experience? Hearing this, he turns to look at his son. Fan Chen gently tilts Mengye's chin up with his finger and calmly answers Yu Sheng. Naturally, it was with a sincere heart. Mengye looks at Fan Chen, you're incorrigible. Yu Sheng exclaims, really? As long as you're sincere, that's enough. Kongjun says calmly to Yu Sheng, for most people, sincerity alone is far from enough. But for you, perhaps that's all you need. Kongjun's words leave Yu Sheng stunned. Nevertheless, Kongjun patiently elaborates, if even then a young woman is unwilling to marry you, it's either because she values only the deepest of emotions, or because she simply doesn't fancy men. Yu Sheng snaps awake, as if enlightened by Kongjun's words. So that's how it is. Then it's simple, I know exactly what to do now. Fan Chen advises, Yu Sheng, son, I feel this is actually the hardest part. Yu Sheng, listen to your father. Yu Sheng secretly thinks if he simply confesses in earth-shattering fashion and loudly proclaims his identity to her, would Miss Xuan surely accept him? He, too, would certainly be like his father toward his mother, respecting her, loving her, staying by her side, protecting her for an entire lifetime. While Yu Sheng is lost in his daydream, Zhan suddenly calls out, Bro, Chen Yu Sheng, Chen Wang Kai. Yu Sheng asks the girl, what did you say? Zhan answers him, I'm asking whether you truly won't turn out like those stuffy old scholars. Rules without love. 3 rigid tenets. Yu Sheng tells the girl, of course not. True love doesn't distinguish identity or status. What I adore is her. What does it matter whether she's a demonic cultivator or not? And if I were to love a demonic cultivator, I certainly wouldn't be like that husband of the northern frontier demon Venerable, letting his wife and daughter's reputations be dragged through the mud, not even daring to publicly reveal his own title and take responsibility. From start to finish, he's nothing but a turtle hiding in its shell. Fan Chen asks with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Mengye answers Fan Chen, "It's nothing, dear." Jan secretly thinks, "Dad, you just got roasted by your own biological son. Yu Sheng is plotting step by step. First, he won't mention me. Next year, little sister will come of age. I need to hurry and help her secure a good marriage match." Jan is stunned by Yu Sheng's words. She refuses him. No rush, why don't you go first, bro? Yu Sheng quickly advises the girl. "Silly girl, do you know that good men are incredibly rare? If you wait too long, they'll all be gone." Yu Sheng thinks to himself, who knows how many girls in this world are pining for my senior brother. And lately, he's been acting strangely. If by some chance, he already has someone in his heart. Then what about my little sister? Jan thinks, "I bet you want to introduce that dull, boring senior brother scholar to me again." The girl thinks to herself, "But the one in my heart is that Dao young master, that handsome youth with a sense of responsibility and courage." She rests her chin in thought. Surely he would like her, wouldn't he? While Jan is deep in thought, Yan Dai suddenly arrives and pulls the girl into a hug. "Oh my, what's there to worry about? If Jan likes someone, just snatch them right up. What's wrong with that?" Jan snaps awake upon hearing Yan Dai's words. "That's right." Yu Sheng asks Jan, "Little sister, surely you don't have any prejudice against men from Zhangzhou, do you? After all, you spend every day with Yan Di. If you ended up influenced by that, it'd be a disaster." Jan answers Yu Sheng, "Of course not. As long as a man stands tall and upright, whether from Zhangzhou or Beijing, I respect them all." The girl continues, "And if I truly decide to marry, it will be the result of serious consideration and proper courtship. I certainly wouldn't end up like the wife of the Saint Emperor. She bore him a son, then was abandoned by her husband. To this day, she doesn't even have a proper status. Truly both pitiful and pathetic." Hearing this, Fan Chen can't hold back and spits out his drink. Mengye turns to ask Fan Chen, "What's wrong?" Fan Chen quickly replies, "It's nothing, dear." Mengye says with an impassive face, "All right, Yu Sheng, all of you should wait until you found the person in your hearts before discussing such things. It won't be too late. For now, you should focus your minds on cultivation." Fan Chen waves his hand with a dark expression. "Exactly. You've all been thinking enough nonsense. Don't go misleading your sister." Yu Sheng thinks, "Now even my sister misunderstands me. All these debts are being tallied on your head." Yu Sheng secretly thinks, "Why does everything become my fault? Father is like this, fine, but why is even mother like this too?" He thinks while tears of blood stream down his face. "This won't do. My heart truly aches. Am I really the one with the lowest standing in this entire household?" Yan Dai also shares the same thought. "Our demon venerable has it so hard." Zhu Kongjian likewise mutters to himself, "Our Saint Emperor has it so hard." A waiter trembles in terror, his words stuttering. Something's happened." He hurries to console the waiter. "What? This is a place of business. Don't disturb the dining guests." The waiter grows even more panicked. "Someone's dead. Another person has died. Just like half a month, Agathat demon has returned. A girl in tattered clothes lies in a pool of crimson blood." The onlookers comment, "How tragic. She was only 17. This is even more horrifying than before." "Enough, let's not dawdle. Hurry and inform the sect master. With him in Mo City, everything will be fine." Fan Chen says, "Wife, let's head back." Mengye falls into deep thought. "All right." He ponders, this is undoubtedly the work of the evil corpse Dao. But why did they wait half a month before killing again? They shouldn't have been able to restrain themselves for this long, should they? Mengye furrows her brow in thought. If this truly is On Lakai's doing, why choose to strike at this exact moment? Isn't this deliberately trying to draw my attention? She exclaims, "Something's not right. Civilians are leading Mo Tianxiao to the scene." "Sect master, over here." Mo Tianxiao arrives on the scene in an instant. An old man weeps bitterly. My daughter." He lets out a wail of agony. Mo Tianxiao is also shaken beyond measure. "How could this be?" He strides forward and slams his fist into the ground in fury. He curses himself, "I am useless." Fan Chen gazes at the other party. Fan Chen steps forward to console him. "Sect Master Mo, you mustn't blame yourself too much. This is not entirely your fault." Mo Tianxiao says through his tears, "Xianling sect. On Lakai. Even if it costs me my life, I will hunt them down and hack them to pieces." Fan Chen helps him up, only to notice a faint trace of blood on Mo Tianxiao's robe. Mo Tianxiao says, "Sir, please hurry and bring your wife back to the inn. I will increase security and dispatch men for day and night searches. But you and your family must also remain vigilant during your stay in Mo City these next few days." Fan Chen reassures him, "Sect Master Mo, rest assured I value my life above all else." The civilians crowd around Mo Tianxiao. "Sect Master, the Sect Master is here. Sect Master, will she continue to kill? Sect Master, you must protect us." Fan Chen and Meng Yi exchange contemplative glances, then look toward Mo Tianxiao. Meng Yi fixes the young man with a grave stare. On Mo Tianxiao's person just now, there lingered a very faint scent of fresh blood. As the demon Venerable Buyu, Meng Yi's 5 senses far surpass those of ordinary mortals naturally. Fan Chen is no different. Fan Chen turns, takes her hand, and says, "Why? Fee, let's head back. Otherwise, those children will be wanting to raid the inn's kitchen." Meng Yi smiles softly and replies, "Yes, dear." Fan Chen thinks, "I can't delay any longer. Tomorrow I'll say I'm going to meet a friend, then carefully investigate the city in secret." Meng Yi shares the same thought. This matter must be resolved quickly. "Tomorrow I'll say I'm visiting an old acquaintance, then go take a look at that place." Both arrive at the same plan simultaneously. Husband, wife, surely he'll trust her, right? At this moment, after everyone in the inn has eaten their fill, Wang Dai says, "Let's go east." Fan Chen speaks in the opposite direction. "We'll go west." Each to a different side. It's rare to meet old friends after all. "My dear can stay a while longer. No need to miss me." Meng Yi also replies gently. After all, old friends naturally have much to talk about. "Husband, don't rush back either." Both speak in unison, then we'll be off. Fan Chen thinks solemnly, "Give me a little more time. I will surely tell you everything." Yu Sheng thinks to himself, "Silly little sister, just continue living carefree and worry-free. Leave saving the world to me." Zhu Kongjun feels that Meng Yi is truly clever. Madam is truly considerate and understanding. On this side, all 3 of them share the very same thought. Meng Yi thinks, "I didn't mean to lie. I will surely tell you everything someday." Zhan Zhan smirks, "Silly brother, just keep on being naive. Leave the work of purging evil to me." Yan Dai also closes her eyes in thought. "Sir truly is the model of a good man." Meanwhile, in a small house, a little girl munches on candy while gazing outside. The girl pouts at her mother. "Mama, that family is so fake and messy." The mother quickly signals to the girl, "That's their family matter. We don't need to meddle." Meanwhile, outside an inn, Meng Yi hides behind a wall and lets out a soft sigh. Hiding in someone else's house in broad daylight isn't the timing a bit off? Who says investigations can only happen at night? Yan Dai sneers at Zhan Zhan. "Little Zhan Zhan, your thinking is far too shallow." Zhan Zhan protests, "If I actively conceal my aura, hardly anyone could detect me." The little girl shouts, "But I can't do that." Just then, a sudden voice rings out. "Who's there?" Zhan Zhan is terrified to the core. "It's over." The soldier shouts after the girl, "Hey, you!" Suddenly, he collapses. In that very instant, Yan Dai strikes, knocking him out cold. Yan Dai comforts and instructs Zhan Zhan, "Even if you're discovered, it's fine, just knock them unconscious." Zhan Zhan breathes a sigh of relief and nods. "Yes, ma'am." Meng Yi glances at Yan Dai and assigns her a task. "Yan Yan, go scout the surroundings. I'll take Zhan Zhan to another location." Yan Dai happily agrees. The flower vases are arranged with meticulous order. Zhan Zhan asks innocently, "Mother, where is this place?" Meng Yi answers calmly, "Mo Tianxiao's bedroom." The innocent girl asks, "You still suspect something is off with him?" Meng Yi doesn't deny it. "Before this, I already sensed something was wrong." She lays out her reasoning. "Mo Tianxiao is a martial man, not a literary one. He would never attend to the delicate details of his own residence. Yet the arrangements throughout his estate are far too refined and elegant. There must be a second person living here." Meng Yi's lips curl into a smile. "Found you just as I suspected." Yan Dai returns and reports to Meng Yi. "This Demon Lotus sect is indeed rather suspicious. I scouted the perimeter. If not for my exceptional hearing, I nearly would have missed it entirely." Yan Dai and Meng Yi both furrow their brows. The sound of a woman struggling reaches their ears, and Zhan Zhan falls deep into her own thoughts. "Help me!" The mischievous girl blurts out. "I knew it. Mo Tianxiao is a scumbag with depraved tastes." Meng Yi crushes the girl's assumption. "No, it isn't." Meng Yi hesitates. "The truth, I'm afraid, is far more terrifying than you imagine." A hand pushes open the door of a dilapidated house. A figure steps inside. He removes his hood and immediately drops to one knee. This subordinate pays respects to the Saint Emperor. Fan Chen's group stands waiting. Fan Chen sits with an imposing air, then rises to speak. Zhu Kongjun speaks up. Commander, we have covertly investigated many households. In recent years, Mo City has been plagued by continuous missing persons cases. In the past 2 months, they have grown even more frequent. Is this confirmed? He answers, indeed it is. Mo City's geography is unique, and its people are open-minded. In the past, women eloping with lovers or men fleeing debts were commonplace. So whenever missing persons cases arose, no one thought much of it. Though they reported to the authorities, the people would privately attribute it to one of those 2 scenarios and never panic unduly. In the past 2 months, the number of disappearances has surged, yet the public's attention has all been fixated on the female demoness of the Xianling sect. Furthermore, Mo Tianxiao promised to deploy additional forces for the search and provide justice to the families of the missing. Yet even that failed to draw serious attention. Fan Chen asks solemnly, how has Mo Tianxiao's health been recently? Zhu Kongjun lowers his head and replies, he had been gravely ill and bedridden for half a month. He only recovered 2 days before your arrival. Moreover, they say that a blessing emerged from misfortune after his recovery. He seemed to have gained some profound insight. His power no small matter. Fan Chen presses further. Do you remember when On Lakai arrived in Mo City? He hesitates. Perhaps, about 20 days ago. Yu Sheng furrows his brow in surprise and questions. Could it be that we were wrong all along? Mo Tianxiao is the true mastermind behind the evil corpse Dao Cultivation. The Xianling sect and On Lakai are nothing but a smokescreen. Zhu Kongjun hesitates, then continues, or perhaps they were in league all along. Mo Tianxiao knew he couldn't escape this time, so he's trying to push On Lakai out as a scapegoat. Fan Chen commands Zhu Kongjun, keep watch on Mo Tianxiao. Regardless of the truth, he cannot escape involvement. Zhu Kongjun accepts the order. Yes, my lord. Fan Chen falls into deep thought. Hopefully it isn't what I think. City center, the marketplace. A vendor calls out, sesame cakes, osmanthus cakes, fresh off the stove. If they're not delicious, you don't pay. Fan Chen says, excuse me, I'd like 6 of those, please. Yu Sheng tilts his head in confusion. Why is father suddenly buying osmanthus cakes? Fan Chen answers leisurely, we're visiting a friend. It's only proper to bring gifts thy way, it'll be more convincing. Yu Sheng blinks, really? A vendor hawks sesame paste, homemade sesame pasta guaranteed fragrant. Jan turns to her mother. Have you finally realized just how amazing Mo City's sesame paste is? Bringing back some local specialties, as a traveler wouldn't that be more natural? Yu Sheng calls out to his sister. Jan is stunned. Brother, why are you at the market too? Didn't you say you wouldn't even make it back for dinner? Yu Sheng also shouts. Sister, why are you here with mother? Weren't you supposed to only come back after sunset? At that moment, Meng Yi and Fan Chen lock eyes. Both sides think the same thing simultaneously. It's over. Yu Sheng panics internally. What do I do now? Is today the day my cover gets blown? Jan, on the other end, shares the exact same thought. Yu Sheng clenches his jaw and looks at Fan Chen. Father, this is completely absurd. At this point, I'll just have to confess everything. Jan stares at Meng Yi, completely frozen solid. There's no other way. Leave this to me. Both think the same thing. My true identity is about to be completely exposed. The 2 children's eyes blaze with determination. A voice suddenly cuts in, silly kids, there's no need to be so terrified. Fan Chen suddenly speaks up. My wife appearing here, could it be that the old friend she meant to visit happens not to be home, making this a wasted trip? Meng Yi responds smoothly, and my husband, could it be that he argued with his friend over a piece of calligraphy and got thrown out? The 2 then walk away side by side. Truly, only my wife understands me best. My husband's insight remains as divine as ever. The 2 children gape. That's it. Meng Yi thinks to herself, I've long known my husband is no ordinary man. What mere scholar possesses such bearing and wealth? He doesn't speak of either, must have his reasons. I'll simply pretend I haven't noticed. Fan Chen looks at his wife and thinks, I've long known my wife is no ordinary woman. A will this fierce can only be forged through countless trials. She doesn't wish to speak of it, I'll simply pretend not to know. Both breathe a silent sigh of relief. Thank heavens me husband suspects nothing. Fortunately, my wife hasn't noticed anything amiss. This time, I've managed to fool her once more. Jan suddenly speaks up. Oh right, brother, didn't you have something to tell me earlier? Yu Sheng stammers, well the thing is. Then the boy blurts out, you seem a little chubbier. Jan erupts in fury. With that kind of emotional intelligence, don't even dream of getting a girlfriend. Yu Sheng shields his head. I'm your real brother, how can you actually hit me? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rings out. Ow, oh me waist. Yu Sheng's back. No wonder the fall didn't hurt one bit. Spotting the two men, the boy immediately grows wary. Wait, those clothes, could they be people from the blood slaughter purgatory? The two men rise to their feet. The taller one catches sight of the boy and instantly realizes the child is the Demon Venerable's son. The people of the northern frontier only know the Demon Venerable has a daughter. Very few are aware he also has a son. He whispers to the shorter one, "If he really is the Demon Venerable's son, wouldn't it be fun to bully him a little while we have the chance?" The short one sneers, "Not bad. The Demon Venerable doesn't even want to bring him back to the northern frontier, must be a good-for-nothing like his old man. Look at that panicked face. Could it be our aura alone has already scared him stiff?" Yu Sheng watches them in silence. Suddenly a hand shoots out and seizes him by the neck. The short one steps forward. "Little brat, you bumped into us. Surely you should pay a small price for that, no? Hand over whatever money you have on you. Stand still like a good boy while we beat the frustration out of you, and we'll call it even." Yu Sheng swiftly seizes the man's wrist. In the next instant, he flips him flat onto the ground. The two men freeze, their faces going blank for several seconds. Yu Sheng regards them with a serious expression. "This time is just a lesson. If you ever bully the weak like this again, I will break your legs." The two scramble away, shoes flying. "Damn it, that brat actually used brute force. His strength is no joke." "Relax, it's fine. This just proves he's an ordinary mortal with not a trace of spiritual power, right?" After they leave, Yu Sheng looks at his own hand. "I didn't even get to use my spiritual power. Are the people of the blood slaughter purgatory really that weak? Then just let senior brother wipe them all out. Simple enough." Meanwhile, Zhan keeps urging them on. Yu Sheng calls out. Zhan says calmly, "This little sister wasn't even using force. Even without trying, I could crush a bull." A sudden scream pierces the air, catching both children's attention. A man rushes out, shouting, "Another death! You two were right there. Did you see anything?" The loud voice draws Fan Chen and Mengya's attention. In broad daylight, no less. That demon has completely lost his mind. The crowd swarms together. Someone pushes through. "Excuse me, please make way. I need to get to the front. Step aside, I have to examine the corpse." The two step to the front to survey the situation. Mengya thinks with a start of guilt. Since when does a normal woman voluntarily rush to look at a corpse like this? Fan Chen also realized this is bad. What kind of ordinary scholar gets this excited about a corpse? Yu Sheng suddenly speaks up. "Father, you're too slow. Was the corpse from last night killed the same way?" Zhan is also there. "Mother, come quick. Whoever did this is truly vicious." The two stand still, surveying the scene. They exchange awkward smiles. Fine, the two of them then step inside. Mengya furrows her brows slightly. The corpse inside has been completely drained. Fan Chen ponders this corpse is the same as suddenly. A voice rings out. "Wife," Mi Yangsing appears. "Madam, don't look at the corpse. I just spotted an incredibly handsome young nobleman. Come with me and have a look." Fan Chen stands there dumbfounded. "Go look yourself. Why do you have to drag my wife along?" Zhu Kongjun appears. "Sir, I just spotted." Fan Chen cuts him off with a warning. "Lower your voice, keep walking and talk." The group quickly gathers in a secluded corner. "I was tailing Mo Tiangxiao. Unfortunately, he spotted me. I didn't dare alert him, so I held back and didn't pursue immediately." A purple-haired man steps out. Zhu Kongjun continues anxiously. "But when I finally tracked him down again, what I found inside was nothing but corpses." Zhu Kongjun observes covertly. Mo Tiangxiao's mouth is smeared with blood. He laughs wildly. "Bang Lakai died by my hand long ago. Without evidence, who among you can pin it on me?" Zhu Kongjun peers inside. Meanwhile, Mi Yangsing speaks up. "While investigating inside Mo Tiangxiao's residence, I discovered he's recently stockpiled large quantities of rations and rough-hewn clothing." She continues, "He also purchased a sturdy horse carriages, if preparing for a long journey far from the city." Zhan immediately chimes in. "I know he's planning to run." Mengya falls silent. Meanwhile, a new notice has appeared. Fan Chen speaks up. "Mo City grows more dangerous by the day. Madam should leave with Senior Me first. Women are not like men. Staying here is far too dangerous." Mengya furrows her brows slightly. "What exactly does my husband mean by this? Looking down on women?" Fan Chen hastily explains. "That's not what I meant, but compared to men, women are always a little less capable of defending themselves. Mi Yangsing, weak as she may be, has trained with the Nan family for years. She's still far better than Yua frail scholar, who can't even carry a thing on his shoulders. Someone who can't even lift a hand or bear the weight of a feather." He hastily cuts in. "Madam, please don't be willful right now. Just listen to me and go." She turns away. "So I'm willful. Does that mean you regret marrying me? Get out, I don't want to see you right now." Fan Chen turns his back, deliberately picking a fight. Fine, then keep waiting for the rest of your life. Don't bother leaving. The door slams shut. Fan Chen storms off. The children peek their heads out. Yu Sheng asks, why did that suddenly happen? What do we do this time? Zhan replies, I don't know, this is the first time father and mother have ever fought. This little sister is a little scared. Yu Sheng replies, so is this big brother. A hand gently pushes the door open. Fan Chen strides in, his expression cold as frost. The bespectacled young man immediately speaks. The wise and brilliant Saint Emperor, only now do I truly understand your Majesty's earlier calculations. He continues loudly. With only 5 rooms available once night falls, Madam will surely miss your Majesty. That way, the two of you will reconcile in no time. He starts calculating aloud. But now that there's a 6th room as a buffer, your Majesty can legitimately wage a cold war, granting you a long stretch of freedom to deal with the Mo City matter. He talks so much he can barely stop, riding the momentum. Such profound wisdom, truly beyond what the likes of us can keep up with. Fan Chen's expression twists, as though he's swallowed something he can't digest. Yu Sheng pushes the door open. What's all this about? So it was all an act? You had me worried sick just now. The boy continues. But father, you're really something, actually daring to call mother willful, and saying she's deliberately picking a fight. I bet she won't even look at you for at least half a month. Fan Chen buries his face in his hands. What have I done? How could I speak to my wife like that? He looks as if he wants to smash his head against the floor. I truly deserve to die 10,000 deaths. He then composes himself. No, I must go explain everything clearly to my wife. He shouts, let go of me. I need to apologize to my wife. The bespectacled young man holds firm. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Then what about Mo City? What of the evil corpse Dao's machinations? Yu Sheng wraps his arms around him. Everything is that murderer's fault. Right now, he's probably gloating, thinking no one can catch him. Fan Chen suddenly stops. His eyes darken. You're right. If not for those bastards, I never would have fought with my wife. I never would have let her be hurt like this tonight. He slams his fist onto the table with a roar of fury. I want their lives as compensation. His fist crashes down on the table. The bespectacled young man and Yu Sheng cling to each other. Suddenly, a hand pushes the door open. Zhan peeks from behind the door. Mother. The little girl's eyes suddenly widen. She stares in surprise. Isn't mother angry? Yan Dai speaks up. Little Zhan, don't worry. The madam deliberately provoked the master. How else could she slip away to catch the culprit? If a wife vanished halfway through the night, it would certainly arouse suspicion. Feigning anger and storming out is far more convincing. Zhan breathes a sigh of relief. So it was all an act. You scared me half to death. Mother's words were so harsh I thought she and father. Mengya suddenly crushes the flower stem in her grip. Her face drains of all vitality. I actually called my husband a feeble, useless bookworm. I must have lost my mind. How could I mock him like that? She drops her head. I've surely wounded his heart. I'm not a good wife. Yan Dai offers comfort. The master was only angry because he worried for you, madam. Those words surely won't take them to heart. Zhan chimes in, mother didn't mean it. It was all to catch that ringleader. Mengya says through gritted teeth. That's right. It's all because of those wretched scoundrels causing chaos. Tonight, she growls, her voice dripping with menace, I'll make them wish they were dead. The two shudder in fear. The scene shifts to the Demon Lotus sect. 2 figures arrive. One speaks, Sect Master, everything is in place. Mo Tianxia replies coldly, good. When night falls, execute the plan as arranged. The young man continues, Master, there is one more thing. I'm unsure whether I should mention it. Mo Tianxia waves a hand. You've already started, speak plainly. He then recounts what he witnessed. A quarter hour ago, Tang Linfu's men slipped into the city. They set up an ambush near the inn where the Saint Emperor is staying. They made no effort to conceal their movements, if they couldn't care less whether we discovered them or not. Mo Tianxia frowns. Tang Linfu has lost patience. He's decided to rebel. But can a man of his caliber truly swallow the entire Saint realm? As night deepens, Mo Tianxia murmurs, can he really do anything against that Saint Emperor? The world falls silent. An old woman shuffles beneath the dim moonlight suddenly. Her cane snaps clean in two. Just as she is about to crash to the ground, a hand catches her and pulls her upright. Mo Tianxia stands behind her. The old woman sees him and says, thank you, Sect Master. Mo Tianxia reminds her gently, Elder, the city has been restless of late. Please hurry home. The old woman smiles warmly. With the Sect Master here, I feel safe. You'll surely track down that demon and avenge the dead. He asks, where do you live? I'll escort you home. Yes, that would be wonderful. The old woman replies, In Sweetwater Alley, East Side, a sudden scream pierces the night. It's that she-demon she's come out to kill. He turns to the old woman, Elder. Let me take you somewhere safe first. The old woman urges, go quickly. Don't worry about these old bones catching, the culprit matters more. His face is etched with worry. The old woman standing alone calls out, then please be careful on your own. She doesn't forget to add, Sect Master, we're all counting on you. A voice rings out from behind, you must protect Mo City. A force strikes him back a step. Mo Tiangxiao's face twists with anxiety. A shadow darts past behind him. Mo Tiangxiao spins around and shouts, Kai! Without hesitation, he gives chase. He runs and screams, Kai, stop! The shadow keeps fleeing into an alley. He pants heavily, don't you recognize me? I am your husband, Mo Tiangxiao. A voice sounds from behind. So that's how it is. Fan Chen stands there, his expression cold as frost. Mo Tiangxiao's expression shifts. He says flatly, before I merely speculated about the connection between Sect Master Mo and the Xianling sect. I never imagined the two of you were husband and wife. Mo Tiangxiao's eyes turn razor-sharp. He shouts, the Saint Emperor. Fan Chen regards him coolly. When did you realize I was the Saint Emperor? Then I nearly exposed myself right in front of my own wife. Mo Tiangxiao startles and turns. Then the figure in elaborate disguise lightly tucks back her hair. She threatens him directly, dare to make a single sound, and I'll beat you to death. Mo Tiangxiao frowns. Then everything was orchestrated by you too. Fan Chen cuts in, correct. The moment you heard those 3 words, she-demon, you gave chase. He then confirms, because you knew the culprit could only be La Kai. Mo Tiangxiao laughs wildly, throwing his head back. The two of us cultivated the evil corpse Dao together. She killed like a woman possessed, and so her realm soared. At first, she didn't want to harm anyone. But when her cultivation stagnated and could advance no further, desperation drove her to this. Fan Chen interjects sharply, you're lying. From start to finish, you cultivated the evil corpse Dao and drained the blood and flesh of mortals. His voice rings out, freezing Mo Tiangxiao in place. It was always just her alone. Everything you did was to divert suspicion and shield her. Unfortunately for you, we saw through it all. Mo Tiangxiao glances over and sneers, so what? My goal has already been achieved. Meanwhile, the woman is carried to the outskirts of the city. La Kai slowly regains consciousness. Tiangxiao, she screams, let me go back. I want to go back and find Tiangxiao. The surrounding handmaidens block her path. Madam, you cannot turn back. Otherwise, the sect master's painstaking efforts will be for nothing. We barely managed to escape. Going back now is walking straight into death. She goes berserk, seizing the handmaiden by the throat. Lowly servants like you dare obstruct me. The handmaiden cowers in terror, clutching her head. La Kai, like a rabid beast, bites down on the girl. The handmaiden. La Kai wipes the blood from her lips. She gazes down at the trembling handmaiden with contempt. I won't kill you. Go outside and turn the carriage around. The handmaiden can only cower, clutching her head, and obey. A scream echoes from outside. Who are you? She can only whip the horses while shrieking in panic. She widens her eyes and shouts, come any closer and I won't be polite. La Kai steps out of the carriage and glances over, asking coldly. Yan Dai's silhouette steps forward, her expression radiating arrogance and challenge. Zhan pokes her head out mischievously, and me too. La Kai sneers arrogantly. My face is truly grandsending the little saint daughter is one thing, but to think Li Zhehua himself would come in person to capture me. Yan Dai cuts her off. La Kai grits her teeth in fury. Everyone knows what I've done. But how could any of you understand the suffering I bear? I know the evil corpse Dao is forbidden, utterly vile and sinister. But only it can let me defy fate and shatter the limits I was born with. If I had even half the cultivation talent of the Buyu Demon Venerable, how could I have come to this? Yan Dai furrows her brow at her. La Kai suddenly screams, if this is the will of heaven, then heaven has forsaken me. Mengya steps forward. Those are merely your excuses. La Kai freezes, stunned. You've come as well, with a pained look. The Demon Venerable speaks. Mengyi asks, her expression betraying nothing back then. The Crimson Flame sect used treacherous schemes to lure and kill your father, then slaughtered over 200 members of your clan. You walked the evil corpse Dao only for vengeance. La Kai merely smirks. Surely the Demon Venerable isn't about to lecture me about letting go of hatred. Mengyi frowns, her expression turning grave. Blood debts and lives taken, of course they must be avenged, even at the cost of one's own life. She continues, but if you're going to risk your life, it should be only your own life at stake. Those innocent people you slaughter, what gives you the right to turn them into tools for your revenge? Hearing this, La Kai reflects on all she has done. The faces of those she murdered flash before her eyes. Meng Ye's expression darkens. And then there's Mo Tianxiao. Mo City was once the place he swore to protect with his very life. Yet for your sake, he turned it into a purgatory with his own hands. Lakai trembles. He told me he had a foolproof plan. She naively believed Mo Tianxiao's vague promises that he could deceive their eyes, create a false trail showing she had grown powerful, and once the time was ripe, escape with her so that no one would ever find them. Meng Ye says coldly, he was deceiving you. Everything he did was to draw all the danger onto himself. Mo Tianxiao stands far away, watching the carriage disappear. Meng Ye's words strike Lakai like a blade from the very beginning. He had already made his decision. Meng Ye insists that he must offer his own life as atonement for all of Mo City. Lakai collapses to her knees, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. She crumples to the ground and weeps. Tianxiao. Meng Ye gazes down from above. A pity just when the last sliver of conscience remained in him, his true nature was laid bare. Fan Chen speaks up. Although the victim from the second day was deliberately drained of blood to stage a ghastly death, upon careful analysis, the fatal wound was a blade strike to the chest. The evil corpse Dao feasts on the blood of the living. Those drained retain consciousness throughout, trapped in abject terror from first breath to last, not perishing until the very end. He continues, but this victim was clearly killed by a single blade strike first, then drained of all blood afterward. So did Sect Master Mo suddenly find his conscience? Was he unable to go through with it? Tianxiao recounts with anguish when he saw me wave. He smiled radiantly and said, the flavor of the DI letter 1EC7 U distroke letter 1EBF in the wine is excellent. You must give me a few jars someday. I truly couldn't bring myself to do it. Zhu Kongjun displays nothing but contempt. Spare me this farce of benevolence. When you dragged the innocent citizens of Mo City to the Xianling sect to die, why didn't you? Couldn't bring yourself to do it. Tianxiao does not deny it. You are right. Before I was the one who protected Mo City, but today I am the one who destroyed it with my own hands. Tianxiao states his intention. Saint Emperor, this one has one final request. Fan Chen interjects immediately. You should understand that I cannot spare Lakai. Tianxiao smiles bitterly. I know. I can only fight for her 10 more days, half a month at most. I am already content. My final wish is to cross swords with the Saint Emperor. Tianxiao says, truthfully, I have longed to witness the Saint Emperor's blade techniques one more time. A pity I left in such haste I did not bring my blade. At this moment, Yu Sheng darts forward and hurls a weapon toward him. Catch! Tianxiao catches the weapon, his face frozen for several seconds. Under the moonlight, Fan Chen coldly grasps his own blade, then looks at his opponent and says, you have yours now, make your move. Tianxiao's expression twists with bitter gratitude. Thank you. Fan Chen draws his sword and asks one final time, Mo Tianxiao, have you ever regretted it? He answers, as long as she can go on living, I would do anything. If you stood in my place, I believe you would do the same. Fan Chen responds with absolute conviction. My wife would never slaughter the innocent out of personal desire. The two clash in an instant. Tianxiao takes a vicious strike to the back. Fan Chen speaks coldly, and I will respect her choice. Tianxiao crumples to the ground the next instant, his face deathly pale. No. As expected of the Saint Emperor, he murmurs, in the end, it was my own incompetence to blame. Two figures suddenly appear. Yu Sheng tenses immediately. Someone's coming. Two men from the blood slaughter purgatory lead a swarm of followers, facing off against Fan Chen's group. The tall one grins eagerly. We've finally caught you lot separated from the pack. A bunch of grown men, none too imposing at that, skulking around in the dead of night. Were you heading out for some flower wine? Fan Chen's gaze turns frigid. He speaks, the blood slaughter purgatory truly is brimming with imbeciles. No wonder the Buyu Demon Venerable looks upon you with nothing but contempt. The tall one snarls in fury, shut your mouth. She's nothing but a trash woman. What does she know besides keeping pretty boys as playthings? We never once gave her the time of day. And you, Shorty, you're just as worthless. Exactly. Even the Northern Frontier Demon Venerable will belong to our blood slaughter purgatory sooner or later. Hearing this, Fan Chen's eyes darken with killing intent. Yu Sheng speaks up, Father, I've seen these two on the road before. It seems they've been following us the entire time. Fan Chen hums softly, they've been tailing us since we entered the city. Yu Sheng responds, so Father knew all along. Then why didn't you say anything? He replies, cannon fodder can be swatted dead with a single wave of the hand. Why would Father need to mention it? The tall one covers his mouth and snickers. Oh my, he's panicking, the tall one cuts in. Scared to trembling, isn't he? Fan Chen makes his decision. Since my wife isn't here anyway, if you are so impatient to court death, I can oblige. Yu Sheng immediately throws his arms around Zhu Kongjun. Uncle Jun. Kongjun speaks. He's truly angry now. Get back quickly, one hit from that spiritual energy and you won't leave your bed for 3 months. From the side, Tianxiao suddenly speaks the blood slaughter purgatory. Tang Linfu, the Saint Emperor's wife. So that's how it all connects. Just as Fan Chen raises his sword, Tianxiao speaks up. Saint Emperor, not long ago, Tang Linfu's men infiltrated Mo City. He clutches his wound and continues, I originally thought they had come for you. His words send a surge of towering rage through Fan Chen. But now I realize their true target was your wife all along. The tall one trembles upon hearing this. What? What did he just say? The Saint Emperor? That's even worse. You misheard, it must have been something else. How could that possibly be the Saint Emperor? Fan Chen speaks abruptly. This place is yours. Handle it immediately. Zhu Kongjun and Yu Sheng comply in unison. Yes, father, leave it to us. The blood slaughter purgatory members attempt to flee. Not so fast, one of them snarls. Let us show you the true might of the blood slaughter purgatory. Fan Chen's gaze sharpens like a blade, as a radiant surge of power erupts around him. Yu Sheng stands dazed. He left this place to us. Zhu Kongjun shoves a broom into the boy's hands. That means he wants us to clean up the mess. Tianxiao stares ahead with despairing eyes. He rises slowly to his feet. As expected of the Saint Emperor with power like that, no wonder he can hold fast to his convictions from start to finish, facing every trial with unwavering composure. If I had even half of His Excellency's talent, I would never have ended up like this. Yu Sheng saw this and said, It seems to be the opposite for you. Precisely because you can hold fast to your true heart from beginning to end. You only grow stronger. Face. Mo Tianxiao's face is covered in wounds. The gap between you and my father has never been just about strength. Zhu Kongjun picks up his sword and speaks. Sect Master Mo, deep down you know, Saint Emperor didn't leave us behind just to deal with those blood slaughter purgatory lot. On the other side, he wipes the grime from his face, then cheerfully turns to face his opponent. My blade technique isn't half bad either, Sect Master Mo. Would you honor me with a bout? Seeing this, Tianxiao freezes for a few seconds, his sword hand trembling, eyes brimming with confidence, and a fierce, honored excitement. Then he raises his sword high. Lakai, I have no regrets about what I've done. The two charge at each other in an instant, but once more. Tianxiao's voice rings out, I would still choose to take you away from this Placido, somewhere only we two exist. The next second, he collapses. Tianxiao recalls the most beautiful moment before his last breath. No matter what happens from now on, I will always be by your side. His touch still lingers with tenderness even in death. The two ride horses across the plateau. On this side, Lakai calls out Tianxiao's name through a torrent of tears until they run dry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Mengya's voice rings out neither furious nor pitifully at each word peels away the last layer of pretense. Miss Lakai, you always claim you had no choice but to seek revenge. But the truth is, as time went on, you were simply afraid of death, weren't you? You cultivated the heretical evil corpse Tao, and there was no turning back. Once the corpse devil Qi entered your body, you would inevitably transform, bit by bit, into a mindless corpse demon. And your cultivation base was insufficient. The only way to suppress it was to fill the void with even more sinister methods, and even more human blood. After Mengya strikes her weak spot, Lakai screams in fury, desperate to defend herself. So what if I did? If the one who faced that choice back then were you? Perhaps you would have walked the same path as me. Faced with the accusation, Mengya shows no mercy. How do you know I haven't faced it myself? Lakai seems to have no words left to deny it. She can only stare at Mengyi, dazed and hollow, like a soul stripped of its moorings. 400 years ago, Mengyi stands alone in a vast, empty void, a place stripped of all traces of life or time. After being battered by events rushing in like a flood, her heart grows dim. Even she herself cannot fathom what she wants, what she needs. In that silent, contemplative moment, footsteps suddenly echo from the boundless nothing. Mengyi immediately raises her head, her sharp, cold gaze piercing straight toward the source of the sound. It turns out to be Yue. Her figure drifts as light as mist, each step carrying her into the realm of the void. Her expression serene and unruffled. Time itself seems to freeze as their gazes meet. In that instant, only two figures stand facing each other across the boundless expanse. In a single heartbeat, Yue senses the deep-seated resentment harboring in the depths of Mengya's eyes. Do you harbor hatred? At this point, she can deny it no longer. She only nods silently, a mute confession. Yes. Suddenly, Yue clenches her fist, then slowly extends her hand forward, as if offering a decree of fate. When her palm opens, a pitch-black sphere rises, radiating frigid chi and dense killing intent. It can help you. Mengya stares at the sphere, unable to conceal her wariness, then asks in a cautious voice, "What is this?" It seems Yue can no longer stand idly by. She offers the sphere as a silent act of aid. Swallow it, and you swallow the life essence of 100,000 living beings. If it is you, you can instantly ascend to the supreme realm. After that, whether killing or avenging all becomes effortless. Understanding the implication, Mengya slowly reaches toward the sphere, deliberate, as if weighing the fate of her very being. The distance between her hand and the sphere shrinks to mere inches close enough to touch the swirling black chi. But at that precise moment, after a long, silent deliberation, she suddenly retracts her hand, as if she has just released something monumental. The action leaves Yue momentarily stunned. She lifts her head to gaze at Mengya, her eyes filled with bewilderment and a wordless sorrow. Though Mengya harbors a deep, seething hatred within her heart, she refuses to spread that suffering to others. "I have lost my family and my loved ones. I have endured the most terrifying agony this world can inflict. Thou could I, just for the sake of vengeance, inflict that same agony upon others." In that moment, she heeds reason over her heart, making a decision of extraordinary clarity. "If I did, how would I be any different from my enemy?" Returning to the present, having heard every word of Mengya's story, Lakai begins to feel the sting of guilt seeping into her heart. Mengya's story strikes Lakai like a vicious slap to the soul. How would I be any different from my enemy? The moment those words leave her lips, Lakai suddenly raises her head, lifts her sword straight toward the heavens, and bursts into a wild, mad laugh as if everything has finally come to an end. Mi Yangsing, standing nearby, cannot begin to comprehend the madness consuming her. She's dissipating all of her cultivation base, yet in the span of a single breath, Lakai reverses the blade upon herself and brings her life to a decisive end with one fate-cold slash. Only now does she see it clearly. Her one and only remaining choice is to end it herself. "My crime is unforgivable. I should have ended my own life long ago. There is no need to stain the Demon Venerable's hands." Mengya lets out a soft sigh, as if she had long foreseen Lakai's fate. Though it pains her heart, there is no longer room for her to intervene. "Do you have any last words?" Standing at the precipice between life and death, Lakai suddenly recalls an old story, long buried and gathering dust in the depths of her mind. "That year, a woman in red gave me the corpse origin. She let me choose for myself, but hatred clouded my mind. Without a moment's thought, I swallowed it whole. Demon Venerable, you must be wary of Tang Linfu of the Saint Realm." Her body slackens, and before long, Lakai can no longer hold on. Her form collapses in silence. A trembling hand reaches out in her final breaths. Her gaze, Dimonji at her heart, still turns toward a single silhouette. Mo Tianxiao. She owes that person a debt beyond measurion that no matter how many lifetimes she lives, she could never repay. If there is a next life, it is not that I wish to betray or forsake you. I am simply too afraid of causing you pain again. That is the only wish left in my heart. My love, if there is a next life, I pray you never meet me. At the sight of Lakai's death, a sharp pang pierces Zhan Zhan's chest. She turns to me, Yangsing. "Auntie Yan, she's really dead. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Yet this, too, is a lesson for you, child. Zhan Zhan, you must remember this: wellsome mistakes, once made, can never be undone. There is no turning back." Suddenly, a disturbance catches me Yangsing's attention. She speaks in a low voice. Someone's coming. They still cannot get even a moment's peace at this hour. Now the three of them find themselves confronted by a group of figures, shrouded entirely in black. Despite their concealed identities, Mengya immediately recognizes who they serve. "You are Tang Linfu's men." A girl among them speaks up impudently, cutting her off. "Shut your mouth. The revered name of Vice Minister Tang. Is that something a lowly woman like you can call so casually?" Yet Mi Yangsing and Zhan Zhan show not the slightest trace of fear. They know these insects cannot lay a finger on them. Are these people courting death? Their lifespans have already begun counting down. Truly, they don't know their own insignificance. Before them, the black-clad figures act utterly brazen, their threats ringing through the air. "We've come tonight to take you in. Surrender quietly and you'll suffer less. A bit of rough handling won't hurt. Vice Minister Tang only said to bring you back alive. He never said you had to be unharmed." "You make a fair point." Mengya does not rush to act. Instead, she questions them with absolute composure. "The Tang clan acts behind the Saint Emperor's back. Are you not afraid of being discovered?" Though she maintains her calm, the black-clad figures erupt into a torrent of abuse. "Discovered, so what? The Saint Realm will change hands before long. You think you can still hide behind him as your shield? In recent years, the Saint Emperor has grown more muddled by the day, handing the Saint Realm over to some greenhorn brat, completely disregarding Vice Minister Tang. retirement to rest and recuperate all utter horseshit. When Vice Minister Tang seizes power, he will crush the northern frontier first, then subjugate all 4 directions. When that day comes, the Fusheng continent shall bow to our Saint Realm. The drivel spewing from these brutes only earns them a slightly more measured assessment from me Yangxing and Zhan Zhan. If everyone in the Saint Realm is this witless, then suddenly, Zhu Kongjun doesn't seem so bad by comparison. Cannon fodder really do talk the most nonsense. The storybooks weren't lying about that. Hey, what did you just say? Are you looking down on us? And who exactly are you people? We came to capture the wife of... Suddenly one of them freezes mid-sentence, struck by a terrible realization. A creeping sense of dread begins to rise within one of the black-clad figures. Do you feel like something's off? But another remains utterly unperturbed. What's the rush? What's there to fear from a mere mortal woman? Yet truly, one does not weep until they see the coffin. When Meng Yi can no longer restrain herself and unleashes a torrent of overwhelming aura, only then do goosebumps erupt across their skin. What kind of mortal woman possesses such terrifying power? She fears no one. Her gaze cuts through them like forged steel. Though I too feel that Fan Chen fellow is no saint at the very least. As Saint Emperor, he hasn't done a poor job. Compared to scum like you, he's 100 times better. After gathering every ounce of her strength, Meng Yi unleashes an explosive wave of energy that sends the black-clad figures hurtling into the sky. Meng Yi has no desire to waste another breath on them. Against such common rabble, she simply takes Zhan Zhan and turns to leave. The rest is yours to handle. Understood? Zhan Zhan lets Gao be right behind you. As they glide past the fallen figures, she tosses one last taunt their way. Watch your step. Don't trample the trash on the ground. Yes, mother. As the 3 of them soar swiftly through the sky like the wind, the young girl voices a question that has been weighing on her mind. Mother, do you think if it were father, would he have given up everything like Mo Tiangxiao did to protect your life? Without the slightest hesitation, she answers, your father would not, because he knows there is something in my heart more important than death itself, that I must hold firm. Your father would certainly respect my choice. When 2 souls share a life together, the most important thing is that their hearts are in harmony. Perhaps a husband like Mo Tiangxiao is what many desire, but I would never choose him. After receiving this philosophical lesson from Meng Yi, Zhan Zhan will never forget it. Yes, I understand, mother. In the very next instant, Meng Yi's gaze shifts to the side as though she senses someone approaching. With no room left for hesitation, she feigns a sudden splitting headache, causing Zhan Zhan to panic with worry. Mother, what's wrong? And then Meng Yi collapses into Fan Chen's arms as he stands nearby. My wife. Zhan Zhan remains like a startled fawn, utterly bewildered by what just transpired. When did father appear? I didn't hear a single sound. The plan worked perfectly. Meng Yi had only feigned fainting to make amends with Fan Chen. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way before, husband. In truth, no one in my heart could ever compare to you. I was wrong as well. I knew full well that my wife acts with her own deliberation, yet I criticized you recklessly and hurt your feelings. I despise myself for it. Not wanting him to harbor any misunderstandings, she immediately begins to explain. Actually, tonight Senior Me went to capture La Kai, and I followed along because it doesn't matter. As long as you and Zhan Zhan are safe. That is all I care about. Since Fan Chen has said as much, she offers no further explanation, only a soft, radiant smile. Yes, the 3 of them walk happily through the city gates together, where Yu Sheng awaits them. The moment he spots their figures, he waves eagerly. Father, mother, little sister. Worry etched across his face, he rushes over to check on them. Is everyone all right? Zhan Zhan, as always, wastes no time teasing him. What could possibly happen to us? But what happened to you? You're absolutely filthy. The 2 of them seem to have an endless well of things to say to each other, their chatter never ceasing the entire way. You pick on me, and here I was worrying about you all this time. I'm worried about your future. With an image like this, no girl will ever fancy you. Seeing Meng Yi standing still with nothing to say, Fan Chen reaches out with concern. My wife, are you all right? Now that everything has settled, she lowers her gaze and smiles softly. It's nothing. I'm just suddenly a little moved, that's all. Meng Yi's true desires are the secret thoughts she harbors within thoughts she finds impossible to voice aloud. In truth, I never wanted to be some demon venerable, just like right now, being together with you all as a family. That is the time I have always yearned for. After a bout of playful antics with Zhan Zhan, Yu Sheng suddenly recalls something. It seems I've forgotten something. What did Mo Tiangxiao say Tang Linfu was planning to do? Oh well, if I can't remember, it must not be important. Dismissing the thought entirely, he heads back to the inn for breakfast, abandoning the issue without a second thought, as he rushes forward to fill his belly. Meanwhile, on another front, an entirely different confrontation unfolds. The Saint Realm's martial training grounds. At this moment, Su Dao is surrounded by a horde of figures clad entirely in black. The situation looks utterly dire for him. They hold the advantage through sheer, overwhelming numbers. A single glance is enough to tell they have come with nothing but ill intent. Su Dao's heart burns with anxiety. He cannot fathom why everything has gone so far off course from his plan. Tang Shishu has already made his move, so why is there not a single word from Master? Master must have deliberately dumped all of this on me. I want to go on strike. A wildly audacious idea suddenly springs into Su Dao's mind. How about I just collapse right here on the spot, put on a show of heroic resistance, and end up gravely wounded too exhausted to recover? Su Dao closes his eyes, recalling his master's words from years past. After all, he had served the Saint Realm's Xingzhu Palace with utmost devotion, and thus his master had promised him an honorable retiremento roam freely between heaven and earth, and enjoy the pleasures of life. Yet the very next second, he displays an inexplicable look of excitement, leaving the black-clad figures thoroughly bewildered. Perfect, they exchange glances, freezing for a solid 5 seconds in the face of Su Dao's utterly incomprehensible obliviousness. However, with their explosive tempers, they have no desire to hear another word and charge in without hesitation. This brat talks too much nonsense. In that very instant, Su Dao remains utterly composed, for he knows full well that he is the true victor. Nephew, just how do you plan to capture me? The next second, a blazing sword duel erupts between Su Dao and Tang Linfu. The clash of the two blades is so fierce it illuminates the entire sky. As he parries the man's razor-sharp blade, Su Dao unleashes his challenge. Tang Shishu, once you take this step, there is no turning back. Is the throne of the Saint Emperor truly that alluring? By now, Tang Linfu has completely lost all semblance of sanity, only madness remains. You think I want to be the Saint Emperor? Witnessing Tang Linfu's wild frenzy, Su Dao is suddenly taken aback. He swings his sword in a vicious slash toward Su Dao. A terrifying gleam flashes through Tang Linfu's eyes. When facing an opponent whose mind has become this unstable, Su Dao has no choice but to maintain absolute focus. A single sword stroke thrown off rhythm. One tiny opening that is all Tang Linfu needs to seize the opportunity and deliver a killing blow. Tang Linfu's eyes brim with murderous intent, like a wild beast poised to lunge at its prey, waiting for the slightest gap in Su Dao's defenses. Sparks erupt as blade meets blade. The battle deadlocks, neither side gaining ground, and the confrontation surges to its crescendo. Yet in the next instant, Su Dao suddenly realizes something. This is a trap. Indeed, for a cunning schemer like Tang Linfu, he has prepared far too many traps to ensnare his prey. Unable to react in time, Su Dao suffers considerable injuries from that devastating counterattack. Though his body is battered and on the verge of collapse, Su Dao still hopes the man will come to his senses. Tang Shishu, you should know the evil corpse Dao, and its dark arts offer no path to eternal life. But Tang Linfu shows no inclination to spare him. He is dead set on claiming Su Dao's life. Now let me send you on your way. A scene of brutal slaughter unfolds in the aftermath. Each devastating sword slash from Tang Linfu cleaves through the black-clad figures one by one. At this moment, Tang Linfu's eye sockets are pitch black, as though his soul has been completely consumed by an evil spirit. Others perhaps cannot manage it, but that one is different. It was the pursuit of immortality that caused Tang Linfu to lose himself entirely. Just obey, and you could perhaps survive for thousands upon tens of thousands of years. Though a bit late, Su Dao now realizes that Plain Lasomion has indeed been pulling the strings behind the scenes all along. Seconds later, Tang Linfu stomps his foot down onto Su Dao's hand, as if intending to crush him to the very depths of hell. He grips twin swords in hand and approaches with a cold, measured pace. Nephew, your Shishu has already made things crystal clear. Though he may be on the verge of descending to the Yellow Springs, Su Dao's expression remains utterly unreadable. A pity you never saw through it. One would expect Su Dao to spring up and teach him a lesson, yet Su Dao merely shuts his eyes and lies flat on the ground with utter nonchalance. For Su Dao is, at his core, an easygoing soul. Even in the most dire and desperate of moments, he can still chat casually with Tang Linfu. Indeed, who would have thought Shishu was this formidable? Go ahead and do it. That way I can retire with a legitimate excuse. Su Dao's words only fuel Tang Linfu's delight further. Very well, now Shishu shall grant you a swift end. Su Dao lies still, as if accepting his fate, while Tang Linfu raises his sword high, poised to end him. Yet at that critical moment, Tang Linfu suddenly freezes. Wait, this brat Su Dao's true strength is far beyond this. Moreover, he still possesses the myriad life mountain river cauldron. Right where is the myriad life mountain river cauldron? Why hasn't he brought it out? This brat is waiting for something, but by the time Tang Linfu begins to suspect, it is already too late. In the blink of an eye, a sudden strike pierces straight into his chest. What? From his blood-soaked wound, a pure white peony blooms immaculate and pristine. In the end, evil does not triumph over good. Soldiers had already encircled the city gates, waiting for the day he would fall so they could spring their ambush. Tang Linfu never imagined he would be ambushed so bitterly. His trembling hand reaches forward in disbelief. Apart from Tang Linfu, this is the price exacted upon those with crooked, unrighteous soul the traitors have paid for their crimes. He had thought himself the victor, never imagining that Su Dao would turn the tables at the very last moment. Bruh, you played me. There is no way Su Dao would ever fall to Tang Linfu. He simply wanted to make the man witness certain things. Shishu flatters me too much. I merely wanted to seize the opportunity to put on a little act. Whether dreaming or awake, he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out. Linfu, come have a cup with me. Tang Linfu whips his head around instantly, his expression one of utter disbelief. The pink peony in that person's hand still carries the same fragrance as it did in days of old. Time seems to wind back to an era before the dark demons had a chance to rise. These are this year's peonies from West Tea Mountain. You said you were far too busy, that this year you probably wouldn't get the chance to see them. You asked if I could bring one back for you. I have always remembered. Thank you, Shishu. The demon within him has vanished. All that remains now is a heart brimming with regret. I lost, is that truly so? My Wuni slowly lifts his teacup, his expression deep in contemplation. Knowing full well how this would end, why did you still go through with it? Simply because you could not hold the saint realm, the pinnacle of all saints, the fourth guardian of the realm, the illustrious mirror sage my Wuni. Though Tang Linfu knows he has gone too far, he still tries to salvage whatever he can. But if I cannot seize the saint realm, I will only die faster. So no matter what, I had to try at least once. Call it human nature. Fan Chen would never condemn such a thing. Yet no matter what transpires, the memory of that day never fades from his mind. That's right. Back then, in order to slay the Tai Xiu and Ming Emperor, Martial Brother sustained grievous damage to his divine soul. He possessed no Fasheng Pearl like the Buddha ancestor, nor did he have the fortune of immortal Lord Wu. All he had was the life essence of the reincarnated woman, bearing the Hayashan sword physique. Back then, Senior Brother quietly departed. We all knew he was searching for a secluded place to await death. So why did he not only return, but with his life force gradually recovering and his wounds more than half healed? I have never been able to figure that out. Wu Nuo sits in silence, brushing away crumbs, his expression placid as still water. His voice drifts out gently, like a man recounting an old tale. The affairs of the world are wondrous and impermanent. Perhaps precisely because Fan Chen did not fear death, he was able to encounter a turning point. Tang Linfu now knows there are no more chances left for him. A turning point like Thaith fears he will never encounter one again. Sir, are you saying that Senior Brother has always looked down on me? That he wanted to kill me? Wu Nuo responds slowly to his foolishness. If he truly wanted to kill you, he would have struck 400 years ago. Tang Linfu slowly takes the cake Wu Nuo offers him. As he eats, he stares at the old man with unreconciled defiance burning in his eyes. Only now, at this final hour, does Wu Nuo stop concealing anything and reveal the truth. The matter of you refusing the Buyu Demon Venerable's offer of shelter and then joining forces with others to besiege and kill her. Fan Chen has long known of the despicable things you did. It directly sowed 100 years of enmity between Jiangsu and the northern frontier. Relations between the two regions remain deadlocked to this day. Tang Linfu slowly lowers his gaze to the peony embroidered on his chest. It has turned a deep, dark crimson as if bearing silent witness to his unforgivable sins. Indeed, unless a miracle occurs, the Saint Emperor Fan Chen and the Demon Venerable Buyu may forever remain enemies. To think I was able to saddle Senior Brother with such immense trouble, that alone makes this life worthwhile. Before the words even finish leaving his lips, Tang Linfu dissolves into thin air, ending his life of sin. Wu Nuo then calmly hands the matter over to Bu Zhudao to handle. Fan Chen is not here. You decide what to do. At this moment, he must also acknowledge an unexpected matter. Elder Tang failed his realm breakthrough and passed away in seated meditation. This is truly a regrettable loss for our saint realm. That very day, a proclamation shall be issued across Jiangsu. The disciples of his lineage shall have their mourning period extended by 3 years. They are not to be mistreated. On another side, Fan Chen quietly watches a single leaf drifting slowly through the air. His gaze grows hazy, pulling forth memories of days long past that flood back to him. I remember now, several hundred years ago, I heard of a young girl in the northern frontier whose clan was annihilated. I resolved to bring her back to the Saint Realm and shelter her. But by the time I reached the northern frontier, she had already fled. On the way back, I saved a young demon cultivator and casually taught him saber techniques for 2 days. So that demon cultivator was Mo Tianxiao all along. No wonder he recognized me. Unfortunately, whether it was that young girl or Mo Tianxiao, I failed to save either of them. Before Fan Chen's serene expression, Kongjun could not help but voice his indignation. The Saint Emperor absolutely must not think this way. Mo Tianxiao chose the wrong path of his own accord, and the Buyu Demon Venerable being besieged in the Saint Realm back then was entirely Tang Linfu's scheme. Yet Fan Chen cannot deny one thing, still torments himself over it. Even so, had I been able to find her sooner back then, so many things could have been prevented. That young girl would not have had to suffer so much afterward. While the two men are still conversing, Mengyi approaches at a leisurely pace. Not wanting her to be burdened by worries, Fan Chen reassures her, consider it from the perspective of an old acquaintance. There are certain matters that, even though they were not my doing, had I been a touch more attentive, perhaps they would never have come to pass. Mengyi is ultimately still puzzled. If it was not husband's doing, what is there to be troubled about? Though I can deceive myself, those around me cannot. And yet, the parties involved all still blame me to this day. Mengyi wishes to understand further, so she asks directly. Then explain it clearly to her. Hearing this, Fan Chen can only ask back gently. What if she refuses to listen? Mengyi never wants Fan Chen to bear his burdens alone, and always wishes to share in his troubles. Then explain it a few more times. Despite the anxieties weighing heavy in Fan Chen's heart, before her he still wears a bright smile. My wife has always been so straightforward as a man of books. You always love to overcomplicate things. Mengyi then gently leans her head against his shoulder. Well said, thank you for the lesson, my wife. Feeling a bit better now. Seeing his wife naturally brighten, his words flow smooth as silk. Let head home. The two then walk side by side, their fingers interlaced together. This alone is enough to show the deep, inseparable bond between Fan Chen and Mengyi. In the hearts of both, each carries their own private thoughts. Wife is right. I should find an opportunity to explain things clearly before the Buyu Demon Venerable in person. Meanwhile, in Mengyi's mind, husband once had ties to that mysterious young girl that remain unexplained. Should I seek her out or not? The sky stretches high and endless. The lake, jade green and crystal clear, mirrors drifting clouds upon its surface. Lotus blossoms in full bloom release their gentle fragrance. Cloud City's Lover's Lake. The scenery truly seems born for lovers strolling side by side. Suddenly, while walking along the lakeside with Mengyi, Fan Chen catches sight of something in the distance. Following his gaze, a couple sits together on a wooden boat far away, drinking in the beautiful scenery. They hold lotus leaves in their hands, smiling and chatting with each other. The scene before them is truly romantic and serene. Witnessing the couple's happiness, Fan Chen seems to know exactly what he wants to do. With eyes blazing bright as star lanterns, he turns to take Mengyi's hand. My wife, how about we go boating on the lake? Unfortunately, she has pressing matters, and cannot accompany him. She had promised their daughter to hurry home and teach her embroidery. Besides, we are already an old married couplino, need to join in on the young people's fun. Hearing that Mengyi has no interest in this, Fan Chen feels a sting of disappointment settle in his heart. Suddenly, Mi Yangxing comes running from afar, carrying a letter. Madam, an urgent dispatch from the Merchant Guild. Fan Chen stands alone in a corner, for Mengyi is busy with affairs and has turned her attention away from him. One would think Mengyi was the cold one, but it turns out Fan Chen is the childish one. Kongjun's offhand words alone can wound him endlessly. Every sentence that man speaks seems to turn Fan Chen's heart to stone, then shatter it to pieces. Bland and uneventful, that is how old married couples truly coexist. How perceptive of you, my wife. Seeing Fan Chen looking as though the apocalypse has arrived, Kongjun is taken aback. Sir, what is wrong with you? Mengyi's indifference has wrung every last tear from Fan Chen. Has my wife grown cold toward me? Have I lost my appeal to her? Then what am I to do? Yet the only thing Mengyi cares about at this moment is her plan. Wu Wuliang has led the troops out. We can launch the full assault on the blood slaughter purgatory at any time. Good. A moment later, Mengyi turns her gaze to stare intently at Mi Yangxing. Her focused attention on something has piqued her curiosity. What is it? It's nothing. I just feel that this place truly lives up to its name, as lovers' lacate really is perfect for men and women to meet in secret. Hearing this, she is somewhat puzzled. Secret meetings. At this, Mengyi understands me Yangsing's maiden heart has stirred for someone. If you have someone in your heart, by all means do the same. I would be happy for you. It seems that since this is a first for her, she cannot quite master her own emotions. However, I don't quite understand what liking someone truly means. Too long spent in slaughter I've grown skilled at reading others' hearts. But when I finally pause to look within, I find I can no longer see myself clearly. Born and raised in extraordinary circumstances, her feelings and thoughts are unlike anyone else's. The older the ginger, the spicier indeed. Mengyi gently pats her head and speaks more plainly. It's not as complicated as you think. If you can go a few hours without seeing someone, and the other person won't feel uncomfortable either, then that person surely holds a special place in your heart. Hearing this, Mi Yangsing begins to reflect, does she truly feel that way? Is that how it is? Back then, when she saw Kongjun standing by the rocky shore, she had leaned in and asked, "So it was you who killed Mo Tianxiao?" But instead of answering her, he only questions her in return. "Did you kill Ying Liuaji?" Both of them carry the same burden. That was the only thing they could do. I can only do so much. I am the same as anyone else. A moment later, Zhu Kongjun holds in his hands an exquisite box adorned with intricate patterns. Zhu Kongjun's gaze is calm and distant, as though he has already seen through everything. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. Indeed, no matter how fervent the passion, it mellows into tranquility with the passage of time. That fiery passion, that inseparable bond youth alone can sustain such things. At the very least, their shared wish to be buried side by side has already been fulfilled. Suddenly, Yanxing jeers at the pit he has dug. "This pit of yours is far too sloppy." Faced with her armchair criticism, he fires back immediately. "Then you dig it." Watching Zhu Kongjun gently lower the box into the pit, she still cannot fathom why he insists on going to such lengths. Clearly, using spiritual power could settle this in the blink of an eye, yet here you are, doing everything by hand. "Isn't Zhu Kongjun simply wonderful?" he quips. His retort leaves Yanxing utterly speechless, with nothing left to say. "If you find it so disagreeable, why have you stayed here watching for 4 entire hours without feeling bored?" To salvage her pride, she scrambles for an excuse to cover her tracks. "Oh, I could watch your wretched struggle all day long." And he is no pushover, snapping right back with equal venom. "Then you absolutely must not leave, because I'm about to dig for another 4 hours. Fine, however long you dig, I'll watch." Suddenly, Yanxing recalls Mengya's earlier words. A flush of embarrassment creeps over her, as she realizes she might have actually fallen for Zhu Kongjun. Watching her tear at her own hair in distress, Mengya cannot make heads or tails of it. "Impossible, wrong. This is terrifying. That law does not apply to me." It turns out the one suffering most from love is none other than Fan Chen. At this very moment, he wallows in self-pity alone, his face pressed against the wall. After giving him the cold shoulder for a good while, Mengya finally walks over and asks, "How long do you plan to stand here spacing out with this tree?" Who could have guessed Fan Chen is still stewing over what happened earlier? "I am reflecting on my failures. It must be because my charm is insufficient so much so that my wife refuses to go on a lake outing." Yet Mengya's next words instantly lift Fan Chen's spirits, sending his imagination soaring in every direction. "I'll go wherever my husband wishes. Let us leave at once." This is simply too wonderful. Seeing Fan Chen giddy as a child, she cannot resist teasing him. "If I hadn't come, was my husband planning to stand here facing the wall all day?" Fan Chen is overjoyed, as if he just won the lottery, and gently plants a kiss on Mengyi. "Not at all. I know my wife dotes on mate might be seen by others, and I want them to see." And so, after a performance worthy of a Hollywood actor, Fan Chen successfully enjoys his lakeside outing with Mengyi. Their hands gently touch. "Husband, this scene before you, it's just like Jack and Rose from the Titanic. Must we really do this? Doesn't my wife find this romantic? I just think this is extremely precarious. Still, this is the unique brand of romance shared between Fan Chen and Mengyi. Truly, reality is never as perfect as dreams." That tender moment is shattered by the biting cold in an instant. The boat capsizes. Though he keeps silent, deep within his heart there is nothing but tears and an ocean of sorrow. "Are you all right? Is it very cold?" Though their lake outing takes a plunge into the deep, it cannot extinguish the blazing passion between them. It is precisely these unexpected mishaps that give Fan Chen the chance to pull her tight into his embrace. "Hold me tighter, my wife, and I won't feel the cold anymore." It sounds romantic enough until she opens her mouth and deflates it entirely. "Do I have some kind of cold resistance ability?" As a die-hard romantic, no matter what happens, Fan Chen always finds a way to shower her with sweet words. Of course I do. My very life rests in your hands. One smile from my wife and I shall live 100 years. The two of them then share a few private, blissful moments together, chatting away with playful nonsense. My wife, your heartbeat is growing faster. Fan Chen is supremely confident in the enduring flame of their marriage. See, no matter how many years pass, my wife and I remain inseparable, stuck together like glue. The flame of our passionate love could set an entire mountain ablaze, something the likes of you could never compare to. The couple he had been staring at earlier shivers involuntarily, as though someone's gaze is boring into them. While Zhu Kongjian stands with Yan Xing on the bridge, two lovebirds paddle a boat together below. Though neither speaks a word, both secretly feel that Fan Chen is far too besotted with Meng Yi. He carries himself with such dignified bearing among mortals, yet if the elders of the Saint Realm saw this, they would probably faint from laughter. The gentleman is indeed utterly devoted to his wife, but they are far too clingy. A frail scholar like that is certainly not my type. Then Yan Xing's thoughts drift to Zhu Kongjian beside her. He's still better than that blockhead over there by the wild ducks. He is admiring the ducks frolicking in the water when he suddenly catches her staring at him, utterly bewildered. Women truly are the most incomprehensible creatures on the face of the earth. Yan Xing broods over her thoughts of him and punches him for good measure. What am I even thinking? Stop it right now. Before this sudden and baffling punch from Yan Xing, Zhu Kongjian refuses to let it slide. Are you out of your mind? And just like that, the two of them go at it again like cats and dogs. What is it? Do you have any medicine? Beneath the gentle sunlight and azure sky, ferns sway softly as each leaf drifts slowly down onto the mirror-still water. Yet in another place, darkness engulfs every corner, transforming the space into a desolate wasteland, barren and heartbreakingly lonely. Wangchu and Xiang. Yue lies still in Dian's embrace as the boat glides across the water, light as a wisp of smoke. Sleep a while longer. The hot pot she had been longing for from afar would surely have gone cold by now. She gazes silently into the void, her hazy eyes laden with unspoken worries. The boat drifts on, slowly following the current. Birds cry faintly in the dark, silent night, tinged with a lingering melancholy. A moment later, Yue slowly sits up, rubbing her eyes, and softly asks, "Has Xiang Shen and the others returned? They are all waiting on the shore." She gazes ahead, lost in the haze, unable to tell where the current is carrying them. "Where did you say you were taking me before?" Seeing that she is unaware, Prince Dian reveals the truth. Tang Linfu and On Lakai are dead. Over the past few days, everyone outside has been discussing these two matters. Hearing this, her only concern is his safety. "Then were you discovered by them?" But Prince Dian pays it no mind. "Discovered? Let them discover me. I never intended to hide." His health seems rather unstable after only a few words. He breaks into a fit of coughing. Blood taints Prince Dian's lips. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. Blood smears across Prince Dian's hands, a grim warning that his condition has reached a critical threshold. Unwilling to let Yue worry, he immediately reassures her, "It's nothing. If I could crawl all the way from the heavenly abyss to here, I will not die so easily. My foster father failed to kill me. Heaven and earth themselves shall not finish me off either." As for Fusheng Continent, Prince Dian has rested and recovered his strength for several hundred years. Now, the nightmare returns once more. He wants Yue to steel herself for the trials that lie ahead. After a while longer, they finally stop at a small riverside cabin on the shores of Wangchu and Xiang Black Lake. Prince Dian and Yue slowly approach the dining table, where everyone is already waiting for them. Before them spreads a table laden with exquisite dishes. He introduces today's fair shiitake mushrooms and bamboo shoots, alongside fresh potato noodles. It is unclear whether she is anxious or wary, but she simply stares at the food in silence. Nuba, fearing Yue might feel uneasy, flashes a warm, welcoming smile to reassure her. "Rest easy, miss. Every dish was personally selected by the prince according to your tastes. The flavor is surely not lacking." Prince Dian's subordinate, Nubi Veryon, here seems well-intentioned. Yue's apprehension melts away as she picks up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Everyone holds their breath, tense, watching her expression as she tastes the first dish. But who could have imagined that Yue would burst into tears from the scalding heat, throwing the whole table into a panic? "Yue, don't cry, don't cry. What do we do?" At the dining table, Yue looks no different from a child being coaxed and comforted by Nu Ba and the general. Young Master Dai Yun naturally won't repeat her mistake. Before putting the meat in his mouth, he blows on it gently first. A true connoisseur through and through, he dips the morsel into the sauce to enhance the flavor before eating. Surprisingly, that delicious piece of meat is meant for Yue. Young Master Dai Yun gently feeds it to her. Those two are clearly still green when it comes to coaxing girlsonly. The young master can soothe Miss Yue. Nu Ba, with her bottomless stomach, moves her hands deftly, snatching meat from the general's bowl as fast as she can. However, what truly darkens his expression isn't that heat, something far more serious. Young master, we've been discovered. The general, Dai Yun's subordinate, delivers the report. Yinggu picks up his bowl while adding further details. The situation regarding Saint Emperor Dai Hong remains unclear, but the Bu-Er Buddha ancestor and Dao Ye immortal lord have already begun to move. Despite their anxious trepidation, young Master Dai Yun breaks into a brilliant smile. Isn't that wonderful? It proves they've all received the declaration of war I prepared. Nu Ba agrees wholeheartedly, hands and feet in, but just as she tries to swipe a piece of meat from him, he yanks his bowl away. Indeed, it is time to remind the world the realm has always had four lords: Spirit Cultivator Fan Chen, Art Cultivator Zai Huo, Dao Cultivator Wu Yi, and Demon Cultivator Dai Yun. Everyone seems to have placed their faith in young Master Dai Yun. Among the four, his strength clearly stands above the rest yet. There is another disadvantage that gives Hu Qing pause. But they have the numbers. Hu Qing, Dai Yun's subordinate, cautions. Hearing this, young Master Dai Yun immediately rebukes him. Who says that on this Fusheng continent, all those who harbor ambition in their hearts and refuse to accept their fate are our allies. The Demon Venerable Buyu, besides a daughter, also has a son. This news spreads like wildfire. The general truly lives up to Dai Yun's trust. He has completed every task down to the last detail. Yes, the information has been quietly leaked to the major sects, just as the young master commanded. Young Master Dai Yun appears thoroughly pleased. His next move is simply to wait for the right moment. Good, the fuse is lit. How far the fire spreads, we shall stand back and watch. The scene shifts to a place where crimson evil energy blankets a dark, somber great hall. A shadowy figure sits in silence behind a ghost-faced curtain, amidst wailing echoes that cascade down the stone steps of the blood slaughter, Purgatory's sacrificial hall. After learning what has transpired, he lets out a soft sigh. Oh, Meng Buyu, Meng Buyu. He seems to find the whole affair so absurd that he can't suppress a smirk. Sect Master Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai's voice rises, as if echoing from the depths of the netherworld, cold and venomous. One weakness alone would be fatal, yet you have managed to cultivate two. Wicked flames flicker as his subordinate calmly voices his doubt. If the Demon Venerable Buyu already has a son, why not bring him to the northern frontier for training? Why hide him instead? Zhu Hai's lips curl into a sinister smile amid the crimson blood mist. The boy's demon cultivation talent must be abysmal. She can't let anyone see him, or it would tarnish her reputation in the northern frontier. Moreover, with a weak temperament, the moment he arrives in the northern frontier and becomes a target, he'll be bullied or worse, assassinated. But what wall in this world doesn't let the wind through? I found out all the same. His voice rises, and the killing intent around him turns as cold and sharp as a blade. However, there is one matter that troubles the subordinate enough to report directly. Sect Master, the one you previously dispatched to find the Demon Venerable's husband, has yet to return. I fear the worst. If we also target her son, we will make a mortal enemy of her. But what his subordinate doesn't know is that Zhu Hai has been secretly plotting something far more sinister. What if I told you that this time our target isn't just that beast but also the child of the Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou, the legendary young Master Yu? Before the subordinate's stunned hesitation, Zhu Hai confirms it without a shred of doubt. Indeed, I have signed a pact with Xingzhou Palace in Zhangzhou. Both sides cooperate for mutual gain. Before long, the Saint Emperor's son will attend the Wudang banquet in the eastern district of Hongyan City. From what I know, Meng Buyu's daughter will also be there. When the time comes, we plant sleeper assassins in Tianmen, have them feign orders from the young saint daughter, and quietly eliminate the Saint Emperor's son. At the same time, we follow the trail to Meng Buyu's bastard child, kill them, and pin the blame on the Saint Realm. The Immortal Gate and the Saint Realm are already mortal enemies. When we deliver the severed heads of the Saint Emperor's son, and that bastard child to Fan Chen and Meng Buyu, even if they harbor doubts, they will choose to kill wrongly rather than let the guilty go free. This plan is destined to succeed. When the time comes, I will personally go to Cloud City, find the hiding place of that bastard child, and kill them with my own hands. By then, neither head will be missing. Zhu Hai rises slowly to his feet, a manic gleam blazing in his eyes. While those villains scheme against Yushang, the boy himself is happily playing in the chicken coop behind the small house in the backyard of Cloud City. Sitting among the chickens, nibbling on cheese sticks, He still seems bothered by something. Why does my head hurt so much? It feels like it's about to split in two. Yu Sheng can't let himself go on like this, so he tries to calm himself down. What nonsense am I thinking? What horrifying thing am I imagining? As it turns out, the reason Yu Sheng has such a splitting headache is because he's about to take a life. Brother Chicken, if you want to blame anyone, blame my father's the one who told me to kill you. Ever the kind-hearted boy, Yu Sheng offers the chicken a most humane request. If you have any last words, cluck twice. Whether it's a final meal or anything else, I'll do my best to honor your wishes. But who could have guessed that Zhan would catch him in this utterly embarrassing moment? The girl can't hold it in and bursts out laughing at his childish innocence. Chen Yu Sheng, you're not a little kid anymore. How are you still this clueless? What do you know? The saying goes, a chick may not take after the feathers, but it always takes after the wing. You always look as carefree as Fan Chen. Men are just boys until their dying day. Although Yu Sheng is a bit dim, Zhan can't deny his good looks. Brother, at least you're handsome, right? Yu Sheng may have started life on the winner's podium, yet he still manages to stumble through it without a clue. Although you have a decent spirit cultivation foundation taught by Uncle Jun and an impressive background, as the son of the Demonic Venerable though, you yourself don't know it compared to those young cultivators, like that wretched son of the Saint Emperor. Whether in experience or knowledge, you're still far behind. You can't reach the abyss like that. The girl then walks up to him and extends an invitation. Brother, come to the banquet with me. There'll be plenty of masters of calligraphy and painting there. It's perfect for you. Zhan intends to use her wits to help Yu Sheng improve his abilities if push comes to shove. This little sister will pull some strings for him. However, having been tricked by her one too many times, Yu Sheng has learned his lesson. Cut the act, you are just trying to use this chance to introduce one of your good sisters to me, aren't you? In a few days, I also have a banquet to attend. Why don't you come with me instead? There'll be plenty of wealthy, prestigious families perfect for you. Even so, Zhan still wants him to attend her banquet instead. My banquet has them too. Only then do the two of them realize the other is hiding something. They stare at each other, four eyes locked, unable to utter a word. Then Yu Sheng and Zhan square off, each determined to wring the truth out of the other. Just which banquet are you two siblings even talking about? A bunch of juniors eating and playing people they thought were strangers, yet somehow acquainted. That can't be right, can it? To confirm whether her suspicions were correct, the girl immediately asked, Brother, where exactly is this banquet you mentioned? Yu Sheng didn't bother hiding anything, and told Zhan the location straight away. Straight south. After all, he still had to return to the Saint Realm first to find his senior brother before they set out together. The route Yu Sheng had in mind was to depart from Cloud City, head to the Saint Realm, and finally reach Wudong. However, the girl's itinerary was slightly different. She was heading straight north after all. She still had to return to Tianmen to bring Yu along. Upon realizing their routes didn't overlap in the slightest, both of them felt a wave of relief. Indeed, how could it possibly be the same? Yet a faint tinge of disappointment still lingers. Reality, after all, doesn't offer that many surprises. While his two prodigiously gifted children discuss the banquet, Fan Chen is leisurely reading in the study of his modest home in Cloud City. At this moment, he eagerly flips through the pages of a book, his expression one of deep concentration. Suddenly, the very next second, Yu Sheng pokes his head back in. He bows, searching for the child. So it turns out he called you here because he wanted to learn more about the banquet. This upcoming Phoenix Tree banquet, that little saint daughter of the northern frontier, is going too, right? Yu Sheng, well aware that Fan Chen is worried he might cause trouble, immediately reassures him. Don't worry, father. I'll do my best to keep my distance. If we never meet face to face, there won't be any conflict. Yet to his utter shock, Fan Chen drops a request that stuns him to the core. This old man hopes you will try to get close to that girl. Yu Sheng always obeys his father without question, so naturally, this time is no different. Understood, but after replaying what Fan Chen had just said, Yu Sheng felt something was off. Yu Sheng immediately displayed utter shock, bewilderment, and sheer disbelief. What? Seriously? Yu Sheng asked in confusion. We've always been at odds with the northern frontier. Why would father suddenly? Fan Chen answered solemnly. I just received word from your senior martial brother. Left Chancellor Tang Linfu led a rebellion, attempting to seize control of the Saint Realm. He was slain by Great Master Mai. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was utterly stunned. Fan Chen stood before the desk and continued, Senior brother, I've also uncovered that the reason Tang Linfu dared to act so brazenly was because someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. And the incident in Mo City involving the evil corpse Dao, thinking back now, perhaps it was no mere coincidence. His expression turned grave as he continued. The only person I can think of who is capable of orchestrating all of this is one man. Prince Dai and letter 189. Yu Sheng's mind reeled. Wait, that's too much information at once. Give me a moment to process this. Prince Dai and letter 189, the very one great master Mai had mentioned during his lectures. But hadn't he perished ages ago? Fan Chen replied, that one has countless tricks up his sleeve. Leaving behind some contingency to bring himself back to life is perfectly in character. He spoke of Prince Dai and letter 189's cunning schemes, chief among them a mastery at exploiting the weaknesses of the human heart to achieve his own ends. Fan Chen's face soured. The incidents with Tang Linfu and Mo City were proof enough, truly, an unbearable nuisance. Then he spoke again, his tone turning serious. Of course, everything I've said is merely my speculation for now, but better to cut off one trouble before it grows. If you can befriend that young saint, the girl from the northern frontier, it would be far better than making her an enemy. Yu Sheng said in surprise. So father intends to ally with the northern frontier to deal with the evil corpse Dao and Dai and letter 189 together. I thought you would handle them personally. Fan Chen turned to Yu Sheng. Neither is correct. Fan Chen continued. If it truly comes to that, I will rally the forces of all 5 domains to strike as one. Dai and letter 189 has been resting and amassing his strength for all these years. But our greatest advantage has always been our overwhelming numbers, hasn't it? Yu Sheng looked at Fan Chen and asked, but wouldn't that be ganging up on him, the many bullying the few? Fan Chen looks away and answers Yu Sheng. Since when does beating down a villain require morals? Yu Sheng's face darkens. Damn, he can't refute a single word of that. Fan Chen says, but I did it for another reason as well. He speaks while mulling it over Xingzhou Palace, appears to be plotting an assassination of his son at the Wudong banquet. A corpse sprawled across the ground, then the blame pinned on that little saint daughter of Beijiang. Yu Sheng asks Fan Chen in shock, What? Yu Sheng clutches his head and shouts, Father, someone wants to kill your own son and you're still this calm. Fan Chen glances at Yu Sheng and says dryly, You, along with a bit of Zhu Kongzhen's help, can't even handle a bunch of second-rate assassins. My son isn't that useless. Yu Sheng wipes away his tears, happy to be affirmed. So why does it still feel a bit unfair? Fan Chen turns his back to Yu Sheng and says, A boy must endure wounds before he can mature. It's your sister I worry about more. Fan Chen says, When Wu Jing has discovered that I still have a daughter, agents from the orthodox sects are searching everywhere. He continues, They plan to kill the girl and frame Beijiang. Yu Sheng screams, What? They dare target my sister? That when Wu Jing is courting death. I'll go find Uncle Zhu right now and have him send people. Fan Chen raises his hand toward Yu Sheng with a calm expression and continues, No need. They can't get close to your sister. Moreover, Mi Yangxing is already there. Yu Sheng says in a panic, Then once we return to the Saint Realm, I'll notify senior brother immediately and raise Xingzhou Palace to the ground with him. Fan Chen says, No need. If Xingzhou Palace believes I don't know, then I shall play along as if I don't. Fan Chen flips through a book and says, I hear the famous crispy pastries of Yang City are quite delicious. The old palace master Wen was fond of them. Autumn is approaching. Have, Grand Master may send him 2 packages. Yu Sheng asks in bewilderment, What kind of maneuver is this? Fan Chen smiles faintly and replies, Young Master Wen has been in the Saint Realm for quite some time now. It's about time he went home for a visit. Fan Chen looks up and says, What I mean is everyone in the world knows. The only reason Wen Wu Jing was able to become the new palace master of Xingzhou Palace is because he used the most despicable of schemes to murder his own elder brother. Wu Jing's elder brother was slain by his own hands. A man was locked away in prison and bribed those around him. The original old palace master was imprisoned while Wu Jing seized control. Young Master Wen is the old palace master's legitimate grandson, harbors a blood feud with Wen Wu Jing for the murder of his father. If at this very moment, Grand Master Mai representing the Saint Realm were to personally escort him home, wouldn't it immediately spark a blood-soaked storm of power struggle? Fan Chen burns the slip of paper in his hand. Tit for tat. He glances to the side and says, I'll teach those juniors what true scheming looks like. Yu Sheng says with a look of sheer terror. No wonder senior sister says she dislikes the scholars of the Saint Realm. Cross them, and you're done for. Truly done for? Yu Sheng thinks to himself, but how on earth am I supposed to get along with the little saint daughter? Yu Sheng stands outside the door muttering, So difficult. and she's not even my sister. Suddenly, Jan notices the girl stealing a glance in their direction. Yu Sheng stretches his arms wide, then breaks into a little dance. Don't be scared, little sister. With your big bro here, no one dares bully you. Jan thinks helplessly, what is Big Brother going crazy about now? Then the girl flashes a bright smile at him. Yu Sheng's face flushes crimson with embarrassment, and he hastily turns away. What was I even thinking? If the little saint daughter really is like my little sister, there's no way I could live peacefully with her. Over here, Mengya sits in the room as a voice rings out. Mother! Jan comes over. You really want to teach me embroidery? She nods, but there's something I must tell you first. Jan asks, what is it? In the room, Mengya's voice rings out. At this Wudong banquet, try your best not to clash with the people from the Saint realm. She continues to ask, what's the name of the Saint Emperor's illegitimate child again? Jan replies, I don't know either. Everyone outside seems to call him Young Master Yu. Mengya murmurs softly, Young Master Yu. This Wudong banquet is merely a gathering for the younger generation to hone their skills, but one cannot guarantee there won't be people lurking in the shadows, deliberately sowing discord and stoking conflict between the sects. Then she hands the embroidery over to Jan. Although I don't care for Fan Chen, that doesn't mean I'll be foolish enough to let them use me. Jan gazes at the embroidery stitches. If that young Master Yu is an upright and straightforward youth, it's fine for the two of you to be friends. The girl holds the embroidery up high. This daughter understands. Then she grumbles under her breath. As long as that young Master Yu isn't like my brother. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng sits staring at a chicken and mutters, a fool like that in this lifetime, I can only put up with one. Night descends. The sky is devoid of a single star. Mengya sits beside Jan's bed. She strokes the girl's head, mulling over how everything that's happened recently is far too coincidental. Now it seems, if someone truly is pulling the strings behind the scenes, it's connected to the evil corpse Tao. Their target may very well be all 5 realms. Her eyes gaze tenderly at the girl. The blood slaughter purgatory is certainly involved. This time, I will completely destroy their grand formation. Let's see just who that old bloodsea pill-refining bastard is relying on. The next morning, the air is crisp and fresh. At the dining table, Mengya speaks up. When are you two setting out? Tomorrow, they answer in unison. Hearing their reply, she presses on, why not travel together? The 2 children respond, different destinations. She then turns to Yan Dai. Senior me, it is just as you predicted. Perhaps we should give it to the children now. Everyone hearing this is stunned. Yan Dai forces a smile through gritted teeth. The sect master herself has so many treasurettes, does she keep plundering mine? After that, she produces a piece of jade. Yan Dai hands it to Fan Chen. This jade talisman can be used even by mortals. It is a superb life-saving treasure effect for the young master. He is taken aback. This is, madams, he glances between the 2 of them. The relationship between his wife and senior me must be far from simple. Mengyi answers with an awkward laugh. Why do you ask such a thing? Fan Chen holds the jade up to the light. As far as I know, this jade talisman is called the 1,000-mile single thread. It was accidentally refined by Dang En-heen, the demon lord and master of demon lord Vu Thien. His next words drain the color from both their faces. In all the world, only 9 pieces exist. Each use consumes 1 piece are priceless beyond measure. Fan Chen's lengthy explanation leaves the 2 of them deathly pale. The 1,000-mile single thread was once gifted to sects across the 5 realms. Zhangzhu holds 1 piece, kept at the little tavern. Beijiang is said to possess 2. One has already been used. Only a single piece remains. Kongjun suddenly lets out a few pointed coughs. Young master, an ordinary scholar really shouldn't know this much. Fan Chen promptly clamps his mouth shut. He never expected senior me to voluntarily part with something so precious for their sake. He turns to look at Yan Dai. Dao once said she happened to save this senior years ago, but in truth, she must have been gravely injured back then. Correct. Yan Dai follows the narrative. Yes, I was gravely wounded. If not for Madam, I would have perished long ago. This 1,000-mile single thread is nothing compared to the debt of saving my life. Fan Chen then asks a question that fills both of them with dread. So who exactly was it that injured you back then? Yan Dai recalls her fabricated past. According to the sect master's story, she is a lone rogue cultivatorno sect, no faction. A wandering nobody trampled upon by all. Yan Dai swallows hard, scheming. If she is supposed to be a rogue cultivator, she would naturally be prone to bullying and mistreatment. She racks her brain frantically. She'll just fabricate some nameless, insignificant sect from the northern frontier. The young master can't possibly know every trivial matter up there. Then she accidentally slaps Kangjan's hand hard. Something feels off. She has a gut feeling that fabricating this story will cause a major problem. Kangjan endures the pain through gritted teeth. A moment later, an idea springs to mind. Got it. She feigns vulnerability. Is one of the 8 great houses of Zhangzhou Xingzhou Palace. Her heart pounds with anxiety. She picks the most reviled sect on the Central Plains sect rankings. Yu Sheng hears this and exclaims, "Huh, are you certain it was Xingzhou Palace?" Zhan beside him bursts out, "Brother, what connection do you have with them?" Yu Sheng replies hastily, No, how could I?" Fan Chen studies the jade piece and says, "Very well. If an opportunity ever arises, I will help you settle this grievance. The one capable of gravely injuring Mi Yangxing must be Wen Wujing." Internally, Fan Chen cannot stop lamenting him again. Kangjan frantically pulls his robe over his face to hide his expression. "Wen Wujing, you're done for. You are truly done for." Yan Dai stares at the other party with a blank expression. Is that really necessary? At most, the young master can only write a scathing essay. Can he really destroy Xingzhou Palace? Kangjan's face darkens. "Are you secretly cursing me in your heart again?" Yan Dai snaps back. "Cursing you? I don't need to do it in secret." Kangjan seethes with rage. Mi Yangxing hears the challenge in his silence. Yan Dai shouts even louder, daring to outscream her. Zhu Kangjan and Fan Chen watch helplessly as the two bicker. Fan Chen then turns to Mengyi. "Madam, did you notice?" Mengyi replies coolly, "You only just realized." He laughs softly. "So that is how it is." He then thinks to himself, over the years, Mi Yangxing has protected Dao remarkably well. Today, she even gifted the 1,000-mile single thread to their family. If she truly harbors feelings for Zhu Kangjan, he then speaks aloud. "Senior Mi, in a few days, would you like to follow Senior Zhu back to visit the Saint Realm? I believe they would be more than willing to welcome you there." Kangjan's face lights up with joy. "Young master." He then shyly turns to speak to the other party. Mi Yangxing, since the young master has extended the invitation. "Will you agree or not?" Yan Dai raises her hand high, her face utterly expressionless. The next instant, she forces his head down with brutal strength. Kangjan, both furious and in pain, exclaims, "Mi Yangxing, what are you doing?" Yan Dai communicates through her glare. "Do you even know what sect I belong to? Why on earth would I need to join your saint realm?" Kangjan's expression conveys his meaning. "Precisely because I know I hope you will come." The celestial sect, Heavenly Gate, he blushes with embarrassment as he continues. The Heavenly Gate is in chaos, riddled with petty feuds and complex vendettas. The demon Venerable Buyu is stubborn, cruel, and utterly heartless. What about him is worth your devotion? Yan Dai's eyes widen in shock. Fan Chen lets out a warning cough. That is it, it is over. When will Zhu Kangjan ever fix that habit of spouting nonsense the moment he gets agitated? He shoots a sharp glance at the other party. Besides, the demon Venerable Buyu is nothing like what the outside world claims. The incident in Mo City proved it was all merely. Fan Chen looks at Mengyi's ice-cold face. "A misunderstanding." He says this while his mind races in panic. What is wrong with Madam? Yan Dai desperately tries to clamp Kangjan's mouth shut. "Shut up, you think you're the Saint Emperor? Say welcome and it's done just like that." Kangjan, "You stubborn fool, doesn't know a thing about any of this." Mengyi's entire body radiates killing intent. Yan Dai panics. It's over, it's over. This time, the sect master is truly furious. Kangjan presses on regardless. "Once you meet the Saint Emperor, you will understand. You will acknowledge that he is 100 times superior to that demon Venerable." Suddenly, Yan Dai shoves Kangjan's head down with all her might. The atmosphere turns dark and suffocating. Yan Dai pins Kangjan down and signals fiercely, "Shut your mouth. My loyalty to the Heavenly Gate and the demon Venerable is witnessed by heaven and earth." The two of them drawing closer absolutely. Nothing could make me betray them. The two children stand frozen, their expressions utterly blank. Yu Sheng stares wide-eyed. What is happening? Why did Yan Dai suddenly tackle Uncle Kangjan to the ground? Zhan is equally astonished. Are those two, that kind of relationship? The two children lower their heads and stare intently. Fan Chen chuckles and says, "Madam, actually, Zhu Kangjan also wishes to give you something for protection." Hearing this, Mengyi lets out a cold "oh." Kangjan throws his arm around Yan Dai's shoulder. "That's exactly right. Yan Dai fumes, always copying me." He then presents a treasure. Seeing it, Mengyi's eyes widen. Yan Dai exclaims in shock, "You fool, you actually possess a seed of the heavenly Dao Fate tree." Yu Sheng looks at the treasure in Zhan's hand. "I recall the book's saying, The heavenly Tao Fate Trion without immense fortune can never encounter it. The boy explains in detail, the seed of this tree possesses miraculous effects. It can rejuvenate and rebuild the body, granting a single resurrection to the dead. For this reason, it is also called spring blossoms on withered wood. Yan Dai immediately turns to Mengye. Madam, this item is even more precious than my 1,000-mile single thread. Mengye replies coolly. Then I thank Senior Zhu. Kongjun blushes. These are merely worldly possessions, they mean nothing. Yan Dai looks at him with a judgmental gaze. You fool, you just bought yourself a life. Do you understand? Fan Chen cheerfully turns to Mengye. Feeling better now? Mengye murmurs softly. I wasn't angry. Fan Chen gently brushes his fingertip against her cheek. Nonsense, a man cannot even tell whether his own wife is angry. What kind of husband is he? The next second, she looks at him tenderly. Then if someone speaks ill of me, what will my husband do? Fan Chen declares without hesitation. Naturally, I will teach them a lesson they will never forget. Mengye pats his head. A scholar like you doesn't know the first thing about fighting. How exactly do you plan to discipline anyone? Fan Chen says excitedly. Then I will charge in for your sake. I can write essays tearing them apart, draw satirical caricatures, or even ask Senior Zhu to sew their mouth shut and break their legs. Kongjun, not to be outdone, chimes in, rest assured, madam. Anyone who dares utter a single word against Madam I will beat them until they are crippled. Yan Dai looks at him with undisguised contempt. You had better not go making reckless promises like that. At the dining table, Mengye speaks softly to Fan Chen. You know perfectly well I'm not that kind of unreasonable person. You're saying all this on purpose, aren't you? His gaze softens. I am dead serious. Disciplining someone who slanders you is nothing. If it is what Madam desireth, Seven, if it is a star in the heaven's eye, we'll pluck it down for you. His hand relaxes slightly. If that is the case, the air grows thick with tension. Then I truly do have something. Mengye leans close to him. She has always kept this hidden in her heart, unsure how to put it into words. The two children listen with rapt attention as she says, Since you have said as much, then Tadebe for our son and daughter. She then looks toward Kongjun and Yan Dai, as well as the two seniors. Her face is taut with nervousness. I hope you will answer me right now. Fan Chen looks at her with concern. Is Madam nervous? Silence fills the air. Only Mengye's voice rings out. No matter what my identity is, no matter what happens in the future. She looks at him, eyes full of hope. You must absolutely never divorce me. Fan Chen gazes at her in silence. Then he breaks into a smile. He looks at her and speaks. I had already guessed Madam's true identity long ago. His words cause Zhan Zhan to grow anxious. In truth, you are Yan Dai, a fugitive princess of some mortal royal house among the 5 realms, correct? Mengye's expression freezes for several seconds. Zhan Zhan's jaw drops. That is completely wrong. Yan Dai on the other side reacts the same way. Fan Chen pulls her into his embrace. I only hate that I could not have met you sooner. I will protect you. I will never divorce you. Dao Dao, alive I am your man. Dead I am your ghost. You could never drive me away. Hearing this, Mengye nods in agreement. And I am the same. Whether you are a scholar or an emperor, a beggar or a noble, I will never leave your side. Fan Chen gazes into Mengye's eyes and continues, Dao Dao, remember my true identity. His voice rings out. In truth, just that single sentence fills Yu Sheng with worry, and even Zhu Kongjun falls silent. Fan Chen nuzzles his nose against hers. I am your husband. Zhu Kongjun is utterly floored upon hearing this. So this is what legendary countryside flirting looks like. He has absolutely no idea how to judge this. Yu Sheng thinks helplessly father must have been reading Lord Zihuo's books again. The sappy sweet talk grows more saccharine with every word. 2,000 years of Western region culture reel lauded as excellent. Zihuo dedicated to your love life, the sturdiest shield of all. Suddenly Mengye speaks up. I have one more question. Fan Chen nods. Go ahead. Mengye asks calmly. The Saint Emperor of Zhangzhou and the Demon Venerable of the Northern Frontier, which one does my husband think does a better job? Hearing the question, Fan Chen freezes in shock. Mengye furrows her brows. You, what are you hesitating about? Fan Chen stammers, I'm just thinking carefully. Mengye urges him on, then out with it. Fan Chen's face turns pale. I think the Demon Venerable of the Northern Frontier is far more diligent than that Saint Emperor. After all, Dao Dao, you hail from the Northern Frontier. An answer like this proves his allegiance to the Demon Venerable, while creating no further misunderstandings about his identity as the Saint Emperor. Perfect. Mengye delivers a sentence that pierces straight through Fan Chen's heart. You've reminded me I've never seen a realm master as lazy and irresponsible as the Saint Emperor. Jan's face is a portrait of bewilderment. Tomorrow, Uncle Kangjin and I must set off for Jiangsu. Yu Sheng is no different. Tomorrow, Yan Dai and I must set off for the northern frontier. Both think the same thing with mother and father left alone. They won't be exposed, right? Neither intends to stay behind. Then both set down their chopsticks in unison. I'm full. Yu Sheng's face reddens as he wonders what kind of boy does Miss Wan fancy. Surely she wouldn't dislike me. Right. Over here, Jan is restless with anxiety. I hope I can meet Bu Zhudao at the Wudong banquet this time. Will he like me? The scene shifts to the ink study Bu Zhudao's residence. Bu Zhudao sits down and pulls something from his storage pouch. He retrieves several divine fire jade orbs, then produces a few spirit talismans, and finally draws out a black vial of corpse-transforming blood. Bu Zhudao thinks calmly carrying over 200 spirit tools should be more than enough to handle any unexpected incidents at the Wudong banquet. Suddenly, he furrows his brow slightly. A moment later, he stuffs in even more treasures. To be safe, better double the quantity. Suddenly, a voice cuts in from outside. Senior brother. Someone stands outside the door and calls loudly, Senior brother. Theirs. The young man steps inside. A ring of light flashes. Bu Zhudao reacts instantly. It's over. A pillar of blue energy materializes and slams down. Fortunately, Bu Zhudao pulls the newcomer back just in time. The young man's face is a mask of panic. Bu Zhudao extends his hand and retracts the cauldron. His gaze sharpens with deadly seriousness as he absorbs the energy back. Bu Zhudao's expression becomes the very picture of innocence. The young man from earlier shouts, Senior brother, why on earth did you set up so many layers of wards around your courtyard? Bu Zhudao scratches his head and says, Sorry, I accidentally got addicted to setting up barriers. So what brings you here? Bu Zhudao turns to face the visitor. The young man holds out a letter. Fifth senior brother sent a letter. He takes it and says, he's about to come back anyway we bother writing a letter. The letter clearly conveys Yu Sheng's state of mind. After the Wudong Grand Banquet ends, let's have a meal together in Cloud City, senior brother. This is father's request. Look at the handwriting below. Fan Chen also appended his own words, I insist. After reading, Bu Zhudao's face falls like a dark cloud descending. Master is trying to set me up with his daughter again. This is a Hongmen banquet. The young man's voice rings out. Senior brother, are you all right? But nothing can stop his racing thoughts at this Wudong banquet. I must succeed in befriending the saint daughter of Heavenly Gate, lay out the pros and cons, and convince her to elope with me beforehand. At the foot of a cliff in a crimson-red forest, Yuan's silhouette appears impossibly cool. The girls gaze locks onto the distance. Suddenly, something hurtles toward her. A group of unknown assailants charges in, all weapons trained on her. Yuan collapses as if struck unconscious. But the very next instant, she explodes back into action, severing her opponent's arm clean off. Another one among them attacks barehanded. Yuan dodges the blow effortlessly. She retaliates with a devastating punch. Exploiting her moment of inattention, another assailant strikes from behind. Without hesitation, Yuan hurls her weapon at the attacker. After dispatching them all, the girl strides forward through the carnage, her expression unchanged. She calmly wipes the blood from her blade. This is Yuan, eldest young lady of the Xuanxin ghost sect, founder of the 7th Dao of the Fusheng continent. Feng Ling appears before Yuan. The girl sits atop her sword with cool composure and asks, Why are there assassins in Yunwang Valley? Yuan replies, I let them in. I didn't expect only a handful from the Xuansai Tower to show up. She turns around and continues, These people have been hunting me for years. How has their courage grown smaller with each attempt? Feng Ling's eyes sparkle. Because you're too strong. Out of the 4 young masters of the world, you've already fought 3. Who dares gamble recklessly? Ming Feng Ling off the eastern lands, taking Palisade 3rd ferry of Ming. She grabs Yuan's hand. Right, let's hurry to the little Wudong. The little saint daughter of Heavenly Gate is coming too. Shall we all have tea together? Yuan agrees without hesitation. Very well, we can have tea. Her mother once helped me. You don't have to dwell on those matters right now, Feng Ling says, patting her head. She suddenly stops. Wait. Feng Ling brings up Yu Sheng. Young Master Yu of the Saint Realm is also coming. If I recall, you owe the Saint Emperor a favor, don't you? Yuan answers coldly. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling asks, So if those two end up fighting, who are you prepared to help? The girl imagines the scene of the two clashing. At this moment, Yuan's face reddens slightly as she speaks. Young Master Yu. Feng Ling immediately reacts to the girl's expression. That reaction, could it be that she has special feelings for young Master Yu? Has our little Yuan finally grown up? A second later, Yuan speaks in her usual cold tone. Among the 4 young masters, He's the only one I've never fought. The statement leaves Feng Ling utterly floored. Yuan continues, before he fights the one from Heavenly Gate, can I have a go at him first? Hearing this, Feng Ling pulls the girl into a tight embrace. As expected, it's still the same old Yuan. Forget it, those things can wait. Thinking about them later won't be too late. Beneath falling rose petals, Feng Ling holds Yuan's hand and muses. What do we do? I've already started pitying that young Master Yu. When the time comes, do go easy on him. Hearing this, Yuan humbly responds, I may not necessarily win. Feng Ling encourages her. At the very least, you definitely won't lose. The two gaze ahead together. Feng Ling's face is full of innocent wonder. I'm honestly looking forward to the Wudang banquet more and more. Yuan's face remains expressionless. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng leisurely packs his things, and Jan Jan happily goes along with Yu Yu. Bu Yudao also bids someone farewell and departs. Yuan's voice still echoes. Something very interesting is about to happen. 3 days later, east of Hongyan City, a voice rings out from within a horse carriage. This place is truly prosperous. Its area alone must be several hundred times that of Cloud City. Zhu Kongjian folds his arms, surveys his surroundings, and declares, whether in the vastness of its territory or the cultivation of its master, Red Swan City has long surpassed countless peak-tier sects. He then glances at Fan Chen. If City Lord Qin of Swan Guest Tower hadn't recruited so few disciples and retainers, the power balance of the eastern region would have been overturned long ago. Bu Yudao speaks up. Recruiting fewer disciples does not mean his ambitions are small. They enthusiastically hand out leaflets to everyone present. The Wudang banquet has been held for over 500 years, renowned throughout the young generation of Fusheng continent. Whether one seeks to discuss the Tao, forge alliances, or simply revel in marimental desires are fulfilled. Here, ceaseless debates and contests rage between rival factions. Thus, for young cultivators, as long as the Wudang banquet is held, they will invariably attend unless prevented by urgent matters. Others simply come to savor a rare moment of peace and leisure. Hearing this, Yu Sheng speaks up. You mean the city lord is hosting this Wudang banquet with some ulterior motive? Bu Yudao replies coldly. Nothing concrete stands out yet, but I can't shake the feeling that far too many people have descended upon Red Swan City this time. Luxurious horse carriages trail one after another along the road. His voice continues, and where many gather, trouble is never far behind. Yu Sheng's eyes light up. Will there be assassins? Will there really be? Will there? Zhu Kongjian sighs helplessly. It seems you're actually looking forward to it. Yu Sheng snaps back to his senses. It's just that this stretch of the journey has been far too calm and uneventful. I haven't even had a chance to show what I can do. The boy imagines catching assassins together with Yuan. I was hoping that if I could somehow run into Yuan, I could pull off a classic hero saves the beauty scene. Make her see me in a whole new light. Bu Yudao cuts off his reverie. That won't happen. They were all quietly dealt with by the traps I secretly arranged. Yu Sheng's jaw drops. What? The assassins had already been left scattered in their wake. Yu Sheng wails, Senior brother, you've destroyed my future happiness. Bu Yudao says coolly, your future happiness lies with assassins. A moment later, the carriage arrives at the city gate. Yu Sheng curiously pokes his head out the window and exclaims, someone got here before Yuzhen. They all appear to be young ladies. Bu Yudao immediately responds, tell the driver to halt for a moment. Hearing this, Yu Sheng reacts. Why? Bu Yudao explains, this time we enter the city discreetly. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we shouldn't arrive alongside members of other sects. Yu Sheng nods in understanding. So that's how it is, I get it now. Back in his seat, Yu Sheng glances at Bu Yudao and thinks to himself, it's fine either way. After all, that made-up young lady I glimpsed couldn't possibly have been Yuan. Meanwhile, Bu Yudao can't help but fret, except for the little saint daughter of Tianmen. Not meeting anyone else matters. Zhu Kongjian silently observes the expressions of both. A satisfied thought crosses his mind. One is cautious and meticulous, the other humble and eager to learn. With such outstanding young talents in the Saint realm, His Majesty the Saint Emperor can rest easy. No one knows how long passes before the carriage suddenly halts. Someone steps down first. Bu Yudao bows carefully. We are independent cultivators from Zhangzhou 3 in total. A guard standing at the ready presents a set of masks. These are specially crafted masks. All who enter the city must wear them. Hearing this, he feels somewhat taken aback. There was no such rule before. Has it changed so suddenly this year? The person outside immediately gestures toward a notice board. The inscription details numerous rules. The masks conceal both appearance and spiritual aura once donned. One's identity becomes invisible and indistinguishable. All entering the city must wear spirit masks. True techniques must not be revealed during sparring, but participants are free to voice their views and confront one another without fear, to ensure young prodigies are liberated from the constraints of their status and backgrounds. This Wudang banquet is nothing like before. The young man at the gate speaks up. Please rest assured, young master. Our Red Swan City's beast guards remain as vigilant as ever. This is merely to ensure that excessive worry does not rob the Wudang banquet of its original spirit. Buzyudo accepts the mask with a smile. The city lord is most considerate. With these masks, everyone can truly let their guard down. Only when no one can discern each other's true identities can the event truly flourish. He stares at the mask, a trace of doubt flickering across his face. Wait, his expression gradually stiffens. Without true identitissue, is he supposed to find the little saint daughter of Tianmen? He can't even see anyone's face clearly. A wave of unease crashes over him. His face pales as a terrible realization strikes. Has no idea what the little saint daughter even looks like. The guard at the gate notices and asks, "Young master, is something wrong?" He snaps back to his senses. "My apologies, I was lost in thought. By the way, have any formidable cultivators from the northern frontier arrived? We'd like to steer clear of them later." Yu Sheng peeks outside with burning curiosity. His mind races. Is senior brother secretly investigating the little saint daughter of Tianmen's whereabouts? Could it be that father told him about my mission to befriend her? A look of resigned understanding crosses his face. Of course, if he asked directly, it would arouse suspicion and invite trouble. So he can only fish for information indirectly. "Senior brother, you've gone to such lengths to help me." Junior brother is truly moved. Meanwhile, Bu Zudao ponders to himself. Things have reached this point, dwelling on it is futile. I can only probe for information indirectly and find a way to befriend the little saint daughter of Tianmen. The young man at the gate smiles apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose guest information." Bu Zudao's heart sinks. "Then may I ask, where are the northern frontier's honored guests lodging this year?" A beat later, he reassures himself, "No matter. I can stake out the area every day. Surely I'll run into her by chance eventually." The gate guard repeats, "I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose guest information." The words strike like a thunderclap, freezing Bu Zudao in place. The young man doesn't forget to bid him farewell. "Safe travels, young master." A wave of sorrow washes over Bu Zudao. Could it be that I'm destined never to befriend the little saint daughter of Tianmen in this lifetime? Am I fated to labor for master forever, trapped in the saint realm for all eternity? Suddenly Yu Sheng shouts, "Senior brother." The boy throws his arms around him and refuses to let go. "So senior brother truly cares about me this much. Junior brother will surely repay your kindness 100-fold. Scene change inside Red Swan City. A new scene unfolds, accompanied by peculiar whispers. Jan lifts her mask and peers around. Is she searching for someone? I could have sworn I heard Big Brother's voice. Jan murmurs, "Let me go check." Suddenly a hand seizes her. Yan Dai exclaims, "What are you looking at?" "The inn is right up ahead." Jan starts to speak. Yan Dai cuts in excitedly right. Red Swan City truly grows livelier with each passing year. What a pity that kid Yu Sheng couldn't make it. What's so fun about attending some mortal's banquet? In the distance, Yu appears and waves her over. Jan, come here. I spotted a stall up ahead selling the new release by Lady Spirit Herb. Yan Dai, little saint daughter of the mortal world, smiles brightly. Without the slightest hesitation, Jan darts toward her. Coming here was the right call. How could Big Brother possibly show up here? Yan Dai suddenly glances around. For just a fleeting moment, she thought she sensed that person's aura. Was it because she had been thinking of him? The next second, she turns and walks away. An illusion? It has to be an illusion. I definitely don't think about him every single second. I absolutely do not. Meanwhile, the horse carriage still sits outside the gates. Zhu Kongjian sits in silence, arms folded. Just now, for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I sensed her aura. The more he thinks about it, the redder his face becomes. That woman hasn't gone and cast some bewitching technique on me, has she? Scene change, the western chamber courtyard. Zhu Kongjian stood silently gazing out the window, while Yu Sheng glanced at the bag in his hand. Senior brother going alone, truly. There won't be any problems. Right. After all, it was for my sake that he went. The Kayankun bag was stuffed with countless spirit tools that Bu Zudao had given him. Zhu Kongjian turned back and said, "Relax. The lad rarely gets leave from the Saint Realm to venture outside. Going alone is when he's most at ease. If you're truly that worried, why don't you just handle all that troublesome work for him in the future?" Hearing those words, Yu Sheng burst out laughing. Uncle Kongjian is joking again. Senior brother's resolve is unwavering, and his abilities are outstanding. We should trust him, no need to worry over nothing. Outside, a figure's footsteps appeared silently amid the crowd. Zhu Dao donned his mask and savored this long-unseen atmosphere of freedom and ease. Then he casually slid it to the back of his head. It's been far too long. His first taste of leisure in over a century. He stretched, closed his eyes, and soaked it in. The matter of the little saint daughter of Tianmen could be figured out later. If he couldn't enjoy this rare moment of freedom, he'd have nobody to blame but himself. Let anyone get beaten senseless behind him, for all he cared, no one should dare disturb him. No trouble should dare cling to him. Zhu Dao was lost in that thought when, at that very moment, Jiu Ma came tumbling toward him. He looked down in alarm as the little monk screamed, "Patron, save me!" The next instant, a sandal whistled through the air, grazing past Zhu Dao's face. Zio AI charged over in a fury. "Where do you think you're running, stinky monk?" Jiu Ma darted behind Zhu Dao's back. She shouted as she ran, "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Over here, Zhan seemed to sense something. Why are they suddenly fighting? The crowd surged and shoved in a frenzy. Unfortunately, the young girl was jostled by someone. Just as she was about to fall, a hand appeared and caught her Zhan. Zhan seized the moment to turn and look at her savior. The air turned awkward. Through the mask, Zhu Dao's embarrassment was plain to see, while Zhan's cheeks flushed bright crimson. The two quickly let go of each other. "It's nothing, me apologies." Zhan stole a furtive glance. Zhu Dao's strikingly handsome features caught her eye. He, feeling bashful, turned back and was met with the pure, delicate beauty of Zhan's face. Zio Ai's shrieking voice shattered the moment. "Stinky monk!" She surged forward with explosive fury, rage blazing in her eyes. The female demon cultivator demon serpent, Su Zio, launched a rapid strike that shot past Zhu Dao like a bolt. Zio AI bellowed, "Let's see how you dodge this time." Zhan shouted, pulling Zhu Dao back to safety. Zhu Dao glanced down. Hai's hand was still holding hers. His gaze lingered on their intertwined fingers, his heart wavering. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Jiu Ma sat sprawled on the ground. It's finish didn't hit me." Zio AI bellowed, "Look at yourself. Do you even resemble a monk? You're an utter disgrace. Today I'll discipline you on behalf of the Western regions." Jiu Ma shuddered in fright, then blurted, "But then, isn't this young master grabbing the hand of a girl he's never even met even more outrageous?" He pointed at Zhan and Zhu Dao. "Why don't you discipline him first?" The two instantly let go in embarrassment, hastily averting their gazes. At that moment, Zhu Dao stepped forward and helped Jiu Ma to his feet. "Fellow Taoist, running away won't solve the problem. You should calm down and go talk it out properly." Jiu Ma hollered, "How would I dare? If I go over there, she'll definitely beat me to a pulp." Zio AI refused to back down. "Damn right I will. Come here if you've got the guts. I guarantee you a beating you won't forget." Suddenly, she locked eyes with Zhan. On the other side, Jiu Ma glanced at Zhu Dao. Then both of them shoved the other forward. "Why don't you relay the message for me?" Zhan sighed. "So what exactly happened? Why are the two of you brawling in the middle of the street like this?" Zio AI crossed her arms and replied coldly. This lady was happily eating her egg drop soup. She recalled that she had been sitting at a food stall when she happened to run into Jiu Ma. "This stinky monk kept staring at my tail. I held my tongue for half a day and didn't say a word." She went on. Jiu Ma had raised his weapon, and then the brat actually stabbed straight at her tail. He even used his demon-subduing staff to poke at it. "Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored one, earth-store bodhisattva, prajna of all Buddhas, prajna paramita." Zio AI wailed in agony as she recounted her suffering. Then, she whipped around and jabbed a finger at Jiu Ma. "Tell me, how could I not be furious? And then he had the audacity to try and subdue me. He'd better have the skills to back that up." Zhan seemed to piece it together. "So that's what happened." Jiu Ma hid behind Zhu Dao and called out, "Miss, I did warn you. Among all the disciples of the same generation in the Arhat Hall of Bodhi Temple, very few can fight me to a standstill." Zhu Dao glanced at him, thinking, could this be that young prodigy monk from the western regions? "I truly don't recognize him at all." Jiu Ma, though small in stature, pressed on. "If you keep pestering me and won't let it go and accidentally beat me to death, let me tell you, once word gets back to the temple about the teasing, those senior brothers of mine, who'll have no convenient punching bag left, will definitely come find you to settle the score. Good luck with that." Disciple of the Western region's Bodhi Temple, Jiu Ma. Zhu Dao thought helplessly, "I made a miscalculation." Over here, Zio AI heard it all and felt bewildered. Why does it suddenly feel like not beating him up means I'm the one losing out? But if I do beat him, that'd be bullying, wouldn't it? Zhan suddenly asked, "Little monk, why exactly do you want to subdue a demon?" Hearing the question, the little one nearly cried. Because I don't want to be a gatekeeping disciple anymore. I want to jump ship, Zhu Dao spoke up. If you're already the last disciple, why would you want to join somewhere else? And what does jumping ship even mean? Has your master never devoted himself to teaching you, never pushed you hard? Jiu Ma replied with tears streaming down both cheeks. A gatekeeper like Muhet master would I even have? The air fell deathly silent. A moment later, Jiu Ma began recounting his life as a gatekeeper. Ever since I entered the temple as a child, I've been manning the gate at the Arhat Hall a full 30 years now. He was the key keeper. If he could subdue a demon cultivator this time, he would successfully hop over to the adjacent meditation hall and become a gatekeeping disciple there instead. Zhu Dao asked in confusion, all that just to subdue a demon cultivator? You'd risk someone's life over this. Zio AI snorted coldly beside them. Jiu Ma immediately bellowed. Who said I wanted to harm her? He continued. I just need to find a demon cultivator willing to come back to Bodhi Temple with me and register. Just complete the formal subjugation process, that's all. Register at the Dharma Hall, successfully subdue one demon cultivator. At this point, he grew a bit bashful. That's when I noticed her tail. He gazed at Zio AI's tail. I've never seen a snake spirit with both a tail and legs before. It was simply two. Upon hearing this, Zio AI's face went pale. So after all that fuss, the real reason was, you think I'm ugly? She seethed, fury surging through her. Janjan and Zhu Dao were shoved together by the impact. Zio AI's rage was so great she revealed her true form. Stinky monk, I'm not done with you. Jiu Ma's words caught in his throat. Who said you were ugly? I think you're beautiful. I've never seen a tail as gorgeous as yours. The two bystanders stood frozen, staring at them. Well, that works too, I suppose. Zio AI's cheeks flushed bright red. You, she furrowed her brow and said, what did you just say? Suddenly, Jiu Ma produced a small gift box. I even prepared a gift. If you agree to come with me, I'll give it to you. Zio AI's eyes sparkled the moment she saw the hairpin inside. It's beautiful, Jiu Ma exclaimed excitedly. So you agree to come with me then? Zio AI, her face still flushed, replied, fine. I've been free lately anyway, and that hairpin you picked is actually quite pretty. She turned to him and asked, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have kicked you so many times. Does it hurt? Jiu Ma answered cheerfully, not at all. It stings a bit, but I'm tough. Zio AI strode ahead as she spoke. You really are a silly monk. Looks like I'll have to protect you on this journey. Jiu Ma turned to look at her and said, well then, thank you. Jan watched the two of them walk away, then turned to Zhu Dao and asked, that snake demoness isn't actually going to fall for the little monk, is she? Jan says with a puzzled expression. What a pity the little monk has a one-track mind, set only on capturing demons and cultivating. You can tell at a glance he's nothing but a blockhead. I'm afraid the demon elder sister will just have to. Zhu Dao replies with a faint smile, that's not necessarily so. Jan presses, why? Zhu Dao patiently explains, you surely know that the generation bearing Dharma names in Bodhi City are all outer disciples whose mundane hearts have yet to be purified. Moreover, their seniority is nothing to scoff at. As for the gate closing that the young monk mentioned, he continues, from what I know, the two great gates of the Arhat Hall are forged from violet gold steel and reinforced with ox-strength formation inscriptions. The weight alone exceeds 6,750 caddies. Without stepping into the fourth grade realm, one simply cannot push them open. Jan speaks up. You mean, Zhu Dao replies, if the young monk hadn't retracted his protective chi first, that demon cultivator would have suffered severe injuries. Jan bursts out laughing. I get it now. I thought it was just a random accident who knew it was a deliberate pursuit. Now I can rest easy. Suddenly, he notices the bracelet on Jan's wrist. He thinks to himself the northern frontier is bitterly cold and harsh. Most of its people favor fur pelts, bone and fang ornaments, and bronze or iron jewelry. Judging by the bracelet, this young lady must be a citizen of the northern frontier. He speaks up, miss. I was presumptuous earlier. Jan replies cheerfully, no worries, it was just an accident. Zhu Dao gazes at the girl with warmth in his eyes. Magnanimous, straightforward, and carefree. With an open and unrestrained laugh, he say the demon cultivators of the northern frontier are open-hearted. And meeting one today. The rumors ring true. Jan smiles faintly. You're a scholar from Zhangzhou, aren't you? What was erudite and talented, with profound and far-reaching knowledge. Today, I can honestly say I've truly broadened my horizons. The two quickly fall into easy conversation. I dare not accept such praise. I've merely read a few more books and traveled a few more places. No need for modesty. I feel your praise is quite fitting. Later, they come upon a bridge. Su Dao speaks up casually. Relations between Jiangsu and the northern frontier have always been poor. It's rare to meet a young lady who holds no prejudice against us. His next words leave Zhan somewhat irritated. If the disciples of the Heavenly Gate could show even a fraction of your tolerance, the enmity between our two realms would have been resolved long ago. Seeing her expression, he startles. Did he say something wrong? Zhan's eyes grow displeased. What about the disciples of the Heavenly Gate? You scholars, every time the Heavenly Gate comes up, you all put on that pensive, sighing act. Who are you sighing for? Hearing this, Su Dao is rendered speechless. The girl bites her lip and continues. Why don't you talk about the sovereign master of your Central Plains Saint Realm? A whole mob of scholars, every last one of them hypocrites steeped in false sentiments. Su Dao responds, if they're not squabbling amongst themselves, it's schemes and conspiracies utterly fake and selfish to the core. Zhan suddenly erupts, laughing in your face one moment, then stabbing you in the back the next. Utterly despicable. He falls silent, gazing at her, then seems to realize something. Could it be that Zhan has also sensed the irregularities? Zhan speaks up. You are a scholar of the Saint Realm, Su Dao says, and you are a disciple of the Heavenly Gate. Hearing this, guilt floods his heart. I was too reckless just now. If I inadvertently angered her and she harbored thoughts of killing me, that would spell nothing but trouble. If some scheming opportunist seized upon this to ignite conflict between our two realms and reap the benefits while we burned, the loss would be catastrophic. And if this truly caused a rift between the Heavenly Gate and the Saint Realm, piling new grievances atop old wounds like adding frost to snow, that would spell utter ruin. Zhan falls silent, thinking to herself, I was too impulsive. If he suddenly attacked, I couldn't possibly fight back. At this moment, Su Dao steps back. The air between them grows cold and distant. The two stand in silence, eyes locked, saying nothing. Someone from the crowd speaks up. The atmosphere over there doesn't look too good. Another says, look at that little girl, fists clenched, teeth bared, her aura practically screams she wants to fight. Yet another counters, look at the scholar over there, steady as a mountain, calm and composed. At first glance, he's not someone to be trifled with either. I bet on the little girl winning. Another rebuts, no way, the scholar will definitely win. Zhan proposes, things have come to this pass, let's move away from the crowd first. Su Dao replies coldly, that was my intention as well. One of the onlookers cries out, no, move it somewhere else. Su Dao states coldly, right here. Zhan agrees, I think this spot is fine. That fellow hiding behind the bushes thinks he can shake us off like that. Naive, the one below responds. Cultivators fighting is far more entertaining than ordinary people flailing their fists. The ringleader says excitedly, exactly, which is why we won't miss a single moment of it. Zhan says coldly, begin. Su Dao produces a Cosmo sack. Forgive me. The masked one exclaims, it's starting. The one below shouts, respect your opponent. Absolutely do not hold back. The ringleader grows impatient. Hurry up and pull out all your supreme-grade spirit tools, secret techniques, sect treasureess, whatever you've got. Zhan produces a book. The girl says confidently, the disciples of the Heavenly Gate are all steady and composed. If you want proof, I've got a whole pile right here. Su Dao doesn't fall short, produces his own treasure. He says coldly, the scholars of the Saint Realm are all upright and forthright. If you wanted to list every truth, 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't suffice. Then one from you, present them in turns. Zhan nods in agreement. Very well. Seeing this exchange, the entire crowd goes blank. What the hell was that? The ringleader dusts off his clothes. That's it. Disperse. Nothing fun at all. Another grows bored. The Saint Realm and the Heavenly Gate came face to face and didn't even fight. They're definitely imposters. Either that, or their status is too low, or their strength is too trash. They probably don't even know how to fight. An hour later, Zhan and Su Dao sit talking. Zhan's eyes dart with frustration as she hugs her knees, thinking, damn it all. If I'd known earlier, I would have read more books with my brother. Then I wouldn't have lost to this guy. The worst part is, she actually feels that every single one of his points makes perfect sense. Su Dao continues speaking earnestly. Then he asks, Miss, do you feel what I just said is correct? Zhan turns her face away and replies, no matter what, the fact that the Saint Realm's spirit cultivators despise us is undeniable. The girl subtly alludes to the matter of Fan Chen oppressing someone. Some even use the slaughter of demons as a badge of honor, seizing every opportunity to stir up conflict, then striking with self-righteous vigor. Hearing this, Su Dao sighs. It seems the misunderstandings run very deep. Zhan continues. If not for that Dao young master who took charge of the Saint Realm and suppressed those hypocrites, she closes her eyes. War would have broken out long ago. Then, somewhat shyly, she turns back. Moreover, he has a benevolent heart, always thinking of others. He sincerely wishes to resolve the conflict between our two realms. Whether it's the people of the northern frontier or Zhangzhou, he treats them all equally. Su Dao listens attentively. He is the finest, most extraordinary scholar in all the Saint Realm, a true hero. What are you smiling about all of a sudden? Su Dao smiles faintly. May I ask? I was presumptuous before. In truth, on this matter, you and I share quite similar views. He looks at the girl and continues. The heavenly gate isn't all hot-headed fools. Like Yuan, that little saint daughter, both are outstanding. Especially the little saint daughter, she's candid and sincere, decisive and bold in her actions, yet possesses a noble and compassionate heart. Whenever there is genuine need, she spares no effort, never distinguishing between Zhangzhou and the northern frontier. The girl grows bashful as Su Dao adds, if the opportunity arises, I would very much like to meet her. Jan asks, you truly think so? Su Dao answers firmly, of course. At this moment, he seems to lay his heart bare. In truth, I agree with all your viewpoints, especially the part about the Dao young master. Jan lowers her head slightly. I also think everything you just said is absolutely right, especially the part about the little saint daughter. The two dangle their feet over the lake. Their reflections shimmer across the water's surface. Suddenly, Su Dao rises. He picks up a stone, his expression utterly unchanged. He hurls the stone powerfully across the lake. Jan covers her face with a cloth, thinking even the way he throws stones is dashing. Suddenly, the girl tumbles backward, and the cloth flies away with the wind. Su Dao swiftly snatches the cloth from midair. He speaks gently, careful. Fortunately, it wasn't blown too far. Jan hastily replies, I just didn't notice the wind had picked up. Su Dao stands tall, looking down at her, and says, it's been a genuine pleasure talking with you, like finding a kindred spirit. He continues cheerfully, so in truth, you also agree wanting to put an end to the conflict between our two realms. But given the current reality, there's only one thing that can be done. Jan lowers her head slightly, troubled. What you're trying to say is, the root of the opposition between the two extremes lies in the personal grudge, and the lack of trust between the two realm masters. Isn't that right? But this is also because of, Su Dao suddenly begins, the assassination attempt 400 years Aguar Saint Realm was indeed at fault, but it was truly a misunderstanding. He speaks earnestly, it's just that your Demon Venerable's suspicion runs too deep. Even now, she refuses to grant the Saint Realm even a shred of trust. Jan furrows her brow and looks at him. Isn't it rather that your Saint Emperor is narrow-minded and excessive in his investigations? If he truly wished to admit his fault, why does he absolutely refuse to come to the heavenly gate and accept punishment? Su Dao's demeanor shifts. I must ask the young lady to choose her words carefully. There are certain people who are not to be slandered so freely. Jan retorts stubbornly. That goes for your kind first, scholar. If you can't handle the truth, shut your mouth. There are certain people not for you to judge so casually. The next instant, Su Dao retreats. If that's how it is, then there's no need for further conversation. Leave. Jan immediately produces her treasure and declares, leave. You've got some nerve. Power surges from the jade piece. Jan's fury ignites in the next instant. Today, the girl channels her power to attack. I'll make you admit your fault with your own mouth. The jade piece rockets toward its target. Su Dao's eyes widen in shock. A thunderous boom rings out as the mask shatters. Su Dao raises his hand and touches the torn spot. Su Dao speaks. Indeed, this bracelet is also a spirit treasure. He stands upon the towering rock jutting out from the sea and declares that regardless of the wearer's own strength, it can slay them with ease. A corpse lies in a pool of blood. Su Dao merely continues, a fourth-grade cultivator. He smiles faintly. This lady's methods are truly formidable. Jan scoffs in contempt, naturally more formidable than you. The sea of fire blazes furiously, yet neither of them pays it any mind. The girl speaks up. Jan's gaze is filled with unwavering determination. She whips her head around in alarm and sees a figure engulfed in flames. She is stunned when did this scholar strike. Jan puffs her cheeks in fury. Damage has been toyed with. The scholars of the Saint Realm truly have wretched hearts. The girl says furiously, Su Dao, you already knew assassins lurked nearby. You deliberately said nothing and played along with my actol to probe me. Didn't you? He merely smiles softly and replies, isn't this lady doing the very same thing? Su Dao's eyes gleam with cunning. Since everything is out in the open, I suggest we join forces. That would be the most efficient approach. The girl Jan furrows her brows in fury. Though I'm seething with anger, I agree. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures lurk behind the bushes, eavesdropping. An old man among them thinks to himself, why have they started discussing things? He assumed Jan Jan and Su Dao were quarreling. Judging by their expressions, they were surely fighting over credit. Fools they probably think there are only 2 assassins. His eyes glint with cunning. Perfect this is when their guard is at its lowest. While they're unprepared, we strike directly. Feng Yi, the 11th assassin of the Xuan Assassin Tower, declares. His 2 subordinates immediately chime in. Yes, Jan Jan smiles faintly and gestures with a signal. There are 4 people across the river behind you. Su Dao crosses his arms and says, behind the thicket beside you there are 3. Right at that moment, all the assassins burst forth, shouting, to think they still had reinforcements. The 2 of them can only find it utterly ridiculous. The old man declares arrogantly, it's too late for fear, no, you are already surrounded. He furrows his brow and continues. That spirit treasure from earlier was indeed formidable. In the blink of an eye, it annihilated my 2 most trusted subordinates. But something that powerful couldn't possibly be easy to use. Don't tell me you have a second identical one. Su Dao answers him with calm indifference. Old man, I only have 1 sword. Jan Jan chimes in as well. I also only have 1 bracelet like this. Hearing this, the old man's eyes light up. Just as he suspected, still young, they reveal their trump cards far too easily. He turns to his subordinate and asks, have the people of Xingzhou Palace arrived yet? The subordinate whispers in reply, no contact has been made. The old man goes rigid, then smacks the subordinate's head in frustration. Why didn't you say so sooner? The subordinate can only make excuses. You never asked, sir. He clenches his fists with resolve. Forget it, I am, after all, the 11th assassin of the Xuan Assassin Tower, a provisional saint daughter and a scrawny scholar. Killing them would be child's play. He recalls Wu Jing propping up his chin and issuing orders, the Wutong banquet, 3 days from now. Beside me, Yangxing, aside from Yan Yu, there will also be a provisional saint daughter of Bigan Hongchen attending. I want you to kill her. The old man questions those women. One of them is Venerable Yangxing of Tianmen. The other is the true saint daughter of Bigan Hongchen. Killing either of these 2 would be no easy task. Wu Jing grips a pouch and says, when the time comes, I will send people to lure them away. You only need to kill that candidate. He continues, this is the deposit for our cooperation. Once the task is complete, the remaining half will be delivered. The old man's eyes gleam, but he doesn't forget to ask, if I may be so bold, what if your people don't need to intervene? How should the payment be calculated? Wu Jing smiles faintly, his sharp gaze 10 times more piercing than it is now. The old man is stupefied tenfold. Wu Jing casually pours tea and says, but me Yangxing is no easy opponent. You presumably aren't short on money. Why risk your life like this? He can only nod along in agreement. Of course, of course. His people were already lying in ambush at Hongyan City early on. Yet the reinforcements from Xingzhou Palace showed no sign of contact for the longest time. But he never expected the target to actually separate from her group and get into a conflict with a weak Central Plains cultivator. Truly, heaven itself lends its aid. As long as he deals with the target alone, he can claim 10 times the spirit stones. Then he recruits subordinates and expands his influence, becoming the head of the Xuan Assassin Tower is only a matter of time. He shouts, remember well the name of this old man, Feng Yi, the 11th assassin of the Xuan Assassin Tower. For several hundred years, this old man has killed countless people. Never once have I failed. He grips his sword and assumes a combat stance. Today, reality will teach you a lesson, and that lesson is in the face of absolute realm supremacy. Jan Jan merely rummages calmly through her storage bag. The old man yells that no spirit tool or spirit treasure matters as he charges toward the 2 of them. Jan Jan sees this and pulls out her artifact. A streak of light erupts, and from within the roaring flames emerges a phoenix. The old man freezes on the spot. It unleashes blazing sparks upon the attackers who sought to kill. The old man tumbles to the ground, frantically patting out the flames on his body. He escapes by the skin of his teeth, gasping for breath. He thinks in terror, if I had been even slightly slower, even if the flames didn't kill me, I'd have been crippled. No amount of cultivation realm would have saved me. He realizes with alarm weight, something doesn't seem right. The agonized screams of his subordinates fill the air. My ass is on fire. Why won't this fire go out? Su Dao stares at Jan Jan in astonishment as she holds her artifact. If she's merely a provisional saint daughter of Bigan Hongchen, how could she possess such a powerful spirit treasure? He recalls with confusion there were also supposed to be reinforcements from Xingzhou Palace. Why, haven't they appeared yet? In fact, communication has been completely severed. His eyes widen in realization as he exclaims, "I've fallen into a trap." He shouts orders to his subordinates. The situation is wrong retreat. Suddenly he notices the jade gem at his feet. Su Dao speaks calmly, "My apologies, but you likely cannot escape." Jan adds, "Isn't that because you were far too careless?" He kicks the fire jade away in contempt. "You naive little cultivator. A single fire jade might cause some trouble for an early 5th grade cultivator." He leaps into the sea, along with his subordinates. He dives deep and adds, "But for this old man, fewer than 200 of these couldn't possibly harm me." The moment he finishes speaking, a dazzling mountain of fire jade blazes before his very eyes. His jaw drops in shock. The next second he rockets straight back to the surface. A total of 500. Before him stretches a mountain of jade. The entire river, as far as the eye can see, is blanketed in it. All jade. Su Dao smirks from above, then immediately shouts, "Get to shore. Get back to the shore now." As soon as the words leave his mouth, a chain of explosions erupts in rapid succession, sending a towering column of water skyward. Jan asks in confusion, "What just happened?" Su Dao shields the girl. A moment later he says, "Careful, it's not over yet." He then unleashes his magical power. Golden light erupts from beneath the river. Before Jan's astonished eyes, a magnificent display of fireworks bursts into the sky. They illuminate the entire night sky. Onlookers excitedly gather to watch. Su Dao erects a barrier around the two of them. Atmosphere looks truly romantic. Jan Wonderstow deal with a band of assassins. He used this many fire jades, enough to reduce everything within a dozen miles to scorched ruins. Su Dao's eyes brim with happiness. The girl looks up at Su Dao's scholar is absolutely insane, she thinks. Jan grimaces, "Oh no, half the city is probably about to collapse." Amid the girl's worry, Su Dao speaks gently, "It's over, young lady." When Jan opens her eyes, she is utterly stunned. She immediately exclaims, "How is this possible?" She whirls around to question him. Clearly, so many fire jades exploded. So why is the blast radius so small? Her hands drop to her sides as realization dawns. It's a barrier formation. It prevents the assassins from escaping, while keeping innocent bystanders completely unharmed. She glances sideways and says, "To catch them all in one sweep. You planned all these moves beforehand." The girl thinks to herself that this guy truly is a scholar of the Saint Realm. Jan's ideal Saint Realm scholar. Number 1 would condemn ambushes as utterly despicable methods unforgivable. Jan's ideal Saint Realm scholar. Number 2 admits his mistakes and turns over a new leaf. "As long as you don't err again from here on, I can forgive and forget." Su Dao whispers softly, "Actually," he thinks slyly, "all of this was originally prepared for you." Su Dao glances at Jan nervously. "If I say this out loud, will I get beaten?" Jan suddenly turns around. Jan looks at Su Dao in confusion, but he merely shakes his head gently. Su Dao quickly covers his slip-up. "In truth, I've been through assassination attempts many times before. It's become a conditioned reflex. I always have a standard response protocol ready." He asks Jan, "But I wonder how did this lady discover them?" Jan beams proudly and boasts, "Though my cultivation base isn't as high as yours, I have this. Whenever a cultivator approaches, I can detect them instantly." Su Dao continues, "Being able to carry so many powerful spirit tools, this lady must surely live a carefree and worry-free life. The elders at home have always treasured you like a precious jewel. You proud little Jan. Of course, father and mother dote on me the most. Whenever there's something good, they always give it to me first." He ponders in silence, a harmonious husband and wife with more than just one daughter on their minds, his thoughts racing. "I know there have been over a dozen generations of Heavenly Gate elders who meet the criteria, but something doesn't quite add up." A thought suddenly flashes through Bu Ziudao's mind. Could it be those people whom the Heavenly Gate shelters at Cloud Sea Cliff? Most of them are cultivators who refused to submit to the Demon Venerable, or great demon cultivators deemed unworthy of death, yet forbidden from leaving Cloud Sea Cliff with ease. They call it a river seal, but it is nothing more than house arrest in disguise. This little girl might be the daughter of 2 great seniors among them, which is why the Heavenly Gate favors her, or perhaps that silent Demon Venerable intends to use her to win hearts and minds, seizing influence within the Heavenly Gate. Bu Ziudao thinks with conviction, "No mistake, that must be it." Jan also gazes thoughtfully at Bu Ziudao. This scholar possesses an astoundingly high cultivation base and is filthy rich. His status in the Saint Realm must be quite extraordinary. Moreover, his way of thinking is far from ordinary, completely different from those rigid, conventional scholars. The girl studies him intently, then suddenly lights up. I know who you are. Bu Xiudao's heart jolts. What? The girl voices her deduction. You're the procurement steward of the Saint Realm, aren't you? Bu Xiudao can only darken his face in silence. Not quite. Bu Xiudao scratches his head. It's true that I handle most of the spirit tool transactions within the Saint Realm. Zhan puffs up with pride. As expected of Memi, deduction was spot on. Bu Xiudao thinks to himself, just as I don't want to reveal my true identity. Let her keep her little misunderstanding. His indulgent gaze speaks volumes. What a silly girl. Above, a white bird soars past. Bu Xiudao thinks of his junior brother. If even I ran into assassins, how is my junior brother faring? Bu Xiudao speaks up. It's getting late. I should take my leave. Zhan startles. Farewell. The girl ponders, though this man is strange. He's far more interesting than those pretentious scholars. Zhan thinks it's rare for us to talk like this, and today it was entirely my fault for dragging him into Thish. Only encountered those assassins because of me. Walking away, Bu Xiudao thinks that little girl got caught up in my mess. Those assassins were after me. By all rights, I should offer some compensation. I can't just leave like this. He glances back and Bu Xiudao feels someone tugging at his sleeve. Zhan calls out, wait a moment. He turns to see her waving him back. You. Their eyes meet. The girl asks shyly, do you happen to know the Dao young master? Zhan continues bashfully, I have a friend who wants to meet him. The air falls silent. The distance between them seems to stretch. Bu Xiudao teases gently, this friend of yours. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Zhan turns crimson with embarrassment. This scholar notices far too much. The girl steels herself, no, I cannot lose composure like this. Bu Xiudao leans back as Zhan clasps her hands in pleading. Please, I'm begging, Yao, could you do me this one favor? I'll give you an incredibly powerful spirit toolicide from that spring blossoms on withered wood. Bu Xiudao furrows his brow, resolute. This little girl thinks she can sway my heart. She wants to trade a single spirit tool for my whole self. He gazes at her and continues his thoughts in the future. I'll be hers, and so will all the spirit tools. How can she think it would be that simple? Suddenly, wait, if she belongs to the heavenly gate, then surely the young master. He nods in agreement. Introducing you shouldn't be a problem. Bu Xiudao adds, but you must agree to one condition first. Zhan's expression turns guarded. If it's something that would harm my heavenly gate, I advise you to abandon that thought. Though I want to meet the Dao young master, I still know right from wrong. Bu Xiudao cuts in. I want to meet the heavenly gate's saint daughter. Do you know her? Zhan freezes. So this scholar's real target was me all along. The girl's heart leaps with joy. Truly, this is someone impossible to be angry at. Zhan bounces over to Bu Xiudao eagerly. I know her. We're very close. No one in the entire heavenly gate is closer to her than me. Wonderful, then. He feels a flicker of unease. Is she suddenly so delighted? Zhan eyes him appraisingly. In truth, this scholar's elegant bearing and dashing demeanor are quite similar to how her brother describes his senior brother. Yu Sheng had cheerfully told his little sister, take senior brother, little sister, his appearance, temperament, and abilities are all one of a kind. Apart from being a bit unhinged, there's absolutely nothing to fault. Sen, your brother, Yu Sheng earnestly elaborates. Zhan shakes her head. He doesn't match at all on the entire Fusheng continent. No one could be more eccentric than this scholar standing before me. The girl wonders which lady would ever end up marrying him. The Heavenly Gate's saint daughter is out of the question after all. Her ideal partner is the Dao young master. Bu Xiudao smiles faintly. In truth, this little girl has clear, limpid eyes and a gentle appearance. Zhan fidgets restlessly. Bu Xiudao thinks of Yu Sheng. The vibe he gives off is somewhat similar to his junior brother's. He chuckles to himself, wondering who will end up marrying her. The Dao young master is out of the question, as already pursuing the Heavenly Gate's saint daughter. Both of them wonder why they suddenly feel a faint tinge of regret. Forget it, it must be an illusion. Zhan blurts out, then it's settled. 6 days from now, at sunset you bring the Dao young master. Bu Xiudao adds, at Phoenix Vein Valley beneath the parasol tree. You bring the saint daughter. Zhan declares proudly, a mutually beneficial deal, no debts between us. Bu Xiudao replies, we meet, exchange our goods and part waste no lingering ties. On the elevated platform, a man with a fan begins to speak. He recounts that 1,000 years ago, during the Great Heavenly Tribulation, the Grand Mystic Sovereign cultivated the evil corpse Dao and slaughtered more than half the living beings under heaven. He continues with Relishantal. The Sovereign was ultimately assassinated through the combined effort of the 3 sovereigns of the world. He sweeps his gaze over the crowd. And these three sovereigns first I mentioned is none other than Fan Chen, the Crimson Saint Emperor of the Zhangzhou Saint Realm. Next, he mentions Zai Huo, the supreme Buddha of Bodhai City in the western regions. And finally, Wu Yi, the Dao Cliff immortal lord of the Eternal Night Hall in the eastern lands. Wu Yi, a boy at the next table groans with boredom. We've been hearing these tales since we were kids. Our ears are worn smooth. A young man lounging in his chair nods in agreement. That's right, old sir, can't you tell us something we don't already know? Your storytelling has completely stalled. A voice suddenly thunders, "You three brats." The man jabs his fan at the youth's faces. Then do you know? He speaks of Wu Yi and a mysterious figure. Originally, that Dao Cliff immortal lord and the Grand Fairy of Taking Palace were a couple. The man strains his neck as he speaks. Then he suddenly broke it off with the Grand Fairy and married her younger sister instead. He jabs a finger toward the heavens. They even had a daughter. A young man with a top knot perks up excitedly. Do you know the hidden truth behind it? He waves it off flatly. No idea. Then he puffs up with pride. How could a nobody like me possibly know such mysterious affairs? Standing on his platform, he continues his lecture. One would need to be at least at the level of the 5 city lords to know such things. Then why bring it up at all? The eavesdroppers burst into chatter. Hard to imagine, truly. I wonder what those city lords do all day. It certainly must be nothing like our lives, right? Need you even ask? Naturally, they toil ceaselessly, carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. No freedom whatsoever. They always place the peace and happiness of their citizens above all else. Truly worthy of being city lords. How magnificent. Seen Change Cloud City. Mengya holds a chess piece and speaks. Haven't you needed to go out and teach lately? Fan Chen answers with an impassive expression. In truth, those matters are utterly tedious. Only my eldest disciple shares the passion for my work. He places a white piece on the board. If I could choose, I would spend every day strolling the lake with you, admiring flowers, drinking tea, and playing chess. Mengya picks up a black piece in reply. But tomorrow, I must go out on business. Her voice lingers in the air. Outside the city gates, ranks of guards stand waiting. Gui Wuliang has reached Blood Soul Ridge. We must converge immediately and personally raise the Blood Fiend's purgatory lair to the ground. Fan Chen's eyes narrow slightly. When will you be back? Mengya replies nonchalantly. Toward the end of the month, most likely. Fan Chen's face contorts in agony. Mengya startles. Husband. Fan Chen musters every last ounce of his strength to speak. I'm fine, it's just... The thought of not seeing Tao Tao for an entire month, me heart aches terribly right here. Mengya comes over and gently pats his head. Meanwhile, Fan Chen continues his lament. Tao Tao is so perfect, and yet I have nothing of worth to offer. Just the most ordinary, frail scholar in all the world. Fan Chen clutches the portrait, 2 streams of tears rolling down his cheeks. Tao Tao's learning is profound and vast. If the day comes when you grow weary of me, when you despise meal I'll have left is to clutch these portraits of you and drift through the rest of my wretched days. Mengya suddenly reaches for him, pulling him into her embrace. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting now? She presses a soft kiss to his head. I promise you I'll return as soon as I possibly can. A moment later, she gazes at him and murmurs, Besides, the children aren't here. You could ask me for anything you'd like. Fan Chen stares at her blankly and asks, Really? He replies in a heartbeat, Then I want Tao Tao. Fan Chen cheers like a child. Come sit in my lap and let's finish this game of chess. The chess pieces sit motionless on the stone board. Mengya's eyes fill with puzzlement. We're both sitting on the same side. How are we supposed to play chess? Fan Chen replies, Either way, I won't be holding back. Tao Tao, you'd better be careful. Don't you dare lose to me. The chicken on the roof has eaten its fill of dog food. You, sir, are utterly shameless. Isn't that exactly what Tao Tao loves about me? Fan Chen then says gently, Next month a friend of mine is coming to visit. You should be back by then, right? Mengya asks in surprise. They're coming to Yun City. Is there anything I need to prepare? He holds her in his arms and says happily, Just an old acquaintance from a stroke of fortune, a friend I met through a piece of calligraphy. No one important. You needn't fuss over it. He thinks to himself with quiet confidence. Besides, she's so wonderful. Just standing by my side is more than enough for me to hold my head high across the entire Fusheng continent. Mengya looks at him and continues, Will this friend be bringing their family? His face fills with uncertainty. I don't know honestly. The person's situation is rather special. The scene shifts. On cold, unyielding ground, a figure lease identity unknown, body riddled with wounds. Ziyan gazes at the figure in silence. That is the great immortal Maiden Ming of Taking Palace. She stands in silence, brows faintly furrowed, before finally breaking her composure. Eldest Miss, The immortal Lord's divine soul has been injured beyond control. Even the star radiance no longer has any effect. Ziyan replies coldly, I know. Then Ming turns and departs without looking back, standing guard outside. Amid the vast expanse, a lone figure sits perched upon a high precipice. Ziyan lifts her sorrowful gaze toward the figure. She stands motionless beneath the downpour. A heartbeat later, she can no longer hold back her tears. The maidservant from before suddenly appears. Ziyan asks coldly, where is the person? The maidservant hears and immediately understands. Ziyan swiftly takes up a stack of papers. Among them is a letter of separation addressed to the Tao, ya immortal lord and another. A letter of betrothal. She especially emphasizes, deliver this to my second younger sister. The maidservant accepts the letter and obeys. Beneath the rain, Ziyan's lonely silhouette remains. The maidservant quietly departs. The rain begins to clear. Ziyan's voice, laden with sorrow, echoes into the silence. My husband and I, we were fated. Petals drenched by the rain glisten like tears. The downpour grows ever heavier. Ziyan stands there, still lamenting. She gazes into the distance, eyes brimming with tears. From this day forth, this Hua Ziyan need never bloom again. Meanwhile, the little chicken watching from the side cannot help but shed tears of his own. Husband, Mengya looks up at Fan Chen and asks, why are you spacing out? He answers gently, I just suddenly recalled my friend's family situation. It stirred something in me. I'm sorry, it's their private affair and I wasn't given permission. It's hard to talk about. Mengya's eyes shine with warmth. It's fine. When they arrive, we'll simply welcome them with open arms. Then she reflects on Fan Chen's former Lifea commoner who never lived well. This friend seems like the type Fan Chen would have befriended on his own. She'll just have to improvise. Surely this person won't see through her disguise. Right. Fan Chen suddenly pulls her into an embrace. She furrows her brows slightly. What's wrong? He closes his eyes and murmurs, nothing. I just feel truly fortunate. Meeting Tao Tao was like being granted a second life. This must surely be heaven's reward for me. Mengya teases. If our son had even half your silver tongue, who knows how many young girls would have already lost their hearts to him by now. Fan Chen chimes in. He just needs to inherit my cooking skills. Everything else is irrelevant. After all, he continues, all the heavy labor in the kitchen is going to fall on him. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng sits dejectedly amid the crowd, chin propped on his hand. He thinks to himself, I thought I'd overhear something important. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. Suddenly, the old man with spectacles speaks up. If tales of the seniors don't interest you, then how about I tell you a story about someone your own age? He beckons them closer. Everyone knows about Yuan of the Xuanxin ghost sect, don't they? She should have died long ago. These words cause Yu Sheng to react instantly. Yu Sheng slams his palm down on the table and shouts furiously. What do you mean by that? The old man flinches in alarm. The literal meaning, of course. I've heard that even the Saint Emperor of Central Continent said the very same thing back then. Hearing this, the boy's face goes blank. What? The old man begins his tale. 300 years ago, Yuxuan Tian seized upon the chaos at the northern frontier to reclaim the Xuanxin ghost sect. Dead set on avenging his departed wife, he neglected his own daughter in the process. Yuan was still just a child then. She suddenly sensed something amiss, which allowed a villain to ambush her and sever her heart meridians. When Madame Yin rushed over, she found Yuxuan cradling the child in his arms. Yuxuan tries to comfort her. Yuaner, don't be afraid. Madame Yin will certainly save you. You'll get better soon. Madame Yin's eyes are red and brimming with sorrow. Yuxuan looks at her and asks, could it be that Yuaner's injuries will leave some hidden affliction? Madame Yin replies, it has nothing to do with the wounds, it's the child's fate origin. Her eyes overflow with emotion. She was born frail and fundamentally incompatible with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. In Madame Yin's words, Yuan is so fragile that she can never cultivate like a normal cultivator. Her lifespan will be painfully short. Madame Yin continues, if spiritual power is forced into her body, it will instead destroy her meridians and fate origin. Her divine soul will deteriorate rapidly. The words that follow send Yuxuan's heart plummeting with dread. She is like one forsaken by heaven and earth in legendas, though the entire world itself rejects her very existence, seeking to slowly extinguish her life. Yuxuan looks at the child and pleads, no, there must be a way to save Yuaner. He carries her on his back, climbing countless flights of steps. There must be. From that day forth, Yuxuan Tian traveled to Medicine King Valley in the eastern land, the Mingjing Terrace in the western region, Yiao Pavilion in central continent, and Tiananmen residence in the southern ridge. with the Xuanxin Ghost sect as his pledge. He visited nearly 1,000 major sects across the 5 regions. Yet the answer he received was always the same. He braved every storm, every season, searching desperately for a way to save Yuan. Even Mengya shook her head. "I'm sorry, there is nothing I can do." Yuxuan sought out others, but always received the same answer. Heavenly fate cannot be reversed. This child will not live past 30. He even sought out Zaihuo. The answer was the same, even our 1,000-year-ago selves, before our injurious Evan Fan Chen would be helpless. A solution is nigh impossible. The scene shifts to the Tian Mountain confluence in the southern ridge lakes, shimmering in every conceivable color. Deng Xian, perched high above with a mountain of books, responds, "Your daughter is a child forsaken by the heavens. She possesses not a wisp of life force from the great Tao. Her fate cannot be defied. Even if I and the great immortal maiden of taking palace join forces, at most we can extend the child's lifespan by 20 years. No more." Yuxuan pleads desperately, "20 more years is enough. I beg you both please save her." Deng Xian replies coldly, "But the price you must pay will be severe." She continues, "The child's limbs will all be crippled. She will be bedridden for the rest of her life. Even the simple wish of living as an ordinary mortal will become a distant luxury." Helplessness floods Yuxuan's eyes. He buries his face in his hands and weeps bitterly. "How can this be?" Yuan draws close to comfort him. "Father, don't cry, I'm fine." Yuxuan says through his tears, "My child, it is your father who has failed you." The old man continues his tale. After that, Yuxuan Tian brought Yuan back to the Xuanxin Ghost sect. Every single day, Yuan endured the gnawing erosion of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Every night, the excruciating agony ripping through her meridians, and divine soul robbed her of sleep. Dark circles bruise the skin beneath Yuan's eyes. Her brows stay permanently furrowed in pain, until that autumn day when the crabapple trees in Yunwang Valley burst into bloom. An entire forest awash in crimsonch made her decision. Yuan bows her head solemnly, the little girl kneeling before someone's grave. As the years pass, Yuan gradually grows up. Countless letters are written to Lady Yin, to Fairy Ming the Great. Yuxuan, his head full of silver hair, speaks up, "Xian, child, do you wish to go?" The girl replies coldly, "Father, stop begging others for help." Her eyes brim with emotion. "Let me go myself." Hearing this, Yuxuan grows agitated, "But your fate does not allow it." The girl responds without hesitation, her voice resolute, "Then I will rewrite my fate." The next instant, she kowtows before Yuxuan. "My fate is mine alone. It has nothing to do with others, and it is not for heaven and earth to decide. If heaven cannot grant me a good fate, then I will carve my own path to survival." Yuxuan speaks up, his voice laced with worry. "And what if you cannot find one?" Yuan hesitates. If she cannot find one, Yuxuan reaches out and touches the sword hilt, adjusts the cord, and says, "Then so be it." The old storyteller, seated in his chair, narrates, "She bade farewell to her father." Yuan departs alone from Yunhuang Valley. Yu Sheng, half believing, half doubting, she really left. But she's all alone, and in that condition, where does she plan to find a way to survive? The old man replies solemnly, "The Fusheng continent is vast, the heavens are high, and the seas are boundless. As long as you keep walking forward, a path will surely appear." Then he points out Yuan's location. It is said that Yuan once borrowed the ascending cloud heaven of the Saint Domain to study the Tao of spirit cultivation within 10,000 miles of dense mist. She also entered the soul-guiding Tao at Tianmen, observing the path of demonic cultivation beneath the boundless heavens alone. Solitary silhouette of a young girl. They say she later charged through the path of reincarnation at the Bodhi Temple, passed through the Star Ocean platform at Taking Palace all by herself, traveling everywhere under heaven. Within the Dharma Tower that houses the Buddhist scriptures of the Western regions, and the Taoist techniques of the Eastern lands. Ziyan stands silent upon a cliff. Far below, Yuan kneels in the dust. Ziyan regards her without the slightest emotion. In the end, Yuan journeys to the 100,000 snow mountains of the southern ridge to seek answers about the demonic Tao. Standing atop the highest snow-capped peak, gazing out at the boundless void sea far beyond the 5 regions, Yuan stands alone amidst the raging snowstorm, silent for 9 days and 9 nights, her eyes brimming with unyielding resolve. Then she asks herself, how long has she been out here? She cannot recall exactly by rough estimation. It seems 15 years have passed. Lady Yin's gaze grows heavy. This child may not live past 30. Yuan stands with her sword thrust into the snow. 15 years ago she was 16, and yet she has not died. The old storyteller laughs. That Yuan girl managed to survive and push on, forging a heaven-defying miracle of rewriting fate. The crowd immediately bursts into discussion. This is truly legendary. No wonder she's so powerful. I heard that aside from taking Palace, practically every young cultivator of this generation has been beaten half to death by her at least once. Absolute badass, I hereby declare from this day forward Yuan is my goddess. Only Yu Sheng sits silently in a corner. The boy feels a pang of sorrow. So those 15 years she endured them all alone. Thank goodness it's all over now. Finally, the old man concludes the tale, the end. Young people are far too naive. The Miss Yuan of today walks every step as though treading upon a blade's edge. The words leave Yu Sheng bewildered. What exactly do you mean by that? The old man regards him with deep, inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Do you know who the other two in the history of the Fusheng continent were? The ones who reversed the cause and effect of heaven and earth. The next words make Yu Sheng break into a cold sweat. The demon sovereign of Fusheng and the Tai Xuan Ming emperor, who plotted to annihilate half the living beings on the continent. Such is Yuan's portrayal in that old man's tale. Moreover, I've heard that this Miss Yuan's temperament is truly, eerily similar to the Tai Xuan Ming emperor's. Even if she harbors no thoughts of refining all living beings, should she continue to grow, there is every chance she could become the third emperor sovereign of the 5 regions. Her killing intent alone surpasses all others. When that day comes, I fear the Fusheng continent will struggle to find a second soul capable of maintaining the balance. The crowd shudders upon hearing this, every last one of them trembling. No one can bind her, no one can stop her. With but a whim, she could decide the fate of all under heaven. His tongue begins to weave its tales. Several great figures have all considered killing her, you know. The next moment he speaks gravely. Allowing someone like that to live it is simply too dangerous. Suddenly Yu Sheng slams the table and roars. Enough! The boy seethes with fury. Her strength was earned through her own desperate struggle. She has never harmed a soul. From beginning to end, all she ever wanted was to survive. What in the world is wrong with that? He grabs the old man by the collar. What do you mean? Similar to the Tai Xuan Ming emperor. Nonsense, she is simply herself, she is Yuan. The old storyteller stammers. I'm merely retelling rumors. This has nothing to do with me. Yu Sheng snorts coldly, turns, and storms off. If you spout this kind of rubbish again, I won't be so polite. Walking away, the boy thinks to himself that he never should have sat down to listen to this sort of ghost story Pingshu. He grumbles under his breath, couldn't even pick up a single scrap of news about her. And now I'm burning with rage on top of it all. The old man watches him leave and chuckles softly. If everyone in the world were as clear-headed as you, the Fusheng continent would not be tangled in so many grudges and entanglements. The old man stares after the boy and murmurs, a pity. What a pity. According to the tale, among the cities of Dong Earth, Hongyan City stands as one of the great ones situated in the north, renowned for producing abundant Paulownia wood. Within the inner sanctum of Yank Tower, there is enshrined a spirit Paulownia tree that blooms and bears fruit once every 16 years. Legend has it that the spirit Paulownia possesses a soul capable of bringing the dead back to life. Its seeds are also supreme spiritual medicines capable of aiding cultivators who have fallen into chi deviation, calming the mind and spirit, and harmonizing the spiritual meridians. They are among the rewards for the top 500 in the debate Dao battle of the Paulownia feast. A hand reaches out and seizes Yuan's wrist. Hurry, Yuan! Fingerling eagerly tugs at the girl's hand. Up ahead it looks like they're auctioning spirit Paulownia tea. Today, I absolutely must be the first to drink a cup. Yuan asks flatly, drawing the question into a long, languid drawl. That spirit Paulownia tea uses nothing more than ordinary Paulownia leaves. There's nothing special about it. Besides, why must you bid for the first cup? Does it taste better than the second cup? Isn't it all from the same pot? But Fingerling shows not the slightest annoyance, on the contrary. She's positively delighted. My dear Yuan, always thinking about such uninteresting things. The girl's eyes sparkle, unable to contain her excitement. Life has so many joys, not everything needs a reason. Yuan is finally won over. Fine, they quickly make their way into the auction. At this moment, the person on the stage announces, the auction for today's first cup of Paulownia tea officially begins. Down below, Fingerling is absolutely thrilled. She wastes no time placing the opening bid, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, Yuan looks utterly uninterested. A young man sitting behind them is taken aback by Fingerling's bold bid. 10 spirit stones? That's enough for an ordinary mortal to enjoy fine tea for a lifetime. Starting out this generous right from the start. Of course, despite the mask, one look at this young lady's bearing, and you know she's no ordinary person. Today's cup of tea, if it doesn't belong to her, then who else could it possibly be? Down below, someone holds up a bag of spirit stones and declares, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yu Sheng clicks his tongue repeatedly and waves over a server. Get me a cup too. He pays no heed whatsoever to the judging stares of passers-by. Fingerling suddenly senses something amiss and glances over. The server approaches and politely reminds him, esteemed guest, you must produce 10 low-grade spirit stones before you can partake of this tea. At this, Yu Sheng is utterly stunned. He furrows his brow in confusion. What? There's a starting price just to drink tea. But I'm really thirsty right now. In the end, Yu Sheng has no choice but to accept the terms. Fine 10 spirit stones it is. This irks Fingerling down below. She raises her price to 20. She can't help but wonder to herself, where did this little brat come from? He just has to compete with me, doesn't he? The server once again turned to glance at the young woman with a cautious gaze. Young master, you currently need to put up at least 21 stones. Suddenly, the young man seemed to realize everything. Wait, so this isn't buying tea, it's auctioning tea. Yu Sheng jumped in as well. His attention shifted to Ming Fingerling, who was pouting behind him. So I snatched that young lady's tea. I know it's terribly sorry, but what's done is done. If I back down now, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Besides, I really can't hold on anymore, I'm dying of thirst. Yu Sheng gripped the railing tightly, raised his hand and bid 30 stones. The girl furiously raised the bid even higher, 50 stones. The two of them refused to yield to each other. 100 spirit stones, 150, 200, 500. While the server was left dizzy by their bidding war, Yuan sat quietly, savoring her steamed buns. Su Dao happened to be strolling past the auction venue at this time. Suddenly, he noticed the commotion nearby. People nearby were chattering hastily and rushing out of the auction hall. They kept grumbling, a fight's definitely going to break out soon. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Those aren't people you want to cross. Don't let us get dragged in, or we won't even be able to claim medical expenses from them. This made Su Dao furrow his brow in bewilderment. Were there really such bored people in this world, willing to come to blows over a single cup of tea? Inside, seeing Ming Fingerling keep going head-to-head with him, Yu Sheng finally lost his patience. He threatened, this young master merely wants to enjoy a cup of tea. I advise you two young ladies not to deliberately cause trouble otherwise. I'll switch to a different tune immediately. His actions and words left even Su Dao speechless upon hearing them. That's my idiotic junior brother. He sighed, turning to look down below to see who was on the other side. Ming Fingerling slammed the table. Feng Fiu stood up and retorted, you want to drink tea? Then let's see if you have the skill for it. Meanwhile, Yuan maintained her detached expression as if she were merely an outsider. Suddenly, Yuan spotted him and recognized him because as far as the girl knew in Hongyan City, the masks were crafted from low-grade spirit stones. Before acquaintances and those of higher cultivation realms, their effect was essentially non-existent. Su Dao also recognized the two of them, Yuan of the Xuangxin ghost sect and Ming Fingerling of Taking Palace. Why was it them? Seeing this, he immediately retreated into the shadows. Su Dao's eyes filled with tension as he watched Yu Sheng grow more heated in the argument. Can this junior brother of mine still leave? Is it too late? I'll just pretend I was never here. But before he could slip away, Yu Sheng had already spotted him. The moment their eyes met, Su Dao knew there was no turning back. It's over. Without giving Su Dao any chance to resist, Yu Sheng immediately seized his arm and hoisted it high, using him as a human shield. Our eldest senior brother is here. You two are done for, don't say I didn't warn you. Under his inferno, all beings are equal. Within a 10-li radius, man and beast become indistinguishable. When he's angry, he even blows himself up. You know about the mad furnace of the Saint Realm. When he's in a good mood, he detonates 8 times a day. Ming Fingerling began to tense up, her gaze shifting toward the young man. Meanwhile, Yuan couldn't be bothered to listen. Yu Sheng was relentless. Before Su Dao could make a move, Yu Sheng released his grip just long enough to threaten the other two. You'll regret this. But before he could finish, Su Dao, without another word, grabbed Yu Sheng's head and slammed it down onto the railing. After that resounding slam, the air returned to absolute silence. Ming Fingerling forced an awkward laugh, looking at him. Dao Gongzi, so he's your junior brother. Her smile froze after hearing Yu Sheng's exaggerations using fire jade to blow up his own house. What kind of bizarre hobby is that? Isn't Bo Su Dao known for his cold, aloof temperament? Is this a case of extremes breed their opposites? Or has the pressure simply been too great? Su Dao bowed politely and explained to the two women, my junior brother rarely ventures outside, so his behavior is somewhat crude. If he has caused any offense, I beg the two young ladies to forgive him. The girl immediately waved her hands to reassure him. It's nothing, really. Not a big deal at all. It's just that he inexplicably fought me over tea, which was a bit infuriating, that's all. Yu Shang, with his head still pinned below, overheard their conversation and grew indignant. Hold on, senior brother, why are you taking their side? I'm your junior brother. After the earlier commotion, the server finally brought out the freshly brewed tea. The server placed it on the table before Yuan and Ming Fingerling. Esteemed guests, this is your first pot of tea. The girl handed a money pouch to the server. Here's the tea payment. Feel free to count it, there's only more, not less. The server promptly accepted it. Thank you, esteemed guest. The server carried it inside and presented it to the shop owner. The owner took the pouch and upended it. A cascade of spirit stones suddenly poured out, startling the two of them. Spirit stones had already piled into a small mountain at their feet. Ming Fingerling took a sip of tea and sighed. With this many spirit stones, forget buying the first brew, you could buy the entire street and still have plenty to spare. Thinking this over, she glanced at the young woman teary-eyed over not getting her tea, and at Su Dao, who was powerless to help. Rumor had it that the son of the Saint Emperor Hong was a spirit cultivation prodigy of extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius. But meeting him today, he seemed more like. Yuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. All right, your nominal assets span across all 5 regions. A handful of spirit stones like these is hardly worth mentioning to you. Why get so worked up? Fair enough, you have a point. I should use a more effective method to vent. Having said that, the girl stretched out her hand. Su Dao watched as well. Ming Fingerling stood up and extended her hand, their fingers interlacing. 1, 2, 3. The girl exhaled deeply. Afterward, Ming Fingerling beamed radiantly. Done. I just earned back double what I lost, right now. I'm not angry in the slightest. Su Dao watched the whole thing unfold, and still couldn't make sense of it. Su Dao recalled rumor had it that their third young Mrs. Personal fortune was so vast that even she herself couldn't count it all. She didn't need to work in a single blink. Her earnings surpassed what ordinary people could accumulate in a lifetime. Su Dao then compared that to his own mountain of tasks and assignments. Back then, Yu Sheng had cheerfully teased him. Impressive. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't finish all this work in an entire lifetime. Su Dao trembled, crying without tears. How could the gap between people be so vast? Yuan silently observed Su Dao and Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was hanging limply from the railing, utterly drained of strength. Water. I want water. Someone please give me a sip of water. The girl quickly picked up the cup of tea. Yu Sheng stuck out his tongue, staring at the cup of tea in Yuan's hand with a bewildered gaze. The girl extended the cup toward him and asked, Thirsty? Here, take this. Su Dao reached out to accept it on his behalf. Thank you. After handing it over, Yuan turned and suggested, Let's go. Time to head back. Sure, Ming Fingerling replied cheerfully. Su Dao gazed thoughtfully at the young woman as she drank her water. Doesn't our junior brother always say he wants to get acquainted with that Miss Yuan? So why, now that he's met her today, is he just letting her walk away like this? Yu Sheng, having quenched his thirst, finally looked in the direction the two had just left. Yu Sheng spoke up and asked, Senior brother, the one just now. Hearing this, the corner of Su Dao's mouth curved upward, so he finally asks, Now that's more like it. Yu Sheng asked, Senior brother, was that Miss Ming of Taking Palace? These words struck Su Dao completely motionless. Yu Sheng continued, pressing further. If that's the case, she must know Miss Yuan. We could just ask her to make an introduction, right? This sheer ignorance was enough to make Su Dao question his entire existence. Seeing Su Dao's utterly speechless expression, Yu Sheng misinterpreted it as something else entirely. Senior brother, did I say something wrong? They don't know each other. Su Dao could only sigh. No, your reasoning is absolutely correct. As expected of my junior brother. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng's face lights up with joy. Of course, after all, you are the son of the Saint Emperor. The scene shifts to the Nanchuang courtyard. The moment he returns, Yu Sheng stretches his weary body. Uncle Jun isn't here. Could he have gone to buy local specialties for Yan Yi? Suddenly, Yu Sheng catches a whiff of something. He whips his head toward the source of the smoke, his eyes widening in alarm. Chicken, who's burning chicken? Standing before the wall, Yu Sheng fights to restrain himself. No, hold back, I cannot climb this wall. He furrows his brow, deliberating. In the end, Yu Sheng can only knock on the door set into the adjacent wall. A voice answers from within. Come in. Hearing this, he pushes the door open. The moment he looks inside, he freezes in stunned bewilderment. Inside, Yuan sits reading a book in perfect serenity, while Ming Fingerling is busy roasting chicken. Spotting him, the girl tilts her head in confusion. Is there something you need? Yu Sheng steps forward and cuts straight to the point. Pardon the intrusion. I caught the aroma of roasted chicken just now, so I came to ask if you might need a hand. This courteous demeanor makes Ming Fingerling raise an eyebrow in suspicion. What's gotten into this guy? Suddenly becoming so polite. After a moment's thought, she waves him off. No help needed, I did this on purpose, now please leave. He pays her dismissal no mind and answers with a grin. There's no need to be polite, third Miss Ming. All chicken lovers under heaven are family. Seeing you struggle today, if I stood by with arms folded, wouldn't I be letting this poor, dead chicken down? Su Dao, standing outside, can only scratch his head in bewilderment. What is junior brother doing? He's trying to curry favor with third Miss Ming, but Ming Fingerling cuts straight to the chase. You have something you want from me. Yu Sheng freezes at her bluntness. Outside, Su Dao can only heave a sigh. Just as I suspected. Yu Sheng composes himself and replies, since third Miss Ming is so direct, I won't beat around the bush either. He lowers his head and dives into the matter at hand. I hear you hold the highest seniority among your peers, and you're a rare prodigy of the 5 regions. You must be acquainted with the esteemed Lady Yuan of the Xuanxin ghost sect. If the opportunity arises, could you perhaps introduce me to her? Yuan, whose name has just been dragged into the conversation, stiffens. The atmosphere plunges into a heavy, suffocating silence. Su Dao, standing outside, shakes his head with a weary sigh. Oh, junior brother. Lady Yuan is right there in front of you, yet you insist on setting your sights elsewhere. Perhaps this truly is the will of the heavens. He chuckles softly, though it's not necessarily a bad thing. A sly grin spreads across Ming Fingerling's face. How interesting, she's caught the scent of something amusing. She steps over, pours a cup of water, and gently places her hand on Yuan's shoulder. She offers the cup of water and coaxes softly. My dear lady, this chess manual is truly wonderful. Just keep reading, don't mind us. Then Ming Fingerling returns to the roasting chicken. She picks it up and hurls it straight at Yu Sheng. He catches it without missing a beat. Ming Fingerling orders cheerfully, take this chicken and throw it away from me. Throw it far. Yu Sheng's face brightens with hope. Under the watchful gazes of Ming Fingerling and Su Dao, he dashes outside with enthusiasm. I'll be right back. Only after Yu Sheng's figure disappears into the distance does she speak up. Bo Su Dao, Ming Fingerling proposes with a mischievous grin. I want to play a little game with your junior brother. I want to mess with him. Su Dao presses his lips together in contemplation. After a moment, he answers frankly. Although my junior brother did offend you before, and your intentions are harmless enough, I am still his senior brother. Before Su Dao can finish, Ming Fingerling cuts in with her bribe. 100 years from now, I'll grant you 3% of our business holdings in the Holy Land of Central Continent. He freezes instantly. 3%? Su Dao's mind already races to visions of what this fortune could bring. That's enough for 2/3 of the younger disciples to move into proper housing, to cultivate and study in far greater comfort. Even a fraction of those funds could finally renovate the dilapidated grounds of the Holy Land. The thought of no longer having to sell their souls to capital. His eyes gleam with the light of coins. This is an absolute steal. Su Dao can only make his decision. Junior brother, senior brother doesn't want to do this to you, but for the Holy Land, you'll just have to make a small sacrifice. Though his mind is already made up, he turns his face away and puts on a show of agonizing deliberation. Third Miss Ming, the bond between my junior brother and me runs deep. Doing this truly weighs on my conscience. Ming Fingerling watches his performance, her face twisting with undisguised contempt. Oh, spare me. I know your heart is already blooming with joy. Su Dao takes another step forward, his expression still one of tortured hesitation. The joy is real, but so is the conflict. The Holy Land is important, but of course, junior brother is equally important. His act grates on her nerves. With no other choice, Ming Fingerling compromises. Fine, at most. I'll grant you one additional condition as long as it's not too outrageous. Su Dao accepts immediately. Many thanks, third Miss Ming. She grits her teeth, wishing she could bite these 2 scheming men to death. The rumors are true indeed. Those scholars from Central Continent are all rotten to the core, every last one of them. While Ming Fingerling is still negotiating about to ask what his condition even is, Yu Sheng pushes the door open and walks back in. The moment he pokes his head inside, the other 2 snap to attention in alarm. Yu Sheng innocently reports his deed. I've thrown that chicken far, far away. He asks cheerfully, now can you agree to my request? Ming Fingerling, with her answer already prepared, points at Su Dao. Why, don't you just ask your senior brother to introduce you? Wouldn't that be even more convenient? Yu Sheng falls silent. Su Dao can only force an awkward smile. This third Miss Ming, now that she holds the upper hand, is deliberately dragging me into trouble. If junior brother actually turns to me for help, and the truth gets exposed later, there'll be no explaining it. but Yu Sheng doesn't hesitate for a moment before declining. Senior brother was once beaten by Lady Yuan. There must be some bad blood between them. He's not exactly close to her. Besides, senior brother is a man. No matter how you look at it, it wouldn't be appropriate. Ming Fingerling presses her lips together, suppressing a laugh. She's never seen anyone dig their own grave with such enthusiastic dedication. Very well, then don't blame me for what comes next. Meanwhile, Yuan, whose name has been trampled upon this entire time, continues to sit serenely, studying the chessboard. She studies the board for a while and murmurs in admiration at the title, inscribed on the paper, a chess strategy. She silently reads the name written there, using the enemy's stratagem against them. Meanwhile, Ming Fingerling continues pressing her advantage. Yu Sheng, young Master Yu, don't you know that every hero under heaven who lays eyes on Lady Yuan wishes he could flee in the opposite direction? So why on earth would you want to get acquainted with her? Without the slightest embarrassment, he answers. Lady Yuan is wonderful. Why wouldn't I want to know her? Even Yuan stiffens at this. Yu Sheng continues his nonsensical rambling. Moreover, among the 4 young masters of the realm, Lady Yuan is the only one who has never beaten me. Doesn't that prove we share some sort of fate? The atmosphere freezes solid once more. Ming Fingerling can't hold it in any longer and bursts out laughing. She recalls asking Yuan before, didn't you say that among the 4 young masters, this is the only one you haven't beaten? So you wanted to test him then? Why did you just leave? Yuan replies flatly, no need to fight him anymore. Upon hearing this, Ming Fingerling asks curiously, why not? Yuan states bluntly, too weak. Recalling this memory now, Ming Fingerling's laughter shakes her entire body. Yuan merely reminds her, you're laughing too much. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng still looks bewildered. Did I say something wrong? Su Dao can only look on helplessly. My dear junior brother, I think you have a truly magnificent imagination. After her laughter dies down, Ming Fingerling's attention catches on another chicken trotting past. A sudden idea flashes through her mind. With that, Ming Fingerling turns to him. Hey, didn't you just say you know how to roast chicken? Then I'll leave everything to you. Yu Sheng cheerfully accepts. No problem at all. He raises both hands in readiness. Yu Sheng closes his eyes and begins chanting an incantation. A handful of spirit stones materialize in his palm, while the remaining chickens are clustered to the east. Yu Sheng hurls the spirit stones in that direction. The spirit stones instantly shatter the chicken coop apart. Without missing a beat, he continues channeling his spiritual power. Fingerling furrows her brow in confusion. What exactly is he doing? Su Dao can only watch helplessly, but as you can see, he's preparing ingredients. Yu Sheng calls out, chickens, come to me. The chickens immediately soar into the sky. He locks his gaze on the feathers swirling wildly through the air. Several chickens begin circling around Yu Sheng. And now, time for Fingerling's explanation corner. The universe bag contains a wondrous spatial dimension, capable of storing an entire world within. It is an essential item every cultivator must carry when venturing abroad. Moreover, the 5 regions of the Fusheng continent each cultivate different paths, leading to vastly different customs. Even cultivators of the same discipline will differ in temperament. Therefore, the contents stored within each person's universe bag are wildly diverse. No 2 are alike. Dao cultivators of the Eastern Earth are mostly wealthy, yet the universe bag of Jian Zun is remarkably bare. Among all the regions, the Hehuan sect's bags are by far the most entertaining. By morning, their universe bags overflow with treasures and riches. By dusk, only wine, rouge, and an assortment of bizarre accessories remain. Back to the present, the young miss observes everything and draws her conclusion. But the most unpredictable of all are still the universe bags of those young cultivators, because you can never guess just how many random, miscellaneous oddities are crammed inside. Su Dao sighs and reassures her, don't worry, it will definitely surpass your imagination. After a while, Yu Sheng smiles with deep satisfaction at his own handiwork. He yanks a rope and sends mountain stream water splashing in every direction. Next, Yu Sheng produces from, seemingly no hurry, a jar of pure honey. Such professionalism even catches Fingerling off guard. Once Yu Sheng has gathered everything, he tosses it all into the air. Inside those bags are also dill, chili peppers, wine, salt, and scallions. He gazes upon his creation with pure satisfaction. No one before Yu Sheng's eyes sits a roast chicken so delectable it could make anyone drool. Who understands the ways of chicken better than I do? Fingerling, having watched the entire spectacle, doesn't know what expression to make, unless the woman the Saint Emperor married was the wordless Demon Venerable, or the Tai Xuan Ming Emperor himself returned from the dead. This is the most speechless I've ever been. Yu Sheng draws out a blade. He stares intently at the knife before him. Yu Sheng leaps into the air, carving several swift strokes into the chicken. The result of this flashy chain of movements is a beautifully presented roast chicken. Yu Sheng lifts the plate of roast chicken high. He carries the plate toward their side, his hospitality rather lacking. The chicken is roasted to golden perfection and carved with exquisite precision. The young miss is instantly salivating at the sight. Fingerling nervously picks up her chopsticks, ready to try it. It looks a bit rough, but let me taste it first before She suddenly freezes, because the person he actually offered it to was Yuan. Yu Sheng places the plate of chicken directly before Yuan. He gently invites her, "Miss, would you care to try a drumstick?" Then, from seemingly nowhere, Yu Sheng produces a cup of wine and a handkerchief. "This is a brocade napkin for wiping your hands, and the fruit wine was brewed by my own hand. It pairs perfectly with roast chicken." Yuan silently closes her book. She regards Yu Sheng's bright, eager face without the slightest flicker of emotion. In the end, Yuan can only sigh. She can't help but wonder we haven't you even asked for my name. With that thought, Yuan rises to her feet. She simply walks right past Yu Sheng. "Thank you, but no." Yuan passes by the two of them and leaves behind a single sentence. "I'm heading back first." Fingerling nods in acknowledgement. Only then does Fingerling turn to Yu Sheng with excitement. "Hey, my friend isn't eating, let's dig in. The drumstick is mine." He simply stands there in silence, rooted to the ground like a statue. When Yu Sheng turns back around, Fingerling discovers both chicken drumsticks already stuffed in his mouth. "Miss Ming-san, you're too late, shall I roast you another one?" Fingerling's face instantly darkens. The young miss is furious, flames practically shooting from her eyes. Yu Sheng jolts with sudden realization. "Not good." With that, Yu Sheng bolts. "Senior brother, I'm heading out first." Su Dao responds as a casual reminder. "Go buy a book on chess strategy." But who knows what's rattling around inside Yu Sheng's head, for he completely misses the hint. "I'm too lazy to read. Next time I'm home, I'll just ask father to teach me directly." He turns back toward Finglingand upon seeing her murderous expression, freezes in his tracks. Helplessly, he leans aside to dodge. "Miss Ming-san, does our previous wager still stand?" Inside, his heart is in utter chaos. These sword cultivators have always despised reasoning with scholars. What they love most is settling things with their fists. Fingerling says nothing, and simply plops down on the stone bench. She puffs out her cheeks in a pout, leaving Su Dao completely at a loss for words. What's more, Ming Fingerling is the most noble young lady in all the world, raised from childhood by 3 esteemed masters in person. Though he merely smiles on the surface, in his heart he's already chanting sutras for mercy. "If it truly comes to a fight, I'm not entirely certain I can handle her." Fingerling eats the roast chicken while generously asking, "Speak, what additional conditions do you want?" Hearing this, Yu Sheng's eyes light up as bright as car headlights. "Wonderful, no fighting needed. Just as Yu Sheng, and I discussed, I hope Miss Ming-san can introduce me to someone." Fingerling is immediately puzzled. "You need me to make an introduction? Given your status and standing, how could there be anyone you can't befriend?" The young miss suddenly pauses. "Wait a moment." Fingerling turns around, hesitantly guessing. "Could you possibly mean?" He straightforwardly admits. "That's right, it's the little saintess of Tianmen." Su Dao's mind is already set on this decision. Though he's made an arrangement with that interesting young lady, there's ultimately no guarantee. He needs additional insurance, then will he feel secure. If that girl truly delivers, the arrangement with Miss Ming-san can serve as a fallback. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng claims he's too lazy to read the chess book, yet obediently reads it anyway. Thinking of this, Su Dao is quite pleased with his decision. "When the time comes, I'll also arrange a path for my junior brother that way he won't have the energy to come causing me trouble or trick me into meeting his sister." Fingerling finishes eating slowly before standing up. She hesitantly asks again, "You want to discuss the issue between the two regions with her, and then you two will step forward to campaign, trying to persuade both sides to resolve their conflict." Su Dao is stunned by this. After a moment, Su Dao speaks seriously. "If things go smoothly, we can discuss those matters later, but right now I simply want to meet her. In a personal capacity." Fingerling stares blankly for a long while before an idea suddenly flashes through her mind. A romance drama scenario immediately plays out in Fingerling's head. So he wants to develop that kind of relationship with the little saintess. Fingerling turns around, trying to appear difficult. "This isn't so simple. First of all, the little saintess can't possibly be married off far from the saint realm." He quickly responds, "That depends on the person." Su Dao secretly prides himself on his own cleverness. "Of course I know that. Absolutely not. That's precisely why I must become independent through legitimate means perhaps, even to the point of being expelled from the saint realm." free from duties that will never end, achieving true happiness and freedom at last. He eagerly anticipates the day Fan Chen points a finger at him and scolds, "From now on, don't touch any of this. Hand everything over to the servants." When that day comes, he won't hesitate for even a breath. He'll slip away without a backward glance. "Thank you, Master." Fingerling, meanwhile, believes Su Dao is burning with passionate resolve for love, willing to risk condemnation by the elders of the Saint Realm, even sacrificing his status as heir, all for the sake of getting close to the little saintess of Tianmen. What on earth is this Dao young master scheming? Forget it. As long as I get to see how it all ends, consider it my entertainment. Because of this misunderstanding, the girl once again enthusiastically ships them together. Fingerling readily agrees. "All right, Yuan and the little saintess are quite close. When we return, I'll ask her to introduce you." Su Dao replies, "Thank you." After they return, Fingerling closes the door and strikes up a conversation with Yuan. "Yuan, let me tell you something interesting." Yuan is sitting in meditation cultivation at this time, and Fingerling knowingly takes a seat on the edge of the bed without disturbing her. The girl sighs helplessly. Then Fingerling lets out another long yawn. The girl just flops onto the bed like that. Before long, Fingerling has already passed out cold. Dawn of the next day arrives in the blink of an eye. Fingerling rubs her eyes and wakes up. Despite having slept through the entire night, Yuan still sits there cultivating. Fingerling frowns helplessly. The girl speaks up in admonishment. "You don't need to refine spiritual power, nor do you cultivate the 5 regions technique. Why must you push yourself to the brink every single day?" Yuan replies without missing a beat to survive. "If others stop cultivating, at worst their cultivation base simply stagnates. But if I stop, it may well lead to my death. Besides, the 5 regions technique has no effect on me. If I don't strive to find another way, I won't even be able to cultivate at all." Feng Ling is left speechless by these words. The girl then draws closer to Yuan. Fingerling sits down beside her and muses, "As your friend, I naturally hope you grow stronger by the day. But as Ming-san, I also understand the worries and anxieties others bear." Fingerling recalls how, years ago, the Taixuan Ming Emperor created the heretical corpse Dao. Countless followers rose in his wake, people from various regions and sects who began defying the heavens, rebelling against fate, transforming living beings into corpse puppets for their own use. Heaven itself burned with the fury of war. The armies of the world were nearly annihilated, and the demon lord of the southern ridge could not leave his domain. The 4 neighboring regions became leaderless. Cultivators of the heretical corpse Dao no longer needed to hide. The world became a grand feast for those dark sects. 30 years of mortal evil spirits and dark demons ran rampant, strutting about with impunity. Corpses and bleached bones littered the ground everywhere. The mortal world became a living hell, with people hiding in terror from the fiends of the heretical path. At the same time, a woman walks along a road where no forest's end can be seen. It is none other than Ziyan. Fortunately, the eldest sister still has one sword. Her hand gently touches her swollen belly. Before Ziyan's eyes lies a sword entwined with thorn-covered vines. She merely observes the sword in silence. Ziyan's face is pensive. After a moment of deliberation, Ziyan reaches out and grasps the sword. She lifts the sword with great difficulty. No one knows what price she paid to forge that Fusheng sword. No matter the agony, Ziyan presses on. She raises the sword high. But ever since her return from the Star Sea, her divine soul has been half shattered, her life force nearly depleted. This is the most powerful sword strike of her lifetime. Ziyan swings the sword onto her one and only strike. The force it unleashes hurtles straight toward the village. Inside the village, a fiend is using dark arts to harm a young girl. After waiting and waiting with nothing happening, the girl finally opens her eyes. The fiend who had tried to harm her has turned to stone and is slowly disintegrating. All those who followed the heretical path have likewise turned to stone and crumbled away. With just that single strike, millions of evil cultivators across the world perished. The practitioners of the heretical corpse Dao were swept clean. The people cry out in wonder, "Snow, it's snowing, but isn't it the 6th month? It's over, it's truly over, we're saved." Light finally returns to their eyes. Remnants of the evil path still linger, but none dare show their faces again. Fingerling furrows her brow at this thought. Yuan is creating her own 7th day adjust, as the Taixuan Ming Emperor once created the corpse Dao. But in this era, the eldest sister can no longer lift the sword in her hand. If Yuan truly walks the same path as the Taixuan Ming Emperor of old. At the Taixuan Palace prison, when the gates swing open, light falls upon a man sitting within. It is Ming Qian Qiufather of the Great Fairy Maiden. Ziyan shoves a servant inside from without. Her voice is cold as she cuts straight to the point. The Taechuan Palace needs a more suitable successor. Ziyan recalls a servant who once said, "The third young miss looks truly adorable." She had only responded with a cool. The person continued, "If one day I die and the world falls into chaos again, she will unleash the Fusheng sword." On this side, Fingerling rests her head on Yuan's lap and confides, "Yuan, would I ever use eldest sister's sword to cut you down?" "No," Yuan replies frankly. Fingerling's smile only brightens. "I didn't think so either." The girl suddenly remembers, nearly forgot about Su Dao's father. Half a quarter hour later, Fingerling and Yuan are seated at the table. Yuan opens the letter and reads it aloud. "If these two truly become a couple, it would be a fine thing for both regions. I'll write the letter, you deliver it to Miss Meng." Fingerling grows curious. "Tell me, why does that young master seem to have his eyes set on the little saintess of Tianmen? I think he simply likes Miss Zio. After all, men always prefer young and tender beauty. Just like my brother-in-law was once so deeply devoted to eldest sister. Yet later, he married second sister. Don't they still respect each other now? It makes me wonder whether I should call him first brother-in-law or second brother-in-law." She suddenly freezes. "Wait until I grow up. Could he divorce second sister and then be with me?" Before she can finish, Yuan reaches over and pats the girl on the head. "What are you doing?" Yuan hands the letter to Fingerling and instructs her, "It's done. Deliver it to Miss Meng, and stop thinking such nonsense." Fingerling grins happily. "Got it." Only now does Yuan finally show a satisfied smile. The scene shifts to the West Wing courtyard. Zhen Zhen groggily wakes from sleep. The girl rubs her eyes and looks around. You is still sleeping beside her. Zhen Zhen sits up in a daze. Where am I? The girl recalls Yu's explanation from yesterday. "This is the West Wing courtyard reportedly, the lodging closest to where those Saint Domain people are staying. Surely the Wild Goose Tower arranged this deliberately, worried that running into them outside might spark conflict." At this thought, Zhen Zhen falls into contemplation. Being this close means there's a chance of running into that young master, doesn't it? This way I won't need that crazy scholar to introduce us. Like this, The girl frowns. Won't feel so guilty about deceiving him anymore. Suddenly, Yu wakes up, bleary-eyed, and mumbles a question. "It's barely dawn. What are you thinking about so hard?" Zhen Zhen jumps as if caught red-handed. "I'm not thinking about anything. It's just that person said he knows the young master and could introduce me. I can't stop thinking about it." As she says this, the girl's face flushes red without her realizing. Yu loses interest the moment she hears this. "So you're just thinking about that scholar from last night?" "I've got it." The girl sits up yawning. If you want to get to know that young master, you don't need to bother an outsider. I can introduce you myself. It just so happens I'll be visiting Miss Ming-san in a few days. I could ask her to introduce you." Zhen Zhen finds this hard to believe. "Really?" "Of course." Yu adds carefully, "But you need to keep your wits about you. Out there, every corner is crawling with rotten men who love to deceive innocent girls." But Zhen Zhen feels this doesn't quite fit. Maybe he isn't like that. A sudden knock echoes at the door. Yu clings to the girl's arm, whining, "Good Zhen Zhen, go open the door for me. I still want to sleep." Hearing this, Zhen Zhen has no choice but to get out of bed and answer the door. The girl opens the door and peeks her head outside. "Who is it?" Ming Fingerling appears with a bright, cheerful face. Ming Fingerling of Taking Palace. Zhen Zhen cannot help but gasp upon seeing Fingerling. "So cute." "Wait, we is Miss Ming-san suddenly here." After a moment, the two of them make their way to the open courtyard behind the building. Fingerling smiles politely. "Today I came in such haste without sending a visiting card beforehand. I hope you'll forgive me." Zhen Zhen quickly responds, "Not at all. We're all far from home. There's no need to be so formal." Ahead of them a hand extends, casting a water spell. While Fingerling watches with curiosity, Zhen Zhen's eyes widen the moment she spots Ito No. Before them, Yu is preparing to use water magic for her morning hygiene. She playfully touches the water sphere she just conjured. Without thinking twice, Zhen Zhen clears her throat loudly as a warning. Yu turns toward the source of the cough. Before the girl's eyes, only Ming Fingerling's stunned gaze and Chen Zhen's timid expression remain. Yu freezes for several seconds. By the time she grasps what just happened, her face is already flushed red as a tomato. The third Miss Ming stands there stunned as Yu bolts into the room, slamming the door shut. "I am not Yan Yu. That person just now was definitely not me." Zhen Zhen can only sigh helplessly. She had clearly slowed her steps on purpose, too. The girl glances at Ming Fingerling again. Fortunately, the third miss isn't angry. Is this the composure of a noble lady from a prestigious house? But the truth is, Ming Fingerling is secretly thrilled after what just happened. What on earth was that just now? That was just too adorable. After the little embarrassment from moments ago, the two make their way to the tea table. Zhen Zhen pours tea and offers it to Ming Fingerling. The girl cheerfully asks if she'd like to add anything to her tea. Ming Fingerling immediately asks, "Do you have any young cuting tea leaves?" This revelation makes Zhen Zhen exclaim in surprise. So the third miss enjoys mixed blend tea. At this, Ming Fingerling is reminded of what happened yesterday. Not realish was just provoked by some brat yesterday, and is still a little heated about it. Though his roasted chicken skills aren't half bad, his character is utterly abysmal. Zhen Zhen immediately thinks of Yu Sheng and his roasted chicken. My elder brother is also obsessed with roasted chicken. His skills are absolutely probably far superior to whoever you're talking about. The two chat away, completely oblivious that they're discussing the very same person. Then when I find the time, I'll definitely come ask your elder brother to help me teach that unreasonable brat from last night a lesson. Don't let him truly believe his skills are #1 under heaven. No problem with that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Sheng dreams of fighting his own clone. The chicken roasted by Chen Yu Sheng of the Holy Domain is the best. The chicken roasted by demonic Chen Yu Sheng of South City is the best. On the outside, his body starts trembling with fear. What kind of terrifying nightmare is this? Why have I been split into two people, while Ming Fingerling and Zhen Zhen are chatting stay, and have lunch together today? Sure, but Duyu has already been lurking behind them. The girl presses her lips together, watching them converse. What should I do? It seems impossible to get a word in. Duyu slowly inches closer to Ming Fingerling. While she deliberates, a sudden idea strikes her. Got it. Skincare and cosmetics, topic girls love to discuss most. Without hesitation, she puts her plan into action. Duyu produces a jar of cream, intending to strike up a conversation with Ming Fingerling. Oh right, some time ago I bought a new jar of condensed jade purple pearl cream. It works wonderfully here, let me show you both. Ming Fingerling immediately leans in close, catching the girl completely off guard. Really? The jar of cream slips right out of Duyu's hands. The girl panics it's ruined. Ming Fingerling pays it no mind. She tilts her head to examine the jar and exclaims, "Not bad at all. Perhaps I should try some too." Unconsciously, Duyu recalls the Chronicles of Nan Xiang Lilies. Why does this line sound exactly like the one Zhang Shenger used to seduce Hong Yingying in the story? Is the Chronicles of Nan Xiang Lilies by Lady Linkao really that powerful? Zhang Shenger, Chronicles of Nan Xiang Lilies, Hong Yingying. The Chronicles of Nan Xiang Lilies, that's it. I can do exactly what happened in the book without anyone being the wiser. Duyu quickly regains her composure and speaks up. I happen to pour out a bit too much. Let me share some with you. Ming Fingerling replies, sure. With that, Duyu grabs Ming Fingerling's hand and rubs the excess cream onto it. Duyu asks eagerly, how does it feel? Ming Fingerling answers cheerfully, cool and refreshing. These words ignite pure joy in Duyu. The girl can't stop grinning. Perfect. This isn't taking Palisether or no stinky old men to get in the way here. The third Miss surely never imagined she'd be taken advantage of so thoroughly. Their hands are still clasped together, while Duyu beams with delight at having won over Ming Fingerling. Zhen Zhen can only watch helplessly from the side. No, I can't let her keep taking advantage of the third miss, who's so naive about the ways of the world. All right, with that decided, Zhen Zhen picks up the tea tray and steps forward. Oh right, I still haven't asked. Third miss, what brings you here today? Ming Fingerling consequently lets go of Duyu's hand. Seeing this, the girl's face visibly falls. Ming Fingerling turns to speak with Zhen Zhen. Seeing that Ming Fingerling is no longer paying attention to her, Duyu bites her lip. After a moment's hesitation, Duyu steps forward, wraps her arms around Ming Fingerling's and strikes up a conversation. Oh right, third miss. You surely know that young lord from the Holy Domain, don't you? Our Zhen Zhen also wants to befriend him. Could you make an introduction? Zhen Zhen is left gaping at Duyu's audacity. Yan Duyu, you actually stooped to using an excuse like this. Duyu sticks her tongue out at Zhen Zhen, as if to say, killing two birds with one stone, what's wrong with that? Ming Fingerling is stunned. Only now does she cautiously turn to look at Zhen Zhen with an expression of disbelief. Who did you just say you wanted to get acquainted with? Duyu repeats herself. That young lord from the Holy Domain, Bo Sudao. Seizing the moment, Ming Fingerling can't help but silently gloat. So Bo Sudao and the little saintess both wish to get close to each other. Pressing her advantage, Duyu throws herself into Ming Fingerling's arms, acting coquettish. Third miss, please help us out, will you? I'll do whatever you want. This sudden move leaves Zhen Zhen breaking out in a cold sweat. Yan Duyu, you're overacting. Ming Fingerling is still dazed, but she extends her arms and wraps Duyu in an embrace. Ming Fingerling happily agrees. Don't worry, as long as it's you asking, I'll help with anything. Later I'll go find Bo Sudao and arrange a meeting for the little saintess. Do you suddenly realize as long as she speaks up, Zhen Zhen is too terrified to even watch. Helps can't bear to look anymore. Ming Fingerling remains thoroughly pleased with her haul. When it comes to killing two birds with one stone, how could an outsider dare interfere? Better to keep her mouth shut. Zhen Zhen suddenly remembers. Oh right, third Miss, what exactly brought you here today? Ming Fingerling's expression doesn't change as she redirects the topic. I came on behalf of Sister Xuan to remind you all be more cautious lately. The kind-hearted girl offers her warning. Quite a few young rogue cultivators attending the Wutong feast have recently vanished. Since everyone wears masks, verification has been slow, making the search exceedingly difficult. Whether they left on their own or were harmed by others remains unconfirmed, but it wouldn't hurt to stay on guard. Duyu chimes in recent years, Hongyan City's influence has grown too powerful, blocking the path for certain sects. It's easy to attract grudges that way. Who knows, perhaps someone has finally lost patience and made their move this time. Zhen Zhen can't help but worry. Yan Dai still hasn't returned. If someone seizes this opportunity to cause a major upheaval, we're in serious trouble. Duyu adds, I wonder if this Wutong feast will even be completed without incident. Ming Fingerling finishes her tea and sets the cup down, reassuring the other two not to worry too much. Sister Xuan has already sent word to my second sister. She may come here in person. Second Fairy Ming Ming Hai Tang. So we just need to take care of ourselves and not cause any extra trouble, that's all. Yu Yu is stunned upon hearing this. They all say that once Second Fairy Ming settles in at home, she remains holed up for hundreds of years. Moreover, ever since she married the Dai Immortal Lord, she has never once left Yang'ai Villa. This time, they've actually managed to rouse even her. Fingerling responds, but everyone must remember this well. If my second sister brings her daughter along, you two must absolutely not provoke her. Because in that child's presence, even I don't have the slightest chance of resistance. The daughter of Second Fairy Ming, and the Dai Immortal Lord Ming Yue. After a while, it seems their conversation comes to an end. Fingerling turns and waves goodbye to the remaining two. Before leaving, Fingerling doesn't forget to nod at Yu Yu as a parting greeting. That small gesture makes Yu Yu's heart bloom with joy. She immediately spins around, her voice brimming with excitement. Zhen Zhen, did third Miss Ming just smile at me and me alone? Zhen Zhen can only respond with exasperation. You're seeing things. But Yu Yu remains convinced she saw correctly. The girl beams with delight, her grin stretching from ear to ear. I'm not mistaken, she was definitely looking at me. Out of nowhere, Yu Yu pulls out a copy of Silver Plum Blossom, written by Lady Linkao. Lady Linkao didn't lie to me, I have to read it another 100 times. Fingerling, meanwhile, has already returned home. Wan doesn't even need to look to recognize why her mood is so good. At the mention of this, Fingerling grows even more delighted. After raising that little one for so long, she's finally learned to eat meat. Of course I'm happy. Just like Zhen Zhen, Wan also cannot comprehend Fingerling's words. Fingerling excitedly boasts about her triumph. It wasn't all for nothing I've been working tirelessly to sneak all sorts of tricks into those books for that foolish girl to study. As it turns out, her primary occupation is the third Miss Ming of taking Palace, while her side hustle is being the author Lady Linkao. Having said that, Fingerling turns to leave, leaving Wan utterly bewildered. You, where are you going? Fingerling replies cheerfully, going to level up my story a bit, write some even spicier content. The scene shifts to another location. Night has now fallen. Yizhai gazes pensively out the window. It seems our lodgings were deliberately arranged to the south and west, so as not to expose the wild goose pagodas on the east district and sacred north sides. What do you two think? Below her, Kangjian and Yan Xing are locked in a hostile glare. She furrows her brows, clearly unwilling to entertain his presence. Why are you here? Kangjian frowns right back. That question should be mine to ask. Seeing the tension between them escalate, Yizhai helplessly clears her throat to cut in. Whatever issues you have, save them for later. Right now, we should not be arguing amongst ourselves. Her full title is Yang'ai Villa foremost among the 4 great sword houses of Chu and Shiyu. Hearing this, Kangjian can only sigh and let it go. Fairy Xuan speaks truly, women may be troublesome, but she, being magnanimous, would never hold it against anyone. Yet somehow, heaven knows where Kangjian learned to open his mouth, he has inadvertently provoked Yizhai. The killing intent radiating from her is so terrifying that even Yan Xing is struck with fear. She advances, hissing each word through clenched teeth. Women are troublesome, you say. Yan Xing, standing behind, frantically seizes the Xuan Shiyu sword. She clutches it tightly, preventing Yizhai from using it to cut Kongjun down. She gnashes her teeth and glares daggers at him. Say that again, I dare you. Huh? What exactly did you mean by that? Women are troublesome. Isn't it just that I happen to have a bit more stuff than usual? Want me to cripple you right here? This leaves Kongjun with nothing but silent, bitter tears. I'm sorry I didn't mean it like that. Suddenly, Yizhai's attention shifts. She appraises Kongjun's face with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhu Kongjun's face isn't bad at all. His cultivation talent and status among men are also considered outstanding and exceptional. Though his age is a touch young, isn't that all the rage these days? A younger husband is even more devoted and adorable. With that thought, Yizhai moves closer, intending to ask fellow Taoist Zhu whether he has a Tao companion. If not, would he perhaps be interested in someone? Kongjun seems to sense what's coming. He covers his head with both hands and shouts, "I do." The instant those words leave his mouth, a cold, guttural voice rings out behind him, draining all color from his face. Though, behind him, Yan Xing clutches her sword, her expression darker than a moonless night. Now it's Yan Xing's turn to interrogate Kongjun. What did you just say? With no way out, he can only confess through a flood of tears. I don't, but the instant he says it, Kongjun realizes something is terribly wrong. Yizhai fixes him with a deadly stare, her irritation barely contained, and asks once more. Truly, you don't. Trapped between these two, Zhu Kongjun is scared out of his wits. No, I doubt that's wrong, I don't. He trembles violently, clutching his head for protection. I do, and I don't, I. His screams echo into the distance. I don't know anymore. It takes quite a while before things finally settle down. Yizhai speaks up. You too. Look every hour of the rat. The area around the Wild Goose Pagoda is engulfed by a dark, sinister shroud. Based on our observations over the past few days, this has become an established pattern. Yan Xing gazes toward it with contempt. Those missing young cultivators are very likely imprisoned inside. It's so blatantly obvious, though, they really think we won't find it. Kongjun disagrees. He rebuts. Not necessarily. This could also be an invitation deliberately laid out by the enemy. I'll head east, you go north. Remember, cautious in all things and do not act rashly. He turns to look at her as he speaks. She flushes red and stammers in response. I know. You really do go on and on with your excessive nagging. Down below, Yizhai is forced to endure their shameless display of affection and just wants to boot these two out. Fine, I'll hold the fort here. The two of you split up, go do what needs to be done. You too. The two of them quickly descend to the courtyard. From above, Yizhai still watches over them. Yizhai rests her hand on her sword and sighs with a furrowed brow. She had originally thought the scourge of Corpse Tao had infiltrated Hongyan City, hiding within the Wild Goose Inn and waiting for this opportunity to wreak havoc. But who could have imagined that the real problem is Qin Kegong himself? Qin Kegong has already stepped into the 8th stage integration realm of Tao cultivation. Even she is not certain of victory against him. If he also commands the support of Corpse Tao, his combat power rises yet another tier. She fears even she may not be his match. The next morning, at the Heavenly Fortune Cave within Hongyan City, Kegong stands beneath a tree when a voice rings out from behind him. Qin Kegong, what exactly are you trying to do? A figure sits there, leisurely fishing. Kegong has no choice but to remind him, there are no fish in this pond. The man sits there, savoring his refined pastime without a care in the world. Hearing this, the man turns around. Yes, there are. This person is a subordinate of Dai Yin Yinggu. With just a few deft flicks of the rod, Yinggu effortlessly pulls up 2 or 3 fish. The gasping fish tumble right back into the water with a splash. He speaks of them with brilliant enthusiasm. This is a stinky ghost fish. It's edible, and actually quite delicious. But if an ordinary person eats just one, their internal organs hemorrhage and fester, and their entire body rots from within. Qin Kegong furrows his brow upon hearing this. He now stands at the edge of a river. Below, a shadowy figure lingers. Knowing he has arrived, Kegong speaks up. You are late. He calmly explains the reason. I just received a transmission from the spirit mansion. The blood fiend purgatory has been surrounded by that silent demon venerable, but Lion Zuhai escaped long ago. And that person is also a subordinate of Emperor Dai Yin Jiangchen. Jiangchen Continuesh intends to personally head to Yun City and kidnap Fan Chen's wife, and the demon venerable's son as hostages. The fact that Lion Zuhai could slip through the demon venerable's net of encirclement was perhaps Jiangchen's doing. At this, Kegong's brow finally relaxes. They had sent word ahead, along with a contingent of helping hands. After a moment's thought, he turns and asks, I'm rather curious, the salt on the blood fiend purgatory must be Tianmen's secret plan. How did you obtain this information? Jiang Chen reveals it without any concealment. There is no wall in the world through which wind cannot pass, and no sect that is truly united as one. Beyond the red dust is no exception. Back then, after Meng Buyu's clan was exterminated, she once fled into exile at Beyond the Red Dust and was sheltered there for 200 years. Later, her identity was exposed, triggering a relentless hunt. Not wanting to implicate Beyond the Red Dust, she alone lured the pursuers away and once again took to the path of flight. Kegong senses something amiss. What are you implying? The silent demon Venerable never fully trusted Tianmen. In her daily life, living in seclusion with her husband Fan Chen, every connection she maintained with Tianmen was merely one of Beyond the Red Dust's methods to keep up appearances. To guard against Tianmen actively hunting her down, she had kept those channels open. Meanwhile, Yinggu sits idly with his chin propped on his hand. Utterly unconcerned, he affirms it. Indeed, but she overlooked one problem. Within Beyond the Red Dust, there is someone who hates her even more. Jiang Chen speaks up again. Have you ever heard of Shana Fanghua? He ponders for a moment, and the answer comes. Of course. Shana Fanghua Zai Tianhungi's the direct disciple of that Yin madam within Beyond the Red Dust. Kegong then recalls Tian Xuanzi, who is also the senior martial sister of the silent demon Venerable and Venerable Yan Xing. She has now reached the early stage of the 8th Order demon cultivation realm, possessing strength rivaling the leaders of major sects. But what baffles everyone is that, from beginning to end, the Yin madam bestowed upon her nothing more than the title of reserve saintess. Every generation, Beyond the Red Dust would have dozens 7 up to 100 reserve saintess positions, used to protect and take in women. But in truth, the title held no real significance. Yinggu lifts his fan, thoroughly intrigued. Do you know how fascinating the expression on Zai Tianheng's face was when I made contact with her? He recalls her words from before. Those 3 wretched, muddled fools. Back then, choosing Meng Buyu was one thing. After she fled, they passed the saintess title to Mei Yangxing. And now they've handed it directly to a mere junior like Yan Du. I am her direct disciple, yet I don't even have the qualifications to inherit Beyond the Red Dust. Yinggu immediately moves to tempt her. As long as you agree, we'll handle everything else even if it means seizing Beyond the Red Dust by force. But Tian Xuanzi has no intention of cooperating. All I want is for you to help me kill the Yin madam, then rip her heart out so I can see just how biased it truly is. Well, he smirks. At the thought, Yinggu smirks coldly, his eyes growing increasingly manic. Isn't that fascinating? Kegong lets out a sigh. Truly a madman. He furrows his brow, but what he plans to do at the Wudang banquet may be even more terrifying. Jiang Chen reaches into his robe and produces a book, presenting it before Kegong. It is the Corpse Dao Technique Manual. He quickly takes it to examine. The reason he never cultivated Corpse Dao before wasn't out of self-restraint or goodwill. It was simply the fear of attracting that Dao, yet immortal. Sovereign, Kegong reflects, but now that everything is prepared, none of it matters anymore. After a moment, he strikes the bargain. Do you have any other requirements? If there's nothing else, you may leave. For the next few days, I must focus on my cultivation. Jiang Chen smiles faintly and replies, there is one more matter. Miss Yue wishes to keep an eye on someone. Pay attention to them, and don't accidentally kill them when the time comes. Hearing this, Kegong is bewildered. Who, in all the world, there's still someone who can catch that person's eye? Jiang Chen provides the answer, Xuangxin Ghost Sect, and the person in question is Yuan. The 2 Yinggu and Jiang Chen have now departed. Yinggu smirks. Qin Kegong held nothing back. Just know we didn't. You object? Jiang Chen calmly replies, weren't you the same? He glances outside. Qin Kegong has not yet stepped onto the Corpse Dao, yet his strength already matches ours far beyond what the world imagines. Since he is a powerhouse, he naturally deserves a measure of respect. Yinggu thinks otherwise, yet such a powerhouse would choose to slaughter an entire city of innocents for that reason. The human heart is truly fascinating beyond measure. On this side, Kegong extends his hand forward. He opens a gateway right beneath the great tree. Kegong stares silently at it. The gateway gradually widens, enough for him to pass through with ease. Kegong gazes into it, deep in thought. He steps forward with one foot, about to enter. Once inside, one can see it as a space entirely different from the outside. In the center lies a figure within a coffin-shaped box. Inside the coffin is a woman with her eyes closed and hands folded. Several talismans are affixed atop the lid. Kegong silently observes her. His brow trembles, heart aching beyond restraint. Finally, Kegong sits down beside the coffin and whispers to her. Perhaps because his heart's desire is nearly fulfilled, he has been constantly recalling the past. He remembers the old days, remembers when he first met her, how he knew at once. Her beautiful face from the past suddenly comes to mind. She is the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. The day I married her was the happiest day of my life. Not long after, they were wed. In a tavern, two men are incessantly gossiping about the couple in a contemptuous tone. The Yank Tower hasn't even been established for a year, yet its influence has already reached this level. In the future, it may well become the foremost sect of our Hangyan city. I hear that Chin Kegong possesses extraordinary talent. His future prospects are boundless. Didn't Chin Kegong and his wife establish the Yank Tower together? Then why don't I hear you mention her? You probably don't know about this. Madam Chin is merely an ordinary rogue cultivator. Her strength might not even match ours. If she hadn't been lucky enough to marry Chin Kegong, who would even know who she is? Kegong, listening from within, is furious beyond measure. Damn it! He wanted so badly to charge out at that moment. I must teach those wretched gossips a lesson. But she stopped him. Leave them be. I don't mind. Hearing his wife say this, Kegong wants to argue. But before he can finish, she soothes him in a gentle voice. They aren't wrong. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. I am already content. The rest I do not care about. Hearing this, he is so moved that tears well up in his eyes. Under the light of the heavens, Kegong clasps his wife's hand and swears, I swear to love and protect you forever, to give you a lifetime of happiness without worry. She answers softly, I believe you. And so the two of them remain together, inseparable as shadow and form. I thought we would remain happy like that forever, but I forgot something crucial. The lifespan of a cultivator and an ordinary person are worlds apart. Then one day, when Kegong bursts through the door, he trembles sweeping without a sound. And even among cultivators of different realms, such a disparity exists. Kegong approaches the bedside and collapses to his knees. His wife's eyes now hold no light whatsoever. Kegong chokes with sobs, unable to utter a single word. My lady, what is wrong? He suddenly freezes. Chin Kegong sees her trembling hand reach upward. He understands her intent at once and seizes it without delay. His wife stares into his eyes, unable to utter a single word. Chin Kegong can only watch in stunned silence as the light fades from her. At last his wife loses consciousness entirely. Her grip slackens. In an instant, that hand falls onto the cold, lifeless bed. Chin Kegong immediately wails. In utter despair, my lady, he continues to weep without end. After that day, nothing fills my mind but the look in her eyes at that very moment. Chin Kegong remains haunted by his wife's dying gaze. What did it truly mean? If it was jealousy and resentment, then all those years we spent together. In her eyes, what was I? I have pondered this for years beyond counting. It has consumed me, become my obsession. Day after day, Ling Zhai gnaws at my soul. Later, Chin Kegong met Dai Yin, who made a proposal. Do you wish to resurrect your wife? Ask her yourself what lay hidden in that gaze from years ago. Upon hearing this, he could not help but feel skeptical. Surely you know full well that the dead do not return to life in this world. Even the peerless Tai Chuan Ming Emperor of 10,000 ages could not achieve such a thing. Dai Yin responded with a calm smile. Of course, but I can help you transform her corpse into a corpse demon. He explained, after she awakens, her memories and past will have vanished like smoke and mist. She may not be the same wife you once knew, but she will surely carry the same temperament and disposition. Only then does Chin Kegong feel a glimmer of hope. And the price, so as long as I recreate the scene from that day, I can receive the answer I desire. Dai Yin replied, precisely. He furrows his brow and asks point blank, what do you gain from helping me? Dai Yin does not bother with pleasantries. He lays out his demand, I will teach you the corpse Tao. Using the life essence of junior disciples from across the 5 regions as the catalyst, you shall transform the corpse into a corpse demon. Your task is to make them slaughter one another, forge irreconcilable blood feuds, and plunge the 5 regions into chaos and fragmentation. He grins wickedly, his voice a siren's lure, a blood sacrifice, upon all under heaven. Chin Kegong's expression freezes upon hearing this. He turns away, lost in silent deliberation. In the end, he speaks, very well, I accept your terms. Returning to the present, he sits before the coffin, weaving a dark formation. His fingers trace the object in his hand, and motes of light begin to emerge. Gradually, more and more motes of light drift upward. Each mote represents the soul of a life that has been claimed. Chin Kegong furrows his brow, silent as the grave. Among those gathered souls, some coalesce into clusters. Some soar skyward, and their final destination is none other than the great tree from before. He focuses his will, channeling every last soul into his wife's coffin. Chin Kegong narrows his eyes. Everything proceeds according to plan. He has waited so long, the day is finally at hand. As he murmurs, he gazes down once more at the object in his hand. The night the Indus festival begins, when the spirit tong tree blooms, that shall be the perfect moment. Previously, after Miss Mingson helped arrange an introduction to young Master Dao, a message arrived the very next day. Yu and Zhen read its contents together. The meeting is set for one day after the Indus festival begins, because the night before the festival, young Master Dao already had a prior engagement. Isn't the night before the festival exactly the day I already made plans with that lunatic scholar? Doesn't this just prove he wasn't lying to me? At this thought, Zhen can barely contain her excitement. The scene shifts to Phoenix Resting Valley within Hongyan City. Zhen arrives early at the rendezvous, hoping that lunatic scholar will actually bring young Master Dao as promised. From the side, Su Dao approaches. Hearing the footsteps, Zhen whips her head around. Here before her stands a youth wearing a mask. Seeing this, Zhen cannot help but wonder, why is he alone? She still doesn't seem to realize that the person before her is Su Dao himself. Where is the young Master Dao he promised to bring? You tricked me. Hearing her accusation, he looks around in bewilderment. Once he confirms there is no one else around, Su Dao repeats her words back at her. It seems the young lady also didn't bring the little holy maiden as she had promised. Hearing this, she stammers out a reply. But before she can say another word, Zhen grows visibly flustered. I am the little holy maiden of Tianmen. How can I possibly admit that to the very person I secretly have a crush on? Because of this misunderstanding, even Su Dao finds himself at a loss for words. If that little holy maiden were here, it would at least break the tension. But now it's just the two of them. She harbors feelings for young Master Dao. If he reveals his true identity now, the tangled web between the three of them would only grow more chaotic. In the end, both can only heave a sigh. He steals a glance at Zhen. The girl, at a complete loss for words, can only stand there pouting. Seeing this, Su Dao feels helpless. He speaks first. Last time we parted in haste, I forgot to ask, how should I address you, miss? Zhen answers without hesitation, lying through her teeth. This humble one's name is Chu Jian. She had already made up her mind she couldn't reveal her real name, or he might guess the truth. But she didn't want to deceive him entirely either. Su Dao responds gently, what a lovely name. He had already guessed she didn't wish to share her full name. Perhaps she still didn't fully trust him. But blurting it out so naturally, it was likely her given name at the very least, not a fabrication. After that exchange, Zhen gradually lets down some of her guard against Su Dao. My mother gave me that name. Of course it's beautiful. And what about you? Caught off guard by the question, Su Dao himself grows awkward. He recalls what he once told Yu Sheng. Actually, Su Dao isn't my real name. It's a name I asked my master for after I came of age. Yu Sheng eagerly chimes in upon hearing this. Me too. Yu Sheng is the name my mother gave me, not my father. Su Dao's curiosity is piqued. So your real name really is Yu Sheng, junior brother? Only then does Yu Sheng realize he has let something slip. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to deflect. Forget it, you go first, senior brother. The two of them keep pushing it back and forth. You go first, junior brother. No, you first, senior brother. After some thought, Su Dao decides to just reveal his real name. Mewtwo. Hearing this, Zhen's mind immediately goes blank. What did you just say? Su Dao repeats in despair, Mewtwo. This name leaves Zhen in utter disbelief. That can't possibly be your real name. I've read plenty of books. What kind of parent in this world would name their child something like that? Su Dao's face flushes crimson as he stammers, it really is Mewtwo. Please don't make me say it a fourth time. As expected, Zhen freezes on the spot. She bursts into uncontrollable laughter. That name would suit my big brother perfectly. She never expected that even in the holy domain, there'd be a scholar with the same naming sense as her father. Behind her, Su Dao trembles with indignation. Zhen has already pictured the scene of Fan Chen sitting down for a meeting with Su Dao's father. If those two ever met, they would surely become kindred spirits, burning candles and gossiping for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Seeing her laugh endlessly, he doesn't know where to hide his face. Miss, can you please stop laughing? Zhen laughs until her stomach hurts, stammering out apologies without end. I'm sorry. It's just your name sounds so funny. It's just like my big brother's. When her laughter finally subsided, the girl seemed to understand as she advised him gently. Actually, you really shouldn't take it too much to heart. A man stands tall through talent and bearing. Even if people end up calling you a wooden block young master or a wooden block hero, it doesn't matter, does it? But these words offered Su Dao absolutely no comfort whatsoever. He suggested they stop worrying about that name and talk about something else instead. For example, you've never actually met that young Master Dao, so why do you fancy him so much? Su Dao had already devised a flawless plan today. He would absolutely tell this young lady that young Master Dao was nowhere near as perfect as she imagined. He had tons of problems, for instance, but the moment he recalled his own shortcomings, he paused to reflect. Wait, did he even have any problems? Yet contrary to Su Dao's plan, Zhen Zhen replied calmly, "Ah, you said I've never met young Master Dao." This immediately left him bewildered. When did you meet that young Master Dao? He couldn't help but feel utterly baffled. That's not right. If you had met me, how could I possibly not know about it? The girl cheerfully recalled. It was a night blanketed in white snow. I had traveled for 2 days through the mountain city, and was forced to seek shelter in a dilapidated mountain shrine. Indeed, the girl had braved rain and blizzard to find refuge. By sheer coincidence, young Master Dao, clad in fine robes, was also taking shelter there. That day, he roasted a fennel-seasoned chicken and drank a jar of Luyi wine. The moment she finished imagining it, Zhen Zhen was already bursting with excitement. Su Dao's face turned green. He struggled to explain that drinking wine easily leads to trouble, which is why young Master Dao doesn't drink. He had originally hoped she'd mistaken him for someone else. Don't tell him she was treating her own fantasies as reality. Suddenly the girl exclaimed once more, startling Su Dao. Zhen Zhen continued reminiscing for the sake of tempering himself. Young Master Dao had single-handedly stormed a demon lair and slaughtered all 72 demonic cultivators. In the girl's eyes at that moment, Su Dao was coated in a filter of pure coolness. At this point, Zhen Zhen grew more and more animated. His cloth robe stained with blood, his body bearing grievous wounds. Yet between his brows, he still wore that same serene expression as always. Her words left him utterly helpless. Su Dao panicked, desperately trying to dismantle that image. If you're wounded, go get treated. What's the point of looking cool? Besides, there were countless places to train. Why would he go to the most dangerous demonic cultivator stronghold of all? But no matter what he said, Zhen Zhen remained steadfast in her own convictions. And the scene that left the deepest, most unforgettable impression was by a broken bridge in the misty rain of Jiangnan. The girl's mind kept conjuring one fantastical scene after another. Then we met again. At this point, Su Dao had been shocked into utter petrification. He suddenly had an indescribable premonition. Just what other bizarre things had she been imagining? The more he thought, the wider his jaw dropped. In Zhen Zhen's imagination, the two of them stood beneath a gentle rain. Su Dao gazed at the girl for a long moment. Zhen Zhen, too, stood in the rain, looking back at him. Finally, Su Dao decided to offer her the umbrella. Zhen Zhen immediately reached out to accept it. The two of them stood side by side, just like that. Zhen Zhen grew bashful. Could it be that he wanted to? Before she could even recover her wits, Su Dao had already turned and walked away briskly, leaving himself to be drenched in the rain. By the time Zhen Zhen reacted, Su Dao was already walking far into the distance. He simply left just like that. Instantly, warmth flooded her heart. Zhen Zhen couldn't help but sigh, so incredibly handsome. Thinking of this, the girl was already bursting with excitement. That day, the silhouette of young Master Dao was imprinted deep into my heart. I knew that with such a gentle, one-of-a-kind young master, I could never forget him for the rest of my life. While Zhen Zhen chattered on endlessly, Su Dao was riddled with question marks. Why would you give an umbrella to a girl you don't even know, and then walk away drenched in the rain? What if he caught a chill? If he truly couldn't manage it, he could have just bought one for her. Walking away alone, what kind of logic is that? Suddenly the girl whipped around and glared at him. Zhen Zhen spoke in a displeased tone, unhappy with his attitude. Why don't you believe me? Then why don't you go ask young Master Dao himself? Su Dao sighed in reply. No need. On the contrary, I'd like to ask you, miss. Between me and that person you speak of, who do you think is better? Zhen Zhen burst out laughing upon hearing this. I understand now. The girl turned away and said sympathetically, You're both men of the sacred domain. Rivalry is perfectly normal. I get it. Honestly, you're not bad yourself. But after all, you're just a purchasing steward of the sacred domain. Compared to that senior brother of the sacred domain, you're simply not enough. Take your appearance, for example. If you were a bit taller with stronger muscles, that would do the trick. But the most important thing is still this face. Zhen Zhen hadn't even finished speaking when Su Dao cut her off. This is a mask, the girl bluntly criticized. Of course I know that's a mask. What I mean is your aura. It's simply leagues apart from young Master Dao's. A true man should be like young Master Dao, possessing a presence that towers over mountains, and rivers not like you, utterly ordinary from head to toe. An unremarkable presence. At this point, Su Dao couldn't bear to hear a single word more. He hesitated should he just come clean right now and tell her that he himself was Su Dao. No, she would absolutely die of embarrassment, and then she'd tear him to shreds. Su Dao dreaded the thought of getting beaten, half to death, the moment he revealed the truth. At this point, he could only resign himself. Just imagining the scenario already made his entire body feel wretched. Suddenly, Su Dao sensed something was off. Wait, uncomfortable. He looked around with suspicion. Why was he using such a description? Suddenly, the waters before them split apart. A gap tore open, and an arrow shot hurtling toward them. Su Dao reacted instantly, conjuring a barrier to shield her. Fall back, he commanded. Su Dao gritted his teeth, baffled he couldn't sense any life force or killing intent from this projectile. Zhen Zhen was equally startled. It was not a living creature at all. Spiritual power surged into the girl's palm. Zhen Zhen pointed forward in warning something dangerous was approaching. Su Dao sensed it too and called out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." But the only answer was the silent, still surface of the lake. The girl screamed once more. At her cry, the lake's surface began to tremble violently. A figure slowly rose from the water. The moment Zhen Zhen laid eyes on the figure, she froze. Zhen Zhen cautiously guessed it was a corpse Dao heretic cultivator. The figure had bluish skin, traces of blood staining its mouth, and its ghastly gaze fixed upon the two of them. Su Dao frowned. He wasn't so sure it could also be a corpse demon that had undergone transformation. He heightened his vigilance as the figure drew closer. Moreover, there were many more all around them, steadily advancing. The space between both sides fell into sudden silence. Su Dao recalled corpse Dao heretic cultivators were said to plunder others' life essence to fuel their own cultivation. This bizarre technique knew no bounds of talent. It could propel the practitioner's realm to skyrocket at breakneck speed. Once this heretical art was set into motion, it could never be stopped. One could only continue cultivating, endlessly devouring others. Because once they stall, or fail to devour enough matching life essence, they lose their sanity and transform into mindless monsters. The creature before them now fits that description perfectly. Zhen Zhen asks once more, "Then which is harder to deal with, a corpse Dao heretic cultivator or a corpse demon?" Su Dao replies immediately, "It's hard to say. The former retains their consciousness, possessing rich combat experience and cunning schemes not easy to handle. But the latter feels no pain, and combined with extreme madness and bloodlust, both are exceedingly troublesome." Su Dao ultimately decides he must first determine what exactly this creature is. Thinking thus, he speaks in a cold, reproachful tone. "Causing such a commotion, surely you have the courage to at least give us your name." The creature immediately glares at both of them, its mouth twitching slightly. After it briefly introduces itself, Su Dao deduces at once it can speak. It can communicate. It is almost certainly a corpse Dao heretic cultivator. Moreover, its cultivation realm is exceedingly high. Even Zhen Zhen has to admit this. He furrows his brow, uncertain of how to fight. Although he had managed to block that volley of arrows earlier, it was clear his opponent had only been probing, never once going all out. In Su Dao's hands is a universe bag. Against a cultivator of this caliber, the spirit tools inside the universe bag are all useless. Relying on his own strength alone, he cannot guarantee victory. The ghastly figure has been staring at them this entire time. Zhen Zhen clutches several talismans in her hand. Fortunately, she had brought along the Deadwood Meets Spring talisman when she left today. No matter what happens next, Zhen Zhen and Su Dao exchange a glance without prior arrangement. He speaks first. "This one's cultivation is no match for his. I am not certain I can protect you. If he and I clash, seize the opportunity to flee." The girl responds swiftly, "Don't worry about me. As it happens, I was thinking the same thing." Having said that, Zhen Zhen presses her lips together in annoyance. The girl frowns, struggling to explain. "Birds of the same forest scatter when catastrophe strikes. I had already decided to do exactly that." Su Dao replies cheerfully, "Good." He then turns to face Zhu Bai. "Then I am at ease." Su Dao channels spiritual power through his hand and questions the figure. "Why have you appeared in Hongyan City? Do you intend to cause havoc at the Wudong banquet?" Zhu Bai falls silent. He wastes no more words, moving to strike. There is no need to stall for time. A volley of arrows erupts skyward from Zhu Bai. The arrows streak straight toward the spirit array Su Dao had laid. "None of you shall escape." Su Dao is momentarily stunned in the blink of an eye. His opponent had already seen through his spirit array. Zhu Bai says nothing more, firing several more arrows directly at him. Su Dao reacts instantly. Thrusting his hand forward to channel spiritual power in defense, he cannot afford to wait any longer. Zhen Zhen behind him suddenly realizes something and screams, "Watch out." The girl lunges forward, shoving Su Dao aside. Seeing this, he grits his teeth. Both narrowly dodge the arrows and crash to the ground. Su Dao glances at the two arrows embedded in opposite directions, and immediately senses something is wrong. What's going on? Wasting no more time, Su Dao turns to Zhen Zhen. We may have already fallen into their formation. Within this formation, every advantage ceases to exist. What you hear and see may not reflect reality. I believe this formation is called, as he speaks. He turns to look at Zhu Bai, who is already preparing more arrows. Zhen Zhen suddenly spots something else across from them stands, yet another Zhu Bai. The figure's lips curl into a smirk. He raises his hand, activates the corpse origin soul-inverting formation, and summons countless spirits. Su Dao senses the danger immediately. Zhen Zhen, hide behind me and hold onto my waist. The girl obediently reaches out and grips his waist. Su Dao holds a talisman aloft and shouts Spirit Wind. A white mist instantly billows out around them. Su Dao flings out several universe bags. Red pellets spill from within the bags. They detonate almost instantly. Zhu Bai furrows his brow and bellows, "You fool." When had Zhu Bai laid a barrier beneath them? The barrier encroaches upon every space surrounding Su Dao. By the time both he and Zhen Zhen regain their compance, nothing remains before their eyes but the lake. The water churns and roars, as if ready to swallow the two standing on the shore hole. He scans his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, the ground beneath Su Dao's feet trembles. The earth where they stand begins to fracture. By the time Su Dao realizes what's happening, it is already too late. The ground splinters into fragments of all sizes. Both of them begin plunging into the abyss. Su Dao desperately scrambles for a solution. The underground palace below is almost certainly Zhu Bai's lair. The core of the corpse origin soul-inverting formation lies down there. If they truly fall in, escaping will become infinitely harder. He quickly draws a talisman. Attempting to use it, they cannot afford to fall any deeper. But Su Dao finds it has no effect. What's happening? Why is my spiritual power nearly depleted? They continue plummeting. If this keeps up, they will both die. In the final moment, he turns to Zhen Zhen, an instinct to shield her. Su Dao pulls Zhen Zhen into his arms, and with his other hand fires a grappling cable to anchor them both. The cable latches around a boulder. The moment they stop, inertia slams Su Dao straight into the cliff wall. The two of them dangle against the rock face, suspended in midair. He exhales heavily, unsure of what to do next. His body retains only a faint wisp of spiritual power. Zhen Zhen below him has slipped into unconsciousness. Su Dao gazes up at the rock, holding them aloft, something weighing on his mind. In the end, Su Dao decides to gamble with the talisman. There is only one chance. He immediately releases the girl and lets himself fall first. Spirit Wind. Su Dao crashes heavily into the ground. He props himself up on his hands and raises his head to check on Zhen Zhen. Su Dao rushes over, desperate to catch her. Instead of some romantic hero catching the heroine in his arms, he turns his back and uses it to cushion Zhen Zhen's fall. Su Dao lies flat on the ground, unable to move an inch. The girl gradually stirs awake from the impact. It hurts. Su Dao lies pinned beneath her, his voice trembling. "Miss, we've only just met. Could you perhaps stand up first?" Hearing this, Zhen Zhen flusters and stammers an apology. As both rise to their feet, she dusts the grime off her clothes and thanks him cheerfully. "Thank you for what you did earlier." Perhaps because of what just happened, Zhen Zhen's impression of him has grown even deeper. Though there was no one around, had he caught her from the front, it would have been somewhat inappropriate regardless. He must have considered that, which is why he used his back to break her fall. A rather thorough thought process. Finally, he shows a bit of the righteous scholar's bearing. Meanwhile, Su Dao is more worried about the girl making a fuss than about propriety. Men and women must not have physical contact. If I had caught her from the front just now, and this little girl later used that as leverage to give me trouble, what would I do? Thank heavens I reacted quickly. He slowly speaks in response. "It's a small matter. First, let's figure out where we are." Zhen Zhen happily agrees. The young girl finally realizes she's in a strange, unfamiliar place. Only then does Zhen Zhen study Su Dao closely. It turns out both their masks shattered when they crashed into each other earlier. She wants to take back what she just said the moment she sees his face clearly. The girl is stunned. Su Dao is too busy surveying his surroundings to notice the gaze fixed on him. The more she stares, the more captivated Zhen Zhen becomes. This block-headed scholar is impossibly handsome. Su Dao finishes his assessment and delivers his judgment. "In my estimation, this place is likely an underground city constructed by those evil spirits from earlier." Having seen his face beneath the mask, Zhen Zhen's attitude shifts entirely. "Young master is truly knowledgeable. Without you, I'd have no idea what to do alone in this pitch-dark place." This leaves Su Dao frozen for several seconds. He doesn't mince words, immediately putting distance between them. Repay me in the next life if you must no need to repay with your body. Zhen Zhen stares blankly. When she grasps his meaning, the girl furrows her brow, clearly displeased. Sure enough, no matter how handsome a man is, the moment he becomes narcissistic, there's only one outcome. In Zhen Zhen's eyes, Su Dao has instantly become one of those greasy, self-absorbed men. The girl immediately turns to leave. As if I'd be that boy crazy. In her heart, she keeps cursing herself. Why did she just find him more handsome than Dao Gongzi? Truly blind. But before she takes more than a few steps, pain shoots through Zhen Zhen. Su Dao darts forward and catches her hand with careful precision. Zhen Zhen squints and lets out a cry of pain. The girl looks down at her legs, injured by her own exertion. My legs. Her cloth trousers are shredded into several pieces. Su Dao immediately realizes what happened. Without a second thought, he kneels down and offers to carry her. Desperate times call for desperate measures, forgive the presumption. The girl hesitates. This kind of close contact doesn't seem right. But Su Dao swiftly counters. They're building an underground city beneath Hongyan City. Their ambitions are clearly no small matter. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We need to investigate from within. Ideally, we can destroy their mechanisms while we're at it. Before he even finishes, Zhen Zhen has already climbed onto his back as naturally as breathing. The girl responds coolly, her expression deadpan. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. And so, the two set off, one carrying the other. Su Dao carries Zhen Zhen past a heap of rubble. The girl's mind races with justifications. She certainly isn't bewitched by that face. But her legs hurt too much to walk, and corpse demons are hunting them from behind. Him carrying her is simply the most practical solution. With that thought settled, Zhen Zhen's gaze drifts to Su Dao once more. She silently observes him at this intimate distance. Below, Su Dao holds firm, gripping her legs tightly so she won't fall. Suddenly, Zhen Zhen's heart races. They're far too close. Su Dao suddenly speaks, Miss Chu Jian, which startles Zhen Zhen. What? I suggest you take a universe bag for self-defense. This place must have some kind of spirit sealing array set up. Our spiritual power and our ability to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are largely suppressed. Fortunately, the Jade, Divine Fire, and Spirit Talismans only need a sliver of spiritual power to activate, and I've prepared plenty. Zhen Zhen hears this and asks, Where? Su Dao replies, Around my waist. Just reach in and grab one. Without a word, the girl slips her hand inside his robe. Zhen Zhen begins groping around, searching. Rest assured, once this crisis passes, I will repay you in full. This action leaves Su Dao so flustered he can barely speak. Miss Chu Jian, he finally shouts, his face flushed scarlet. You're reaching in the wrong place, it's higher up. These words leave Zhen Zhen so embarrassed she doesn't know where to hide her face. The girl can only stammer, sorry. Su Dao replies, It's fine. Zhen Zhen suddenly pulls her hand back. When she reaches in and pulls out a bag, she feels many more bags tucked inside. Just how many universe bags is this guy carrying? Zhen Zhen asks suspiciously, You're really a purchasing steward from the Holy Land? Or could you actually be some traveling merchant swindling people out of their spirit tools? Su Dao answers without the slightest irritation. I once considered the possibility of a chi deviation. If all my meridians were crippled and I were ambushed, no matter how precious the spirit treasures, they'd be useless. Only the Jade, Divine Fire, is truly reliable. Hearing this, a new image of him forms in the girl's mind. Zhen Zhen wonders. His meridians are already crippled, and he still worries about assassination. His paranoia runs that deep. Just what has this guy been through? Su Dao senses the girl's thoughts. Don't you think I'm overthinking things? Everyone says the same. She averts her eyes and replies, Your way of thinking is certainly unique. If you don't find a wife with a normal, gentle, and flexible mindset, the intelligence of your future heir is quite worrisome. The girl then notices a small pouch tied beside the universe bag. Zhen Zhen lifts the pouch, her voice full of curiosity. But mid-stride, Su Dao suddenly halts. Their heads knock together from the momentum. The girl flushes red, suspecting he did it on purpose. What is this blockheaded scholar doing? Was that deliberate? Su Dao furrows his brow at what lies ahead. He senses the surrounding air and detects movement all around. Su Dao sets Zhen Zhen down, raising his hand to point in one direction. Over there, the girl covers her mouth in shock. Before them stands a strange creature, half visible, half transparent. When it fully materializes, a beast with a body like both serpent and dragon, he immediately identifies it as a feral beast. Su Dao frowns. An uncharted underground city, why would they station a feral python here specifically? Zhen Zhen realizes it's guarding something. He agrees with her assessment. The enormous white serpent simply ignores the two of them and slithers forward. This place may be far more dangerous than we imagined. The deeper they venture, the more astonished Zhen Zhen and Su Dao become at what they find. An underground city, arrays, spirit apparitions, evil ghosts, feral pythons. The girl suddenly recalls what Feng Ling once told her. Recently, quite a few young prodigies attending the Wudong banquet have mysteriously vanished. Since most are lone cultivators without companions, people instinctively assume they simply left on their own. At this point, Zhen Zhen begins to grasp the full picture. Half believing, half doubting, she turns to him. Those missing rogue cultivators, could they all have been captured and brought here? Su Dao ponders. If that's the case, I can't stand idly by. But first, let me explain the situation to this young lady. Seeing him fall silent, Zhen Zhen presses further, then perhaps they're still alive. Where do we go to save them? Su Dao smiles helplessly. He explains to the east and south. The feral python's trail grows denser. Su Dao sits beside Zhen Zhen to discuss. We can scout both directions first. But ideally, we should destroy the spirit sealing array and restore our spiritual power. Only then can we have a real chance at rescuing them. The girl immediately responded with agreement. Zhen Zhen suddenly remembered. Oh, rather take this back. With that, she held out the universe bag and returned it to him. Su Dao took it and examined it closely. My bag, Zhen Zhen stammered an explanation. When I grabbed the universe bag earlier, I accidentally pulled this out too. Then she grinned mischievously. But hey, now I've got the perfect chance to tease you. Isn't this a betrothal token from some young lady? Not bad at all. You wooden bookworm thigh's azure bird is embroidered so vividly. One glance and you can tell it took no small amount of effort. Su Dao paid it no mind. He gently hoisted Zhen Zhen onto his back and replied, It's not a betrothal token and it's not from any young lady. But his words trailed off, his voice faltering. I embroidered it myself. But thanks to that hesitation, Zhen Zhen's imagination immediately leaped to an entirely different conclusion. Not a young lady, then could it be from a man? Su Dao suddenly coughed twice, then swiftly changed the subject to the girl. Actually, I happened to notice your sachet earlier quite exquisite and skillfully crafted. Since the sachet was shaped like a bird, full of artistic flair, Zhen Zhen responded with enthusiasm. Of course you'd focus on the green parts. Su Dao interjected calmly. Girl, that feathered chicken, though embroidered so poorly, it defies description. Even women who have just started learning couldn't match this levelly at this young master still. Persisted. It shows a certain steadfastness of character, the courage to bravely face one's own incompetence. Such a quality is truly worthy of befriending. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen's face immediately turned green. The girl tried desperately to defend herself. Who told you a man gave it to me? But Su Dao still had his counter ready. If it were from a woman, that would be even more commendable. His words made Zhen Zhen squirm violently. No one gave it to me. If I must accept one, I'd only accept a sachet from young Master Dao. If you dare bring this up again, I'll stuff this thing into your mouth as your burial offering. He could only endure helplessly as the furious girl yanked at his bangs. It seemed this approach wouldn't work. She's still thinking about me after all. Helpless, Su Dao turned and asked directly, Zhen Zhen, from the very beginning, what exactly do you like about young Master Dao? In his heart, he still harbored the hope of making her reconsider. What if I changed? Would that be enough? Hearing Su Dao's question, Zhen Zhen put on an expression of deep contemplation. The girl recounted what she had heard. I've heard that young Master Dao's appearance is as ethereal as an immortal descended to the mortal world. His bearing graceful and refined. Every time he rides forth in his carriage, fruit always flies at his face. But Su Dao immediately countered. The fruit could be watermelons and durian sand, sometimes gold and silver ingots. Having things smash into your face isn't exactly a blessing. Easy way to get your head caved in. The girl, dissatisfied, switched to another point. Then I've heard that young Master Dao's moral character is noble and self-restrained. Even with a peerless beauty before him, he can remain calm and composed without losing his composure. But Su Dao still stubbornly tore down that image. How do you know those women didn't have ulterior motives? Obviously, they struck first to seize the advantage, coming one after another. Zhen Zhen pressed on. Young Master Dao's will is vast, his heart devoted to the masses. He possesses the bearing of one who upholds the heavens and the realm, whose resolve can turn back raging tides and shield mountains and rivers. He spared no effort in slandering himself. Perhaps he simply had no other choice and was just enduring. If given the choice, I'd rather be a salted fish. Su Dao's attitude visibly irritated Zhen Zhen. The girl furiously lashed out. I think you're not an acquaintance of young Master Dao at all. You're his enemy. You act like nothing's wrong. I'm only reminding you don't harbor unrealistic delusions about him. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen grew unhappy. She turned her face away and snorted coldly. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Su Dao quickly lost his balance, his body swaying uncontrollably. He looked around in confusion and called out to Zhen Zhen, "Why is it shaking? Hold on tight." Only when everything settled could the two of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. Both asked in unison, "Are you all right?" Hearing their synchronization, both involuntarily blushed. Zhen Zhen and Su Dao turned their faces away to avoid each other's gaze, but their mouths still answered, I'm fine too." "Then let's keep going." They continued walking in silence. Behind them, strange things began to materialize. After a moment of quiet, Zhen Zhen spoke up again. "Really? Even if young Master Dao truly is as you described, being ordinary is perfectly fine." Su Dao felt his plan had succeeded. Finally seeming to work it through, Zhen Zhen continued, "No one is born a hero. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be an ordinary person. But the truth is, he still chose to hold himself to the highest standards, becoming the young Master Dao that everyone praises." Su Dao responded cheerfully, because he was raised in the sacred domain. From childhood, he received his master's guidance, having attained what others could not. Standing in that position, one must bear the corresponding responsibility. Zhen Zhen seemed to sense the unspoken weight behind his words. So he truly is extraordinary, but he must also endure tremendous hardship. Su Dao's footsteps faltered. Seeing him stop, the girl grew puzzled. "Why did you stop?" Su Dao replied with a faint smile. "It's nothing, it's just... No one has ever said that to me before." Zhen Zhen answered matter-of-factly, "You're not young Master Dao. Of course you've never heard it. What's so strange about that?" Her words forced a wry smile from him. "You make a fair point." Zhen Zhen finally noticed the scenery ahead. Before them stretched a desolate wasteland. Su Dao quickened his pace, searching for a spot where the two could sit down. The two of them simply sat and talked. "If it were a bit darker here, you could compare it to the Tian Yuan of our Tianmen. I thought the Soul Guide path was the forbidden ground. Tian Chuan is only on the periphery. I've heard that in your sacred domains ascending heaven's stairs, they enshrine the secret of the myriad lives mountain and river cauldron." "That's right. I recall your Tianmen enshrines the ancestral godun of the 5 great primordial divine beings." Su Dao hoisted Zhen Zhen onto his back once more and pressed forward. The girl cautioned, "Up ahead things grow increasingly treacherous. We should be careful." He promptly replied, "Understood." Over the course of this journey, Zhen Zhen had come to see Su Dao in a different light. "This man has been carrying me ever since we fell, and he hasn't uttered a single word of complaint about being tired. Truthfully, being trapped in a place like this, it's impossible not to feel at least some tension. But because they bickered and chattered the entire time, there was simply no room for such worries." Thinking of this, Zhen Zhen's smile grew more content than ever. She sighed softly, "Thank goodness he's here." Along the road ahead, Su Dao carried Zhen Zhen in silence and not a single word passed between them. He suddenly turned to the right, because from that direction came desperate screams. "Is anyone there? Save us. Someone please help." Su Dao immediately snapped to full alert, his gaze locking toward the source. To ensure their safety, he instructed the girl, "This is it. There's likely danger up ahead. I can't leave you alone out here. But I don't know what's inside either, so you must hold on to me tightly." Zhen Zhen heard this and immediately guessed, "You're going to rescue them." Su Dao answered matter-of-factly, "Of course, why would you even ask?" The girl mimicked his usual cautious demeanor and reasoned, "We still haven't found the spirit sealing array. Neither your spiritual power nor mine has recovered. Of course we should save people, but not now. Carrying you alone has already drained my strength. If something goes wrong inside, with more lives at stake, no one will be able to hold the line. This is far more risk than reward, hardly the wisest course of action. Why must we display reckless bravery at a time like this?" "Now that's more like you." Zhen Zhen's words left Su Dao with nothing, but a helpless smile. Couldn't even argue back. He continued, "Actually, you're not wrong. Of course I'm afraid of falling into danger myself. But there's something I fear far more than that." Su Dao's mind drifted back many years to a time when his village was nothing but pillars of black smoke stretching across the sky. Fan Chen's subordinate rushed over to report to him. This place was ravaged by corpse Dao heretics. Every civilian in the city has been refined. In recent days, countless cultivators have scoured this area, yet not a single survivor has been found. Fan Chen pauses in thought for a moment, then turns to take a look. "I still need to go check." When the two of them peer down into a pit, they spot a pink-haired child within. It is Su Dao, as a small boyfart, too young to comprehend the world around him. Fan Chen's expression softens at the sight of Su Dao below. Someone is still alive. Years later, having grown up, Su Dao naturally becomes Fan Chen's disciple. Su Dao seeks out Fan Chen, carrying with him a question that has lingered for years. Were it not for someone possessing a physique as extraordinary as mine, surviving that malevolent formation would have been utterly impossible. Master, you had no knowledge of my existence back then, so why go to such lengths for something so pointless? Fan Chen answers without a moment's hesitation. I simply thought that since our paths had crossed, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Recalling this, Su Dao feels a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Master once taught men never abandon the weak. If I had simply walked away that day, I could never have forgiven myself for the rest of my life. Zhen Zhen finally understands, and she can't help but tease Su Dao. Blockhead, the more I get to know you, the more I like what I see. He can only respond with an awkward smile. Thanks, but hearing you say that honestly leaves me a bit bewildered. Zhen Zhen quickly demands he set her down so she can rummage for something. Don't overthink it. Put me down, I have something I want to give you, but I can only give you half. Zhen Zhen holds out a thick cord before Su Dao. It's not terribly useful, quite a few limitations, but something is better than nothing, right? He guesses the yin-yang fish jade. It is said that the yin-yang fish jade is a precious spirit creature, born from the primordial celestial mountain. Within a certain range, the one holding the jade can activate its spiritual power, enabling an instant swap of positions. Su Dao hesitates, unsure whether to accept, but if real danger strikes, a mere gap of this distance would prove utterly useless. Moreover, if one of us falls into peril, the other could simply drag them out as a human shield and flee alone. Who can guarantee such a situation won't arise? How could I possibly carry such a thing on my person? Zhen Zhen innocently urges him on. Blockhead, why are you just standing there gawking? Take it already. Su Dao furrows his brow at her words. He squints, mulling it over, before finally speaking bluntly. This thing isn't very useful, so don't go using it recklessly. The girl cheerfully responds. Relax, I know my own limits, don't underestimate me. As she speaks, Zhen Zhen shoves the item right into Su Dao's hands. The girl beams with a bright smile. Maybe I'm far more extraordinary than you imagine. Seeing Zhen Zhen's earnest kindness, he can't bring himself to refuse any longer. Is that so? Su Dao reaches out and ruffles her hair. Well then, that's wonderful. The girl readily agrees with a radiant smile. He turns his back to her, signaling for Zhen Zhen to climb on. Hop on. Inside, a group of people finds themselves surrounded by a horde of corpse demons. One of them cries out in panic. These corpse demons won't actually eat us, right? The golden-haired young man beside him answers. Originally, becoming a corpse demon means teetering on the brink of total collapse. I've never heard of them sustaining themselves beyond that. But these have clearly long since lost all reason. Someone must be using forbidden means to continuously nurture them. The corpse demons bare their fangs and snarl, their clawed hands beginning to twitch and writhe. They let out a blood-curdling shriek and charge forward. A girl, paralyzed by terror, can only raise her hands to shield her face. The distance between the corpse demons and the group closes with terrifying speed. Suddenly, they crash to the ground as a barrage of razor-sharp thorns erupts from within their bodies. The group stares in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. Su Dao stands right behind the fallen corpse. Demonch had dispatched them with clean precision. The undead corpses lie scattered across the ground. Zhen Zhen praises him cheerfully. Not bad at all. Su Dao accepts the compliment with pride. Controlling the gathered arrows doesn't consume too much spiritual power, it's manageable. I'll admit, I thought you were going to hurl the Jade Fire God again. He takes that as a compliment. From a certain angle, the explosion does have a certain aesthetic value, unfortunately. I can't exactly appreciate it from up close. Zhen Zhen chimes in. So who was it that blew half a city to pieces before? Su Dao falls completely silent at that. It is then that the golden-haired youth finally speaks up. I thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Only then do they learn that the golden-haired youth is Liu Kao, a disciple of the Eastern Yandang sect, who had come to Hongyan City alone. Su Dao and Zhen Zhen respond in turn. It was nothing, just the right thing to do. A quarter hour passes. Everyone now sits on the ground in conversation, and Su Dao is the first to speak up with questions. So they imprisoned everyone in the underground city, because during the Wudong feast, they used the spirit catalyst to trigger the spirit formation, a single sweep, to capture every young prodigy in the city. Liu Kao quickly answers, yes, that's exactly it. Su Dao presses further, his tone skeptical. Then you must know where the spirit sealing array of the underground city is located. Liu Kao replies at once. When we were thrown out, benefactor, we saw a trail of resentful spirit blood markings pointing in one direction. At the end of those markings stood a blood jade pillar. It is most likely the core of the spirit sealing array. Hearing this, Su Dao speculates. If that's the case, the blood jade pillar is most likely what you just described at the core of the human slaughter formation, capable of refining every prodigy trapped in the underground city. Zhen watches everything in silence. The girl gazes at them with suspicion. Why does something feel so off? The black-haired girl is Li Feifei, a rogue cultivator from the central continent who came to Hongyan City alone. Unlike Liu Keo, the others sit huddled with their knees drawn to their chests, their bodies trembling without cease. Zhen quickly realizes something is wrong. She pokes Su Dao's back with her finger to get his attention. She pokes him, but Su Dao pays no attention whatsoever. He continues his discussion with Liu Keo. Seeing herself completely ignored, the girl furrows her brows in annoyance. He's not paying attention to me at all. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhen reaches out and pinches Su Dao's back hard. The vicious pinch makes him jolt in surprise, but Su Dao quickly composes himself and turns back to Liu Keo, his tone earnest. Would your excellency be willing to lead the way? I must destroy its formation. Liu Keo replies without hesitation. I cannot refuse. Seeing Su Dao's attitude, Zhen is left utterly speechless. Still ignoring me. Then it suddenly dawns on her weight. With how sharp Blockhead is, there's no way he hasn't noticed. Zhen stares at his beaming face with deep suspicion. What exactly is he planning? Down here the silence is deafening. Liu Keo extends a hand to help someone to their feet. Destroying the blood jade pillar is equivalent to simultaneously shattering both the spirit-sealing grand formation and the corpse origin reversal. Grand formation. From a windowless chamber nearby, two more voices echo out. Liu Keo turns to Su Dao and Zhen. That way, the cultivation realms of all of us will no longer be suppressed. Those corpse Dao cultivators will no longer be able to refine the fate essence of young cultivators, nor use it as a catalyst essence for that Hongyan City Lord. He nods in agreement with this assessment. Your analysis is perfectly logical. Zhen, sitting behind him, can only sigh in exasperation. Logical in what world? A prisoner locked away down here, who knows so many hidden details that extremely suspicious. Her feet swing restlessly, as Zhen presses her lips together in frustration. Suddenly, Li Feifei speaks up, addressing the two of them. I still don't know the names of my two benefactors. The girl cheerfully responds. My name is Chu Jian and his is Mu Tong. Li Feifei suddenly glances at Liu Keo's figure with a cautious look, then steps forward with a suggestion. I notice the blockhead benefactor has been carrying you for quite some time. It must be tiring. How about letting me take over? Su Dao falls silent for a few seconds. Fearing rejection, Li Feifei quickly adds more persuasion. Although I am a woman, I am also a cultivator. Moreover, I practice the 100 steps piercing sun technique of archery. Arm strength is by no means weak. Su Dao smiles faintly and replies calmly, males and females should not have intimate physical contact. There's no need. Li Feifei quickly grasps the implication. It seems the bond between you and the blockhead benefactor is quite deep. Are the two of you Dao companions? The girl whips her face away, brushing off the suggestion entirely. Absolutely not. If you've got your eye on him, go ahead and give it a try. He can only shake his head helplessly. Miss Chu Jian, I'm still right here, you know. The two of them walk and chat as they go, leaving her trailing behind. I'm trying to help you find a match, Hera, thanks, but no thanks. Did you just laugh? No. And Hi-Fi watches them volley back and forth in perfect sync, left with nothing to do but stand there and stare. Pale-faced and panicking, what now? Why isn't there the tiniest gap to squeeze into? Zhen lowers her voice and whispers into Su Dao's ear. Woodhead, I think this Li Feier might be even more trouble than Liu Keo. Su Dao furrows his brow and replies, well now, actually there's someone with an even bigger problem. The girl immediately asks who. He answers gravely, you Miss Chu Jian, just how long do you plan on deceiving me? Zhen's expression grows increasingly ugly at those words. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier. Yu Sheng lies sprawled on the bed, bored out of his mind. 1 hour without eldest senior brother at home. I miss him. He tosses from one side to the other. 2 hours without eldest senior brother at home. I miss him. 6 hours without eldest senior brother at home. I miss him. Just like that, Yu Sheng drifts off to sleep. Mid-slumber, he jolts awake. Panic-stricken, he rushes outside to search yet eldest senior brother still hasn't returned all night. Has he really gone out to roll around with some wild woman? Then what about my little sister? At this thought, he can't help but spiral into full-blown panic. Yu Sheng's face darkens with worry. Without my help, relying on that little girl alone, I'm afraid she'll never find a husband as fine as eldest senior brother in her entire life. After a moment of deliberation, he makes his decision. Looks like I have no choice but to execute Plan A immediately. Yu Sheng resolves to hunt down the swindler. He begins washing his face. I don't know which little vixen he went to see, but since when did relaying messages to someone become this easy? I'll go find that person and fish for intel. After all, it's on my way anyway. In no time, Yu Sheng arrives at a restaurant. Honored guest, you're here again. Today's breakfast is crab roe buns and beef straw mushroom soup. He slips on his mask and cheerfully places his order. Same as the last 2 days, pack 5 portions. The server replies right away. Honored guest, you're truly diligent. With 5 friends and all, yet every single day it's you who shows up at the crack of dawn to buy breakfast. Yu Sheng answers between bites, oh, this is all just for one person. This leaves the server utterly stunned. Yu Sheng continues, her appetite is quite something, though. She should probably eat 4 portions. The server stands there, completely dumbfounded. But you bought 5 portions. Yu Sheng quickly arrives at Ming Fingerling and Yuan's residence. Ming Fingerling accepts the food with delight. Not bad, I like today's breakfast. He responds generously, glad to hear it. I happened to pass by, so I picked up a bit more. The 2 of you can share. Inside, Ming Fingerling is over the moon. Yuan probably won't eat this sort of thing, but no matter, Shalone can polish off all 5 portions. But to keep up appearances, Ming Fingerling still sets the steamer basket down. The girl turns to head back inside. Ming Fingerling's vigilant gaze locks onto the young man. Why haven't you left yet? She stands guard at the doorway. This brat is quick on his featurely, he's not planning to barge in. He scratches his head and cuts straight to the chase. I want to ask, who did you help my eldest senior brother contact last time? Upon hearing this, Ming Fingerling's guilty conscience flares, and she flatly denies everything. I have no idea what you're talking about. This time, Yu Sheng seems sharper than usual, has already caught the guilt flickering in her eyes. Don't tell me you don't want to make trouble for my eldest senior brother. He's always scheming, using you as his blade. Far harder to handle than me. But if you tell me now, you'll become the spectator who holds all the cards. In Yu Sheng's mind, he's already scripted a scenario where Su Dao and he have a spectacular falling out over Ming Fingerling. Junior brother, you deceived me. Has an eldest senior brother always been deceiving me? He continues, a good show only doubles in delight. Ming Fingerling is finally swayed by Yu Sheng. What you're saying actually makes a fair bit of sense. The 2 quickly strike a deal. After listening to Ming Fingerling's account for a while, Yu Sheng heads home, utterly dejected. Who could have ever imagined the woman eldest senior brother wants to marry is actually the little saintess of Tianmen? He grows more frantic by the second. This scorched earth strategy is far too ruthless. When the time comes, even if father doesn't mind, those old fossils from the Saint Domain will certainly push for punishment. Whether it's Madame Luo or Senior Mei Daxian, there's a high chance they'll begin questioning eldest senior brother's right to succeed. If eldest senior brother happens to make another mistake at that point, he might truly be expelled from the sect as they wish. Then wouldn't I be done for? Thinking it through, Yu Sheng realizes this absolutely cannot happen. He decides he must stop it at all costs. No, absolutely not. I cannot let this come to pass. I'm heading to the West Wing right now to find that little saintess and lay everything bare. I'll snatch eldest senior brother back. With that, Yu Sheng sprints forward. At the West Wing, a hand raps against the door. Du stumbles out, half asleep, barely cracking her eyes open. Who is it? Before her stands Yu Sheng, mask and all. Du presses her lips together, brows furrowed, eyeing him with suspicion. Yu Sheng clasps his hands and bows. Good morning, miss. But in Du's eyes, all she sees is a bookish scholar. She immediately recoils in distaste. First thing in the morning, and I'm already greeted by a scholar, what rotten luck. He stands there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what just happened. Du reaches for the door to close it. Close the door, let's try that again. Yu Sheng immediately shouts, shoving his hand against the door to block it. Wait, I'm here to find eldest senior brother. Let go. This brash behavior only makes Du despise him even more than she already did. There is no eldest senior brother of yours here. He still tries to shout through the doorway. He is the Dao young masterbo Su Dao of the Saint Domain. He came here specifically to meet your little saintess. Hearing this, the girl finally stops trying to shut the door. What did you just say? A moment later, Du has calmed down and listens as Yu Sheng recounts everything. She sighs in wonder. So you're the young master Yu from the Saint Domain. I must say, the bond between you and your senior brother is truly remarkable. Yu Sheng responds bashfully. Senior brother has been gone far too long without returning. My heart is filled with worry. I humbly ask that you grant me this favor, miss. Yu Sheng breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that things seem to be going smoothly. So the demonic cultivators of the northern frontier are far easier to deal with than he imagined. Dudu, however, harbors her own suspicions. She wonders where on earth did this brat learn about Zhen Zhen and Bo Sudao's secret meetings. Based on what she's heard, his image in Dudu's eyes is far from favorable. Rumor has it that the Saint Emperor deliberately ignores the years of hardship and merit Bo Sudao contributed to the Saint domain, directly elevating his own illegitimate child to the position of Saint Sona, clear case of kicking away the ladder after crossing the bridge. At this point, that brat showing up is clearly to dig up dirt on Bo Sudiato, turn the elders who once supported him over to his own side. Sure enough, the spitting image of his father, a specialist in schemes and manipulation, utterly sinister. The more he thought about it, the more grotesque Yu Sheng's image became in Yu Yu's eyes. The girl furrows her brow, not a hint of warmth in her expression. Unfortunately for you, your luck today is abysmal. You've crossed paths with me. With that thought, to Yu Sheng's bewilderment, Yu Yu takes a bold step forward. He flinches in alarm. Why the sudden change of face? The girl crosses her arms and admits without a shred of hesitation, "I am the saintess of the heavenly gate." The words hit Yu Sheng like a thunderbolt. What? Yu Yu presses on, trying to chase a guest away. "I haven't the faintest idea what nonsense you're spouting. No one has ever contacted me, and I've never once met your senior brother. You have the wrong person." His expression darkens instantly. "Impossible." Yu Sheng steps forward, trying to persuade her. "Little saintess, I know you were merely momentarily bewitched by my senior brother's handsome visage. But you must understand a scholar and a demoness are natural enemies, like cats and mice. There is no possibility whatsoever of them being together. But Yu misunderstands entirely. Thinks this scholar dandy not only wants to destroy her senior brother's future, but also sever his romantic fate. No, I can't hold back any longer. Today, I absolutely must teach him a lesson." The girl's hand involuntarily clenches into a tight fist. Yu stomps her foot and lunges a step forward. Her eyes burn as if she wants to devour Yu Sheng alive. He crashes to the ground, terrified by the figure looming over him. What are you trying to do?" A scholar speaks only reason, never resorting to violence, but Yu was hardly someone to be swayed by mere words. The girl beats Yu Sheng within an inch of his life, serves him right. After returning from the West Wing, the courtyard, all that remains are mud-stained clothes, a grave mistake. Next time, he must exercise more caution. Had completely lost control and gotten into a merciless brawl with her. Yu Sheng stumbles, his legs unsteady. Next time, he vows to be more of a gentleman, absolutely no more bullying young ladies like this. His legs tremble without cease. From behind, a familiar voice calls out, "My mighted scholar, you just come back from begging." It's Fingling. Beside her stands Wan. Yu Sheng replies helplessly, "I merely went to talk some sense into her." Who could have known that the little saintess of the heavenly gate doesn't care for reason? Never in my life have I raised a hand against a woman, so I could only reluctantly let her have her way. But Fingling sees through it immediately clearly. He simply couldn't beat her. Wan, standing behind them, has changed to a different hairstyle today. She gives Yu Sheng a gentle nod in lieu of a greeting. He stares and is instantly mesmerized. Wan turns and suggests, "Come along." Fingling generously chimes in, "Seeing how wretched your luck is today, we can't just leave you be. Come with us to the Wudang banquet." Hearing this, Yu Sheng's mood, miserable as if gnawed by dogs, instantly brightens. Really? Just like that, he trails behind Fingling and Wan. Wonderful. Yu Sheng happily observes Wan from behind. He catches up and strikes up a conversation with both of them. "I don't think I look that down on my luck at all. On the contrary, today might be the luckiest day of my life." Fingling is baffled, beaten half to death yet feeling lucky. Has this brat lost his mind? Fingling stares at his beaming face, suspicion gnawing at her. This Wudang banquet clearly has problems. We isn't Bo Sudao by his side. How can he let this foolish brat run around alone? Could he have run into some kind of trouble, something he still hasn't been able to escape from? But the moment this thought surfaces, Fingling swats it away. Impossible. That man has more schemes than anyone alive. Only he tricks others. No one in this world can deceive young Master Sudao. Back with Sudao and Zhen Zhen, the two of them are already surrounded by a crowd of enemies. Both eye their surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. Zhu Bai materializes from thin air. "We meet again." He stands towering before the two of them. Zhu Bai's smile is exactly the same as when they last met at the lake. Sudao sneers coldly. "Going through all this trouble just to lure us here? I thought you had some brilliant scheme in store." Zhu Bai's brow furrows as he realizes, "You knew from the very beginning." Su Dao snorts. We spotted it the moment we entered the underground prison to rescue people. Zhen Zhen adds, same here. Zhu Bai frowns. If you already knew, why didn't you just kill me then and there? Su Dao answers solemnly, I have no taste for killing, nor will I stand idle and watch someone die. As long as it falls within my power, I will act. He hears this and lets out a cold sneer. Zhu Bai once again draws his bow, spiritual power surging violently around it, and asks with calm detachment, is that so? Zhu Bai raises the bow and aims it squarely at the two of them. Most of your spiritual power has been suppressed by the grand formation. He presents Su Dao with two choice strapped within the encirclement. If you split your focus to protect the girl behind you, you won't be able to block my arrow. You will die. If you don't protect her, you'll be going against the very words you just spoke. Know which will you choose? Luo Zhao stands nearby, scheming how to ambush Su Dao and Zhen Zhen. If he just obeys orders and kills that girl, he can become Zhu Bai's subordinate. No longer thrown into the blood pool, the mere sight of someone submerged in the blood pool has shattered what little composure he had left. The person pressed into the blood pool thrashes and struggles desperately to break free. Luo Zhao resolves to save himself. He wants to live. He tightens his grip on his sword. Nothing is more precious than survival. Without another moment's hesitation, he charges. Little girl in your next life, remember to cultivate properly and stop relying on others. Otherwise, you'll only be cast aside again. Zhen Zhen and Su Dao watch Luo Zhao's charge with perfect calm. The girl frowns and replies, what you say has merit, but even if I am cast aside, that is my own affair. He falls silent, not uttering a word. Zhen Zhen pivots on her foot and unleashes her spiritual power. Nothing is more important than survival. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes from his field of vision. Luo Zhao stands frozen in disbelief. Where did she go? The formation is clearly still active. Yet while he is still gaping in bewilderment, Zhen Zhen has already materialized right behind him. Being coerced into harming the innocent, though, can that be called living? The girl sets her stance, cocking her leg for a devastating swing. Luo Zhao senses the danger and whips his head around, but Zhen Zhen's roundhouse kick sweeps across his neck with lethal grace. Luo Zhao's head is severed clean from his body. His corpse plummets into the pool of blood. Zhen Zhen's power is so terrifying that even Zhu Bai is shaken to his core. She hadn't used a drop of spiritual power, it was those shoes. Concealed within them were hidden formations, completely unaffected by the underground palace's spirit sealing array. He eyes the besieged girl with deepening suspicion. She'd been hiding a treasure of this caliber. What in the heavens is her true identity? Zhen Zhen smirks as she finishes off one of them. The saintess of Bogging never falls for the same trap twice. Many years ago, after surviving a great calamity and being saved by young Lady Yuan, she had sworn an oath. If I can go on living, I must burn this lesson into my bones. Being trapped inside an enemy's formation, anything can happen. Being spied on and monitored is the most ordinary danger imaginable. So I must deceive my enemies, deceive my allies, and even deceive myself. With that resolve, Zhen Zhen charges in to face them head-on. The treasures on me number far more than one or two. Don't even mention having my spiritual power sealed. Even the full-force strike of a sixth-rank powerhouse couldn't so much as harm a single hair on my head. In her hand now is a universe bag. I gave you all a chance. It was you who were too blind to take it. With that, Zhen Zhen hurls the bag skyward. Round, crimson spheres spill out and scatter in every direction. Zhen Zhen raises her hand before the crowd can close in. Spiritual power surges from her palms to her feet. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, blasting the blood pool into a chaotic spray of crimson. Fei stands frozen amid the stampeding crowd, her lips pressed tight. Zhen Zhen snorts coldly. I'll gift you two more for good measure. She glares, cursing under her breath if not even the bones remain. With that, Zhen Zhen turns on her heel and bolts. The girl doesn't forget to leave Su Dao with a parting order. This place is yours to handle. I'm going to save the ones trapped in the underground city. He accepts the task with a cheerful grin. Understood. Zhu Bai is already right behind Zhen Zhen. He draws his bow, his killing intent surging. Today he will have her life. You're not going anywhere. While Zhu Bai was still focused on Zhen Zhen, Su Dao on this side had already begun channeling his spiritual power. He simply stood there in silence, executing the heavenly river star pluck. Suddenly, Su Dao whipped around and launched the attack straight toward the arrow. His star pluck shot past the arrow, snapping it clean in two. Only then did Zhu Bai whip his head back in shock to stare at Su Dao. How is your spiritual power not being suppressed? He didn't bother hiding it. Indeed, it has been suppressed but by my own hand. Since your array has no effect on me, I simply had to play along with you for a bit. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhu Bai knew everything had spiraled beyond his control. He shot a suspicious glance at Su Dao. On your person, you also carry a precious spirit treasure of the same type as what that girl holds, one that just happens to nullify the array's effects. Thinking this, Zhu Bai could only wail inwardly, what kind of monsters did I capture this time? Why is each one more outrageous than the last? This is the corpse origin nether soul array. Do you all treat it as mere decoration? Su Dao said nothing. He channeled his spiritual power once more, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze on Zhu Bai. Countless heavenly river star plucks materialized and locked straight onto him. Zhu Bai's eyes widened in sudden recognition. Heavenly river star plucked the vast Haoran spirit, the fortune of a saint youth Dao, young master of the Holy Land. Before him stood Su Dao, holding every advantage. He swiftly conjured a sword. It was said that once every 5,000 years, heaven and earth birth a saint blessed by the heavens, born possessing innate Haoran chi. The world had always dismissed it as mere legend until the year Fan Chen found a child in Purple City, possessing the fortune of a saint. From childhood, Bo Sudao had received attention, tenfold that of anyone in the 5 regions. Simply put, he was a genius wielding absolutely omnipotent talent. Through countless battles, he always defeated opponents above his own level, crushing them utterly. Fighting outnumbered was child's play. Among the prodigies of his generation across the 5 regions, he had only ever lost to a single person. So even though Zhu Bai had walked the corpse fiend path, and continuously pushed the limits of his cultivation base, those limits were merely the starting line of Su Dao's early years. Zhu Bai could only howl once he understood the truth. No wonder the corpse origin nether soul array doesn't affect you. With Haoran chi protecting your body, I wager no array in existence can touch you. Su Dao responded calmly. Then your luck is simply terrible. You ran into me. He took a step forward. Zhu Bai immediately panicked, scrambling to stop him. Wait. Zhu Bai's lips parted, was desperately trying to stall for time. Bo Sudao, would you like to hear a story? But the instant his words fell, something streaked past right beside his temple. Zhu Bai glanced in shock at the wound on his face. Su Dao's voice was cold as he refused, no. Su Dao's hand slowly formed the heavenly river star pluck as he spoke. If I were you, the moment Miss Chu Jian and I fell into this underground city, I would have unleashed everything to surround and kill us. Then I'd burn the bodies, until even the bones turned to ash, permanently eliminating any future threat. But you dithered and delayed, laying out this utterly pointless farce of a scheme, and even tried to drag me into listening to your story. Don't you know that since ancient times, the Fusheng continent has always had a saying, in a fight, the one who talks the most dies first. The celestial grand derivation art third stance. In the blink of an eye, he had already replicated the very technique that Zhu Bai had once used against them. Grand celestial derivation, Su Dao called out with a frown. Countless star plucks materialized behind Zhu Bai. They surged toward him in an instant. A tremendous shockwave erupted, and Zhu Bai could only scream in agony. The star plucks slammed down onto his body once more, pressing him deep into the ground. Zhu Bai was pinned to the earth by Su Dao's star plucks. He howled, "How dare you? How dare you?" Su Dao simply strode forward calmly, a sword forged from spiritual power in his hand. Zhu Bai's eyes flicked to Su Dao, a vile smirk curling at his lips. A figure was rising from the blood. It was Fei. In her hands was a taut bow, its arrow aimed straight at him. A volley of arrows rained forth, but Su Dao had anticipated it. He deployed his star plucks to intercept every single one. Su Dao turned his head slightly, glancing at Fei behind him. He directed his star plucks to counterattack her. Fei was swiftly and completely overwhelmed by Su Dao. Her mouth gaped open in agony. Su Dao watched coldly as Fei's corpse slowly disintegrated. Zhu Bai was stunned. He knew he had laid hands on someone he should never have touched. You saw through Li Fei being my puppet from the very start. Su Dao calmly pointed in a direction and replied, Miss Chu Jian warned me twice. A pity you never understood. Su Dao recalled how Zhen Zhen had cautioned him earlier. Blockhead, I think this Li Fei woman is even more suspicious than Lu Zhao. Plus, the fact that Fei didn't run away just now added another 20 points to my suspicion meter. This only strengthened Su Dao's certainty in his own deductions. Though Zhu Bai believed everything was flawless and without fault, in truth, every move was riddled with openings. Su Dao raised his hand, ready to end it all right here. It was time to finish this. Zhu Bai's lips curved into an unreadable expression. Su Dao noticed his nonchalant attitude and paused. Zhu Bai rose to his feet, gazing at Su Dao with unsettling amusement. You lot are truly impressive, far exceeding my expectations. If you've seen through everything all along, Then did you also see through me this underground city? That were nothing more than discarded pawns. With that, Zhu Bai grabbed a pillar and began smashing into it relentlessly. Su Dao was immediately struck with alarm. What? Zhu Bai turned back to face Su Dao. This underground city is about to detonate, becoming one of the 16 burning nodes engulfing Hongyan City. Not a single one of you will escape. As he spoke, his face began cracking into fragments. The pillar, too, started disintegrating just like Zhu Bai's face. Gradually, not just one but countless locations crumbled as he desperately tried to destroy everything. Su Dao swiftly channeled his spiritual power to hold one of the pillars in place. He gritted his teeth, straining to keep the place from collapsing. So that was it. Zhu Bai was never some impetuous fool. He had long known he wouldn't survive much longer. No matter how he killed them, as long as he trapped them here when the underground city collapsed, death was absolutely certain. He merely wanted to savor some amusement before dying. The situation grew more dire by the second. Su Dao used his spiritual power to temporarily stabilize the situation. For now, he could only suppress the blood jade pillar with raw power. If the place collapsed, everything would be over in an instant. Blood began seeping from his hands. Su Dao clenched his teeth. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. If it were Master, he surely would never have made such a mistake. I'm still far too inexperienced. Suddenly, Zhen Zhen appeared beside him and suggested, "Blockhead, the trapped cultivators have all been rescued. Let's get out of here too." She froze at the sight. Zhen Zhen stared at Su Dao, who was trembling and straining to hold on, and could only look on in bewilderment. What happened? Su Dao gritted his teeth and commanded, "This place is about to explode. Get those people out of the underground city at once. I can't hold on much longer." Seeing the scene before her, Zhen Zhen stood rooted in place. Right before Su Dao's eyes, she turned and dashed away. "Take care." He stared blankly at Zhen Zhen's retreating figure. "Hey, aren't you being a little too heartless?" At that moment, Su Dao felt that holding the pillar was less important than her attitude just now. Not even a word of comfort, not even a fake farewell. Suddenly, Zhen Zhen turned back and shouted, "Blockhead." Seeing this, he finally felt a flicker of warmth. At least that's something. Zhen Zhen rushed over and stuffed a talisman into Su Dao's hand, leaving him stunned. She casually turned around and explained its function. "It's for you to leave your last words. I'll listen to the voice transmission talisman on the way." This left Su Dao so furious, he nearly coughed up blood. A short while later, at Phoenix Vein Valley, Zhen Zhen ordered everyone around her to evacuate immediately, not a single second to spare. These people immediately respond, "We thank the young lady for saving our lives. This great kindness and virtue shall never forget it." Once they disappear into the distance, Zhen Zhen turns back to face the blood-soaked scene before her. The little girl silently observes the depths below. Zhen Zhen instantly pulls out a voice transmission talisman and speaks into it. "Woodhead, are you still alive?" Woodhead Su Dao trembles below, desperately struggling to hold on. Hearing the girl's incessant calling, his irritation finally boils over. Su Dao replies with a sulky tone, "Not dead yet, mostly because I'm still a bit upset with you." Zhen Zhen reports the situation from above. "I've made it out safely already. Do you have any last words of denial left?" Su Dao's body shudders. He tightens his grip on the rope and replies flatly, "No." Zhen Zhen's voice cracks with sobs. "You have nothing you want me to relay to your parents?" Su Dao answers with a trace of sorrow, "I have no parents, only a master." Realizing she put her foot in her mouth, the girl can only mutter a sheepish apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Zhen Zhen gazes upward and speaks once more. "Woodhead, let me ask you something." Su Dao listens in silence to her voice. The moment Zhen Zhen asks, "Do you want to die?" his body gives out and he collapses. Su Dao, his body grievously wounded, desperately clings to the rope as though grasping at the last threads of his own life. His eyes hollow, he murmurs, "Of course, safe given the choice, who truly wants to die?" Hearing his plea, Zhen Zhen stares at the talisman paper, her eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. "Fine, then I'll save you. Do you still remember the yin-yang fish talisman I once gave you? As long as both parties carry one on their person, either side can forcibly activate it." Hearing this, Su Dao is somewhat startled. "What do you mean?" Zhen Zhen smiles and channels her spiritual power into the talisman paper, causing it to hover in midair. "All you have to do is activate the yin-yang fish talisman, and our positions will swap instantly. Wouldn't that count as a rescue?" On Su Dao's end, he weakly fumbles for something resembling a key. Seeing that he doesn't answer, the girl smiles and continues, "If you can't bring yourself to do it, I could always drag one of those cultivators from earlier down here as a substitute sacrifice for you." "Well, quite reasonable, wouldn't you say?" Su Dao no longer has any reason to object. He immediately agrees. Your method is indeed not bad. But let's just forget it. His words leave Zhen Zhen utterly bewildered. She simply cannot comprehend his actions. Zhen Zhen stares at the letter talisman and screams, "Why did you crush the fish talisman? You stupid scholar, you are really going to die now." In response to her shock, Su Dao's composure is eerily calm. "Then so be it, let me die." The girl hasn't yet recovered from her stupor. She stammers through the letter talisman. "Woodhead, I don't understand. You clearly could have escaped on your own first. Why did you stay?" Su Dao grips the rope with trembling hands, smiles faintly, and replies, "Because only I can stop that piece of trash. So it has to be me." Zhen Zhen still refuses to accept it and immediately screams, "But if you die like this, it's not worth it." Su Dao shows no panic. Calm to an unsettling degree, he slowly answers her. Back then, the three armies of the heavens didn't necessarily have to lay down their lives against the Tai Qiu and Ming Emperor. They could have simply saved themselves. Yet without the slightest hesitation, they charged forehand, ultimately paid the most agonizing price. Perhaps they never once weighed the cost. Perhaps they never even stopped to ask whether it was worth it. Of course, I cannot compare myself to them. But I know this I do not want to live with regret. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen offers a gentle, warm smile to comfort him. "Well, I think you're quite remarkable, so you won't die." The girl raises her hand and channels her spiritual power to ignite the letter talisman. A wave of purple energy envelops the surrounding space, and the scenery around her undergoes a dramatic transformation. Zhen Zhen smiles. The spiritual power now wreathes her entire body in a radiant glow. On Su Dao's end, the letter talisman suddenly levitates and blazes with light, leaving him utterly stunned. In the span of a single breath, Zhen Zhen's figure materializes right before his eyes. The sight leaves him completely dumbfounded. Zhen Zhen turns to face him, her smile soft and warm. Seeing the panic in Su Dao's eyes, Zhen Zhen playfully winks, teasing, "Well, fooled by me again, weren't you?" But far from feeling any joy, Su Dao is seized by sheer terror. "What are you doing? You'll die in here. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to save me." Zhen Zhen looks at him and replies with confidence, "Relax. I have a spirit artifact shielding me. I won't die." Outwardly she says this, but inwardly a small voice whispers uneasily, "Probably." The girl steps forward and grasps his hand along with the rope. "You don't need to feel guilty. Even if it were someone other than you, I would still have come to save them. The reason is perhaps exactly as you said. I don't want to live with regret. But I'm glad it's you, Woodhead. Actually, I thought the moment you crushed that yin-yang fish talisman was way cooler than that Dao fellow ever was." The instant she finishes speaking, a blinding flash of light engulfs them both. Zhen Zhen summons every ounce of her strength, desperately pulling at the rope. Witnessing the sight, Su Dao's eyes widen in astonishment. Zhen Zhen wraps the rope tighter around her hands and heaves with all her might. But her spiritual power is insufficient. Pulling the rope grows increasingly difficult until her hands tremble without cease. Before long, the rope snaps into shreds. A thin trickle of blood seeps from the corner of her mouth. Zhen Zhen panics internally as expected. My spiritual power alone can't hold out for long. The rope snapping means whatever hangs above is beyond saving. Chunks of rock cascade down from the cliff face and crash right before her, leaving Zhen Zhen utterly petrified. The surrounding void is nothing but stone and molten lava, terrifying, blazing crimson. Zhen Zhen feels a surge of fear and instinctively glances around. Without warning, something strikes her squarely in the back, ringing a scream of agony from the girl. The impact is far from light. It instantly drives Zhen Zhen to the ground. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, her entire body quaking with terror. Even so, Zhen Zhen forces herself to stay calm, whispering self-reassurance. "It's fine, I won't die, I definitely won't." Billowing smoke rises without end, the scarlet glow of lava staining every inch of the space. Zhen Zhen raises her hands before her face in a silent prayer for her own safety. Thick black smoke erupts violently. The surroundings are swallowed in the blazing red of hellfire, and threading through it all is Zhen Zhen's scream. Su Dao throws up his arms to shield himself from the shower of falling rocks. His entire body goes rigid as he stares into the yawning abyss of fire. A light flickers in his eyes, absolute, unwavering faith. He mutters under his breath, "She won't die." What kind of joke is that? An explosion of this magnitude from a formation no one could possibly survive it. Yet even as he speaks, his face twists with anguish. On the verge of tears, Su Dao loses control. He drives his fist savagely into the ground. The impact is brutal. Blood seeps from the back of his hand. His gaze falls, heavy with the crushing weight of guilt. Even so, he forces himself to place his faith in the girl. "I'll trust you just this once. You have to live. I refuse to carry the memory of you for the rest of my life." He cannot sense even a wisp of spiritual power. The dark energy from before has also vanished without a trace. He edges closer and closer to the cliff's edge. Suddenly, he bursts out in anguish. You little swindleado, you know that in 200 years of living, this is the first time a little girl has ever outplayed me like this, protected me like this. If you're still alive, I'll, in his most desperate moment. A strange, ethereal light suddenly blazes past him, forcing him to snap his gaze upward. Su Dao raises his hand, trying to sense it. What is this? His gaze shoots skyward as he exclaims in shock. Could it be? From high above, a familiar silhouette descends into view. Veiled in a hazy mist, she slowly drifts down toward him. Su Dao stands frozen in shock, yet still reaches out to carefully catch the girl. The girl's even breathing rises softly against his chest. Su Dao exclaims in astonishment, "You truly are still alive," but something feels terribly off. His mind races. Wait. A pair of bare feet materializes before his eyes, unmistakably clear. The realization crashes into him like a thunderbolt. She's not wearing any clothes. Right at that moment, Zhen suddenly stirs awake, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Blockhead, is that you? Trapped in this impossible predicament, Su Dao's mind screams in utter panic. It's over. What must come comes. Noticing that something feels off about her own body, Zhen can't help but wonder. Why do I feel so cold? Where are my clothes? Su Dao's face is a portrait of pure panic. He clenches his jaw and stares at her in dead silence. Both of them freeze solid, locked in a mutual stare. Then Zhen finally pieces together what just happened. The girl lets out a panicked scream, her hands flying up. You filthy scholar, she curses, pounding furiously against Su Dao's body. Are you courting death? The blows land hard, and his face turns slightly pale. Yet Su Dao shows no irritation whatsoever, humbling himself to apologize. I'm sorry, I truly did not mean to offend you, miss. But before he can finish, Zhen covers herself with her hands and screams. Then why aren't you closing your eyes? Su Dao dares not utter another word, immediately squeezing his eyes shut and turning away. Yes, Zhen's face burns crimson, flushed from the sheer mortification of the situation. Her face twists in a pout as she thinks to herself, the withered wood meets spring must have completely reconstructed my body. But it couldn't conjure up a new set of clothes. But I haven't even come of age yet. Other than Mother and Yan Dai, no one has ever seen my body. Even in the future, only my husband should. Meanwhile, Su Dao keeps his eyes shut, muttering to himself like a mantra, I am a man of noble character. I am a man of noble character. I am a man of noble character. As for Zhen, her discomfort refuses to fade. Her eyes burn with indignation. And of all people, that filthy scholar saw everything. The girl lies in his arms, utterly mortified, while Su Dao finds himself trapped in an impossible predicament, unable to advance, unable to retreat. He begins channeling his magical power, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Let me hold you with my power first. Hearing this, Zhen's eyes flash with wariness. What are you trying to do? After using his spiritual power to support her, he slowly begins to remove his own robes. Seeing him undress, the girl immediately panics and screams, You beast, I'll kill you. Realizing she's misunderstood, he quickly holds his outer robe out in front of Zhen. Miss Chu Jian, you've misunderstood. I'm taking it off so you can wear it. You've been rolling around all night, forgive me for the offense. His words leave Zhen momentarily stunned. Feeling the embarrassment settle in, her face flushes scarlet, and she quickly averts her gaze. Then, put it on for me. Hearing this, Su Dao can't help but ask in astonishment. What did you say? Afraid he might get the wrong idea. The girl's eyes dart about as she fumbles to explain. You don't get any funny ideas. It's the after effect of the withered wood meets spring. I used every last ounce of my strength to punch you earlier. Now I can't move. Realizing his thoughts had wandered far beyond propriety, he fumbles to raise the robe. Write me apologies, then allow me. Zhen shoots him a sidelong glance, her eyes sharp with warning. Blockhead, remember you are a gentleman. Su Dao swallows hard, his heart pounding as he stammers. Of course. Then eyes squeezed shut, he carefully drapes the robe over Zhen. As she feels him dress her, the girl panics and yelps. Your hands don't touch where you shouldn't. Her words only make him more flustered. He stammers, I'm sorry, I can't see. Zhen hears this and immediately commands, Then open your eyes and do it properly. At her words, Su Dao's face erupts in a deep blush. His mind reels, how can she say something like that? A moment later, the same Zhen, who was just threatening Himno, lies sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. You scoundrel, you damned scholar. Every last one of you scholars is a wretched scoundrel. Seeing her suffer like this, Su Dao gazes at Zhen, his face brimming with guilt. I'm sorry, I will take responsibility. Please stop crying. Hearing this, the girl immediately lifts her head to look at him. And how exactly do you plan to take responsibility? Gouging out your eyes or marrying me? Su Dao answers with absolute sincerity. Either is fine, just say the word, and I'll gouge my eyes out right here. After all, you saved my life, it's your call. And if that still isn't enough to quell your anger, then I'll marry you. At his proposal, the girl's emotions do a complete 180 in the span of a heartbeat. She tilts her head, eyes blazing with challenge. You've got some nerve dreaming like that, just because you saw my body and ruined my innocence. I must marry you, even if you went blind. You'd still want to marry Miso, who's really benefiting here. I'm not one of those foolish girls from those stage plays. Seeing this, Su Dao offers a gentle smile and speaks up. Then, your grace and your boundless magnanimity, spare this humble one's ice and allow me to marry you instead. I swear you shall not be wronged. At the same time, he lays out his merits for her to hear. I'm not bad-looking, at the very least more handsome than most men, so I shouldn't disgrace you. I have power and standing. I can protect you for a lifetime and ensure no one ever dares bully you. If you marry me, I'll do all the household chores. I'll eat whatever's left over. Wherever you are, there I'll be. You say east, I won't go west. If you're unhappy, I'll coax a smile back onto your face. I swear on my life I will take only you as my bride, and love and cherish you until the end of my days. Hearing these words, a soft blush blooms across the girl's cheeks. She speaks, her voice laced with disbelief. Such sweet words, such syrupy confessions, at most. They might fool some naive little girls who don't know any better. But fooling me, dream on. Despite her relentless challenges, he shows not a trace of irritation, speaking to her with infinite tenderness. Then let me say one last thing. I wish to marry you for no other reason than this: you are the first person to ever stir my heart, and the only woman I have ever fallen for. I love you. In this life and this world, I want no one else. These words strike something deep within the girl's heart. Yet she refuses to believe it, denying her own feelings again and again. This man is definitely a master swindler. These words are way too far over the line. When you say things like that, how am I supposed to refuse? A person cannot deceive their own heart. When he was willing to sacrifice himself to save others, in that very moment, he declared his resolve to her high silhouette, had already planted itself as the hero in her mind. And it grew ever deeper still. This is the first time I've truly been moved by a man. Both of them sit in silence on a rock beneath the moonlight, looking impossibly romantic. After giving her a moment to think, he finally speaks up. His voice rises to confirm her final answer. Well, can you tell me your answer? The girl's cheeks flush a delicate pink. Zhen smiles at him and gives her answer, while his eyes drift away of their own accord. Hearing her reply, a surge of happiness flickers through his heart. As the night deepens, she notices him gazing elsewhere and finds it puzzling. Blockhead, what are you looking at? Su Dao smiles gently and answers, the moon. The moon is especially beautiful tonight. But as he says this, his gaze falls to the person cradled in his arms, and he thinks to himself, I feel the person in my arms is even more beautiful. After a while, he scoops Zhen up to carry her home. Seeing his endless grin, she asks with a hint of suspicion, what are you smiling about? He replies, nothing, I'm just happy, I want to smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the girl speaks up. Oh, right. Blockhead, though I am a demonic cultivator of the northern border, I am absolutely not a person of loose morals. If you wish to marry me, you must come meet my parents first. I know people hold certain misconceptions about the northern border, but my parents are both kind and gentle folk. They won't make things difficult for Yorist, easy on that point. From the Fusheng continents by Xiao records, many scholars appear meek on the surface, yet their hearts burn with fierce intensity. Many demonic women appear frivolous on the surface, yet their hearts are remarkably pure. The images of two peoply, a man and a woman, rise unbidden in his mind. Su Dao smiles tenderly, casting a warm gaze upon the girl. Then we must go quickly. After the Wudong banquet concludes, we'll pick a date and pay them a formal visit. Before his sincerity, Zhen no longer harbors any doubt. She does not hesitate if his man truly intends to marry her. The girl lowers her head and immediately voices her agreement. All right, but a moment later, Zhen's emotions waver as she stammers about her own family situation. But my family circumstances are actually rather complicated. With so little time right now, I can't explain it all clearly. Before you come, I'll brief you thoroughly once more. Su Dao shows not the slightest trace of doubt, placing his complete trust in the girl. All right, Zhen does not reply. She glances away, silently calculating in her mind. Chu Jian's parents are hidden great cultivators of the heavenly gate. Though their status is exalted, their freedom is severely restricted. If she wishes to marry me, disciple of the Holy Land, it will surely arouse the suspicion of that silent demon Venerable. No matter, when the time comes, I'll reveal everything at the Heavenly Gate's Soul Ancestral Hall to establish his identity. Su Dao suddenly raises his head high and declares, I am Bo Sudo. The girl barely listens to these words, her mind racing with calculations. If they can negotiate just a few terms, they can surely convince that silent demon Venerable to relent and return freedom to Chu Jian's family. Suddenly remembering something, Zhen Zhen leans against his shoulder and exclaims, Oh, right. Blockhead, from now on, tell me about your master too. Otherwise, when I go with you to pay my respects, it would be terrible if I committed some discourtesy. As she speaks, the girl rummages through her memories. I recall that father's study has dragonwash ink and phoenixdale brushes, both rare treasures of the 5 mortal regions. Father never uses them anyway, so I'll just take them as gifts for your master, Blockhead Scholar. Father is also a scholar. I think what he likes, your master will like as well. Seeing no reaction from him, the girl lifts her head in puzzlement. Noticing his unusual expression, a question flashes through Zhen Zhen's mind. Why does he react this way the moment meeting his master is mentioned? After a moment of thought, Zhen Zhen reaches out and touches his hand, asking, Is it that you don't want to take me to meet your master? Afraid the girl might overthink, Su Dao lowers his head and explains gently, Don't misunderstand. Of course I want to. I just suddenly remembered that my master's side has some complications of its own. He has always wanted to marry his daughter off to me. The moment these words reach her ears, Zhen Zhen is utterly stunned. Fearing he is not taking her seriously, the girl grows deeply distressed and lashes out. You rotten blockhead! Is toying with me this amusing to you? Her fierce reaction catches him slightly off guard. I'm not. The girl's eyes now brim with tears on the verge of spilling over. Zhen Zhen looks at him, wounded, and asks, So do you want to keep me on the side? Or do you want that master's daughter to be your wife? In answer to her question, Su Dao reaches out and pulls Zhen Zhen into a tight embrace. Neither. It's impossible. I like you. The only person I want to marry is you. I know that after the Wutong banquet, my junior brother plans to introduce that lady to me. When that happens, I will absolutely refuse. Hearing this, her gaze softens with a measure of satisfaction, and she reluctantly accepts his words. Now that's more like it. Seeing him willing to share his own story, she no longer wishes to hide hers and begins to speak. Actually, I've long suspected that my father wants to introduce his eldest disciple to me as well. Of course, I will absolutely refuse. Though she appears carefree on the surface, a deep unease lingers in the girl's heart. But if my father still insists on my marrying when the time comes, what will you do? Though her father is merely a frail mortal, who can barely wring a chicken's neck, utterly incapable of forcing her into anything she still doesn't want. To break his heart, to be wounded by the daughter he loves most, who knows her father might cry. To ensure both sides are satisfied, Su Dao gently pushes the girl back and speaks, uppresenting his idea. Then we must act first. They'll scheme together, so we'll move ahead of them. I'll go with you to meet your parents and settle our affairs. Meanwhile, a vision forms in his mind, the two of them, hand in hand, standing before the gates of Cloud City. The moment those gates open, his heart swells with anticipation. If he can arrange a meeting with Chu Jian's parents beforehand and persuade them to accept him, everything falls into place. Not only will I be able to marry Miss Chu Jian, but I can completely break free from the pressures and tangled affairs of the Holy Land. After that, I'll take you to meet my master. Everything is decided. Surely they won't be able to tear us apart. Before his proposal, the girl raises no objection and immediately agrees. You make a fair point. Then let's do it that way. Seeing the girl offer no resistance, a hint of shyness suddenly flashes across Su Dao's eyes. Then let's head back. We need to quickly buy you a, but before he can finish, Zhen Zhen's voice cuts him off. Wait a moment. I still have one more thing to ask. Blockhead, Yaodo, you truly have not the slightest interest in that master's daughter. You've never even met her. Faced with the insecurity and unease gnawing at her heart, Su Dao reaches out and clasps Zhen Zhen's hand. He gazes at her with the eyes of a lovesick fool and explains tenderly, In my heart, there is only one person. There is no room left for anyone else. In this life, I will absolutely never marry my master's daughter. May heaven strike me with thunder if I lie. But the moment his oath leaves his lips, heaven shows not the slightest mercy. A massive bolt of lightning comes crashing down. Both of their expressions freeze in utter stupefaction. Before her suspicious gaze, Su Dao panics and grabs Zhen Zhen's hand, trying once more. Chu Jian, in this life I will absolutely never fall for my master's daughter. May heaven strike me with thunder. Once again, heaven hurls down a bolt of lightning as if slapping him hard across the face for his vows. Su Dao is utterly furious. He blurts out in exasperation, "Enough already." Zhen Zhen casts him a look of exasperation and calls his name. Blockhead, fearing the girl has lost faith in him, he immediately seizes her by the shoulders and pleads, "Give me one more chance." He closes his eyes, points to the heavens above, and declares without hesitation, "I swear to the heavens in this life I will love only her. I will marry only her. I will cherish her, care for her, and protect her for all my days. I will absolutely never commit any act of betrayal against her." Perhaps taking pity on him or fearing he would lose his wife, heaven finally relents and sends no more lightning. He breathes an immense sigh of relief, his heart overflowing with joy. At last he is saved. Seeing his expression, Zhen Zhen bursts into laughter. She tilts toward him and speaks in consolation. "Blockhead, truthfully, I don't believe in any of that, but what you said makes me very happy." Seeing the girl doesn't blame him, he feels a wave of relief wash over him. "I meant every word." Zhen Zhen smiles contentedly and leans against his shoulder. "Then you'd better make good on your word." "Naturally, so am I." The clear sky above suddenly crackles. With bolts of lightning, something feels terribly wrong. Su Dao shields the girl from the wind with his own body, while Zhen Zhen watches with vigilant, hawk-like eyes. Faced with the anomaly of the lightning, the girl turns to the blockhead and asks whether all this thunder is coming from the direction of Hongyan City. He nods honestly, without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, Su Dao voices his own thoughts aloud. The Wudong feast is about to descend into utter chaos. His eyes brim with worry as he silently wonders how his junior brother and Uncle Jun are faring. "Aunt Yan, you please. Nothing must happen to those two." In a certain inn, the bustle of preparation fills the air as Hongyan City braces for the eve of the Wudong feast. Yu Yu draws back the curtain, her gaze distant and pensive. Zhen Zhen never came home the entire night. Fortunately, before she left, I used a secret technique to contact Tianmen. The more she thinks, the more her imagination spirals through countless scenarios of what could have befallen Zhen Zhen. General C. Ka has confirmed that her life token remains intact, not a single crack upon it. Then where on earth did she go? She wouldn't have been abducted by some wretched man, would she? No way. Zhen Zhen's heart belongs solely to the young master. She would never elope with any other scoundrel. She must have gone somewhere to have fun and simply lost track of time. Yes, that must be it. It's better she didn't come. This Wudong feast has always made me uneasy, but my cultivation base is limited. I can't sense anything more than that. If that's the case, then I'll just have to go find third Miss Ming. After mulling it over for a long while, Yu Yu decides to stop overthinking and seeks out someone to confide in. In another tent nearby, Fingerling sits alone inside. She lifts her teacup and savors the brew with an air of leisurely elegance. Yu Yu approaches steadily at this moment. The moment she spots her, Yu Yu raises her hand to greet Ming. But before Yu Yu can even react, countless people surge in from nowhere like a tempest, slamming her face first into the ground in an utterly undignified heap. "Third Miss Ming, this humble one is a wandering cultivator from Jiangsu. This one is a demon cultivator of the southern ridge. And this one is sword cultivator Lu Shiba." After the crowd finally disperses, Yu Yu slowly raises her head, dazed, and wonders where those people even came from. A quarter hour later, the crowd stands before Fingerling and begins to speak. "Third Miss Ming, this humble one has a question. Taking Palace is an ancient sect passed down through the Fusheng 5 regions. Since time immemorial, it has practiced the art of healing, wielding golden needles as its weapons. Yet 1,000 years ago, why did the great fairy Maiden Ming decree that the entire heavenly palace abandon medicine for the sword, transforming from medical cultivators into sword cultivators, forsaking millennia of tradition?" But Fingerling seems utterly lost, her eyes glazing over. She thinks to herself, why are all these questions so dull and meaningless? I want to smack him, but staring with such intensity would ruin my image. Finally, to preserve her composure, Fingerling forces a smile and speaks. "My senior sister once said learning medicine alone cannot save the people. Better to learn the sword. A lesser healer mends the body, a middling one heals the nation, a great one saves the world. Moreover, as long as your blade is sharp enough, you can cut down every last enemy without fail. Your companions will come to no harm. That too is saving lives, also a form of the medical cultivation path. Do you all agree my senior sister was right?" The killing intent radiating from her startles the crowd into a cold sweat. They raise their clasped hands sheepishly and reply, "The great fairy Maiden Ming speaks truly. We have received her wise teaching. We thank third Miss Ming for her guidance." Seeing them take the hint, Fingerling gracefully waves them away. The Wudong feast is about to begin. There is no need to crowd around me. Use this time to explore elsewhere. After her words, the crowd finally scatters. Yu stands in silence, gazing at Fingerling with hesitation flickering in her eyes. She wonders to herself. Third Miss Ming said all thatch must be tired. Should I not disturb her? Suddenly, Fingerling extends her hand, gesturing for Yu to come over. Fingerling's eyes shimmer with warmth as she gazes at the girl. Seeing Fingerling's unmistakable invitation, Yu can barely contain her delight. Is she inviting me? She must be inviting me. She quickly sets her mask down on the ground. Fingerling smiles as Yu sits beside her and gently asks, "Did you come specifically to find me? Is something the matter?" Yu hesitates, though the doubt lasts only a moment before she smiles and asks, "I wanted to ask if you read the book I recommended to you a few days ago." Fingerling rests her hand on her chin, her eyes pensive as she tries to recall. "The one you mean is it, Kiss of the Flower by Lady Linka." Hearing Fingerling get it right, Yu beams with joy. That's the one. Kiss of the Flower is Lady Linkao's debut work. It tells the story of two young ladies of noble birth who escaped their sect, a place that treated them as nothing more than pawns for political marriage. Hand in hand, they wander the martial world together, each searching for the one they love. She then recites the dialogue between the two characters as they speak of the companions they wish to spend their lives with. "I wish to marry a dashing, gallant swordsman. I wish to marry a refined, gentle scholar." Yu continues, but the journey proves long and arduous. The scholar's cunning schemes, the swordsman's cold indifferency, very kind of heartbreak and suffering, teaches them that love is the most unattainable luxury of all. In the end, the two girls founded in heart and soul reunite beneath a tree, resolve to accept their fates, and make a sorrowful vow never to see each other again in this lifetime. Both girls in the story lean against trees facing one another, their eyes filled with a sorrow bordering on despair. 37 steps, she turns back, her beloved does not. 69 steps, she turns back, her beloved does not. At last, on the 99th step, the blossoms on the tree burst into sudden bloom. The white-haired girl stops in her tracks and turns back. She looks toward her beloved companion behind her. To her astonishment, the other girl still stands there waiting for the white-haired one to return. Yu looks at Fingerling eagerly. "What do you think of that story?" Fingerling answers slowly, "I feel there is something strange between those two girls." Fingerling's words send a jolt through Yu's heart. Strange, strange indeed. Her eyes brim with heartache as she clutches her chest, tears threatening to spill. "So that's what she truly thinks?" My heart suddenly aches so much. Sensing Yu's somber mood, Fingerling produces a pearl gloss rouge pot she recently purchased. Changing the subject, "Let's not talk about this for now. Yu, would you like to try the rouge I just bought? It's very sweet. Give it a try." Seeing Fingerling wanting to apply the rouge to her lips, Yu doesn't refuse, readily agrees. Fingerling dabs her finger into the rouge and gently applies it to Yu's lips. The sweetness of the rouge startles Yu. It truly is sweet. But then something feels terribly off. Her face drains of color as she freezes in panic. "Wait. I just did that on instinct, but this isn't my own hand." The panic in Yu's eyes catches Fingerling off guard as well. "Yu, why are you?" Fingerling cannot fathom her reaction, and her own eyes instantly fill with bewilderment. "Listen, let me explain," she blurts while her mind screams it's over. "She definitely thinks I'm some kind of freak now. I truly didn't mean it." As she speaks, Yu lunges forwardly to accidentally trip over Fingerling's foot. Inertia takes over. She tumbles straight into Fingerling's arms. This sends her into such a panic she wants to cry. Her heart screams there's no explaining this now, but it feels so blissful. But Fingerling, on the contrary, finds it utterly delightful. She thinks perfect. This is exactly the expression I wanted to see. She's far too adorable. Suddenly, as if sensing an anomaly, Fingerling's gaze sharpens and shoots into the distance. A thought crosses her mind. Are they courting death? And of all times to strike, a sword hurtles toward them from afar at blistering speed. Yu's eyes flash. She reacts in an instant. She raises her hand to catch the blade. But before she can do anything, Fingerling pins her down. Fingerling reaches out and effortlessly snatches the sword from the air. Her eyes brim with contempt as she regards the assassination attempt. Fingerling rises to her feet, drawing her own sword. "You must be courting death. No one under heaven understands the sword better than I. 7 of the world's 10 great famed swords, I know them all by heart." At this very moment, countless footsteps close in from all sides. A staff trembles in the distance. Yu and Fingerling step outside in unison. Fingerling takes the lead and warns, "Be careful." Then she looks toward the approaching crowd and calls out, "Who goes there?" The leader at the front removes his hat. He speaks up, Hongyan Grand Pavilion guest Halchin Yuan. You've come to claim your lives at Bronze Sparrow Terrace, a rare secluded spot in Hongyan City. Yuan stands on the balcony railing, gazing downward. A thought crosses her mind, at least this place is quiet. Tonight the sky blazes with stars, and the moonlight is just right. Yu Sheng suddenly appears from behind. A young lady, all alone in a place like this, aren't you lonely? You're covered in wounds. Yuan glances at him, her gaze utterly devoid of emotion. She doesn't beat around the bush and cuts straight to the point. You want to be with me? Her words stun him into silence, but within seconds he regains his composure. He reaches into his bag and rummages for something. Yu Sheng pulls out a chicken and holds it up before the girl. How about this one keeping you company? Yuan glances at him, and the chicken as if they were both mentally deficient. The chicken's clucks echo through the air. Yuan sighs, helpless and utterly exasperated. Yu Sheng, meanwhile, clutches his chicken tightly, watching the girl with a worried expression. Suddenly she speaks up. Didn't you say you wanted to talk with me? But instead of answering, he thrusts the chicken forward. Brother chicken, she's asking you, go on talk. Seeing herself used as a shield, the chicken is utterly indignant. Looking at the fool before her, Yuan is at a complete loss for how to respond. What do I do? I have no experience dealing with idiots. She suddenly asks, how did you recognize me? He scratches his nose and replies with an awkward smile. It was really just a coincidence. Besides, you're quite easy to recognize. How could that possibly be a coincidence? Before meeting Yuan, he had actually searched countless places. He recalls the scene of walking into an inn. Boss, bring some food over here. After causing no small amount of chaos, he points at a group of diners and announces, I want their food. I have money. Waiter, bring it over to me. He ends up paying a hefty sum in silver to compensate for every blunder. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Until the moment he steps into that tea house, his eyes burn with unwavering determination. Today, you will contend with me for this tea. And from the very first glance, he is captivated by the girl. How many among their peers can boast such a commanding aura and oppressive pressure? Combined with their distinctive features matching the rumors, finding them makes him shout with joy. I've finally found you. That's right, Ade. I will compete with you for this tea. Back to the present, Yuan asks, so after you recognized me, then what? What do you want from me? He scratches his face and replies sheepishly, I wanted to get to know you a little first. Meanwhile, he silently calculates if he were trying to befriend her the way one would any ordinary genius. He certainly wouldn't lack this much confidence, but she would definitely be able to tell that what he wanted was no ordinary relationship. Hearing this, Yuan can't help but wonder why. She thinks to herself, given your status, you could have any woman you want. Why would you take interest in a dull, lifeless stone? Yu Sheng stares at her stunned. He tilts his head and answers honestly, at first I was just curious. He recalls her image in his mind. I felt that your defiance of heaven was truly extraordinary. You are my ideal. He lowers his head shyly and continues. After that, well, I can't really explain it clearly. Yuan doesn't seem too surprised. She replies, these youthful impulses of yours are quite common, most people experience them. But right now, they've become a nuisance to me. I hope you won't continue this in the future. The sting of rejection leaves him frozen in place. Is this a rejection? For the first time in his life, his love affair hasn't even officially begun, and he's already been rejected. Behind them, a dark silhouette silently observes. The man watches them and speaks. To think that the young lord of the saints' domain of Central Continent would be such a hopeless romantic. As he speaks, he removes his hat, and the object of his affections is none other than the most brilliant, radiant pearl of the northern frontiermen. Yuan gasps in shock. Yu Sheng instantly lunges forward, placing himself between the man and Yuan. Who are you? The man replies calmly. Purgatory blood slaughter, Sha Wei. Yu Sheng stares at the man, a giant question mark forming in his mind. I don't believe I've ever offended your people. Before his words fade, the man calmly responds. The young Lord Yu has naturally never offended the purgatory blood slaughter. But our sect master has an important matter that requires your head end, that of another young lord. And since we've run into the great Lady Yuan as well, this old man will simply have to work a little harder and send you along with them. Seeing this, he quickly shoves the chicken back into his bag. Important provisions must not go to waste. Yuan glances to the side, then produces something and hands it over. Yu Sheng takes it and aims the mirror at the man, asking, but are you certain? He then steps forward to shield the girl. That you can kill me. The man suddenly smiles with hidden meaning. It's almost time. Yu Sheng's eyes dart with wariness. In the distance, a tree is glowing. A gentle breeze passes through, making its canopy tremble. From beneath the trunk, a strange radiance erupts, engulfing the area. The light surges like dawn compressing within the belly of night, growing ever more intense with each passing moment. He exclaims in shock, "What is this?" A barrier of light envelops him. The man points at him and mocks. The spirit sealing array descends. All spiritual energy in the area will be suppressed. Those fancy spirit tools of yours, they're nothing but scrap metal now. Yu Sheng glances back with contempt. But you're also inside the spirit sealing array. What makes you so certain you can kill me? The man raises his staff. What makes me so certain? My spiritual power is indeed sealed, but they are not. The methods of the corpse Tao are not bound by the constraints of heaven and earth. They require no absorption of the world's spiritual energy, and thus are naturally unaffected by the spirit sealing array. Who could have imagined that Yuan and the illustrious young master Yu would both perish at my hands today? He glances at the object gripped behind his back, his expression deeply annoyed. What a pain, good thing I still have this. He reaches behind and declares, "This time I've dragged you into this, young lady, but don't worry, just hold tight to me." Yuan lightly taps the back of his hand. She reprimands him, "I once owed your father a favor, so I won't strike you. But if you continue to be insolent, seeing the misunderstanding." He panics and blurts out, "You've got it wrong, young lady. I meant no disrespect at all, I just want to take you and escape." Nevertheless, she remains utterly indifferent. "I know you mean well." But then she asserts herself, "Why should I run?" The man watches them with a contemptuous laugh. "Great Lady Yuan, don't be so arrogant. With your current realm and power restricted by the spirit sealing array, how much do you have left? At most, you can handle 20 low-level corpse demons. But this time, I've brought exactly 200, and among them, 3 are on the verge of reaching the spirit opening realm." Yuan sighs wearily. "So noisy, dealing with one idiot is exhausting enough. What now?" Yuan refuses to budge. After a moment of thought, she finally speaks. "Why do you think these corpse demons aren't affected by the spirit sealing array?" Sha Wei watches with wary eyes. Seeing the girl vanish without a trace startles him. "Great lady." Her robes have shifted to an abyssal black. A dark, demonic aura radiates ceaselessly from her body. She thinks, why aren't the corpse demons affected by the spirit sealing array? Naturally, it is because the extraordinary genius of the Supreme Mystic Emperor created the 6th Tao beyond the 5 corpse Tao. This Tao is not bound by heaven and earth, nor does it require the absorption of worldly spiritual energy. Therefore, an ordinary spirit sealing array used in conventional cultivation would naturally have no effect upon them. And this legendary Great Lady Yuan, who has traversed all 5 regions of the Fusheng continent, has similarly created a Tao of her very own 7th Tao and all under heaven. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he thinks, how is it possible that merely a trace of Yuan's spiritual energy has reduced every last one of these corpse demons to ashes? She materializes behind him without warning, sending a chill straight through his bones. "So why do you assume I am inferior to the Supreme Profound Dark Emperor?" The girl's eyes turn ice gold. She swings her sword, cutting him down in a single stroke. His head tears free from his body and crashes to the ground. Yu Sheng cannot contain his shock. "She's far too powerful. Senior brother, your loss was well deserved." Over on Su Dao's end, he suddenly sneezes. Yu Sheng lets out a dejected sigh. If this corpse demon weren't shackled by the spirit sealing array itself, it might have managed to struggle a while longer. Ending up like this is entirely its own doing. Wind sweeps past the girl, sending her hair billowing in the gale. He silently watches the girl's silhouette, his mind wandering, but the next moment, Su Dao's image flashes through his thoughts. In all the world, perhaps no one is worthy of marrying Yuan. He murmurs dejectedly, "Indeed, the gap between us is far too great." Yet moments later, his mood inexplicably turns excited. "But if I marry her, wouldn't that mean no one would dare bully me ever again? No, Noth Phoenix Perch Terrace isn't even guaranteed to be safe. Now is not the time for such thoughts." Seeing Yuan standing before him, he feels a jolt of surprise. The girl fixes him with an unfriendly gaze. She grabs the sash at his waist and speaks, "Come. Traveling alone isn't safe for you, and I can't rest easy about third Miss Ming's side either." A streak of light tears across the sky. Yuan and Yu Sheng soar through the air together. The girl treads upon the stars. Her expression grave, the girl hurtles straight ahead. He gazes downward, his expression discontented yet within the bounds of acceptance, thinking to himself, "Even though this is quite blissful, honestly I'd rather be tucked under her arm or cradled in her embrace. Otherwise, I can't shake this illusion that I'm nothing more than a chicken being carried off." Back on Ming Fingerling's side, the black-robed figures still have the two of them surrounded. The scene before them leaves the onlookers gasping in shock. That's a corpse demon. How is that possible? Weren't they all exterminated long ago? Ming Fingerling furrows her brows and replies, the heretical arts of corpse Tao have always lurked in the shadows. They were never truly eradicated. In the heaven-shaking battle 1,000 years ago, the supreme profound Dark Emperor was destroyed by the three armies, and the calamity of the four regions was severed by a single stroke of eldest sister's sword. Moreover, a strange pressure surges toward her body. She swiftly raises her sword to block the incoming strike. He smiles wickedly and retracts his blade. He lunges at her, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Ming Fingerling is no slouch either, parrying each strike with fluid agility. Speaking purely of strength, even without this spirit-sealing grand array, you may not necessarily be my match. Let alone now, I've merely been suppressed from the 7th stage to the 5th within the nascent soul realm, while most of your spiritual power is constrained, and your protective spirit tool has become scrap. So tell Muhat, exactly do you plan to fight me with? Ming Fingerling's subordinates grow anxious as they watch her lose ground, their eyes trembling with dread. If even Miss Ming Fingerling can't defeat him, what are we supposed to do? His eyes suddenly widen in shock. It was a feint the girl had charged in and severed the corpse's head. Without a flicker of doubt in his eyes, he declares with conviction, she'll be fine. I believe in her. Meanwhile, the girl's mind races with calculations she cannot afford to lose focus. She had promised 3rd Miss Ming to protect these people. She absolutely must not become a hindrance. While fighting, the girl urges those behind her, quickly. Get out of here. Qin Yuan presses his attack, while regarding them with utter contempt. Third young lady, you are the successor of taking Palisade, one most likely to draw forth the Fasheng One sword once more in the future. He raises his sword in silence, preparing to charge. But what a pity, you will die at the hands of someone like me. His devastating strike sends Ming Fingerling hurtling backward. A spray of crimson blood splatters across her beautiful face and, then a small, dark figure appears, standing before her like a shield. He gives a faint smile, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Seeing this, Ming Fingerling can't help but feel a wave of surprise and relief. Found them. Ming Fingerling watches him unleash his technique, silently calculating in her mind. That Qin Yuan is no corpse Tao heritage, was never capable of commanding so many corpse demons. That's why I deliberately feigned weakness from the very beginning to lure out the true mastermind lurking behind the curtain. The girl grits her teeth and silently steels herself. Qin Yuan raises his sword. Allow me. No sooner are the words spoken than he surges forward like a tempest. I shall end you with my own hands. Seeing him charge toward her, the girl's eyes briefly widen in surprise. But then Ming Fingerling breaks into a mocking smile. Fool. As she extends her hand and begins unleashing her technique, she asks, do you know why eldest sister holds such high expectations of me? Among the younger generation, I have sparred with both Su Dao and Fan Chen, neither winning nor losing. Save for Yuan and that niece of mine, I have never once lost to anyone. So what gives you the confidence to, as she speaks? She produces a universe bag. Ming Fingerling points her sword forward, a gleam of triumph flashing in her eyes. Falling into a spirit-sealing array means easy death, you say. She is ranked 4th among the world's 10 great famous swords, the heart-severing sword. Seeing this, Yu breathes a quiet sigh of relief, the tension in her chest easing. They say that since childhood, 3rd Miss Ming was taught cultivation techniques by both 1st Fairy Ming and 2nd Fairy Ming. The eldest practices the Tao of emotion, the second, the Tao of emotionlessness. If any other person attempted to cultivate both techniques simultaneously, they would suffer chi deviation, their Tao tree shattering to pieces. Becoming a crippled fool would be the best outcome. Most would not even survive. But 3rd Miss Ming not only survived, was born with a yin-yang Tao tree, enabling these two opposing techniques to fuse to the highest degree. Combining the strengths of both, I know it is precisely because the quality of 3rd Miss Ming's spiritual power is so extraordinary that the spirit-sealing grand arrays suppression on her is far less severe. The more she thinks about it, the deeper the girl's admiration for Ming Fingerling grows. Ming Fingerling's figure erupts from the earth. She tosses her sword to one side, fixing the man with wary, calculating eyes. In truth, without the spirit-sealing grand array, 3rd Miss Ming might not necessarily have defeated Qin Yuan. But within the spirit-sealing grand array, Qin Yuan's realm is directly suppressed to a level below 3rd Miss Ming's. Ming Fingerling unleashes her sword technique. Yu pumps her fist, her face brimming with excitement as she cheers the girl on. Thank the enemy's spirit-sealing grand array for dealing a devastating blow to their own ally. Qin Yuan feels the sword flash past his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? But before he can utter another word, Ming Fingerling's attack strikes him dead on. After cutting him down, the girl lands softly on the ground. She swings her sword and prepares to lunge at the man in black. Seeing his accomplice exposed, the man shows no fear. Instead, he smiles with utter nonchalance. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. With no need to hide any longer, he immediately sheds his cloak. He then produces a folding fan, his eyes locking onto Ming Fingerling with smug satisfaction. He flicks open the fan with a casual motion, and with that single, effortless gesture, he completely deflects Ming Fingerling's attack. A chill shoots through her heart. This man's cultivation realm is extraordinarily high. Qin Yuan doesn't even come close. Deflecting my strike seems to have cost him not the slightest effort. A few seconds later, Ming Fingerling is repelled. He suddenly raises his hand and flicks his fingers. A mysterious black vortex materializes between his finger sand in the next instant. It expands violently and hurtles toward her. Ming Fingerling is swiftly engulfed by the dark power. She swings her sword, fighting back with everything she has. He smiles at Ming Fingerling and introduces himself. This humble one is Ying Gu, here to deliver a challenge letter on behalf of my young master. At this moment, Yu Yu rushes over anxiously from the distance. Third Miss Ming, are you all right? Upon seeing the figure before her, Yu Yu's eyes narrow with vigilance as she issues a warning. This man has likely reached the 8th stage. Among those of us in the Big In Hongchen, only Grandmaster Madame Yin and Senior Sister Zai Tianheng possess such strength. This corpse Dao cultivator's realm is terrifyingly high. Ming Fingerling raises her hand and wipes the blood staining the corner of her mouth. She glares at him with fury blazing in her eyes. I cannot defeat him. Hearing this, Yu can't help but gasp in shock. Then the challenge letter he mentioned. Ming Fingerling narrows her eyes and replies, it wasn't meant for us. That young master is sending it to the 3 armies of the realm. This incident at the Wudong feast is the substance of his challenge letter. Hearing this, Yu Yu's fury ignites. Let us face him together. 2 fighters have a better chance of victory than 1. The more Ming Fingerling thinks about it, the more her fury mounts. She grits her teeth and forces herself to explain to Yu Yu. Find a way to get the others out of Harrisave, as many as you can. I'll try to hold him off. Despite this, Yu Yu remains deeply conflicted. But fearing the girl will overthink, Ming Fingerling smiles gently and reassures her Don't worry, eldest sister has given me countless protective artifacts. As long as you 2 are safe, I will find a way to escape on my own. Even so, it could not quell the rage blazing within the swindler girl's heart. If the opponent's cultivation base exceeded the 8th stage, the majority of life-preserving spirit tools would be rendered useless, which is precisely why a guardian was needed. Yet her appointed guardian was none other than Xu and Shiyu. Suddenly, Fingerling grasps Yu Yu's hand. The girl smiles gently, a silent reminder to stay calm and obey. Then both of them turn their heads in unison, fixing their gazes squarely upon him. Fingerling grips a sword in each hand and strides forward with an air of heroic defiance. Seeing the girl utterly unafraid, a flicker of amusement crosses his eyes. You're not running. Fingerling advances steadily and replies, I have never liked eldest sister. I always thought she was far too heartless. But there is one thing she said that is absolutely right. Among the younger generation, I have enjoyed the reverence of the 5 regions and held the most exalted position. This is a privilege and a responsibility. In times of peace, I may act as recklessly and absurdly as I please. But when catastrophe descends, I must become the tallest, sturdiest pillar holding up the heavens. The girl extends her free hand to the side and unleashes her arcane art. A swirling torrent of black and white magical energy intertwines, forming a perfect luminous circle. Fingerling fixes her gaze upon him and declares with iron resolve, as long as I still draw breath, I will not let the innocent die before me. A branch is instantly wreathed in a shimmering frost. Fierce gales howl without cease, yet Fingerling advances toward him with calm, unhurried steps. The sky darkens. A suffocating aura of death blankets the surrounding space. Fingerling stands before the tree and chants her incantation. Dao tree of 3,000 realms, twin swords of yin and yang. The moment her words fade, countless rays of light erupt from the tree, raining down upon the mummified corpses like divine punishment. Seeing the torrent of power hurtling toward him, he remains utterly fearless, his gaze cold and indifferent as ever. The Dao tree of yin and yang. How can someone bearing this physique possibly still be alive? Though I wonder whether you will ever truly draw forth the sword of Fasheng, still you speak well. As he speaks, he slowly draws out his familiar folding fan. Behind him, ferocious tigers materialize and charge toward Fingerling like a raging tempest, a genuine threat. Fingerling swings her sword with everything she has, desperately fending off his spectral tigers. But her strength falls short. She is immediately overwhelmed, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the tree trunk cleaves in two. Seeing the girl falling, Yu Yu lunges forward in a panic. Miss Ming. A black shadow suddenly streaks past Yu Yu. Yu Sheng collapses to the ground beside the girl. Yu Yuan arrives in the nick of time, catching Fingerling's body before it hits the ground. She stares at the unconscious Fingerling, her eyes brimming with worry. Yu Yuan flicks her wrist, deflecting the incoming attack to shield Fingerling. She raises a single hand and unleashes a technique. With just that one palm, every last monster is annihilated. The crowd below stares upward in stunned disbelief. Several onlookers wipe the cold sweat from their brows, then erupt into fervent whispers. Miss Ming is already one of the most powerful geniuses of her generation, and even she couldn't withstand that onslaught. Miss Yu neutralized it with a single hand. An ordinary 7th stage expert couldn't accomplish that. Could it be? Miss Yu's cultivation base has surpassed the 7th stage. Yu Yuan lands gently, with Fingerling cradled in her arms. She gazes down at Fingerling and asks softly, "Why did you push yourself so hard?" But Fingerling cannot answer. She raises a hand to her mouth and coughs weakly. Yu Yuan says nothing more. She simply watches in silence. Seeing the girl unwilling to answer, Yuan does not press her. She simply reaches out and gently pats Fingerling's head. "Leave it to me." Yu Yuan turns her gaze toward him, her eyes sharp with vigilance. The man before her radiates a deeply unsettling presence. It is as though the heavens and earth themselves reject him, yet not because he practices the heretical corpse Tao. This rejection is innate. Like her own, she would need at least another 100 years of cultivation before she could defeat this person. The girl fixes her eyes on him and asks, "You intend to kill everyone here?" He smiles warmly and replies, "To be precise, kill half first, then employ a phantom formation to make the survivors slaughter each other." He elaborates the first batch is sacrificed to refine the power of vengeful killing intent. As for the rest in a distant chamber, Qin Yuan crushes something within his grip, his deep, contemplative gaze fixed on the scene below. The villain speaks on, revealing his true purpose to bring Qin Kegong's wife back from the dead. Hearing this, Yuan cannot contain her shock. "You want the great sects of the 5 regions to slaughter each other." He does not deny it in the slightest. Precisely so. After the phantom formation fades, we spare the ones who have killed the most ones with the most formidable backers and send them home. Then we broadcast the recording Shadow Pearls, documenting these young geniuses slaughtering one another to every sect across the 5 regions. Even if the parents and elders of the slain know their children were manipulated by an evil spirit, how could they not harbor hatred toward the ones who personally struck the killing blow? When that day comes, the evil spirit must die, and so must the murderers. And the parents and elders of those murderers, knowing their descendants were puppeteered by an evil spirit, will fight to the death to protect them. The 3 sovereigns can slay every evil spirit under heaven, but they cannot control the human heart. This incident will stoke the flames of hatred ever higher. Before long, all under heaven will plunge into chaos once more. And when that time comes, the young master can use this renewed turmoil to blood sacrifice the entire world. Yuan's gaze darkens as she speaks in warning, "But you will become the first target hunted by all 5 regions." Yet he shows not the slightest trace of fear at her warning. "By then, no one will be able to find us." Besides, the young master would never have placed such petty vengeance in his heart to begin with. For her sake, he could destroy 10,000 sects, massacre all under heaven, and blood refine half the living beings of the 5 regions. The reason he chose this roundabout, inefficient approach is merely to avoid certain contingencies that might arise. For instance, you had if one among the 3 sovereigns, despite sustaining grievous wounds, manages to fully recover. Though the probability is vanishingly small, the more she listens to his explanation, the deeper and darker Yuan's gaze grows. She thinks to herself, so the fate of all living beings in the 5 regions hinges on nothing more than a passing thought from these 4 people. At the same time, she recalls someone's smile, and with it a cascade of different faces flash through her mind, one after another. Peace and chaos under heaven, tranquility and catastrophe of it is merely a chess game between the young master, in this man's words, and the 3 sovereigns of the world. Yuan finishes her train of thought, then looks at him with a contemptuous smirk. This is clearly a matter of life and death for all living beings, and yet somehow it feels an awful lot like a game of mahjong. He raises his hand and answers nonchalantly, "The young master and those 3 have indeed played mahjong together. It is said that Zai He Buddha ancestor invented this game many eons ago, perfectly suited for 4 players. Back then they were all still young and would gather often. Zai Buddha ancestor knew the rules best. Wu immortal sovereign had the greatest luck. Fan Chen Saint Emperor was the finest strategist. Yet the one who always won in the end was our young master. The young master once said, the first move and the process are both irrelevant. All that matters is the final result. Only the ultimate victor earns the right to always be the dealer. As the implications of his words and the game settle in, Yuan's gaze grows increasingly dark. So your plan begins by killing us first. He remains utterly nonchalant, lowering his head to answer calmly. To be precise, them, not including you. Because you are one of us. His strange words leave the surrounding crowd stunned, gripped by profound bewilderment. What does that even mean? Haven't you heard the rumors? Yuan had the potential to become the second Tai Chuan Ming Emperor. You saying she could end up slaughtering people like Tai Chuan Ming Emperor. She is an aberration to begin with. The 5 great region lords and the Ming Grand Fairy initially had no intention of letting her live. Before the vicious words of the crowd, Fingeling cannot help but grow anxious. This man did it on purpose. Yu raises her sword before her, eyes filled with vigilance and shock. What are all of you saying? Yu Sheng glares at the villain, his eyes blazing with fury. That damnable scoundrel. Yuan remains silent, saying nothing. Then a moment later, she suddenly speaks. But I am a human. He smiles and extends his hand toward her, beckoning the girl. That is merely what you choose to believe. In all of heaven and earth, aside from the late Tai Chuan Ming Emperor and the Fusheng Demon Lord, you alone are the most perfect life form in existence. Why must you belittle your own existence and lump yourself together with these so-called humans? Yuan, showing little concern, turns back with Yu and Fingeling. Her gaze upon him is razor-sharp. What I am, that is for me alone to decide. Yuan steps forward, extending her hand before everyone. She plants herself in front of Fingeling and Yu, shielding them with her body. As if anticipating her decision, he smiles and asks, "You wish to protect them?" Yuan answers without hesitation, "If you insist on making a move, I will not yield." Hearing this, he looks at the girl and asks once more. Even knowing full well, she stands no chance against him. Yuan affirms without a shred of doubt, "Yes." He snaps his fan shut. Then he leans against the wall, a faint smile crossing his lips. "Forget it. Before Miss Yue meets you, I have no wish to offend. I can spare these people, but you had better not make any other moves. Otherwise, I will slaughter everyone here on the spot." Before his terrifying killing intent, Yuan shoots him a wary glance. It is not just here, everyone around is no better off. Yu supports Fingeling and asks, "Miss Ming-san, what do we do now?" She raises her head and replies, "Protecting this many people is no easy task." Behind them, a crowd gazes at them with undisguised worry. Fingeling glances over and speaks, "The rest is beyond our ability to resolve." Yuan. She surely understands this as well. Yuan turns to look at Fingeling and proposes, "Let's wait and see. Let me heal your injuries first." Fingeling agrees and continues, "After that, we can only rely on those 3. The scene shifts to Qin Kegong. He sits beneath a tree, slowly absorbing streams of dark qi. After tonight, perhaps he can finally ask what was her true intention back then. The divine soul has perished, the life essence is spent, but the corpse remains. If that is so, I shall refine tens of millions of living beings as the catalyst, and use this true reverse spirit corpse origin grand formation to forge a new path of life for her. He murmurs, "Open your eyes and look at me just once." NHI turns toward the village. Everything around is shrouded in a terrifyingly dark atmosphere. Several young boys raise their hands before their eyes. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, the 2 boys' eyes widen in shock as they exclaim, "What is happening? I can't sense my spiritual power anymore." Me neither. Back in the desolate wilderness beneath the ground, 2 enormous pillars of fire suddenly erupt. The guards glance toward the strange light emanating from near the mountain and cannot help but be horrified. What's more, the source of this peculiar light comes from where Qin Kegong resides. He gazes at the power before him, his eyes still devoid of satisfaction. Not enough. At the same time, a stream of pitch-black energy radiates from his palms. All those streams of energy coil around every single petal. The petals fall ceaselessly to the ground like rain. The boy stares at the scene before him and cannot help but exclaim in shock, "What is this?" But before he can react, a terrifyingly immense power radiates from the petals, instantly warping the boy's expression. He stands frozen, rooted to the spot. At the same time, those nearby who come into close contact with the petals collapse unconscious, without anyone realizing when it happened. On Qin Kegong's side, he spreads his arms wide, ceaselessly absorbing the energy of the people around him. Though the energy gravely wounds him, he persists stubbornly. Just then, several people pass by. When they notice the strange markings on the ground, curiosity halts them in their tracks. Seeing his senior brother drifting unconsciously towards something, the young man in white calls out softly, "Senior brother." But the senior brother's eyes are glazed, bewitched by a strange energy. In a horrifying twist, the senior brother draws his blade and strikes at his own sworn brother. Kill them all, no one survives. The attack is so sudden that the young man dies on the spot. A thick plume of black smoke continues to pour from the tree, its golden radiance blazing and blinding. Jiang Chen gazes toward the tree from afar. Ever since Qin Kegong set foot on the path of the corpse Tao, he has truly become overwhelmingly powerful. If not for his obsession running so deep, he would surely have boundless potential. As if sensing someone, he murmurs, "A rat." Without the slightest warning, he unleashes a technique, attacking toward the nearby grove. With a single strike, the entire row of trees is felled effortlessly. As the trees topple, a woman steps out. It is Yan Xing. She fixes her gaze upon him, irritation dripping from every word. You corpse-loving trash. Not only are your hearts venomous, your eyes are blind as well. Has there ever been a rat as beautiful as this old lady in all the world? He glances at her, his expression suggesting the scene before him is none of his concern, and he tries to feign ignorance. Ranked third among the 4 demon generals of the Heavenly Gate. If you had brought that General Sima Qi, perhaps I would have some cause for concern. But you are far too weak. As he speaks, he swings his attack toward her. From the side, a voice rings out like a thunderclap. From high above, a colossal sword hurtles down toward Jiang Chen. Without the slightest reaction, he raises his head, watching as the woman from Yang'ai Villa manipulates the sword from afar. Under her command, the sword plunges downward, striking directly at his body. She rests her hand upon her sword, her gaze brimming with contempt, and declares, "Corpse King General Jiang Chen, you are simply too weak." As if sensing something amiss, she immediately glances to the side, and to her shock, Jiang Chen is already kneeling beside her. He clutches his bleeding wound, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You are Xu and Shiyu, the first of the 4 great sword attendants of Yang'ai Villa. Aren't you supposed to be dealing with Qin Kegong? Why have you turned around to team up with Venerable Yan Xing and scheme against me?" She does not answer. Instead, she grips her sword and stands beside Yan Xing in a battle-ready stance. As if realizing the abnormality of the situation, he whirls his head and exclaims, "Could it be?" From above, Qin Kegong's voice thunders across the battlefield. "Risking one's life, that's something for men to do." At that precise moment, Kongjun appears from nowhere, his weapon leveled at Jiang Chen, and he is none other than Dinghai Longshuo. Kongjun stares at Jiang Chen and roars, "So what if you're an 8th order powerhouse?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, he raises his weapon and charges down from above. Yet Jiang Chen shows no fear of death, roaring back, "It's not as though I haven't killed men like you before." The sword plunges downward, shattering the rock into fragments that blast outward in all directions around the blade. Kongjun drives his sword, trying to pierce through Jiang Chen's protective barrier. A burst of cyan energy erupts outward. Despite this, Jiang Chen stubbornly resists. Qin Kegong's eyes are now bloodshot. He lifts his head to look at Kongjun. "You've merely reached the peak of the sea-shattering realm, yet you possess battle power of this caliber. Even my spirit-sealing grand array barely dampens 2 parts of your strength. No wonder they call you a madman. What a pity your journey ends here." The moment his words fall, he swings his hand, sending Kongjun hurtling upward. He clenches his fist, preparing to charge at Kongjun. Qin Kegong surges forward, slamming his palm into Kongjun's chest. The ambush is too sudden. Kongjun has no time to dodge. His silhouette darkens. A plume of smoke rises with it. Kongjun's body is riddled with wounds. His face grows dazed. But refusing to give up, he grips his sword with trembling hands and rasps, "It's not over yet." Then he raises his sword, preparing to strike once more. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot break through the protective barrier. Blood stains his weakening hands. His fingers slip and the sword falls. Unable to endure any longer, Kongjun slowly descends to the ground. Qin Kegong looks down with weary eyes and declares, "Truly, you cannot rise again. But in the end, you are all far too young to cultivate a realm that transcends all. One cannot do without accumulation over the endless march of years. As long as the living beings of the world continue to multiply, a cultivator of the corpse Tao can endlessly plunder life essence and attain eternal life." So this is why the supreme, mysterious Dark Emperor could utter those words. The essence of life is evolution. The proliferation of living beings is merely a mechanism of evolution, a means to provide nourishment for the evolution of higher forms of life. But what does any of this have to do with me? You should not have tried to stop a madman, nor should you have cooperated with one. His face warps and distorts as an immeasurably powerful force envelops his entire body. Not confined to his body alone, of surrounding space is swallowed by a mysterious, abyssal energy. Jiang Chen's eyes widen. Panic flickers across his gaze. Qin Kegong has broken his vow. He intends to slaughter every living soul in Hongyan City. Deep blue petals fall ceaselessly like rain. Several people locked in battle suddenly freeze as though sealed in place, unable to move a single muscle. Those strange blossoms seem to drain their very souls dry. Jiang Chen clutches his arm, stunned into disbelief. You humans truly have no sense of honor whatsoever. Yang Ai stands beside them, smiling as she picks up the thread. You already knew he was a madman who would betray everything for his obsession. You should have realized he'd never obediently comply. Jiang Chen listens, and displeasure creeps across his face. His expression twists with frustration. In the end, he can no longer hold his composure. He turns and storms off. Yang Ai watches him go, then lets out an exasperated sigh of her own. Her face is etched with worry and unease, as she murmurs she had originally thought they could hold out until dawn. What should they do now? But the only answer that greets her is a silence, so dreadful it chills the bones. Darkness blankets the sky, smothering every last trace of hope and light. The more she dwells on it, the deeper the sorrow in her eyes becomes. Could it be that everyone here is fated to die today? Yet amidst the suffocating darkness, a streak of shooting stars silently races across the heavens, soul light, to offer salvation from the abyss. As if glimpsing a thread of hope, her eyes cannot help but brighten with joy. Over on the other side, the group around Yu Sheng is equally astonished. What is that? Seeing the boy utterly clueless, Yu looks at him with barely concealed contempt, thinking this country bumpkin doesn't even recognize this. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the spectacle, cannot help but gasp in shock, exclaiming one after another, "Is that the sky-rending sword that shatters mountains? Unrivaled through the ages, defying the heavens, Fairy Ming-Er wields heaven and earth as her blade. That is Fairy Ming-Er's sword intent." The short-haired boy also cannot contain his shock, blurting out in astonishment. "What?" The surrounding crowd takes turns explaining. "I've heard that the peak powerhouses of the 5 regions rarely take action, because every single strike contains 10,000 transformations of the Tao, and is bound to shake an entire region. Indeed, the most recent instance was the wordless Demon Venerable condensing his domain through silence. Who would have thought that before long? Fairy Ming-Er would cleave through the heavens with a single sword." Fingerling sees that the situation has finally improved, and the weight on her heart eases at last. It's over. Finally, it's over. Yuan tilts her head, surveying the chaos around her. The world has truly descended into turmoil once again. Over by Qin Kegong's side, far from showing fear, the old man stands triumphant and imperious, tilting his head back to bellow at the heavens with arrogant pride. Even against a peak realm cultivator should this old man fear. The moment those words leave his lips, a streak of light flashes across the gloomy sky. That streak of light strikes down like a colossal slap, aimed squarely at his face. The very tree he prided himself on most, centerpiece of his dark art, snaps cleanly in two. After cleaving the branch apart, Hai Tang descends gently to the ground. She then turns her gaze behind her with a faint, measured glance. Qin Kegong witnesses this and goes utterly pale, his face drained of all color. It's over, it's over. It is as though the very source of his pride has been obliterated before his very eyes. That day, he had collapsed beside the coffin. Inside the coffin, Anew suddenly opens her eyes and stares directly at him. Seeing this sight, his eyes widen in stunned disbelief as he murmurs, "It worked." Qin Kegong presses his hand against the coffin, gazing reverently at the figure within. In Anew's eyes, he sees a reflection of his own astonished face. He stares at it with a trace of bewilderment and whispers, This is me." It seems that in this moment, he finally begins to understand something about that gaze from all those years ago. Could it be that back then it was the same? Qin Kegong clasps Anew's hand, her sorrowful eyes meeting his, and as he does, the truth slowly dawns upon him. She wasn't looking at me. She was seeing herself reflected in my eyes. Returning to the present, he cradles Anew's lifeless body and cries out in anguish. Unfortunately, the answer, I will never know. Space gradually returns to normal, and everything around them is now blanketed in a verdant green. Hai Tang holds her flower, standing before Yang Ai. Her expression is pensive as she gazes down at the blossom. Seeing her sorrowful eyes, Yang Ai asks with curiosity, "Are you grieving because the master of Hongyan City has strayed from the path, or lamenting that you couldn't find the cure for the little miss?" Hai Tang answers softly, "Both." Hearing this, Yang Ai continues, Those two heretical cultivators, weaker than Chin Kegong, have fled. Do you want to pursue them? Hai Tang turns her head, trying to avoid Yang Ai's gaze, and replies they were saved by someone else. The one who intervened is extremely formidable. I may not necessarily be his match. Hearing this, Yang Ai lets out a dejected sigh. I understand. She then glances to the side and asks, then, could you take a look at that boy's injuries? Hai Tang answers calmly, I'm afraid if little Yanner keeps crying like that, people will mistake her for some young ghost widow visiting a grave. This answer infuriates Yang Ai beyond measure. She seethes internally before at least you bothered to hide it. Did you really think I couldn't see what's going on between you two? A few hours earlier, Yan Xing stands before the two of them and makes a serious proposal. Let me serve as the decoy. You two only need to focus everything on assassinating Chin Kegong. Yang Ai furrows her brow, hesitating slightly, feels it might work. But Kangjan immediately objects, shouting at the top of his lungs, no. His face, on the verge of tears, startles her. Yang Ai cannot hide the surprise in her eyes. She glances to the side and warns gently, if you have something to say, say it. Carrying on like this will upset little Yanner. Kangjan turns to look at Yan Xing, his expression utterly petulant and defiant. Yang Ai, upon witnessing this, is struck as if by a bolt of lightning, so shocked she can scarcely believe her eyes. Her face transforms instantly, twisting with fury. She clenches her teeth and hisses, every single one of you has grown wings now, haven't you? What's the big rush? Are you enjoying this? A moment later, her expression softens into bewilderment, and she reaches up to cradle her own cheek in helpless exasperation. Yet simultaneously, a thought lingers in her mind with their respective identities and positions, not to mention the Saint Emperor Dehong and the wordless Demon Venerable. Being like fire and water being together would be impossibly difficult. Returning to the present, Yan Xing cradles the unconscious Kangjan, tears streaming down her face. Wake up, it's all over now, please wake up. Seeing this heart-wrenching scene, Yang Ai immediately raises her hand to stop them. Enough, enough, stop crying, isn't dead yet. Yan Xing, her face drenched in tears, lifts her head and looks at her. Suddenly, she clasps her hands together before her chest and bows deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. Fairy Ming-Er, I beg of you, please, you must save him. Hai Tang's eyes lower slightly, and she affirms gently, you, rest assured. She raises her hand into the air, preparing to cast her spell. A small star emanates from her palm and slowly drifts upward. That star sheds droplet after droplet of light, each one falling gently onto Kangjan's forehead. Gleam, the wound on his hand begins to heal. The injuries across his face gradually fade away as well. After completing the healing, Hai Tang turns to Yan Xing and instructs, he'll be fine now, but the wounds to his spirit still require rest and recuperation. Relieved beyond words, Yan Xing cannot help but bow her head in gratitude. Thank you, Fairy Ming-Er. She then turns back to look down at Kangjan. Thank goodness you're all right now. Suddenly, he furrows his brow ever so slightly. Seeing this, Yan Xing asks with concern, why are you frowning? Is the ground too cold? She carefully lifts his head and places it gently on her lap. Yan Xing smiles faintly, gazing down at him. Consider it a freebie. Now rest up. When you wake, I'll discipline you properly. Hearing these words, Yang Ai whips her head around, staring at Yan Xing as though she were some alien creature. Her face is a mask of utter disbelief. She thinks, how can someone be like this, flaunting their affection in broad daylight without a shred of shame? She clutches her head in exasperation and cries out, he's just a man, isn't he? What's so great about him? What use is he really? Hearing this, Hai Tang immediately turns her head and speaks up. And this maiden here, so calm and restrained, is she perhaps cultivating the Tao of sentiment? As if remembering something, Yang Ai turns to ask Hai Tang, right, your Haraso, where is Miss Minju? Hai Tang smiles and replies, the child has gone to Phoenix Perch Terrace. In a village blanketed in nothing but falling petals, a beautiful girl with snow-white hair walks slowly forward. Wherever she steps, petals carpet the ground in her wake. This beautiful girl moves forward at an unhurried pace, unburdened by the slightest care in the world. She is none other than the daughter of immortal Lord Wu Ye of Daiya and Fairy Ming-Er Minju. Minju slowly raises her flute to her lips and begins to play. A boy holding a staff freezes mid-motion the moment he hears the melody, his eyes widening in surprise. Not only Heimven, the monsters immediately halt in their tracks. The flute's ethereal melody soars through the air, spreading across the heavens. A young girl, hearing this transcendent sound, cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Where is that flute coming from? It's beautiful, she murmurs. Then, barely paying it any further attention, she casts a bored glance aside. At this moment, Fingerling and Yuan approach. Fingerling beams with a radiant smile and speaks. My little niece has already thrown down the gauntlet for you. You once said that if anyone among the younger generation could defeat you, it could only be my niece Minju. Yuan nods in agreement, indeed. Fingerling then casts a sidelong glance at Yuan and continues. You also said that her physique is a secretive and you couldn't reveal it to me. Fengling, without a shred of denial, she nods in agreement. That's exactly right. Yuan does not answer. She extends her hand, sensing the motes of light drifting around her, and thinks silently. But we have always been honest with each other. Apart from the secret concerning the Fusheng sword, there is nothing we cannot speak of. Therefore, her physique can only be the Fusheng Eternal Tribulation body. The Fusheng Demon Lord of the Southern Domain also possessed the Fusheng Eternal Tribulation body. Feng Ling ascends alongside Yuan, the two advancing toward the looming city. Yuan raises her instrument to her lips and begins to play. The melody drifts like the winchtel, soothing and ethereal. Hearing the enchanting tune, the short-haired boy seems to snap from his daze. What did I just do? As the swarm of corpse demons gradually fades away, several onlookers cry out in astonishment. Everyone, look, the corpses are all dead. The sound from her instrument is like a beam of pure light, rescuing the village from the grip of darkness. Over on Minue's side, she too lowers her flute. She beams a radiant smile and glances toward Yuan. Yuan catches her gaze with an understanding look and smiles back. Feng Ling sees this and speaks up. That's all? Aren't you going to go see her? The girl with the gentle, affectionate eyes replies softly. I'm afraid the moment we meet, we'll end up fighting. Feng Ling suddenly perks up with a bright smile, but what must come will come. Yet the words have barely left her lips before she erupts into a violent coughing fit. Seeing this, Yuan's eyes flash with worry. She chides, stop being foolish. Having a third young lady like you and taking Palace, who knows whether it's a blessing or a calamity. Over on Yu and Yu Sheng's side, both of them. They cannot help but scream in shock. But a split second later, both of them leap apart from each other. Yu Sheng touches his face and glances toward Yu. It's that tigress who once beat me. At the same time, Yu whips her gaze toward Yu Sheng. It's that stupid mutt who once hit me. Then both of them shout in unison, it's you. They spin around simultaneously, jabbing fingers at each other's faces. The girl steps forward, stealing a glance at Yu. A realization dawns on her. No wonder this little holy woman of the heavenly gate kept staring at third Miss Min. Yu also catches on. She blurts out in surprise. No wonder this stinking brat's eyes were always glued to eldest Miss Yuan. Next, Yu Sheng and Yu simultaneously jab fingers at each other and declare in turn, third Miss Min belongs to me and eldest Miss is mine. You watch over your woman, I'll watch over mine. They exchange a glance, sharing a grin of perfect understanding, then clasp hands in a pact. Deal. On Su Dao's side, he carries Zhan carefully in his arms, holding her body close as he walks slowly through the forest. It stings. Seeing the weariness in her eyes, he asks gently, would you like to rest in my arms for a while first? Hearing these words, Zhan's cheeks flush crimson. The embarrassment swelling in her heart is overwhelming. How am I supposed to answer a question like that? I haven't even been betrothed to this wooden block scholar Yethao. Can I just casually agree to something like this? But I have no clothes to wear right now, so I certainly can't walk on my own either. Nodding feels wrong. Shaking her head feels worse. Overcome by shyness, she immediately buries herself into his chest without another thought. Seeing her so adorable, he suddenly recalls the image of his parents from long ago. No wonder mother always stayed silent whenever father teased her, letting him have his way. He smiles with pure delight. How can she possibly be this adorable? The one who can lash out with a sharp tongue at any moment is her. The one who clings to him and refuses to let go is also her. He truly wants to marry her as soon as possible. Just as he gazes at her vexed expression under his teasing, Zhan suddenly speaks up. Mewtwo, what did you just say? Zhan leans up and whispers softly to him. When we stop at the relay station later, please buy me some clothes to wear. He smiles and answers calmly, of course. It's only natural. Even so, she doesn't forget to remind him. Don't forget the outer robe, inner vest, and bodice. Hearing this, he tilts his head and asks, which style do you prefer? She replies casually, just pick whichever catches your eye. The moment those words leave her mouth, the situation flips on its head. No, it is Su Dao who is overcome with embarrassment. Even so, Zhan is no less flustered and startled. Su Dao tilts his head, about to respond to her earlier words. I do like, but before he can finish, Zhan's hand clamps over his mouth. Don't say it, I don't want to know what you like. I misspoke, just know it doesn't count, it doesn't count. Seeing her bashful demeanor, he doesn't press the matter. Fine, we'll talk about it later. The night grows deeper and deeper. Su Dao gazes at the person nestled in his arms and smiles gently, thinking from the moment we first met. Encountering her at the Wudong Festival has been the greatest fortune of my life. I truly am blessed with good luck. Everything seems to have returned to normal, restored to its original state. The nightmarish night has passed. King Hungyin has finally returned to peace. But if this city is to recover its former glory, he gazes out through the window and thinks it will take at least 20 years. He stands in silence, his gaze deep in contemplation as it drifts into the distance, before turning his head to glance at Jan Jan sleeping nearby. Su Dao carefully pushes the window shut, then walks over and sits beside the girl. Jan Jan remains still, sleeping peacefully without a single stir. Su Dao reaches out and gently strokes her hair. The silk-like softness beneath his fingers fills him with an indescribable tenderness. So soft, no, I haven't finished the important task yet. Though distracted, he steels his resolve and turns to attend to his true purpose. Su Dao lays out all his artifacts across a large cloth. Even so, a gnawing sense of unease tells him it is not enough. Su Dao raises his hands and begins deploying a formation array around Jan Jan's bed to shield the girl. Not content with that, he extends another layer around the area where she lies. Then he pushes the formation all the way to the outside of the door. Once complete, he places his hands on his hips and surveys the formation arrays in their entirety. Seeing everything in order, Su Dao finally feels a measure of safety safe enough for now. Only then does he allow himself to leave in peace. This way, while I'm gone, no one will be able to break in. Some time later, Jan Jan finally wakes. The sight of formation arrays wrapped protectively around her leaves her stunned. What is all this? She reaches out and gently touches them. Seeing so many artifacts deployed around her renders her momentarily speechless. This wooden blockwe, did he even leave his defensive artifacts behind for me? And he set up this many protective formations just. How afraid is he that something will happen to me? He really is a stupid wooden block. Catching a familiar scent, she lifts the hem of the garment she is wearing and brings it to her nose. Yesterday she hadn't noticed the garment carries traces of ambergris, sandalwood, and sweetgrass. Does he always smell this good? Then Jan Jan buries her face in her hands, gazing pensively at the night scene beyond the window. The more she thinks about it, the more flustered she becomes, rolling back and forth on the bed without end. Why did I go and confess my feelings to him like that yesterday? This is too nerve-wracking. Suddenly, a ripple of movement stirs outside the formation. Sensing the disturbance, she immediately recognizes it. He's back. Not wanting him to catch her awake, she quickly lies back down on the bed and feigns sleep. As he draws closer, the guilty feeling in her chest surges, but deep down, she cannot help but wonder, wait, why am I even pretending to be asleep? Su Dao carefully folds the clothes he bought for Jan Jan and places them on the table. As he folds, he puzzles inwardly. Did that shopkeeper auntie give him such a strange look earlier? Su Dao recalls the moment he walked into the shop to buy things for Jan Jan. He looked at the shopkeeper and said, I want to buy the smallest bodice you have. The shopkeeper asks in surprise, the smallest size. Afraid she might misunderstand, Su Dao immediately explains, don't get the wrong idea, I'm only buying these for my fiancé. Hearing this, the woman lets out a knowing, oh. So it's for your fiancé, is it? Then she suddenly cursed at him, turning her head away with a look full of assessment. Scoundrel. Back to reality, he was cooking for Zhen Zhen while grumbling to himself in frustration. Mortals are truly foolish, truly ignorant. She looks young, but if you actually count her age, she might be old enough to be that woman's grandmother. But I still haven't asked for her birth date and 8 characters. After finishing, he turned off the stove and walked away. On the bed, after catching the aroma, Zhen Zhen could no longer pretend to be asleep. The girl sneakily opened her eyes to peek. It smells too good, who could possibly resist? The moment she saw him carrying the bowl of porridge over, the girl immediately sat up, pretending she had just woken from a long slumber. Blockhead, what are you cooking? He looked at her and replied, fish congee. Su Dao picked up the bowl of porridge, then carefully scooped some with a spoon for the girl. Since you're awake, have some. Zhen Zhen agreed at once. All right. He carefully blew on the porridge before bringing it to her lips. It shouldn't be too hot, no, it's ready to eat. Looking at the spoonful of porridge before her, the girl couldn't help but feel moved. Ever since I grew up, even my mother hasn't fed me like this. Besides, I can already move. He gazed at the girl and asked gently, more. Zhen Zhen answered without the slightest hesitation. Yes, even though he had already seen through her little trick, he still turned a blind eye just for the chance to keep caring for her. As long as I pretend not to know she can move, I can keep feeding her. After finishing, his eyes turned solemn as he looked at the girl. Good time to get down to business. I am the Tao Prince of the Holy Domain. I should just tell her directly I absolutely cannot repeat my master's mistake. What does Tao Tao think of the Saint Emperor of Central Continent? Su Dao looked toward Zhen Zhen and spoke earnestly. Chu Jian, I have something to tell you. Seeing this, the girl immediately interjected. I also have something to tell you. Let me go first. Su Dao gazed at her, showing he was listening attentively. The girl placed a hand on her chest and began to explain. In truth, I have no connection whatsoever with the Tao Prince. Between him and me, there is nothing completely innocent. Before, I only slightly admired him. So don't overthink it, and there's no need to be jealous. Hearing this surprised Su Dao. Fearing he might overthink, the girl added, actually, thinking about it carefully, that Tao Prince isn't even all that great. I've heard he's both stubborn and boring, and his attitude toward women is quite poor. So I absolutely would not like him. Even so, Su Dao still felt a twinge of hesitation. Chu Jian, what if I were the Tao Prince? What would you do? Hearing this, the girl immediately rested her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation, while voicing her thoughts and feelings. If you were the Tao Prince, then you've been deceiving me all along, laughing at my expense, even toying with my feelings. Then I would never forgive you in this lifetime. But this hypothetical is too absurd. How could that possibly be? Hearing this, Su Dao forced a smile, scratching the back of his head sheepishly as he played along. That's right. Yes, completely absurd. This is hopeless. At the same time, he was equally distressed at this time. There truly was no way to confess. Master, at last I understand how difficult things were for you. With that, his father's exasperated expression surfaced in his mind. What do I do? My wife doesn't like me anymore. Remembering that he had said he wanted to tell her something, the girl immediately asked, Oh right, blockhead, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. But after a few seconds of thought, he swiftly changed course. I just wanted to say that you are truly very adorable. These words instantly made her forget the question. Her moon-like face flushed with bashful embarrassment as she turned away. Saying such things again, and so smooth about it, just how many girls have you sweet-talked before? Not stopping there, he continued, Before you, I've never said such things to any girl. On the contrary, many girls have confessed to me. Even. Hearing this, the girl leaned in curiously. Even what? What did they do to you? Su Dao tilted his head shyly. They even resorted to quite a few despicable tricks just to get their hands on my body. Hearing him say this left the girl somewhat alarmed. What? Did they succeed? He immediately denied it. Of course not. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly let myself be taken advantage of? After that, to avoid trouble, I made sure to keep my distance from every girl. Hearing this answer put Zhen Zhen's mind at ease to some degree. The girl reached up and gently caressed his face. Then why didn't you keep your distance from me? Why were you willing to marry me? Su Dao smiled, letting her play with his face as she pleased, and replied, Because you are the most adorable, most beautiful, most captivating girl in all the world. Seeing you happy makes me happy. Being with you, I feel like I'm the one who got the better deal. Just as the two were about to cross a line, Zhen Zhen suddenly turned her head and glanced around. Stop saying such things. You bought clothes, didn't you? He pointed at the garments laid out on the table beside them. You can bathe and change whenever you like. The outer garment I bought is a flowing skirt in the color of glazite, will complement your elegance beautifully. It's just that there really wasn't a smaller size for the undergarment. If it feels too loose, you'll just have to make do. Once we returned to the inner city, the more he spoke, the more he noticed the girl's expression growing darker by the second. This left Su Dao somewhat confused. He asked, Chu Jian, what's wrong? But before he could react, the girl immediately shoved him out of the room. Get out! Su Dao stared into the room in a panic. Did I say something wrong? Regardless, the girl paid him no mind, and ruthlessly slammed the door shut right in his face. Zhen Zhen, after closing the door, muttered bashfully to herself, Small isn't my fault. Then she tugged at her own clothes and peeked inside. At her own body. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Zhen Zhen immediately threw herself onto the bed and buried her face in the blanket. I'm still growing, right? He wouldn't mind them being small, right? It must be so. She soaked in the bathtub, murmuring to herself as consolation. Everyone has different tastes. Who knows, maybe the wooden scholar actually dislikes large ones. That's right. The top proverbs of the Western region's Xin Chan sect also emphasize this allure is nothing compared to adorableness. Outside, he still stood waiting silently for the girl. A blissful smile spread across his face, stretching from ear to ear. I really want to hurry up and get married. That way I could. But the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he became with his own thoughts. Inside, Zhen Zhen had already finished changing. She also used her hands to fix her hair. Looking at the outfit on her body, her eyes revealed clear satisfaction. This blockhead doesn't have bad taste in clothes after all. After changing, she secretly opened the door and peeked outside, thinking, this must be the style he likes. Seeing the girl open the door, Su Dao immediately asked, done changing. The moment she saw him, the girl asked, have you been standing guard outside this whole time? Su Dao smiled and replied, your safety is the most important thing. Zhen Zhen wore an expression of grudging acceptance. She walked past him and said, consider that a passing grade, let's head back. He didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. All right. As for Zhen Zhen, the more she thinks about it, the prouder she feels. Her eye for picking a man truly doesn't pale in comparison to her mother's. Mew too is a scholar as well, and his status and learning are nothing to scoff at. She absolutely must bring him along to show off before her father. On Fan Chen's side, he is playing chess when he suddenly lets out a sneeze. Wu Ya sees this and asks, what's wrong with you? He wipes his nose and replies, I don't know. He feels this sneeze carries something strangely mystical, yet he cannot put it into words. On Kangzhen's side, he remains lying in bed with no signs of waking. With his eyes closed, he looks utterly serene and still. Yan Xing is bustling about doing something beside Yi Zhai. Yi Zhai reads her book while glancing over to ask, you've been tending to him the entire night without any rest. Yan Xing wrings the towel in her hands and replies, he still hasn't woken up. I must stay by his side and watch over him. Hearing this, Yi Zhai looks at her with great displeasure and speaks up. The passionate nature of the Ba Jiang demon cultivators runs deep in their blood. Though they are not skilled in schemes, they are also extremely difficult to deceive. Before I thought the same of you, though a bit foolish. At least your mind was clear. Yan Xing is now sitting beside Kangzhen, carefully observing him. Her eyes betray exhaustion. Hearing Yi Zhai's words, she cannot help but be surprised. What does sister mean by that? Seeing her so startled, Yi Zhai asks back, what I mean is, don't you find it strange? A person treated by our second young Miss Shou, could they remain unconscious for so long? Seeing that she has a point, Yan Xing begins to harbor doubt. Now that you put it that way, it does seem right. Yi Zhai glances at her and sighs with relief. At least you have some wit about you. But just as Yi Zhai finishes speaking, Yan Xing drops a statement so absurd it buries itself 6 feet underground. Could it be that he has some internal injuries that haven't been detected? If he still hasn't woken by afternoon, could we invite second Miss Ming to come take a look? Hearing this, Yi Zhai is so furious she's rendered speechless. She shouts in rage, me Yan Xing, you are beyond saving. Yan Xing hears this and is immediately taken aback. She looks at Yi Zhai and asks, how am I beyond saving? Could it be that Sister Chuan has gone muddled? The one who's injured is Zhu Kangzhen, after all. The more Yi Zhai listens to her speak, the angrier she becomes. Seeing that she can no longer persuade the girl, she simply gives up. Afterward, she looks toward them, thinking to herself their expressions and actions are constantly shifting and changing. How could she possibly not be aware of such things? Isn't it just a bit of romantic tryst between young lovers? Who hasn't read a forbidden book or two before? As for the reason I haven't pursued Roman seats, because the stability of the Eastern Territory and the peace of the common folk all depend on me. Indeed, all of this is for the sake of righteousness, but these two come from 2 different regions. How on earth are they supposed to reconcile their differences and be together? Now the world is in chaos, with evil forces lurking everywhere. The 5 regions must unite, yet from beginning to end. The conflict between the central continent and the northern frontier cannot be reconciled. If we could use these 2 as a bridge to ease the relationship between Saint Emperor Dai Hong and the silent demon Venerable Saint Emperor. Would you like to go meet the demon Venerable? Then, there would be no need to worry about the corpse evil seizing the opportunity to infiltrate. Demon Venerable, would you like to go meet the Saint Emperor? That way, it could be considered doing something beneficial for the 5 regions. But there's still one thing she doesn't understand. As if struck by sudden realization, Yi Zhai speaks up and asks Yan Xing, tell me, what exactly do you like about this brat? Hearing her bring this up, Yan Xing immediately denies it. Who said I like him? Only a pig would like him. What about me makes you think I like him? Hearing this, Yi Zhai is immediately petrified. She seems utterly unable to comprehend what is happening, a giant question mark practically materializing above her head. On the sickbed, Kangzhen is doing his absolute best to suppress his laughter to avoid being exposed. But Yi Zhai no longer cares about Yan Xing's answer. She looks at the girl and imparts her wisdom. If you ever want children in the future, remember to read plenty of books while pregnant. Otherwise, if you end up birthing a child as foolish as you, life will be very difficult. Hearing this, Yan Xing immediately retorts, I'm not having children. Pregnancy alone is exhausting enough. After barely raising the child to adulthood, you end up handing the fruit of your labor to some other dim-witted brat, and you'll worry about them forever. The more Yijai listens, the more helpless she becomes, turning to stone. In her head, she thinks in bewilderment she's already thought of the child's name. In Yan Xing's mind, her child's name has already surfaced a daughter to be named Yuner. Kongjun, feigning illness on the bed, is immensely pleased. Meanwhile, Yijai immediately guesses the child's surname. Wouldn't the child carry the surname Zhu? Yijai's eyes immediately take on a look of resigned acceptance. Very well. Yijai props her hand on the table, gazing intently at Yan Xing, and recalls a story she was once told. Looking at her foolish demeanor, she is reminded of the tale that Su Jian once shared with her. During the turbulent era over 500 years ago, Bajiang was filled with countless orphaned children, pitiful souls with no one to rely on. In the story Yijai heard, Yan Xing lay barely breathing on the ground, so frail she seemed unable to even stand. At that moment, Kongjun unexpectedly approached from afar. He looked down at her with deep pity. Yijai thinks to herself, a little girl was lucky enough to be saved. Afterward, this girl never stopped searching for the young man who had saved her. In the blink of an eye, she had searched for 500 years. Others thought doing so was utterly meaningless. Finding one person across the vast 5 regions is incredibly difficult, let alone after 500 years. If that young man was immortal, he would have long since perished. Yet against all odds, she truly found him. She dares not laugh at the absurdity of it all. With that thought, she gazes intently at the two of them. But the moment she catches sight of Kongjun's chiseled abs, Yijai cannot help but be startled. In her mind, she silently marvels who would have thought Zhu Kongjun is not only quite handsome, but also has impressive abs to boot. Seeing Yijai staring, Yan Xing immediately pulls his clothes shut. This action startles Yijai. Yan Xing's displeased eyes lock onto Yijai as she warns, "Why is Sister Xuan still lingering here? It's just wiping a man's bodino need for Big Sister to supervise." Hearing this, Yijai has no desire to stay. She rises at once. "Fine, I'm leaving, as if I want to keep watching." Yijai gathers her things and departs, her expression brimming with arrogance. "I don't feel the slightest regret. Even if you strip Zhu Kongjun bare right this instant, so what? You think I'd want to see that?" As she walks away, she mutters to herself, "Of course not. No regrets at all." Yan Xing silently watches her figure disappear. With Yijai no longer around, Yan Xing immediately breathes a sigh of relief. She nearly got caught by Sister Xuan. Thank goodness she managed to fool her completely. Afterward, Yan Xing gazes tenderly at Kongjun, who sleeps peacefully on the bed. Her eyes linger on the bite mark on Kongjun's neck. Yan Xing stares silently at the bite mark. Her hand gently traces over the wound. Kongjun shows no reaction, silently lost in slumber. Yan Xing smiles softly and speaks. "With your current realm, even a severe wound should heal quickly, shouldn't it? Yet this teeth mark still lingers. But if this teeth mark weren't here, I would never have recognized you." As she thinks this, the girl recalls the past when she once fought against him. Outmatched, Kongjun's clothes tore open in a large gash, and the deep bite mark was consequently exposed. The moment she saw it, her eyes froze in place. Her hand seized Kongjun's collar, and in her mind she gasped in shock, "It's him?" Returning to the present, Yan Xing looks at him and speaks with a melancholic sigh. "Yet you clearly didn't recognize me. So why did you yield to me in everything? Why did you always coax and dote on me?" Her expression grows increasingly gentle. Yan Xing raises her hand, peering down at him through half-lidded eyes. Without the slightest reservation, she reaches out and firmly squeezes his firm, chiseled chest. Indeed, all men are lustful creatures. She holds the towel and muses to herself, the upper body is done. Next, Kamesher's face flushes crimson with embarrassment the more she thinks about it. But she quickly steadies herself. "What is there to fear? You are a demoness after all." With that, Yan Xing reaches for his trousers and slowly unties the belt. Yan Xing tugs the man's trousers down with both hands. A moment later, Kongjun's entire bare form stands fully exposed before her eyes. How is it still, capable even while unconscious? She speaks while raising a finger. "Surely just one little flick wouldn't hurt, right?" Seeing this, Kongjun seethes with boundless hatred within, yet he forces himself to endure. "Just you wait, Yan Xing. Sooner or later I will have my revenge." His whole body trembles uncontrollably, his lower half betraying him on its own. After staggering a short distance, Jan speaks up. "Seeing me off here is enough. My friend doesn't care much for scholars of the sacred domain. I'm afraid she might cause trouble for you. I'll go back and explain everything clearly first." Su Dao agrees. "Very well, I shall listen to you." The girl smiles and asks, "Then let us meet here in 3 days. We can discuss the matter of visiting the Tianmen sect to pay respects to my mother. Su Dao replies, then I shall arrive at the crack of dawn. Zhan laughs. There's no need to be that early. Dummy, then I'll be on my way. With that, she waves goodbye to Su Dao. Zhan turns and departs swiftly. The girl thinks to herself, storybooks always speak of lovers parting. Take one step. Look back 3 times. So if I turn around right now, what if Blockhead just happens to be looking back too? Zhan turns back and sure enough, Su Dao is still standing right there. He sees her and reaches out his hand toward her. The girl's heart stirs. He hasn't left. He's been watching her all along. Heavens, the scholar really is far too dangerous. She covers her blushing cheeks with both hands. Scene change. Zhan has returned home. Yu is sitting out in the courtyard at this very moment. The moment she spots Zhan, she waves her over. Zhan, you're finally back. Where on earth did you go the entire night? Before Yu's rapid-fire questions, Zhan stammers out an answer. But suddenly, Yu notices something amiss. Wait, why do you smell like ambergris? Don't tell me you spent the entire night with that man. Hold on, you've even changed your clothes. You weren't wearing this when you left the house. That damn man, I'll go kill him right now. Zhan hears this and immediately wraps her arms around Yu to restrain her. Calm yourself first. This is exactly why I didn't dare bring him here. Yu grows even more furious and shouts, don't you dare stop me. He laid his hands on a girl who's barely of age. I swear I'll hack him to pieces. Zhan cries out bashfully. He doesn't know my real age. Just listen to my explanation first. In short, that's the whole story from start to finish. Trust me, he truly is an honorable gentleman. After hearing Zhan's explanation, Yu finally relents regarding Su Dao. Fine, I'll spare him for now. But you're still young and inexperienced if you truly have feelings for him. Bring him to Tianmen quickly, so Auntie Meng can assess him for you. She is the Demonic Venerable of the Tianmen sect, the one who has held dominion over the northern border for 300 years. She has grown accustomed to treacherous schemes and the complexities of the human heart. In this world, aside from that cunning, ruthless, cold, and heartless sacred emperor in Jiangsu, no one can deceive her. Zhan nods in agreement. You're right, it's the same at home. Father can never hide anything from mother. Yu. Actually, there's something else I'd like your help with. Meanwhile, Su Dao enters his residence. He scans his surroundings and finds no one in sight except Yu Sheng, sitting alone. Su Dao speaks up. Why is it just you? Where is Uncle Jun? Yu Sheng answers listlessly. Him, probably putting on some act to deceive a woman. Hearing this, Su Dao thinks to himself with that demeanor. Who could Uncle possibly fool? Yu Sheng sips his tea and asks, and you, senior brother, you were gone the entire night without a trace. Where did you go? You didn't run into any danger, did you? Su Dao lets out an "oh," and I've met a girl I wish to spend the rest of my life with. I intend to bring her back to meet our master. Yu Sheng suddenly chokes on his tea, spraying it straight into Su Dao's face. The young man panics internally. He just said it outright like that. So senior brother is truly serious about this. Doesn't that mean my little sister has been left out in the cold? Su Dao wipes his face with a handkerchief and speaks in a low voice. Junior brother, there's actually something I'd like your help with. The next day, while Yu Sheng is heading out, Yu happens to be walking along the very same path. To their mutual surprise, the two run into each other and exclaim in unison, allies? What are you doing here? Yu Sheng scratches his head awkwardly. Perfect timing, actually. I'll be straight with you, my eldest senior brother's heart now belongs to someone else. Let's call off the arrangement we discussed. Caught off guard, Yu asks, this suddenly? In her heart, she thinks. Besides, isn't that exactly what I was going to say? Yu Sheng explains. There's nothing to be done. Our eldest senior brother already has someone in his heart, right now. No one can compare to that girl in his eyes, not even the little saintess of Tianmen. Hearing this, the girl bristles and demands, are you saying he looks down on the saintess of our northern borders, Tianmen? Well, as it happens, our saintess already has someone in her heart too, and his appearance surpasses that Dao Gongzi of yours by 10,000 times. Unwilling to lose, Yu Sheng fires back. How could our eldest senior brother possibly be inferior to some other man? Are you people blind? The girl declares with absolute certainty. How could our little saintess possibly be inferior to some other woman? You lot are the blind ones. The alliance between the two begins to crack. Sounds of fighting and arguing erupt from outside the door. Feng Ling sits inside her room, hearing the commotion and asks excitedly, what's that noise? Is someone getting beaten up? Feng Ling positions herself between the two as mediator. Whatever the matter is, let's stay calm first. If fists can settle it, then don't bother arguing. What I mean is, let's all talk this out calmly. Don't let a misunderstanding breed animosity. Yu Sheng, covered in bruises, points at Yu and says, You probably won't believe this, but she struck first. Before that, she even lied about being the little saintess of Tianmen. Then just now, she let it slip herself. The girl knows she is in the wrong and admits it. This one was at fault. If you wish, you may hit me back, just not the face. Yu Sheng thumps his chest. No need. I never strike women. He slams his palm on the table, putting on a heroic air. My father taught me from a young age that one must always yield to women. That is my greatest virtue. Feng Ling and Yu both stare at him, listening intently. Yu Sheng continues. So in the future, I shall always treat my wife with the utmost gentleness, sparing no effort to make her happy. Feng Ling eyes him with suspicion, so he still hasn't given up. Meanwhile, Yu looks completely baffled by what he's going on about. Even Yuan, cultivating inside her room, can hear Yu Sheng's grand boasts. I shall shield her from the rain and block the wind. I shall be her pillar of strength. No matter what happens, I shall absolutely never raise a hand against her. Feng Ling studies him quietly, thinking, someone like you trying to hit someone. If you don't end up crying from a beating, that's already a blessing. Then she raises her hand to separate the two of them. All right, I understand the full picture now. Since both sides have had a change of heart, the arrangement is hereby annulled. But something still doesn't sit right with me. How is it possible that both of you found the person you admire at the very same time? That's far too much of a coincidence. She then recalls the image of Zhan Zhan and Su Dao strolling together and asks dreamily, You two, tell me, what if the person each of you likes happens to be the other's match? Yu immediately objects. Impossible. Even Lady Linkao wouldn't dare write a plot twist like that. Hearing this, she thinks to herself, oh, she absolutely would dare. Lady Linkao is something else entirely. Yu Sheng crosses his arms in agreement. Indeed, our eldest senior brother is no fool. Yu furrows her brow and asserts, our little saintess isn't blind either. Meanwhile, as Zhan Zhan strolls along, she spots a familiar figure and calls out. Blockhead, Su Dao turns around, Chu Jian. The girl wonders, why? You're here again? Didn't you say we'd meet again in 3 days? Su Dao replies gently, I couldn't help myself, I came out to have a look, just in case I might run into you. The girl smiles. So we were both thinking the same thing, we really are a pair of fools. Su Dao nods in agreement. Oh, this is nice. The two quickly fall into step beside each other and set off to stroll through the streets. Chan thinks to herself with a giddy heart, what do I do? I'm so nervous, should I say something? Inside, Su Dao's own mind is screaming just as loudly. Should I do something right now? Suddenly a flash of inspiration strikes him. That's it, I can learn from the monks. Their hands hang at their sides, still apart. Su Dao steals a glance at Chan's hand. In the next heartbeat, he reaches out and clasps her small, delicate fingers in his. Chan's face flushes crimson, her heart hammering out of her chest. To shatter the unbearable tension, Su Dao asks awkwardly, so how do you think the weather is today? The girl stammers, very nice. After that, the two fall silent, hand in hand. Su Dao thinks to himself, Tade, Chan is looking at him. What a wonderful day. Even the sparrows chirping on the branches seem to share in their happiness. Meanwhile, Du furrows her brow and grumbles. Today is absolute rubbish. Yu Sheng snorts. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Feng Ling glances between the two, wanting to say something but holding her tongue. Suddenly, Du slams her palm on the table and declares loudly, let me tell you something, Chan is naturally graceful, noble-born, with a cultivation and bearing that far surpasses anyone else. Yu Sheng refuses to yield and shouts right back, and let me tell you, my senior brother is a hero unmatched in this generation. A heaven-blessed saint whose talent and learning are nearly impossible to rival. Du fires back, you'd better tell your Dao Gongzi to open his eyes wide. For all you know, that girl is only after his wealth and power. Yu Sheng retorts, and you tell your little holy maiden not to be so foolish. For all she knows, the man is nothing but a hypocrite all looks. No substance. Feng Ling watches them nervously, thinking they really arguing again. She calls out softly, hey, you two. What's that supposed to mean? Whatever you think it means, that's exactly what it means. Du rolls up her sleeves. You want me to knock some sense into you? Yu Sheng taunts, go ahead. If you've got the guts, beat me to death. The girl doesn't hesitate. Her fist rockets straight into Yu Sheng's face. Feng Ling, meanwhile, simply sips her tea in silence. She relaxes and watches the two brawl. Yu Sheng howls in pain. Little holy maiden, your people are going to regret this. Du fires right back. And your Dao Gongzi is going to regret getting swindled. Yu Sheng winces. Why did you actually hit me? The girl snaps, why wouldn't I? Feng Ling continues to sip her tea at leisure, letting the two of them raise a racket loud enough to wake the dead. A faint light flickers in a room. Yuan sits cultivating inside, the place quiet as a temple nestled beside a bustling market. The girl sighs softly. The scene shifts to a secluded spot behind the city. The lake has dried to nothing. Stranded fish lie belly up along the cracked bed. Su Dao and Chan sit together atop a large boulder. He gazes out and murmurs, "This place is truly beautiful." The girl nods in agreement. In truth, it is nothing more than a bone-dry lake, its fish flopping helplessly on their backs. Su Dao looks at Chan and says with conviction, "I feel it in my heart we will be blessed by everyone." Chan agrees warmly, "I feel the same way." Chan glances at Su Dao, her thoughts drifting. Ever since she was small, everyone around her had warned her before marriage. Never be too intimate with a man, lest some scoundrel with ill intentions deceive you. Yet here she is, letting him hold her handand what's more. "I don't want to let go even a little bit." Su Dao sneaks a glance at her. His thumb traces gentle circles over her soft palm. The girl feels it and scolds him tenderly. "Why, you don't go too far." Su Dao chuckles, "You can't blame me, it's instinct." He thinks to himself if it weren't still too soon, he would want even more than this. Chan suddenly speaks up. "At first, when I heard you were a disciple of Sheng Yu, I thought you'd be some stuffy, proper gentleman. But you're nothing like that," he teases. "How could that be? You must have some misunderstanding about the scholars of our Sheng Yu. Perhaps you've gotten the wrong impression of the scholars in our Sheng Yu." She hears this and retorts, "What kind of misunderstanding could there be?" She glances at him or Sheng Yu and her thoughts turn inward. "That's right. Mewtwo is a disciple of Sheng Yu. After we marry, how will things work? Will those people from Sheng Yu use this as an excuse to make trouble for him? I should just have Mother arrange some minor position for him at Tianmen. He's a man of broad knowledge and deep understanding. His ability to manage affairs surely doesn't fall short of those elders. Once he's accumulated a bit of reputation, I can hand the ledgers over to him to handle. Surely no man would turn down power, right? He'll definitely be overjoyed." Chan asks aloud, "Stupid blockhead, would you want to come to Tianmen in the future? I'll protect you." Su Dao shows a look of quiet satisfaction. "That works out. I've been wanting to leave Sheng Yu for a long time now." The girl's eyes light up even brighter. "Really? That's wonderful." She thinks joyfully to herself, "I'll convince Mother for sure. I'll have her assign him a few responsibilities at Tianmen, help him build a foothold of his own." At this thought, even Su Dao's heart lifts with delight. "Goodbye, ledgers piled mountain high. Goodbye, all you useless powers that be." Suddenly, Chan feels something is off. She thinks, wait, Mewtwo just said he's wanted to leave Sheng Yu for a long time. Could it be? Chan quickly asks, "Mewtwo, when you were at Sheng Yu, people bullied you all the time, didn't they? Don't tell me they mistreated you every single day." Su Dao smiles gently. "No, nothing like that. My master treated me incredibly well. He even held the highest expectations of me. He always entrusted me with the most important matters." He recalls the image of Fan Chen, constantly handing over stacks of ledgers for him to handle. Good disciple. "All of this will be yours someday." He remembers the exhaustion of drowning in paperwork and admits, "But honestly, that's not the life I want." Su Dao understands all too well. He recalls how Fan Chen, when he was young, was just like him truthfully. He never wanted to be the holy emperor that everyone feared. That was why, when Su Dao was still a child, his master always gazed at him with eyes full of eager anticipation. Back then, Su Dao didn't understand what that look meant until the day his master brought home a junior disciple. A flesh-and-blood blockhead of a boy who could inherit the Holy Realm's power, and one day govern Jiangsu. Only then did Su Dao realize his master's gaze had been that of a man who saw his own replacement. So he poured everything he had into securing the title of Holy Son for his junior brother. He recalls exhausting himself to complete every task Fan Chen assigned him, executing each one flawlessly. "Master, only by granting my junior brother the title of Holy Son can we guarantee his safety." Fan Chen falls silent for a long while, weighing the proposal. Then, at last, he agrees. "Very well." Su Dao hears this and rejoices silently success. He continues his train of thought. But even so, his master had no intention whatsoever of delegating any real power. The Holy Son, supposedly the most exalted, Junior spends his days chasing chickens, while Su Dao is left staring at ledgers piled like mountains. Frustration and exhaustion weigh on him in equal measure. Returning to the present, he gazes at Chan with tender affection. "Thank heavens I met you." Su Dao asks with concern, "Why were your hands so cold earlier?" "But it doesn't matter. From now on, I'll keep them warm for you." The girl looks at him, deeply moved, and promises, "Don't worry. Once you come to Tianmen, no one will ever force you to do things you don't want to do again." Su Dao simply goes along with it, content to let her have her way. She thinks happily to herself Somyeon as capable as Mewtwo, and all he could do in Shengyu was work as a petty purchasing steward and manage Jade Fire spirit effigies. How unfair. Su Dao, however, harbored different thoughts. A true man should seize the world's power in his grasp, basking in eternal blessings. How could he spend his whole life wasted like a salted fish? With a wife like that, what more could a husband ask for? He could use the excuse of marrying the Tianmen demoness, then exile himself from the sacred domain to atone, spending his days admiring flowers, listening to music, and savoring life's pleasures. If circumstances allowed, who wouldn't want to be a good-for-nothing? The two of them exchanged glances and smiled, sharing the same unspoken thought. Only she could understand him, only he could understand her. Su Dao suddenly spoke up shyly. "Oh, right, when should we go pay respects to my future father and mother-in-law?" In truth, he was burning with eagerness to meet his in-laws. Chan Chan immediately asked for his opinion. "How about the 15th of next month? I'll be waiting for you at Fengqi City." Su Dao quickly agreed. "All right, by then I'll have a surprise for you." The girl replied with delight. "Wonderful. When the time comes, I'll take you directly to meet my parents." At Beijiang's Blood Soul Ridge, Mengya stood atop a towering boulder, her dark eyes gazing into the far distance. "It's almost time. This formation is troublesome, but we've come this far already." Suddenly, someone approached and reported, "Sect Master, it appears Lion Zuhai escaped long ago." Mengya spun around in surprise. "What?" The man continued his report. Furthermore, judging from the traces he left behind, it wasn't a simple escape to save his own life. It appears he intends to find someone for revenge. Mengya furrowed her brows deeply. In a cottage behind a bamboo grove, Fan Chen sat playing chess with Wu Yi. Suddenly, someone appeared at the doorway. It was none other than Zuhai Lion Zuhai himself. He walked forward, sighing with emotion. "My child, today your father can finally avenge you. Meng Bu Yu, I am dying to see the look of ultimate suffering on your face." Zuhai calculated silently. This was a plan he had long devised. He had deliberately left clues behind, making Meng Bu Yu easily deduce that he had come to Yun City. He then imagined Meng Yi clutching the clue with a panicked expression too late. He continued his train of thought. What a pity she was still one step behind by the time she rushes back. All she'll find is chaos on the ground and her son's headless corpse, and her beloved husband snatched away by me, refined into a blood puppet, tortured day and night. The entire process will be recorded with memory pearls sent to her every month for her enjoyment. Thinking of this, he couldn't contain his glee and burst into wild laughter. "And Meng Bu Yu will never find me. She won't even have the chance to seek revenge, because I possess the spirit stone of the General God Exchange. Simply crush it, and a path to Wangchuangxiang opens before me. There, no matter how powerful a cultivator may be, they cannot touch me. Now then, let me begin your nightmare." Inside Fan Chen's residence, everything was quiet. Zuhai moved to sneak in, only to discover a formation within a protective array blanketed the courtyard. It appeared to be the red dust of the other shore, the handiwork of that venerable Yan Hang. Indeed, it could block the vast majority of intruders. "Unfortunately, that does not include me." Saying this, he swiftly dismantled the formation. After breaking through it, Zuhai snorted coldly, easy as eating pie. But in that instant, streaks of light erupted from nowhere, piercing clean through his body. Blood seeped from his palm. Zuhai clenched his fist in agony, his face a mask of bewilderment, then staggered backward in pain. Staring at his bleeding hand, Zuhai muttered, "How does this formation contain spirit cultivator power? Could Meng Bu Yu have hired a guardian for that mortal husband of hers? But spirit cultivators with this level of strength, there aren't many in the world. Did she go to the sacred domain herself and bring back a divine general? I'd better be cautious, use my spiritual sense to investigate first." He surveyed the grand courtyard before him and sighed. Indeed, rune seals were plastered everywhere. But why were they all of the martial arena variety? Is this place frequently destroyed? Slowly found it. Saying this, he activated his divine technique and caught sight of Fan Chen sitting and playing chess. On this side, Fan Chen held a chess piece in his hand and sighed. "You can't make a move like that." Both of them had already committed to their own moves. Wu Yi spoke, "These are my pieces, so they are free. I can place them wherever I wish." The two of them were completely absorbed in their game, oblivious that Zuhai had silently materialized before them. He thought to himself, although this mortal swordsman's way of speaking is utterly nonsensical, his voice is quite distinctive. Women all fancy this type. Who knows, he might even land himself 2 wives someday. He watched as Fan Chen said something, and Wu Yi responded in kind. Seeing the tense look on Wu Yi's face and Fan Chen's expression, Zhu Hai wondered, what kind of childish squabble is this? And I've already come this far, why don't they have even the slightest reaction? Fan Chen raised his hand with an exasperated sigh. Forget it. I'm done playing, Wu Yi agreed readily. About time, I'm thirsty. Seeing this, Zhu Hai was secretly delighted they gave up so easily. As expected, mortals are nothing but trash, all bark and no bite. At that moment, Fan Chen's gaze drifted toward him. Zhu Hai smiled to himself. Finally, he dares to look at me. You will greet me in your blissful ignorance. He quickly imagined Fan Chen, addressing him with perfect courtesy. Elder, why have you graced my humble home with your presence? And he would reply with cold finality, I've come to kill you. Then he conjured another scenario, Fan Chen trembling from head to toe, begging for mercy. Fan Chen would clasp his hands and plead, please spare my life. And he would throw his head back in thunderous laughter. It's too late. Back to reality, Fan Chen raised his hand and pointed directly at Zhu Hai. Pour me some tea. Zhu Hai erupted in fury. You dare order me to pour tea? Do you have any idea who I am? Fan Chen replied with utter calm. Doesn't matter. Just make sure you boil the water, I want it hot. Zhu Hai thought to himself. I originally assumed this scholar had figured out who I was and was merely pretending to stay calm to beg for his life. But it turns out he truly knows nothing. He's a fool from start to finish. Fine then, let me show you a taste of my power. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the teacup. Inside, his heart seethed with malice. Let me show you what it truly means to suffer a fate worse than death. Zhu Hai raised his hand and conjured a wisp of emerald qi, then dipped 2 fingers into the teacup. Fan Chen watched him with undisguised disgust. Zhu Hai stirred his fingers through the tea, smiling to himself. This is 4th-rank spirit poison, gradually corrodes a person's body from the inside out. I'll sit here chatting with you while savoring the sight of your body twisting and breaking apart, and enjoy the mortal swordsman beside you writhing and begging in agony. Just imagining it makes one's heart race with anticipation. But to his shock, Fan Chen casually poured every last drop of tea onto the ground. From the spilled tea, a wisp of black qi rose and dissipated. Zhu Hai asked in alarm, how did you know the tea was poisoned? Fan Chen replied leisurely, whether the tea is poisoned or not doesn't matter. Zhu Hai was baffled. If it doesn't matter, why did you pour it out? Fan Chen gave his reason, because you stirred it with your fingers far too filthy. Zhu Hai's eyes went wide with disbelief. Zhu Hai bellowed in rage, enough, I won't waste another breath on you. I came here today to kill you. Both Fan Chen and Wu Yi looked at him with surprise. Fan Chen asked again, say that one more time. You came to do what? Zhu Hai burst into mocking laughter. Looking at your faces, you're finally scared, aren't you? He jabbed a finger at Fan Chen and declared, don't worry. I won't kill you right away because I have ways to make you suffer far worse than death. As for this swordsman, I'll strip his flesh away bit by bit, letting him perish in complete despair. He pointed at Wu Yi, then threw his head back in laughter. Well, this is the ending I've prepared for you, magnificent, isn't it? Fan Chen and Wu Yi stared at him, as though they had no idea what was happening. Wu Yi pointed at Zhu Hai and turned to Fan Chen. I thought this corpse heretic came to reform himself and beg you for a way out. Fan Chen wiped the cup in his hand and replied, I thought he was sent by someone to deliver a message. That's why I especially waited for him. Wu Yi picked up the wine jug and mused, truly unexpected that he's here to kill. Are the youth of today all this reckless? Or have I slept too long and can't keep up with the times? Saying this, he lifted the jug and took a long drink. Zhu Hai watched how calm they both were and thought, wait a moment, something about this scene isn't right. I made myself perfectly clear. They should be trembling in fear right now. Why is there such a reaction? He watches the two of them, utterly unafraid, laughing and whispering together. Suddenly, Zhu Hai points at Fan Chen and snarls, who the hell are you? Fan Chen fires back instantly. You came to kill me and you don't even know who I am. I am Fan Chen. Zhu Hai hears this and thinks Fan Chen. Surely it's just a coincidence, it can't be that Fan Chen, right? But the mainland's cultivators all pay heed to fate and destiny. Who would dare share a name with that person? Of course, why didn't I think of it sooner? Mengyu was so proud and lofty, how could the man who won her hand possibly be some ordinary scholar? Then Zhu Hai's mind conjures the image of Fan Chen, the Holy Emperor. A thread of terror worms its way into Zhu Hai's heart. He stares at Fan Chen sitting before him, and continues his frantic reasoning apart from that fearsome Holy Emperor Dai Hong. Who else could possibly pull this off? Wait, if he truly is that Fan Chen, then this swordsman beside him. Zhu Hai turns toward Wu Yi, stammering. May I ask, sir, are you? Wu Yi smiles gently and replies, Wu Yi. The very Wu Yi you're thinking of. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hai trembles as though his very soul has fled his body. The sky stretches clear and blue above. Below, Zuhai forces out an awkward laugh. My apologies, it seems I've found the wrong person. He retreats step by step, his face a mask of anxiety as he backs away. Fan Chen and Wu Yi exchange a knowing smile. Zuhai quickly flashes a fawning grin of his own and thinks, excellent, they aren't stopping me. Seizing this chance, he shakily pulls out a teleportation talisman and crushes it, thinking, crush the spirit stone and escape. But several minutes pass and nothing happens. Zuhai stares at the stone in his hand in panic, squeezing it harder and harder. He squeezes again, crushes it with all his might, yet it refuses to break. How is it not breaking? Wu Yi kindly explains. That is a heavenly Dao Xuan stone. With your strength, you naturally cannot crush it. Dao mysterious stone. With your strength, of course, you can't crush it. Zuhai stammers, what did you say? His hand shakes so violently that the Xuan stone slips from his fingers. It plummets to the ground and releases a wave of golden energy that swirls around Zuhai. He lets out a panicked shriek, his face twisted in horror, thinking, that stone was disrupting my spiritual perception. It was masking that overwhelming pressure all along. Zuhai raises his hand. His entire body erupts in crimson demonic chi as he thinks. Run, run for your life. A torrent of energy engulfs him and he vanishes. Wu Yi remarks, to burn his life essence to activate the demon sea escape, that's truly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. I've never seen anything like it. Fan Chen walks over and picks up the Xuan stone. He gazes at it, lost in thought, then clenches it tightly in his fist. A wisp of smoke rises, taking on the face of Dai Yin, who appears with a teasing grin. Funny, isn't it? I find it quite entertaining. Fan Chen sighs. Dai Yin, it was you all along. Wu Yi watches with amusement and asks, who else could it be? Only he would enjoy pulling such childish pranks. Ling. Fan Chen suddenly rises into the air. I'm thirsty, I'll go brew some tea. Wu Yi calls after him, hey, that junior who just fled. You're just going to ignore him. Fan Chen replies calmly, I have no tea, you have wine, you're the one with free time, he's all yours. Wu Yi laughs heartily. Very well. A few days ago, I happened to comprehend a sword technique that descended from the heavens, perfect chance for you to broaden your horizons. Fan Chen freezes mid-step, a terrible premonition rising within him. He spots Wu Yi walking ahead of him and shouts, wait a moment. He grabs Wu Yi by the collar and yanks him back. A plume of white smoke erupts skyward. In a corner of a village, Zuhai, who had been refining the blood sea, crash lands there with a thunderous explosion. Fan Chen wears an exasperated expression. Must you cause such a ruckus every single time? Wu Yi, unconcerned, grins and asks, so how was that sword technique? Was it powerful enough? Fan Chen simply points toward the sword resting neatly behind them. Wu Yi scratches his head sheepishly. Oh, I forgot about that. Meanwhile, Mengya marches forward, thinking, the Blood Sea Refiner deliberately trapped me in the Blood Soul Ridge from below. She soars upward from below, thinking, because he rushed to Yun Cheng, I must move faster. I cannot lose him. It's all my fault. If only I had revealed my true identity to little Fan sooner, brought him to Tianmen, perhaps none of this would have happened. Mengya clenches her teeth. If that beast dares to harm him, no matter the price, I will chop him into 100 pieces. If he has already been refined into an irredeemable demonic abomination. She suddenly doubles over in agony, clutching her face. Blood trickles from the corner of Mengya's lips, and she speaks with iron resolve. I will avenge him, then lie in the same grave. I will never let him be alone. Bang. Suddenly, Mengya sees a massive column of smoke rising into the sky. Even from a great distance, she can see it clearly. She realizes it's from the direction of Yun Cheng. Above the smoke, dark specks appear, accompanied by scattered embers. Mengya frowns. The aura that just vanished was the Blood Sea Refiner. He's dead. 1,000 questions flood her mind. A Dao cultivator of the eastern lands, at the pinnacle realm far surpassing me with overwhelming offensive power. She considers that the spiritual power of this Dao cultivator is ferocious beyond measure, his realm vastly exceeding her own. Then Mengya thinks of Wu Yi and guesses he might be the former husband of her second elder sister, Jin Lan. Dao, your immortal Lord Wu Yi. But that attack of his, why does it seem to have originated from the direction of our home? Could it be that the Dao, your immortal Lord, happened to be passing by, and happened to save little Fan? Yes, that must be it. Little Fan's luck has always been extraordinary. Every time he stumbles upon miraculous encounters, transforming danger into safety, no matter the circumstance. Mengya falls silent for a moment. She recalls the night they were intimate. Fan Chen had told her, that friend of mine is just an ordinary swordsman. You needn't worry too much about him. Mengya had laughed it off at the time. Her face darkens now as she mocks herself. So it turns out I was the fool. At the carriage depot, Mengyi has changed her appearance. She walks out carrying a wide-brimmed hat, then places it on her head to conceal her face. The coachman spots her and greets her courteously. Rest assured, my lady, the carriages of Yuncheng are what I take the most pride in. I guarantee you'll reach your destination within half a shichen. Mengyi instructs him, no need for speed, the slower the better. She boards the carriage and watches the world outside through the window. Outside, the coachman thinks to himself, this lady is absolutely furious. Her husband is as good as dead. 2 shichen later, Mengyi steps out of the carriage and gazes ahead with a wistful sigh. I never imagined the home I lived in for 20 years would feel this unfamiliar. The residual spiritual energy is indeed from the blood sea refiner, yet inside the house there are no signs of damage whatsoever. Now that is truly strange. Fan Chen is playing chess when he spots her. He calls out, Tao Tao, you're finally home. He rushes toward her and reaches out to take her hand, wanting to express his longing. I've missed you terribly. But unexpectedly, Mengyi steps backward. She deliberately avoids Fan Chen's outstretched hand. Fan Chen is visibly embarrassed. Mengyi smiles faintly and speaks. I see we already have a guest. How discourteous of me. Fan Chen gestures toward Wu Yi. It's fine. This is that swordsman friend of mine, the one I told you about. You don't need to be formal with him. This is my wife, Ming Taodo. Wu Yi, who had been drinking wine, hears Fan Chen's introduction and turns to look at him. Mengyi greets him cheerfully. Hello there. Among Pinnacle Realm cultivators, unless one side deliberately conceals their aura, proximity will always trigger a mutual resonance. It is a fundamental instinct, vigilance, and self-preservation. Wu Yi raises his hand and responds politely, hello. The awkward atmosphere makes Fan Chen distinctly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Mengyi proposes, what would you two like to eat? I'll go cook. Fan Chen replies, something simple will do. Do you need me to help? He doesn't expect Mengyi to completely ignore him. Even Wu Yi can tell something is off between them. This atmosphere is wrong. He's experienced enough to read the signs. Fan Chen marrying this young woman was already unconventional. How on earth did he manage to offend her? Fan Chen maintains a calm facade and turns to look at Wu Yi. He smiles, walks over, and reaches for the cup, but grabs nothing but air. He still raises his empty hand and drinks from it, leaving Wu Yi with an enormous question mark on his face. Wu Yi coughs. I think I'll skip today's meal. Let's save it for another time. Fan Chen's ashen face trembles. Wu Yi notices and cuts in. Did you overhear my conversation? He glances at Meng Dai walking inside and thinks, it's truly over. Fan Chen immediately follows, had calculated for every scenario, yet never imagined he'd encounter the worst one. Given Dao Dao's attitude, she will be impossible to appease this time. Surely she won't divorce him over this right. Had he known earlier, he shouldn't have deliberately said those things just to test her reaction. He had pushed it too far. Meng Dai is holding a bowl of meat in her hands, when Fan Chen suddenly walks over and wraps his arms around her from behind. He whispers that he has something to attend to, just have the 2 kids eat without him. Meng Dai nods upon hearing this and says softly, I'm sorry. Fan Chen senses something off about her. He calls out Dao Dao and clasps her hand tightly, but Meng Dai remains cold and distant. Let me go fetch the gifts I prepared earlier. You can go present them to your friend. Inside are some specialties from Yun City, along with snacks I've stored at home for a long time. Consider it a taste of something new. As for those 1st and 2nd grade pills, I originally prepared some as well, but I've already brought them out. I won't let you lose face. She emphasizes it once more. Absolutely will not let him lose face. Fan Chen looks troubled. He calls out, Dao Dao, actually I. But before Fan Chen can finish his sentence, Meng Dai cuts him off. Let's go. We'll deliver the gift to that friend of yours, then come back and eat. This leaves Fan Chen frozen in place for a full 5 seconds. He thinks to himself, she's giving him absolutely no chance to explain. Upon arriving, Meng Dai speaks politely. My apologies, her hospitality today has been lacking. These are a few local specialties we've prepared for you. Please accept them. Wu Yi takes the gift she has prepared and says courteously, we're all family here, no need for such formality. Meng Dai smiles and replies, it's only proper. Fan Chen chimes in as well. Dao Dao worked hard preparing all of this. And just like that, the atmosphere turns unbearably awkward. Wu Yi recognizes the signs at Onseth's is the calm before the storm. He knows it all too well. Back then, Ziyan was even more terrifying. The brighter her smile, the more dangerous she truly was. He can't help but think of his own wife. Ziyan may smile on the surface, but inside she is a volcano. You never know when she will erupt. Wu Yi pretends to cough, signaling, let me go speak with him, old friend. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Fan Chen seems to catch his meaning, and is secretly overjoyed. Wu Yi is rich in experience, perhaps. He can consult him on how to handle this situation. Meng Dai speaks up as a reminder. I'll finish wrapping the wontons and cook them first. I'll wait for you to come home and eat. She watches as Fan Chen walks over to Wu Yi and waves to signal that all is clear. Perched atop a boulder, a tiger lets out a thunderous roar. It hears footsteps approaching and turns its head to look. Wu Yi begins imparting his experience to Fan Chen. She is obviously dropping hints. Ziyan used to love making veiled remarks just like that. If he had missed even a single one, I likely wouldn't have survived to this day. Wontons cook extremely quickly, and their fragility fall apart easily. Leave them too long, and they dissolve entirely. The tiger watches the two men pass by and obediently lies down on the ground. Wu Yi continues, so she told you to come back early. Don't use excuses to drag things out. Brother, you're dead for sure. Fan Chen glances at his finger, puzzled. Exactly how much nonsense did you learn from that monk? Wu Yi ignores his question entirely and instead stares at his own index finger, asking, don't you think this gesture is pretty impressive? When a friend is in trouble, hit like to show support from all sides. He enthusiastically emphasizes the point. Fan Chen looks at him with a death glare. If Dao Dao weren't waiting for him, he would absolutely have to fight this swordsman today. Fan Chen forces himself to stay composed and speaks. You do have quite a wealth of experience. This situation, Wu Yi immediately rebuts. These past years, I haven't had a single incident of angering my wife. Don't lump me together with you. Fan Chen fumes inwardly. That's only because Fairy Ming-Er doesn't know anger. If she did, she'd definitely have been angered to death by you. As dusk gradually falls, Wu Yi suggests, I'll see you off to here. You should head back. Honestly, I was quite shocked earlier. On the road to Yun City, I had guessed who you might marry, but I never once expected it would be that young lady of the Meng family. Saying this, Wu Yi imagines the image of Fan Chen and Meng Dai walking side by side, and sighs to himself. Turns out the couple the entire world deemed least compatible is actually the most compatible of all. Fan Chen smiles and replies, at first I didn't expect it either. Wu Yi points at Fan Chen and teases, you really didn't expect it? You scholars are all wicked as hell. Then he mutters under his breath, anyone who trusts a scholar is a fool. Fan Chen admits sheepishly, at least that was the case the first time I met her. Even Fan Chen himself hadn't expected he would have the courage to hold an umbrella for Meng Dai that day. He truly hadn't. Wu Yi replies, fair enough. He looks at Fan Chen with a smile still. This is the first time I've ever seen such a gentle smile on your face. Back in the day, among the four of us, Fan Chen's mind ran the deepest. He always carried an air of indifference and detachment about him, as if he were at odds with the entire world. If you asked which of the four of us was most likely to fall to the dark side, both Zai and I agreed it would be Fan Chen, not Dai Yin. That man, brimming with a sense of responsibility toward the world fate, is truly unpredictable. Wu Yi offers a reminder, you from now on cut the tricks and be more honest. You, me, and that monk, we are all different. At least you still have a chance to turn things around. That is your good fortune. In this world, finding someone you love who also loves you back is exceedingly rare. You must cherish it. Wu Yi waves his hand in farewell. I'm off. On the walk home, Fan Chen reflects on everything Wu Yi said. Wu Yi was right. Parting in life and separation in death are the two most agonizing things in this world. The fortunate thing is that he and Dao Dao have not yet reached that point. Everything still has a chance. He clenches his fists and breaks into a run toward home. He will prove his sincerity through actions and earn her forgiveness. Meanwhile, Meng Dai is carefully crafting wontons, waiting for him to come home. Meng Dai adds firewood to the stove. As she cooks, she thinks to herself truthfully, a cultivator making food doesn't need to be this troublesome. A single burst of spiritual power, and the water boils in an instant. The other four people all do exactly that every day. She recalls how Kang Jun had used spiritual power to cook food right in front of Yan Hang. How about that? Am I impressive or what? Yan Hang acted as if it were nothing special. What's so amazing about that? I can do it too. Meng Dai picks up another piece of firewood and continues her train of thought. Only you would spend time and effort choosing dry firewood every single time. She remembers Fan Chen diligently gathering firewood, wiping the beads of sweat from his cheeks. Meng Dai's thoughts drift further to the image of Fan Chen cooking. He would patiently stand guard beside the pot, waiting until the aroma of the food filled every corner of the room. You said food made this way. That's what carries the taste of family. A family of four, sitting together for a meal. The laughter of their son and daughter echoing through every corner. Meng Dai thinks with a bittersweet smiling That is also the flavor I cherish most. Ever since Manhwa Pavilion was destroyed when she was a child, she had wandered the world for many long years. The peaceful, happy past had become nothing more than a distant dream. She remembers how, as a little girl, she had once dreamed of having a happy family. She used to envy the little girl whose father fed her with his own hands, until she met Fan Chen, was the one who did everything for her. Only when she met him did she finally have a home once more. Mengya is still in the kitchen, cooking. The pot of water has already come to a boil. She admits that he has always carried so many questions, simply lacked the courage to face them. Mengya recalls the gifts Fan Chen has given her, those exquisite spirit ornaments he supposedly stumbled upon. Those beauty-nourishing spirit herbs he supposedly picked by chance. Those little trinkets that mysteriously appeared the very moment she desired them. Since when does the world bestow such abundant fortune? How could a mere mortal accomplish all of this? She stands waiting for the wontons to cook, a quiet sorrow rising in her heart. She was simply afraid of losing it, afraid everything was a lie-end, so she deliberately turned a blind eye. By now, Fan Chen has returned home. Mengya has already laid out the food on the table, waiting for him. The two of them lock eyes, each bearing the weight of their own unspoken thoughts. Fan Chen steps forward anxiously. I can explain. Mengya, there's no need to explain. I understand. Eat. I've been using spiritual power to keep it warm. It's still hot. With that, she pushes a bowl of wontons toward him. Fan Chen presses his lips together, wanting to say something, but in the end, he accepts the bowl of wontons. All right. He had rehearsed countless apologies on the way home, yet now not a single word leaves his lips, because he vaguely understands she will not listen. What she cares about is not this. She drifted through the world for so many years before finally, once again, having a home. He was supposed to be the one person she could let her guard down around, without hesitation or greatest sense of security. But also, he was the one who shattered that sense of security with his own hands. A vague premonition stirs within him. If he does not hold her tight right now, he may lose her very soon. Fan Chen slowly moves behind her and wraps Mengya tightly in his arms. Mengya seems to have understood his unease as well. Fan Chen, have I truly ever understood you? She asks, do you think these years playing this game have been fun? Fan Chen hears this and hesitates. Mengya grabs his hand, resting on her shoulder, and peels it away. She walks quickly toward the bedroom. I'll go to our room first. She shuts the door without looking back. Mengya lies on the bed, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. She can no longer hold back, tears stream down her face. On the other side, Fan Chen blames himself. Feelings should never be laced with calculations. He was truly a fool back then. Tao Tao, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've made you suffer in silence. He sits alone in sorrow, lost in thought. The scene shifts, a flying vessel soars across the sky. Chan spots it and thinks to herself, finally, we can go home. Suddenly, the little girl exclaims, what is that? Up in the sky, Wu Yi dangles from his sword, fast asleep. Chan wonders, a sword cultivator who hangs from his own blade. What kind of strange creature is this? Yan Hang sees this and steps in front of her to warn, be careful. At such close range, I didn't sense him at all until now. The opponent's cultivation is unfathomably deep, heaven. I may not be able to handle him. The girl cries out in alarm. He's about to crash into us. A thunderous boom erupts. Wu Yi face plants onto the vessel. Yan Hang rushes over and shouts, where did you come from? Wu Yi hears the voice and opens his bleary eyes, gazing forward. Upon seeing Wu Yi, Yan Hang sighs in admiration. A dashing, heroic swordsman of unmatched valor has crashed into our humble vessel, truly a fateful encounter. What a splendid crash. Chan is stunned by her spectacular about-face. Yan Hang continues, I never expected to encounter your excellency in a place like this. May I ask where Senior Wu Yi has journeyed from? Chan thinks to herself, Wu Yi, a legendary wandering swordsman who roams the four corners of the world. Could this be the legend from his youth, man, who once battled across the eastern lands, where enemies lurked at every turn, until not a single foe remained across the entire east? One of the three sovereigns of the realmed Dao Cliff, immortal lord. Wu Yi has already discerned Chan's identity. He walks over and says, I came from Yun City. I just met this little girl's father and mother over there. Chan's heart sinks. Thighs is bad. With the Dao Cliff immortal lord's cultivation, he must have seen through mother's identity in an instant. She asks politely, You didn't say anything unnecessary to my father, did you? My mother is afraid of scaring him, so she still hasn't revealed her true identity. Wu Yi hears this and stares wide-eyed at the girl, then smiles mysteriously. So that's how it is. As I thought, old friend, you are truly courting death. Wu Yi looks at Chan and silently bursts into laughter. Fan Chen, so the day has finally come for you too. Something this entertaining cannot be known to me alone. Once I get back, I'll tell Haydang and the others. I must also send word to Zih's group. Chan Chan and Yan Hang exchange a glance, unsure of what to do. Yan Hang thinks to herself, I've heard that although the Dao Cliff Immortal Lord is formidable, he's as eccentric as the one and only Buddha Lord. The rumors are actually true. As she ponders this, she glances at Wu Yi, who sits there laughing until tears stream down his face. Suddenly, Wu Yi turns to look at the two of them. Chan Chan and Yan Hang are also staring at him intently. Wu Yi walks up to Chan Chan and says, Don't worry, I didn't say a thing. Your parents' bond is as strong as ever. The girl's face lights up with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Wu Yi adds, Last night, your mother even wrapped wontons for your father. If you hurry back, you might even get to eat the leftovers. Oh, right, you two are returning from the Wudang banquet, aren't you? Did you happen to meet my daughter, Ming Yue? The one with the naturally white hair. Chan Chan replies, We've never formally met. I only caught a glimpse of her from afar once. He says, My daughter doesn't have many friends. Her birthday is coming up soon. If you're willing, you're welcome to visit the Eternal Night residence as a guest. The girl agrees. Of course, I'll definitely come. Suddenly, Wu Yi looks at the girl with a surprised expression. He eyes the sachet on her person, thinking, Why does this embroidery pattern look so familiar? The scene flashes back many years. At the Eternal Night residence, Wu Yi is enthusiastically teaching Su Dao. Today, I shall teach you something new. The boy asks, a cultivation technique or swordsmanship. The old man replies with an air of mystery, Neither. Then Wu Yi produces a spool of thread and a sewing needle. He announces proudly, This is something I personally invented. The miraculous art of needlework and embroidery, tailor-made for men. Su Dao stares at him in disbelief. Wu Yi swiftly demonstrates his skill. By weaving a strand of sword intent into each stitch, the seams become perfectly straight and tidy. The entire sewing process becomes both swift and steady. Now you try. He hands Su Dao a small bear-shaped pouch for the boy to practice on. Back in the present, Wu Yi gazes at the sachet on Chan Chan and smiles to himself. So the sachet was a gift from him. But does this little girl know his true identity? Probably not. She is Fan Chen's disciple. After all, that man is never straightforward about anything. Wu Yi then warns them, You two should be careful around scholars. They love to deceive people. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, they'll use even genuine feelings to trick you and end up believing their own lies too. I'm off now. With those words, he vanishes like the wind, leaving Chan Chan and Yan Hang in stunned silence. The two of them stand frozen for a moment before Chan Chan snaps back to reality and asks, Yan Hang, why did the Dao Cliff Immortal Lord warn us to be careful around scholars? Yan Hang smiles and replies, I have no idea, but he's just a minor scholar Somyeon I've already toyed with until he was spinning in circles. What is there to be wary of? Chan Chan agrees. I also feel that wooden-headed scholar is honest and straightforward. What could he possibly deceive me about? On the streets of Yun City, Su Dao refuses firmly. I absolutely will not go home with you. Yu Sheng tries desperately to persuade him. Senior brother, won't you reconsider? Perhaps after meeting my parents, your way of thinking might change. She thinks to herself, Who knows, maybe my little sister still has a chance too. Su Dao remains resolute. My heart is absolutely steadfast. I will never do anything to wrong her or cause her to misunderstand. Once everything has returned to its rightful place, I will personally bring generous gifts to pay respects to my master's wife. He thinks to himself, Right now I need to hurry back and prepare for the wedding. Next month, I'll go to Fengqi City to pay respects to Chu Jian's mother. Regardless of Yu Sheng's constant calls, Su Dao replies, Senior brother, in the end you have no choice but to accept it. It seems fate has already been decided forcing. It will only breed regret in your heart. Little sister, big brother truly tried his best. Yu Sheng suddenly turns to Kong Jun. Uncle Jun, please don't blame senior brother. After all, he fell in love with a demonic cultivator girl. Hearing this, he panics, glancing around wildly. The demonic cultivator girl, she's come back. Where? Then the image of Yan Hang raising her finger to flick him flashes through his mind, and his face flushes crimson. That woman's spirit of exploration and her sheer audacity are both terrifying, yet she actually went and did this, and that to him while they were kissing. Next time they meet, he will absolutely demand repayment tenfold. Kong Jun lowers his head in embarrassment. Yu Sheng, standing beside him, steals a glance and thinks to himself his face is turning red. Why does it feel like both big senior brother and Uncle Jun have become completely different people after this trip? Forget it, as long as nothing at home has changed. That's all that matters. In the end, the two arrive home as darkness falls. A gloomy, sinister aura erupts from within the house, sending chills crawling down both their spines. Yu Sheng frowns. What the hell is going on? Kong Jun rubs his arms and answers, I sense killing intent. At that moment, the silhouettes of two women materialize behind them. Both Yan Hang and Chan Chan sense this bone-chilling aura as well. Why do I feel a cold chill running down my spine? Suddenly, Yu Sheng and Chan Chan both ask each other in unison. Father has angered mother. The scene shifts. All four are now inside the house, every single one of them in a state of utter bewilderment. Fan Chen regards them with a gloomy expression, unable to muster even the faintest smile. Yu Sheng and Yan Hang tremble as they look toward him. Chan Chan and the young girl whisper to each other, Brother, don't tell me father has another woman on the side. You don't believe it. Can you honestly deny it? How is that even possible? The two stare at Fan Chen, speculating endlessly. No other than that, there is simply nothing else in existence that could shatter the bond between father and mother. So Yu Sheng worries and asks himself, could father truly be entangled with another woman? The scene shifts. Chan Chan sits alone in the garden when she spots Mengyi approaching and calls out, Mother. Fan Chen also calls out in alarm. Tao to his shock, Mengyi speaks with cold detachment. Perhaps we should spend some time apart. Fan Chen strides forward and seizes Mengyi's arm, then tightens his grip around her hand. Mengyi's mind races without end. She does not know when it began. Her heart has grown so deeply dependent on him. A creeping fear takes root. Perhaps this was never a good thing. Then she resolutely turns and walks away. Seeing this, Yu Sheng trembles with fury and shouts, Mew. Father, why don't you stop mother? Fan Chen accepts it with quiet sorrow. Your mother is truly angry this time. Blocking her would be pointless. Yu Sheng signals to Chan Chan, you comfort mother. I'll handle father's side. Yan Hang sees Mengyi leave and immediately follows. Though Kong Jun is reluctant to let her go, she murmurs, what is sovereign big sis doing? Does she want us to return to Beijiang right this instant? I haven't even had the chance to say a few more words to that silly little pup. Kong Jun gazes after her with regret and murmurs softly. Yan or even the birds perched upon the branches would weep at this sight. A melancholic atmosphere blankets everything. Fan Chen slumps forward, burying his face on the table. He murmurs a quiet order, Wang Kai, go to the kitchen and bring out the leftover wontons. Those were made with your mother's heart and soul. Yu Sheng rises and carries out his father's request. Kong Jun asks Fan Chen curiously, does Madam know you deceived her? He smiles faintly and teases, how did you see through it? Kong Jun answers humbly, Madam is a cultivator at the Supreme Peak Realm. If she deliberately conceals her strength, I would have absolutely no way of detecting even the slightest flaw. But I understand clearly Yanner, Venerable Yan Hang of the Demonic Path's 4 generals, is cold and heartless to the bone. She has absolutely nothing to do with tenderness or warmth. Even if someone had saved her life and earned her willing protection for 30 years, her temperament would never change. In all the world, only 2 people could turn a girl as proud as Yanner into someone who acts this sweetly and clingingly. Madame Yin of the other shore of mortal dust, and the silent demon Venerable of Tianmen. Fan Chen picks up the thread with interest, so you saw through it long ago. Your acting skills are quite impressive, far surpassing mine. Kong Jun replies bashfully, please stop teasing me. What do you plan to do next? Fan Chen admits it frankly, when you've done wrong, you must own up to it. He recalls Mengyi's sorrowful expression. He has never been good at expressing his own feelings. He has always been accustomed to relying on schemes and calculations to handle everything. And it was precisely this calculated nature that caused Tao to waver, robbing her of the sense of belonging and security she once had. She might even suspect that she is merely a chess piece in my entertaining little game. Then he swiftly reveals his plan. If she is this worried, then I will find her and make her understand just how deeply I love her. If she feels no sense of security, then I will make her understand how important she is to me. This time, I will use the simplest, most direct method, pursue her with grand, blazing fervor, and bring her home once more. At that moment, Yu Sheng marches over with a righteous, sacred air and bellows furiously, I can't hold back any longer. Father, which fox spirit, which mistress out there has bewitched your mind? Kong Jun does not interfere in their family affairs. He silently observes Yu Sheng. Fan Chen continues to activate his acting mode. What do you think of the silent demon Venerable of Beijiang? The boy actually falls for it. He asks, so it's actually her? Suddenly, Yu Sheng seems to grasp something. I see now. So that's how it is. In recent years, the situation between Jiangsu and Beijiang has grown increasingly tense, seriously threatening the safety of the people on both sides. So for the greater good, Father has decided to sacrifice himself a political marriage with that vicious silent demon Venerable. That is why Father confessed to Mother, and will next propose a divorce. The boy imagines Fan Chen and Meng Yi embracing each other, weeping bitter tears. I'm sorry, but I must marry the silent demon Venerable. He continues his train of thought. Mother cannot accept it, which is why she stormed off in anger. So it's all the fault of that silent demon Venerable. Yu Sheng answers resolutely, I think she's absolutely worthless. Kong Jun also switches into acting mode, pretending to persuade him. Perhaps you should reconsider a little. The boy declares his stance without hesitation. Do I even need to think about this? The silent demon Venerable is utterly despicable. As the sovereign of an entire domain, she is not only excessively suspicious, but also covets Father's aged body. Hearing this, Kong Jun nearly chokes. Fan Chen looks at the boy with a firm, approving expression. What you say is very reasonable. Yu Sheng beams with joy at the praise. Father praised me. Indeed, Father also despises the silent demon Venerable. Fan Chen asks for the boy's opinion. So what do you think I should do? Yu Sheng answers firmly, I believe we absolutely cannot compromise. I'll be honest with you. At the Wudong banquet this time, I made the acquaintance of young Lady Yuan of the Xuangxin ghost sect. In both temperament and ability, she far surpasses the silent demon Venerable. He smiles and presses the boy to speak his mind. Yu Sheng lays out his plan without pause. Father, you could pretend to submit to the silent demon Venerable first. Then, when she lets her guard down, secretly steal her Beijiang holy artifact, the Kun demon soul seal. Without that artifact, there is basically no way to prove she is the silent demon Venerable. Father can then easily string that wicked woman up and give her the beating she deserves. The boy imagines himself as the valiant hero who slays the serpent, speaking eagerly on behalf of a young lady's happiness. At the same time, young Lady Yuan and I shall ride through the streets of Beijiang, vanquishing evil and upholding justice. Then, with Sheng Yu backing her ascension, young Lady Yuan shall take the throne. The two domains will finally achieve lasting peace. Fan Chen cooperates wholeheartedly with the boy. But the Kun demon soul token wouldn't be that easy to steal. Elder Miss Lion might not necessarily be willing to become the demon sovereign. Yu Sheng promptly replied, It's Simplacent Yan Yi, a trusted confidant of that demon sovereign Buyu. Have the nanny personally use emotion and reason to sway her, inciting her to stand on our side. If that still doesn't work, then have Uncle Quan make a small sacrifice. One way or another, he can charm the other party into submission. Furthermore, senior brother already has his heart set on a demon cultivator maiden. Her parents are more than likely imprisoned at Yunhai Cliff. When the time comes, have senior brother Bao secretly persuade them to help. With coordination from within and support from without, we can install a new master for the Heavenly Gate. Fan Chen lightly patted the boy's shoulder in approval. A plan this far-fetched, quite amusing. We can give it a try. But remember, don't actually hurt anyone. The boy listened, seemingly unable to believe his ears. He thought Father actually agreed. Could it be that I truly am a genius? Wonderful. From now on, I'll have a perfectly legitimate reason to get closer to Elder Miss Yu and me true purpose all along. Kong Jun asked the boy with concern. You're not actually going to go through with this, are you? Yu Sheng declared firmly, of course. For the sake of the two realms, I cannot refuse. That demon sovereign Buyu won't be smug for much longer. His heart blazed with fighting spirit. Miss Xuan, come over here with me. Mengya sat down sadly at her vanity table. She raised a hand to rub her head as a strange, inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. Did she feel even angrier than before? The 5-nut pastries of Yangcheng could be considered unparalleled. But compared to their taste, what people remembered them best for was the love story behind them. I heard that a long time ago, there was a young woman apprenticing at a pastry shop. One day, on her way home from work, she stumbled upon a handsome scholar drenched in blood. After learning the scholar was being hunted, the maiden brought him back to her home, to avoid detection by his pursuers. Each time she smuggled medicine hidden inside 5-nut pastries to bring back home. A man and woman living under the same roof. Day after day feelings blossomed, and they secretly pledged themselves to each other for life. But when someone finally came to escort him away, the maiden discovered he was no ordinary scholar at all. He was the young palace master of Xingzhou Palace. The young palace master did not let her down. He married her into Xingzhou Palace with great fanfare, and she became the noble Lady Liu Wang, admired and envied by all. Yitten held the 5-nut pastry in his hand and smiled. That is the story behind these pastries. What does Mr. Mai think? This was none other than Wen Yitten, the eldest grandson of Wen Shan. The blue-haired man beside him sighed. deeply moved. He was none other than my Wuyun, titled Bright Mirrorth, leader of the sacred domain's 4 guards. Yitten shared his sentiment. I feel the same way. Suddenly someone came striding forward, calling out loudly for Wen Yitten. He led a crowd of people to stand before Yitten. The man accused, your father betrayed Xingzhu Palace and shattered my expectations. Do you still have the face to show yourself here? Yitten glanced at my Wuyun with an awkward smile. See, Mr. Mai, I told Yaona one here would welcome me. He addressed the crowd blocking their path. I am merely bringing this child to see his grandfather. Please make way, everyone. He then took Yitten's hand and strode forward, paying no heed to the murmuring crowd. Why did everyone freeze in place? What a foolish question. That was the legendary Mr. May who would dare stand in his way. The boy thought naively, if it were just me alone, I probably couldn't even get through the gates of Xingzhu Palace. Overwhelming strength truly crushes all obstacles. At this moment, my Wuyun also had his own thoughts. Everyone said that Wen Wujing was sinister and vicious, killing his brother, imprisoning his father, seizing control of all Xingzhu Palace. But once he met the old palace master, perhaps the truth would finally come to light. They arrived at Jiashan Hall, where a man lay in a courtyard attended by 2 maidservants. He was none other than Wen Shan, the old palace master of Xingzhu Palace. My Wuyun thought to himself, as expected, it's all a facade. He called out in greeting, Old Wen, it's been a long time. The old man looked at Wuyun and sighed, Brother Mai's bearing is as magnificent as ever. Wuyun replied courteously, you're not looking too bad yourself. In his heart, Wuyun noted with sympathy that the old man's cultivation base had become more stable than before. Perhaps the rumors of killing his brother and imprisoning his father were deliberately spread by him. The moment Yitten spotted him, he ran over calling out, Grandfather, I missed you to death. But Wen Shan remained utterly composed. Brat, I'd say you're the one who wants me dead. Wen Shan jabbed a finger straight at Yitten's face as he spoke. The boy innocently denied it. How could that be? You are the imperial pillar of Xingzhu Palace. You absolutely must not die. I only want you to kill second uncle and hand Xingzhu Palace over to me. That's all. Wuyun silently watched the 2 of them. Wen Shan immediately confronted Yitten. You are making demands of me? On what grounds? The boy shot back, on the grounds that second uncle, that brainless imbecile, dared to participate in the blood purgatory conspiracy to assassinate the sacred emperor's own son. The old man couldn't believe what he heard. What? That beast actually dared to? At this moment, Wuyun watched Yitten present his proposal to Wen Shan, unable to hide his astonishment. This brat has always been in the sacred domain. How does he know such classified intelligence? The boy continued to press his case. The sacred emperor will never spare second uncle. Instead of waiting for that person to come knocking at your door, you should take the initiative and purge the family traitor yourself. You'd even earn the righteous reputation of putting justice above blood ties, without losing a thing. Wen Shan seemed to have perceived Yitten's true intentions. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. But even so, I need not necessarily act personally. Even if your second uncle were dead, I am under no obligation to choose you as my successor. The boy smiled confidently. Of course it's necessary. I hear that at the Wutong Grand Banquet not long ago, the young prodigies of various sects nearly got slaughtered to the last by the corpse evil. Tell Maif they discovered that Xingzhu Palace has long had ties with the corpse evil, and that we played a part in the chaos at the Wudong Banquet. What do you think they would say? At that point, everyone seeking revenge, venting their anger, or fishing in troubled waters would turn their spears toward our Xingzhu Palace. Once Xingzhu Palace becomes the target, our 10,000-year legacy could be obliterated in an instant. Yitten laid out his arguments to persuade Wen Shan. The old man furrowed his brow. Xingzhu Palace was also your father's life's work. Yitten feigned innocence and asked, so you think I should just let Xingzhu Palace follow him into ruin? Grandfather, my people are already prepared. Those materials can be disseminated at any moment. So you had better decide quickly, either you personally kill second uncle, or Xingzhu Palace perishes with us all. Wen Shan called out the boy's full name, Wen Yitten. He rose to his feet and approached Yitten, then declared, I have underestimated you. Yitten smiled. Thank you, I'm honored by grandfather's praise. Wen Shan then swiftly strode away. Seeing him leave in such haste, Wuyun asked, where is your grandfather going? Yitten answered calmly, Kixing Hall. Behind the mountain range stood a solitary house. Yitten and Wuyun watched from afar when suddenly a bolt of lightning crashed down directly upon the house. Yitten said excitedly, that is the bedchamber of my second uncle, Wen Wujing. The Kixing Hall name plaque mounted on the building had been cleaved in 2 by the lightning bolt. Yitten felt deeply satisfied with Wen Shan's decision. The boy called out to Mr. Mai, let me tell you the ending of that love story." He listened patiently. "Go ahead." Yitan continued the tale. After Lady Liu Wang and the young palace master married, they were genuinely deeply in love for several years. Unfortunately, in the end, the affection forged through hardship could not withstand the temptation of power. Because Lady Liu Wang was merely a mortal woman, she could not help the young palace master of Xingzhou Palace consolidate his position. Therefore, even though she bore him a son, the young palace master still took another noble lady as his wife. After the second madam entered the household, she used every means at her disposal to humiliate Lady Liu Wang day after day. But to secure the backing of the second madam's family, the young palace master tacitly condoned her behavior. In the end, under the young palace master's indulgence, Lady Liu Huang was beaten to death on the spot, while the young palace master gained the trust of the second madam's maternal clan, and his power and influence soared. Many years later, to avenge his mother, the son of Lady Liu Huang killed the second madam. Many more years passed, and the second madam's son personally slew his own half-brother. In Yitan's tale, that man personally butchered all 5 of his elder brother's daughters-in-law and every last one of his kinsmen. Yitan remarked that they were all pitiable creatures, each believing they forged their own choices, never knowing that behind the scenes, someone had been silently orchestrating everything, solely to expand and consolidate the power of Xingzhou Palace. That Lady Liu Huang was my biological grandmother. At this moment, Wen Shan stood before Qi Xing, his sword still dripping with blood, while the boy lay crumpled on the ground. Qi Xing had been struck dead by his thunder. Yitan confessed that young palace master was my biological grandfather. Kong Jun was driving a horse carriage, from within which a cry suddenly rang out. "Aya!" Yu Sheng crossed his arms and rebuked. "How could you just let mother leave like that?" Meanwhile, Zhen Zhen and Yan Xing exchanged silent glances as they followed Meng Yi, who walked ahead without uttering a single word. Both of them noticed the expectant look on the other's face, but in the end, they turned and silently followed Meng Yi. From afar, Yu Sheng and Kang Jun also stood watching the 3 of them leave. The boy asked irritably, "When exactly do you plan to coax mother into coming back?" Fan Chen rested his chin on his hand and replied with a sigh, "When she's no longer angry." Yu Sheng looked at him with a baffled expression. "How are you so calm about this now? I wonder who it was back then that clung to mother's portrait and wept for an entire day." The boy recalled Fan Chen clutching Meng Yi's portrait, wailing like a heartbroken child. "Tao Tao has left. Tao Tao has left." Yu Sheng turned his head and sighed. "You're coaxing your wife, not negotiating with the demon sovereigndos. It really have to be this complicated?" Fan Chen suddenly asked. "Right. You mentioned earlier that your eldest senior brother has taken a liking to a demonic cultivator maiden. Wasn't he supposed to go court the young saintess of Tianmen?" Yu Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "He originally planned to do that, but something seems to have happened at the Wudong banquet." He paused, a thought striking him, then stammered, Father, how do you know about this?" Fan Chen answered casually, "Just a guess. After all, I watched that child grow up. He will one day succeed me and govern the sanctuary in my stead. No one in this world knows what he has endured better than I do. Indeed, man proposes, but heaven disposes." Yu Sheng felt a surge of indignation. "Father, why do I get the feeling that eldest senior brother not courting the young saintess of Tianmen bothers you even more than the thought of him not marrying your daughter?" Fan Chen fell silent for a moment. He thought cheerfully to himself, perhaps it's best not to tell him just yet. Otherwise, wouldn't all the fun be spoiled? Seeing Fan Chen's sly grin, Yu Sheng couldn't help but grow suspicious. What scheme is father plotting now? The moment Yu Sheng and Fan Chen stepped down from the carriage, a voice called out from behind. "Master." The boy looked at the figure standing before him. It was Su Dao. He spoke with deep respect. "This disciple has something to say to you." Fan Chen smiled and nodded. "Very well." Yu Sheng and Kang Jun exchanged eager looks at Su Dao. The eldest senior brother must be about to lay his cards bare before father time to make a swift exit. In the gardens of the sanctuary, Fan Chen and Su Dao strolled side by side among the blossoms. He hesitated, stealing a glance at Fan Chen, then called out timidly, "Master, have I disappointed you?" Puzzled, Fan Chen turned to face him. "Why would you say such a thing?" Su Dao's voice grew earnest. "You saved my life and taught me everything without holding anything back. All because you hoped that one day I would inherit your mantle, govern Zhangzhou, safeguard all living beings, and uphold the peace of the 5 realms." Fan Chen nodded. "That is indeed so." Su Dao's voice grew heavy with sorrow. "But I have failed your expectations. I chose to betray everything and flee." Fan Chen shook his head with a fond smile. "Silly child. You have always been this way, since you were small-shouldering every burden and pressure upon your own two shoulders. Fan Chen spread his arms wide and ruffled Su Dao's hair, his voice brimming with pride. In truth, you have done splendidly. I have always been proud of you, nor have I ever thought you were obligated to become my successor. More than anything, I have always wished for you to live the life you desire. Su Dao was overcome with gratitude. He bowed deeply. Master, thank you. Fan Chen chuckled. Why such formality between us? Rise now. Su Dao mustered his courage and spoke his true intention. Master, on the night of next month's full moon, I intend to travel to Tianmen to propose to a demonic cultivator maiden. This has nothing to do with my departure from the sanctuary. I truly love her. Fan Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Wonderful news. After you've made your proposal, you must bring her here for me to meet. I am rather curious what manner of maiden could have captured my disciple's heart so completely. He then asked with feigned nonchalance, Ah, right. What is the girl's name? Su Dao answered innocently. Her name is Chu Jian. Chu Jian as in, if life were but as it was at first meeting. Fan Chen froze for 3 full seconds. Su Dao continued cheerfully. She once told me that her parents are deeply devoted to each other. When she was born, her mother chose that name to represent the love she bore for her husband. Fan Chen listened and smiled knowingly. That is certainly true. Seeing his master break into such a broad grin, Su Dao called out in confusion, his heart uneasy. Master, is there something wrong with the name? Scene changed deep within a forest. A horse carriage rolled along. Inside, a figure held a copy of the new poetic canon. Wu Nuo suddenly asked, You've already seized Xingzhu Palace, we not remain here? Yitan smiled and replied, Because what I need is not merely Xingzhu Palace, but the entire sanctuary. Wu Nuo offered his thoughts. That man does not favor you. He will never agree to marry his daughter off to you. Yitan declared with certainty, As long as the Taoist young master does not compete with me, I am confident I can win the little princess's heart and persuade His Majesty Fan Chen to change his mind. Wu Nuo probed, And if you ultimately fail? The young man answered, Then I shall wed the young saintess of Tianmen, serving as a bridge of reconciliation between the two realms still, a path to consolidate my standing. A man must take the first step if he hopes to succeed. I never dwell on failure before I've even begun. Wu Nuo agreed, Perhaps so. He gazed at the book, where a passage read, Only in true despair does one dare write of taking the first step. A faint unease stirred within him something that felt far from an auspicious omen. In the gloomy depths of Wangchuan fragrance, the eerie sound of trickling water echoed with an unsettling, unbroken rhythm. The silhouette of a spirit beast with the head of a rat, the body of a fish, and 2 wings upon its back drifted through the air in slow, somber flight. Droplets of water dripped ceaselessly from its body, pattering down one by one. So it was the source of those eerie, trickling sounds from before. Atop a gnarled, ancient branch, a mysterious figure in black robes lay resting with eyes closed. His hair was pure snow-white. His faint, golden pupils were utterly mesmerizing, yet his elegant brows were knitted tightly, as though some matter had left him deeply displeased. A woman in brilliant crimson robes approached and spoke. Jiang Shen, why are you here seething alone? Nu Ba smiled and pressed on. Is it because the mission at Hongyan City failed? Jiang Shen didn't even glance back, replying flatly. I am merely angry at myself for failing to see through that old fool's disguise. She leaned against a nearby tree and consoled. What does it matter? It was merely the young master acting on a whim, after all. The 3 of us are long accustomed to his ways. You're the only one who still insists on torturing yourself. She spun around with a light thud, took a running start, and in a blur of motion appeared right beside him, striking a casual pose with effortless nonchalance. You just sat back and watched the whole affair like an audience member at a play, contributing nothing. As she spoke, she seized his arm and lifted it. If you had followed his lead, how could you have ended up losing an arm? Instantly, Jiang Shen's figure vanished in a blur. He reappeared below, standing with his face turned away, and asked, What happened with that secret matter? Nu Ba remained sprawled out, clicking her tongue in playful mockery. Why do you always fixate on such trivial things while ignoring me? He diverts the conversation after all. A corpse path cultivator who could reach such a level as Zhu Bai, while maintaining full consciousness, is truly exceedingly rare. If we simply discard it like this, it truly would be a waste. Nuba, hearing this, cannot help but cover her mouth and pout at this stubborn, steel-hearted blockhead of a man. An elegant man in blue robes, carrying fruit, approaches and cuts in. Of course, he was courting death to begin with. I merely granted his wish. Jiang Shen frowns in confusion and asks why. The man smiles gently and begins to recount a long story. You've surely heard of the Yan Kingdom, located west of the eastern lands. The general of Yan was named Zhu by valiant in battle, utterly devoted to his nation. At that time, two minor kingdoms attacked Yan, nothing to truly fear. Yet the king of Yan was manipulated by others, trading the lives of General Zhu Bai's entire family for a single ceasefire document. Even more laughable, one sent to assassinate Zhu Bai's entire family was none other than Li Fire, the daughter of the loyal minister he had risked his life to save years ago. As for why Li Fire did it solely because the king of Yan had promised to make her his secondary consort once the deed was done. In the story being told, Li Fire carries a perpetually contemplative gaze, her expression stern and cold as she wields her weapon. Before her stands a red-haired figure, drained of all blood, utterly devoid of life. Yingzhu continues the tale, and so, Zhu Bai signed the document with me, became a corpse path cultivator, and turned Li Fire into a puppet under his own control. From then on, he loved using the Li Fire puppet to stage his little performance savoring the disbelief in the eyes of human cultivators after they were betrayed. But perhaps even he himself does not know whether he is tormenting others or tormenting himself. In recent years, his divine consciousness has been on the verge of collapse. Perhaps in the end he is simply tired. While speaking, he holds up the jade orb with a sigh. Jiang Shen, you're a natural-born member of the Corpse clan, and only now do you open your mouth to comment. I truly cannot understand you humans. Nuba plants her hands on her hips and asks curiously, Yingzhu, why isn't the killing power of the Jade Marrow Corpse essence strong enough? Yingzhu holds up the jade orb, eyes glittering as he gazes at it and smiles. Indeed, the life essence of mortals is far too fragile. In my heart I thought 168,545 people of Yan Kingdom, and this was all they amounted to. She walks over to stand beside Jiang Shen, picking up where Yingzhu left off, collecting Jade Marrow Corpse essence everywhere without even cultivating the hobbies of you scholarly types are. Truly baffling. He lowers his head, half closing his eyes to rest his spirit, and explains, there are far too few pleasures in daily life. I wish to gather more stories from the mortal world to ease my boredom. Then he spreads his hands once more, showing off. Jade Marrow Corpse essence like this I have plenty more. In a certain village, a voice rings out with a report. Young master, we've returned. Another person takes the skewered meat from Qin Min's hand. That young master, Dai Yin, smiles and gives his order. Then, get to work. The three of them, Jiang Shen, Nuba, and Yingzhu, eyes gleaming, respond in unison, understood. On the plate are neatly diced vegetables. Jiang Shen stabs at them with a skewer, but his force is far too great, sending them flying in every direction. Young master Dai Yin watches helplessly and changes the subject. Jiang Shen, don't you like sweet and sour flavors? Jiang Shen finally skewers a piece of food and holds it up, hearing one thing but answering another entirely. The Purgatory Blood Slaughter and the Crimson Goose Formation have both been lost. The paths through the Central Plains, Zhou Palace, along with the Purple Heaven and Crimson of the northern border perhaps, they too are beyond our reach. We toiled for so long, yet in the end, gained nothing. Young Master Dai Yin bursts out laughing. How could that be? We gained joy, didn't we? Jiang Shen whips his head around, his face clearly spelling out his complete and utter disagreement. He lets out a sigh, shedding his frivolous demeanor, and speaks with gravity. Act 2, ally, there is no need to rush. Once my wounds heal and my power grows, every last one of our problems will be resolved with ease. Besides, we are doing good work, therefore we must have patience. His expression at this moment is as gentle and warm as the words he just spoke. The three of them stare wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly speechless, a reaction that leaves young Master Dai Yin bewildered. Yingzhu raises his hand with a meaningful look. Aren't we the bad guys? Nuba also raises her hand, wanting to speak. Don't tell me you believe that despite cultivating the corpse path, slaughtering living beings, and throwing the realm into chaos, we are still good people. Young Master Dai Yin smiles gently, nodding warmly. Indeed, that is precisely what I believe. Yingzhu seems to grasp something and asks again, you mean we must completely disregard their opinions, believe that what we do is absolutely right, Yaosenli? Then can we truly succeed? That young master thinks to himself, do you truly believe those three are the ones who represent righteousness? Then he speaks up, you all, do you know back then, before my foster father plunged into corpse heresy with the intent to bewitch and confound all living beings, who was the first person to stand in his way? Before the three can react, young Master Dai Yin continues, it was me. His story begins to unfold through his words. After that, I was grievously wounded and cast into the heavenly abyss. Every day, my soul was torn apart by fierce gales, and killing intentient I maintained my consciousness, never once wavering, until in the deepest reaches of the heavenly abyss, my soul was drawn outwardly. Then did I glimpse the truth of one corner of this world. Only then did I understand that everything my foster father had done was truly righteous. That faint glimmer of dawn, shining through his eyes when he was at his most wretched and broken, had illuminated so many truths. He smiles and concludes, "Right now, Fan Chen's group of 3 are merely repeating the same mistake I made years ago." Yue, half asleep with bleary eyes, shuffles over and asks, "What are you all talking about? Is the food ready yet?" Young Master Dai Yin turns to answer almost. She hesitates. "Did I interrupt your conversation?" He merely smiles with doting warmth. "Not at all. Eating with you is the most important thing in all of Wangchuan Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Yue's face visibly brightens with joy. As for young Master Dai Yin, that goes without saying. His grin is so wide his eyes nearly disappear as he welcomes his beloved. In the northern borders Fingaling City, at the bow of a vessel drifting along the embankment, a solitary figure stands in deep contemplation, gazing into the distant horizon. From afar, a young woman's anxious voice rings out. "What should we do? Mother has been standing motionless at the bow for 3 double hours already." That breathtakingly beautiful woman, whose face carries a faint trace of sorrow, is none other than Meng Yi. Zhan, chin propped on both hands in her room, asks in bewilderment, and furthermore, instead of returning to the heavenly gate, she came all the way to a city shrouded in fog like this. What in the world is mother thinking? Yanxing pauses her work and turns to explain. The Menghai Pavilion was once the ruling sect of Fingaling City. The sect mistress elder sistermost likely just wants to go home and have a look. Hearing this, the girl falls silent for a moment, then walks to the window, gazing at the figure standing at the bow. She sighs. It seems mother's mood this time is truly terrible. The girl stares at her mother's silhouette for a long while, then clenches her fists and pouts. It's all father's fault. Zhan can't help but whisper to Yanxing, "Don't tell me father really has someone on the side." After saying this, she shakes her head vigorously, denying it herself. "Impossible. Father is upright, and Righty-Oush wouldn't even tell a small white lie on an ordinary day." The girl suddenly thinks of some bizarre scenario, her eyes going wide in alarm. Could it be that some female cultivator coveted father's handsome looks and secretly schemed to take his body? "Don't you come any closer." While speaking, she imagines the scene of her delicate, willowy father fragile as a peach blossom helpless when confronted by a swarm of spider demons. And father is simply too naive and easy to bully. Even if someone schemed against him, what could he possibly do? By then it'd be a done dealress already cooked into porridge show. He'd just swallow his grievances and marry that woman into the family. At this point, she starts sniffling and whimpering, feeling sorry for her poor father's hapless lot in life. Having finalized her deduction, Zhan turns to consult another person. "Auntie Yan, do you think what I said is right?" She turns only to find that Yanxing has already nestled snugly under warm blankets, fast asleep and snoring away. Truly speechless. Forget seeking opinions, just sits there muttering to herself. Indeed, when it comes to men, one mustn't choose someone too spineless. At the very least, he should be like that handsome, well-built wooden bookworm. Good character, strong in power too. At this point, her face flushes crimson without her even realizing it. And his physique is also absolutely wonderful. Recalling the scene when he carried her in a princess chariot first, held in his embrace, she had already felt that beneath that honest and refined exterior lay a chest and arms of extraordinary strength. In the old plays, it was written that marrying a man completely opposite to oneself was the surest path to harmony between husband and wife. Chan patted her head a few times, chasing away the wild thoughts running rampant in her mind. Now was not the time to dwell on such things. The little girl scampered over to where her mother stood. She lunged forward, wrapping herself around Meng Yi's waist with a pout. "Mother, don't be angry anymore. Even if father has been unfaithful to you, you can't torment yourself like this." Hearing her daughter's bizarre words, Meng Yi's face was marked with utter bewilderment. 3 enormous question marks practically floating above her head. She gently explained, "Child, what are you thinking? Your father isn't that kind of person. I'm not angry either, I just need a few days of quiet. As for you and Shenger," as she spoke, something suddenly crossed her mind. Her expression shifted to anger as she thought this little brat, how dare he hide things even from his own mother. This was outright rebellion. Chan studied her mother's expression and thought mother is clearly furious. Just then, a voice announced from somewhere that they had reached shore, and it was time to disembark. Meng Yi turned and said, "Let's go, wake Yanner first." Yan Hang was still sleeping soundly, murmuring in her sleep without pause. Mushroom candy, boiled mushrooms, braised mushrooms. She frowned, eyes still firmly shut, and mumbled on. These mushrooms aren't even washed properly. What a strange taste. Chan Chan and Meng Yi exchanged dark, thunderous looks of judgment. The little girl asked curiously, Mother, how come Auntie Yan went all the way to the Wudong feast and still loves eating mushrooms this much? Meng Yi rubbed her temple in exasperation, thinking she only went to the Wudong feast. Yet that refined swine managed to upstage all the carefully cultivated growth she'd worked so hard on. Those scholars from the Holy Realm were utterly unscrupulous. All that remained in her mind was the image of Jing Yan Dai sitting smugly beside an embarrassed young man, shamefaced and clutching a pillow to his bare body as he descended to the dining hall. Yan Hang sat at the table with a worried expression, her mind racing. Why is the sect master looking at me with such a strange gaze? She stole a glance at Meng Yi's judgmental expression, and beads of sweat erupted even more profusely across her forehead. Could she suspect me of colluding with the enemy? How unjust! Meng Yi ate calmly as she softly asked, I hear you and that Zhu Kongjun had contact while in Hongyan City, is that true? Her expression was perfectly composed, without a trace of abnormal emotion. Yan Hang jumped in fright, a chill crawling up her spine. Just as she feared suspected of colluding with the enemy, she hastily blurted out, Sect Master, I absolutely do not harbor divided loyalties. I, Mei Yan Hang, am a living disciple of Tianmen, and in death shall be Tianmen's ghost. She recalled how Kong Jun had claimed he was temporarily being reassigned to the Holy Realm, and she had chimed in. I thought the same end, so I severed all ties with him. That fool only went to Hongyan City to protect young Master Wei Dao and young Master Yu. There was nothing else to it whatsoever. Meng Yi probed into another matter. Then have you ever met those two young masters? Yan Hang's face bore an expression more trustworthy than a European bookmaker's, as she declared that aside from that foolish dog, I had no intention of secretly meeting anyone else. Rest assured, she propped her chin on her hand in exasperation, thinking to herself, she grew up by my side, how can she possibly be this dense? She feared that one day that Zhu fellow would swindle her all the way to bearing his children, and Yan Hang would still believe it was all her own idea. With that thought, she shot the girl a look dripping with disdain. After going back and forth in her mind, she ultimately had to accept it. Forget it. If she's truly set her mind on it, I won't stand in the way. Meng Yi suddenly asked, Do you think Zhu Kongjun is someone worthy of entrusting a lifetime to? This question froze Yan Hang solid. She rubbed her chin as 7,749 theories exploded in her head. Could it be that the sect master believes that fool would place the Holy Realm above his master and little Shenger, and therefore isn't worth keeping bitter to cast him aside? Yan Hang slammed the table and shot to her feet. Sage wisdom, sect master don't think such wild things, though that fool belongs to the Holy Realm. He is nothing like that insidious, cunning Holy Emperor. Meng Yi was utterly helpless before this dim-witted girl. If he weren't the same type, how could he have twisted you around his finger like this? Yan Hang deflected to another topic. Sect master about the Wudong feast this time. She deftly steered the attention toward the person beside her with another question. Has little Chan Chan found you a scholar son-in-law yet? Meng Yi anxiously scolded her daughter. You won't even come of age until next year. What's this about a scholar? Did his master not teach him any sense of propriety or shame? Chan Chan's eyes glistened with adorable, coquettish charm as she pleaded. Mother, don't be angry, please hear me out first. After listening to her daughter recount the full story from beginning to end, she finally softened and let out a sigh of relief. So many things have happened between you, and that scholar, it seems you share a fateful bond. She then turned to ask Yan Hang, who was still devouring her food with great enthusiasm. And you, what do you make of that scholar's character? Yan Hang blinked and laughed sheepishly. I was rather busy at the time, so I haven't had the chance to meet that scholar yet. Meng Yi saw right through her flimsy excuse. Rather busy, my Futch was probably out picking mushrooms. She sighed and said, Forget it. When you have time, bring him back for me to see. Little Chan Chan excitedly boasted. Actually, we've already arranged everything. We'll meet at Kaifeng City on the 15th, and I'll bring him back to pay his respects to you. As she said this, her voice dipped slightly lower. But mother, he still doesn't know my true identity for the time being. Please don't scare him when the time comes. Meng Yi hummed in surprise, thinking to herself, this scholar is so pure and kind-hearted, not at all like those people from the Holy Realm. Something suddenly occurred to her, and she asked abruptly, Right, which sect does this young scholar hail from? Upon hearing this question, Chan Chan's expression began to turn uneasy. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unnatural silence. Chan Chan stammered hesitantly, Actually, he belongs to the same sect as Uncle Jun. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi nearly choked on her water. Little Chan asked with concern, "Mother, are you all right?" She wiped away the water trail and frowned in thought, why is it? Yet another Holy Realm scholar. Manhwa placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder and asked gently, "Channer, do you feel that scholar has deceived you in any way?" Her face was now etched with worry, her emotions a tangled, chaotic mess. Chan raised her hands in a cross gesture and declared with absolute confidence, "Of course not. If anything, I'm the one who deceived him. I still feel guilty about it to this day. That scholar is utterly sincere, would never deceive anyone. Mother, please rest easy. Although he's a disciple of the Holy Realm, he's merely a purchasing steward. He has nothing to do with that shameless, vicious, selfish Holy Emperor." Hearing her daughter's words, she could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. She gently stroked her daughter's head. "Don't insult the Holy Emperor like that anymore, child. He is, after all, a hero who vanquished evil and saved the world, worthy of your respect and admiration." Chan's eyes went wide with shock. Wasn't Mother the one who hated that Holy Emperor the most? Why is she suddenly speaking up for him? Even Yan Hang beside her could clearly sense the abnormality and grew suspicious. Why has the sect master suddenly changed her tune? Could her fury have driven her to confusion? Manhwa stood up, turned, and gestured outward. "Let's go." Chan asked with worry, "Mother, are we truly never returning to Yun City? What if Father can't find us in the future?" She smiled confidently. "If he truly wants to find us, then even if we hide at the ends of the earth, he will find us without fail." Chan was lost in troubled thought. How is that possible? You are the legendary Demon Venerable. Father is merely a frail scholar. Yan Hang harbored her own worries upon hearing those words. What do I do if she's truly gone mad from rage? Does that mean I'll never get to see that foolish little deer again? Nyan Mountain, old location of Menghai Pavilion. A portly disciple stood atop a boulder, bellowing in a booming voice while flailing his arms and legs about. This mountain has clearly been placed under someone's control. You climb halfway up, then inexplicably end up back at the bottom. Brothers, do you know what this means? It means there is definitely a great treasure hidden within this mountain. We've come to the right place. His voice brims with excitement, egging on the crowd below. Another disciple raises his hand and asks doubtfully, "Boss, this restriction is incredibly powerful. With just our cultivation realms, I'm afraid we can't break it." The boss smirks, saying it has nothing to do with realm, then rummages through his storage pouch and pulls something out. He proudly reveals 4 fire god jade orbs and declares with full confidence, "With these, it'll be fine." After saying that, he winds up to throw, still chattering away to the crowd about how a single blast of fire will burn the whole thing clean, restriction or otherwise. Nothing will remain. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zio AI materializes right in front of him, her voice sharp as a blade. "What did you just say you want to do?" He stumbles backward in shock, shrieking, "What the hell is that? Don't come any closer." Standing atop the rock from before are Q Ma and Zio AI. She speaks sternly. "This is the original site of Dream Sea Pavilion. Show some respect for those who came before, and don't you dare harbor such despicable thoughts." The ringleader picks himself up, tugging his pants back into place, and sneers. "I thought it was something formidable. Turns out it's just a little snake spirit." His cronies brandish their weapons, dropping into aggressive stances. "Since you love Nanshan so much, then just be buried here." As they speak, they charge forward as one, intent on ganging up on the 2 children. Zio AI is no easy target either. She bellows, "A bunch of scoundrels, let this young lady teach you all a lesson." She lunges at one of the thugs wielding a short sword. He slashes at her with his blade and curses, "A frail little girl like you, and you still have the shameless nerve to meddle in others' affairs." She dodges the slash, then retreats back toward Q Ma, panting heavily but still determined to stand guard and shield the little monk behind her. Zio AI speaks up to reassure him, "Monk, don't be afraid. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." The 2 disciples burst into mocking laughter. "This little snake girl's got some spine, doesn't she? Well now, I've actually never tasted snake before. Might as well have a bit of fun before we kill them." Q Ma can't stand it any longer. He steps past Zio AI and walks forward. The one-eyed ringleader crosses his arms and barks, "Stop messing around. Hurry up and deal with these 2. We need to get into the mountain for the treasure first. If we delay, things could change." On this side, Q Ma draws from his sleeve a divine artifact feared by all under heaven, the revolver of the Dharma wheel. Thunderous gunshots rip through the air, sending flocks of birds scattering in terror across the sky. Q Ma takes aim at the sausages between the legs of those ruffians and opens fire, leaving them clutching their groins and rolling on the ground, howling in unending agony. The little monk blows the smoke from the barrel, looking impossibly cool, and chants softly. Amitabha, the ringleader staggers back in terror. That is one of the unique spirit weapons of Bodhi Temple in the western regions. The revolver of the Dharma wheel. It is said to require a cultivator to channel spiritual power into it, condensing spiritual bullets to fire. The discharge produces an extraordinarily dazzling visual effect. It was personally invented by Patriarch Bu-era, strikingly handsome man, with an incredibly gentle demeanor, dual-wielding revolvers with bullets strapped all over his body, nodding in self-satisfaction. Guns are the most romantic companion a man can carry through life. Therefore, you absolutely must have one. The ringleader's face drains of color. Terrified, he decides to cut his losses. Forget it, I can't afford to provoke him anymore. He lunges forward, throws himself to his knees, and kowtows desperately. Great Master, I was wrong. Great Master. Zio AI watches with utter contempt. How can there be such a shameless good-for-nothing? Kyuma presses his palms together, radiating the dazzling light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, illuminating all sentient beings. It is good that the benefactor recognizes his error. As the true scripture says, lay down the butcher's knife, and one may become a Buddha on the spot. The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back, and the shore is here. But as he reaches this point, his voice suddenly trails off into silence, his expression frozen in a daze. What was the next line again? It turns out the little monk only ever memorized that single passage for showing off. The ringleader continues kowtowing frantically, playing along all the way. Yes, yes, the great master speaks wisely. I have attained enlightenment, I have seen the light. Though he appears utterly servile at this moment, dark calculations churn within him. This western region's monk is easy to fool after all. Now I shall send you on your way. He secretly slips a small dagger from his belt. Suddenly, a sharp bang rips through the air. The ringleader is shot right between the legs and collapses onto his back. Even as tears of agony stream down his face, his mouth won't stop cursing. You bald-headed devil, I already repented and you still struck without mercy. Kyuma says calmly, who said that just because you repented I can't shoot you? The ringleader clutches his groin and growls. Then why did you rattle on with all that scripture nonsense? Kyuma presses his palms together, his expression serene and detached. Following proper procedure is the temple's regulation. Kyuma blows gently on the still-smoking barrel. Zio AI looks at him with great curiosity and asks, Monk, what kind of spirit tool is this? It seems quite special. The little monk offers generously, want to try it? Zio AI's face lights up with excitement, but hesitation remains. But I don't know how to use it. The boy places the gun in her hand without changing his expression, then takes her hand and guides her. It's very simple. Just channel your spiritual power into it to condense the bullets. He tilts the barrel upward and continues. Then pull the trigger. With a bang, sparks of light bloom across the sky, spreading beautifully like fireworks. Zio AI gasps in admiration. Amazing. She turns to the little monk with a grin. Let me try it myself. The little monk nods immediately. Sure. She begins counting 1, 2. She raises the gun and takes aim. 3. She braces her hip in a stylish stance and pulls the trigger. But it misfires. Not a single bullet comes out. Zio asks in frustration, how did this happen? Kyuma tilts his head and chuckles. Maybe I accidentally broke it just now. She puffs out her cheeks and glares, absolutely fuming. She whips her snake tail and smacks it right across the little monk's rear end. The quality of Bodhi Temple's equipment is truly terrible. Kyuma coughs awkwardly. Indeed, it's been getting worse lately. I'll file a complaint when I get back. The ringleader, crawling across the ground, sneers coldly. Ignorant snake spirit. The revolver operates on spiritual power. Your spiritual power is far inferior to this monk's. Of course you can't unleash its might. Kyuma walks up to him and calls out, Benefictorso, you're still breathing. The boy's expression now resembles a wrathful god come to collect a soul. The ringleader stammers in terror. Why, you can't kill me. You're a monk. Compassion is your foundation. Murder will bring karmic retribution. Zio AI crosses her arms and snorts. Are you trying to hold morality hostage? Little, monk says gently. Rest assured, I won't kill you. I'll report this to the Fingaling City authorities and have them deal with you. She isn't satisfied with this decision and puts her hands on her hips in protest. Why go through all that trouble? Doesn't Bodhi Temple of yours even allow for slaying evil? He smiles and explains, it's not for that reason. Zio AI's voice is filled with bewilderment. Then what is it? The monk Kyuma lets out a soft breath and says, for evil slaying alone, my daily quota is 30. Today's quota is already full. She blinks in disbelief. You have a quota for slaying evil. Plus, since I met you, I haven't seen you slay evil even on sea, so how did you exceed the limit? Q-Ma laughs heartily. It's from exceeding the quota and the backlog of debt. The ringleader, his soul turning ashen, overhears everything. A kill quota could he be? Suddenly, he recalls a story he once stumbled upon by chance. Very few people know of this matter. He himself only heard of it through a stroke of fortune. It is said that across the vast 5 domains under the heavens, cultivators who fall to evil and embrace darkness are countless. Considering that sects everywhere can hardly attend to everything, it is the common folk who ultimately bear the suffering. Therefore, Buddha Patriarch Zaihe accepted a group of outer disciples into the Arhat Hall disciples, who did not study Buddhist scripture but specialized solely in martial prowess. They roam the world with the primary mission of slaying evil and extinguishing darkness. It is said that the number of evil cultivators slain by these killing monks far exceeds those eliminated by Xuan Zai Tower. Those who know the inside story often call them temporary Hanser, slaughter monks. The image associated with them is that of a young monk, his entire body drenched in blood that soaks through his robes. That winter, when the first snow begins to fall, the great monk stands there and asks, Dharma Q-Ma, do you still remember how many missions you've completed? Q-Ma answers in a hollow voice, 676. I'm operating on a borrowed quota. The great monk presses his palms together and sighs, then continues, Dharma Q-Ma, do you know why the Arhat Hall sets quotas for you all? At this, his voice fills with barely contained fury as he growls in warning. It's because we fear that before you reach a higher realm, you'll drown in the killing, become numb, lose your Sylves and walk the path of darkness. From this day forward, you are relieved of all missions. Go wander the world. Remember, you are a human being first. Those words leave Q-Ma stunned. The boy asks, his face blank, but I don't know where to go. The great monk suggests, is there someone you've always kept in your thoughts? Q-Ma repeats softly, someone I've always kept in my thoughts. In the little monk's mind, the image of Zyro AI smiling and calling out, Monk, appears. His eyes soften. I know where I want to go and who I want to find, even though she might not remember me anymore. The great monk squints and asks, she doesn't remember you. Aren't you worried she might just ignore you? Q-Ma shakes his head with a gentle smile. No. Before this, I met a scholar from Zhangzhou and picked up a few acting skills from him. Back to the present, Zio AI leans in with a casual assessment. Your temple is really strict. Doesn't that mean you've been living a miserable life? Q-Ma lets out a long sigh and nods. Yes, these past few years, life has been absolutely suffocating. She laughs brightly to comfort him. It's okay. With me around from now on, things will definitely be way more fun than before. The little monk smiles as well and hums in agreement. I think so too. While the two chat happily over there, the terrified ringleader over here is searching for a chance to escape. Where is the magistrate's office? Hurry and take me there. I don't want to be anywhere near that terrifying freak anymore. Suddenly, he catches sight of a pair of pristine white feet in red shoes stepping in front of him. Hope surges in the ringleader's heart. Someone's here. He flings his hand out, scrambling for rescue. Miss, save me. Unexpectedly, the young woman stomps down hard on his hand. Zio AI speaks up first, her voice full of suspicion. It's you, Zhan cries out in joyful surprise. Ah, it's you all. The two girls clasp hands warmly, like dear friends reuniting after a long separation. Zhan asks, why are you all at Ingjen Mountain? Zio AI cheerfully shares her plans. The monk and I are heading to the western regions. We just happened to pass through here. Zhan points toward Yanxing, introducing her. Right, let me introduce you thighs is. Yanxing's beast demon nature causes the girl's snake tail to sway ceaselessly. Zio AI eyes her warily. This senior is incredibly formidable. Only the ancestors of the valley could hope to match her. The girl then turns to introduce Mengyi. This is my mother. Zio AI gazes at Mengyi with shining ice. Thigh's lady is so gentle and kind, and her scent is no different from an ordinary mortal's. Her eyes brim with adoration and reverence. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly covers her mouth. Wait, blood is splattered everywhere. Won't that frighten her? Her beast demon instincts have completely vanished by now. Mengyi gently pats Zio AI's head and asks, you're the little snake demon from Dark Valley. The girl exclaims in surprise, how does Milady know? Jiu Mo's voice cuts in at that moment. If I may, inquire, why has your excellency come here? As he speaks, the young monk clasps his hands and bows in greeting. Yanxing stands beside him, silently impressed. This monk from the Bodhi Temple is truly sharp. Mengyi smiles gently and replies, to ascend the mountain and pay respects. Jiu Mo ponders inwardly ordinarily. Everyone pays their respects at the foot of the mountain. This mountain has been sealed with a protective formation array. Ordinary people simply cannot ascend. Yet this noble lady states outright her intent to go up. Moreover, her surname is Meng. Meanwhile, she is pinning a hairpin into Zio Ai's hair, reminding her as she does, wearing this pin will benefit you. Zio Ai reaches up to touch the newly placed hairpin. Suddenly, every wound on her body vanishes without a trace. The girl raises her hand in shock. My wounds are gone. Zio Ai has already realized this miracle stems from the hairpin. The girl grows flustered, wanting to return it. No, a spirit tool this precious. I can't possibly accept it. Mengya reaches out and gently holds the girl's hand, stopping her from removing the pin. Zio Ai suddenly finds her hand frozen, unable to move. Mengya smiles warmly. Just keep it. If you ever get the chance to visit Dark Lotus Valley, treat us to some snacks, and that will be enough. The girl stammers nervously. Then whenever Milady visits Dark Lotus Valley, I'll cover everything. I'll remember that. Then she turns to ask the other person. Little monk, what about you? Do you have a wish? Jiu Mo, having been called upon, raises his head to look. Jan whispers to the person beside her. Auntie Yan, is mother trying to give the little monk a hint? Yan Xing nods thoughtfully. Indeed, when one reaches the sovereign's realm like Big Sister, helping to elevate juniors is no longer confined to a single domain. She sighs at the monk's good fortune. Today, a single promise from the sovereign and the little monk could soar to the heavens in one stride. Jiu Mo merely says calmly, if possible, I wish to ask your excellency to satisfy my curiosity. Yan Xing's face fills with disappointment. Such a golden opportunity, and he wastes it on curiosity. Mengya agrees, ask away. The little monk poses a question entirely out of left field. What manner of person is your husband? Yan Xing and Jan jolt in alarm, hearts pounding with dread. Why is this monk adding fuel to the fire? We're done for. Mengya forces a smile and answers. A demon. Before that, when he was still human, his character was passable. The little monk senses something strange in the atmosphere. So he was a chivalrous scholar, it's just that he no longer walks the mortal world. Zio Ai grasps her hand to comfort her. Milady, please don't grieve too deeply. She reassures them gently. Rest assured, I am not grieving. Jiu Mo offers further. Then would Milady require our Badhai temple to perform funeral rites on your behalf? Mengyi approves. That's a fine idea. Make it grand, lavish, and extravagant, but don't let anyone know who it's for. Jan whispers in disbelief to the person beside her. Auntie Yan, don't tell me mother is serious. Yan Xing replies reluctantly, I'm afraid she is. The little monk clasps his hands and bows. Rest assured, milady, I understand. Even if they try to keep it secret, this would be the grandest affair on the floating life continent. He must report this to the Buddha Patriarch perhaps. His Holiness would even invite the sacred emperor to attend, seizing this chance to dissolve the conflict between the two domains. If such a scene truly comes to pass, Zai would laugh in Fan Chen's face. The trio bids farewell and departs. We're heading up the mountain now. Zio Ai waves enthusiastically. If fate brings us together again, Milady must remember to visit Dark Lotus Valley as our guest. Zio Ai's face brims with adoration as she asks, do you know who that lady is? Aside from the nature demon sovereign, she's truly the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Jiu Mo sighs and answers, she is the silent demon venerable of the Tianmen sect from the northern border. Upon hearing this, the girl freezes as if struck by a dual ice sealing technique. What? The shriek echoes through the mountains and forests, shaking heaven and earth. Zio Ai shakes the little monk like a rattle. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I should have asked for her autograph. She suddenly recalls something, and her face flushes crimson. Wait, did the silent demon venerable just pat my head? Jiu Mo regards her with an appraising look and asks, so you're not going to wash your hair now? Zio Ai's embarrassment transforms into anger. Of course I'm going to wash it. If I don't, it'll be so uncomfortable when I sleep. Her tail swishes wildly, betraying her excitement. Zio Ai explains with a pout, I just wanted to wait a few more days before washing it. Suddenly she feels a jolt, and whips aroundly to find the little monk cradling her tail, lifting it up. Wiwi, are you holding my tail? He sighs and explains, I'm afraid your tail will pick up dust, then it'll take forever to clean. Zio Ai's face turns beet red. So what if it gets dusty? At worst, I'll just find someone to wipe my tail for me. Her tail is now coiling tightly around the little monk. Jiu Mo gazes at her with tenderness and asks softly, then how about me? Zio Ai turns away shyly, stammering, it's not out of the question. Jiu Mo teases, whether intentionally or not. But didn't you say a girl's tail can't be touched by just any boy? Her voice small, she replies, if it's you, it's fine. But then she suddenly shouts, but from now on, you're only allowed to touch my tail. If you dare touch anyone else's, I'll before she can finish. Jiu Mo has already sworn, I guarantee it. From this life to the next only yours. Hearing this, her face turns red as a tomato. The little monk murmurs softly, only your tail ever. The tail nestled in his arms twitches ever so slightly. Zio AI whispers shyly, that tickles, be gentler. Jiu Mo gently cradles the tail, secretly thinking she's so dishonest with herself. She clearly loves it. He gazes at her from behind with boundless tenderness. Zio AI suddenly recalls someone who once told her, Zio AI, when you one day meet the one fated to be your partner, you may marry him. She's silently stealing her resolve, that's right. I must marry. Then she turns and asks, monk, can you return to secular life? Zio AI is well aware that one cannot marry a monk. Jiu Ma answers calmly, I can, but there is no need. This answer leaves her inevitably disappointed. No need. Zio AI summons her courage and speaks her mind outright. If you don't return to secular life, how can you possibly marry? Just now you said you'd only let me touch your tail for the rest of your life. Were you deceiving me? The hand gripping the monk's tail stiffens abruptly. Zio AI, try pulling your tail free. She whimpers through her tears, let go of my tail already. But the demon resolutely refuses to release it. He lets out a long breath. Who said that without returning to secular life I cannot marry? Zio AI freezes, utterly bewildered. Jiu Ma explains with a sparkle in his eyes. The times are progressing, and monks have advanced too. Our Bodhi sect doesn't have that many rigid rules, it's flexible monasticism. He continues recounting the rules that the Zaihe Buddha ancestor once promised aside from senior brother Fan Jia, who has attained the Ling Ling 7th tribulation. All other disciples are of the 996 blessingsa. There is no need to worry. He says all this while gently stroking the serpent tail to soothe her. The little monk leans in and plants a gentle, fragrant kiss upon the serpent tail, then speaks a declaration that shakes the heavens. I, a monk, shall be the one to raise and care for you. Inside Zio Ai's head, an explosion detonates like a freshly dropped bomb. Her face flushes crimson as she retorts stubbornly, How-Ho needs you to raise them. Clearly, the entire journey it was I who took care of you and protected you. The little monk doesn't argue back. Instead, he grins foolishly and goes along with it. She's right. Without her, I truly don't seem to manage very well at all. The girl still puts on a haughty front, snorting coldly. Good that you know. Rest assured I won't abandon you. Off to the side, Yan Xing and Zhan Zhan overhear every word of the two lovebirds' flirtation. Embarrassed beyond measure, yet unable to look away. Yan Xing can't help but laugh and comment, Sovereign sister, tell me how can there be such a foolish girl in this world? She probably still doesn't know the true identity of that little monk. Forget touching his tail be the end, she'll likely be burned alive, married off in a daze without even knowing what happened. She speaks while laughing, oblivious to the fact that Meng Ye's expression grows darker by the second, each word piercing like an arrow into her heart. Yan Xing innocently continues, even if she later bears children for that little monk, she still might not know she was deceived. She might even be thinking about giving him a second child. 3 sentences strike like 3 arrows, piercing straight into the heart of someone already stinging. Meng Ye's face has turned as dark as it can possibly get. She even turns around with a giggle and asks Meng Ye, Sovereign sister, don't you think so? Her face full of aggrieved gloom, she turns and speaks in a frigid voice, enough. Then she strides off without waiting for anyone. Zhan Zhan hurries after her. Mother, wait for me. Yan Xing's face is filled with bewilderment as she questions herself. Did I say something wrong? Before a range of mountains that pierce the heavens, wreathed in white mist, Meng Ye halts and gives her instructions. Everyone stay here, I'll go up alone. The 2 others nod obediently. Yes, mother. Yes, sovereign sister. She takes flight and soars up the mountain. This place once held many unforgettable memories. Deep within Yan Mountain lies the former site of the Menghai Pavilion. At this thought, sorrow clearly etches across her face. No matter how many years have passed, she still remembers everything as vividly as the day it happened. That year, raging flames engulfed the entire estate as people wailed in anguished demonic fire. This is the demonic fire of the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable. It's over, this fire cannot be extinguished. Save me, I don't want to die. Meng Ye, utterly exhausted, calls out weakly, Father, Mother, I beg you please answer me. But no one answers her. All she can see are 2 blurry silhouettes swallowed by a sea of flames. Arriving at this place of old sorrow, the scenery remains as desolate and ruined as it was on that day. She stands gazing for a long while, murmuring under her breath, "Father, Mother, your daughter has returned." Before her stand rows of cold spirit tablets. Large and small, even Jan has never known of their existence. Aside from regular offerings, every time a momentous occasion arises in her life, Meng Buyu always returns to Yan Mountain, recounting every detail to her parents. 300 years ago, she knelt before her parents' graves and wept bitterly, "Father, Mother, your daughter has finally avenged you and everyone. 20 years ago, she came here to share the joyous news of her marriage. Father, Mother, your daughter has married. Although he is merely a common scholar, he loves and protects me dearly. He has given me a warm family. He is my great hero." 15 years ago, Mengyi came to tell her parents they had a bouncing baby grandson. "I have a child now, Father. Mother, a wonderfully lively baby boy. Only now does your daughter truly understand the depth of your love." 12 years ago, she visited once more to share yet another piece of happy news. "He and I have had another child, a daughter this time. Now I've surpassed even you two. I'm already a mother of two." She once said, brimming with happiness, "Father, Mother, your daughter is truly deeply happy now. Power and cultivation realms no longer matter to me. I only wish to live an ordinary life with that scholar in Yun City." She gazes leisurely at the drifting clouds. "Flowers bloom and fall. When our children are grown, we'll travel the mountains and rivers of the 5 domains together until our hair turns white." Now Mengyi visits them once more, but her face no longer brims with the happiness of those 3 previous times. "Father, Mother, it turns out he is no ordinary scholar. He is the most formidable figure in all the 5 domains. With a single twitch of his finger, he could effortlessly destroy everything I hold dear." She clutches her own shoulders in anguish, at a loss for how to face this true hand, so she fled. "Your daughter fears that everything will prove to be flowers in a mirror, the moon reflected in water. She fears that one day she will lose the home that matters more than her own life. Father, Mother, tell me, isn't your daughter terribly foolish? She doesn't even notice when her eyes have already brimmed with tears." Jan spreads open both hands, revealing a small blue-green purse resting in her palms. Yan Xing glances over and asks, "You always used to hide that purse away. Why have you suddenly taken it out?" Little Jan happily explains, "Before, Mother didn't know about me and Mew too, so naturally I had to be careful. Now that I've confessed everything, there's no need to worry anymore." At this point, she notices her mother has returned and cheers, "Mother's back." Jan links arms with her mother and asks, "Mother, have you finished paying your respects?" Mengya's expression has returned to its usual warmth. She hums softly in acknowledgement. "Let's go. It's time to move on to the next place." Then she suddenly notices. She stares at the purse glinting with an unusual shimmer and questions herself, why does this purse carry a strand of sword intent? Back aboard the ship, drifting lazily through the clouds, Mengyi examines the purse with such intense focus that Jan beside her grows anxious. What exactly is Mother looking at? Is there something wrong with the purse Mew 2 gave me? She silently appraises the small object in her hand. The embroidery technique on this purse carries a certain vigor laced with the essence of sword intent. This embroidery style inevitably reminds her of someone. A sword aura like this, I've only ever seen it on the purse that the Grand Fairy of Yiti Ming often carries. On the blue purse she holds, a phoenix spreads its wings in embroidered flight. The sword intent on that purse is extraordinarily fierce. Surely, back when the two were still husband and wife, the Deaya Immortal Lord embroidered it for her with his own hands. The artistic sentiment in both purses seems to echo one another. Could it be that the person in Jan's heart was once taught sword arts by the Deaya Immortal Lord? She suddenly whips around to stare at her daughter, making the girl jump in fright. Wasn't he just an ordinary scholar from the sacred domain? Mengyi returns the purse to her daughter and asks, "Tell me the story of how you met and got to know that little scholar." Little Jan reaches out to take the purse. "Yes, Mother." Her mind is in a complete whirlwind. As expected, Mother still hasn't fully accepted him. "It seems I need to sing Mew 2's praises and put in a good word for him." After recounting the entire story, the innocent girl spares no effort championing her beloved before her mother. That's how everything happened. He truly is a righteous hero who turned the tides. Mengyi gazes at her daughter with deep concern. "Foolish girl. If he were truly as remarkable as you say, then how could he be nothing more than a lowly purchasing steward who fetches supplies?" Meng Dai presses further, "What is the boy's name?" Jan answers cheerfully, "Mew 2. His name is Mew 2. Hearing this, she senses something is slightly off. The naming style feels strangely familiar. Meng Dai's thoughts drift to the past back, when she had just given birth to her firstborn son. Her husband held the tiny baby Fan Chen, wailing in his arms, and enthusiastically proposed. "My lady, how about naming our son Wangkai?" Her husband's naming sense truly left her utterly speechless. Who on earth names their son like they would a dog? Seriously, snapping back to the present, Meng Dai ponders inwardly. The holy domain in the central continent is leagues away from the eastern lands. Even for a talented ordinary disciple, the chance of receiving guidance from immortal Lord Daoya is vanishingly slim. For 300 years, the immortal Lord Daoya has never set foot in the holy domain. If a holy domain disciple received his guidance, that ghost scholar must have personally brought them along. And across the entire holy domain, the only ones who could make that ghost scholar show his face are his two disciples. If it isn't the little girl, then it can only be the other one. In the depths of her heart, she has already recalled who that person is, none other than Fan Chen, the disciple the ghost scholar had planted there. Jan's eyes shimmer as she pledges, "Rest assured, mother, my eye for people is superb. He's handsome. His cultivation realm seems quite impressive. And most importantly, his knowledge is vast, and his character is beyond reproach. Those people in the holy domain simply have no vision. He should have left long ago." At this point, she even feels indignant on behalf of the unrecognized talent. Meng Dai probes, "After leaving the holy domain, where did he go?" The girl excitedly boasts, "After getting engaged to me, he'll stay at Heavenly Gate for good. Oh, and I even have a perfect plan. Mother could give him important assignments. Pile the hardest and most numerous tasks on him. He'll take them all with a smile, absolutely won't disappoint you." She forces a smile and asks, "Would that boy actually agree?" Inwardly, she thinks, by now he's probably serving as the foremost steward, acting in the holy emperor's stead. Little Jan thumps her chest in guarantee. "I'll talk him into it when the time comes, no problem at all." After much deliberation, Meng Dai gradually shifts her thinking. Come to think of it, if she could lure the ghost scholar's prized disciple to serve in the northern frontier, that might not be a bad arrangement at all. The thought alone makes her giggle softly to herself. Jan suddenly recalls the important matter and hastily asks, "Oh right, mother. Mewtwo said that after marrying me, he'd take me to pay respects to the master he reveres most. But I don't have a suitable gift to bring." Meng Dai clenches her fists in silent fury. He even dares to claim his due. Jan speaks in a small, uncertain voice. "I could make a detour to Cloud City along the way and fetch the dragon hair calligraphy brush from father's study." She readily agrees. "Since you're at it, there are also several precious treasures your father stored in the Yang Gallery. Might as well take every last one, don't leave a single item behind." The girl hears this and feels somewhat bewildered. Take everything? Does mother want father to move out of his own study? But she quickly brushes the thought aside. If Mewtwo's master sees a room full of treasures, he'll surely be delighted, right? The decision is settled. Father will just have to feel a little wrong then. Seeing her daughter's expression, she is quite surprised. It seems Jan truly likes that boy very much. She strokes her daughter's head. "Let me ask one more time, you're sure that little scholar isn't deceiving you?" Jan grins radiantly. "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. He's nothing like father who dares to anger you." This strikes right at Meng Dai's sore spot, making her share in the irritation. She still can't help but remind her, what if he is deceiving you? For example, what if he's not actually a steward who procures supplies for the holy domain at all, but holds an entirely different identity? The girl remains utterly confident in her decision. "So what? Even if he were just an ordinary gate guard disciple, I wouldn't be angry, because I love who he is as a person. It has nothing to do with his status. Every moment we spent together, morning and night, was all real." She finishes with a beaming, radiant smile. These words awaken something within Meng Dai. She smiles gently, her expression carrying a trace of happiness. No matter what his identity may be, the feelings between us are real. Recalling the days of sweet marital love long past, she finally understands she never expected that she, of all people, couldn't see as clearly as her own daughter. Meng Dai decides not to reveal the truth. For now, she still cannot tell her daughter. Wait until after the marriage. When she discovers it herself, her reaction will surely be quite entertaining. At the thought, she coughs awkwardly, as if she suddenly grasps the reasoning of that ghost scholar. Her daughter leans her head against her shoulder and asks, "Mother, honestly, ever since we boarded the ship, I've been wondering where are we headed next?" Meng Dai falls silent for a moment. Her expression shifts to stern resolve as she speaks beyond the red dust. She reveals her suspicion. "I suspect the one who leaked Yun Qing's whereabouts, causing Zhu Hai to hunt down your father and elder brother, was none other than Zai Tianhong." The ship arrives behind the mountain of beyond the red dust mystic heaven cliff. Meng Dai's voice rises, steady and measured. Zai Tianhong is the adopted daughter of Senior Yin, and simultaneously her direct disciple. Senior Yin enters closed-door cultivation year-round. Because of this, Zai Tianheng and the 3 other guardian elders have become the true controllers of Beyond the Red Dust. Disembarking, Yanxing adds further explanation. In truth, if the sect master Big Sister hadn't been betrayed and forced to leave Beyond the Red Dust all those years ago, the title of Holy Maiden would have rightfully belonged to her. Perhaps because of this, Zai Tianheng has always been at odds with the sect master Big Sister, nearly to the point of treating her as a mortal enemy. Normally, the sect master, Big Sister, would pass messages to her disciples through Beyond the Red Dust, always relying on people she trusted. If one asks who had the greatest opportunity to eavesdrop and leak information to Zhu Hyatt, could only be Zai Tianheng. Yanxing clenches her fists and steps forward. A group of female cultivators has already come out to greet them, bowing respectfully. Sect master. She smiles gently and helps them up. There's no need for such formalities. Then she folds her arms, cutting straight to the point. This time I've come specifically for Zai Tianheng. The female disciple clasps her fists and reports, Sect master, you've arrived too late. Zai Tianheng has already fled. She has taken refuge with the corpse puppets. This news sends a jolt of shock through Yanxing and Chan Chan. She demands in a heavy voice, when did this happen? The female disciple reports honestly. Some time ago, a batch of mystic yin-yang spirit grass reached maturity. Since I needed it for recuperation, Senior Sister sent Zai Tianheng to harvest it with me. On the way, when she heard that the sect master had besieged Zhu Hai, Zai Tianheng began acting strangely. No one expected her to then conspire with the corpse puppets and turn her blade against her own fellow disciples. She struck with ruthless coldness, claiming countless lives. Zai Tianheng seized the goods in hand, intending to steal the entire batch of mystic yin-yang spirit grass outright. The female disciple recounts in fury, we fought with our lives on the line and barely managed to salvage half the batch. That ungrateful wretch intended to use the entire mystic yin-yang spirit grass as her inaugural tribute to the corpse puppets. I absolutely cannot let that woman have her way. Chan Chan, standing beside them, finds this baffling. I don't understand. Zai Tianheng's position and influence in Beyond the Red Dust were already exceedingly high. Would she commit such a foolish act that destroys her own future? Yanxing explains gently, because she has always been impulsive and harbored deep grudges. Beneath that beautiful exterior lies a pitch-black heart. Naturally, she wouldn't behave as a rational person would. The female disciple shakes her head in exasperation. Indeed, back then, Senior Sister saved her life and raised her as her own flesh and blood. Who could have ever expected her to repay such kindness like this? Meng Dai suddenly recalls something and asks hastily, has Madame Yin left seclusion yet? The disciple nods, of course. Senior Sister is at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. I'll take you there. And so they all make their way to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. On the way, Chan Chan asks curiously, Yanxing, was it because someone deliberately leaked Mother's whereabouts that the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable came hunting her down? Yanxing answers softly, yes. Back then, the sect master Big Sister didn't want to implicate everyone in Beyond the Red Dust, so she fled alone from the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable's pursuit at Mystic Heaven Cliff. Afterward, she lived a life of constant, unstable flight. The girl asks with concern, then the one who leaked Mother's whereabouts, could it have been Zai Tianheng? Yanxing sighs but doesn't deny it. We thought the same. But afterward, Senior Yin sent people to investigate and found no evidence of Zai Tianheng colluding with the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable. We had no choice but to let it go. To this day, the matter remains an unsolved mystery of Beyond the Red Dust. They arrive at the entrance of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion in no time. On a bed within lies the silhouette of a woman. Madame Yin sits up to greet them. You've come. The words barely leave her lips before she covers her mouth and breaks into a violent, racking cough. Meng Dai rushes to her side in worry, supporting her shoulder. How are you feeling? Madame Yin waves her hand dismissively. I'm fine. Yet the handkerchief she just coughed into is stained with scattered traces of blood. Chan Chan exclaims in alarm, Mother, you're coughing up blood. Madame Yin still smiles to reassure her little Chan Chan, don't be afraid. Mother is fine, it's just that this frail body can barely hold on any longer. The girl is bewildered. Why is it like this? Yanxing speaks in a sorrowful voice. Even for cultivators, the wellspring of life will one day run dry. Senior Yin has nearly reached her limit. Chan Chan asks, unwilling to accept this, is there truly no spirit medicine in this world that can extend her lifespan? Madame Yin gently accepts the truth. I have lived far too long. There is nothing more that can be done. Yanxing hastily interjects. There clearly is a way. As long as you obtain the fruit of the celestial Tao illumination tree, you can break through the 9 realms into a higher realm and extend your lifespan. The girl turns to ask, the celestial Tao illumination tree is the first living existence in the legends of the 5 floating worlds, but doesn't it only bear fruit once every 30,000 years? Then how could we possibly find one? The disciple says in a melancholy voice, there's no need to search. Senior sister once obtained a fruit before, but she didn't keep it for herself. Instead, she fed it to that ungrateful child who kicked the bowl after eating the porridge. Tragic beyond measure. The heavenly ghost demon venerables assault the corpse puppets. In the end, those who suffer most are still these ordinary mortals. The scene rewinds to many years in the past. At that time, Madame Yin is still a young woman brimming with vitality, commanding everyone, search everywhere, see if there are any survivors. Her disciples immediately accept the order with respect. A trembling hand reaches out from the rubble. Madame Yin whirls around and sees a child pinned beneath a pile of debris. Wheezing out a desperate plea, "Save me." The girl was rescued, but only a thread of life remained, her lips murmuring without cease. "Please save me." Madame Yin gently reassured her. "Do not be afraid," then channeled her spiritual power to heal the girl until she stabilized. Yet she sensed something was terribly wrong. A disciple seated nearby let out a heavy sigh. This child's chi and blood have run dry. Her meridians are severed. Her soul is shattered beyond repair. There is no saving her. Covered in wounds, the girl still desperately clung to life. "Save me. I want to keep living." Madame Yin comforted her. The fruit of the heavenly Tao spirit tree could cleanse and restore the soul. Surely it could turn death into life. Surely it could save her. She produced that immortal fruit. Keeping this fruit serves no purpose for me anyway. After all, I never did care for eating these things. The disciple hastily moved to stop her. "Madam, that is a heavenly Tao spirit fruit, offered to you by the beast lords of Dengxian. If you give it to her, what will you do?" Madame Yin spoke with boundless compassion. "If I cannot even save a life that lies right before my very eyes, wouldn't that contradict the very purpose for which I began cultivating? What meaning would there be in eating this fruit and living a few thousand more years? Rest easy, child." Without a moment's hesitation, she fed the girl the immortal fruit that countless souls yearned for. "You will not die." The instant the girl swallowed the immortal fruit, its power surged through her, pulling her back from the jaws of death. Jan froze mid-sentence. Could it be the child mother saved back then was? Mengye confirmed in a heavy voice. "That is correct. It was Zai Tianheng." The disciples below erupted into hushed murmurs. The sect master excels in everything save for her soft heart. That was a heavenly Tao spirit fruit, one that bears only once every 30,000 years. There may have been only one such fruit in all the floating life continent. Madame Yin merely laughed it off and rummaged through a paper bag. Only children fancy eating fruits. She pulled out a piece of candy from the bag and beamed. "Grown-ups only like candy." Then she popped it into her mouth with utter satisfaction. The memory fades, and the scene returns to the present. Mengye lowered her head, her voice laced with disappointment. "But this time, Zai Tianheng has conspired against my husband and betrayed others. Sure red dust. I can no longer turn a blind eye." Even Madame Yin did not move to stop her this time. "Do what you must. I will not stand in your way." At the heavenly gate of the northern border, the civil and military officials bowed in deep reverence before the demon sovereign, Bu Yu. Mengye strode through the ranks of officials, her expression cold and imperious. Flanking her were Yan Xing and Jan. She settled onto her throne and began reviewing memorials and reports. One of the 4 demon generals of the heavenly gate, Wu Wuliang, stepped forward to deliver his report. To this day, Zhu Hai of the blood refining sea remains unaccounted for. Should word spread that we directly annihilated the blood fiend refining purgatory, it may incite discontent among the other sects. She spoke with chilling indifference. "Zhu Hai is already dead. There is no need to concern ourselves with what others think." The crowd below erupted into commotion. "Zhu Hai is dead? When did he die? How could a demon cultivator of such power die so silently? Could it be that the sovereign's injuries have finally healed?" She continued calmly. "He died at Cloud Fortress on the border where my husband normally resides." Behind Meng, you stood the 2 people closest to her, Yan Xing and her daughter. Little Jan suddenly realized. Before, mother would never allow anyone to pry into father's affairs. So why is she bringing him up of her own volition today? Wu Wuliang clasped his hands and ventured a guess. "You mean to say that Zhu Hai fled that day because he had discovered your husband's location, intending to use him as leverage against you?" "I see. If this information were released, the sovereign's destruction of the blood fiend refining purgatory would be seen as perfectly justified. But that would also expose your husband's whereabouts and put him in grave danger henceforth. At the mention of her husband, her expression softened. That will not be necessary. He has a place of his own. He need not remain at Cloud Fortress. Yan Xing and Zhan Zhan were stunned by this strange behavior. Each harbored their own thoughts. The gentleman will be fine, but what about that fool of a dog? How am I ever supposed to meet him openly and legitimately now? Does mother mean she won't let father come home anymore? Then how am I supposed to bring Mewtwo to meet his father? Maka sat in a corner far from the center, maintaining his silence. He thought to himself, the sovereign's words just now did not sound like a warning. They felt more like a display of power. Maka gazed at the demon sovereign, utterly baffled. She only married an ordinary scholar who couldn't even harm a chicken. What is there to flaunt? Yet Mengya's face at this moment was brimming with a smile, no longer wearing its usual mask of indifference. He spoke up to remind her. Now that the threat of the blood-refining sea is eliminated, we should seize this opportunity to recuperate and restore our strength. But she did not agree. No need. While we have the chance, let us settle the ancient soul puppet corpse as well. Maka was stunned by this decision. Attack the ancient soul puppet corpse. You have shown them deference for years. Why strike now all of a sudden? Mengya answered with absolute confidence. I simply feel I have the power to do so now. Maka could no longer contain himself and raised his voice in protest. Nonsense. The ancient soul puppet corpse is the greatest hidden threat in the northern border. Their strength far surpasses the blood fiend refining purgatory. Even at the height of your power, uninjured, victory was never guaranteed. Wu Wuliang also counseled against it. Indeed, sovereign, once war erupts, the heavenly gate will inevitably suffer devastating losses. We cannot guarantee that a third faction won't seize the opportunity to intervene. She uttered a statement that shook the entire hall. Then what about attacking the sacred domain? Maka nearly leapt from his seat. Yan Xing and Zhan Zhan froze in shock. The officials were thrown into bewilderment, many whispering among themselves, has the sovereign lost her mind? Since when did she learn to jest? Maka suddenly felt his head throbbing with dull pain. Let's just stick with attacking the ancient soul puppet corpse. In truth, he believed her words did not sound like a jest at all. They rang terrifyingly sincere. The sovereign's courage has grown beyond measure. Does she truly believe herself to be the Tai Xuan Ming Emperor, capable of suppressing sacred Emperor Dai Hong? Maka suddenly felt far too old to endure revelations more shocking than any tabloid headline, and let out a long, weary sigh. This is too exhausting. I need to retire quickly. He still wanted to advise attack the ancient soul puppet corpse. Do you have a sound strategy in place? If this old man may suggest. Before Maka could finish, Mengya waved her hand dismissively. No need. We charge in first and fight as we go. Her seemingly reckless words left Maka's face blanketed in bewilderment. Wu Wuliang panicked internally. No strategy, just charge in headlong. Is the demon sovereign joking right now? She reassured them with unwavering confidence. You need not worry, reinforcements will come. Only upon hearing this did Wu Wuliang finally exhale in relief. Thank heavens, the demon sovereign is still in her right mind. Maka immediately demanded, who? His mind raced. According to ancient rules, cultivators from other domains were forbidden from meddling in the affairs of the northern border. Only one whose bond with the demon sovereign was extraordinarily intimate could be exempt, but Demon Lord Wu Tian could not leave the southern territories. Grand Immortal Ming's backlash wounds had yet to heal. Could it be the Buer Buddha ancestor? Or Dao your immortal lord? Surely that was impossible. Mengya smiled and continued. Today, I also wish to announce a joyous piece of news. She gestured toward her daughter. Zhanna is about to be betrothed. Maka smiled warmly. Oh, then surely the young man must be a gentleman of extraordinary caliber. May I ask which sect or clan does he hail from? Mengya dropped two words that hit like twin thunderbolts. Sacred domain. He felt reality itself spinning away from him. So this truly was the demon sovereign Bu Yu, unpredictable and awe-inspiring beyond all reckoning. Night descends. The moon tonight hangs full and luminous, its silver light pouring down unobstructed. Wind rustles through the treetops, carrying fallen leaves toward a solitary tombstone inscribed, the tomb of Wen Wujing. Yet the earth behind this tomb appears to have been freshly disturbed. Someone has dug it up. The coffin lid has been pried open. A voice murmurs, as I suspected, the soul has been extracted. All that remains inside is a skeleton. The one standing before the coffin, speaking these words, is none other than Kong Jun. He mused aloud. Someone destroyed Wen Wujing's soul right under the noses of Grand Master Mei. and the old palace master Wen Shan shattering it to pieces to help him slip away. Gazing upon this act of audacious subterfuge, he could not help but wonder, who could have done this? The scene shifts. At this moment, Dai Yin strolls leisurely, questioning his subordinates. You mentioned that aside from us, Wen Wujing also made contact with other corpse path cultivators. He glanced at his underling and continued. He has yet to truly die, then his savior must be the ancient soul puppet corpse. Hu Kang countered, what makes you think so? Dai Yin raised a finger and explained. Because the ancient soul puppet corpse harbors a demonic monk one who, years ago, secretly stole the severed right arm of my adoptive father. That demonic monk need only give Wen Wujing a single drop of the sovereign demon blood to easily facilitate the escape of his soul. At this, a smile crept across his face. The true dragon has fallen, and they dare let mere insects gorge themselves on its remains. That demonic monk cannot be allowed to live. Top PH letter 1EA3. I ditch than distroke letter 1EBFN, R letter 1ED1. IH letter 1ED3N, C letter 1ED5. Thiam letter 1ED9T, CHUY letter 1EBFN. Distroke letter 1EBF, GI letter 1EAD. NB letter 1B0, letter 1EDBCT, I letter 1EBFP. Conceal letter 1E3N, HMTUY letter 1EC1. NH letter 1ED3N, Zung Quan, V letter 1EABN, UOM Quai, D letter 1ECB, and Hu V letter 1EADY. L letter 1E1C Than. M letter 1ED9T Trong and H letter 1EFNG Noi Buon Bon Trao de Stroke, letter 1ED5 IGI letter 1EF. A Trung Chao Vebi letter 1ED1N V letter 1EF1C Cock. Yu Sheng strolls leisurely through the sea of people, excitement brimming beneath his calm exterior. Schemes churn ceaselessly in his mind support the Xuangxin ghost sect in toppling Tianmen, and claim the fair Miss Yuan for himself. This time, my reason for approaching you is perfectly legitimate. At the Parasol Tree banquet that day, Yuan already coldly rejected you to your face. Kong Thicheng Yu. N letter 1EBF Yu Kong Ko CHUY letter 1EC7. And Jai Chin Dong Thai Distroke letter 1EBNG Theo. Ta N letter 1EF. And J letter 1EF. Sin and Go and Gang and Go D letter 1ECDC. Tim K I letter 1EBF M. And Hung N letter 1EBF U dot PH letter 1EA3. I Die HUY letter 1EC1. And Tam QU letter 1EF7 Tong. Duong N here and PH letter 1EA3, I Mang Theo, Chut, Quadja letter 1EB7 PM letter 1EB7T. Dai Te Kong Hin, Enhu, Kong T letter 1ED1T, L letter 1EAFM. Kong Mei Ta Ko Y Cute, CH letter 1EC9, C letter 1EE7, a PH letter 1E5 Than. V letter 1EAD, Y Nairn TH letter 1E9, NH I letter 1EC1, U NH letter 1EA5T, Chin La Lin TH letter 1E1CH. Fam TR letter 1E7N, V letter 1EDB, IGA, S letter 1EA3N, KH letter 1ED5, and GL letter 1ED3. THO letter 1EA3, I my CH letter 1EC9, Vow, Distroke letter 1ED1 and G Lin TH letter 1E1CH. B letter 1EA3, O Con Tri, L letter 1EA5, Y Dai Tiru, THO letter 1EA3, I my. He halts before Wanbao Pavilion, lifting his gaze to the shop's signboard. A thoughtful hum escapes his lips, his eyes blazing bright as if he'd struck gold. This auction house legendary throughout the southern region, for its trade must surely hold no shortage of rare treasures within. Suddenly, a voice whispers into his ear from nowhere, startling him half to death. Is this young master looking to purchase fine goods? He leaps backward, putting distance between himself and the stranger, and shouts, Who are you? The golden-haired boy grins cheerfully and introduces himself. Don't be alarmed, young master. I'm a servant of the Liu family. As it happens, there's an auction tonight at the estate, so I wish to invite the young master inside ahead of time. Yu Sheng asks curiously, An auction? I traveled the entire way here and never heard a single word about it. The Liu family boy leans in close and whispers. What the young master doesn't know is that whenever our city has rare goods on hand, they're traded in secret at private estate gatherings practiced under our young lady's personal invitation. Tease the humble yet refined path. Yu Sheng eyes him with suspicion. Then why dress like this to recruit customers? He then jabs a finger straight at the boy's face and shouts loudly, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. And it's the broad light of Daiscent, that exactly the sort of thing that draws unwanted attention. The golden-haired boy clutches his head, wailing pitifully. It's because our old master thinks this outfit is the height of styliso, he forces all of us to dress like this. Yu Sheng finally relents and lets out a snorting laugh. So that's how it is. Being a servant truly is hard work. The young servant boy leads him to the Liu residence, explaining as they walk. Young master, this is our Liu family's second establishment. The Liu residence. Yu Sheng glances around and clicks his tongue. It's quite lively indeed. Suddenly, something clatters to the ground near his feet. A young girl steps over to peddle her wares. "Young master, care to buy a scholarly dispatch?" The two boys are taken aback. A scholarly dispatch. Yi spreads out her merchandise, promoting the academic dispatches related to the Holy Realm. Yu Sheng's face stretches long with disinterest, yet she continues to ramble on undeterred. Every 10 years, the Holy Realm issues a limited number of academic dispatches. Young cultivators who possess these dispatches may study beyond the borders of the Holy Realm. Should their achievements and performance prove outstanding, they even earn the chance to become inner disciples or serve within the Holy Realm itself. This is a golden opportunity to change one's fate and rise above the masses. One can only stumble upon it through sheer fortune. With that, the girl shoves the paper right into Yu Sheng's face. He politely declines. "Thank you, but I have no need for it." The girl's eyes sparkle as she looks at him, asking excitedly, "Why not? Could it be that the young master possesses no talent for cultivation, a weakling, without a shred of ability?" Yu Sheng's voice hardens. "Of course not." A middle-aged man strides over and scolds. Yi, stop spouting nonsense." The man snatches the paper away and lectures sternly. "This is your future we're talking about. How can you casually sell away such destiny?" The girl's eyes brim with grievance as she stammers, but her father tucks the dispatch firmly away and declares, "Before you set foot in the Holy Realm, I will safeguard this scholarly dispatch myself. Don't you dare even think about selling it again." The girl teeters on the verge of tears. Yu Sheng stands still, watching her with eyes glistening and brimming, sniffling pitifully. "Miss," the girl whips around to glare at him, jabbing a finger at his face as she scolds, "What kind of person are you? There's a woman standing here crying beside you, and you can't even offer a single word of comfort." Yu Sheng points at himself innocently and asks, "Why would a woman be crying beside me? I'm supposed to comfort her. I'm not that kind of casual person." Talking to this blockhead only makes her tremble with even more fury. She huffs and turns away in a fit of piquehaver. She can't sell that text token now anyway. He asks curiously, "That text token was prepared for you, so why would you want to sell it?" The girl lets out a long sigh and confides, "Because I have absolutely no talent for cultivation. Father wants me to go to Shengyu to fish for a husband. If I can catch the eye of some man from a powerful sect, I'll have a pillar of support for the rest of my life." In her mind, she immediately conjures the image of a dashing, gallant young man, handsome and refined, showering her with flattery. Yu Sheng tries to comfort her. "Your father is thinking of you." The girl remains unwilling. "I know, but I don't want to find my other half with such a purpose. I want to meet someone, get to know them, and build a sweet, genuine love. Even if that person is also weak and talentless like me, that's perfectly fine. I don't care about any of that. If you had bought that text token earlier, that would have been wonderful. My father spent half his fortune to acquire just one they're incredibly rare." Yu Sheng places his hands behind his head and says nonchalantly, "But my father can casually give me as many as I want." She stares at him in astonishment. "Really? If that's the case, then your father is quite impressive indeed." He seizes the opportunity, puffing his chest out with pride. "He is incomparably formidable. No one in all of Jiangsu can hold a candle to him." The girl looks at him with undisguised disdain. "Do you know that a cultured second-generation heir tries to be as humble as possible when speaking of their father? Otherwise, you just come across as childish." "You?" Sheng shakes his head and smiles. "I'd love to be humble, but the circumstances simply don't allow it. My father is the person I respect most, the goal I will spend my life chasing." Whenever he speaks of his father, his eyes overflow with reverence. Deep in his heart, there has always been one burning wish: in the future, I too want to sweep away evil and protect the world just like him. Then his thoughts drift unconsciously to his arranged marriage with Miss Yuan. As long as Miss Yuan and I are wed, I can surely command the southern domain, my name resounding across the heavens as the legends foretell. Moreover, Miss Yuan is so exquisitely beautiful. With a graceful figure, impeccable education, and refinement, everything about her is perfect. It is truly impossible not to be drawn to her. A look of infatuation lights up his face. She speaks up to snap him out of it. "What were you thinking about? You've been spacing out for ages." Yu Sheng replies shyly, "I was thinking of the one in my heart." The girl exclaims in surprise, "Oh." Yu Sheng reveals his purpose. "I came to the auction to buy a gift for her. She doesn't care for jewelry or clothing, so I'm hoping to find something rare and precious." She regards him with a touch of admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so sentimental." She ponders for a moment, then suggests, "How about you look at landscape calligraphy and paintings?" She leans in close and whispers mysteriously, "The most coveted treasure in today's auction is a piece of calligraphy. The identity of the person who wrote it is absolutely extraordinary if I told you. You'd be scared to death. Yu Sheng asks excitedly, "Oh, who is it?" The girl says innocently, "It's the illustrious young master Yu of Sheng Yu." The very person in question is standing right in front of her. He forces an awkward smile, but she chatters on without missing a beat. Young Master Yu is a legend of our Zhangzhou. Before he even set foot in the world, he was already ranked among the 4 great young masters of the realm. Although his current cultivation realm isn't particularly high, and the calligraphy he writes by his own hand doesn't yet carry Tao resonance unable to aid anyone in comprehending a true breakthrough. Hearing this, Yu Sheng's face darkens like the bottom of a pot. He can't tell if she's genuinely praising him or delivering the most cultured roast of his life. The girl continues walking and speaking with undisguised admiration. Even just hanging it in one's home as an object of veneration is already a symbol of status. That's why so many people are willing to pay a staggering price to get their hands on one. Yu Sheng forces an awkward, strained smile. Only now does he realize, wanting to cry inwardly, all those messy scraps of paper I used to casually toss aside could have been exchanged for spirit stones. What a catastrophic loss. She continues, moreover, young Master Yu is the eldest son of the Holy Emperor. He has every right to inherit the throne, but Sheng Yu already has another young master standing in as successor. If the two of them were to clash, Zhangzhou would surely be thrown into chaos. The girl clasps her hands and closes her eyes, speaking with deep reverence. That young Master Yu doesn't meddle in the affairs of Sheng Yu clearly. He has relinquished his claim to the succession. He surely did this for the peace and safety of all Zhangzhou. What a noble character that is. Yu Sheng seizes the moment, thumping his chest with pride. You're absolutely right. Young Master Yu is handsome, dashing, and accomplished in both literary and martial arts. Truly a role model for the young talents of our Zhangzhou. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he asks eagerly. A dragon among men of that caliber we cannot hope to compare. In all the world, only Miss Yuan is a worthy match. Don't you agree? Why finds it truly baffling. Why did they suddenly bring up Miss Yuan? Suddenly, a flock of young women swoops in from somewhere, chirping, "My, what a handsome young gentleman. Where did you come from?" The women fan their faces coyly, hiding bashful smiles. They have never seen him before. Both YY and Yu Sheng are caught off guard by their arrival. They begin chattering and twittering, asking her, "Why is this young master a friend of yours? Why are you still standing there like a wooden post? Hurry up and introduce him to us. Young master, have you also come for young Master Yu's ink treasures?" While the young ladies are lost in merry conversation, off in the distance, a group of people watches with grim expressions. Young Master Hugh of the Hugh family Yuan furrows his brow. "Let's go, we'll pay him a visit." Young Master Hugh of the Hugh family Yuan. He strides over, claps Yu Sheng on the shoulder, and asks, "This young master doesn't look like a local of Luo City, does he?" YY forces a smile and smooths things over. Young Master Chen is just passing through Luo City, looking to acquire some rare curiosities. Hearing that young Master Yu's ink treasures would be unveiled today, he came specifically to have a look. Hugh Yuan and his group flash cunning smiles. Young Master Chen wants rare treasures, then why not look at ours? They lead everyone over to where 2 treasure cases sit on display. Hugh Yuan quickly begins his pitch. This is the Huo family's minor celestial sun mirror, only 300 spirit stones. And this is the Yang family's heart-nourishing jade bracelet, just 500 spirit stones. Young YY's vision darkens. She thinks anxiously these things aren't worth anywhere near that many spirit stones. They're deliberately inflating the prices. Hugh Yuan's lips curl with a sly, calculating grin. With that many spirit stones, there's no way he can afford them. In a moment, this brat will be utterly humiliated. In Hugh Yuan's mind, the young ladies would lose interest the instant they see Yu Sheng can't pay. How pitifully poor he is. What a waste of that handsome face. Being handsome isn't everything. Yu Sheng sighs, rummages through his pouch, and tosses out 4 enormous chunks of purple crystal jade marrow. Your wares are far too cheap. The Huo family group is absolutely blinded, their jaws dropping in shock. The young ladies from before start whispering among themselves once more. Purple crystal jade marrow. That's incredibly rare and precious. A single piece is worth hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. A young master who is both handsome and wealthy. I've finally met one. Yu Sheng remains composed, tucks them away, and continues. I came here to see young Master Yu's ink treasures. I'm quite curious. I've never heard of young Master Yu having any ink treasures circulating in the outside world. How did you all determine that calligraphy is genuine? Young Master Yuan Guan, unwilling to yield, speaks up. This little young master is truly arrogant. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, does it? Hugh Yuan puffs up with pride. his introduction more explosive than a volley of firebombs. This young Master Yuan Guan is an inner disciple of Sheng Yu, and a bosom friend of young Master Yu. Being gifted ink treasures by young Master Yu is perfectly normal. Yu Sheng's face is plastered with question marks. A bosom friend? Then why don't I know about it? He too wants to know what game they're playing, so he plays along. Then by all means, bring out young Master Yu's ink treasures for me to see. Yuan Guan fans himself with an arrogant flourish. Young Master Yu's ink treasures are not something you can simply demand to see. Yu Sheng smirks and taunts. So you're feeling guilty, are you? Guilty. Why whispers a gentle plea for restraint. Young Master Yu's ink treasures are genuine. Please don't be angry. Let's just go look at other rare curiosities. She feels truly baffled, bizarre. Apart from scions of noble houses, there are quite a few patriarchs with considerable cultivation bases present. Why has everyone already concluded that calligraphy is authentic? After mulling it over, she confronts them directly. Don't you all realize that when young Master Yu was at Sheng Yu, he never once finished an entire scroll of calligraphy? Where would a complete, genuine work even come from? Two lackeys begin tag-teaming with contemptuous smirks, as if you know young Master Yu personally. We think you're an even bigger fraud than young Master Yuan Guan. Yuan Guan leaps to defend his dear friend, acting like a loyal comrade shielding a brother-in-arms from slander. Young Master, do not speak such nonsense. Young Master Yu writes tirelessly at Sheng Yu day after day, never once being lazy. I will not allow you to slander him like this. This leaves Yu Sheng grinding his teeth in frustration. He's being praised, yet he feels not a shred of happiness what is going on. Young Master Yuan Guan seizes the moment to provoke. If I can produce a witness, what will you do? He casually tosses his money pouch aside. The pouch lands with a heavy thud right in front of Yuan Guan. Yu Sheng declares plainly, inside are 100 pieces of purple crystal jade marrow. If you can produce the genuine article, they're all yours. He stares at the pouch, then drops another bombshell. If not, I will destroy every last one of your calligraphy and painting sand, hand you over to the city magistrate for judgment. Yu Sheng smiles with hidden meaning. Why, standing beside him, cannot help but worry. 100 pieces of purple crystal jade. Marrow, not a single household in all of Luo City could produce that much. And this doesn't even seem to be his entire fortune. Yet seeing him still calmly sipping his tea, she arrives at a conclusion: he is truly staggeringly wealthy. Yuan Guan whispers to the person beside him, "Go invite Elder Yang to assist me." Yuan hesitates but agrees. Fine. He hurries off to speak with someone dressed in luxurious robes. The person he seeks is True Person Yang. He recounts the situation while pointing toward their group. True Person Yang follows them over to where Yu Sheng stands. Yu Sheng begins his interrogation. You claim to be a witness. Then tell Muhat method exactly. Did you use to convince everyone that calligraphy is young Master Yu's genuine handwriting? The old man snorts coldly with contempt. Child, stop talking nonsense. Open your eyes and look carefully. After that booming shout, he unfurls a gleaming golden scroll. Yu Sheng scoffs dismissively. No name, no attribution. Any common mortal scholar could have written this. And you all just believed it. The old man unfurls another scroll. Then take a look at this one. His expression shifts slightly upon seeing the second scroll. True Person Yang crosses his arms confidently. Being able to produce this much purple crystal jade marrow, you must be a disciple of a major sect. Yourself, so surely you've seen Emperor Fan Chen's genuine handwriting. Your Majesty, tell me, is this painting of mine real or not? Yu Sheng ponders for a moment, then says woodenly, it is, indeed, genuine. True Person Yang presses his advantage. Then you also know that Emperor Fan Chen rarely gifts his ink treasures. This Sunset over Cloud City painting is a one-of-a-kind piece across all 5 realms, a new work that no one has ever seen before. The old man at his side chimes in, echoing the claims. For True Person Yang to possess a genuine, never-before-seen work from Emperor Fan Chen, he must be someone close to the Emperor. So when he confirms that this ink treasure of young Master Yu is genuine, it must be genuine. Yuan Guan stoops to pick up young Master Chen's money pouch. These 100 pieces of purple crystal jade marrow, I will graciously accept them. Yu Sheng's hand silently condenses spiritual power. In a flash, he lunges forward and slams a palm strike into the scroll. The scroll takes the full brunt of the blow and crashes to the ground, shattered by Yu Sheng's palm, dissolving into scattered fragments. True Person Yang roars with fury, you wretch, how dare you? Yu Sheng replies nonchalantly, it was merely a wager. As I said before, if young Master Yu's ink treasure is fake, I will destroy every last piece of calligraphy you possess. The old man at the side tries to intervene. But you have no proof that young Master Yu's ink treasure is counterfeit. YY, standing to the side, frets silently. Not only Thatit is deeply disrespectful to destroy genuine works of Emperor Fan Chen. In the worst case, he could be hauled before Sheng Yu to face judgment. She turns back and realizes that at some point, everyone has quietly retreated. They now stand far away, terrified of being implicated. True person Yang draws a finger across his throat, signaling Yuan Guan to finish Yu Sheng. Young Master Yuan Guan says nothing. He drops straight into a combat stance. He charges with a roar, attacking head-on. I'll cripple one of your arms first as punishment for your insolence toward Emperor Fan Chen and young Master Yu. Yu Sheng stands there calmly, watching him come. He observes the incoming movement, smirks, and lets out a soft snort. Then he, too, launches a strike, meeting the assault head-on with relish. Final Asomion worth fighting myself. Bang! The collision of two spiritual forces produces a thunderous shockwave that rocks the heavens. The sheer monstrous torrent of spiritual power pouring from Yu Sheng causes Yuan Guan, despite putting everything into his defense, to cough up a mouthful of blood. He is sent flying, skidding and tumbling across the ground. Only now, his face ashen, does Yuan Guan realize, you're a disciple of Sheng Yu. Yu Sheng stands there without a scratch, perfectly composed, and blinks. Aren't you just some cast-off disciple of Sheng Yu? Are you trying to swindle everyone here? He sighed, turning to explain to the crowd, everyone, please do not misunderstand. Though I destroyed His Majesty Fan Chen's painting, the person I revere most across all 5 domains is none other than him. Standing behind him, Su Dao thought to himself, just a moment ago you clearly said the person you revere most is your father. You change your tune awfully fast. Yu Sheng continued with a grin. The thing is, I've been tearing things up since I was a child. So just now, I ruined it out of sheer habit. The spectating crowd wore expressions of utter disbelief. The word unbelievable practically stamped across their faces. Who do you think you are? Even the Holy Emperor's precious treasure couldn't possibly make His Majesty Fan Chen paint one piece daily, just for you to tear apart. He tossed his money pouch with a friendly smile. There are 20 taels of silver here. Consider it compensation for that painting. I recall it was sold for this very price back in Yun City. I wonder whether you lot bought it or stole it. His words made that Taoist Yang's face darken as he ground his teeth in rage. The gawking onlookers still failed to grasp the situation, murmuring among themselves, the Holy Emperor's autograph sold for a mere 20 taels. How dare he say such a thing? How is that even possible? Yu Sheng finally spoke to settle things. Didn't everyone want proof that this so-called ink treasure from young Master Yu was a forgery? Bring me paper and brush. Receiving the paper and brush, he sets the strokes with gravity, beginning with a single vertical line. He couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Yu Sheng wrote as he answered, to let everyone see what young Master Yu's genuine ink treasure truly looks like. The young woman covered her mouth, letting out a muffled gasp. The old man from earlier also cried out in astonishment. What? Taoist Yang waved his hand dismissively, sneering with contempt. I thought you had some clever trick. Who knew you'd simply fabricate such an outlandish lie? He didn't rush to answer. Instead, he produced an exquisite seal. The man taunted mockingly, well, you think pressing some random seal onto it will prove you are young Master Yu? On the other side, Yu Sheng was still calmly pressing the seal onto the painting. The instant it descended, brilliant waves of spiritual power erupted outward, forcing Taoist Yang to stumble back and shield his eyes with his sleeve. The onlookers began to feel a creeping sense of bewilderment. The old man with the dragonfly-wing spectacles had already realized the truth. Thinking to himself, it is rumored that the Holy Sun's seal bears 9 dragons, personally refined by successive holy emperors. Its power far surpasses ordinary spirit weapon 7 cultivators. At the pinnacle realm cannot replicate it. Judging from the overwhelming power radiating from that seal, he truly is young Master Yu. Everyone dropped to their knees in unison, bowing their heads and calling out in chorus, we pay our respects to young Master Yu. Yu Sheng began to pronounce his judgment. You stole my father's painting, then used it to peddle so-called ink treasures of young Master Yu. By doing so, you could travel the lands harvesting spirit stones endlessly. Quite the cunning scheme, I must say. Taoist Yang's voice trembled as he stammered his excuse. I was momentarily muddled. Young Master Yu, your grace, please be magnanimous. The magistrate lying crumpled nearby was equally consumed by despair. It's over, everything is finished. Having said that, he promptly fainted. He commanded sternly, hand these 2 over to the governor's office of Lecheng. Deal with them directly according to the law. Furthermore, my appearance here today do not breathe a word of it to anyone. The others swiftly and obediently accepted the order. Understood. After a while, as they parted ways, Yu Sheng's voice rang out. Seeing me off here is enough. Take this. He produced a scroll of calligraphy. She accepted it, staring at it intently. Yu Sheng instructed warmly. When you return, tuck this painting of mine into your recommendation letter, and go directly to the sanctuary's inner sect to apply for admission. You can collect 5 fourth-rank creation marrow cleansing pills from the alchemy hall. They will elevate your spiritual veins to match those of any noble scion. From now on, so long as you cultivate diligently, you won't need to rely on marrying into another family to conceal your talents. You may even use your own strength to support the Liu family. Her heart surged with emotion upon hearing this. She asked with concern, do you realize that a single careless remark of yours could change an entire person's life, even the fate of the Liu family of Lecheng? He laughed heartily and teased. That tone of yours doesn't sound anything like the you from a moment ago. She said hesitantly, if I reverted to my earlier manner, would you happen to need someone by your side as an attendant or a study companion? Yu Sheng smiled gently and kindly declined. I already have someone in my heart. She lowered her head in disappointment, murmuring softly. That's right, I nearly forgot that you came today to buy a gift for her. Forgive me, I was too presumptuous. Yu Sheng shared honestly. Truthfully, I haven't won her over yet, but I will never give up. A tremor passed through her eyes. She thought secretly, perhaps he truly adores that young lady, otherwise, how could such a light shine in his gaze? She offered her well wishes with sincerity. Then I wish you success. Yu Sheng clasped his hands cheerfully. Many thanks. Then he strode away with effortless grace, not forgetting to look back and wave farewell. I'm off. After this fateful encounter, she came to realize something of great importance. She told herself, one day I shall meet someone whose eyes and heart hold only me. I am certain of it. Among the 3 great armies beneath heaven, only Dao your immortal sovereign Wu Yi was the one Zai Zui feared the most, yet no radiance illuminated the stumbling footsteps of a certain lone figure. Because he was the most idle of them all, Wu Yi stands by the stream and lets out a languid, weary yawn. It is said that after awakening that year, Wu Yi never returned to taking palace again. Even the eternal night study he seldom visited. He roamed all 5 domains of the world, persisting in only one task, slaying evil spirits. Wu Yi splashes stream water onto his face, washing briefly, then slumps back down with an unreadable expression. His fingers summon a small flame, and Wu Yi uses it to shave away the stubble dusting his chin. With the shave complete, he transforms in an instant from a weathered old man into a handsome gentleman. He exhales in relief and mutters to himself, since I've come home, I can't afford to look too haggard. Before Wu Yi's eyes spread the magnificent, breathtaking scenery of Qingping Valley in the eastern earth. Seen transition at a certain grand estate, a young woman stands scolding a dog. Little Dao, you're quite something, aren't you? A few days ago, you got that stray in Qingping Valley pregnant, and today you've come all the way to Lin Valley to find a new lover and have your fun several times over. The young woman delivering this stern reprimand is none other than Qiu Jian, one of the 4 great sword attendants. She continues her threat. If you're caught again, don't blame anyone for making you into a stewed dog meat dish. The little dog, Xiao Dao, trembles uncontrollably upon hearing this, its entire body shaking with terror. Sensing someone approaching, she turns to look. Wu Yi walks over, offering a faint smile in lieu of a greeting. Qiu Jian lets out a long sigh at the sight. She crosses her arms and says with biting sarcasm, well, well, if it isn't the great guest of honor himself. Wu Yi smiles awkwardly and asks in a low voice, where is Heideng? Qiu Jian turns and points into the courtyard. The second miss knew you might return. She's been cooking soup. Wu Yi immediately quickens his pace, heading in the direction she indicated. Understood. She watches his retreating figure with a trace of melancholy, thinking to herself since the day he left. This is the 376th pot of soup the second miss has made. Does he even realize that the last time he came home was 400 days ago? In the kitchen, Heideng holds 2 small jars in her hands, deliberating. Wu Yi has already appeared behind her, calling softly, Heideng. She turns around in astonishment. Wu Yi, big brother, you're back. He gazes at her with deep tenderness, murmuring softly. He reaches out to stroke her head, his voice laced with guilt. It's been so long, I'm sorry. But as his hand draws near her face, it suddenly slows. He lingers over the delicate contours of her features, then nevertheless resolutely ruffles her hair. His eyes brimming with emotion, he repeats, I'm sorry, she says calmly. Eldest sister told me since I married you, you are my husband. You may do anything with me as you would with a wife. I won't find it strange and slash at you with my sword. Wu Yi tilts his head and asks gently, "Why are you always like this? Must you forever follow her every word?" Haydang stares back blankly, her face devoid of expression, and asks guilelessly, "The eldest sister is the person I admire and hold closest to my heart. Is there anything wrong with listening to her?" Upon hearing these words, a quiet layer of melancholy deepens in his gaze. The soup in the pot has reached a rolling boil, bubbling with a vigorous hiss. Wu Yi turns away, changing the subject. "What kind of soup is it today?" She answers curtly. He gives the vegetable soup a glance and praises it. "Not bad at all. You've improved." Ming Haideng only knows how to wield a sword, or rather, she only knows how to turn herself into one. Things that come effortlessly to ordinary women require her a great deal of time to learn. She didn't even know that vegetables needed to be properly cooked, and so what Wu Yi received was nothing more than a pot of plain water. Over the years, every time Wu Yi mentioned something, Ming Haideng would commit it to memory. By now, one could reluctantly say she has learned how to cook soup. Wu Yi lifts the spoon, takes a sip, and offers a gentle smile. "It's delicious, but perhaps next time, don't dump every single spice, and the flavor might be even better." Ming Haideng stammers, "It'll remember, I will." He asks the question that has puzzled him for so long, "But why do you keep making soup for me?" She answers mechanically, "The eldest sister once said that a wife should wash her hands and cook soup for her husband. It is what ought to be done." She recalls the image of her sister by the cooking pot and continues, "When you lay unconscious, every single day the eldest sister made a bowl of soup for you, hoping that you would wake up and have a taste." As she recounts the past, the scenes of that year gradually unfold. A woman sits silently beside the bed, where Wu Yi lies unconscious. As Haidang tells it, the eldest sister once said there had been many opportunities before, yet she never once set foot in the kitchen. By the time she finally wanted to cook, he refused to open his eyes to eat. She gently takes Wu Yi's hand, gazing with heartache at the man lying there, body covered in wounds, eyes shut tight. Upon hearing this, he lowers his head in pensive silence, saying nothing. Haidang continues innocently, "So now I want to cook soup for you in the eldest sister's place." Wu Yi gazes at her tenderly and says, "You are not her replacement." Ming Haidang smiles, "No one can replace the eldest sister's place in your heart, Wu Yi. I have always known that." Wind howls into the room, sending the candlelight flickering wildly. After changing into her nightclothes, Haidang walks to the bedside and says softly, "Wu Yi, let's go to sleep." Wu Yi, freshly bathed, steps out and replies, "All right." And so they share the same bed, but between them lies a sword, drawn like a boundary line. Wu Yi lies flat on his back, staring up at the ceiling. No one knows that, aside from the time the elder sister lay unconscious years ago, Wu Yi and Ming Haidang have never once been intimate. In truth, every time he returns, Wu Yi has no idea how to face Ming Haidang. He has always thought that perhaps dying back then would have been the best ending of all. Wu Yi closes his eyes and murmurs, "Haidang, if one day you wish to kill me, I will absolutely not fight back because I owe you a life." Only when the other closes their eyes does Ming Haidang finally open hers, gazing at that face. She asks in bewilderment, "Why would I ever kill you?" "Wu Yi." She continues in short, halting fragments, "The eldest sister hopes you live. I also hope you live. And little you all hope you live." Ming Haitang cannot understand why Wu Yi alone does not wish to live. But the eldest sister once said, "As long as you are alive, that is already more than enough." She gently tugs at Wu Yi's hand to comfort him. He turns to look at her, thinking to himself that he has worried her. Seeing her innocent face gazing intently at him, Wu Yi smiles softly and promises, "Don't worry, I will live well." Ming Haidang hums a soft Wu Yi then lies back properly, closes his eyes, and urges, "Go to sleep." The next day, Wu Yi truly bids farewell and departs once more. Ming Haidang has no habit of seeing people off, so only their daughter, Ming Yue, sees him on his way. Ming Yue calls out hesitantly, "Father, do you truly only love her?" Hearing this question, a flicker of surprise crosses Wu Yi's face, but he does not answer. He simply keeps walking, his expression unreadable. At the end of the path, he still strides quickly forward, without looking back, leaving behind only two words, "I'm leaving." Ming Yue watches her father's retreating figure and thinks, "Father, do you truly not know what to say? Or do you feel that no answer, no matter what it is, could ever be forgiven?" Returning to the small courtyard of Ming Zianzi, she is still drilling her sword form with fervor, though her stroke appears light. It cleaves falling leaves clean in two. She turns around and sees that her daughter has returned. The girl stands there in pensive silence, saying nothing. Then Ming Yue sees her mother's arms reach out toward her. Ming Haidang smiles with tender affection, kneeling down to stroke her daughter's head. She has always been this gentle, stroking her hair to comfort her. "Wu Yi," He cares deeply for you. Don't be angry with him. Ming Yue furrows her brows in confusion. Don't you find the relationship between you and father strained? Ming Haideng asks in return, then, should I divorce Wu Yi? She admits calmly, I have always felt that the eldest sister is the one most deserving, most fitting to stand beside Wu Yi. Their love story is known throughout all 5 realms. Many years ago, Wu Yi had not yet become an immortal lord. He didn't even belong to a sect, just a wild youth from the wastes of De Huang. As for Ming Xian, she was born the proud daughter of heaven of Taking Palace, her status noble beyond measure. They met at the grand assembly of 10,000 swords. By some twist of fate, they weathered countless life and death tribulations together, and in the end, they wed before heaven and earth as their witness. In their youth, they had stood together through the darkest of times, still smiling as they held each other up. But Taking Palace would never allow some penniless brat to wed their princess. Every sect nearby dispatched their forces to hunt down and kill Wu Yi, to reclaim their divine maiden. The young prodigies of the eastern land could hardly stomach the notion that their goddess had been sullied by someone so lowly. That day, the young Wu Yehai's body streaked with blood stood before Xian atop a towering cliff, shielding her. Xian instructs, I'll hold them off, seize the chance to strike them down. Wu Yi panics, and what about you? Ming Xian simply smiles softly and replies, staying alive is all that matters. Wu Yi falls silent, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. They share a tight embrace sealed with a vow. 100 years from now, I will come to Taking Palace to take you away. Ming Xian's eyes glisten with tears, her voice choked with emotion. I will wait for you. After that day, the wild youth transforms into a madman of the sword. He tramples over the Sword Heart sect, shatters the 9-layered tower, and suppresses the great Kiao sect. Wu Yi defeats countless opponents, forcing the great sects to kneel in submission. He seizes the title of Immortal Lord Right before Taking Palace's eyes, and founds the Eternal Night Studio. That day, Wu Yi dons deep crimson wedding robes and ascends the Star Sea platform of Taking Palace. Ming Xian, who had been placed under house arrest, senses something stirring. She changes into a set of red bridal robes. The 100-year deadline, not a moment too soon, not a moment too late. She believed he would come, and he truly did. This time, no one dares stand in their way. The two of them should have lived happily ever after, until 200 years ago. Wu Yi now lies gravely wounded, his entire body drenched in blood. Ming Xian gazes at him with deep sorrow. Behind her, Haideng asks innocently, Eldest sister, what can I do to heal Wu Yi? Ming Xian looks at her with a bitter smile. I will teach you. She still doesn't understand, so she asks, Eldest sister, must you really divorce Wu Yi? Xian tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and answers simply, yes, because he must marry you. Looking at Ming Xian's expression, it seems she has already decided to let go. Ming Haideng speaks as emotionlessly as a machine. I know the person the eldest sister and Wu Yi love most is me. They don't want me to suffer, but I truly don't mind. I am just a sword. I don't matter. Back to the present, Haideng seems to have found a way out. If I divorce Wu Yi now, he can continue to stay by the eldest sister's side. Ming Yue furrows her brows, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Eldest aunt and father won't allow it. Though still young, the girl has keenly noticed something perhaps, something even Haideng herself hasn't realized. Only when her father's name is mentioned does she stop. Stuttering, at the Nanling Yunmeng's spiritual sea, Ming Yue clasps her hands in farewell. From here on, I can go alone. Elder Shu has only just learned of this. Who would have thought that you've taken that legendary senior as your master? This is truly wonderful news. She happily asks in return, you must greatly revere your master as well. Elder Shu, as if struck on a nerve, launches into an endless torrent of words. Of course, Lord Deng Xian is the finest person in all the world. In the year when the primordial celestial tribes' evils ran rampant across the land, it was the idle demon lord who stepped forth, joining forces with the heroes of the other 5 realms, vowing to purge the evil sects and restore peace to all 5 realms. He once struck down the old immortal sovereign, once battered the ancient Buddha ancestor, and surpassed the former holy emperor. There were even rumors that in his youth, the Taichuan Ming emperor himself had been strung upside down outside the city walls for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, in the annals of the Fusheng continent, he is the greatest master to ever live. Legend has it, he once raised a moon demona, rare celestial spirit spoken of only in myths. His 2 disciples are none other than the Fusheng demon lord and the Wushan demon lord. The supreme commander of all under heaven also received his guidance for many long years. Furthermore, when the Tai Xuan Ming emperor stood at the zenith of his power, he had slain the old immortal sovereign, destroyed the ancient Buddha ancestor, and annihilated the former Holy Emperoriate, he alone never dared harm that man. Mun-thur Ka clenches both fists, recounting the tale with fervor. Minju listens and trembles, suddenly overcome with excitement. She nods with a smile. To be able to call him master, what a blessing that would be. The wind whistles through branches still clinging to white snow. Rustling softly, Minju stands below, cupping her hands into a megaphone and shouting, "Master, Senior Idol 1. Receiving no answer, she calls out again, "Most beautiful person in all the world." The instant the words leave her lips, a fluffy tail pops up with a squeak. A fox-like creature chirps. She gazes at the soft, swaying tail and heaves a long sigh. Then she bows respectfully, rushes over, and yanks with all her might at the fluffy tail, finally hauling out an entire young woman. At the same time, she herself topples backward. Dang Enhan lies face down in the snow, groaning. "I was just peacefully glowing over here." Minju gently wipes the woman's face with a cloth, grinning. She scolds affectionately, "Master, you're being mischievous again." Dang Enhan grabs Minju's hand and sways it. "Since you've woken me up, let's go out and have some fun." She asks curiously, "Where to?" Liucheng. Speaking of Liucheng, streets overflow with opulence and bustling crowds. A figure holds an enormous candied hawthorn stick. That figure is none other than Yu Sheng, his face laden with melancholy. In the end, he returned empty-handed after all. Dang Enhan, wearing a fox mask, calls out from her stall, "Young sir, would you like to buy some books?" She adjusts her book display, peddling her wares. She sounds like she just graduated from some multi-level marketing pitch. Her salesmanship flows smoother than silk. "I can see that your destiny is truly extraordinary. You are a geniuson in 10,000, unrivaled and unmatched. In the future, the peace and stability of the 5 realms will depend on you. I have a few precious books here. Seeing that fate connects us, I'll sell them to you for 10 coins each." Yu Sheng forces an awkward laugh, thinking to himself, good heavens, what kind of elder lets a flower-like young girl like this sell goods on the street? Aren't they afraid some scoundrel might take a liking to her? He sets down 2 strings of coins and asks, "Why are you selling books in the dead of night?" Flipping through the books with genuine concern, he advises, "Everyone has had a long, tiring day. Only ordinary folks are still out, enjoying the night market. If you sold snacks or toys, you'd probably make far more money. Besides, your book covers are completely blank. Who even knows what they're about? Doesn't that make them terribly hard to sell?" He picks up one of the plain books with its bare cover. Dang Enhan extends her hand imperiously. "Hand it over." Yu Sheng looks at her, then at his candied hawthorn, and without another word, hands it over. Dang Enhan munches on the candied hawthorn as she speaks. "My books have never had covers. You could have browsed them first, and then decided which one to buy. But for the sake of this candied hawthorn, I'll give you one chance to pick a different book." She eyes the candied hawthorn with obvious delight. Yu Sheng is amused by her sheer audacity. "You certainly know how to do business. You help yourself to my candied hawthorn, and still expect me to pay for 2 books. He holds up a book with a blank cover, flips it open, and is stunned. "This one of yours, it's a wordless heavenly tome." Before his eyes, the pages are pristine white, utterly devoid of text. Dang Enhan tosses a candied hawthorn into her mouth and explains leisurely, "The second book, you Piccadilly women can read the words on its pages. If you have a lady in your heart someday, you can gift it to her. It's not as useful as the others, but fate brought it to you nonetheless." She chews with puffed cheeks and adds, "Who knows, it might even save your life someday." Yu Sheng squints with a grin. "If my father heard that, he'd probably think you were some cunning book swindler." She answers with unshakable confidence. "If your father heard that, he would immediately open the first book, then ask me, can I take every last one of these books home?" He asks with curiosity, "And how would you answer?" Dang Enhan brushes off her clothes and rises. "Oh, you little brat, you think too highly of yourself. Even children at home know. I have this many books, aren't they afraid of ruining their eyes from reading too much?" With that, she flings a book square at his face and turns to leave, leaving Yu Sheng bewildered. He calls after her, "Hey, aren't you taking these books with you?" She doesn't even bother turning around, leaving only a single sentence. "It doesn't matter. Those books have no fate with you." Yu Sheng is baffled. Then the pile of books suddenly levitates. Wreathed in mysterious azure smoke, his jaw drops in shock. The books orbit him in a slow, hovering circle. He gasps, "Is that? Am I seeing things?" Any single one of these cultivation techniques, plucked at random, could shake the southern realm to its very foundations. How can they appear here? He frantically reaches out to grab the books as they flip open of their own accord. The moment his fingers touch them, his hand phases straight through. Yu Sheng stares at his own hand, bewildered. "Why can't I grab them?" He rushes to a neighboring stall to ask, Excuse me, when did the young lady next to you arrive? Does she sell books here every day? The shopkeeper gives him a strange look. Kid, have you had too much to drink or are you sleepwalking? He drops a bombshell. There's nothing but empty ground beside me. There has never been any young lady selling books here. Yu Sheng flips open the blank-covered book, stares at the empty white pages inside, and thinks, if I weren't still holding two books in my hands, I'd truly believe everything just now was nothing but an illusion. Suddenly, his eyes' whiting characters have appeared on what was once a bare book cover. 4 words, 9 deaths, no regret. A young woman in deep purple robes sits upon a bridge, swinging her legs idly. Dang Enhan gazes at the scenery around her. All things ceaselessly change. I shall grow old, you shall be born. Between eternal life and eternal will which one is truly living. Just then Minju arrives. She bows respectfully to greet her master. Dang Enhan beams. You're here, Minju asks curiously. What books did that young gentleman from the holy region choose? Dang Enhan turns with a grin. One that his father once chose and one that his mother once chose. Minju is taken aback. That young master's mother also once took one of your books. Isn't she an ordinary mortal? Dang Enhan nods. I once had little Yi Zai deliver one to the Meng family's young lady. 9 deaths, no regret. In her mind, Minju begins connecting the dots. Young gentleman from the holy region, his mother, is the Meng family's young lady. She lets out a soft laugh. So that's how it is. Senior Fan Chen and Aunt Meng have kept this hidden from so many people. Dang Enhan can't help but give Yu Sheng a word of praise. That little scholar is quite interesting. Moreover, his fate is extraordinary, far surpassing the other 3 children. It reminds me of long ago, when Tai Xuan's destiny far eclipsed the other 3 as well. Minju raises her index finger, puzzled. In the legends of high antiquity, 9 deaths, no regret was created by one whom heaven itself had forsaken. That person poured every ounce of life force and spiritual energy into it, enduring bone-piercing agony and soul-shredding, torment for a single moment of invincibility. So that young gentleman from the holy region actually has fate tied to this kind of technique. But if he truly uses it, it may very well cost him his life. Dang Enhan answers calmly, that depends on his own destiny. Though I can divine the courses of 1,000 years, I cannot truly foretell the future. She looks up at the night sky. The stars are truly beautiful tonight. She continues among the 49 permutations of heavenly evolution. Each person cycles through their own fate. Only they themselves can decide. Little Zua proved that all those years ago. As she finishes speaking, her small hand reaches up and gently pats Minju's forehead. Dang Enhan smiles warmly. That is why I choose to believe in you children, not that wretched Tai Xuan. Min and Guyet clasps her hands, asking in that case, did both copies of the 9 deaths without regret gifted by Master fall into the hands of that mother and child? She removes her mask, smiling as she denies. No, I have gifted 3 copies of the 9 deaths without regret in total. Min and Guyet is suddenly curious. 3 copies. Who else did you gift one to? Dang Enhan looks at her and replies, to little Luan and Guyet's adopted daughter. I believe her name is Zai Tianheng. Zhu Kongjun, having just arrived, sits beside Yu Sheng and sighs, I never expected that senior to still be alive. Their longevity is truly formidable. Caught off guard, he asks curiously, the senior you speak of, Lord Zhu Kongjun, is the master of the current Demon Venerable Wu Tian. Legend says they are even older than the Emperor Tai Xuan Ming. It is the Dang Enhan Demon Venerable. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng slumps onto the table, reflecting on his own fortune. I never imagined such a stroke of luck would fall upon me. Zhu Kongjun sneers at his hesitation. Your father is a saint emperor. Is there anything you cannot handle? He flips open the book and begins to recount. It is rumored that the Dang Enhan Demon Venerable was born with the wisdom of heaven and earth. When sensing a tribulation, they bestow cultivation techniques upon the young to help them transcend it. Even the 3 great monarchs of the world received their favor in their youth. Yu Sheng clenches his fists, asking excitedly, was my father also gifted 2 cultivation manuals? Zhu Kongjun nods. The sect master received a copy of the Saint Emperor's Heart Technique and an untitled book. That untitled book is just like yours. It can only be read by women. I heard that the sect master invited Elder Sister Lan to read the untitled book, but to this day, they refuse to tell me the specific contents. Elder Sister Lan says it is meant for women, and the sect master himself has absolutely never cultivated it. Yu Sheng stares at the book in his hand, lost in thought. What exactly is the content of this book? Perhaps I should just gift it to Lady Yuan as a present. But I feel that if I truly give it away, something terrifying might happen. Thinking of this, his body trembles involuntarily. He switches his gaze to the volume where characters have appeared. Contemplating this, 9 deaths without regret, he looks up and asks, "Uncle Zhu, I heard that among those who cultivated the 9 deaths without regret, only the silent demon venerable survived." Zhu Kongjun replies, "That is because she did not practice the entire technique. Rumor has it that after the demon venerable Wu Tian and the immortal Ming joined forces to amend it, they handed it to the silent demon venerable. It was to ensure she had the power for revenge, while still preserving her life. Yet even so, the silent demon venerable paid a tragic price that year for cultivating it. This copy of yours must be the complete version, which makes it far more dangerous. You must think carefully before cultivating. It is best to consult your elders first," Zhu Kongjun reminds him kindly. Yu Sheng holds the book excitedly. "That makes perfect sense. Once current matters conclude, I will go ask father." Zhu Kongjun looks defeated. "I mean, go ask the matriarch. How am I supposed to bring this up to her?" Seeing his dejected expression, Yu Sheng grows suspicious. "What is wrong, Uncle Zhu? Do you have something you want to say?" Zhu Kongjun turns his head, looking guilty. "I should quickly steer the conversation elsewhere. I wanted to ask, where is young Master Su? Why is he not with you? Isn't young Master Su supposed to head to the Northern Territory to propose marriage?" Yu Sheng sighs. "Senior brother says he is preparing for the great sacrificial rite. He said he would only depart once everything is in order." Zhu Kongjun realizes, in short, he wants to use this method to bid a final farewell to the holy domain. Su Dao stands before a group of disciples, carefully instructing them on every detail. The ritual array must be precise. This great rite is of utmost importance. Figures from the eastern lands, western regions, and southern ridge are coming. Any error will invite ridicule. The banquet arrangements should be unique, yet not overly extravagant or wasteful. Master is also in the holy domain this time. We must not give the impression that you are unreliable. The disciples reply in unison, "Understood, senior brother." Watching them depart, Su Dao harbors his own private thoughts. "This is likely the last time I will prepare the great sacrificial rite. The moon viewing day draws near. In 2 days I shall depart for the Northern Territory." His eyes gleam with resolve. If this proposal goes smoothly, he might never return. At the Lu Dai Pavilion of the Holy Domain, flowers bloom in a vibrant crimson sea. Su Dao places the wooden box on the table and says, "I have come to deliver this to you." The person sitting across from him was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Lan glanced at him and asked, "About to leave?" Su Dao answered her politely, "Yes." She fiddled with the teapot and probed further. "Marrying the demoness of Bogeng." He still answered with the same clipped brevity, "Yes." She poured her tea as she continued to press him. "What is she like?" He smiled and replied, "She is the woman I wish to bring home as my wife." Lan lowered her gaze in contemplation, then tossed him a small pouch along with some instructions. Inside were red quilts, red pillows, and a small precious keepsake, all things I handcrafted over many years. After a sip of tea, she waved her hand dismissively. "One set for you, one set for the lad. Once you two are settled, don't come bothering me." In the end, she couldn't help but add a few more words. "But do come visit from time to time. You may retire to the mountains if you wish, but don't become those reclusive wild men who cut off all ties." Su Dao was stunned for a brief moment, before understanding dawned on him. Suppressing the smile threatening to break across his face, he bowed deeply with cupped fists in a gesture of utmost respect. Yes, this disciple remembers. Even as he bowed, Su Dao couldn't resist slightly lifting his head to sneak a glance at her. Lan had noticed long ago. "If you have something to say, then say it." He steeled himself and asked the question that had lingered in his heart for years. "Though it may be discourteous to speak of martial mother, this way we didn't you marry master back then?" It wasn't just Su Dao. Back then, countless people believed that if Holy Emperor Dai Hong were ever to take a wife, it would undoubtedly be this Lady Lan. For in terms of beauty, temperament, ability, and cunning, one would be hard-pressed to find a more outstanding woman in all of Jiangsu. During the 100 years, Fan Chen was absent from the mortal world. It was Lady La and Zhu Kongjun who helped stabilize the sacred domain together. Without them, Su Dao alone would have faced hardships 100-fold greater than what they were now. La furrowed her brow in displeasure. "I never liked that philanderer. Why on earth would I marry him?" Setting down her teacup, she continued, "Besides, I'm not the type of woman he fancies." The question answered, Su Dao stood there, enlightened yet bewildered. "Yes." Lan shooed him away. "Then pack your things and stop loitering where I can see you." "Yes." Stepping out of the room, he gently closed the door behind him and murmured to himself, "Finally, I get to see her again." Standing before a small pond, Su Dao steeled his resolve. Ever since the day we parted, I've been practicing non-stop. It should be fine. He gazed at his reflection upon the water's surface, rehearsing the expressions he had so carefully calculated. When I reach Heaven Gate, I must look stunned, utterly amazed. Amid the joy, there must be a trace of disbelief. On the other side, at Heaven Gate, Chan Chan of the Shuyun Pavilion sat alone, chin propped on both hands, her face clouded with worry. Blockhead will arrive in just 2 more days. This is my last chance to come clean. In Meng Chan Chan's first fantasy, she would tug at Blockhead's sleeve and blurt it out directly. Let me lay my cards on the table, actually. I am the little holy maiden of Heaven Gate. She shook her head vigorously and dismissed the thought. No head if that wooden-headed scholar ends up hating me for it. She then shifted to her second fantasy. She grabs Blockhead's hand and coquettishly calls out, Big brother Blockhead. Just the thought alone made her bury her face in her hands, blushing red as a tomato. She didn't dare imagine what came after. Just then, Yu arrived carrying tea and pastries, asking, What are you thinking about? The girl grinned mischievously, teasing her. With that bizarre expression on your face, Chan Chan waved her hands frantically, stammering, It's nothing, don't talk nonsense. Whatever Chan Chan said next, it shocked Yu so badly she nearly screamed. What? The girl felt this was a matter of utmost severity. You're practically engaged, and you still haven't told him your true identity. Girl, you are absolutely ruthless. Aren't you afraid the shock will knock him unconscious? Jan slumps face down on the table, utterly frazzled. That's why I'm asking you to think of a way to help me. Yu, the fan-wielding strategist, promptly offers her advice. Then call him G, in the most cutesy voice you can manage. And then kiss him. Little Jan lifts her face shyly and asks, Would that really work? Yu, brimming with confidence in her theoretical knowledge, lectures her. As the storybooks say, between lovers there is no problem that a kiss cannot solve. If there truly is one, then just swap to the one below. She truly cannot bear to hear another word and rushes over to cover her friend's mouth. Stop saying such things out loud. The two of us have neither title nor standing. How can we do something so rash? What if he thinks I'm too forward? What then? Her eyes flash with a flicker of worry. Yu covers her mouth, thinking to herself her face is already flushed, that read clearly, You're looking forward to it, aren't you? Little Jan bolts upright and exclaims, That's right. I nearly forgot about the 9 trials of severing. The 9 trials of severing is a betrothal custom of the northern border. If a man wishes to be betrothed to the woman he loves, he must first pass the 9 trials. Each trial is a formidable ordeal. The woman's sect will also send participants, and sometimes they recruit talented individuals from across the world to compete against him. She clings to Yu's arm and pleads, Blockhead is a disciple of the sacred domain. When the time comes, there will definitely be people who seize the chance to make things difficult for him. Please keep an eye out for me. Absolutely do not let anyone bully him. Yu regards her friend with an appraising look. She hasn't even been married off yet, and her elbow is already bending outward. Jan pouts and begs without ceasing. Dear, kind Yu, please help him. The girl has no choice but to agree. Fine. When the time comes, I'll go easy on him so he passes through safely. Mengya sits in quiet repose, reading a book. Hearing footsteps, she speaks in a measured tone. Come in. Yu peeks around the doorframe with a giggle. Auntie Meng, were you looking for me? Mengya lifts her book and says, The 9 trials of severing this time will be under your supervision. This is the procedure I personally refined. Take a look. Yu reads through it and thinks to herself, Auntie Meng personally refined the procedures. It seems she really does hold that scholar in high regard. She suddenly notices something amiss. The standards are so strict that an ordinary person could never pass. Choosing her words carefully for her friend's sake, she says, Auntie Meng, that scholar is, after all, your future son-in-law. Perhaps you could spare him a little dignity. Mengya remains resolute. That is not necessary. Simply follow the standards laid out on that document. Raising the difficulty a notch would not be amiss. Yu stares in existential bewilderment. Auntie Meng, what exactly do you mean by this? Could it be that she utterly dislikes that wooden-headed scholar, yet cannot refuse Jan's wishes, and so intends to humiliate him during the 9 trials of severing, so he'll retreat of his own accord? Meanwhile, Mengya calmly continues brewing her tea, leaving Yu drowning in confusion and consternation. Before the Yuenki Inn, Su Dao stands obediently at the entrance, a half-mask adorning his face. He startles at the sound of someone calling him. Blockhead turns around and sees that the one waving at him is none other than Jan. And so the two formally reunite right here. He is the first to break the awkward silence. and after so long apart, he boldly seizes her hand. Little Jeanne thinks to herself, bashful and flustered, this brat's nerve grows bigger by the day. If he's already like this now, then after they're married, won't he be? She lifts her gaze to his handsome face. Su Dao smiles gently and asks, "Have you been well lately?" Jian replies shyly, "I have. I've been learning embroidery and cooking from mother." "And you? Were you bored on the journey here?" He shakes his head. "Not at all. I had something to keep me occupied." She tilts her head, curious. "What was it?" Su Dao answers without a flicker of change on his face, casting the bait, "Missing you. Endlessly missing you." She feels her head spin from sheer embarrassment, stammering, "Yao, you are not being serious." Yet he doesn't hesitate to play along. "Only with you." The innkeeper is currently sprawled out napping without a care in the world, rudely awakened by the young couple. "Innkeeper, I need a room. Bring out the finest dishes in your establishment, one of each. I'd also like to borrow your kitchen for a bit." The innkeeper scratches his head awkwardly. "Everything else is fine, but borrowing the kitchen. I'm afraid that's..." Su Dao swiftly places 3 fire god jade stones on the counter. The innkeeper's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He thinks, fire god jade. Does this mean if we don't lend him the kitchen, he'll blow our inn to kingdom come? Su Dao blinks in confusion. Clearly, he meant to pull out spirit stones, not fire god jade. Well, since the mistake is already made, he simply says, "Then consider these the payment. I have plenty more anyway." The innkeeper's expression shifts drastically, forcing a strained smile. "Wrong ones," he says, as if I'd believe that. The one who truly changes his tune is the innkeeper himself, who reverses his stance in an instant. "If our honored guest is this generous, then by all means the kitchen is yours." Little Jeanne suppresses a giggle beside him. Blockhead was obviously scaring the innkeeper on purpose, but those little tricks of his look so cool. The more she thinks about it, the more she likes him. An exquisitely crafted bowl of soup is brought up. Jian says bashfully, "This is snow pear and ice lotus through-the-shell soup. I practiced many times, please taste it." Su Dao lifts the bowl and praises, "Anything she cooks is naturally the most delicious." Her face blooms with delight. "That's wonderful." Jian notices something unexpected. "Oh, Blockhead, you've got something on the corner of your mouth." She says this while reaching out to wipe it away for him. A simple, unintentional gesture, yet more than enough to turn his face crimson. She suddenly remembers the matter at hand and steels herself. "Oh, right about the 9 trials of severing, rest easy. I've already asked for." Before she can finish, he cuts her off, leaning in close to reassure her. "Don't worry, I will pass through them with flying colors, and formally seek your hand from your elders at the ancestral soul hall." Her heart gallops like a startled deer. "Wait, isn't this distance a bit too close?" Su Dao draws ever closer to her face and declares, "I will make you the happiest bride in all 5 realms." Before anything further can happen, the waiter's voice from outside startles them both. "Your food is ready, honored guests. Would you like to dine downstairs or in your room?" Su Dao, still flushed, suggests, "Why don't we eat downstairs? What do you think?" Jian agrees immediately, eager to dispel the awkwardness. "I think downstairs is fine too." The waiter's voice rings out once more. At the table, Jian enthusiastically introduces everything. This inn may not be the most famous in Fengqi City, but their wine and dishes are always changing in flavor. Come try some. At the next table over, a group is also dining. The young man in orange opens the conversation. "Have you heard? Someone is seeking a marriage alliance at Tianmen sect again. No one knows which noble lady he's courting, though." Zushu fans the flames. "I heard it even reached His Majesty Buyu's ears. The noble lady's status must be far from ordinary. Could it be the young saintess Meng, or the young saintess Yan?" Their words make her jolt, her heart skipping a beat. She sneaks a glance at Su Dao, worried. "I haven't come clean with Blockhead yet, don't you all expose me." Orange Robe immediately dismisses the idea. "That's absolutely impossible. If it were, this betrothal would have been announced across the entire northern border by now. His Excellency, the Demon Venerable, would have no reason to keep it hidden from everyone." Only then does Jian breathe a sigh of relief. "So, brother Fan, you've come along this time just for the spectacle. I hear anyone can register for Tianmen sect's 9 trials of severing. It's actually a fine opportunity to forge connections." The one called Brother Fan slams the table and leaps to his feet, declaring with thunderous conviction, "I intend to completely overshadow that scholar and send him crawling back to wherever he came from." Zushu asks with curiosity, "Brother Fan, why must you ruin another man's romance? Do you perhaps have a grudge against him?" Fan answers with undisguised loathing, "He's a disciple of the sacred domain." The other 2 react with equal fervor upon hearing this. "What? A sacred domain scholar? That fellow has some nerve. We absolutely cannot sit idly by and watch one of our noble ladies fall into a pit of fire. Jan rubs her head in exasperation. What about a sacred domain scholar? Did he eat all your rice or something? Heavens above, what on earth are these three trying to do? That loudmouthed youth, Fan Wu, glances over in this direction, his gaze colliding squarely with Su Dao's. He flies straight to their table, slaps Su Dao on the shoulder and asks, "Fellow Taoist, don't you also feel that sacred domain scholar is utterly unworthy of our noble lady?" Su Dao hesitantly chimes in. "He is unworthy." Fan Wu thunders, "Exactly. That sacred domain bastard is unworthy." Zhu Shu interjects. "Wait, if Her Highness Bu Yu didn't forbid that brat from coming to propose, then she must already have a plan." The other youth nods in agreement. "True, would the stumbling blocks we throw in his way end up ruining her plan?" Fan Wu exclaims excitedly, "Of course not, because this 9 beheading ritual has no planted provocateurs. Do you know what that means? Planted provocateurs are troublemakers the sect handpicks beforehand. Their purpose is to serve as stepping stones for the suitor, helping the future son-in-law build his prestige." Fan Wu pontificates with great fervor. "Therefore, the demon sovereign must also despise that sacred domain scholar. She surely hopes we can humiliate that bastard during the 9 beheading ritual." The other two begin chiming in once more. "Well said. I, Zai Shu of Xian Peak, am willing to stand with Brother Fan. And I, Miao Ryu of Lingfeng Valley, am likewise willing to stand with Brother Fan." To everyone's surprise, even the men at neighboring tables rise to join the chorus. "Count me in too. The noble lady belongs to our northern border. Kick that sacred domain trash out." Fan Wu even ropes in the protagonist himself, Su Dao, who stands there utterly dumbfounded. "Fellow Taoist, what about you? Do you want to join us? We'll nail that bastard to a pillar and humiliate him, make him understand what true despair really is." Su Dao hesitates, silently thinking to himself, "I'm afraid the ones experiencing true despair will be you lot." Su Dao forces a smile and searches for an excuse. "I have other important matters that day. I won't be able to join you all." Fan Wu shakes his shoulder with regret. "What a pity. You'll miss the glorious sight of everyone putting that sacred domain scholar in his place." He even cheers from behind enemy lines. "Give it your all, boys." Fan Wu replies cheerfully, "Thank you. With your encouragement, fellow Taoist, I suddenly feel even more confident." Jan sits beside them, her face a mask of reluctance, thinking to herself, "Are you serious right now?" Because Fan Wu and his crew interrupted, Jan misses her chance to speak frankly. The two sigh in unison. Shortly after, she receives a transmission from the estate, commanding her to return to the heavenly gate immediately. She is forbidden from stepping outside before the engagement ceremony. So the two make a pact once Su Dao passes the 9 beheading ritual. They will reunite at the ancestral soul hall. By then, she will truly be his betrothed, his wife-to-be. On the day of the 9 beheading ritual, Su Dao strides forward while surveying the terrain. This is the sinking sun gate of the heavenly gate. It looks rather desolate. His professional instincts flare up at once. Having weathered the calamities of the grand, mysterious emperor and the heavenly ghost demon sovereign, the place is relatively impoverished. Recovering both its fiscal balance and its people's livelihoods will take time. Realizing he's gone off topic, he mentally slaps himself back to focus. What does the Heavenly Gate's development have to do with me? What am I even thinking? Fan Wu spots him and rushes over with glee. "Fellow Taoist, it really is you. The 3 of us were just talking the other day. I said it already. With such a rare spectacle today, how could you possibly resist showing up?" Zhu Shu chimes in, though this time far too many people have shown up. Lingfeng explains, roughly speaking, everyone has deduced the demon sovereign's true scheme. "Oh, what scheme?" Lingfeng speculates. "In theory, it's merely a 9 beheading ritual for the noble daughter. The demon sovereign shouldn't place such importance on it. Yet she personally gave the orders and instructions. Perhaps she intends to seize this opportunity to select a fiancé for the young saintess." Zhu Shu has an epiphany. No wonder nearly every young prodigy of the northern border is present. He nods thoughtfully. After all, if one can catch the demon sovereign's eye this time, there might just be a chance to court the young saintess. Fan Wu laughs heartily, thinking, about all that, what's the use? We didn't come here for that reason. Let's bring Su Dao along too. Come, I'll introduce you to a few more friends, all demon cultivator brothers who share our convictions. Later, we'll go expose that sacred domain scholar together. Su Dao waves his hand in refusal. "Brother Fan, you've misunderstood. My purpose here is not the same as yours." Having said that, he takes his leave and bids them farewell. The 3 whisper among themselves. Don't tell me he also wants to marry the young saintess. With just him, he truly dares to dream. Fan Wu crosses his arms and sighs. Forget it. A man must suffer a bit of hardship before he learns what naivete truly means. Reality will teach him his place. And when the tears come, this bustling spectacle today will seem dull by comparison. Lady Nai Li, Mr. Dongguo has arrived. Mr. Dongguo bows and announces, "Today is an auspicious day for our sect's noble daughter. The rules shall follow the ancient customs of the northern border." He pauses briefly, then continues, as the suitor has not received his identity token. The crowd erupts in murmurs. No token. Does this mean the heavenly gate couldn't care less who the suitor is? Not only that, it may also be a hint that no one needs to give that suitor any face. Exactly. If that suitor lacks the strength to pass the 9 rituals, then this marriage arrangement simply doesn't exist. Some even laugh and jest. Su Dao thinks, "This time I must unleash my full power." Su Dao muses to himself, "This is a test from the demon sovereign Bu Yu. No matter, 1 grain of rice or 10,000, it makes no difference. You cannot dam a mighty river. No matter how the rules change, the outcome remains the same." With that thought, he smiles with absolute confidence. A young woman steps forward carrying an 8-trigram talisman, raising it aloft as she chants an activation spell. The first ritual returning to the Tao through literature. As her words fall, stacks of paper fly into everyone's hands. Fan Wu reads the questions in shock. It's actually an examination. The northern border cultivators discuss the papers among themselves. Was this designed to accommodate that sacred domain groomed to be? Then, so what? Do they really think we northern border demon cultivators don't read books? Someone boldly raises their hand to ask, "Excuse me, is the first ritual truly just a written exam?" Mr. Dongguo sits there, composed and upright. Even he cannot fathom the demon sovereign's true intentions. He doesn't understand why the 9 beheading ritual for the noble daughter, why she insisted on having Lady Nai Li and himself preside over it. What exactly is the demon sovereign's intent? He speaks up and lays down the rules. "It is merely a written exam. Before submitting your papers, no talking, no wandering about, and no killing." A sharp-witted young man speaks up. "Once we submit, is killing allowed?" Mr. Dongguo explains, "If you possess such strength, naturally you may submit first, then eliminate everyone remaining. The first ritual would then be yours." Miao Ryu forces a bitter laugh. "Surely it won't come to that. The 9 beheading ritual is a joyous occasion. After all, how can there be bloodshed?" Mr. Dongguo's voice thunders across the arena. "Begin your answers." Everyone scrambles to their seats, steadies themselves, and pores over the questions with grave seriousness. No matter how they read them, every face turns pale. One of the questions reads, "The fire Hollywood core, the raw internal cannon, and the red spiritual elixir, as recorded on page 76 of the Annals of Phantom Sea. How many times must they be compounded to produce an effect similar to what type of spirit pill?" The examinees are struck with utter bewilderment. The fire Hollywood core has long been extinct. Who could possibly remember what's on page 76 of the Annals of Phantom Sea? Yet another question leaves them clutching their heads in agony. In the woodblock edition of the Encyclopedic Records, column 5, row 7, page 93 of the 6th volume, and the 2 single characters in the same row, column, and page of the 2nd volume, what word can they form together? Please use this word to compose a short verse. The examinees gape in disbelief. What kind of normal person memorizes the Encyclopedic Records by heart, and what even is a woodblock edition? Fan Wu scratches his head and ears in frustration. "Right now, I feel like fighting people would be far simpler than solving these blasted questions. How could anyone possibly answer such a devious question?" These literary poetry questions truly left him at a loss. A disciple of the Eastern Polar Tower shot to his feet and raised his hand. "I wish to submit my examination." Fan Wu was utterly astonished. "What?" He carried his exam paper forward and placed it before the 2 examiners. Master Dongfang stroked his beard and asked, "Do you wish to kill them?" The disciple replied courteously, "No, I do not." The elder's voice turned grave. "Then why do you dare submit a blank paper?" The Eastern Polar Tower disciple answered with utmost candor. "Because the honored sect master's examination was fundamentally not meant to be." Answered, "I believe this test harbors a deeper mystery." Master Dongfang pressed, "Then where do you think the mystery lies?" His face bloomed like flowers welcoming springulated, for he had guessed correctly. He even turned to flash a triumphant grin at his companions below, who seethed with jealousy. Indeed, the true focus of this exam did not lie in the answers. Damn it, that Eastern Polar Tower disciple actually gained the upper hand. "I thought of that ages ago, I just didn't dare say it." The Eastern Polar Tower disciple cupped his fists and declared, Since this is an exam no one can answer, scores fundamentally no longer matter. Whoever raises doubts and acts first would score higher, wouldn't they? Dongfang pressed on, then what this exam truly tests is. The disciple clenched his fists and answered with absolute confidence. Our decisiveness and courage. The elder's voice dropped low, and that is your reason for submitting a blank paper. He freezes up completely, struck utterly speechless. Alas, Master Dongfang pointed straight at his face and banished him from the heavenly gate, leaving the disciple trembling in terror. Understood. He swept his gaze back down toward the examination hall and saw that most people were utterly bewildered by the exam. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, someone's very sanity crumbled under the exam's weight. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth does this exam even ask? He gritted his teeth and racked his brain. No talking, no moving recklessly, no killing. What about everything else? He conjured a book out of thin air, a little lifeline to save him, and copied away furiously. To his secret delight, no one stopped him. Indeed, the rules left plenty of loopholes. Answer trading was even going on openly. Fellow Taoist, 5 spirit stones for your answer steal. But the moment the transaction completed, everything went haywire. His hand-high's paper, others' exam all erupted in flames. Su Dao watched and could only mutter a bewildered huh. He too found everyone's antics baffling. Just how simple was it to take the exam? Why did they have to resort to all these tricks? Yili stood and declared, "Time is up." The participants all wailed to the heavens, "Mercy, it's finally over. I never want to take another exam in my entire life. I declare these the most agonizing hours of my life, in every conceivable sense." Fan Wu asked listlessly, "I barely answered anything. What about you, Brother Miao?" Ling Miao grinned, "I finished everything." Fan Wu was filled with admiration. So Brother Miao was actually that formidable. Ling Miao scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Truth be told, I didn't know a single answer. But I filled in everything anyway. Surely that earns a few points, right?" Fan Wu had a sudden epiphany. So that's how it is. Brother Miao's exam-taking experience is truly rich. I should do the same next time. He then turned to ask, "Zhu Shu, Brother Zhu, how did your exam go?" Despite looking brimming with confidence, he replied, "My fortune reading came out poorly. I'll probably fail." The other two stared at him with undisguised disbelief. How are we supposed to believe that? Someone pointed at the scoreboard and shouted, "Look, they're already posting the scores." Many who had also failed gathered around. So I really got no tokens either. What a coincidence, too. If everyone fails, at least none of us loses face. Liu Yuntuo tokens, Fan Wuthry tokens, Miao Ruofer tokens. Everyone who heard the results was utterly crestfallen. Miao Ryu praised Brother Fan, "You got 3 tokens, congratulations." Fan Wu replied smugly, "You got 4 tokens, congratulations to you too." The scoreboard displayed another name, Zhu Xiuet tokens. The two of them gaped in shock. 8 tokens, that high? How is that even possible? Zhu Shu pushed his glasses up and began, "It's really nothing. It's just that while everyone else was sipping tea and idling about, I was the one focused on my studies." The two others listened and found his words perfectly logical, spoke nothing but the truth. Yet they suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation. What gives? The scoreboard flickered again. DUY letter 1EC7 TELEVEN tokens. This news struck the three of them like a thunderbolt. This exam turns out to be on a scale of 100 tokenso. 3 and 8 are practically the same. Someone came over to console them. "Brother Zhu, don't be upset. Good brothers, we are all in the same boat." Fan Wu patted his shoulder. Miao Ryu looked utterly despondent, then suddenly shouted, "Look, quick." Someone scored 62 tokens. They quickly recognized him, legitimate eldest disciple of the Fan's sacred Divine Valley, Zhang Jianyang. He was a tall, dark, and strikingly handsome young man. Zhu Shu and Fan Wu buzzed with excited gossip. 62 tokens, who could have possibly scored that high? After self-cultivating the Bone River scripture, Zhang Jianyang had become one of the highest realm cultivators among the younger generation in the northern border. "We truly don't live in the same world as him." Master Dongfang praised him. "I never expected the young master of the Fan's sacred Divine Valley to possess not only such profound cultivation, but also such vast knowledge." He recalled the grueling process of crafting. This exam countless grand elders and scholars had racked their brains for 3 full days. Each person contributed 1 question, or multiple scholars collaborated on a single one. The knowledge was obscure, known to precious few. Dongfang smirked. "Even if I sat for the exam myself, I'd only be confident of scoring 30 tokens at best. I'm the one who set the questions, yet I cannot even match him." Jianyang felt victory was firmly in his grasp. It seems today, first place belongs to me. When this news reaches the demon sovereign's ears, he will surely look upon me with admiration. After this, proposing to marry the young saintess Meng will be effortless. Furthermore, I wagered 500 mid-grade spirit stones at the city's largest gambling hall. Once today concludes, I'll have struck it rich. My entire fortune rides on first place young Master Zhang. But at the time, I seem to have encountered some ignorant fool who didn't know the height of heaven or the thickness of earth. Betting his own purse as well, he confidently told the shopkeeper he was betting on himself to sweep every single token. The old shopkeeper was stunned. Every token, you don't even know what the first prize is. Su Dao smiled and declared with unwavering certainty, either way, the result will be the same. Jianyang sneered inwardly. The Heavenly Gates 9 beheading rituals are that easy. Every single token, what grand delusions. That fool is probably hiding somewhere crying right now. The person in question was currently busy yawning, secretly thinking, why haven't they gotten to my score yet? These Heavenly Gate scholars really are slow. A trembling hand snatched up an exam paper. An examiner took one look and screamed, what is this? How is this possible? What kind of person is this Mewtwo? At the ancestral soul hall, a massive screen was projecting the examinee's every move from afar. Maka furrowed his brow. This is the young saintess Meng's 9 beheading rituals. It seems far too simple. Wu Liang sat on the opposite side, his expression stern, yet inwardly he grumbled. A children's game of house like this, is it truly worth the attention of so many powerful figures in the Heavenly Gate? Even Yan Xing couldn't stifle his yawns. What's so interesting about this kind of exam? I'd rather just cut down whoever set the questions. Yu stood with arms crossed, watching expectantly. Why hasn't young Master Mewtwo's name appeared yet? The girl stole a furtive glance at Meng Yi behind her. With Meng Yi watching, she couldn't pull any tricks. Then what am I supposed to do? Yi Li turned and asked, where are the remaining exam papers? Why are the results not yet out? A judge approaches, trembling to present the scroll. This is the final examination paper. Dongfeng studies the paper for a long time, his brows furrowed in bewilderment, before finally stepping out to announce the results. The final results have been decided. The first place of this competition belongs to the brimming with confidence, Kaiyan Yang. Finally, the moment I alter my destiny, he thinks as he steps forward. What is this, Fanthan God Valley? Once I marry the little saintess Meng Dai, this entire northern frontier shall be mine. Dongfeng speaks the name of the first place winner. Student Mewtwo, with 99 invitation tokens, step onto the stage. This declaration strikes Kaiyan Yang like a devastating blow, extinguishing his smug laughter instantly. Su Dao emerges from the crowd. Kaiyan Yang watches his retreating figure, jaw dropped in complete shock. The remaining participants erupt into whispers. Who is this? Does anyone recognize him? Why does he insist on wearing such an ugly mask? The Fan and Go faction members stand there, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Kaiyan Yang is instantly consumed by jealousy. 99 tokens. How can such a formidable expert exist in the northern frontier? Across the entire central province, even the little Wen young master, who topped the classics list of the Hangchu Palace, could not achieve such a feat. Perhaps the heaven-piercing son of the heavenly secret pavilion could do it. Yet he skips the classics exam every single year. But who is this man? By what right is he compared to the heaven-piercing son? Su Dao stands before Dongfeng and pays his respects. The elder smiles and praises him. You are quite capable. Is there anything you wish to say? Su Dao speaks his mind immediately. Why were there only 99 tokens? This causes Dongfeng's eyes to widen in shock. What? He finds this young man intriguing, having achieved first place. He remains dissatisfied and instead focuses on a perceived error. This youth is truly a prodigy. Seeing Su Dao's pensive expression, he thinks excitedly, is he going to ask which question he got wrong? He did not expect the youth to ask directly, which question did you mark incorrectly? This leaves Elder Dongfeng dumbstruck once more, a massive question mark appearing on his face. He laughs heartily. The elders have reviewed the papers many times. There can be no error. Su Dao holds his ground, stating that he never makes mistakes when he sets pen to paper, causing the entire audience to freeze. Fan and Go grumbles, I suddenly want to curse him. Miu Enhuok pours cold water on him. He earned 99 tokens. You want win in a verbal spat. Kaiyan Yang frowns in irritation. Not even great scholars like the Heavenly Secret Elder or the great Master Mai would dare claim infallibility. Where does this man find such ridiculous, arrogant self-confidence? Kaiyan Yang cannot understand. What Su Dao said was the truth. He cannot be wrong, and he will not be wrong. For 100 years, Su Dao has governed the sacred domain. Every paper in his hand dictates the fate of countless souls. Those heavy responsibilities rest upon his shoulders, allowing no room for a single misstep. To fail is not merely a mistake, is to harm or even kill others. Over time, this has become second nature to him. He might choose silence rather than writing, but once he puts ink to parchment, he reviews it until it is perfect, never allowing for a single flaw. Dongfeng opens the paper and says, "You erred on the 9th question, regarding the Mountain City County annals. I have the answer key right here, see for yourself." He takes the answer key, reads it carefully, and finally speaks, "So that is it. I blamed you unjustly. My apologies." Dongfeng nods slowly. Knowing when to admit fault is virtuous, but as the old saying goes, there is always a higher mountain. Su Dao interrupts, bringing up the specifics of Mountain City, causing Dongfeng to question his own hearing. He explains gently, Mountain City is remote and impoverished, but its two greatest threats from a century ago have long been resolved. That year, the county magistrate reprinted 3,000 copies of the Mountain City County Annals. Though it seems none of you have updated your records, you are using the 19th edition, cited from the Hao Tian era 761, which was abolished 135 years ago. The replacement text is on page 219. Coincidentally, it relates directly to this question. His words send the judges scrambling to flip through their books. One gasps in astonishment. Not a single character is wrong. Not one character. He lifts the book to signal Dongfeng on the stage. The elder catches the signal from the judge's desk. Su Dao, with more authority than a bookie from Europe, says, "If you still harbor doubts, you may inquire with the heavenly secret pavilion of the Central Province or the #1 Literature Tower. Nhat dia try. They possess the updated edition and can verify my claims." Dongfeng raises a hand. "No need, we believe you." Ngaile's face turns black as a pot. She grinds her teeth. Is this youth even human? Passing by, she wants to see the face of this examinee. Su Dao asks politely, "May you now correct my score to the maximum?" The entire crowd watching from afar has witnessed the whole scene. Everyone is wide-eyed with shock. Yu thinks, Zhan, you have found quite a monstrous talent. Meng Dai sips her tea, praising him silently as expected of the prime disciple she once taught. Hearing this, both Yu and Zhan stand frozen in disbelief. The electronic board displays his updated points Mewtwo, perfected. The common folk gasp in unison, "Who is this person?" Even Elder Dongfeng wonders if this creature is human. He smiles kindly and asks, "Young master, which sect do you hail from?" The men nearby lean in, eager to gossip. He introduces himself honestly, without reservation. The sacred domain of the Central Province. The 3 Fan and Go members are struck dumb, cursing him bitterly, a traitor. Why didn't he tell us before? As expected, scholars from the sacred domain are all wicked. Caiyan Yang, meanwhile, continues to speculate on his identity. He has heard that at the Jing Tea Garden in the sacred domain, the younger generation often listens to Great Master Mai's lecturess, most outstanding among them being the young master of Hang Chu Palace. Their ability puts even him to shame, yet even that person could not achieve a perfect score in this competition. Could he be a reclusive, orthodox descendant of the sacred domain, having remained humble all this time? That cannot be. Disciples of the sacred domain have no need for humility. It makes no sense. There is only one possibility left. Thinking of this, his face breaks out in a cold sweat. The Dao young master of the sacred domain clenches his fists, denying the thought. It cannot be. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Dao young master will become the next Saint Emperor, one of the most powerful figures in the 5 domains. But if this were to leak, he would immediately lose the support of His Majesty Fan Chen and the elders of the sacred domain. To forsake the entire Central Province for a single womanly, a fool would do such a thing. Dongfeng wipes his brow and forces a smile. Is this man the Dao young master? Why would he come to the northern frontier to propose an alliance? Why did the Demon Lord instruct us to take this seriously? This is surely no simple matter, and certainly nothing I can manage. It is better to play the fool. He probes cautiously, "Young master, have you come to propose a marriage alliance?" Su Dao replies, "Indeed." Dongfeng laughs, praising him. "That young lady is truly fortunate." Su Dao corrects him gently. "She is my fortune." He smiles to himself as he says it. Elder Dongfeng finds the display almost blinding. Out of kindness, he offers a warning. "Young master, you should not have revealed your identity as a disciple of the sacred domain. Now that everyone knows you are here to propose an alliance, they will surely target you collectively. The next 8 rituals will likely be very difficult." Su Dao replies calmly and clearly, "Whether one person targets me or 10,000, It makes no difference to me. Whether 10,000 defeat me or one defeats mate means I have failed. I will complete all 9 rituals and rank first. This is my promise to Heron to myself. Every word he speaks is being broadcast live to the Great Hall. Having finished speaking, he clasps his hands in a formal salute. With utmost sincerity, before a vast sea of people, he bows deeply. I humbly seek the guidance of all present, for reasons none can explain. Hearing that calm and refined voice, everyone below the stage is seized by a singular sensation as if it is not they who surround this wooden young lord, but this wooden young lord who surrounds them all. At the ancestral soul hall, Ma watches to this point and is left utterly speechless. He turns to Meng Yi and asks, "Is this the power behind your assault on the soul-disrupting ancient corpse?" She does not answer, still holding her teacup with elegant poise. Yu, having figured everything out, feels a weight lift from her shoulders. So that's how it is. Mutauthes too really know how to play the game. Wang Wuliang speaks up in a booming voice, eager to voice his opinion. So what if he truly is that renowned young lord? Our northern border boasts over 1,000 young genius Esho. Could they not win even a single round? Yu seizes the opportunity to propose a wager. Then, Senior Wang, would you care to make a bet with me? I bet that in the second ritual he will still rank first. Wuliang snorts coldly and refuses. The second ritual is about to begin. Stop disturbing everyone's observation. Yan Xing, arms folded, introduces the second round. The second ritual is called Courage to Advance and takes place in the heart-cleansing forest. The organizers begin explaining the rules. 9 high-grade, 6th-rank soul tigers guard the forest. They possess terrifyingly immense spiritual might, radiating overwhelming pressure and boundless killing intent. The youths must enter from the east and exit from the west of the forest, cleansing their hearts under the dreadful pressure of the divine spirits dwelling deep within. Once inside the forest, their cultivation realms and combat strength will be suppressed. Thus, this trial primarily tests mental fortitude and courage. They must face alone the dangers of nameless, unknown beastly horrors. The second ritual ranks participants by the time taken to traverse the heart-cleansing forest. Completing it within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn counts as passing. Groups of roughly 100 enter the heart-cleansing forest in succession. 2 participants may take the same path. Wei Li turns to instruct Su Dao privately. "You will go alone in your own group, departing last." Su Dao cheerfully agrees. "Very well." He then asks one more question. "May I ask, the rule is simply to survive and cross the heart-cleansing forest, correct?" Wei Li nods. "Any means whatsoever is acceptable." "Any means whatsoever is acceptable." Su Dao politely expresses his thanks. "Many thanks, I understand." Wei Li silently assesses the situation. A heaven-born fate of the saint would not be suppressed by the heart-cleansing forest. Could it be that he intends to tame all 9 soul tigers as well? Makes sense. Truly does possess such abilities. As for the rest of you, if you encounter danger in the forest, simply tear this spirit-guiding talisman, and you will be transported out instantly. But be swift about it. Soul tigers care nothing for the 9 beheading rituals. They may well mistake you for free-range chickens fed to them daily. She distributes a talisman to each person. The crowd murmurs ceaselessly. Soul tigers are not to be trifled with. At best, madness; at worst, death. The 9 beheading rituals are a joyous occasion. Surely there won't be any bloodshed. Right. Heavenly Gate has always done things differently. For all we know, they might consider bloodshed a good omen. Witnessing this scene, Wuliang cannot hold back his cursing. What is wrong with this generation of northern border youths? They're just a few soul tigers, and they even have spirit-guiding talismans in hand. Setting aside the cultivation suppression, even if they truly faced life and death, what is there to fear? 2 hours later, the system announcements ring out continuously. Lingshan Mu Shenk 11 incense sticks. Rogue Cultivator Wu Kaitan incense sticks. Wuliang leans on his sword and thinks, not bad. At least we haven't lost face before that sacred domain disciple. Zhang Jianyang, Group 52 completed in exactly 3 incense sticks time. The screen zooms in on Jianyang, sitting and panting heavily after completing the trial. Wuliang nods in approval. The chief disciple of the Fan Divine Valley may have a wretched temperament, but his courage and decisiveness far surpass the rest. To complete this round, truly lives up to being the #1 young male demon cultivator of our northern border. Yu smiles and adds, "Passable. As for me, I could last at most 2 incense sticks time in the heart-cleansing forest before walking out. If it were that person, I reckon just 1 incense stick would suffice." The screen shifts to show Su Dao strolling at ease through the forest. Yu and Wuliang watch with rapt attention. Yan Xing and Ma are no exception. Meng, his expression reveals nothing as she, too, lifts her gaze to watch. The scene around Su Dao is eerily silent nothing, but the dry rustle of leaves crushed beneath his feet. In one hand he carries a pouch. From it he scoops out a handful of flame orbs and hurls them skyward. The moment the flame orbs clatter to the ground, thunderous explosions erupt amid billowing smoke and fire. Su Dao sets the entire forest ablaze. Not a shred of fear crosses his face. He glances to his left. The soul tigers huddle together in a trembling heap. He smiles, raising the pouch brimming with flame, orb sending the tigers into absolute panic. They dare not make a move, only pressing closer together in abject terror. He walks over and pats one on the head. So you lot are the legendary soul tigers. Come now, be brave. He even cheers on and encourages the NPCs. What kind of person does that? The once mighty legendary soul tigers now tremble and mule not from gratitude, but from sheer terror. Su Dao strolls out nonchalantly to where Wei Li stands, face ashen. With that same refined, courteous manner, he asks softly, "Senior, I haven't broken any rules, have I?" Wei Li's expression is more bitter than having swallowed a handful of ghost peppers, but he forces a smile and answers, "No." The results are announced to the world. The wooden block from the sacred domain, spent half an incense sticks timeth, second ritual completed in full ranking first. Every single spectator is struck dumb. Demon General Wuliang stammers, that counts too." Yu bursts into laughter and explains, "One didn't borrow anyone else's strength. Two, he didn't use any high-grade spirit artifacts. It's completely within the rules. Why wouldn't it count?" She then thinks of her naive little friend. That girl Zhan actually wanted me to open a back door for him. This scholar has absolutely no need of it, if anything. He'd rather the difficulty be raised a notch. Mengya smiles and gives the order the next ritual shall begin. She commands someone to confiscate his divine fire jade. The third ritual is called Life's Regrets. It takes place on Heavenly Gate's soul-tempering path. In life, suffering and wholeness rarely coexist. There will always be moments when fate forces you to make the most agonizing of choices. The third ritual is designed to let participants experience this kind of soul-forging journey ahead of time. A certain contestant clutches his head in panic as countless insidious whispers assault his ears. "Give up, you can't do it. You'll never protect anything. You will suffer for the rest of your life." The spirits also hound Su Dao relentlessly, questioning him without pause. "Do you choose loyalty or love? Wealth or cultivation? Fame or life?" Su Dao smiles and chooses lightly, "I want all of it." The spirits laugh and mock him. What a grand claim, on what grounds? He answers with absolute confidence. "The vast majority of life's adversities stem from insufficient ability, and I possess the ability to solve nearly every problem." The spirits fall silent, effectively muted, utterly lost for words. Clang! The signal chime rings out. The fourth ritual is called Time Waits for No One. It tests one's power of concentration and self-discipline. He is now studying a sheet of paper with utmost focus, completely ignoring the thunderous cacophony of horns and drums blaring beside him. Zhu Shu has already predicted the outcome of this round. That young lord has governed the Central Plains for 100 years, renowned for his ironclad discipline, concentration, and self-control. Competing against him in this, many others cannot hold back and shout out, "I want to withdraw." The fifth ritual is called Burning Zither, Slaying Crane, a test of poetry, elegance, and talent. Su Dao examines the zither and recognizes it immediately. This painting is a forgery. Even the examiners are left gaping in astonishment. What? Fan Wu also feels utterly helpless. After matching elegance and talent against a scholar, am I courting death? Miao Ryu clicks his tongue. Even the elder judges don't understand the subject matter as well as he does. In the end, who is testing whom? After this round, quite a few more participants choose to withdraw. "I want to quit." The sixth ritual is called Building from Nothing, a test of money-making ability. Su Dao asks once more, this time with Dong Feng. The sixth ritual is called Building from Nothing, a test of money-making ability. After that, the examiner's gambling den shuts down. The examiners wail and demand compensation. Every last gambling establishment is about to go bankrupt. The seventh ritual is called Supernatural Craftsmanship. Su Dao completes it and ranks first. The eighth ritual, Heart Bright as a Mirror. Su Dao once again completes it and ranks first. Ma Ka, puzzled, turns and asks, with that young lord's strength, he could have simply crushed the first 8 rituals through sheer dominance. Why resort to these unconventional tricks? Everyone says he's gentle and refined. So why is he letting loose like this? Yu smiles in admiration. How interesting. This young lord is truly a man of talent. She then draws her sword and continues. Still, 8 rituals have passed. We cannot let him think our northern border has no one of worth. In a grand, ancient hall, Su Dao strolls past with Isanli for Yu to block his path. Young lord, you have come to propose marriage. Why hide behind a mask and refuse to even give your name? He falls silent for a moment, then lets out a laugh. With a swift, amused motion, he removes the mask and formally introduces himself. This humble one is Su Dao. The moment the name rings out, the crowd erupts into feverish gossip and wild speculation. As expected of the Dao Prince, he admits it openly. Suddenly, one realizes their defeat was not unjust in the slightest. Yu asks warmly, "Young lord, did you enjoy yourself just now?" He readily admits that he did. The elders might not understand Su Dao's unorthodox methods of breaking through deadlocks, but Yan Wu could. There was no ulterior motive. He simply wished to follow his heart. The sacred emperor's first disciplethes was not merely a title, but a crushing weight of responsibility. That is why Su Dao could never act on whims, nor did he dare to, for upon his shoulders rested the lives and hopes of countless citizens of the central continent. He could never live as freely as his peers. At every moment he had to embody the Dao Prince, elegant, prudent, cautious, and reserved enough to one day inherit the realm. The 9 trials of severing was the first time he could compete against those his own age, and the first time he could act without restraint regardless of consequences. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Yu rolls up her sleeves and gets into stance, announcing, "Then next up is the 9th trial." Su Dao, second to none, smiles. "May I ask the rules?" Yu, along with the countless participants standing before her, begins to read them out. "Give your all to defeat everyone here. The last one standing wins." He remains as calm and graceful as ever. "Then I humbly ask for everyone's guidance." The battle drags on for a long time, with nearly 1,000 participants remaining. Were it any ordinary cultivator, their spiritual power would have long since been drained to nothing. But Su Dao fights one against all. Never once low sing his reserves of spiritual power are of an almost unheard-of depth. Yu suddenly lunges forward with a palm strike, but he deflects it effortlessly with a single hand. Celestial river plucking emotion, sacred sage momentum. This is the true power of the sacred domain's Dao Prince. Yu lands on the ground, her face scraped and scratched, panting heavily. No more, you wind. The defeated participants lie scattered across the ground, groaning. Truly terrifying. "I want to go home. It hurts. Why did they fight for real? Master, your disciple has shamed you." She clasps her hands and reports to everyone present. In the 9th trial, Su Dao once again completes it and takes first place. The 9 trials are concluded. The Dao Prince is invited to enter the ancestral Soul Hall and meet the elders. Su Dao completes all 9 trials without a single scratch on his person. But at that moment, Xian Yang's defiant voice rings out, stopping them. "Wait!" Xian Yang trembles as he forces himself to his feet. "Is it truly over? I refuse to accept this. I want to keep going, so what if he's the Dao Prince? I cannot lose to him in everything." He roars at the top of his lungs. Yu walks over to soothe his rage. "You're actually quite clever. This time there truly is a 10th trial, added by special request from Aunt Meng. If you win, you can overturn the results of all 9 previous trials. But I feel there's no need for the competition anymore." Xian Yang asks in surprise, "Why?" Yu immediately turns around. "Because the 10th trial is called Grace Beyond Compare. One must possess handsome features, an elegant bearing, the cultivation to have read all the books under heaven, the wisdom to lay strategies and devise schemes, and even if Mount Tai were to crumble before one's eyes, maintain an expression that does not waver." As she speaks, the girl points straight at Su Dao. The young man, upon hearing this, immediately bristles with indignation. "Young saintess, aren't you just describing Su Dao himself? This isn't fair." Yu, seeing the young man protest, speaks in a dark, ominous tone. "You yourself lack the ability to surpass him, and yet you dare question the standards that Aunt Meng and I have set." The young man stammers. "I wouldn't dare, my apologies." At the ancestral Soul Hall, Su Dao strides inward. As Su Dao enters the ancestral Soul Hall, the demon generals and the elders of Tianmen sect all rise to their feet. Even the old General Si Qi rises from his golden throne, a gesture of respect. This had nothing to do with seniority or strength. It was a matter of attitude. More importantly, he was one of the very few people in the sacred domain who harbored no malice toward demon cultivators. Had he not held the line, the relations between the 2 domains would have fractured long ago. He faces Meng Yi and speaks respectfully. "Greetings." She responds in kind, "Greetings. Have some tea." The moment Meng Yi finishes speaking, a servant brings tea forward. A court official watches him and thinks to himself, no matter how you look at it, he's still a man of the sacred domain. In this situation, surely he wouldn't dare drink our Tianmen sect's tea directly. Seeing Su Dao pick up the teacup and drink without a moment's hesitation, the official is even more astonished. He actually drank it, just like that. Mengya smiles faintly and asks, "What are your plans for the future?" Su Dao replies, "Nothing set in stone yet, but first I wish to travel the world with the woman I love." The court officials erupt into murmurs. The Dao Prince came to Tianmen sect to seek a marriage alliance. Surely the stubborn old fossils in the sacred domain will hold him accountable. If he truly marries the saintess, he'd essentially become half a man of the northern border. A genius of such terrifying caliber joining our Tianmen sects is truly a blessing. The bearded official asks, "Did you come to Tianmen sect to seek this marriage at the sacred domain's behest, or is this your own decision?" Su Dao replies respectfully, "It is my own." The official's eyes widen, seemingly unable to believe his words. "How are we to trust you? You were, after all, the sacred emperor's chief disciple. How do we know this isn't some scheme?" Mengya listens intently to Su Dao's answer. He speaks with absolute confidence. "I have no need whatsoever for your trust." The bearded official is taken aback. Su Dao continues, "Furthermore, no matter where I stand, my master remains my master. That will never change." Mengya rests her chin on her hand, regarding him with interest, thinking that devilish scholar taught his disciple well. Cutting to another scene, Zhan seems to have noticed something. A woman watches the girl and thinks to herself naturally, "My daughter's eye for talent is quite good." Yu looks at the girl and raises her thumb in admiration. Truly a stunning figure. When that scholar sees this, I'm afraid he'll stare until his eyes go sore. Zhan asks then, "Was Mewtwo bullied by anyone today? I know I told you all beforehand, but there was no guarantee the 9 trials of severing would even take place. He's already entered the ancestral soul hall without a hitch. Surely those big shots in there won't scare him, will they? If that happens, how am I supposed to comfort him afterwards? Moreover, he still doesn't know my true identity. What if..." Before the girl can finish, Yu cuts her off. "Stop right there. It's already a miracle if that man of yours doesn't bully others. How could you possibly think someone could bully him?" The girl continues sadly, "He's merely a minor disciple in the sacred domain. Though he has some strength, first, he holds no power. Second, he has no backing. In the sacred domain, he is always melancholy and downcast." Seeing Zhan so dejected, Yu is momentarily at a loss for words. Then suddenly an idea strikes her. Yu gets an idea and asks aloud, Zhan, what exactly is your fiancé's name?" Zhan replies, "Mewtwo." Hearing this, Yu bursts out laughing. "Just as I thought." Seeing her laugh, Zhan asks in confusion, "What's so funny?" The girl looks at Zhan with a smile. "Zhan, that person actually has another name, Su Dao." Hearing this, she freezes solid for 3 seconds. The two of them step into the ancestral soul hall together. The people outside the hall catch sight of Zhan and burst into heated whispers. "Everyone look! Isn't that the demon sovereign's daughter, the holy maiden of our northern border's heavenly gate?" So this time, it's not just any noble lady, it's a proposal to the little dream saint maiden herself. Zhang Jianyang overhears the gossip and flames with fury. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man steps forward and shouts, "Wait!" The young lord of the sacred domain betrothing the holy maiden of heavenly Gatethas could shift the very balance of the world. Today may herald a change unseen in 100 years. We are witnessing history. At this very moment, Zhan has also met Su Dao. She greets them, "Hello, father, young master." Su Dao explains anxiously, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. I simply hadn't found the right moment." Zhan doesn't dwell on it. She asks, "This time you've come to propose. Young master, you must have brought the betrothal gifts." He replies, "Of course. Beyond all my personal wealth, I have also brought 9 auspicious gifts, each one painstakingly prepared for you. A painting of swallows returning in warm spring. I sketched it when I first learned to paint at the age of 9. A red lotus sealed within spirit gold stoneth, most beautiful red lotus I ever plucked as a child. An embroidered autumn leaf from late fall, stitched when I first achieved some measure of success, cultivating the sacred Spirit Heart Sutra. It captures the very shape of an autumn leaf that happened to alight upon my left shoulder at that moment. A love pea from the depths of Winterwen. I once passed through the Southern Kingdom Temple of the 4 domains. This was the last being clinging to a tree blanketed in snow. Su Dao opens his palm, revealing a single red bean within. He continues, "And there are mandarin ducks upon the water at dusk, a lotus branch at dawn, a flatfish beneath the night tide. There is also the green silk pouch. I once gifted you long agolso embroidered in the early hours of morning." Zhan blushes scarlet and asks shyly, "Then what about the 9th gift?" Su Dao suddenly takes her hand, places it against his own chest, and smiles. The ninth gifted is me, seen through your eyes. Jan stammers, flustered. I don't understand what you're saying. Su Dao smiles gently. No matter, in time I will show you. An elderly official watches the two of them, and remarks with a warm smile. Ah, to be young. Mengya stands frozen. She watches Su Dao and Jan together, their tender gazes intertwined, and her heart cannot help but drift to the sweet moments she once shared with Fan Chen. Mengya nestles coquettishly in his arms. Is spouting such honeyed words the specialty of you scholars? Fan Chen replies with tender affection. Then I shall cease speaking and use actions instead. She sighs inwardly, as expected of the disciple he taught. Mengya suddenly speaks up. Jan, do you accept this young man's proposal? The girl answers with a contented smile. Mother, I accept. Su Dao stares at her in shock. Even you blurts out in surprise. Elder Meng, is she her mother? Yan Xing wonders, did he truly not know the girl he's proposing to is the little saint maiden of Heavenly Gate? Sovereign sister, why does this young master seem a bit dim? She whispers into Mengya's ear. Jan sees their reactions and smiles to herself. Is it really that obvious? If he were just Mewtwo, not knowing her identity would be perfectly normal. But for a young master renowned as supremely brilliant to not even guess. Jan laughs even harder. She thinks to herself, I simply can't believe it. The two of them share a joyful laugh together. After that, the two exchange betrothal cards and tokens of faith. Under the witness of Meng Buyu, it is officially. The engagement is sealed. The deadline is set at 3 years at the Cloud Water Pavilion. While everyone is chatting merrily, Mengyi approaches. She speaks, Jan, go with you and arrange accommodations for young Master Su. The girl looks at Mengyi in surprise, but Su Dao turns to her gently, go on, I'll have a word with Elder Meng. Jan nods in agreement. I'll wait for you to come back. Now only the two of them remain. Mengyi cuts straight to the point. Tell Muhet, do you think would have happened if neither you nor Jan had discovered each other's true identities? If you had simply married, lived together, even had children, what kind of picture would that have been? Su Dao answers respectfully. This junior believes such a scenario would never have come to pass, because neither she nor I are fools. Preferences, temperament, the smallest habits, if two people are sincere with one another, they cannot hide these things from their other half. So in this world, it is impossible for a man to be married for years and still not know the true identity of the one who shares his pillow. If such a thing did occur, one could only say he was stupid beyond saving. Mengya's face darkens instantly. She forces herself to stay calm. Do you know that the last person who came to propose to Jan died right here? Moreover, he died without even a whole corpse remaining. Mengya deliberately stresses every word, and Su Dao visibly tenses. But then she laughs cheerfully. I'm only joking, I saw how nervous you were. Relax a little. Despite Mengya's relaxed demeanor, Su Dao thinks tensely. Why do I feel even more tense now? She continues, so how did you discover Jan's identity? He answers, the withered wood meets spring. The withered wood meets spring is a seed of the heavenly Tao, divine tree, extraordinarily rare and precious. Across all 5 domains of the mortal world, it is seldom seen. Our sacred domain possesses 1 seed, and as far as I know, the Menghai Pavilion also possesses 1. So then whose daughter is the possessor of the withered wood meets spring, truly? The answer speaks for itself. Mengya looks at him and smiles. So that's how it was. She thinks to herself, who would have thought a blind yawn could catch a fly? In truth, the withered wood meets spring that Jan possesses came from the sacred domain. Her father gave it to her. If I told you that, I wonder what expression you would make. Forget it. I'll let this child discover it on his own. That's what makes it meaningful. She rests her chin on her hand, looking thoroughly entertained. So from the very beginning, you've been deceiving my daughter. Aren't you afraid she'll refuse to marry you once she learns the truth? Su Dao answers confidently, because I believe she understands my heart. Today is not the young lord of the sacred domain proposing to the little saint maiden of Heavenly Gate. Is Mewtwo, who came to propose to Miss Chu. Jian, he shows no concern for such things. Identity is irrelevant. We love each other's true selves, that is all. She finds herself satisfied with this answer. She smiles and asks, just each other's true selves. In her heart, she silently recalls the passionate days she spent with Yan Xing. Yes, back then, when we were together, I was just Meng Taodao, and he was just Chen Zairofen. That was what mattered most. Mengya suddenly clears her throat. Oh, right, how has your master been lately? In her mind, she pictures Yan Xing in a state of panic. Could his old shame be causing his old wounds to destabilize? Has he been worrying so much that he's forgotten to eat? Has he done something foolish? She's no longer angry. An image of him plucking petals while crying. She's still angry. She's no longer angry. Su Dao wonders to himself. Doesn't the demon sovereign boo you hate my master to the very bone? Then why is she suddenly asking about him? Moreover, she seems to genuinely care. I understand now. She doesn't care about my master, she cares about the future of the people of both domains. That's why she wants to use the occasion of my engagement to Zhan Zhan, to proactively bridge the divide and reconcile the two powers. Such foresight and magnanimity truly command respect. He answers respectfully. After I departed the sacred domain, the grand celestial rite that I was overseeing had to be entrusted to the sect's own care. So my master is likely quite occupied at the moment. Mengya feels a pang of disappointment. So that's how it is. She thinks, no wonder he still hasn't come to find me and explain. Su Dao suddenly grows animated. Elder Meng, regarding the matter of exchanges between our two domains, I've actually devised many feasible measures over the past few years. She replies pleasantly, then go ahead, let me hear them. But she thinks, I only wanted to ask about your master. How did we end up discussing the politics of the two domains? Even the fish in the river would find their conversation tedious. Su Dao reports, in summary, there are 26 measures feasible for the initial phase, of which I consider these 7 to be the best. He smiles, inwardly confiding these matters to Elder Meng. He considers his final duty fulfilled. From now on, I can finally set this burden down entirely. Mengya regards him with satisfaction. So young, yet possessing such profound insight. Truly, this child is better suited for this role than either Fan Chen or myself. Mengya asks, by the way, you'll have to bring Zhan Zhan to the sacred domain for introductions eventually, won't you? Su Dao answers respectfully. Rest assured, with me to protect her, no one in the sacred domain would dare bully her. She bursts out laughing. If those grand elders of your sacred domain wish to court disaster, they are welcome to try. Seeing Mengya's demeanor, Su Dao feels a flicker of bewilderment. Is it my imagination, or does her tone sound almost eager? The silhouette of a house emerges among the wondrous peaks and forests. Su Dao steps into the room and offers a warm smile to the figure before him. Zhan Zhan, eyes fixed on the entrance, breaks into a grin at the sight of him. A shyness washes over her, followed by a private, inward thought, slow down. Am I forgiving him too easily? Does he think I am so easily coddled? I should probably pretend to remain angry, shouldn't I? Zhan Zhan purses her lips, assuming a serious expression. How could you deceive me? She asks in a stern voice. Su Dao chuckles, playfully pinching Zhan Zhan's cheeks. You deceived me as well, did you not? The girl blushes instantly, clutching his hand as she stammers. That is completely different. In any case, you have made me angry. A sudden sound echoes through the room. Su Dao has already swept Zhan Zhan entirely into his arms. He coaxes softly, I apologize, it will not happen again. She offers a feeble rebuttal. Empty words cost nothing. Everyone knows you scholars are full of devious schemes and treacherous hearts. Suddenly, Zhan Zhan's eyes widen. Su Dao's grip around her tightens even further. It has only been a few days since we last met. Why have you turned into such a lecher? She asks, flushing crimson. Su Dao shamelessly replies, I am merely holding my future wife, a perfectly legitimate act. Zhan Zhan lowers her voice in genuine worry. We have not yet passed the threshold. You must be mindful of the boundaries. Su Dao asks with a teasing glint in his eyes, boundaries? Do you mean those boundaries? Flustered. The girl catches his drift and deflects the topic. How would I know? He looks at Zhan Zhan and suggests, then may I test them? She asks in astonishment, what do you mean? Without hesitation, Su Dao presses his lips to hers. Her eyes widen in shock before she closes them, surrendering to the intensity of the kiss. Su Dao holds her tighter, thinking to himself, she is as soft and adorable as a little rabbit. I cannot help but want to draw her closer. After the kiss, the corner of Su Dao's lip is stained with blood. Seeing this, Zhan Zhan calls out to him in alarm, you. She stares fixedly at his lips, while he wears a look of immense satisfaction. Zhan Zhan raises her hand, intending to touch his lip, and asks, does it hurt? He offers a sly smile. It hurts quite a bit. Zhan Zhan rushes to explain herself. I did not mean it. I have no experience. Once we are wed, I will practice more. Su Dao grips her hand firmly. There is no need to wait until then. Saying this, he lifts Zhan Zhan into his arms, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Su Dao places her on the table and says with a brazen grin, I am free now. Let us practice together. The girl stammers, you. Su Dao caresses her face, and they descend into another passionate kiss. This time, it is Zhan Zhan who takes the initiative. Even a bird perched on a nearby branch turns its head away, having just been fed a mouthful of their public displays of affection. Both their faces flush a deep red. Jan clings tightly to him after the fervor of their embrace. He smiles, satisfied, and replies, not bad for this round. Jan thinks shyly, it seems my lips have swollen. Why is he so proficient at this? The scene shifts as boiling water is poured into the bathtub. Jan hatches a plan. He dared to bully me just now, I must teach him a lesson. When he comes in to bathe, I will stand right here and stare at him. That will surely make him feel self-conscious. She turns to Su Dao and calls out happily, I have drawn the water for you. Go soak and refresh yourself, then get some rest. You have worked hard. Do not bother with such things next time. He nods and slowly begins to disrobe, revealing his six-pack abdomen. Jan sees him preparing to strip and stops him. Wait, I am still here. Why are you not even a little bit embarrassed? Su Dao speaks with an underlying suggestion. We have already shared so much, is it not perfectly normal for you to watch me bathe? The girl flushes even deeper at these shameless words. What do you mean by shared so much? He teases her, do you not remember? Then allow me to help you recall. Jan immediately covers her eyes and runs out, shouting, there is no need. I will wait for you outside. Su Dao smiles, thinking, how adorable. As she sits behind the screen waiting for him, Jan mutters to herself, detestable man, he teased me again. Suddenly she speaks up, right, let us set off tomorrow to pay respects to your master. He replies, do we not need to visit your father first? Jan answers, mother had a falling out with father. He is no longer in Yun City, so we would not find him even if we went. Su Dao replies, relaxed, so that is how it is. He seems to realize something and thinks to himself, wait, she just said her father lives in Yun City. Su Dao's eyes widen as he recalls Yu Sheng once asking, senior brother, would you like to go to Yun City with me to visit my mother? A look of panic crosses his face as he questions, which Yun City are you talking about? Jan answers joyfully, the very one at the border of the Central Plains and the northern frontier. Hearing this, his brow furrows. It is not what I think it is it? Su Dao scoops up a handful of water and splashes it onto his face. How can this be? Seeing his silence, Jan asks in concern. Wooden head, she muses internally. Why are you not speaking? Has he fainted? She peeks around the screen and calls out. Su Dao, still in the tub, sees her and acts surprised. Jan, caught in the act, covers her eyes with her hands, protesting. You are not wearing any clothes. Su Dao looks at her in silence, seeing this. Jan approaches and asks, Wooden head, what is the matter? He stammers, my Dao heart has been struck. I need to take things slowly. The girl steps behind him and places her hands on his shoulders, taking Su Dao by surprise. Jan suggests, shall I massage your shoulders to see if you feel any better? Su Dao engages his Hollywood actor mode. I still feel quite lightheaded. Could you stay here with me? Just being by your side is enough, she asks earnestly. Perhaps I should go get some medicinal tonics. Su Dao, clearly enjoying the moment, replies, no need, this is enough. On the second day, Su Dao goes to pay his respects to Meng Dai. She is reading a memorial when she asks, do you have any questions? He falls silent, gathering his courage, and answers, I heard from Su Jian that you used to live in Yun City. The hand holding Meng Dis brush freezes. She smiles and explains, do you know, Yu Sheng is the name I chose for him, but his actual name is Wang Kai. His father has never had any taste in naming otherwise. Why would he call you Wooden Head? Su Dao realizes, the junior brother I know as Chen Yu Sheng's name, Wooden Head, was given to me by my master himself. So the junior brother's mother is the silent demon lord, and Su Jian's father is my master, the sacred emperor of the Central Plains, and the silent demon lord of the northern frontier, are actually a married couple. But are they not mortal enemies? Is their hatred not impossible to resolve? Why then are they married? Even the children have produced 2 offspring. I understand now this is a scheme they have jointly orchestrated. The reason they haven't revealed the truth of their relationship to the world is likely because they are plotting something grand. Seeing him silent, Meng Dai speaks up, why do you say nothing? Su Dao respectfully replies, as a disciple, I dare not judge the name master bestowed upon me, but mistress's handwriting is truly far superior to master's. She smiles with satisfaction, good child. At this moment, his heart is filled with anxiety. The world knows the silent demon lord hates Fan Chen to the bone, constantly seeking trouble with the sacred domain. Yet, it is all a facade. For so many years, not a single flaw has been revealed, it seems, even during their first meeting. The truth remained hidden. His cunning and schemes are by no means inferior to master's. His mistress is even more terrifying than master. Suddenly, Meng Dai suggests, do not speak of this to the others. Su Dao agrees, understood. He continues to ponder. This secret pact between master and mistress is something they must even deceive their own children about. Such caution suggests it surely concerns the future of the two domains. When Chen Zhen arrives at the sacred domain and discovers his own father is the sacred emperor, that scene will certainly be interesting to the extreme. The afternoon scenery is peaceful. In Meng Zhen's room, the young girl excitedly asks, "I made this myself, how does it taste?" Su Dao eats while praising, "This is the best wonton I have ever tasted, even the immortal lord of the Heaven Dining Tower cannot compare." Suddenly, Zhen remembers something and asks, "That's right, you didn't even eat breakfast today before going to see Mother. Was something the matter?" He replies vaguely, "Just going to bid farewell, and she instructed me to take you back to the sacred domain to meet Master." The young girl wonders, "So that was it. I have never been to the sacred domain. How long must we wait?" He replies, "It depends on your preference. If you wish to stay in the sacred domain for a lifetime, that is fine." While thinking to himself, after all, she is the only daughter of the sacred emperor. Suddenly, Su Dao freezes for 5 seconds, seemingly realizing something. "Wait, I just realized a problem. Previously, I even took my leave from Master with a heavy heart." He recalls himself taking leave of Fan Chen. "Master, I am leaving." He had waved his hand, signaling him to go. Su Dao continues his train of thought. Did Master already know then that I would definitely return? I am now not only Master's disciple, but also his son-in-law. Does this not mean Master can even more legitimately entrust the sacred domain to me? And since I am now the Heaven Gate Saintess's fiancé, I am also a son-in-law of the Heaven Gate. With such a status, I should also help the Heaven Gate solve its troubles. Therefore, not only have I lost my freedom, but I also have 2 jobs now. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhen calls out loudly, "Wooden head, are you worried that those sacred domain elders will bully me? I am not that weak. As long as I am with you, I fear nothing." Then the young girl reaches out and strokes Su Dao's face. Feeling her touch, he happily relishes the sensation. "How wonderful!" At this moment, I suddenly feel that even if the future becomes more arduous and busy, it does not matter, because I am already the happiest person in this world. Immediately, Su Dao places a kiss upon her forehead. "Me too. As long as I am with you, I am willing to do anything." At the sacred domain, Fan Chen is holding a book recording the entire process of Su Dao's trial. He reads intently. The officials stand below, waiting to pay their respects. An official with a hair bun secretly calculates the Dao affair. Young Master and the Heaven Gate's little saintess are engaged, and the news has spread across the world. How does the sacred emperor intend to deal with him? A bearded official thinks to himself, "It seems I must truly give up on the young master. I knew early on that the successor to the sacred domain would certainly be young Master Yu." Fan Chen, after finishing, suddenly laughs, leaving the 3 of them confused. The sacred emperor laughs at it. He gently asks, "Man proposes, heaven disposes. What do you think?" The bun-haired official replies, "Your Highness, young Master Dao has aligned himself with the Heaven Gate. How should we handle this?" Fan Chen quickly replies, "Everything remains as it was." The bearded official shows concern. "Very soon, young Master Dao will bring the Heaven Gate's little saintess to pay respects to your Highness. Should we teach her some of the sacred domain's rules by then?" Fan Chen warns, "If anyone among you dares to cause trouble for that little girl, I will be furious." Everyone listening trembles in fear. Everyone shouts in unison, "Understood." Wu Jing smiles, inwardly speculating. If I am not mistaken, the girl that Su Dao met at the Wudong banquet is indeed the little saintess. Although I do not know how he gained the trust of the silent demon lord, it is a good thing for me, because this way, he can no longer compete with me for the sacred domain's direct descendant. He suddenly stands up and reports, "Sacred Emperor, I am bold enough to ask in the name of Hang Chu for your daughter's hand in marriage." The bearded official is shocked. "What? The sacred emperor has a daughter?" An old woman nearby asks in surprise, "Is this true? Then why do we not know about it?" Fan Chen does not deny it, but laughs heartily. He confirms, "Correct, I do have a daughter. She is the smartest and most adorable little girl in the entire world." The 2 whisper, "What is this boasting tone?" The old woman replies, "I believe it now. Surely the sacred emperor really does have a daughter." Immediately after, Fan Chen adds information, but she is already engaged. This news seems to make Enhat even more surprised, stuttering, "What? Who is it?" In his heart, he thinks in this world, apart from Su Dao, who else could easily catch the sacred emperor's eye? Could it be Tian Quanzai? If it were him, things wouldn't be this quiet, would they? Fan Chen answers enigmatically, "It is a junior I have had my eye on for a long time. You will know in due time." This further stimulates Enhathan's curiosity, leaving him unable to stop thinking. Had his eye on for a long time. So from the beginning, The sacred emperor did not consider Su Dao as a son-in-law, and perhaps the successor to the sacred domain he chose is also this person. So that is how it is. The truth is this. Su Dao, it is a pity you exhausted yourself for the sacred domain for so many years, not knowing you were just a tool. You and I are just the same kind of losers. The scene shifts to Diyu Tower. Fan Chen takes a stroll to admire the flowers and sighs. So these are the flowers planted by the little one. They have truly brought much vitality to this courtyard. Lan sees him pretending to walk by and calls out loudly, "No need to ask, just sit down." The tea is on the table. Fan Chen walks over and sits down. He replies happily, "Good." He touches the teapot on the table, smiles faintly, and thinks, "It's cold. Is she not using spiritual qi to keep it warm?" Lan while reading, asks about the everlasting mountain and river cauldron, while Fan Chen uses spiritual qi to heat the tea and replies, "No." Fan Chen pours tea into the cup and speaks, "Dao will be back very soon. I still have to trouble him with the great heaven divination matter. When that time comes, Dao will come to collect it himself. I came because that child is about to take my daughter away, and I hope you can help me look after her a little." Having said that, he pushes the teacup toward Lan She receives the tea, thinking, his daughter, the one Su Dao is about to take away, isn't that the little saintess of the Heaven Gate? So the Heaven Gate's little saintess is his daughter. So that is it. It ought to be so. Lan flips through the pages of the Cultivation manual and comments, "This is a life-saving cultivation technique, but it has many restrictions. First, the two people must truly love each other. Second, their realms must be of the same level, and furthermore, during the execution, one cannot feel the other's spiritual qi waver. No wonder when you returned a few years ago, you weren't dead and your wounds were much better. The two of you are quite a match." Fan Chen holds the teacup and confesses, "I did not love her because I wanted to survive. I loved her first, which then gave rise to the thought of wanting to marry." Lan replies emotionlessly, "You have settled it, so go resolve it. Explaining it to me is useless." He thinks she is too sensitive. She says nonchalantly, "If you can't even coax a little girl, then don't be sacred emperor anymore." Fan Chen agrees, "I do have such a plan, but I still cannot discard the responsibility of guarding Tang Tianian until the next successor has sufficient capability." Lan wonders, "So you have already made a decision? Then when are you going to the northern border?" While thinking after this, apart from matters regarding Tang Tianian, he probably won't come back much. "So this is our final meeting." He quickly states his plans. "Very well. First, I shall help Xiu Wu resolve the soul puppet ancient corpse. Back then, my wounds had yet to heal, so I could not intervene. Now I shall personally avenge her." Lan fell into deep thought before speaking. "So you have always remembered. Do not let that wretch die whole. Crush every bone in his body to dust. Do not grant him a swift death bitter yet. Obliterate every last sliver of his divine soul." Fan Chen gazed at her with visible concern. "I shall do my utmost." Having received his affirmation, Lan replied with a touch of formality, "Thank you for killing on my behalf. I shall guard the holy domain in your stead for 500 years until someone worthy enough can take your place." Fan Chen looked at her tenderly. "You need not go this far. I have always regarded you as a younger sister." But she swiftly rebuffed him. "I don't have such a foolish older brother as you." Fan Chen rose to bid his farewell. "Then I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Lan called out to him. "Wait." She paused, then asked, "I have one final question I wish to ask you." The sky above was a deep, flawless blue. Lan now stood as well. Fan Chen looked at her in surprise. Lan suddenly spoke, "Between me and the young lady of Miss Dream Pavilion." She awaited Fan Chen's answer with bated breath. Many had forgotten that Lan Weixu, in her youth, was once hailed as the most beautiful woman in all four directions. She was called the luminous pearl of Central Continent in that era. In all of Central Continent, none could surpass her beauty. He answered honestly, "Beauty is much like the taste of a dish. 10,000 souls harbor 10,000 different impressions. Both your beauty and hers are timeless classics. No one has the right to judge between the two of you. It is simply that different people have different tastes, nothing more." Lan sneered at the man's silver tongue. Fan Chen smiled gently at her. "As for me, I still love my wife the most." Hearing this, Lan frowned and stared at him. A single tear slipped free, shattering as it struck the ground. "Get lost," she spat in disdain. Fan Chen seized the chance and turned to leave at once. "Very well, I'm off." Lan drew 2 stalks of grass and held them up toward the sky, murmuring with a faint smile, "Let it be." Fan Chen froze mid-step. He looked back at her with a soft smile and performed a formal bow. He bowed deeply in gratitude, a farewell and a thank you. Several days later, two servants stood before Fan Chen's chambers and called out respectfully, "Your holy sovereign, the arrangements for the grand celestial rite still require your review." Yet the holy sovereign gave no reply. Instead, they found a letter left upon the table. It carried a message Dayar would return in a few days to find him. The two servants cried out in alarm, "The holy sovereign has bolted again." Meanwhile, in Cloud City, the items once displayed on the shelves had vanished without a trace. It took him a few moments to realize what had happened. Fan Chen panicked the moment he noticed they were gone. "Where are my things?" It turned out that Chen Zhen and Bu Zhudao had come earlier and taken everything. The little girl cheerfully stuffed them into her pouch. "Since we're already here, we might as well take it all." Fan Chen deduced that before heading to the holy domain. Chen Zhen had made a detour back here likely to take the treasures he had hoarded as a gesture of respect upon meeting him. It seemed she had yet to tell their daughter the truth. Was this her way of asserting dominance over him? So be it, so long as it eases her anger. She could do as she pleased. Suddenly, he noticed a crack running along the wooden shelf. Fan Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "So that was where I cracked it back then." His mind drifted to a distant memory of him and his wife right here. Meng Yi had asked shyly, "My lord, what exactly are you doing?" Fan Chen replied shamelessly, "My dear, you once promised me we would explore every corner of the study together." Returning to the present, he sighed. 21 years had passed in the blink of an eye. "My dear wife, I truly miss you so." The clock rewinds 21 years to the day Fan Chen first met Meng Buyu. She gazed silently at the world before her, cloaked in an ineffable loneliness and detachment as if she were another version of himself. And so, before a rice wine stall, Fan Chen took the initiative and asked for her name. Meng Yi smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Meng Taodao." Fan Chen returned the courtesy with equal politeness. "My name is Chen Zairofen." They regarded each other shyly, for humans are ever drawn to those who mirror themselves. Fan Chen was no different. He was certain she felt the same kinship he did. And so, as naturally as the tide follows the moon, the two decided to stroll through Cloud City together, exchanging a few words now, and then but the stretches of comfortable silence always outnumbered them. Fan Chen discovered that she, like him, was not one for idle conversation with strangers. To think even this about them was the same. After that, the two traveled the southern domain together. In spring, they idled beneath the green mountains. In summer, they listened in silence to the song of cicadas. In autumn, they savored the taste of ripe fruit. In winter, they marveled at the unique beauty of each falling snowflake. Together, they reveled in joy through all 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 1 year later, the two returned to Cloud City. Fan Chen suddenly realized that, for quite some time now, she no longer carried that aura of loneliness and distance. Fan Chen spoke from his heart. "Taodao, give yourself to me." She turned to face him in surprise and fell silent for a long moment. Fan Chen confessed, "Life is far too short. From this day forward, I only wish to spend every moment by your side." Those words pierced straight into Meng Yi's gentle heart. Tears of happiness streamed down her face as she agreed. "Yes." In the bridal chamber, Fan Chen asked Meng Yi, "Our wedding has only the two of us. Does that upset you?" She answered cheerfully, "Not at all. I have no family to invite." He drew her into his arms and consoled her. "But you do now." Meng Yi smiled softly. "I already do." Meng Yi rested her head against his shoulder and asked, "Will we have children?" Fan Chen answered without hesitation, "Of course, who knows, perhaps 1 boy and 1 girl." She smiled with contentment. "Then I hope they will be kind, dignified, and strong. Under the love and protection of their parents, they would live lives of peace, health, serenity, and abundance. And when they grew up, they would find their other half and love each other dearly for the rest of their days." Suddenly, bitter memories of her solitary suffering resurfaced. Meng Yi shed silent tears, vowing they would never be tormented by hatred, never be forced to flee between life and death. Returning to the present, she thought with sorrow, "But I will die very soon. Will I ever truly have children of my own?" She spoke gently. "If I die, you may find another woman who loves you, marry her, and have children. But do not bring her before my grave, I would be jealous." Fan Chen smiled tenderly and stroked her hair. "And what if you don't die? What then?" Meng Yi answered at once. "Then your eyes shall hold only me. Otherwise, I will chain you up so you can't go anywhere." Fan Chen laid her down upon the bed and hovered above her with a sly grin. "That sounds wonderful. I'd welcome it with open arms. If I am the one to die, then go find a second man in all the 5 domains who loves you, and live out your days in happiness." She laughed and asked, "Second?" He switched to his most coquettish tone. "Because in all the 5 domains, no one could possibly love you more than I do." Mengya placed her hand upon Fan Chen's cheek, pressing her nose against his as she murmured softly, "I feel the same." Their lips drew achingly close. Fan Chen leaned in boldly toward Mengyi, and they shared a passionate, burning kiss. Their garments slipped away. Fan Chen whispered to soothe her, "Don't be nervous, it's me." He laced his fingers through hers, giving her a sense of safety. High upon a branch, a pair of birds nestled together in bliss. At this moment, Fan Chen and Mengyi lay entwined in each other's arms, fast asleep. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows in her sleep, dreaming of being pursuit hunters spreading out in every direction, searching for her. Today, we must bring her corpse back no matter what. Suddenly, Mengyi jolts awake. She sits up. Fan Chen, sitting beside her, notices her waking and asks with concern, "What is it? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She answers softly, "No, it was merely a nightmare." Without warning, Fan Chen reaches out and pulls Mengyi into his embrace, soothing her. "Do not be afraid. I am here." She lies still in Fan Chen's arms, thinking silently. Because of the years spent being hunted, she had never permitted anyone near while she slept. Yet at this moment, her heart feels strangely at peace. She wraps her arms around him in return. "Then from now on, you must protect me properly. But there is still one more thing." Mengyi confesses in a small voice. "In truth, I am not skilled at housework or cooking." He tenderly kisses her forehead. "You need not do any of that. I am here." She replies happily, "All right." And so the two of them remain together, happy and content. Back to reality. At this moment, Mengyi lies on her bed. She ponders the sweet words he once spoke. Which of them were true? Which of them were lies? When did you first recognize me? Why did you not speak plainly? Why have you still not come to find me? You surely do not know. When I was young, I heard countless legends about you. She recalls when she was small, Somyeon once spoke of Fan Chen, the holy sovereign of Central Continent. Handsome as a wind god, possessed of unfathomable cultivation, boundless authority, thoughts deep and unknowable, so powerful as to be terrifying, a truly awe-inspiring figure. That is why I chose to seek refuge in the holy domain. Mengyi confesses, "In truth, I know that the order to kill me likely did not come from you. If you truly wanted me dead, I could never have escaped. But after that day, we ultimately walked in two opposite directions. The admiration and longing I once held for you as a child, they were no longer the same. After that, I became the Demon Venerable. I wanted to resolve the conflict between the two domains, only to discover the hatred ran too deep, it could not be erased in a short time. So I needed a pretext to redirect the conflicto, transform the enmity between Central Continent and the Northern Frontier into a personal vendetta. Between you and me, the two of them discussed their affairs while eating pastries. No wonder the Demon Venerable hates the holy sovereign irreconcilable, truly irreconcilable for an entire lifetime. Mengyi continues, "I know that in your eyes, I am nothing more than a newborn kitten that has only just grown its claws and fangs. Perhaps you already saw through my schemes. Otherwise, how could you have endured a mewling kitten constantly trying to threaten you? Later, I went to Cloud City because I sensed my opportunity was at hand. I never expected to run into you by chance. I thought the days ahead would be the first time I could live entirely for myself. But why did it have to be you? How could it possibly be you? It turns out that to Holy Sovereign Dai Hong, from beginning to end, I was nothing but a kitten, one without the slightest shred of threat, utterly incapable of resistance, able only to let you decide everything at will. As for me, I loved you so hopelessly that even dying for you would have been willingly accepted. So with a single wish, you could strip away my dignity and integrity, bit by bit, turning me into a toy that could never leave your side. So with a single wish, you could strip away my dignity and self-respect, piece by piece, until I became nothing more than a plaything forever bound to you. Fine, I admit it, I am simply a little insecure. That is why I need your assurance. Tell me none of that will come to pass. I am your wife, your equal. You will give me the respect I deserve. Fan Chen, tell me, is it true that I am so very easy to appease? Between these two, a deep and abiding longing for each other lingers always. Fan Chen gazes at her image and calls out tenderly, "My wife, I miss you terribly. I will come find you at once." On the other side, Mengyi thinks of him without cease. "My husband, I miss you so much. Come comfort me soon." In a chamber at the center of a lotus pond, Mengyi asks a servant standing at a distance, "Has the soul puppet ancient temple made any moves?" The servant answers respectfully, "The master of the soul puppet ancient temple, the demon monk Dong Shan, has recently begun roaming all across the northern frontier. Along the way, he has slaughtered countless small cities and minor sects. General Wu Liang suspects that Dong Shan is putting on a show of force against our heavenly gate." Mengyi ponders this. Tomorrow, the Heavenly Gate launches its assault on the Soul Puppet Ancient Template. He chooses this very moment to leave. Could it be that the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple has another guardian Zai Tianheng? The female servant continues her report. According to intelligence, Zai Tianheng is also not inside the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple, though she travels separately from Dongshan. She, too, is slaughtering minor sects throughout the northern frontier. The servant senses something amiss. This is far too abnormal. They must have some other purpose. The Soul Puppet Ancient Temple cannot simply be left empty. If neither of them is present, then clearly there is still someone else guarding the Templosomnion of equal or even greater strength than Dongshan. No matter who that person is, no matter what their purpose, I will assault the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple all the same. Hearing this, the servant wonders silently. 1 against 3. Does Her Excellency the Demon Venerable still possess such confidence? Could she possess some hidden trump card that no one knows about? She then imagines Fan Chen clutching a scripture scroll and sobbing. My wife, I truly did not mean to deceive you. You must forgive me. Just then Yu arrives. The young girl speaks politely. Aunt Meng, I have come to bid you farewell. Hearing this, Mengyi appears surprised. The situation in the northern frontier is unstable. Staying at the Heavenly Gate is the safest option. Why do you wish to leave? Yu replies, I heard that little girl Zai Wu has gone along with Zai Zhizeng to hunt people down. She adds, if I recall, you never really liked that girl very much, did you? Yu walks over and leans her face against Mengyi's thigh, puzzled. She does not like me, and I do not like her. Every time we meet, we quarrel. But that is a private matter between the two of us. Yet if she is already a disciple of the Netherworld Red Dust sect, why does she still go around slaughtering innocent people everywhere? Was she not merely tricked into the land courtyard as a child? Nothing truly happened to her. I faced far greater peril than she ever did, yet I never became that bloodthirsty. Those people owed her a debt fine, she killed them. But does everyone under heaven owe her? Does she mean to slaughter every last soul in the world? Hearing this, Mengyi asks, so what do you intend to do? The girl reveals her plan. First, I will return to the Netherworld Red Dust sect to investigate. There are certain doubts in my heart. I must go back and look into them myself. In Tranum City, a little boy points ahead and asks innocently, Father, that big sister over there she looks like a fairy. The father smiles and replies, that is because she truly is a fairy. When I was your age, she already looked just like that. More than 20 years have passed. I have grown old, but the fairy has not changed one bit. Our place here is not far from the Netherworld Red Dust sect. Every time the fairy passes through, she buys a great many things. I reckon she is that legendary Lady Bodhai of the town. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang uses her magic to stow the items into her storage pouch, thinking, this is much more convenient. Suddenly, laughter erupts from up ahead, catching Xiao Fang's attention. What is going on up there? Up ahead, a fat brute has a boy by the arm, pinning him to the ground. Stinking brat, go on, try running again if you dare. All I did was touch that pretty girl a little, and you actually dared to strike back. Do you really think your Dugu Hall has some powerful immortal backing it? The boy with the top knot crosses his arms and retorts, my cousin is an outer disciple of the Netherworld Red Dust sect. My aunt had been prying for ages there. Simply isn't anyone named Xiao Fang in the inner sect. You lot are lying through your teeth, aren't you? Another lackey chimes in. I hear this Xiao Fang, the master of Yugu Hall, came from a wretchedly poor family that scraped by making lanterns. Not only that, she was later sold into the Orchid Court. Who knows how many men have already had their way with her? The boy clenches his fists and screams, don't you dare speak of fairy sister like that. I'll fight you to the death. The fat one hears this and sneers with open provocation. Even if that little wretch were standing right here today, I'd still. Before the words leave his mouth, a palm strikes squarely across his face. It is Xiao Fang has slapped him clean off his feet, sending him tumbling through the air. Xiao Fang gazes down at him, cold and imperious, as he writhes on the ground with blood streaming from his nose. The fat one scrambles upright and demands, how dares strike me? Xiao Fang answers by stomping her foot squarely onto his skull. Only then does she speak, the master of Yugu Hall Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang furrows her brow and sweeps her cold gaze over the men cowering behind him. They tremble beneath her stare, and eerie, deathly silence blankets the air. Xiao Fang smiles faintly. Relax, I was quite gentle. A heartbeat later, all three are sprawled unconscious on the ground. Xiao Fang walks up to the boy and extends her hand. Are you hurt? Where does it pain you? The boy's face is smeared with grime and dirt, yet his expression remains stubborn as ever. A scratch like this is nothing at all. When I grow up, I'm going to protect Fairy Sister. Fairy Sister, those people were spouting utter nonsense, please don't take it to heart. She answers with a gentle smile, it's fine, because most of what they said is the truth. Xiao Fang's mind drifts back many years ago when she was harvesting rice in the paddies, and her second aunt stood at the edge of the field, ordering her to finish cutting every last stalk before returning home to cook for the family. Xiao Fang works while answering, yes, second aunt. She wipes the sweat from her brow, then hoists the rice onto her shoulders and carries it home. The moment she reaches the front door, she overhears a man haggling with her second aunt. Your Xiao Fang is a pretty little thing. The orchid court will surely take her. 5 taels of silver, do we have a deal? Xiao Fang's face drains of color at the proposal, but her second aunt pays her no mind. The aunt jabs a finger at the man and roars, I spit on you. What manner of beast do you take me for? Don't you dare covet our Xiao Fang. Only then does Xiao Fang dare to whisper, second aunt. Seeing the aunt's refusal, the man raises his bid, 5 taels. That's the highest price I can pay. To Xiao Fang's horror, her aunt does a complete about-face and agrees on the spot. 10 taels will do, I'll sell her. Having overheard every word of their transaction, Xiao Fang is consumed with terror. She rushes in and demands, why? You've already taken every last coin from my parents' estate. You clearly lack for nothing. Her second aunt places a hand on her head, unapologetic indeed. We lack for nothing, but who in this world would refuse more silver? As she speaks, she grabs Xiao Fang by the hair. In the brothel at night, a man tries to force himself upon a courtesan, but she resists. My lord, this is the main hall, yet the man, utterly shameless, continues regardless. So what? Does a man like me care about dignity? On the other side, a fat man grips a courtesan by the hair, his tone dripping with menace. You've refused me one too many times. Today, I won't let you leave without savoring a taste of agony. Xiao Fang watches the horrors unfold, her heart sinking. How cruel. These men are truly vicious. I must escape. I would sooner die than become their plaything. With that resolve, she bolts from the brothel, but to her dismay, 2 men materialize before her and block her path. The madam of the brothel stands in her way, barking orders at the servants. You little wretch. I fed you all this time and you dare run. Beat her, then toss her corpse outside for the dogs. They lash her with iron whips. Xiao Fang crumples to the ground in agony. The madam snarls furiously, little wretch, causing this old woman such trouble. Today I'll make sure you die in the most wretched state imaginable to discourage any other girls from harboring notions of escape. Racked with pain and despair, Xiao Fang thinks dying would be a mercy. I only pray that in my next life, I never meet monsters more terrifying than demons. As if fate itself intervenes, the servants suddenly fly through the air. It is Yanhang, who has kicked them away with a single devastating strike. A chain lashes out toward the madam, who clutches a blade in her hand. The chain yanks the weapon free, sending it clattering away as she shrieks in panic. Yanhang needs only a single breath to fell every last one of them. She strides forward, then turns to survey them with cold contempt, cursing, you heartless beast, however many wounds this child bears today, I shall return them 100-fold upon your hides. Xiao Fang recalls that she thought at the time it was merely an inner sect disciple of the netherworld red dust sect who happened to pass by. Only much later did she learn that the woman was none other than Mi Yanhang, revered in legend as the phantom blossom of the mist. Yanhang holds her close and reassures her, rest easy. From this day forth, no one will dare bully you again. Xiao Fang looks up at her, eyes glistening with gratitude. After that, Sister Yan brought me to the netherworld red dust sect to recover. You gave me a new name, Xiao Fanghaping. I could leave my past behind and forget everything. One day, beneath the shade of a massive ancient tree, upon discovering Xiao Fang's innate talent for cultivation, Yanhang instructs her, use the technique I taught Yao, cut it down, decisively. Xiao Fang obeys without hesitation, slashing forward in a single clean stroke. The ancient tree cleaves in two, and topples to both sides with a thunderous crash. Xiao Fang's eyes widen in shock, realizes her potential may even surpass her own master's. Yanhang is equally astonished by the girl's talent, stammering, you. Xiao Fang continues her recollection. Yanhang is overjoyed beyond words. Yanhang scoops her up in a tight embrace, exclaiming, you're far too incredible for your own good. Xiao Fang recalls that Yanhang then brought her directly before Lady Yin. Lady Yin spoke, if she is diligent enough and fortune favors her, perhaps she will have a chance to reach that level. It was only then that Xiao Fang truly felt their life had finally, irrevocably changed. From then on, aside from devoted cultivation, her greatest pastime was reading storybooks. Yanhang walks in and finds Xiao Fang immersed in a storybook. She asks curiously, you've read this stack of storybooks who knows how many times already, haven't you? You enjoy them that much. Xiao Feng replies with a contented expression, because no matter how cruel these stories may be, they still always possess a gentler side than reality. Yanhang muses, just how extraordinary must the person who wrote such stories be? Back to the present, Xiao Feng drives her heel down hard on the fat man's body. She gazes at him and wonders, so many years have passed, yet this city still harbors scum like you. Suddenly, Li Zai rushes over and calls out, "Miss, you've arrived." Xiao Feng pats the girl's head and sighs warmly. "It's been so long, little Li Zai." Li Zai glances behind her, seeing 4 men sprawled unconscious on the ground. Sweat beads unconsciously on her forehead. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Feng explains, "Little Li Zai, go report this to the city magistrate. Let him deal with these men according to the law." Li Zai speaks anxiously, "Miss, these men are all scions of the city's great families. The magistrate may not dare to deal with them, and it might even implicate you, miss." Xiao Feng falls silent and turns her gaze back to them. The fat man, though his face has turned ashen, still strains to act tough. "So what, who do you think you are? A mere outer sect disciple of the immortal Sexto? You really think you're something special? My aunt holds great standing and has boundless prospects within the Netherworld Red Dust sect. When the time comes, she will not let you off." Xiao Feng sighs, then produces a command token. She hands it to Li Zai and instructs, "Give this command token to the magistrate. He will know what to do. Tell him not to reveal my whereabouts, or else both you and he will face consequences far worse than these." Li Zai nods obediently. "Understood, miss." The fat man catches sight of the command token, and his blood runs cold. He recalls his aunt once saying, within the Netherworld Red Dust sect, only those of high rank in the inner sect possess such a command token. He trembles and stammers, "I'm sorry, Fairy. I failed to recognize your greatness. It was all my fault. Please, Fairy, quell your anger." Xiao Feng strolls toward him cheerfully and asks, "Having regrets now, are we?" "Too late." With that, she kicks him flying into the distance. Lazzy looks at her and asks softly, "Miss, was it truly worth it for our sakes?" Xiao Feng answers without a moment's hesitation, "Why wouldn't it be worth it? Every single one of you is a good person. Each of you deserves to live with dignity and peace." At Yugu Hall, Xiao Feng has brought a great many supplies. The village children spot her and cry out with glee, "Fairy sister, you finally come to visit us. Fairy sister, I missed you so much. Fairy sister, look, I've grown taller." Xiao Feng bursts into laughter. "Once you've taken your gifts, line up. I'm going to check every single one of your lessons." Only the boy she had just rescued dares to make a bold proposal. "Fairy sister, when I grow up, can I marry you?" Xiao Feng flicks the boy's forehead lightly. "You haven't even grown up yet, and your imagination is already running wild. This old lady doesn't marry stinky men." The boy pouts and replies, "But I'm not stinky." Xiao Feng teases him like an adult. "Once men grow up, they all become stinky." The boy bursts into tears and protests, "I don't want to become a stinky man." At that moment, another little girl runs over and hugs Xiao Feng. "Fairy sister, if men are no good, then what about me? Can I marry you?" Xiao Feng flicks the girl's forehead. "You children should focus on studying and learning proper skills to secure your futures. Once you've grown up, if you meet someone who feels right, you can stand together openly and live out your days in happiness." The girl asks innocently, "Then, Fairy sister, have you already met that person?" Xiao Feng shyly admits, "I have." At the northern frontier's Yalang stronghold, the bald monk attacks a civilian. He slams a palm into the old man's body, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The man collapses to the ground dead, eyes wide open in death. He stands and gazes at the life he just extinguished, surrounded by the corpses of others slain by his own hand. He suddenly mutters, "Technique. Number 17. Killing like this is honestly rather dull." Saying so, he raises his palm and draws out the souls of those he just sent to their graves. He sighs with boredom. "Senior brother assigned me this task, and it's far too tedious." He then slams his hand to the ground, and the souls are pulled toward him one by one. Days prior, Wan Sui had given the bald monk a mission: go forth, refine the life essence, and deploy the Grand Heavenly Derivation Array, and the Grand Heavenly Abyss Array within the northern frontier's ley lines. He replied, "I reckon not even in their wildest dreams would the people of this world expect it. In truth, these arrays are designed to deal with Fan Chenand to provoke him. But senior brother, relying only on the life essence of those mortals and low-realm cultivat or scan it truly kill those two?" Wan Sui admits, "Of course not. What are you thinking? That is Fan Chen and Dai Yin we're talking about. But Fan Chen and Dai Yin are no longer at their peak. At the very least, these arrays can sap 30% of their combat power. And after that, I will strike personally. That gives us at least a 50% chance of killing one of the two. The bald monk glances at him, suspicion written across his face. And the other one, what then? He replies mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes." Returning to the present, Wan Sui muses to himself if senior brother said as much. There is surely a contingency plan in place. If this chain of schemes proceeds smoothly, perhaps they can truly realize his senior brother's mad ambition in the end. Revive the Tai Xuan underworld emperor. As this thought crosses his mind, he gazes skyward. In the darkness of night, a wisp of smoke rises. A whole roasted chicken sits perfectly upon glowing embers. Yu Sheng exclaims cheerfully, "This is actually my first time venturing deep into the northern frontier. The customs and people here are completely different from the central continent. There are so many new things I've never seen before." Zhu Kongjun smiles to himself, thinking indeed, such is the nature of youth. Once he grows older, it will be difficult to recapture such pure, innocent joy. Yu Sheng suddenly asks, "Uncle Kong, you've been to the northern frontier many times, haven't you? Which place do you find the most interesting?" He murmurs to himself, mulling it over. The most interesting place in the northern frontier. In his mind, the image of Yanhang surfaces, and his face flushes red without warning. Zhu Kongjun recalls how, when he lay unconscious on a bed, she had stared at him with a shameless expression, and reached out to flick his most sensitive spot. Zhu Kongjun involuntarily clenches his fist, his expression twisted in anguish. He thinks that foolish woman pours all her nourishment into her chest, yet she dared to flick me there, causing me to dream about it every single night. Once this whole ordeal is over, I will get my revenge. I must make her understand that certain things are utterly ferocious by nature and not mere ornaments that simply bounce around. Seeing that he still hasn't answered, Yu Sheng calls out, "Uncle Kong, are you lost in some old memory?" Zhu Kongjun covers his face and replies awkwardly, "Oh no, it's nothing. I was just spacing out. Don't talk nonsense." Yu Sheng furrows his brow, understanding now. He thinks to himself it must have been quite the stimulating memory. At this moment, the chicken is nearly done. Suddenly, a figure approaches from the distance and speaks. "That roasted chicken smells divine. Even the head chef of the Heavenly Gourmet Tower couldn't do better, could he?" Zhu Kongjun glances at the newcomer and sees the bald monk walking toward them. He instantly recognizes him as Demon Monk Dongshan. Without hesitation, he conjures a weapon into his hands. Zhu Kongjun grips the weapon and shields Yu Sheng behind him. Yu Sheng sees this and asks in confusion, "Uncle Kong, what's wrong?" Zhu Kongjun grows increasingly wary. Demon Monk Dongshan is ruthless and bloodthirsty, has recently massacred numerous sects across the northern frontier without restraint. Encountering him today, there is no chance this ends peacefully. All three now sit around the campfire. Demon Monk Dongshan praises, "This young master truly has excellent cooking skills. Today, this humble monk is blessed with a fine meal." Saying so, his gaze drifts toward the roasted chicken resting upon the embers. Yu Sheng quickly retorts, "That roasted chicken is ours. What does it have to do with you?" But the monk pays his words no heed and extends his hand. Yu Sheng also reaches toward the roasted chicken. Yu Sheng thinks to himself, "This guy is absolutely shameless. He dares to rob us in broad daylight. This is our chicken. But Uncle Kong is this vigilante's strength must be extraordinary. There's no way I can outmatch him. That leaves only one option." Yu Sheng swiftly spits on the roasted chicken. His saliva splatters across the meat, causing Demon Monk Dongshan to freeze for a full 5 seconds. He stares at the chicken with an expression of utter devastation. He demands furiously, "How can you be this disgusting?" Zhu Kongjun thinks to himself, "Thank heavens the boy doesn't usually pull this trick on me." Afterward, Yu Sheng casually picks up the roasted chicken and takes a huge bite. He tears off a massive drumstick, eating while exclaiming, "How can anything in this world taste this good?" Demon Monk Dongshan watches him act so outrageously, and remarks that roasted chicken is made to be shared among people. To be so unfair about Italy, that is an insult to such fine cuisine. Zhu Kongjun retorts coldly, "Does sect master Dongshan truly consider himself a person?" Yu Sheng now realizes who the man is. He thinks so he's actually the Demon Monk Dongshan, one who slaughters the innocent without remorse. Demon Monk Dongshan asks shamelessly, "Why wouldn't I count as one? I am neither a demon clansman nor a dark clansman. I am one of the ancient aberrant races that possesses reason and wisdom. I am neither a corpse fiend nor a ghost spirit. I am a true and honest human being." Zhu Kongjun replies with contempt, "Human beings have principles. They do not slaughter the innocent." The monk bursts into laughter. "Who gets to define these principles? What you call not slaughtering the innocent? is nothing more than wrapping yourselves in the guise of benevolence and righteousness to satisfy your own egos. As for me, I enjoy killing. It excites me. The only difference between us is that my way of soothing myself happens to differ from yours." Having laid out his philosophy in words that assault the ears, he turns to Yu Sheng with a grin. "Kid, don't you think what I said makes sense?" Yu Sheng stands rooted to the spot, petrified. The demon monk knows full well that Yu Sheng has been rendered speechless, so he simply stands there with a calm smile, waiting for the boy's answer. Against the monk's silver tongue, Yu Sheng cannot muster a single rebuttal. He can only stand there, gritting his teeth in bitter frustration. No matter how hard he racks his brain, Yu Sheng cannot dismantle the demon monk's twisted logic. There is nothing he can do. Though the monk's words are fundamentally flawed, he simply cannot conjure the perfect counterargument in this moment. At the very instant Yu Sheng is struck speechless, Zhu Kongjun steps forward and rescues him. "I don't like you, therefore what you say is wronged." At this moment, his utterly brazen and blunt straightforwardness cannot help but earn Fan Chen's admiration. "So it could be handled like that? Noted." Seeing that he can never persuade them through words, the demon monk begins to contemplate using force. "It seems we cannot reach an agreement through conversation. But that's fine." He flashes a cunning smile, as though about to unleash some devious scheme. After all, in this world, the one who survives to the end is always the one who's right. Sensing that a clash between the two sides is imminent, Zhu Kongjun steps forward to shield Yu Sheng. He refuses to stake the boy's life in this conflict. He intends to face this alone, live or die on his own terms, without dragging Yu Sheng into it. "You go first, leave this to me." Yu Sheng quickly grasps Kongjun's intent and nods in agreement. Without lingering, he turns and departs. Meanwhile, Kongjun draws his blade, prepared for a life-or-death struggle against the demon sect. It seems that before leaving, Yu Sheng thought of a retort to the demon sect's immoral sophistry, and pauses for a moment. "You monk, you spout absurd fallacies. Naturally, human language is inexhaustible. No matter how eloquently one speaks, there are some emotions that can never be conveyed. Yet, since the wretch lacks a human heart, how could he possibly comprehend the profound truth of the boy's words?" Not wanting to waste his breath on such a creature, Yu Sheng simply raises his hand and extends a middle finger directly into the demon sect cultivator's face. Indeed, no words are needed. A single gesture is enough to express his utter contempt. Seeing himself insulted so brazenly, the demon sect cultivator stands there, dumbfounded and disbelieving. Yu Sheng, well aware of his own limits, promptly turns on his heels and flees, leaving Kongjun alone to face the demon sect cultivator. Though highly displeased with the boy's hasty retreat, he finds the lad remarkably amusing. "This little brat truly has some talent. He always makes me want to curse him." Before placing his blade against the demon sect cultivator's throat, Kongjun has a lingering question. "I am a bit surprised. Why did you not stop him, instead letting him leave just like that? Do you truly think you could dispose of me in an instant, and then give chase?" He feels the person before him is becoming overly arrogant. "Dongshan sect master, you underestimate me too much." However, to the old man's surprise, the demon sect cultivator reveals something he had not mentioned until now. "Who told you I was alone?" The demon sect cultivator stands alone against Kongjun, but elsewhere, his companions are currently surrounding Yu Sheng. The Zhu Zhai sect of other Shore Red Dust has already moved there. Despite his careful calculations, he never expected this to occur. What? He never imagined that individual would truly seek refuge with the sole puppet ancient temple. Realizing he can no longer hesitate lest Fan Chen's life be threatened, Kongjun lunges forward. He wants to end the demon sect cultivator here as quickly as possible to go and protect Yu Sheng. However, it seems Kongjun's haste has led to carelessness. He is unfortunately struck by a blade sweep from the demon sect cultivator. The counterattack leaves Kongjun heavily wounded, and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. As Kongjun pauses his assault, he demands, "You have other accomplices." The atmosphere between them turns heavy, as both sink into a chilling silence. Since the demon sect cultivator had already spoken earlier, he merely repeats, "Didn't I tell you already?" The demon sect cultivator's earlier words begin to echo in Kongjun's ears. "Who told you I was alone?" As the amusement begins, another figure enters the fray. It seems this trip for Kongjun might be a one-way journey, as Wu Jing suddenly appears on the scene. This is aimed at that brat, and it is also aimed at you. Wu Jing's pitch-black eye sockets and his aura, overflowing with killing intent, make it clear he will not let Kongjun off easily. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Kong Jun only regrets letting him escape with his life in the past. When Wu Jing, you truly did not die. Kong Jun is pushed into a dilemma, unable to flee, and with no hope of victory if he stays. Fine, your cultivation realms are both higher than mine. Even in a solo fight, I am not certain I could escape with my life. And now you both come at once. Knowing he might well lose his life here, he does not hesitate to lash out at them. Where is the pride of you powerful cultivators? Where is your shame? Have you cast away all dignity just to be villains? But the two of them are shameless and feel no embarrassment at all. The demon sect cultivator, far from feeling ashamed, erupts into laughter and quotes others' mottos. Is this not exactly what your lord and that unconventional Buddha love to do? Ah, even a lion hunting a rabbit requires its full strength. I wonder where the demon sect cultivator heard this, but the two of them have truly discussed it. How to eradicate a threat with a 100% guarantee of success. Zahi always valued the unity of strength over dirty tricks, schemes, and tactics, could never compare to absolute overwhelming power. Both of them agree with the philosophy of using absolute force to crush the opponent. Exactly, if one person is not enough, two go in. If two are not enough, 3 or 4 swarm in. Whatever degree is needed to ensure total annihilation, that is what is formed. Who would have thought a lesson meant for the benefit of future generations would be learned by a devil? Hearing this, Kong Jun still cannot fathom how those words reached the demon sect cultivator's ears. Was this dialogue between the Lord and the Buddha Zahi truly recorded for people to read later? He desperately needs an explanation from the demon sect cultivator, so he shouts, "But why does a villain like you even read such scripts? Furthermore, you actually put them into practice." The demon sect cultivator is cunning beyond measure. He learns combat tactics at lightning speed, yet he never absorbs any moral principles. Times are changing. Villains are advancing, so no matter what Kong Jun does, he is destined to be sent off by these two today. Meanwhile, Na Feng and Tai Mao are roaming the forest in search of Fan Chen. Unable to hide her curiosity, she asks, "Do you think that sacred domain cultivator has a chance of survival?" Na Feng, having high regard for the abilities of the two villains, answers bluntly. That cultivator has not yet broken through his realm, facing 2 challenger-level opponents. He is as good as dead. Tai Mao seems quite concerned about Kong Jun's fate and asks repeatedly, "So you mean he still has a chance to live? While his power may not match theirs, he has wit in abundance. Scholars fear death, so they are experts in how not to die. And since that sacred domain cultivator was taught by him, he is the greatest coward under the heavens. If it comes to survival, perhaps no one surpasses that man." The more she asks, the more confused she becomes. Sacred Emperor Daihong fears death. How do you know? Even though the two of them are targeting him, he shows no fear and reveals himself before them. "My father is a true hero. He never fears death." Seeing Yu Sheng appear, Na Feng doesn't act immediately, but calmly retorts, "I said he fears death, not that he dares not risk it. He discovered the opponents long ago." Tai Mao does not rush to attack Yu Sheng, because she feels he is unworthy of her effort. This is the son of sacred Emperor Daihong. Doesn't he have the same smell? Furthermore, his cultivation is very weak, even though he discovered the opponents long ago. Seeing her mocking him, he only makes excuses by bringing up his age. "I am not even 20 years old yet. If I had 100 years of cultivation, I would be far from being your match." Tai Mao, also not to be trifled with, stands with her arms crossed and retorts, "That is the logic, but why would I give you 100 years? Truly a case of the pot calling the kettle black. The two of them haven't fought with their fists yet, but they are already fighting with their mouths. So what do I have to rely on to defeat you?" Faced with Yu Sheng's brazen, fearless attitude, Tai Mao is deeply bewildered. How can this brat speak such cowardly words with such an imposing tone? How could sacred Emperor Daihong produce such a son? Meanwhile, Yu Sheng has his own escape plan. Fast, his actions until now were just a facade to stall for time. Now, he instantly activates the heavenly line. With a single blink, he can make a clean getaway. Yu Sheng does not want to engage in a clash that would only harm him. He only wants to escape this place as unscathed as possible. However, it seems Na Feng has seen through his heart and begins to act. Before he can do anything, the item in his hand vanishes into thin air. And now, Fan Chen is left with absolutely nothing. By the time he jolts to his senses and realizes what is happening, it is already too late. His heavenly line has vanished into thin air. Unsurprisingly, Na Feng has moved a step faster than Yu Sheng. His treasure now rests firmly in her palm. "You don't even bother to ask who I am before attempting to flee." Seeing that running is futile now that he lacks the tool to assist his escape, Yu Sheng thrusts it forward. Na Feng is clearly the more cunning one. How did his treasure fall into enemy hands without him even noticing. Why is his heavenly line in her possession? His face darkens as a realization dawns upon him. Could she be the one from the legends? In those years, the Demon Lord's followers were blessed with the great fortune of encountering the legendary fate-traversing tree. Beyond securing their survival and absolution, they obtained 1 fruit, 3 branches, 6 seeds, and 9 leaves. The heavenly line is forged from the leaves of the fate-traversing tree, sharing the same origin as that fruit. And as all know, the fruit of the fate-traversing tree was ultimately consumed by Zai Tianheng. Objects of the same origin possess a spiritual resonance, which is precisely how she seized the heavenly line. The dread he feels now stems from the fact that it can track his location. Based on his deductions, Yu Sheng is certain this is the reason. Knowing that attacking would not be to his advantage, Yu Sheng decides to engage Na Feng in conversation. I have already guessed who you are. If you have guessed, then you should show a junior's respect to a senior, a true senior. Do you think you are worthy? His next blunt words strike true, piercing straight into Na Feng's heart. Madame Yin abandoned her own chance at changing fate to save you, treating you like her own flesh and blood, caring for you and guiding you with all her heart. Yet like a wolf-hearted ingrate, you not only betrayed the other shore, Red Dust, you even joined forces with the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple, a heretical sect not even fit to be mentioned alongside beasts. Because Yu Sheng's words hit the mark without fail, she has no rebuttal, though her cat-like ears twitch in visible irritation. She doesn't know what it means to be good instead. She flares with fury at his words. How dare you speak of her like that? I will kill you. Just as he expects her to strike him down with a palm and send him to the afterlife, she calmly holds herself back. Who knows what Na Feng is calculating as she tosses the heavenly line back to Yu Sheng. He instinctively reaches out to catch it, his heart filled with bewilderment. Yu Sheng seems surprised that events unfolded so swiftly. She returned the artifact solely because of his verbal confrontation. Even as Yu Sheng questions Na Feng, she sees only the shadow of Fan Chen within him. What is the meaning of this? Deep within her hidden compassion, Na Feng is not truly a wicked person. She gazes at him with a faint smile. There really is a 5/10 resemblance of that scholar in him. Na Feng decides not to make things difficult for Yu Sheng and lets him go this time. Next time you face a situation requiring the heavenly line, do not hesitate. Though his life is spared, Yu Sheng's innate curiosity flares up again. Why spare me? Is it to trade favors so that my father might protect you? Because you have offended the Demon Lord Bu Yu. Now it is Yu Sheng's turn to make things difficult for Na Feng. Her expression tightens at his question. Na Feng, having nothing to lose by chatting, retorts sharply. I have offended her, so what? I have never feared her, why would I need protection? With his keen observation, it turns out Yu Sheng knows quite a bit. Then why must you rely on the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple? Faced with his prying, Na Feng shows no intention of revealing anything. That is my business, it does not concern you. Seeing that she is approachable, Yu Sheng takes a gamble and proposes a deal. Then, Senior, would you like to abandon the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple and defect to my sacred domain? At last, she understands the deep-seated intent behind Yu Sheng's long-winded rambling. As expected, you sacred domain scholars speak in riddles. You want me to help you save Zhu Kongjun. Seeing that she has caught his drift, he breaks into a radiant smile, as if he has hit the jackpot. Indeed, there is hope. Yet Na Feng knows her position all too well, and cannot act carelessly. I have cooperated with the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple. I have no reason to help you. However, there is no need for you to worry too much. Zhu Kongjun was taught by your father. He will not die so easily. Moreover, while his talent is superior to most, he has yet to step into the 8th realm. Perhaps he is simply missing a life-or-death turning point. She knows Yu Sheng is deathly worried for him, so she offers a modicum of comfort. Hearing these reassurances from Na Feng, he can hardly believe his ears. I had never thought of these things. The world claims Zai Tianheng of the other shore Red Dust is cold, ruthless, and unreasonable, with poor insight and low experience, but now that does not seem to be the case. Yet just as things settle, their next tribulation descends upon them. It appears that Yu Sheng can no longer escape. As the two of them close in, the sect master has finally captured this brat. The first thing to catch Yu Sheng's eye is the bizarre appearance of Wu Jing. When Wu Jing, how did you become such a ghostly wretch? He shows no respect for Fan Chen, determined to send Yu Sheng to the Yellow Springs right here and now. Even if your father is Fan Chen, he cannot save you now. However, Yu Sheng has never feared anyone, so he remains entirely confident in his own survival. Not necessarily. My father doesn't need to take action. His looks alone are enough to handle immortals. While he mulls over his next move, Na Feng, standing nearby, cannot help but wonder. Must not think too deeply, must not think too deeply. Is Yu Sheng truly that magnificent? With his arrogant nature, his sharp tongue cuts deep, forcing Wu Jing to fall silent first. You keep provoking people if you don't save your own life. That man would likely want to crush you to death with his own hands. Wu Jing, naturally unable to suppress his rage, lunges forward. If I rip out your tongue, I wonder if you will still be so quick-witted. Just as he is about to teach him a lesson, Na Feng slashes across his path. The Demon Lord, ever the observer, has no intention of intervening and remains on the sidelines. Wu Jing cannot understand why she would protect Yu Sheng, and glares at her with eyes like daggers. Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Na Feng appears completely composed, showing no fear under his threat. She does not want him to perish here, so she uses the excuse that the others are not to move. The Demon Lord seems highly displeased by this. This is not the attitude one should have when begging for the protection of my soul puppet ancient temple. Don't push it, Na Feng. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Realizing that conflict with her is unwise, the Demon Lord backs down first. Fine, then I shall leave this brat to you. The great plan of the senior brother requires Zai Tianheng for now. One must not cross her. Fan Chen truly sired a brazen son, seeing them unable to touch him. He sticks out his tongue to mock them. The two do not linger to avoid further trouble and depart. They are finally gone. The cat-eared girl seems to remember something, and turns to interrogate Yu Sheng. Weren't you worried about Zhu Kongjun's situation? You didn't mention him once, only knowing how to mock the others. But what she did not expect was that everything needing to be asked had already been covered by him. Are you stupid? What did you say? Earlier, only Na Feng had caught the subtle meaning hidden within Yu Sheng's words. He had already asked. Only after a long moment of reflection did the realization finally dawn upon Hirsch, finally understood Yu Sheng's true intent. So that's it, Thai's brat deliberately provoked Wen Wujing. Yet Wen Wujing never used Zhu Kongjun's life as retaliation, which proves Zhu Kongjun is still alive. The scholar is truly cunning. Only now does Katirs realize his intellect is not to be trifled with. With no reason to linger any longer, Yu Sheng immediately asked to leave so he could check on Kongjun's condition. Since it has been confirmed that Uncle Kongjun is still alive, Senior, this one takes his leave. But just when he thought everything would go smoothly, she suddenly blocked his path. Wait, who could have guessed that their earlier arrival would cause Na Feng to go back on her word? I've suddenly changed my mind. I no longer wish to let you go. Senior, why do you go back on your word? It seemed she wanted to keep him, because Na Feng could still use him to achieve her goals. Because I am very curious as the legitimate son of the Holy Sovereign. If you were to accompany me to annihilate the great sects of the northern frontier, how would those busybodies of the 5 realms who love to wag their tongues react? What expression would your father wear? Realizing he could no longer leave, Yu Sheng's expression turned grave. But Yu Sheng had already resolved never to be manipulated into committing acts against his conscience. I will absolutely not kill. Don't even dream of it. Before his unwavering resolve, Katirs offered a suggestion. Then how about we make a wager? You come with us. If you refuse to kill, we won't make a move either. But if you take the initiative to kill, then you lose. It didn't sound difficult for Yu Sheng, yet it still gave him pause. Though Yu Sheng still had absolute faith in his own judgment, suspicion began to stir. What kind of wager is this even supposed to be? How could I possibly take the initiative to kill someone? What on earth are these 2 women plotting? But with no choice but to go, Yu Sheng ultimately had to follow them. This place was a small sect of the northern frontier, soul-rending abode. Their cultivation technique was utterly peculiar since ancient times. They had cultivated the soul as their primary practice. In terms of raw combat prowess against demonic cultivators, they fell short compared to other sects, but their formations and talismans were extraordinarily powerful. Whether Na Feng's words had even registered in Yu Sheng's ears was anyone's Geschi's attention was entirely fixated on his surroundings. Through the tests he had been conducting along the way, Yu Sheng realized they were in an exceptionally peculiar place. The sect's grand protective formation showed no response whatsoever. For Zai Tianheng, stepping in here was as easy as walking into an unguarded wasteland. I hope the wager is real. As long as I hold firm and refuse to kill, perhaps I can protect this sect. It appeared Yu Sheng had agreed to the wager. All he needed to do now was keep a clear head. No sooner had they ventured deep into the pitch-black space than they heard La Kisheng's voice echoing from ahead. Save me, help, just kill me. Hearing this, Yu Sheng's head snapped up, shock flashing across his face. What was that sound? Na Feng didn't take long to pinpoint the source to the east. And in another place, a horrifying bloodbath was unfolding. Everywhere in that cold stone chamber, sharp instruments lay scattered, reeking of blood. In such a dreadful place, A young girl lay sprawled on the floor, her clothes torn to shreds. They could not turn a deaf ear to those desperate cries for help, and so they made their way here. It was the first time Yu Sheng witnessed such a horrifying sight with his own eyes, couldn't help but gape in shock. What is this? With her vast experience, what Na Feng was about to say would make anyone's blood run cold. What the soul-rending abode truly practiced was a set of heretical cultivation techniques. When a woman suffered to the utmost extreme, they would harvest and devour her soul fragment by fragment, using this method to nourish themselves and strengthen their own spiritual souls. The most insidious aspect of this technique was that the more pain and despair a woman endured, the more power her soul would transform into, deepening the cultivation base of whoever devoured it. Thus, the soul-rending abode had abducted countless innocent girls from the surrounding towns and cities. Day after day, they tortured them for sport, leaving those girls unable to live, yet unable to die. Once their despair reached its absolute peak, they would devour their souls entirely. Their inhuman cruelty had brought endless, unbearable suffering to the pitiful girls trapped here. After hearing Na Feng's account, Yu Sheng could no longer regard them as human. These beasts. Meanwhile, another wretched girl was chained by the wrists, beaten without an ounce of mercy. Though her entire body was drenched in blood, they showed no intention of stopping. What a lovely little girl. The night is still long. Let's take our time and enjoy ourselves. Those fiends intended to prolong the girl's suffering even further, treating it as mere entertainment. All three of them stood before those iron bars, sinking into a heavy silence. Then she turned to the two of them. Let's go. Katirs had no desire to stand rooted here either, and was about to leave Yu Sheng behind. Let's go, let's go. This young master won't agree to kill anyone. There's no point in us staying. Though Yu Sheng had no desire to take lives, these animals did not deserve his mercy. While committing their heinous crimes, they suddenly froze at his appearance. One of them suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. Hey, what's wrong with you? It seemed their day of reckoning had arrived. The other stood dazed, staring blankly ahead. In Yu Sheng's hand now was a spirit artifact capable of detecting lies, ready to interrogate them. Now I ask one question, and you answer one question. And of course, the outcome was already abundantly clear. Those wicked men were ultimately destroyed by his hand. After sending those wretches to meet the King of Hell, Yu Sheng immediately freed the girl. Truly a young man of extraordinary talent, turned hero rescuing a beauty. Don't be afraid, it's over now. Having escaped the clutches of death, the wretched girl was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled up in her eyes. But Yu Sheng's solution was only temporary, and Katirs immediately pointed out, you only killed 2 disciples, but the soul-rending abode has so many more. After you leave, countless other girls will be violated and tormented just the same. He let out a long sigh, realizing that he needed to uproot this evil entirely so that such horrors could never recur. Without further hesitation, Yu Sheng strode forward with unwavering resolve. Let's go, I know what must be done. With martial prowess that matched anyone's, Yu Sheng single-handedly crushed them all in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Katirs was teaching them a lesson in propriety, unleashing her most vicious attacks without restraint. And naturally, Na Feng couldn't sit idle either. She joined the fray at once. As a seasoned cultivator of superior rank, these people were nothing but small fry before Herthy stood no chance against her formidable power. In the span of a single heartbeat, this place transformed into a living hell, drenched in the blood of the wicked. Their incursion this time had freed those wretched girls from their shackles and chains. Every woman abducted by the soul-rending abode had been rescued. I gave each of them some silver and medicine. Good, but in the end his hands were still stained with the blood of those he had killed. Though they had reaped what they sowed, his heart still felt shattered. I've lost this wager, but Na Feng knew that beneath it all, Yu Sheng was a pure-hearted boy who simply wanted to do good and save people. She gently placed her hand on his head and stroked it. Not wanting him to drown in guilt, she offered words of comfort. Why the sadness? This world was never composed of humans alone. There are merely a few demons who happen to wear human skin. When everything was settled, Yu Sheng finally began to voice his doubts. I don't understand, was this also a demand from the soul puppet ancient temple? Na Feng did not deny it, but added, indeed, they demanded I slaughter the northern border sects. However, the specific targets I was free to choose for myself. Hearing this, Yu Sheng found it even more perplexing why they hadn't stopped it from the very start. If you already possessed such compassion, why not simply forbid Dong Shan and the others from slaughtering innocents outright? But the world is vast, and it is difficult to say your father is such a remarkable figure. So why didn't he save everyone under heaven? After hearing Katir's explanation, he no longer had any doubts. I understand now. Seeing that Chen Yusheng was surprisingly cooperative, she proposed further. Hey, we still have many sects left to visit. Would you like to come along? Or rather, he seemed more than willing to accompany them, so he agreed at once. Of course, Chen Yusheng didn't want to waste any more time and urged them onward. Then let's go. Before such chivalrous spirit, Na Feng couldn't help but voice a question. The holy son of Central Continent going on a killing spree in the northern border rare. You truly not worried this will bring trouble upon yourself? To be honest, I am a little afraid. I still cannot be as courageous as my father and eldest senior brother. However, what I care about more than anything are the lives of people I have never met. I fear failing to save others even more. Hearing this, Na Feng felt a tinge of regret regarding his potential. In the future, you might become as extraordinary as your father. It's just a pity that your mother is, before she could finish, Chen Yusheng cut in. Senior, even if my mother is merely a mortal, you must not look down upon her like that. Hearing those words, Na Feng paused slightly and questioned. A mortal. With your intelligence, you truly believe she is merely a mortal? Before Na Feng's question, Chen Yusheng was as bewildered as a lost fawn. Ancient memories began flooding back into Chen Yusheng's mind like a slow-turning film reel. When I was young, I was a very simple child. I always believed I had been born into the most ordinary of wealthy families in the mortal world. Until that day Fan Chen chose an opportune moment to reveal the truth to him. In truth, I am Holy Sovereign Dai Hong. Chen Yusheng at that time was still an innocent boy who didn't understand such matters. He stood there, utterly stunned. Although Fan Chen was dead serious, Chen Yusheng simply could not bring himself to believe it. Father, have you gone mad? What on earth is going on? Then he saw Fan Chen extend his hand behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a stream of azure light surged forth from his palm. So my father truly is Holy Sovereign Dai Hong. And in that moment, every disciple suddenly bowed in reverence before him. We pay our respects to the Holy Son. Chen Yusheng, still clutching a rooster in his arms, could only gawk in utter disbelief at this surreal spectacle. But in that instant, what occupied his mind wasn't himself, it was an entirely different question. If my father is this formidable, then where could my mother possibly be? In truth, I had always been waiting for the day mother would explain everything. Then I waited for Aunt Yan. I watched my younger sister cultivate the demonic technique of the netherworld red dust. Sect I observed how mother treated Aunt Yan and Uncle Junwith, a tone that seemed to command juniors, and I noticed that my sister and I bore an unmistakably identical air about us. Eldest senior brother once said that coincidences too perfect are often the work of a calculating mind. So I made a bold assumption: what if mother truly is an unimaginably significant figure? Using that as an endpoint and tracing back to the starting point, what conclusion could be drawn? I ran no fewer than 1,000 conjectures, and among them, the one that seemed most impossible was the very one I entertained most often. Because our mother's surname is Mengand, I, Chen Yusheng, am not without suspicion. It's simply that I dared not confirm it without evidence. And this time, Senior's attitude has once again verified my conjecture. What set him apart from others was his unrivaled gift for deduction. According to legend, the one the sect master despises most is none other than the demon venerable Meng Buyu. And she has no reason to despise my mother unless they are one and the same person. After spending some time with him, Na Feng came to recognize this as well. This boy is indeed full of hidden thoughts. Hearing this, Chen Yusheng grew modest. I'm merely good at thinking, that's all. However, no matter how sharp his mind, there was one thing Chen Yusheng could not see through, and so he asked. But there is one point I still cannot figure out. Why did you reveal the whereabouts of Demon Venerable Meng Buyu's husband to the blood refining sea? You wanted him killed, yet you clearly know who he is. That simply doesn't add up. Na Feng calmly held a cup of tea in hand and answered without concealing anything. Naturally, it is because someone within the netherworld red dust sect guided me to do so, and it just so happened that I needed that person to lead me into doing it. So I simply encouraged them to direct me along that path. Only then could it be considered proper and justified. Every action Na Feng had taken was premeditated within her calculations. Hearing this, Chen Yusheng came to understand her character a little better. You are just like my father. You too are a devil. While flying and conversing, Na Feng grew curious enough to ask him directly. And what about you? Why did you come to the northern border? Chen Yusheng, young though he was, harbored grand ambitions. He straightened up and declared his resolve. I wish to go to the Xuan Heart Ghost sect and persuade Miss Yuan to help me start an uprising to overthrow the demon venerable Meng Buyu's position. Na Feng thought that someone as sharp-witted as him surely must have already realized. Hadn't you long since deduced the truth? So this is why your father lured you here. Chen Yusheng, having long known the answer, sighed and replied. It wasn't a lure, it was a threat. Chen Yusheng excelled above all at reading people, and he had long since seen through everything. In his heart, father hoped I would come to the northern border and do something. I saw through his intentions, so I simply went along with it. Like father, like son, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Chen Yusheng swelled with pride at her assessment. Indeed, we are family after all. Of course you have the same blood after all. Through their conversation, Katirs also began to see this father and son in a new light. I used to truly believe that the holy sovereign married a mortal woman, and I kept wondering what scheme he might be plotting. Being young and romantic, the first reason that came to his mind was love. But Katirs, a woman who had weathered the storms of life, thought the opposite. Love between a man and a woman? What love is there? It is all desire. Chen Yusheng held firm to his stance. Of course there is love. Seeing someone so green and naive about romance, she was certain he had little experience to speak of. Oh, so innocent. You haven't tried it yet, have you? Try what? Seeing his reaction, Katirs, with good intentions, decided to give him a taste of love's bitter sting. How about I help you? But the moment a beautiful woman leaned into him, his face flushed as red as a ripe tomato, burning with embarrassment. Don't come any closer. Afraid that staying any longer would cause Na Feng to witness something eye-searing between himself and the girl, he quickly made an excuse to flee. Senior, let us hurry into the city and find an inn to rest. Chen Yusheng left the two of them behind, dashing ahead with a face full of fluster and bashful blush. I'll scout ahead. Na Feng, being a woman herself, naturally understood the psychology of women like Katirs all too well. It seems you rather enjoy teasing him. Before Chen Yusheng's innocence and kind-heartedness, Katirs was also somewhat drawn in. Hardly, it's just rare to encounter such a pure young man, that's all. Since they couldn't keep wandering outside in the dead of night, he found an inn with available rooms. Chen Yusheng looked up and read the characters on the signboard, puzzled as to why it was called Inn with Rooms. And greeting him at the counter was a young man with a drowsy expression just short of a bed. He could have fallen asleep right there on the spot. Young master, today we only have 2 rooms available. Young master, today we only have 2 rooms available. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Now he was placed in yet another awkward predicament. Rooms, but 3 people. It seems that no matter how hard Chen Yusheng tries to flee, he cannot escape Cat Ear's grasp. It's fine, 1 room for you, and we 2 shall share another. However, determined to preserve his chastity, he absolutely insisted on separating himself from her. Normally, isn't it 1 room for the senior and 1 for me? But Cat Ear seized upon every excuse to share a room with him. How could she disturb his rest? Besides, he doesn't even care. And of course, Yusheng treasured his precious jade-like body far too much to agree with her. I do care. I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss. After all, a handsome young man like me must protect himself well when venturing out. Unable to endure his stubbornness any longer, she snaps. You are far too delusional. Seeing that Cat Ear cannot lay a single finger on him, Yusheng gleefully taunts her. Nya nya nya. Naturally, the Chen family lacks nothing but money. So Yusheng generously places several more gold ingots upon the counter. Yusheng proposes with unrestrained flair. I'll add more coin, clear out your firewood storage room and give it to me. But the young innkeeper ponders back and forth, and still finds the arrangement utterly inappropriate. How could they possibly let a guest sleep in the firewood room? Surprised beyond expectation, Yusheng's true intention is the complete opposite of what anyone imagined. You're the innkeeper. You go sleep in the firewood room, I'll take your quarters. Hearing this, the innkeeper is rendered utterly speechless. The innkeeper's face 3 parts helpless, 7 parts exasperation personified. In the innkeeper's room, Yusheng has apparently not yet retired. The lamp still burns. One cannot help but wonder what the innkeeper's intentions are, returning to his own quarters in the dead of night. And indeed, Yusheng has not slept. He sits upon a chair awaiting the innkeeper's arrival. Though drowsiness weighs upon him like a mountain, he forces himself to remain awake for the man's sake. What sort of script are you people running? Making me out to be the unreasonable villain. The innkeeper merely smiles wryly and rubs the back of his head. Who told the young lord to take a fancy to such arrangements? He wastes no time on pleasantries and cuts straight to the matter at hand. Tell me, have you received any word of Uncle Kongjun? Yusheng remains uneasy about Kongjun's fate, so he has tasked the innkeeper with gathering intelligence and reporting back. According to our intelligence, Zhu Kongjun fled after sustaining his injuries, only to be captured by Venerable Mi Yanhang of the Heavenly Gate. In other words, while Kongjun was fleeing for his life, he ran into the one person he should never have encountered. Venerable Mi Yanhang had detected him near the Fan T, H letter 1E7Y crossing. Zhu Kongjun's wounds were grievously severe. To avoid detection, he likely used his spiritual power to conceal himself, but in the end, he could hold on no longer. But who could have anticipated such wretched luck? He stumbled straight into Venerable Mi Yanhang's path, falling into the enemy's clasp without ever realizing it. The innkeeper can hardly sit still, his heart burning like fire, yet he has no idea how to resolve this predicament. What in the heavens are we supposed to do about this? No one can fathom what thoughts churn within Yusheng's mind. But after hearing the innkeeper's full report, he falls silent for a long, vacant moment. Then, inexplicably, a look of delight washes over his face as though this is precisely what he had hoped would happen. How wonderful! Uncle Kongjun must be overjoyed. Witnessing this expression on Yusheng's face, the innkeeper's mind conjures 77 times 49 possible scenarios. Overjoyed, could it be that Zhu Kongjun deliberately infiltrated the tigers, sacrificing himself to the enemy for the sake of a greater plan? That would be far too noble. It seems Yusheng harbors no further worry for Kongjun's condition. He simply gives the innkeeper a single instruction. "Oh, write relay a message for me. Tell them I'm fine, everything is well." Yet leaving Yusheng alone here with those two still leaves the innkeeper uneasy at heart. But Senior Zai and that young lady are also here. He has absolute faith in the two of them and moves to reassure the innkeeper. Senior Zai would never harm me. As for little Zai, Wush merely has a sharp tongue that spares no one. In truth, her heart isn't wicked. While darkness has swallowed every alley and corner, Cat Ear remains restless, perched atop the rooftop gazing at the stars. For reasons she cannot explain, in that quiet stillness, the first person to surface in her mind is Yusheng, that fellow who at least could be called someone with a conscience. Because Mi Yanhang shares an indescribable bond with Kongjun, she chose to rescue him. The wounds have stabilized. What he needs now is proper rest. I understand. They had thought Kongjun had fallen into the enemy's hands, yet this so-called enemy is the very person who cherishes him more than anyone in the world. Mi Yanhang lets Kongjun soak in a steaming hot bath, allowing his body to relax and his wounds to recover after the harrowing battle. When Mi Yanhang confirms that Kongjun's injuries are merely superficial and his life is not in danger, she is overcome with relief. Thank the heavens you are unharmed, though deep down she desires nothing in return. She seizes the excuse to linger near him and declares, "It was I who saved you again this time. You know, you stupid dirance, you awaken. You'd better repay me handsomely. But fire set beside straw will inevitably catch flame." Yanhang can no longer restrain herself and places her hand upon his body. Collecting a little interest in advance shouldn't be too excessive, right? She drapes herself over him. Yanhang slowly lowers her hand further still. Kongjun remains motionless, not a single stir. A moment later, the movements of her mischievous hand beneath the water cause Kongjun to stir ever so slightly. Having finished, Yanhang withdraws her hand from his body and straightens up. Truly, she is a hopeless romantic reborn without end. This rare chance for intimate contact fills her with utter exhilaration worth every second. Yet what troubles Yanhang now is Kongjun's terrifying lack of response. Even so, he does not wake. She wonders whether she hasn't done enough to rouse him, and a bolder notion begins to form. Should I try something more daring? Yanhang plants both hands on the rim of the tub, leans down until her face is level with Kongjun's, and stares at him for a long, contemplative while. Who could have expected her to go this far? True to her nature, Yanhang seizes the moment and presses a kiss upon Kongjun's cheek. But the bathroom floor proves treacherously slick. Her feet lose their purchase, and she tilts to one side. While Yanhang's lips are still pressed against his cheek, a sudden sense of wrongness floods through her. And then the inevitable occurs. Her feet slip completely, and she goes tumbling. What was meant to happen, happens. Yanhang plunges headfirst and crashes into the bath with a tremendous splash. After her mortifying descent, she scrambles upright inside the tub, sputtering. Despite all 77 times 49 things Yanhang has done in this world, Kongjun absolutely refuses to wake up. Zhu Kongjun, and no matter how she scolds him with affection, he remains silent as a clam. That stupid deer. Seeing Kongjun apparently sunk deep into unconsciousness with no sign of waking soon, a daring idea sparks to life in her mind. Still not waking. If that's how it isn't, he won't wake to protest. Yanhang wraps her arms tightly around him and locks her lips to his. Then I'll simply keep going. But what she never anticipated is that Kongjun had long since been kissed awake. Half an hour later, after washing up and bestowing upon him one final, Searing kiss, Yan Hang seizes the opportunity to slip into bed beside him. Though she had only kissed him and done little else, Yan Hang still feels utterly spent. She drapes her arm across Kong Jun's chest and sighs, "I'm exhausted." Afterward, Yan Hang drifts into the most blissful, peaceful sleep, utterly oblivious to heaven and earth. But while she slumbers soundly, he suddenly stirs awake. This woman, since Yan Hang had taken the liberty to force-kiss him, Kong Jun decides she must get a taste of her own medicine. "Today, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy." He turns over and climbs atop her. Before Kong Jun's eyes lies her sleeping figure, beautiful enough to stir any heart. And indeed, even the greatest hero struggles to pass the beauty's gate. No matter how fiercely he steels himself, Kong Jun's heart begins to race, his pulse trembling with longing. But gazing upon Yan Hang's innocent, sleeping visage, Kong Jun reconsiders. Forget it. He decides to simply lie down beside her, and does not lay a single finger upon her. "I'll spare you today." It is absolutely not because his wounds have yet to heal. Kong Jun's decision absolutely does not stem from his injuries, it springs from the tenderness within his heart, reserved solely for her. On the other side, Hu Ying stands by the shore of a crystal-clear lake. "This time, I received orders to besiege and subjugate Dongshan. Yet Meng Buyu handed command of the army over to me, Yan Hang. That woman's cultivation base is nowhere near mine. Thighs is clearly a deliberate face-slapping." He stands perfectly upright, patiently listening to their reports. Yet throughout the entire campaign, Mi Yanhang has not made a single misstep. We have had no opportunity to make a move with Hu Ying's strength, ranking third among the 4 demon generals. Didn't she already rescue the bamboo chief of the Holy Domain? She took pity on a man of the Holy Domain, defied the sect master's orders, and halted the march. That is a grave crime. Yanhang knows full well those outside will not leave them in peace. So the very next morning, she swiftly devises a plan-holding position to conserve their strength, while waiting to rendezvous with the Demonic Venerable. Because before falling unconscious, the bamboo chief revealed that those pursuing him were not just Dong Shan, but also Wen Wujing of the Xingzhu Palace. If those two join forces, we may not necessarily be able to hold our ground. Reckless action would only bring about meaningless sacrifices. For now, she chooses not to rush into an offensive and prioritizes defense. However, the only one here who voices opposition and suspicion toward Kongjun is none other than Hu Ying. Wen Wujing was killed by his own father long ago. By now, grass has already grown over his grave. How can the words of a holy domain scholar possibly be trusted? This is undoubtedly his scheme. Before his suspicions, Yanhang immediately reassures with absolute trust in Kongjun. "I am acquainted with him, will not deceive me." Yet Hu Ying, who has never liked him to begin with, crosses his arms and displays open mockery. "Merely acquainted. You tend to that bamboo chief day and night with meticulous care. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two of you were Tao companions." Before those words, she pays them no mind. Yanhang knows full well his place in her heart. "Zhu Kongjun is not my Tao companion at present." Yanhang makes no attempt to hide it, declaring her feelings for him with absolute certainty. "But in the future, he will be my Tao companion." Hearing such words from her lips, Hu Ying finds it utterly laughable and continues to provoke. "So it's true Mi Yanhang, one of the 4 demon generals of the Heavenly Gate, is secretly consorting with an enemy outsider. If the sect master learns of this before he can even finish, Yanhang immediately silences him. The sect mistress has known for a long time now." Hearing this, Hu Ying cannot believe his ears, his jaw dropping wide open. What? Before the internal matter is even resolved, yet another issue arises. "Report!" A man rushes in from outside, panting in panic. "The people of the Holy Domain have arrived, and what an honor it is for them, receiving a personal visit from none other than Fan Chen himself. The reason I am here is that my disciple is being held at this location. You two go make the announcement. I've come to see the bamboo chief of the Holy Domain." The guards standing watch are utterly stunned and bewildered by Fan Chen's cultivation realm. How in the world did he get in? 6 layers of protective arrays surround the perimeter. How could there not have been the slightest reaction? Indeed, every time he appears, he sends everyone else into a frenzy. This is the feeling of an overwhelming, suffocating oppression, the kind that drives one to despair. For Fan Chen is none other than Holy Sovereign Dai Hong. With his pinnacle cultivation base, these mere array guardians are nothing before Fan Chen. "Your protective array design is rather impressive. Strengthen it a little more, and even I might find it troublesome." Though realization dawns upon them now, it is already far too late. Is that so? They should have stacked several hundred layers of protective array recently. Then might even the Holy Sovereign be held at bay. Fan Chen's expression is utterly serene, yet his words carry immense weight. I'm afraid it would only take me the span of a single breath force of one fisto, obliterate every last one of your fortifications. The man hears this and is rendered completely speechless, standing frozen on the spot. Are these words that a mortal man can utter? Meanwhile, inside, Yanheng remains utterly astonished by Fan Chen's sudden visit. Why has the Holy Sovereign come here? After mulling it over back and forth, she begins to grow nervous. Had been discourteous to him before. Could he have come specifically to discipline me? All because I've slandered him far too many times in the past. Even while standing beside Kongjun, she never once hesitated to badmouth Fan Chen behind his back. The Holy Sovereign of Zhangzhou is a petty, narrow-minded devil, scheming and treacherous. Me Yanheng's recollection, number 1. No matter how many things they have been through together, Yanheng's opinion of him has never once changed. The Holy Sovereign of Zhangzhou married a mortal woman just to sire Erswat, a revolting piece of trash. Me Yanheng's recollection, number 2. Though she is bold enough to badmouth Fan Chen, she dares not let herself be caught. I only curse him like this in my little bamboo forest cottage. Holy Sovereign surely doesn't know. Right. While she cannot help but feel a pang of guilt, a close attendant gently reminds her. Regardless of his purpose, since he has come, we must observe proper protocol. Yanheng may be openly displeased with Fan Chen, but she still does not dare show discourtesy to his face. Indeed, everyone, make your preparations. We shall go out together to receive him. Meanwhile, Kongjun remains lying quietly on his bed, resting. Before leaving, she sits down beside his bed, her heart brimming with worry. I'm about to go meet the Holy Sovereign. Will he beat me to death? I need someone to give me a little strength. Truly, only Kongjun can set Yanheng's heart at ease. She leans in close against Kongjun, then lowers herself and locks lips with him once more before departing. Yet Yanheng remains unsatisfied, intent on doing it. Aghanet still doesn't feel enough. One more taste. Yanheng kisses Kongjun so deeply that marks are left on her own lips. No, that's worth it. And on Kongjun's lips, matching red marks appear as well. None are spared. I'm off. Though Kongjun remains fully conscious throughout the entire ordeal, he does not resist, merely enduring the torment in silence. Such torment. Yanheng then departs with a stiff posture and an inevitably restless heart. She slowly takes her place in the formation, preparing to welcome Fan Chen with the utmost formality. Their footsteps quicken as they advance forward. Yanheng's anxiety surges to its absolute peak. They've arrived. Hu Ying walks at the front, and following behind him is none other than Fan Chen. What a surprise! Yanheng immediately recognizes that familiar silhouette. Why does this figure feel so familiar? She never could have imagined that the person standing before her is someone she once knew so intimately. Mr. Xian, while Yanheng remains frozen stiff, staring ahead in disbelief, he steps forward and confirms it is I. She dare not believe that the flesh and blood person standing before her is truly that person. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just hear? Yanheng's mind spins wildly, unable to process what is happening. While Yanheng remains dazed, Fan Chen speaks. It has been a while. You seem to be in good spirits. Is she well? Hearing Fan Chen ask about Mengyi, she has not yet fully recovered her wits, but still answers the sect mistress. She is well. With the long passage of time apart, he had assumed the old grudges between them had been somewhat resolved. So is she still angry with me? Yet the answer Fan Chen receives leaves him somewhat disappointed. Perhaps she is still angry. It is not only he who finds it baffling, even Yanheng herself cannot understand it. To be honest, even now I still don't understand what exactly is the sect mistress angry about. Hearing this, Fan Chen ceases his inquiries about Mengyi and shifts his attention. Lead me to see Zhu Kongjun first. With their inquisitive natures, countless questions now flood the minds of the three. The Holy Sovereign asked if our Demon Venerable is on good terms with him. What relationship does the Holy Sovereign have with our Demon Venerable? The Holy Sovereign and our Demon Venerable made peace. Since when? Hu Ying, harboring ulterior motives, decides he can no longer stand idle, must act. If the Demon Venerable truly resolves her enmity with the Holy Sovereign, wouldn't he never have a chance to rise to prominence? And so, just as the two of them move to visit Kongjun, he steps forward to block their path. Fan Chen merely stands behind her, finding it inappropriate to speak up, while Yanheng immediately questions him. Hu Ying, what do you think you're doing? Hu Ying knows full well he has no authority to invoke the rules, yet he drags them out to obstruct Fan Chen. This is the main command tent of our heavenly gate. It contains many classified secrets. An outsider, Revan, if you are the Holy Sovereign of the Holy Domain, cannot freely come and go as he pleases. Since you have now set foot on Heavenly Gate territory, You must abide by our rules. Though you came here with good intentions, you must accept this suspicion and wariness. Otherwise, on what grounds would our Demon Venerable's dignity be upheld? Fan Chen is berated right to his face, yet he maintains his composure and shows not a flicker of anger. It seems Huo Ying has greatly underestimated his patience, fully expecting him to lash out. How could the mighty Holy Sovereign possibly endure such humiliation? He will surely fly into a rage and attack me. Huo Ying weaponizes his own slanderous words to pour oil on the fire between the two sides. Once he strikes, the conflict between the Holy Domain and the Heavenly Gate will erupt all over again. In broad daylight, the Holy Sovereign strikes someone. While Huo Ying is still smugly reveling in his own scheme, Fan Chen unexpectedly agrees. You make a very reasonable point. What did you just say, Your Excellency? Fan Chen does not act rashly as Huo Ying imagined, but instead speaks with calm restraint. I cannot disrespect the dignity of your Demon Venerable. That was discourteous of me. Please take the classified materials and move aside first. I can wait nearby. After this, Huo Ying begins to see Fan Chen in an entirely different light. I was that disrespectful, yet he didn't even get angry. Is Holy Sovereign Dai Hong truly this kind-hearted and magnanimous? At this moment, in their eyes, Fan Chen appears no different from a benevolent bodhisattva descended from the heavens. How could Holy Sovereign Dai Hong possibly have such a generous heart? The scholars of Zhangzhou are all deeply calculating people, and he is the foremost among them. On the surface, he appears gracious and carefree, but behind the scenes, he has 100,000 ways to torment people. Huo Ying suddenly does a complete reversal, drowning in guilt toward Fan Chen. What have I done? I actually dared to play mind games with the Holy Sovereign. Am I courting death? However, the person who understands Fan Chen best here is Yan Hang. Everyone is overthinking it. Master simply doesn't want to anger the sect leader again, because he always puts others first before himself. To put Fan Chen at ease, Yan Hang promptly says, "There are no classified secrets in Kongjun's quarters. Master, please go right in." Is that so? Then I am at ease. A moment later, he enters inside and sits beside Kongjun's bed, examining his injuries. After a thorough examination, thankfully Kongjun's condition proves nothing too severe. His wounds have stabilized, and a few days of rest should see him fully recovered. Hearing this, Yan Hang is so overjoyed she cannot hold back her tears. Really? That's wonderful. Seizing this rare face-to-face opportunity, she also has something she wishes to ask. Master, may I ask you something? Go ahead. As it turns out, what Yan Hang is curious about pertains to the two of them. Your identity, did the sect leader already know about it long ago? Fan Chen must now be extremely careful with every word. The consequences could be disastrous if the juniors learned she was still being deceived. She would likely never forgive him. Though somewhat embarrassed, he nonetheless confirms it. Of course, Yan Hang harbors no suspicion whatsoever, and immediately believes Fan Chen's words. I knew it. How could the sect leader possibly not know the identity of the person beside her pillow? That would be far too foolish. However, this realization also implies something she has only just grasped. Wait, that means he's known all along too, hasn't he? Yan Hang immediately thinks of Kongjun and slowly turns around. So he's been watching me make a fool of myself this entire time. And her guess does not miss by a single mark. Kongjun is now awake, his heart pounding with tension as he eavesdrops on their conversation. Fan Chen seems to notice that Yan Hang has caught on to something. He stands up and asks, "As for this one here, if he truly deceived you, what would you want to do?" He slowly picks up a cup of water and waits for her answer. Because Yan Hang has never considered this scenario before, she is momentarily at a loss for words. If he truly deceived me all along, then I'll do the exact opposite of whatever he wants. If he wants a son, I'll demand a daughter. If he wants a daughter, I'll demand a son. One would expect Yan Hang to come up with something drastic, yet all she cares about are these petty little things to spite him to no end. Her so-called revenge poses no harm to Kongjun whatsoever. On the contrary, it could make others laugh themselves to death. And sure enough, just as expected, Fan Chen finds it so hilarious he nearly chokes on his water. He wipes his face with his hand and tells her the truth. I haven't told him yet. Hearing this, Yan Hang's smugness doubles as she plants both hands firmly on her hips. Oh really? I told you that stupid dear couldn't possibly be that clever. But Fan Chen knows exactly how to strike at the heart of the matter. His next words leave her blushing furiously. Then once all this is over, the two of you shall marry. Though Yan Hang is bursting with excitement inside, she feigns shyness and pretends she isn't ready. Marry that quickly? Wait, that's not right, hasn't even proposed to me. There's been no such thing at all. So what she really means is as long as he proposes, she will agree. Kongjun lies perfectly still, listening as the two of them discuss his future and quietly rejoices in his heart. At this moment, Fan Chen can finally rest easy about these two precious disciples of his. It seems Kongjun's side no longer needs my attention. Time to find the children. With the first worry resolved, he turns his mind to the second. Because Yu Sheng had stayed up the entire previous night waiting for the shopkeeper's news, he wakes up the next morning yawning uncontrollably. Waking up early is truly dreadful. Surprised old man, who could have known that Fan Chen would catch him in the act of oversleeping. Back in the day, you would rise before dawn to cook and tidy up. Why have you become so lazy since arriving in the northern frontier? The moment Yu Sheng opens his eyes and sees Fan Chen standing before him, he nearly jumps out of his skin. Father, why are you here? You and Zai Tianheng have been destroying sects across the northern frontier together. The news has already begun to spread. Fearing Fan Chen will punish him for having blood on his hands, Yu Sheng immediately launches into an explanation. Father, those heretical cultivators committed countless atrocities. Their deaths are nothing to regret. I used recording pearls to preserve all the evidence. If anyone tries to use this as a pretext to cause trouble, but Fan Chen is a man of keen insight and knows full well what his son has done. So instead of reprimand, he expresses his pride in the boy. I know you act with restraint. As for that reflection pearl, it is surely useless. Why? Seeing Yu Sheng's confusion, Fan Chen explains. If someone truly dares to use this matter to stir up trouble, then they are courting death. I will be kind enough to send them on their way gladly and willingly. The Holy Sovereign grows ever more curious about what Yu Sheng has accomplished these past few days, and asks further, apart from all this, what else have you and Zai Tianheng been up to? Yu Sheng holds nothing back, sharing everything openly. In truth, these past few days I have been studying 9 deaths without regret with Senior Zai. This technique is truly wondrous and formidable, but to unleash its full power one must pay an enormous price. He hesitates slightly. Father, do I still need to continue learning it? At this moment, a certain haze lingers in his heart, and he wishes to hear more of Fan Chen's guidance. Fan Chen gently ruffles Yu Sheng's hair as he speaks, his voice soft and measured. You must know black from white. The technique itself has no good or evil. You may learn it, but if you are not pushed to the very edge, do not use it. Never deploy it recklessly. For in truth, 9 deaths without regret embodies the final gamble in a moment of absolute desperation. Meanwhile, Na Feng continues her relentless cultivation within her chamber. The cup of water before her is now blanketed with petals of myriad colors. Na Feng's cultivation surges steadily forward, approaching the very threshold of a breakthrough. Soon, in the meantime, Cat Ear and Yu Sheng bring Fan Chen to meet her. Senior Zai, my father, has arrived. Yet Na Feng remains utterly fixated on her techniques, not sparing them a single glance. Fan Chen shows no urgency. He simply stands calmly in place, watching her practice. A long while passes before Na Feng finally speaks not a single word about Fan Chen. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng cannot help but be taken aback. My father is actually being ignored, as expected of Senior Zai. If she does not wish to speak with Fan Chen for the time being, he does not press her. He simply steps away. On that beautiful morning, as birds perch leisurely upon the highest branches, their lesson proceeds within. The path of cultivation every realm is a barrier, but to transcend it is to undergo a heaven and earth-shaking transformation. When the sky dims to dusk and the birds begin to roost together, their lesson draws to a close. Na Feng rises to her feet. This morning's lesson ends here. She utters nothing more, turning to walk slowly toward the back. 4 pairs of eyes follow her every step. After a long while, Na Feng finally relents and approaches Fan Chen, offering him a cup of tea. How do I teach? Very well, wouldn't you say? But what piques her curiosity even more is how she and Meng Yi rank in his heart. How do I compare to her? To keep both women content, Fan Chen delivers a diplomatically clever answer. She surpasses you in raising children, but when it comes to teaching, she truly cannot hold a candle to you. Cat Ear and Yu Sheng lock eyes, frozen in disbelief. Neither says a single word. Through that silent exchange of glances, they seem to understand each other's thoughts perfectly. So that's how it is. To give the two of them privacy, Yu Sheng and Cat Ear quietly take their leave. It's nearly dusk. I'll head to the kitchen and prepare a feast. Come with me. Before leaving, Yu Sheng places a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder, though Fan Chen doesn't quite understand why. Rest easy, father. I won't tell mother. And so the two of them close the door behind them, leaving Fan Chen alone with Na Feng. With no one else in the room, Na Feng finally speaks the words she has long held in her heart. If you had accepted my proposal that year, could it have been our child? Feelings are one thing, but the cruel truth is another matter entirely. Had I accepted your proposal, you would have died the very next day. There could never have been a child. Hearing this, she says nothing more, for she knows all too well that a union between them was never meant to be. Gazing upon Fan Chen's present form, his image from years past suddenly surfaces in her mind. As expected, you are still as formidable as you were back then. Many years ago, Fan Chen nearly perished in a life-or-death crisis, only to be saved by two kind-hearted souls. Your spiritual sea is on the verge of shattering. Lady Dung of the thousandly painted vessel, and I shall join our strength. Combined with the secret remedy of the Taking Palace, it should barely be enough to stabilize the violent agony within your divine spirit. Deeply grateful for their kindness, he speaks with heartfelt sincerity. I owe Lady Yin an immeasurable debt for her life-saving grace. And in that very moment, Fan Chen meets Na Feng for the very first time. She walks slowly toward him as the introduction is made. This is my adopted daughter. Her name is Zai Tianheng. Late one night, Fan Chen steps outside for fresh air when a faint sound catches his attention. It takes him no time to identify its source. It is her. Indeed, she is hiding behind a boulder, by the lakeside, weeping softly. I truly didn't know back then, that Lady Yin would use the life-saving divine medicine on me instead of you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Alone in the dead of night, Na Feng's solitary silhouette makes her tears fall all the heavier. But Fan Chen cannot stand by and watch. He wades into the lake and makes his way to her side. Staying out by the lake this late will surely bring illness. Without hesitation, he lifts Na Feng into his arms and carries her inside. Wrapped in a blanket by his hands, Na Feng cannot help but murmur her thanks. Thank you for saving me. Understanding the hardships she has endured, Fan Chen gently places a hand upon her shoulder and offers comfort. To her, he says, everyone has the right to keep living. This is not your fault. She has always been consumed by self-loathing, scarred by the scorn of those around her. They say I am worthless, that I have squandered the fruit of heavenly destiny. But Fan Chen is different. He is nothing like them. On the contrary, he advises her to pay no heed to those venomous words. What did they say? Must you believe them? Every person possesses a worth that belongs solely to them. Others have no right to decide it. As for what that worth truly is, you must seek it for yourself. It is those very words that ultimately guide Na Feng to discover her true self. Ever since that day, I have always wondered what is my true worth. From that day forward, every time Fan Chen glances out the door, he catches a glimpse of Na Feng's silhouette lurking somewhere nearby. She startles each time he discovers her presence. It seems I have found it. No longer lost in uncertainty, Na Feng realizes that it is Fan Chen, the man, standing before her ice where her worth finds its meaning. While Na Feng is packing her belongings away, she accidentally spots a book. Without a word, she picks it up and smiles softly. A smile only she understands. The book in her hand's inscribed with the words, 9 Deaths Without Regret, says it all. Na Feng's love for that man, her devotion, is one without regret, even unto death. Meanwhile, Fan Chen returns alone to yesterday's lakeside, strolling slowly through the tranquil scenery. Surprisingly, moments later, Na Feng also appears at the same spot, a white porcelain teapot cradled gently in her hands. Spotting her, he smiles warmly. Have you come for a stroll as well? But Na Feng does not answer. She merely gazes at him in silence, then slowly draws closer. And then, as sudden as the silence itself, she throws her arms wide and pulls him into a tight embrace, catching Fan Chen so completely off guard that he hasn't the time to react. It seems Na Feng has found her wort hand has come to tell him so. I can completely heal your wounds. Perhaps this is precisely the value of my existence. A divine soul once tempered by the fruit of the heavenly Tao's decree is immensely resilient. Shattering it with the 9 deaths without regret technique can forge the most suitable elixir to mend your divine soul. In just a single night together, Na Feng had discovered a perfect cure for him. Yet she spoke with great reluctance. Nothing in this world comes without a price. Fan Chen's recovery would be bought with Na Feng's own life, and afterward, she would perish. Her worth should not be measured this way. He gently pats her head and refuses, for he will not allow her to lay down her life on his account. The two of them sink into an awkward, suffocating silence, neither uttering another word. After a long moment of contemplation, Na Feng still wishes to offer herself up to heal him. But if your wounds remain untreated, you may not have much longer to live. Are you truly not afraid of death? Yet to Fan Chen, life and death are mere matters. Of course he cannot outweigh his other fears. Of course he is afraid. But in this world there exist things far more terrifying than death itself. Compared to those, the dread of losing one's life amounts to nothing. In truth, if I wished to live, treading the path once walked by the Tai Xuan underworld emperor would be the swiftest way. I could reach the supreme realm in a single stride perhaps, even surpassing the Tai Xuan underworld emperor of old. But I will never permit myself to walk that path. Fan Chen had long since found a path to survival, simply refused to tread it. But no matter Fan Chen's stance, Na Feng remains steadfast in her desire to sacrifice herself for him. Your divine soul is at peace. There is no need for you to cultivate the corpse Tao. Sacrificing myself alone to save you is not the same as sacrificing the heavens and earth to save you. He remains resolute, unwilling to trade her life for his own. I see no difference. Fan Chen refuses that path because his conscience forbids it. If I sacrifice one person today, tomorrow I will not hesitate to condemn countless souls across the realm. I am not like the corpse Tao heretic sect. The difference lies not in cultivation technique, but in the choices we make. The worth of each one of us is defined by our own choices. In this life, I only ask that I never betray my own heart. Fan Chen wishes for Na Feng to understand that true worth lies in living with a clear and untarnished conscience. Returning to the present, Na Feng has become far wiser than she was back then. In truth, I was rather impulsive in those years. I harbored no such thoughts about you whatsoever. The moment Fan Chen sees that she has found her own sense of self-worth, he breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Talk about contradicting herself. In the very next breath her following words freeze him solid on the spot. But after that night, I truly began to harbor thoughts of marrying you. Yet I knew I was unworthy of you, so I dared only bury such feelings deep in my heart. Who could have known that you would actually fall for a woman? That woman is truly blessed beyond measure. I would be lying if I said otherwise. A trace of jealousy still lingers in Na Feng's heart toward Mengyi. Unwilling to dwell on the matter, Fan Chen swiftly changes the subject. She knew all along that it was a farce, so she deliberately staged that Sina then seized the opportunity to infiltrate the soul puppet ancient temple. What is she after? And with eyes that pierce through the red dust of the mortal realm, it is not difficult for her to see through such things. There is one matter that Na Feng can only now speak of with utmost seriousness. Zhenren Wan Sui still lives. He intends to resurrect the Tai Xuan underworld emperor. Hearing this, Fan Chen can scarcely believe what his ears tell him. What? Whether the conspiracy succeeds or fails, it will sow 77 times 49 calamities across every corner of the heavens and earth. You must understand, regardless of whether he ultimately succeeds, the very act of carrying out this plan will slaughter countless lives across the northern frontier, perhaps even the southern domain. As for Wan Sui and Fan Chen remain irreconcilable arch-nemeses. Zhenren Wan Sui harbors thoughts as deep as the abyss. He acts with meticulous, airtight caution. Even I find him impossible to read. Seeing that even Fan Chen treads carefully around Wan Sui, she is somewhat taken aback. Is he truly that formidable? Fan Chen cannot deny the man's peerless, peak-level strength. Zhenren Wan Sui's cultivation and ability across the entire northern frontier. None can compare. In the past, had it not been for the Tai Xuan underworld emperor, he would have been the true Demonic Venerable of the northern frontier. Na Feng understands from this that he will surely face great difficulty confronting Wan Sui. Then you too know, will certainly have devised a way to deal with you. Seeing her grasp the situation so clearly, Fan Chen asks, do you know his plan? It seems that what Na Feng has uncovered is merely the tip of the iceberg. Of course not. To this day I have not so much as seen the man's true face. Yet the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Na Feng certainly cannot pull the wool over Fan Chen's eyes. She is lying. What exactly is she plotting? Setting aside the matters of state, Na Feng rises to her feet and extends an invitation. Come, let us share a meal. It is also time for me to return to the soul puppet ancient temple. Yet Fan Chen does not wish for her to return, fearing that ill fortune may befall her. In truth, you need not go back. Whatever you intend to do is far too dangerous. Surely there must be a better solution. Na Feng dismisses those words as nothing but music played to deaf ears, paying them no mind whatsoever. Even you could not devise a flawless plan. There will always be gaps. I return precisely to fill those gaps. You once said that a person's worth is defined by their own choices. This is my choice. In this moment, she hurls Fan Chen's own words from years past back at him to justify her decision. Na Feng has spoken to this extent. Fan Chen understands that he can no longer hold her back. Then I cannot stop you, can I? Yet with a single sentence, Na Feng severs every bond they have shared until now. We are neither kin nor acquaintances. What right do you presume to stop me? The following day, despite their reluctance, Fan Chen and his son must see her off on her journey. Must you truly go? But I have not yet finished learning the 9 deaths without regret. Chen Yusheng voices his regret that Na Feng must depart so soon. Before leaving, she has thoughtfully prepared everything he will need. Over these few days, I have covered the essential points. The rest I have compiled into a letter when the time comes. Simply retrieve it. And this also means he must bid farewell to Katirs from this point onward. At last, I will not have to endure that troublesome creature any longer. Farewell, then let us be off. But who could have seen this coming? The very next instant, Na Feng turns to Katirs and drops a bombshell. You cannot come with me either, understand. Hearing this, Katirs erupts in vehement protest. You no longer need me, but I refuse to leave her side. Once Na Feng's mind is made up, it is set in stone, utterly unchangeable. She renders Katirs unconscious, without hesitation, to prevent her from throwing a tantrum. And so, Katirs collapses limp into Na Feng's embrace. She knew Katirs would react exactly. This Weish had no choice but to resort to this. Gazing upon the girl who has journeyed alongside her through every trial, an indescribable emotion wells up within her. There is something I never told you. In truth, I have long regarded you as my own daughter. The road ahead is fraught with peril, so Na Feng cannot bring Katirs along. She can only entrust her to Chen Yusheng's care. During this time, I must trouble you to look after her for me. It seems Na Feng is unable to tear herself away from Katirs, standing in silence and gazing at her for a long, lingering while. Before departing for good, she carefully instructs Chen Yusheng under no circumstances should Katirs be allowed near the soul puppet ancient temple. With no further reason to linger, Fan Chen departs with Chen Yusheng and the unconscious Katirs in tow. Meanwhile, she has yet to awaken, still lying unconscious by Chen Yusheng's side. After a brief moment, Katirs suddenly jolted awake, and the first person she sought was, naturally, Na Feng, her mistress. Katirs leaped from the carriage in a tearful panic, but Chen Yusheng moved swiftly to stop her. Where do you think you're going? Katirs clearly had no intention of going with them, only wanted to return to Na Feng. Let me go. I want to go to the soul puppet ancient temple and find my mistress. Seeing that she refused to listen and was behaving like a child, Chen Yusheng spoke bluntly. She didn't want you to go. She obviously had a plan all along. If you go there, you won't be able to protect her. You'd only become a burden and end up getting her killed. Though she knew this to be true, Katirs still could not bear to part with her, tears brimming in her eyes. She stopped struggling and simply buried her face in her hands, sobbing aloud. I once said I wanted to stay by my mistress's side for the rest of my life. I'm truly worried about her. Fan Chen was no better off than she was. He had pleaded with her endlessly, yet Na Feng still chose that perilous path. But at that very moment, something else seized his attention. Glancing over, Fan Chen spotted a steaming hot pot set upon a table, surrounded by an array of mouth-watering side dishes. The one sitting there, leisurely enjoying that sumptuous feast, was none other than young Master Dai Yin. Just as he was about to lift his chopsticks, Dai Yin sensed something peculiar. Is someone watching me? And young Master Dai Yin's guess was spot on, for Fan Chen was not merely glancing, but staring at him with unwavering intensity. Whatever peculiar detail Dai Yin possessed, it held Fan Chen's gaze so completely that he could not look away for even a single second. Dai Yin noticed Fan Chen staring and met his gaze in return. The two locked eyes in silence, not a single word passing between them. Inside the carriage, Chen Yusheng and Katirs noticed it had stopped moving and wondered why. He lifted the curtain to see what was happening outside. Fan Chen seemed to have unfinished business to attend to, which was why he told them. You two go on ahead. A single glance at his father's face told Chen Yusheng everything was that apprehension written across Fan Chen's countenance. His gaze then shifted to young Master Dai Yin, who was beckoning from outside. Just who is that person? The perceptive Chen Yusheng understood his father had matters he could not speak of, so he urged the carriage forward, taking Katirs with him. Only then did Fan Chen approach young Master Dai Yin and sit down, settling in for a face-to-face exchange. The moment he sat down, Dai Yin waved it off. Why so tense? I wouldn't stoop to striking at children, that would be far beneath my dignity. Fan Chen, his expression utterly devoid of emotion, cut straight to the point. I am rather curious how exactly did you survive back then? Yet young Master Dai Yin did not answer Fan Chen's question. Instead, he countered, I too am rather curious. You killed my foster father, stripped him of everything he stood for, and in all these years since. What exactly have you all been doing? The atmosphere between them instantly turned heavy and unbearably tense. Fan Chen, too, suspected Dai Yin's arrival bore no goodwill, and asked directly, So you've come for perfected Wan Sui as well. But Dai Yin flatly denied it. The dead cannot return to life. I will not allow him to desecrate my foster father's memory like that. Why don't we join hands first and deal with him together? Though the two were hardly on the same side, they shared a common enemy, so Dai Yin made his proposal. An ally had appeared out of nowhere. How could Fan Chen possibly refuse? I find that acceptable, though both appeared cordial on the surface. Each harbored silent vigilance against the other in their hearts. I suspect that in the very moment you agreed, you had already conceived at least 17 ways to kill me while we shake hands in partnership. The same could be said of you. The same could be said of you. I suspect that if we were to separately confront perfected Wan Sui, you would likewise have at least 17 ways to silently send me to my grave. The same could be said of you. The same could be said of you. Since both had seen through each other's schemes, there was nothing left to hide, which meant only one path remained. If Fan Chen had decided to strike, then young Master Dai Yin would show no mercy either. Today, one of us must die. Just as the two of them were about to clash in a fierce battle, Wan Sui lurked behind the shadows, secretly manipulating every soul puppet within the underground palace. He truly stopped at nothing, engineering a scheme to make the two destroy each other, while he never needed to show his face. Fan Chen, Dai Yinven, if you two discovered that I was the one pulling the strings from behind the curtain, you would still have no choice but to obediently march into this trap. Who told you neither of you could ever truly respect the other? The two of you are masters of schemes and stratagems. But did you ever imagine you would be undone by this single fatal flaw? Immensely pleased with his meticulous scheme, he allowed himself a quiet, self-satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Na Feng had returned at some unknown point and was walking toward him with slow, heavy steps. Seeing her return empty-handed, the demon monk could not help but demand answers. Why have you returned alone? Where are that little girl and the Holy Sovereign's son? She had come back with nothing, absolutely refusing to hand the two of them over to these villains. You want to use me as a living sacrifice to activate the array on Earth? Would I bring them back to you? Seeing that Na Feng had seen through everything and still dared to be so bold, the demon monk found it somewhat amusing. You already knew everything, and yet you still dared to return. It seemed this time she had resolved to go all the way, no longer allowing anyone to manipulate her. If I didn't return, how could I destroy this array? At that moment, Wen Wujing also joined in, striding leisurely toward her. You alone, truly both reckless and foolish. In his eyes, Na Feng was nothing more than an ordinary woman, worthy of nothing but contempt. Wen Wujing then raised his fan before him and summoned his technique. No wonder the world says you cannot hold a candle to Meng Buyu. The next instant, swallows of purest black materialized and encircled her. Though Na Feng now stood alone against three foes, she showed not a shred of fear, standing tall and proud instead. Even a lion must go all out when hunting a rabbit. Grant me this chance. Na Feng no longer wished to flee, wanted to prove to them her true worth. Will you truly not regret this? Na Feng stood resplendent within a radiant aura. Behind her, a mystic bird in the form of a phoenix forged from blazing energy spread its wings in all their majestic glory. The swarm of swallows sharp as blades rushed in from Wen Wujing's attack, but every last one was blocked and repelled by the phoenix's radiant energy. She faced the peril head-on without retreating a single step and, instead, launched a direct counterattack at Wen Wujing, catching him completely off guard. Even the demon monk was frozen stiff in shock, never expecting her to go this far. But by now, even if he fought back, it was already far too late. Her mystic bird had already charged in and seized the upper hand against the demon monk. Sure enough, all he had was a big mouth. His actual abilities amounted to nothing. Barely a moment had passed, and the demon monk was already overwhelmed. In the span of a single heartbeat, the mystic bird defeated him, sending him crashing to the ground in a wretched heap. After dealing with those two small fries, the mystic bird shifted its target to Wan Sui. He had lived in this mortal world for ages, yet never imagined such a precious treasure could be in her hands. Under all of heaven, there are only 3 supreme blades, and yet one is in your hands. Unlike those two weaklings, Wan Sui was no pushover, immediately retaliated with a counter-technique. Alas, a torrent of white chi erupted and hurled the mystic bird backward. You won't prevail. The blast then surged toward Na Feng and struck her. By this point, Na Feng was running out of strength to block the last attack. She suffered considerable injuries. Yet Wan Sui had no intention of sending her to her grave. Just yet Na Feng still held value as a pawn. Rest assured, I still need you alive as a living sacrifice. I won't dispose of you, for now. He wasted no more words and barked orders at the two. Throw her into the underground dungeon. Lock her up tight. Seeing that Na Feng had already been subdued by Wan Sui, They obeyed without question. Yes, sir. Though she had now fallen into the clutches of these villains, she could still muster a defiant smile. Even Wan Sui, a man who feared neither heaven nor earth, was taken aback by this. Wait, is she so calm? There seems to be a trace of bitterness. He began to sense that something was terribly wrong. Wan Sui rushes to Na Feng's side, lifting her face. And indeed, something has happened. Na Feng's eyes have turned pitch black, looking utterly eerie. Blood begins to seep from her hands, dripping steadily downward. Seeing this, Wan Sui produces a white lotus blossom and places it beneath her hand. Each drop of Na Feng's blood falls upon it, and the white lotus instantly darkens to a deep, sinister purple. With his vast experience, Wan Sui knows immediately what lies before him. The underworld blood poison. Never did he imagine that Na Feng would resort to such utter self-destruction. Zai Tianheng, woman, actually poisoned herself with the underworld blood poison. The underworld blood poison is a terrifying spiritual toxin passed down from the primordial era. Whether spiritual power or killing intent, once tainted by the underworld blood poison, both will gradually descend into chaos and utterly collapse. Thus, it can also shatter formation arrays. Yet even with Wan Sui's meticulous calculations, he never anticipated she would forsake her own life to contaminate the grand array. She actually did not hesitate to poison herself, trading her very life as the price. Wen Wujing, possessing a passing knowledge of exotic poisons, has heard whispers of this particular toxin. I've heard that once a cultivator is infected by the underworld blood poison, their divine soul is burned away bit by bit until it is utterly depleted. But the process is excruciatingly slow, so those who are poisoned typically endure a fate worse than death, suffering agony beyond all extremes. Zai Tianheng, you are truly a madwoman. He never expected Na Feng would go this far. She has made her resolve, and she will surely have no regrets. Na Feng responds bluntly, oh, is that so? Thank you for the generous praise. Soul puppet ancient temple deep within the underground dungeon. Since Na Feng has yet to submit, they hurl her straight into the dungeon. After throwing Na Feng to the ground, the demon sect members taunt her with mocking words. What a pity, Zai Tianheng. You even resorted to the underworld blood poison, yet in the end, senior brother still saw through you. This poison is indeed a rarity in the world, but for senior brother, it merely requires an extra day or two to purge. This dungeon has been layered with multiple suppression arrays, and 6 cultivators stand guard outside. No matter what formation-destroying means you still possess, you'll find them impossible to employ. Zai Tianheng, your fate has already been decided. Sit quietly and await your role as a living sacrifice. No matter how Na Feng struggles to break free from their grasp, she will ultimately be forged into a puppet. Na Feng lies there, staring blankly at the ceiling above, her expression lost in deep contemplation. Her blazing purple eyes still gleam with pride and razor-sharp defiance. Her lips curl into a mocking smirk, utterly untroubled by Death-Evan dripping with sarcasm. My life is worth so much merely destroying the life-death bipolar array in exchange. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? On the other side, at the heart of Central Rift Valley, a mystical formation array materializes upon a stone table split into 2 halves, one blazing red, one deep azure. Their interweaving radiance forms an intricate matrix of light. Fan Chen turns to young Master Dai Yin with utmost gravity. You've sensed it too, haven't you? Both of them can perceive his every single movement. Wan Sui has made his move. Seeing that their continued confrontation benefits neither side, he puts forth a proposal. Since we share the same goal, why don't you and I cease hostilities here? Young Master Dai Yin is not one to be difficult. He readily agrees. Very well. Then let us count to 3 and simultaneously withdraw our spiritual power and killing intent. Having agreed, Fan Chen moves swiftly to follow through. 1, 2. Reality, as ever, refuses to comply with dreams. It seems neither of them can truly trust the other, each fearing the opponent will strike at the critical moment. Neither party retracts their killing intent. The atmosphere grows inexplicably, suffocatingly tense. Seeing that Fan Chen proposed the truce yet fails to honor it, Dai Yin confronts him at once. Didn't you say you wanted to stop? But Fan Chen is not as green as Dai Yin Imaginesto act so recklessly. If I had withdrawn my hand, I'd likely be dead already. It seems the 2 of them cannot yet forge an alliance. He must settle their personal grudge first. Then it appears we have no choice but to finish this game of chess right here. Fan Chen's killing intent toward young Master Dai Yin surges ever higher, his eyes brimming with murderous fury. The scene shifts to days later, at the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple. Mengya stands motionless, her gaze distant, staring into the void as if longing for someone far away. Still no word from him, Even Nosh cannot help but worry. If Fan Chen is in the northern borderlands, why hasn't he come to find her? Has something happened to him? Suddenly the demon monk arrives at this place, seeking her out. Mengyi has been waiting for someone yet. An uninvited guest appears before her instead. The demon monk does not immediately raise his hand against Mengyi. Instead, he questions, Meng Buyu, you actually dare to assault the soul puppet ancient temple? Are you courting death? But with her fearless defiance, she merely gifts him a look of utter contempt. It seems the mastermind behind the curtain truly is not here. Dong Shan, where do you get the audacity to think that you alone can stand against me? This is his domain. Naturally, he exudes absolute confidence. Who told you I am alone? The instant the demon monk finishes speaking, a figure shrouded head to toe in a dark hood appears, not a single strand of hair visible. But that alone is nowhere near enough to intimidate Mengyi. Someone who doesn't even dare show their facially no formidable figure. The demon monk grows weary of idle banter. He raises his bell high, ready to strike. Who knows, but having him deal with you, that would prove quite entertaining. Both sides sink into a deathly silence, as if plotting something in the shadows. The black-robed figure grows only more enigmatic, standing utterly motionless without any reaction. Mengyi has come all the way here. Naturally, she fears no confrontation with these pretenders and charlatans. The next instant, both sides unleash their palms, clashing against each other, igniting a ferocious battle. Yet to everyone's shock, after the initial impact, the black-robed figure remains completely unscathed. Before such monstrous resilience, Mengyi cannot help but be bewildered. What? Before she can comprehend what the black-robed figure truly is, he surges toward her like a bolt of lightning. Their palms collide, and both sides unleash a torrent of devastating energy. When she once again confronts this aura, Mengyi finds it hauntingly familiar. I recognize this power. The black-robed figure continues to shock her, revelation after revelation. He is no human, either demon nor ghost, but something beyond all classification. Dark, eerie chi billows around him. He possesses no fixed form whatsoever. At last, the truth dawns upon Mengyi. Headless, you are the heavenly ghost Demon Venerable. The demon monk has indeed prepared this surprise for Mengyi. Seeing her recognition, he erupts into laughter. Correct. The very one who annihilated your entire family and was ultimately beheaded by your own hand. Heavenly ghost Demon Venerable. Before his triumphant satisfaction, Mengyi refuses to grant the demon monk even a shred of pleasure. And so what? If I could kill him once, I can kill him a second time. She means every word. Without further hesitation, she unleashes a blazing crimson technique that floods the entire space with scarlet light. Though Mengyi pours every ounce of her strength into the strike, it proves as futile as an egg hurled against stone. The situation grows increasingly dire for Mengyi. This creature possesses a cultivation base equal to my own, and its body has been refined to near indestructibility. This is troublesome. Meanwhile, in another place, Wan Sui carries Na Feng as they soar through 9 layers of clouds. She is little more than a withered husk now, yet she still strains with every last breath to question him. Where are you taking me? Wan Sui does not bother hiding it. He tells her exactly where she is being taken. The moment Na Feng hears the name Netherworld Red Dust Sect, she cannot help but startle before making a guess. What business do you have there? It is not what you think. The Netherworld Red Dust Sect and the Soul Puppet Ancient Temple sit at opposite ends of the northern frontier. The Life-Death Bipolar Array, the Life Array, and the Death Array. The Netherworld Red Dust Sect forms the human core of the Death Array. With her sharp intuition, Na Feng deduces it could only be those two. Not wrong, you are even smarter than I imagined. At this moment, she can only tip her hat in admiration of his supreme confidence. He is so utterly certain that success is guaranteed. In response to Na Feng's questioning, Wan Sui lays out his own predictions. The eastern lands and the western territories are both locked in a stalemate. The chess match between Fan Chen and Prince Dai Yin has entered its final phase, the victor soon to be decided. Fan Chen and Dai Yin hold no respect whatsoever for each other. Both of them, down to the very last second, still refuse to yield, for one of them must surely perish. And he knows one thing better than anyone. Meng Buyu has even less time to spare for anything else. She is still locked in battle with that black-robed figure, uncertain how much longer she can hold out. It seems the one who wins this endgame will very likely be Wan Sui. This time I win. The sky has begun to shift into the warm, somber hues of late afternoon, and their carriage has come to a halt at its destination, the Netherworld Red Dust Sect. Wan Sui steps down from the carriage and stands before the gate, peering inside. Upon seeing an uninvited guest, The household servants immediately arm themselves and rush out to confront him. "Who are you? You dare set foot before the hall master without being summoned?" They are utterly outraged by his arrogant and presumptuous demeanor. Does he think nothing of us? Does he think everyone in the netherworld red dust sect is already dead? Yet he does not make a fuss, for he can well understand their hostility. Indeed, as time passes, the younger generation no longer knows who I am. But the one behind me, surely you have not forgotten her. After that, Na Feng also slowly descends from the carriage and approaches them. Her face is filled with wariness, her gaze stretched taut with tension. The moment they see Na Feng, the servants hurl contemptuous words, trying to drive her away. "Zai Tianheng, how dare you have the face to return here? You stole our sect's spirit herbs, wounded Ling Gu and Ming Zheng, then fled. Your crimes are unforgivable. Lady Yin saved your life and treated you as her own daughter. Yet you repay kindness with betrayal." Yet Na Feng pays their words no heed. With a cold expression, she simply demands silence. Though the servants burn with resentment and want to retort, they find themselves unable to utter a single word any longer. Amid this tense standoff, Madame Yin appears with a composed demeanor. "Lady Yin." After an eternity apart, Na Feng and Madame Yin finally meet again, both stirred by emotions beyond words. Yet Na Feng is no longer the person she once was. Na Feng cannot bring herself to face her and turns away. Having not seen this old acquaintance in ages, Wan Sui speaks up. 2,000 years apart, and the old master has already passed. But Madame Yin clearly has no fondness for him either. You no longer carry the bearing and integrity you had 2,000 years ago. When she sees Na Feng's wretched state, Madame Yin furrows her brows and demands in displeasure. "If Zai Tianheng has already submitted to you, why is she wounded to this extent? And why bring her back to the netherworld red dust sect?" But that is not Wan Sui's purpose here. He crosses his arms and cuts straight to the point. "She has never submitted to me. I did not come here for her. The situation in the northern frontier, you must have sensed it already." Madame Yin had sensed it before, but only now, hearing it confirmed aloud, does she dare to believe it. "So it truly is you. What do you want?" Wan Sui, viewing human lives as insects, utters words more vile than those of any beast. "Using the life-death bipolar array to resurrect the sovereign, your netherworld red dust sect is precisely the human core of the death array I intend to forge, and disciples like all of you will become living sacrifices for the death array. But rest easy, I still need someone to help me lay the formation. Therefore, I can spare one life. I will give you time. You may decide among yourselves who that chosen one will be." He is truly a terminal case of megalomania, granting himself the divine right to do as he pleases. And naturally, to protect herself and those around her, Madame Yin cannot allow him to ride roughshod over them all. "What makes you think the netherworld red dust sect will sit still and wait for death?" Before her challenge, he merely smirks with contempt. Indeed, when words fail, Wan Sui immediately resorts to force, unleashing his techniques to suppress them. He instantly sends razor-sharp waves of black chi surging forward to strike them down. It seems Wan Sui will spare no one, forcing them all to submit and serve his dark ambitions. Seeing everyone attacked so cruelly, Madame Yin's heart goes numb. She can do nothing. In the blink of an eye, everyone is battered so severely that not a single soul has the strength to rise. Wan Sui is truly a devil in human skin. He deserves to be cast into the 18th layer of hell for terrorizing Madame Yin like this. "You can refuse, and I will slaughter every last soul in the netherworld red dust sect. Everyone in the soul puppet ancient temple will meet the same fate. They need only wait a little longer." Hearing this, Madame Yin erupts in fury, her eyes blazing as though she wants to devour Wan Sui alive. Na Feng stands outside, witnessing the scene, not daring to intervene. But to prevent him from wreaking further havoc, Madame Yin has no choice but to swallow her pride and comply for now. "I understand." Satisfied by her answer, Wan Sui departs shortly after. "Indeed, you have not changed at all. Then I shall await you at the main hall. You have one day." In the side hall, Madame Yin is brewing a pot of medicine for Na Feng to drink and recuperate. Though their relationship bears deep cracks, she still tends to Na Feng with the same care as when the girl still lived here. Madame Yin gently adjusts the blankets for Na Feng and feeds her the medicine spoonful by spoonful. "Drink all of this medicine, and you will feel no more discomfort." At this moment, the others gather around as they watch Madame Yin tend to Na Feng. Ling Gu cannot bear the sight before her and bursts out in indignation. "Senior sister, a traitor of such great treachery, the sect must punish her harshly." But Madame Yin simply sinks into deep silence, pondering for a long while without responding. After burying this question in her heart for so many years, She finally dares to ask, "I have never understood why you did what you did. Was I not good enough to you, or was I too harsh on you in ordinary times?" Mother Yin, you are overthinking this. It was not selfishness that drove Na Feng to do what she did. I only wanted to prove one thing. Despite everything that had happened, she still did not blame her with a single word, only asking, "May I ask what this is about?" Na Feng gently placed her hand upon Mother's. "May I ask, Yaoi, have you never, from the very beginning, allowed me to be the successor of the Netherworld Red Dust sect?" This question had been a thorn in her heart for many long years. Many years ago, Meng Buyu's mother had built the Netherworld Red Dust sect, and Lady Yin wished to pass the position to Herit was only fitting. But later, when Meng Buyu departed from that foreign land, and the position of Holy Maiden was left vacant, everyone believed it would fall to Zai Tianheng. Yet Lady Yin chose Mi Yanheng instead. Many years after that, Mi Yanheng was invited to the Heavenly Gate by Meng Buyu. Everyone thought this time it would be Zai Tianheng's turn, but the result was Yuyu, a girl who had joined the sect barely 100 years prior. It seemed all of this stemmed from a misunderstanding between the two of them. Why do you favor them over me when I am clearly your daughters? Could it truly be because I ate the fruit of that heavenly Tao fate tree? Footsteps, though the past had long since faded, Na Feng still could not help but torment herself with her own speculations. Before she could finish her sentence, Mother denied it outright. No, Na Feng could no longer hold back her tears. They welled up and blurred her vision. Then why? Only now did she dare to look Mother in the face and seek the answer she had waited so long to hear. "It is not favoritism. I simply felt they were more suited. They walked the same path as I do not." Though the words were difficult to speak, Mother finally laid the truth bare for Na Feng. The Netherworld Red Dust sect is not merely a sect, it is a home, a refuge for all who return to it, a shelter for every pitiable woman in these chaotic times. As for you, your methods are strict and unyielding. I believe that if I entrusted the Netherworld Red Dust sect to you, it would undoubtedly become a formidable power, standing above all others in the northern frontier. But a Netherworld Red Dust sect like that would no longer be the Netherworld Red Dust sect of old. Yet every hope Mother had once placed upon her had long since dissolved to nothing. After receiving the explanation that had been buried for so many years, Na Feng no longer harbored any doubts. So that was the reason. Afterward, she still wished to understand more of Mother's current thoughts. But how can you be certain the Netherworld Red Dust sect will remain as you wish it to be forever? You are a saint, but not everyone is. Na Feng's sudden curiosity left Mother momentarily at a loss for words. Why do you say that? There was something about this place that Na Feng had long since seen through. The Netherworld Red Dust sect had always rewarded acts of benevolence of those who performed good deeds, received cultivation resources far superior to others, and accumulated prestige for themselves. This was originally meant to remind disciples to always carry compassion in their hearts and show empathy. But when good deeds bring rewards, the purity is inevitably lost. Suffering and calamity in the world are hardly scarce, yet they do not appear at every turn or in every place. When those who crave the rewards cannot find a target to rescue, they will create one themselves. Back then, young Yu could have escaped the courtyard and reunited with her mother long ago. But someone, for the sake of a single mystic spirit flower, deliberately had her dragged back and had her leg broken. Back then, Luanyi nearly died of poison because several people coveted the third-grade mystic spirit ointment. They secretly fueled the brutal butcher's rampage from the shadows, intending to wait until every last victim was dead before making their move. Na Feng now carries the burden of one who shoulders great responsibility, forced to choose the cold path to protect all. You see my methods as harsh and cruel, unfit for your path. But do you know that if I had not acted so, the Netherworld Red Dust sect would have long been destroyed by those vermin? It would have become a breeding ground for suffering. Hearing this, Mother's eyes suddenly darkened, as though she glimpsed the scene of this place's future decay. Mother stared blankly in bewilderment. How could this be? The young female disciples of the sect began to chatter amongst themselves. No wonder some people always seem to stumble upon wicked deeds. I always thought it strange. I assumed it was because I wasn't diligent enough. No wonder every time I tried to go help, the place was already peaceful. Lingu saw things spiraling out of control. She gritted her teeth, denied everything, and spouted nonsense. Senior sister, you cannot trust the words of a traitor. Zai Tianheng remained remarkably calm in the face of this. Of course you would deny it. She struck preemptively against all of them, because these people had always followed Lingu's arrangements. Seeing she could not win through reason, Lingu resorted to shameless argument, spouting drivel. Zai Tianheng, at a time like this, You still wish to sow discord and stir up trouble. From the side, Yu stepped forward with a scroll in her arms and cut in. What if what she says is true? The air fell deathly silent in an instant. Every gaze turned to the young girl. Ling Gu's face twisted in fury. She jabbed a finger at Yu and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Yu raised the scroll with a voice brimming with confidence. "All this time, I have been conducting a secret investigation. Perhaps because the Zhai sect is no more. You people have grown ever more brazen, showing no regard for anyone. Whether it was inciting others to commit evil, supplying poisons and weapons, or even striking personally, the things you have done have left quite a trail of evidence." Her words sent a jolt of alarm through the crowd. Finally, the girl smirked with confidence. "The final nail, I have recorded every last detail in here. Ling Gu, do you still dare face me with evidence?" Ling Gu fell silent, her face turning green. The murmurs of the onlookers rose once more. Ling Gu doesn't dare speak. She doesn't dare face the evidence. She's admitted it. Having finished with Ling Gu, Yu turned to Zai Tianheng. "I'm sorry, Sect Master Zai, I misunderstood you before." Zai Tianheng cast a glance that conveyed utter indifference. "It's nothing. I never cared about your opinion of me." After seeing Ling Gu fall silent, Mother could not help but ask gently, "Junior sister, why? I watched you grow up. Whatever you wanted, I would find for you. Why would you do such things?" Ling Gu let out a cold laugh, answering with a tone of utter detachment. "Because I refuse to accept it. Why are your talent and beauty so far beyond mine? Why does the one I love only have eyes for you?" Ling Gu recalled how, long ago, a young nobleman had rejected her for one reason alone. "I'm sorry, the one I love is your senior sister." After that, she was consumed by bitter unwillingness. "I imitated your every manner and habit, so why did everyone still only love you? I refuse to accept it." With that, Ling Gu fixed Mother with a gaze full of madness. "You said you could give me anything I wanted, senior sister." As the words left her lips, spiritual power materialized in her right hand. Ling Gu charged forward with an arrogant roar. "And what if what I want is your life?" A tremendous explosion rang out. The surrounding people, including Zai Tianheng and Yu, simply stood by and watched in silence. Mother let out a long, helpless sigh. Ling Gu appeared to have missed her mark. She now lay in the crater her own strike had carved. Ling Gu silently channeled her spiritual energy. Mother's face was utterly devoid of emotion. She fell silent, then swept her hand upward. Instantly, the spiritual power coursing through Ling Gu's palm went haywire. By the time Ling Gu realized what had happened, the spiritual energy had already rebounded into her. Two junior sisters caught Ling Gu from behind. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet showed not a shred of fear. "Wasn't your life essence already withered, your lamp burnt dry?" Mother answered bluntly, "Even so, you are still no match for me." This only deepened Ling Gu's bitter resentment. She jabbed a finger toward Zai Tianheng and turned to confront Mother. "Zai Tianheng, you and I are cut from the same cloth. Tell me, do you not harbor resentment?" But by then, Ling Gu and her accomplices had already been surrounded by the sect's forces. She showed not a shred of fear and burst into laughter. "I may not be able to defeat you, senior sister, but in the end, the one who loses will still be you." Letter 1EABU furrowed her brow and asked bluntly, "Don't tell me you truly colluded with the soul puppet ancient temple." Ling Gu did not hesitate to reveal the truth. "That's right." Letter 1EABU was utterly enraged by the woman's brazen foolishness. Fury consumed her. She spoke through gritted teeth. "Junior sister, you have disappointed me beyond measure." Ling Gu's composure shattered the moment she recognized what Letter 1EABU was beginning to invoke. "Celestial One, save me." But before her savior could materialize, Letter 1EABU's spiritual power had already engulfed her. The palm strike connected, and Ling Gu crumpled to the ground. Letter 1EABU moved to inspect the fallen woman, but a hand shot out and blocked her path. It was Wan Sui, who had stepped forward to intercept her. He spoke in a low, measured tone. "Enough. She still has a task left unfinished. She cannot die yet." With that, Wan Sui produced a pill from his robes. He lifted Ling Gu's limp body and began to administer treatment. Under his ministrations, she swiftly regained consciousness. Ling Gu turned and offered Wan Sui a coy, tinkling laugh. "This humble one thanks the Celestial One for saving her life." He did not respond. He merely cast her a sidelong glance and changed the subject. "Is everything in place?" She bowed her head with a delighted smile and answered, "Indeed. The auxiliary array formations have already been laid. The moment your primary array is complete, we can activate everything at once." Letter 1EABU heard these words and froze, unable to believe her ears. "But you clearly stated before." Wan Sui merely cast her an indifferent glance. I said we required your assistance in laying the auxiliary formations. That was, of course, merely a pretense to keep all of you obediently confined to this place. Wan Sui's words left a letter 1 EAB, you grinding her teeth in fury. As expected, you are just as meticulous as you always were. He showed not the slightest hint of modesty. I accept your praise. Everything is now prepared. There is no one left who can stop me. With those words, Wan Sui raised both hands and began channeling his dark arts. His demonic power surged forward, converging toward Yu Yu's position. The people around them erupted into chaos. Heavens, what is that thing? Wan Sui's dark arts gradually swallowed the entire chamber. Zai Tianheng bore the brunt of it as well. She doubled over in agony, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Letter 1 EABU watched Zai Tianheng gasping for breath, her concern impossible to conceal. She bellowed, release her. The instant she finished, letter 1 EABU launched herself forward to attack, but Wan Sui intercepted her with ease. He flicked his wrist, and the force sent letter 1 EABU sprawling to the ground. She too began to suffer injuries. Zai Tianheng, watching from the right side, panicked at the sight. Her mother was being shifted into a sealed barrier zone. Wan Sui now stood within that barrier, and he began to observe the first step. Use Zai Tianheng as the catalyst. Zai Tianheng appeared to be on the verge of unconsciousness. He would refine the life essence of the entire netherworld red dust sect to fuel the death array. The others, too, were drawn into the barrier by Wan Sui. The second step used the death array to activate the life array within the soul puppet ancient temple's remains, thereby completing the life-death bipolar array. Countless auxiliary formations would begin draining the life essence of every living being across the northern frontier. Finally, the combined power of life essence harvested from more than half the living beings of the northern frontier, fused with the power of the heavenly Tao destiny fruit within Zai Tianheng's body. The others were already beginning to feel their strength waning. The more he contemplated it, the more satisfied he became. This would allow the sovereign to be resurrected completely. Suddenly Wan Sui faltered. He lifted his gaze to survey the scene before him. Over there, the people within held aloft their cups and swore a solemn oath. We hereby make this vow we are willing to burn our very bodies for the sake of eternal peace. Wan Sui watched it all, and not a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Every last one of them may perish, but the sovereign must live. He conjured a spiritual energy shield, and its surface reflected the image of Ling Gu. She stood with hands on her hips, radiating smug triumph. Senior sister, if you kneel before me and grovel like a dog, who knows I might consider sparing your wretched life. Before Ling Gu stood a letter 1 EABU, her body riddled with wounds. Yet she displayed nothing but contempt, refusing to even glance in Ling Gu's direction. This only stoked Ling Gu's fury further. She waved her hand and issued an order, bring those people here. I know you. Senior sister, you treat every disciple as if they were your own family. If you refuse to submit, I will hack them into 8 pieces right before your eyes. Her subordinates received the command without hesitation. Yes, suddenly, a letter 1 EABU who had been silent all this while spoke. If I come, will you truly not kill them? Junior sister, after all these years, you still do not understand me in the slightest. With those words, she slowly rose to her feet under Ling Gu's wary gaze. Ling Gu gnashed her teeth, instantly on guard. In a blur, a letter 1 EABU stood directly before Ling Gu. After a moment, Ling Gu's lips curled into a fearless smirk. Senior sister, even now, you still think you can obstruct the Celestial One. Even at the peak of your power, you would not necessarily be able to break this death array. Let alone in your current state. A letter 1 EABU did not deign to answer Ling Gu. She slowly raised one foot and stepped forward. A barrier gate burst open, and for the first time, alarm flashed across Ling Gu's face. Don't tell me you're trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. It's futile. The Eastern Territory and Western Region have certainly been pinned down already. The two from Central Continent and the Western Region surely cannot arrive in time. A letter 1 EABU merely smiled faintly and replied, one must always try. What if it works? Ling Gu furrowed her brow, baffled. What are you saying? A letter 1 EABU continued. What if I shatter this array formation? The fallen disciples on the ground were struggling to sit back up, one by one, before stepping into the barrier. A letter 1 EABU did not forget to cast them one final look. What if I manage to stop Wan Sui? What if I truly hold out until reinforcements arrive? Then all of you can go on living. Many more people across the northern frontier will survive as well. Her words moved every last one of them to tears. Even Zai Tianheng, engulfed in the demonic arts, could not hold back her emotions. "Mother, truly, I was born to be your daughter." She recalled the days long past when the entire village had been contaminated by killing intent, and so many had perished. Yet she had refused to give up. Because even then, I thought, what if I could pull through? What if someone really came to save me? That single conviction carried me through until help finally arrived. At this thought, Zai Tianheng called out once more, "Mother." With that resolve, she broke free from Wan Sui's array and surged forward to seize a M-1EAB-US hand. A M-1EAB-US eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Zai Tianheng spoke again, her voice unwavering, this time, "Leave it to me." The moment the words left her lips, she unleashed her spiritual power. The wounds of the disciples sitting on the ground began to heal, one by one. Yu Yu's wounds heal. She quickly realizes that the injuries on her body have vanished, and her original essence has recovered. Only now does Linggu rush forward in a panic. How is this possible? Are you not already on the brink of death? How could you possibly escape the true person's formation? Before she can finish her sentence, Zai Tianheng's spiritual power strikes her head. She utilizes her spiritual power to engulf the spirit maiden's head and lifts her into the air. Next, Zai Tianheng gently dismantles the spiritual barrier. The spiritual barrier shatters into countless shards, finally dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this, he is stunned. Is there truly someone in heavenly light breaking through to the transcendental realm at this moment? Suddenly, guided by intuition, Wan Sui looks behind him to see Zai Tianheng standing directly at his back. He spins around in a panic, eyes widening. In shock as he catches a clear look at her, he freezes, sputtering, "It is you who broke through to the transcendental realm? How is that possible?" Zai Tianheng frowns, her voice cold. "I already told you I will not let you have your way." But Wan Sui, fearless, laughs mockingly. "So what if you have reached the transcendental realm?" Without delay, Wan Sui unleashes his demonic arts. "You are currently only at the initial stage, while I am already at the middle stage. You still cannot defeat me." Yet before he can act, a ray of light pierces through his body. Wan Sui's eyes bulge in disbelief. What? Zai Tianheng raises her hand to channel her spiritual power, responding calmly. "Who told you I only reached the initial transcendental stage?" The scene shifts. A gentle breeze blows, causing snow-white petals to flutter through the air, drifting softly among the houses. The wind continues to howl, carpeting the area beneath the trees with petals. Two figures stand observing the battle. Wan Sui faces Zai Tianheng, cold sweat soaking his back. "You must have consumed the fruit of the heavenly Tao tree to reach such a high realm. You are far too lucky." She sneers coldly. "If I were truly that lucky, I would not have nearly lost my life back then, when the formation you set up at Soul Cleansing Gorge was corrupted by killing intent." At this, Wan Sui's voice trembles. What did you say?" Zai Tianheng ignores his agitation, her voice icy. "Is it so unexpected? If not for you, I would not be standing here. Perhaps from the very moment you began your scheme, everything was already destined." Wan Sui finally understands. So that is how it is. He never imagined it would end like this. His laughter dies out as flowers of karmic reincarnation bloom around his face. Ultimately, she unleashes her power, transforming Wan Sui into unpredictable petals of the heavenly Tao. Over at Middle Peak Valley, Fan Chen and his guest are still engrossed in their game of Go. Suddenly, Zai Tianheng appears beside him. Fan Chen offers a soft greeting. "You have arrived?" He expresses pleasure at seeing the unexpected guest. "In the past, I harbored delusions of using you. I was truly an idiot courting death. Since the thing holding us back has vanished, I am free to go, am I not?" He rises to his feet. Fan Chen remains silent. Before leaving, Dai Yin turns to add, "Your silence implies consent until we meet again." With a wave of his hand, he departs. Fan Chen furrows his brow, showing his distaste. This man becomes more detestable by the day. Zai Tianheng nods in agreement. "I feel the same." The seat is now empty. She strides forward and sits upon the stone stool. "They use fire to boil the water for tea. Can you embrace me?" Zai Tianheng asks with hesitation. Fan Chen lets out a sigh, then refuses without ceremony. "I cannot." Zai Tianheng sets down her teacup, looking at him with amusement. "Is this how a man acts? To hold your ground like this is quite interesting." She admits without a hint of shyness, "I once liked you very much." Fan Chen responds quickly, "That is my honor." Zai Tianheng continues to tease. "And what of her? That woman likes you so much, is that also your honor?" Without hiding his feelings, he serves her a bowl of dog food, public display of affection. "She is my good fortune." At this point, Zai Tianheng pauses, then smiles softly. Zai Tianheng raises her cup and excitedly declares, "Then from now on, I shall not like you anymore." Fan Chen is momentarily stunned. Before his eyes, she slowly fades into nothingness, leaving behind only a promise of no future meeting. The scene shifts to soul-cleansing gorge, where Meng Dai is present. Zai Tianheng approaches from behind to start a conversation. It seems Dong Shan and Wu Jing knew their plan would fail, so they fled already. Meng Dai turns to look at her. "I saved more people than you did," Zai Tianheng says happily. She nods in response. "Keep going." She presses on, eager to compete. "I have accomplished many more impressive feats than you." Meng Dai replies simply. She asks, Zai Tianheng inquiries, "What do you think you have that beats me?" Meng Dai thinks for a moment before answering. "Perhaps I am luckier than you." She continues, "I have many kin and friends, a perfect daughter, and a husband who loves me dearly." Suddenly fed a mouthful of affection, Zai Tianheng sighs. "As expected, you and your husband both know how to irritate people." She adds, "At the time, when you were forced to leave the sect, it was likely Ling Gu and Yu Gui who secretly informed on you." Realizing the truth, she apologizes without hesitation. "Back then I truly did doubt you." "I am sorry," Zai Tianheng replies generously. "It matters not. I do not need your apology. I am leaving, no need to see me off." With that, she turns to depart. Meng Dai waves her hand, stating bluntly, "I had no intention of seeing you off anyway." Once more, Zai Tianheng vanishes right before her eyes. "Is that so? Then that is for the best." The scene shifts to a mortal inn. She is sobbing uncontrollably. "It's unfair, this is not fair." Suddenly, a hand reaches out to wipe away her tears. Zai Tianheng appears, quietly drying her tears. Without hesitation, she throws herself into Zai Tianheng's arms to lament. "Aunt Zai, on what grounds? Why must it be me and not someone else?" Zai Tianheng reaches out to pat her head, offering gentle comfort. "Someone has to do these things. This is my choice, and I do not regret it. I believe. You will surely be proud of me, won't you?" She answers through choked sobs, "Yes, one day I too will become your pride." The moment the words leave her lips, Zai Tianheng vanishes, leaving behind only a single whisper, "Silly girl, you have always been my pride." At this moment, at the shore of mortal dust, Anew reaches out and touches the motionless body of Zai Tianheng. Her soul materializes beside the woman, faint and translucent. She calls out softly, "Mother, this time I can finally prove that it was they who had eyes but failed to see MT. Tay not me. They were the ones who were wrong, not me." Anew extends her hand in answer. "I have never cared what others think, because in my heart, the child I love most, the one I have always cherished most, has always been you." Zai Tianheng stares in a daze at the hand, drawing ever closer. After a long moment, she breaks into a radiant smile and bids her farewell. "Mother, thank you for telling me." In the end, Anew can only weep as she watches Zai Tianheng dissolve into the void, powerless to stop it. "I am truly happy," she whispers. She reaches out to touch the body that is slowly fading away. Anew can no longer hold back. She wails in anguish, her cries of sorrow tearing through the air. At last, Zai Tianheng's body transforms into a shower of blossoms. The scene shifts to 3 days later. The cup of tea is still steaming hot. Fan Chen still sits upon the chair, utterly motionless. His gaze is deep and somber. Suddenly, Fan Chen breaks into a violent coughing fit. He stares at the blood pooling in his palm and can only manage a bitter smile. "I must go now. If I don't, I may never reach Tian Gate again." At the Tian Gate Ancestral Soul Hall, Meng Dai speaks. "I have already made my decision. Zai Tianheng's funeral shall be conducted with the rites of a domain lord, and I will personally preside over it." Elder Jia objects at once. "Sovereign, this violates the regulations. You cannot do this." "Indeed, Elder," he voices his agreement. "Zai Tianheng was not the demon lord of Tian Gate. Conducting such rites would be improper." Macaroon stands to the side in silent contemplation. The demon lord's temperament has always been gentle, never punishes others simply for voicing dissent. That is precisely why these old fossils have grown so lawless. After a moment's thought, he offers, "How about I preside over it instead? Anyone with objections, feel free to keep speaking. Leave it to me to settle things." Maca's words are nothing short of a threat. Every one of them freezes on the spot. Settle things, what does that mean? The matter us? This is the great General Sima Ka we are talking about. One wrong word and he will truly cut us down with a single blade. At last they speak in unison. "No objections. We fully agree to follow the rights of a domain lord." Meng Dai surveys the room, thoroughly satisfied. It seems this matter is settled. Her thoughts suddenly drift to Fan Chen. "I wonder how he is doing right now." The soul bell suddenly tolls, startling everyone present. The surrounding people begin to murmur among themselves. Is the soul bell malfunctioning? Why is it ringing erratically like this? 81 Tolsacent. that a privilege reserved only for the reigning demon lord in the exercise of their duties. Their words leave Meng Dai stunned. Fan Chen has arrived. With every step he takes, droplets of blood fall to the ground. Fan Chen gasps for breath, utterly spent. Traces of blood still stain his lips. The two men mid-conversation catch sight of Fan Chen, and their voices tremble. He stands at the threshold, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. Ma Ka's hand flies to the sword at his waist, instantly on guard. To what do we owe the honor of His Majesty, the Saint Emperor's sudden visit? Fan Chen, utterly exhausted, forces out each word with great effort. I mean no harm. I came to the moment the words leave his lips. He collapses into Meng Dai's arms. Even the people of the Heaven Gate could only gape in disbelief, and Sima Ka himself was so shocked that his jaw hung wide open. She furrows her brow and demands, "How did you end up wounded this badly?" Fan Chen quickly responds, "Forgive me, I came to admit my fault." Meng Dai replies softly, "I forgave you long ago, let me take you to be treated." He agrees happily. Very well, the two of them simply walk off, supporting each other. Old Jia turns around, about to ask questions. "Senior Sima Ka, what exactly?" But what slams into his vision is Sima Ka, who has turned completely to stone. "Someone come quickly. General Sima Ka has turned to stone." Fan Chen and Meng Dai swiftly enter their room and shut the door behind them. She channels her spiritual power to help heal his wounds. Only when she finishes does Meng Dai finally let out a long sigh of relief. She gazes at his unconscious form in deep, contemplative silence. "Why were you so badly wounded? Does that mean I nearly never got to see you again?" Having said this, Meng Dai wraps her arms around Fan Chen and holds him tight. Time passes. He does not awaken until 9 days later. Fan Chen feels a slender hand resting gently against his chest. He slowly turns his gaze to find Meng Dai at his bedside. At the sight of her, an unbidden warmth blooms deep within his heart. "This is the first time I've ever seen you with white hair." He reaches out, his fingers brushing gently against her hair. "I'm sorry I made you worry." The moment Meng Dai senses Fan Chen has awakened, uncontainable joy floods her expression. "You're awake, how do you feel now?" He replies with a gentle smile, "Much better now." A thought suddenly strikes her. "Then what's been troubling you? Why has your mood been so heavy?" Fan Chen's brow knits with sorrow. "I lost." He pulls Meng Dai into his embrace and tells her, "Dai Yin and I played a game of chess. Every move was a killing stroke. In the end, we both lost, but I came out far more wounded than him. After that, the remnant will of Zai Tianheng appeared at Zhangqi Valley. I knew she had something to say. Dai Yin saw I had no heart left to continue the fight, so he proposed we both withdraw. And so this time I lost." Hearing this, Meng Dai reaches out to gently console Fan Chen. "It's all right, you'll win next time." He answers obediently, "My wife is right, next time I will win." And just like that, the two hold each other in a tight, unyielding embrace. 3 more days pass. Fan Chen is now seated beside his wife, helping her review the account ledgers. He lifts a volume and remarks, "These past 300 years you've managed the northern frontier quite admirably." Meng Dai teases playfully, "Is the Saint Emperor grading me?" She lifts Fan Chen's chin and smirks. "For 300 years I had not a single backing to rely on. I protected the northern frontier with nothing but my own strength, and all you have to say is quite admirably." He grins broadly and replies with delight, "You're wrong about that." "Oh, how am I wrong?" Fan Chen wraps his arms around her waist, lifts Meng Dai onto the desk and whispers, "You will always have someone to lean on." As he speaks, he presses her gently down onto the desk. "No matter the hour, you can do whatever you wish. Be angry if you wish. Throw a tantrum if it pleases you. I will coax you with all my heart and fulfill your every desire. Until you are satisfied." Her face gradually flushes crimson. Fan Chen lowers his head and presses his lips to Meng Dai's at the Hall of Ancestral Spirits. Meanwhile, Demon Cultivator Jia is prattling on to Demon Cultivator Yi. 19 days. His Highness the Demon Lord and that Central Continent Saint Emperor have been shut inside that room for a full 19 days. He exclaims to the others, "This is absolutely terrifying." The young girl furrows her brows and asks, "Could it be that the Demon Lord wishes to dissolve the barrier between the two domains? That is why they deliberately treated the Holy Sovereign so well." Suddenly, a young man appears before them and cuts into their conversation. "Why are your thoughts so utterly simple-minded?" Demon Cultivator Jia furrows his brow, not even sparing him a glance. "Are you truly one of ours?" Demon Cultivator Yi, however, reacts differently. The girl merely wondered about it. What else could it be? As he speaks, his eyes light up. The truth is already plain as day. He adds, "The answer is right before our eyes. The Demon Venerable and the Holy Sovereign." Both of them voice their conclusion in unison. are having an affair. Demon cultivator Jia chuckles, finding himself in perfect agreement on this matter. Her Majesty the Demon Venerable once married a mortal. That kind of man is weak and incompetent in the long run. She would naturally grow bored of him. Then, when the Demon Venerable encountered the holy sovereign of peerless beauty, with extraordinary feature lust would naturally arise. The three of them carry on gossiping without end. So that is how it is? This is the explanation. That makes the most sense. Then where is the Demon Venerable's mortal husband? Naturally, he was disposed of long ago. They make Maki, standing behind them, seethe with frustration. He scowls in displeasure. These fellows discussing this far too loudly. I want no part of this. Suddenly, a proclamation rings out. Her Majesty the Demon Venerable arrives. His Majesty the Holy Sovereign arrives. Fan Chen and Meng Yi advance side by side, their hands clasped tightly together. He regards them with a puzzled gaze. Has Her Majesty the Demon Venerable dyed her hair black and changed her attire? Demon cultivator Jia chimes in as well. Why is the Holy Sovereign of Central Continent dressed like that, looking like an ordinary mortal? In that instant, the three of them grasp a single, staggering truth. Fan Chen and Meng Yi take their seats, heedless of the scrutinizing gazes around them. Demon cultivator Jia, seeing him stand beside her, reveals his displeasure. Your Majesty the Demon Venerable, even if he is the Holy Sovereign of Central Continent, he should not share the same seat as you. Have you no regard whatsoever for the dignity of our northern border? Meng Yi answers calmly. He is the Holy Sovereign of Central Continent, yes, but he is also my husband. His tone falters, even if he is your husband, at a time like this. Only then does Demon Cultivator Jia realize something is terribly wrong. Fan Chen beams and waves at him. It's me. Demon Cultivator, Yi finally raises his hand high, wanting to speak. Her Majesty the Demon Venerable, and he have a daughter, rumor has it they even have a son. He grins even wider than before. Indeed, my son's name is Wang Kai, and he now serves as the Holy Son of the Holy Domain. Everyone is left utterly stunned by Fan Chen's revelation. Only after processing it all do they cry out in shock. What? The son of Her Majesty the Demon Venerable is named Wang Kai. Meng Yi cannot help but burst into laughter. She leans close to him and whispers, no wonder you were so insistent on sitting down to announce our relationship. Their reactions are truly amusing. He answers tenderly at once, if it means seeing my beauty smile, then it is my greatest honor. Meng Yi glances down at the people below and suggests, there are people below, continue being serious. Fan Chen replies, as you command, my lady. He turns to those below and asks, earlier you claimed that the Demon Venerable would disgrace the northern border by doing so. In truth, you simply dislike the Demon Venerable, and seeing her grow close to the Holy Sovereign, seized this excuse to attack Harris. That not so. Fan Chen's words are like a blade pressed against Demon Cultivator Jia's neck, drenching him in cold sweat. The more he speaks, the colder his expression grows. My wife and I share a love that knows no superior or inferior. I sit here by her side, and if anyone hereafter dares to show her disrespect or displeasure, I will take his life. Those below hear this and immediately drop to their knees, swearing oaths. We shall never harbor divided loyalties, Your Majesty. Please rest assured. Seeing this, Fan Chen turns to Meng Yi with satisfaction. How was my speech, my lady? She replies, were you like this back in the Holy Domain as well? Fan Chen points at them and explains, in the Holy Domain I rarely speak. Any matters I leave to my disciples. But here, with my lady watching over me, my courage swells a little. She asks playfully, is that so? He answers without a shred of hesitation, not a single word is false. I am a frail man, I cannot survive without my lady. Their lovey-dovey exchange leaves Maki, who has been watching from the side all along, thoroughly bewildered. Is this really the same Holy Sovereign of Central Continent? Since when did he become so thick-skinned? Still, perhaps our northern border will be safer from now on. He muses on this and glances to the side. Once the matters inside are settled, Fan Chen leads Meng Yi outside. She guesses that after today, news of their relationship will spread across the entire continent. He promptly responds, everyone will know you as Fan Chen's wife, and I shall be the husband of Meng Buyu. Meng Yi gazes around with a joyful expression. If the others were all here too, that would be wonderful. I wonder what they are doing. Fan Chen pulls her into his embrace and whispers, Mi Yanheng has been caring for Zhu Kangzhen all along. Perhaps this time those two can make it work. Chen Zhen has your disciple watching over him. Both children are well behaved and understand propriety. I am at ease. As for Yusheng, a man should be tempered by hardship. Let him follow his own path. Meanwhile, Kangzhen pretends to have just awakened. He asks hesitantly, while I was unconscious, Were you the one caring for me all along? Yanheng admits it without the slightest bashfulness. Of course, you have no idea how exhausting these past days have been. You had better repay me well. Very well, Kangjun draws close and answers. Then let us marry. I shall repay you with my very body. This makes Yanheng flush crimson. Her voice trembles. Why, how can you say such a thing so suddenly? Without the slightest restraint. She quickly turns away to hide her embarrassment. I need time to think it over. He replies cheerfully, all right. Kangjun extends his hand. He pulls Yanheng close and presses a soft kiss to her lips. Yanheng frowns and scolds. I said you need to restrain yourself, did you kiss me again? Kangjun answers shamelessly. Consider it practice. That way when we are married, I can truly satisfy you. Hearing this, she finds herself swayed. I suppose that does make some sense. Then let us practice a few more times. The scene shifts to a small cottage nestled within a bamboo grove. Chan Chan is currently locked in a passionate kiss with Bu Zhudao. After the kiss, he lightly nibbles on her ear. Chan Chan's face instantly flushes crimson as she protests. Not there. The girl pouts in complaint. Why do you keep kissing me? Zhudao asks cheerfully in return. I don't like it. Chan Chan averts her gaze to the side, desperately trying to hide her embarrassment. It's not like these marks can't fade, but what if someone sees them when we go outside? Hearing the girl's inner turmoil, he cannot help but burst into laughter. Then let us stay hidden here for a full month before we set off again. What does my lady think? The girl is so easily lured into Zhudao's trap end. She doesn't seem to mind one bit. After that, there is only. The voices of the two ring out again. You bit me again. It's all right. We have plenty of time. The marks will all fade. Meanwhile, Yusheng walks along, his expression lost in deep contemplation. Relying on his god-tier sixth sense, he ponders why a strange, inexplicable feeling has suddenly welled up within him. Yusheng feels as though he has transformed into a dogas if he is becoming some kind of animal. But in the end, he slaps his own face to steady himself. An illusion, it's all just an illusion. With that thought, Yusheng turns his head. He must press onward without delay. His heart is filled with nothing but Yuan's silhouette. Perhaps she is waiting for him at this very moment. And that, brothers, is where our story ends. Thank you all for watching until the very end. Wishing all our dear viewers a wonderful time. That's a wrap, brothers. If you wish to continue following this saga, smash that subscribe button right now. And please don't forget to gently tap that like button. Thank you all for watching until the very end. Bye-bye, love you all.